Longqing Xiao Clan Forbidden Ground. An icy altar engraved with eerie runes. Xiao Fan's limbs are bound by dark iron chains, his body suspended. Two sharp bone spikes pierce his shoulder blades, and a crimson fluid drips from them into the rune grooves below. Around the altar stood the people he knew best. His biological father, Xiao Zhanxiong, the clan leader, stood with hands behind his back, his expression cold. His biological mother, Wang Ruiyun, turned her face away, her eyes full of undisguised disgust. And his 6 older sisters, each with different expressions, proud and different, impatient. At the center of the crowd, surrounded by adoration, was Lin Feng. He was not a Xiao, but he was the clan's most beloved adopted son. Xiao Fan, don't blame us. Lin Feng stepped forward, his voice gentle, a pitying expression on his face. He reached out and patted Xiao Fan's bloodstain. Your blazing heaven martial meridian is supreme grade, but it has been wasted inside your crippled body for 6 years. You haven't even broken through to warrior. My talent far surpasses yours. Transplant your martial meridian into me, and I will soar, leading the Xiao clan to glory. This is for the clan. Xiao Fan lifted his head, his cracked lips moving soundlessly. His gaze passed Lin Feng and fixed on the man called father. Xiao Zhanxiong caught his gaze, frowned slightly, and spoke with no warmth. The clan raised you for 6 years. Now it's time for you to repay. Your meridian will build an unmatched foundation for Lin Feng. It is your honor. Mother Wang Ruiyun finally looked at him properly, her voice harsh. If I had known you were such a waste, I would never have brought you back from the slums 6 years ago. You are a stain. The most impatient was the 6th sister, Xiao Meyer. She looped her arm through Lin Feng's and said coquettishly, Brother, why waste words with him? Let's begin. I've been dying to see what that useless meridian looks like. The eldest sister, Xiao Ningxu, a vice commander of the Longqing garrison, was in full armor, heroic and cold-eyed. Get it over with. I have military duties. The second sister, Xiao Ziyue, managed the clan's business. She glanced at the light computer on her wrist. I have an important video conference in half an hour. The third sister, Xiao Qingwan, fourth, Xiao Honglian, and fifth, Xiao Lingyun, either watched with arms crossed or whispered among themselves. Not one spoke for Xiao. Years of neglect, exclusion, and humiliation crystallized into the ultimate betrayal. Xiao Fan smiled a silent smile. Blood froth bubbled from his mouth, but his eyes burned with an unsettling brightness, burning every face before him into memory. You will all die? Xiao Zhanxiong seemed provoked by that look. He waved his hand. The hour has come. Begin the blood sacrifice. At his command, the runes on the altar, the chain suspending Xiao Fan, pulled taut, forcing his back straight against a cold stone slab. Lin Feng stepped aside, his eyes barely concealing greed and excitement. The elders of the Xiao clan took their positions, pressing their hands into grooves at the altar's edge. Activate the formation. A terrifying, irresistible power enveloped Xiao Fan. The skin on his back split open, hot blood poured out. Oh! A heart-wrenching scream echoed through the forbidden ground. Runes blazed. Blood-red energy arms extended from the formation, their claws burrowing directly into his torn flesh. They gripped the meridian inside his spine, a faint gold-red glow. The extraction began. Agony beyond description flooded every nerve in Xiao. His body convulsed violently, bones groaned under the strain. It was not cutting. It was tearing, ripping a part of his life, flesh and soul from the root. His consciousness drifted in a tide of darkness. The hope of being brought back to the Xiao family 6 years ago. Years of daily coldness and mockery. A cripple is a cripple. How could true dragon blood produce a flea like you? Look, that's the true young master of the Xiao family. Heard he can't even beat a servant's child. Lin Feng, take these resources. Don't waste them on that useless one. Scene after scene, voice after voice, all coalesced into this moment's overwhelming hate. Why? I am the biological son. Hate. I hate. With a final dull thud, a complete golden-red martial meridian was pulled bloody from his back. The moment the meridian left his body, all strength drained away. His head lolled to the side and his life completely extinguished. His flame of life amid endless resentment and unwillingness went out. The gold-red blazing heaven martial meridian floated in the air, exuding supreme aura. Xiao Zhanxiong's eyes flashed with fervor, then he gave the order. Transplant. Lin Feng eagerly lay down in another formation at the center of the altar. Under the formation's power, the blazing heaven meridian slowly merged into his body. No one spared another glance at Xiao Fan, still hanging by chains like a broken doll, as if he were merely a discarded vessel. After an unknown time, 2 Xiao servants unlatched the chains, dragged Xiao Fan's cold corpse down, and threw it onto a garbage disposal hovercar. The hovercar drove out of Longqing to the edge of the beast forest, a desolate dumping ground. The servants casually threw the body into a deep gully and drove. In the deep gully, bones and rot littered the ground, stench thick. Xiao Fan's corpse lay among them, silent. Then his finger twitched slightly. I died. Consciousness returned. The first thought flooding in carried the weary exhaustion of an Earth corporate slave. Xiao Fan remembered working 3 days straight on a project, then on the way home, an out-of-control dump truck slammed into him. He remembered that overwhelming darkness clearly. But what was this situation? The intense pain all over made him grunt involuntarily. Then a massive chaotic torrent of memories filled with immense hatred brutally crashed into his mind. Betrayal by kin. Meridian forcibly extracted. Thrown away like trash. Damn it. The fusion of two memories made the new Xiao Fan feel it personally. A fury erupted from the depths of his soul. He snapped his eyes open. In front was the dark sky. The stench of decaying corpses filled his nostrils. So I've transmigrated. And transmigrated into the body of a protagonist who was killed by his entire family at the start. As an old web novel addict, he instantly understood the situation. This start was hellish. Meridian stolen, cultivation ruined, near-fatal wounds thrown into a wild, beast-infested area. How could he turn this around? Even an immortal would kneel. He could clearly feel his life force ebbing away. Death's shadow loomed again. No, I don't want to die. Just transmigrated and die. That's too pathetic. A fierce will to survive roiled in his chest. This standard villain boss family template, this tragic start, by the plot the cheat should show up right. System. Old grandpa. If you don't come out, your host is about to die. He screamed in his mind. Time passed. The pain grew stronger. Consciousness began to fade. Just as he thought he would become the shortest-lived transmigrator ever, a cold mechanical electronic voice sounded directly in his mind. Detecting host life signs below 1, nearing death. Detecting host's intense will for revenge. Will intensity has broken through critical value. Meet final binding conditions. Divine wealth cultivation unlimited critical system officially activated. Binding host soul. Binding successful. Xiao Fan's spirit lifted. It's real, and the name. Divine wealth. Cultivation. Unlimited critical. He almost laughed. Cultivation in a martial arts world. Isn't that a dimensional reduction strike? System you really understand. Ding. Detected host first binding. A newbie gift pack has been auto-issued. Open now. Open. Immediately. Right now. Xiao Fan shouted with his last remaining strength in his mind. If he didn't open it, he would really die. A virtual golden gift pack slowly opened in his mind, radiating blinding light from within. A shimmering golden gift box unfolded slowly within his mind, its lid lifting as radiant light burst forth, flooding his inner vision. The term Hongmeng physique echoed silently in his heart. A primordial constitution, known as the Hongmeng Shenma body, granted to guide his first steps. A thunderous surge of power erupted. A strand of profound golden radiance, as if born from the moment the cosmos first opened, rose from the void, and in an instant wrapped around Xiao Fan's broken body, cocooning him in blinding light. Wherever the golden light passed, the savage wound carved across his back by the torn martial vein knit together at a speed visible to the naked eye, raw flesh smoothing and closing as if time were being reversed. His shattered bones clicked and snapped in a rapid, dense rhythm as they mended, reconnecting and reshaping themselves. Withered flesh filled out anew, dead tissue sloughed away, and freshly formed skin emerged smooth and lustrous like polished jade. Yet the transformation was far from over. The golden light plunged deeper, seeping through his limbs and bones, reshaping every cell of his body from within. Fine bursts of energy crackled through him like lightning, weaving a new foundation. In a single instant, every bone in his body was ground to dust by an overwhelming golden force, only to be reforged in the next heartbeat into something far stronger. It was a raw, domineering cycle of destruction and rebirth, a forging of flesh and spirit. Thick black impurities were forced out through every pore, mingled with stale filth from within his body. They gathered on the ground beside him in a small, dull pool, the physical remnants of his former weakness being cast away. Under the relentless washing of the golden light, his entire body underwent an earth-shaking change. The frame that had long been gaunt from malnutrition filled out as smooth, powerful muscles emerged, lines of strength flowing clearly beneath his skin. The contours of his face, sharpened features becoming more defined and harmonious. His once dull straw-like hair regained a deep black sheen, each strand gleaming lightly. All of this unfolded within the span of only a dozen breaths. Xiao Fan sat up abruptly. All traces of pain were gone, replaced by a sense of unprecedented power coursing through him. He lowered his gaze to his renewed hands and slowly clenched his fists, the air itself compressed with a faint popping sound around his grip. The Hongmeng Shenma body, hailed as the foremost physique of the ages, was now imprinted upon him, impervious to myriad arts, scattering all evils. Its fleshly strength surpassed peers of the same realm, and could ignore lesser rules and restrictions, carrying limitless potential for growth. Though what he possessed was but an introductory form that would need future trials to unlock its full might. Xiao Fan rose to his feet, feeling the torrent of power surging within him. His eyes were wide with shock and wonder as he listened inward to the roar of his own strength. So this is a Hongmeng-level physique, he murmured inwardly. Testing his limits, he bent his knees and leapt his entire body, shooting more than 10 meters into the air. He landed without a sound, light as a feather, yet carrying the effortless ease of immense strength. New streams of knowledge rushed into his mind. An unfathomably profound scripture unfolded within his spiritual sea, and the circulation method of the Hongmeng Shitian Jing, a supreme cultivation art, was grasped by him in an instant, each intricate path of energy imprinted with crystalline clarity. The cultivation method activated on its own. Xiao Fan could clearly feel the free energies in the surrounding space rushing toward him, pouring madly into his body through every pore and converging into his dantian like a flood seeking a hidden sea. At the same time, a palm-sized banner of deep mysterious black quietly floated within his dantian's chi sea. Its surface was unfathomably dark, embroidered with ancient cryptic patterns that exuded a chilling intent to consume, tugging faintly at his soul without harming him. The Hongmeng Shitian Jing contained the power to devour the energies of heaven and earth and refine them for his own use. Spiritual chi, resentful aura souls, treasured artifacts, and even formations could all be drawn and broken down and transformed into his strength. The Hongmeng banner itself could draw in wandering souls, refine spiritual will, and grow its own might. When unleashed, the refined spirits within it could be sent forth as both shield and spear, a unified force of offense and defense. Xiao Fan's heart pounded violently. To devour all things and refine souls into power, such a path was forged for vengeance, a supreme art of retribution and decisive battle. Names surfaced in his mind: Xiao Zhanxiong, Wang Rui, and Lin Feng, and 6 so-called elder sisters. In his imagination, he saw their faces twisted with terror and despair, not as a literal scene, but as a vision of future reckoning, each of their souls destined to become nourishment for the Hongmeng banner. Before he could fully emerge from this fierce joy, another solemn chime rang within him. A new surge of sound swelled vast and commanding, heralding the next phase of his transformation. A colossal tide of pure energy, hundreds of times greater than what had just remade his body, appeared out of nowhere. It condensed into a majestic torrent and crashed down through the crown of his head, like a celestial river pouring straight into him. Xiao Fan's entire body shuddered. His newly opened empty dantian and chi si were instantly flooded by the incoming power, expanding outward, then being filled again and again as the torrent forced them to widen, reshape, and stabilize. Stage after stage of cultivation crumbled before this force like paper walls. From the first level of chi training to the second, then the third, his realm soared, barriers dissolving the moment they were touched by the torrent's edge. His cultivation realm climbed in a relentless surge, tearing through each threshold. Vast spiritual power roared through his meridians, sweeping along every line of his body, scouring each inch of flesh and bone as if forging them anew. At last, the rampant surge slowed and settled at the very peak of the 6th level of chi training, only a single step away from the 7th. His realm hovered there, vast power coiled and ready like a bow drawn almost to its limit. Xiao Fan's eyes snapped open, releasing twin beams of concentrated light that shot forward several inches from his gaze, drilling into a distant cliff face tens of meters away and leaving 2 deep, narrow holes in the rock. He lifted his hand, and a mass of azure spiritual fire rose in his palm, flickering and dancing, its pressure so intense that the very air around it seemed to tighten. Xiao Fan gazed at the flame, realizing that this was the true power of a cultivator. An indifferent inner voice gave him clear, stark metrics of his strength, comparing his current chi training 6th level to the martial system of Blue Star, telling him he could instantly slay martial artists below a certain rank, easily overpower greater ones, and even contend with those of still higher realms. The system's cold assessment offered the most direct measure of his current might. Not long ago in the Xiao family, a peak martial expert had been someone he could only look up to from afar. Now he possessed the power to end such a foe in an instant. One of the elder sisters who had once tormented him the most, Xiao Meyer, possessed a cultivation only at the 8th rank of the martial spirit realm. Compared to his present power, even such a figure no longer seemed distant or untouchable. The corner of Xiao Fan's mouth curled into a cold arc. The fire of vengeance flared within him, mirroring the spiritual flame in his palm. With a single thought, a virtual attribute panel unfolded before his eyes, listing his Constitution realm cultivation art treasure and current resources in clean detail. At that moment, a streak of brilliant radiance flashed, and a card as black as midnight, edged with intricate gold patterns, appeared in his hand. It was the core item granted by the system, an unlimited black gold card meant to fuel his future steps. This card was bound to his very soul, unable to be lost or given away. Its credit was limitless, in theory activated only during specific missions, and required genuine transactions. Any attempt to exploit loopholes would invite the system's ultimate punishment, wiping the offender from existence. Wherever he chose to spend the card would manifest as the highest tier of black gold privilege available. Xiao Fan weighed the card in his hand, though light in form, it pressed on him with an immense sense of responsibility. This would become his foundation, the greatest support with which he would reclaim his place and repay blood debts in full. True to its nature, the system's voice rose once more, no longer merely informative, but imbued with unquestionable authority, as it declared a main mission, the prologue written in blood. The mission's description painted the scene: a grand celebration banquet being held in his name, yet meant to honor his younger brother's glory through his supposed death. His path of vengeance would begin by shattering that revelry. The first stage of this mission demanded proof that he possessed the right to squander within 24 hours. He would have to spend 5 million interstellar coins through any online or offline means. His expenditures would be met with random returns from modest to immense, while failure would invite a strike of heavenly lightning. The countdown started, its digits bleeding red as they ticked away. Seeing the blood-red timer before him, Xiao Fan's gaze sharpened to a blade. 24 hours, 5 million coins, and the threat of lightning from the heavens. This system was forcing him to spend to flaunt his return in the loudest way, to stride back into Longqing. He turned his eyes toward the direction of Longqing, where lights glittered against the night. The Xiao family, Lin Feng. Their celebration feast was surely in full swing. Very well. Soon he would arrive bearing a far greater gift than they had ever expected. His figure stirred, transforming into a faint phantom that vanished into the dense night. The power of the sixth layer of qi refinement poured into his legs, and Xiao Fan's speed surpassed the limits of mortals. He did not employ any martial techniques. Simply running with his physical body, his form left a series of afterimages among the trees. The trees behind him receded at great speed, and the night wind could not stir him in the slightest. An invisible shield of spiritual energy isolated all obstacles. This body, remolded by the Hongmeng divine demon physique, held explosive power in every inch of muscle and every bone. He did not even need to deliberately circulate his cultivation method. Spiritual power flowed with every movement, and an unprecedented sense of control. A low roar burst from the bushes to the side. A black-furred demon wolf the size of a calf lunged out, its foul stench rushing toward his face. This demon wolf possessed enough strength to easily tear apart a low-rank martial artist. Xiao Fan's steps did not falter in the slightest. He did not even turn his head to glance at it. He merely raised his right hand and casually flicked his index finger toward the source of the sound. A slender beam of azure spiritual energy shot forth from his finger, silently cutting through the night. The demon wolf's roar came to an abrupt halt. Its massive body stiffened in midair, and a finger-sized blood hole appeared through its forehead front to back. The huge inertia caused its corpse to tumble forward a few more times before crashing heavily to the ground, silent thereafter. From beginning to end, Xiao Fan's form did not decelerate by even a fraction. He felt the power within his body, and his heart grew colder. A martial master-level demon beast could not even survive a single move in his presence. Such was the gap between a cultivator and a martial artist, a suppression at the level of life itself. Soon the trees ahead grew sparse, and the silhouette of the city emerged under the night sky. Towering alloy structures, shimmering neon light curtains, and the endless stream of hovering vehicles on the elevated tracks together formed the bustling night view of Longqing. He stopped, found a set of discarded coarse cloth clothes in a concealed corner at the edge of the forest, and changed into them. He simply washed the bloodstains from his face by the stream and restrained his aura entirely. Having done all this, he became an ordinary youth who looked utterly unremarkable, except that the coldness and sharpness in his eyes could not be hidden by his ragged attire. Entering the west gate of Longqing, the city guard merely glanced at him before looking away, unwilling to waste time on a lowlife like him. Xiao Fan walked slowly along the street, shops on both sides brightly lit. He needed to squander money, a place where he could quickly complete the system's mission. His gaze swept across the signs of various shops. A medicinal pill shop, a weapons store. No, the prices of goods in these places were not high enough, and they would easily attract attention. While pondering, he pricked up his ears to listen to the surrounding sounds. In an open-air tavern at the street corner, several burly men who looked like mercenaries were chatting. Have you heard? The biggest news today: that foster son of the Xiao family, Lin Feng, successfully broke through last night and advanced to Martial King. A burly man with a thick beard guzzled a large mouthful of ale, his face full of envy. Holy shit. Really? How old is he? Just over already a Martial King. A scar-faced man beside him stood up in shock. Absolutely true. The news has spread everywhere. They say the Xiao family, to celebrate, has booked the entire top floor of the city's most prestigious Tianyue Tower tonight for a grand banquet. All the influential figures in Longqing will probably go to pay their respects. TSK. Truly remarkable. The Xiao family has struck gold this time. I heard he was only at the martial spirit realm before. How did he break through so fast? The burly bearded man lowered his voice and said mysteriously, "You wouldn't know this, would you? I have a distant relative who works for the Xiao family. According to him, Lin Feng's breakthrough this time was because he transplanted an extremely powerful martial vein. It said it came from the Xiao family's real young master. Which real young master? Which else? The waste they brought back from the slums 6 years ago. They say that waste had a good martial vein by birth, but he was a stupid fool who couldn't make use of it, so it went to waste. The Xiao family, not stopping at half measures, simply stripped the vein and gave it to Lin Feng. Tisk to be so ruthless to their own son for the sake of a foster child. Then, what about that real young master? The scar-faced man asked cautiously. Dead, of course. With his martial vein forcibly ripped out, how could he live? They say his corpse was thrown to feed the demon beasts. Pitiful, it's pitiful, but in this world waste doesn't deserve to live. The conversations in the tavern reached Xiao Fan's ears clearly. Every word turned into the sharpest ice spikes piercing into the depths of his soul. His fists slowly clenched within his sleeves, his nails almost digging into his flesh. A victory banquet. Using his life, his bones to pave the way for his enemy's glory, and now these people were reveling in it. Good, very good. Xiao Fan muttered to himself, his voice betraying no emotional fluctuation, but the surging killing intent in his eyes was enough to plunge all of launching into winter. The Xiao family, Lin Feng, Xiao Zhanxiong, Wang Rian, and his 6 lofty, good sisters. Wait, your victory banquet. I will personally attend and bring you the most magnificent gift. Just then the conversation of another table caught his attention. Stop talking about the Xiao family's trivial matters. What does it have to do with us? Better to care about tonight's auction at the Treasure Pavilion, said a well-dressed merchant. Oh, the quarterly auction of Treasure Pavilion. What good things are there tonight? Plenty of good things. I heard the finale includes a 3rd-grade elixir and a profound-tier cultivation technique. But those are beyond our means. I'm a bit interested in the curios earlier. Curios? Aren't they just useless trinkets? You don't understand, it's all about the mystery. I heard tonight there's a stone dug from a meteorite crater. Several appraisal masters couldn't figure it out, but it's strangely shaped, and the starting bid is a million. A million? Xiao Fan's steps halted. His gaze turned to the end of the street. There a magnificent building constructed entirely of black crystals soaring over 30 stories high, pierced into the clouds. At the top of the building, 3 golden characters, Treasure Pavilion, shone with a gentle radiance in a flamboyant calligraphic style, proclaiming its esteemed status. An auction. The perfect place to spend money. He needed to spend 5 million within 24 hours, and there was no more suitable place than this. Moreover, that so-called unidentifiable stone had piqued his interest. Something considered waste in the martial world might to a cultivator like him be a forgotten. A plan instantly formed in his mind. Go to Treasure Pavilion, complete the system's spending mission, receive critical strike rewards, and strengthen his power. Then go to Tianyue Tower to attend the death feast prepared for him. Xiao Fan hesitated no longer. He strode toward that majestic black building. As a renowned money sink in Longcheng, and even the entire Blue Star Federation, the Treasure Pavilion's entrance guards were naturally extraordinary. 8 guards in gleaming silver full-body armor stood on either side, each exuding the powerful aura of a peak martial master. Their eyes were sharp as hawks, scrutinizing every guest attempting to enter. When Xiao Fan, a youth in coarse hemp clothes, approached, all the guards furrowed their brows. One of the nearest guards immediately stepped forward and thrust his burly arm across Xiao Fan's path, the metal gauntlet glinting coldly. Stop. The guard's voice was loud, filled with undisguised contempt. This is Treasure Pavilion, not a place for beggars. Get lost. Xiao Fan's gaze was calm. He paid no heed to the guard, devoid of any anger. In his eyes, this peak martial master was no different from an ant by the roadside. He extended his hand, slowly retrieving a card from his chest. The card was entirely black, its edges inlaid with flowing golden mystical patterns, and a peculiar energy fluctuation emanated from its surface. The first to change expression was the guard blocking the way. Though he looked down on others like a dog, being a perennial guard of the Treasure Pavilion, he still had some discernment. The energy radiating from that black card was no ordinary item. The other 7 guards also sensed the anomaly, their gazes locking onto the black card, their original disdain transforming into vigilance and doubt. Before the guards could react, hurried footsteps came from within the Treasure Pavilion. A middle-aged man, impeccably dressed in a suit, and with hair combed flawlessly, rushed out, drenched in sweat. He was Zhao Wuji, the chief manager of the Treasure Pavilion's launching branch. From the monitoring room at the top floor, he had spotted the card the moment it appeared. Zhao Wuji rushed over to Xiao Fan in a few strides and bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle. His voice was somewhat sharp due to nervousness. Distinguished guest, 1,000 apologies. It is my fault, Zhao Wuji, for lacking discipline, that I have disturbed your esteemed presence. Having said that, he spun around abruptly and delivered a resounding slap to the guard who had blocked the way. Slap. You worthless wretch. Are you blind? Do you even know how to guard a door? Do you have any idea who this is? Zhao Wuji's voice trembled, half with rage, half with fear. He pointed at the black card in Xiao Fan's hand and roared, "Open your dog eyes wide and see clearly." This is our treasure pavilion's highest grade Starlight Black Gold card. There are no more than 10 of these in the entire Blue Star Federation. Every holder is our most supreme and honored guest. At these words, the 8 guards collectively gasped, their faces turning pale instantly. The Starlight Black Gold card. A legendary card. They could never have imagined that such a seemingly penniless youth would be a top-tier figure as elusive as a Some onlookers nearby also caught wind of the commotion, craning their necks in astonishment. My god, a Starlight Black Gold card. Isn't that something you can only get with assets over 100 billion and overwhelming connections? Who is this youth? There's no such person in Longqing. Xiao Fan remained expressionless. He had no interest whatsoever in such worldly adulation. He simply lifted his eyelids and looked at Zhao Wuji. The auction. 2 words spoken in a flat tone. Zhao Wuji shuddered, immediately understood, and bowed again. Yes, yes. Distinguished guest, I will immediately take you to the best private box. This way, please. He turned sideways, personally guiding Xiao Fan, his waist bent nearly to a 90-degree angle. Xiao Fan stepped into the treasure pavilion. The 8 guards stood frozen in place, and the one who had been slapped was so weak in the knees that he almost collapsed to the ground. Under Zhao Wuji's guidance, Xiao Fan was directly taken to the topmost level of the auction hall, a private box directly facing the auction stage. Distinguished guest, this is our finest Tianzi Pavilion number 3. It offers an excellent view and has an independent defensive array ensuring your privacy. Zhao Wuji introduced it cautiously, cold sweat still oozing from his brow. Do you require attendant service? Leave. Xiao Fan's voice remained cold. Yes, yes. If you have any instructions, just call me anytime. Zhao Wuji dared not say more. He bowed and retreated, gently closing the heavy box door behind him. The interior of the box was exceedingly luxurious. The walls were made of a one-way black crystal, allowing a clear view of the outside, while preventing anyone outside from seeing inside. Xiao Fan paid no attention to the rare fruits and spiritual tea placed on the table. He sat on the soft sofa, his gaze piercing through the crystal, overlooking the auction hall below, which was packed with people. His spiritual sense spread out silently. He roughly sensed the auras within each private box. There were several martial kings, and even one profound aura that had reached the martial emperor realm. Xiao Fan's heart remained undisturbed. The auction began soon after. A stunningly beautiful female auctioneer in a fiery red dress stepped onto the stage, and with a few opening remarks to stir up the atmosphere, she ignited the crowd's enthusiasm. The first lot is a profound grade lower tier martial skill shocking wave palm. Starting bid 500,000 star credits. The hall below immediately erupted in a flurry of bids. 510,000. I bid 550,000. Xiao Fan watched coldly from the sidelines. These treasures in the eyes of others were nothing but garbage in his view. The second lot is a 3rd-grade healing pill, flesh regeneration pill 3 in a bottle. Starting bid 800,000. Another frenzy of bidding. Several big shots in the private boxes also started to make their moves. From a box on the 2nd floor came a young man's voice. The Li family of Longqing bids 1,200,000. The hall fell slightly quiet as it seemed to be a scion of a major family. But soon a languid female voice came from another box. 1,300,000. Bidding voices rose and fell, the atmosphere ablaze. Only the box where Xiao Fan sat remained utterly silent. The dignitaries in other boxes also noticed this mysterious guest. Who is in Tianzi Pavilion number 3? Why is there no sound at all? No idea. Zhao Wuji personally escorted him in. Judging by the manner his background is. Inside a box, an elderly man in brocade robes said to the youth beside him, "This person's identity is unknown. Don't provoke him lightly. Anyone who can command such deference from Zhao Wuji is not someone we can afford to offend." Time passed. Xiao Fan grew somewhat impatient. He needed items with a high total price. It would be best to finish the task with a single purchase. Just then the female auctioneer's voice rang out again, tinged with mystery. "Ladies and gentlemen, the next lot is very special. It comes from a meteorite shower from beyond the heavens, discovered by our Treasure Pavilion's exploration team in the largest impact crater." A large cart was slowly pushed onto the stage, covered with a red cloth. The attention of the entire hall was drawn to it. With a wave of her jade hand, the auctioneer unveiled the cloth. On the cart lay a stone the size of a human head, completely black, irregularly shaped. It had no luster, no energy fluctuation, and was even pitted and rough like a piece of burned honeycomb coal. The entire venue fell silent for a moment. Then came an unstoppable murmur of discussion. "What is this thing? A piece of rubble. What is the Treasure Pavilion up to? Auctioning something like this?" The auctioneer seemed to have anticipated this. She smiled and explained, "We call this the Celestial Mysterious Stone. It is indestructible. We tried every method, including striking it with a king-rank divine weapon, but could not leave a single scratch on it. However, aside from that, many appraisal masters have been unable to determine any function for it. It contains no energy at all. Therefore, we can only auction it as a curiosity. Perhaps it holds an unknown secret, perhaps it is merely a hard collectible. That depends on your judgment. Starting bid 1 million star credits. Each bid increment must be no less than 10,000. As the words fell, the hall was dead silent. Everyone looked at that stone as if it were a fool's errand. 1 million for a piece of worthless rock. Are you kidding? For 1 million I could buy several bottles of pills. Wouldn't that be better? What kind of gullible fool would buy this? I think the treasure pavilion is desperate for money. The auctioneer maintained a professional smile on her face, but inwardly, she was lamenting. She called out twice and no one bid. It seemed this lot was about to be withdrawn. Just as the auctioneer was about to strike the gavel to declare it unsold, a calm voice from Tianzi Pavilion number 3 resounded throughout the hall. 5 million. The voice was soft, yet it exploded like a bomb in everyone's ears. The auction hall fell into a silence where even a pin drop could be heard. Everyone's movements froze. They slowly turned their heads with expressions as if they had seen a ghost staring at the highest dark ink black box window. 5 million. Buying this worthless stone nobody else wanted. Was this gentleman so wealthy he had nowhere to spend his money? I didn't mishear, did I? Is it 5 million? Is this man crazy or an idiot? I don't understand the world of the mega-rich, but spending 5 million on nothing. Is this a new trend? The auctioneer also froze on stage, the auction hammer still in her hand. In all her years as an auctioneer, she had seen people throw money around, but never like this. After a full few seconds, she finally snapped out of it, her voice trembling with excitement. 5 million. The honored guest in Tianzi Pavilion number 3 bids 5 million. Is there anyone else who wishes to bid? This is a celestial oddity. Perhaps it holds a great secret. Her eyes scanned the entire hall. In response, she saw faces that looked at her as if she were the fool. No one would compete with a madman over a piece of rubble. 5 million going once. 5 million going twice. 5 million going 3 times. Clang. The auction hammer fell heavily, emitting a crisp sound. Sold. Congratulations to the honored guest in Tianzi Pavilion number 3 for acquiring this celestial mysterious stone. The auctioneer nearly shouted it. Zhao Wuji personally supervised as the black stone was carefully delivered to Xiao Fan's box. Honored guest, this is the mysterious stone you have won. Xiao Fan nodded and casually placed the black gold card on the payment terminal beside him. Payment successful, 500 star credits. The moment the payment went through, the system's voice rang in his mind. Ding. Main quest, the qualification of squandering completed. Ding. Host detected purchasing overpriced collectible consumption behavior classified as extreme luxury. Ding. Conditions for critical hit met, triggering 100-fold critical hit. Rewards are being distributed. The mechanical voice of the system echoed within Xiao Fan's mind. His heartbeat did not quicken. He stood quietly in the private room of the treasure pavilion. The black stone worth 5 million was held in his single hand. The stone was heavy, cold to the touch, and bore no remarkable features. Zhao Wuji had long since bowed and withdrawn, and no sound could be heard from outside the door. The entire top-floor private room was left with only Xiao Fan. Ding. Congratulations, host, for receiving a 100-fold critical strike reward. Reward 1, a bottle of premium elixir. 9 revolutions golden pill. Reward 2, a high-grade auxiliary artifact. High-grade concealment array plate. Reward 3, a high-grade auxiliary artifact. A chi-concealing jade pendant. As the system notification faded, 3 beams of gentle light materialized before Xiao Fan, then coalesced into solid forms. A pure white jade bottle devoid of any patterns on its surface, yet exuding a warm and gentle aura. A black disc the size of a palm crafted from an unknown metal with mystical runes etched on its surface, their trajectories obscure and indistinct. Lastly, a cyan jade pendant of antique texture bearing only a few naturally formed striations, an utterly unremarkable accessory. Xiao Fan reached out and picked up the pure white jade bottle. The moment his fingertips touched the bottle, a stream of pure energy seeped through his skin, and he uncorked the bottle. There was no imagined radiance of myriad lights, nor any intense fragrance of elixir. 10 golden pills, each the size of a longin, lay quietly at the bottom. A faint golden light flowed across the surface of the pills, inwardly restrained, as if containing boundless vitality. 9 revolutions golden pill, an ancient celestial elixir capable of reviving the dead and regenerating flesh and bone. This pill has mild medicinal power, instantly restoring a cultivator's full state to its peak, with a certain chance of tempering the body and elevating cultivation. Each pill is enough to exchange for the life of a mortal. A flicker stirred in Xiao Fan's eyes. A trump card for survival, a guarantee for sustained combat. He put away the jade bottle and shifted his gaze to the black high-grade concealment array played upon infusing spiritual energy. It can deploy an illusionary formation, blocking sound and prying eyes. Martial artists below the martial emperor realm cannot see through the array. Truly an indispensable item for murder, arson, and setting traps. Xiao Fan took the array plate in his hand. A slight twitch tugged at the corner of his mouth. This item will be greatly useful. His gaze finally fell upon the cyan jade pendant. The pendant looked ordinary, but Xiao Fan could sense a peculiar law force contained within. Chi-concealing jade pendant. Wearing this jade can completely conceal the host's entire aura. Even a martial emperor in person would only perceive the host as a helpless, ordinary person. This item is an excellent choice for playing the pig to eat the tiger and fishing with the law. Xiao Fan hung the pendant around his neck and tucked it close to his body. Instantly, the spiritual energy fluctuations belonging to a chi refining sixth-layer cultivator vanished without a trace. The formidable physical pressure from the primordial divine demon body was also completely masked. He once again became an ordinary youth, even more ordinary than the average person. He assessed his own state and nodded in satisfaction. Revenge requires power, but even more it requires intelligence. He did not wish to reveal his identity as a cultivator, at least not yet. He would drag those enemies into hell at their most triumphant and unexpected moment by a waste or ordinary person in their eyes. He stored the 9 Revolutions golden pill and the concealment array plate into his system space. Then he glanced at the black stone in his hand. This was the very item that cost 5 million. He sent his divine sense into the stone, but it was repelled by a layer of hard barrier unable to penetrate even a fraction. Xiao Fan made no further attempts. He simply tossed the stone into his system space as well. Now was not the time to study it. He pushed open the heavy door of the private room and walked out. Zhao Wuji immediately approached, his face beaming with a respect. Honored guest, are you satisfied? Do you need me to arrange a vehicle for you? No need. Xiao Fan's voice remained flat. Without sparing Zhao Wuji another glance, he strode directly toward the private elevator. Zhao Wuji followed behind, not daring to breathe too loudly. He personally escorted Xiao Fan to the entrance of the treasure pavilion. The guards outside had already been replaced with a new batch. Seeing the chief steward personally seeing off a youth, they all stood at attention with heads bowed. Xiao Fan stepped out of the treasure pavilion and soon merged into the pedestrian flow on the street. The nightlife of Dragon City was just beginning. Hover cars shuttled silently on elevated tracks and giant holographic billboards flickered among the buildings, dazzling and surreal. The streets bustled with people, noisy and lively. Xiao Fan wove through the crowd and slipped into a secluded back alley. The alley was piled with garbage emitting a foul odor. He paid it no heed, walking to the deepest part of the alley. He took out the high-grade concealment array plate. A wisp of spiritual energy was infused into it. An invisible ripple spread from the array plate as the center. The surrounding scenery remained unchanged, but the entire space seemed isolated by an unsound. Light and aura were all tightly sealed within. Xiao Fan sat cross-legged. He closed his eyes. In his mind, scenes uncontrollably surfaced. On the altar, the coldness of his father Xiao Zhanxiong. The disgust of his mother Wang Rian. The faces of his 6 older sisters, haughty, disdainful, or sneering. And Lin Feng, that face wearing a hypocritical, pitying smile, relishing everything. These images finally froze on the 3-word Sky Joy Tower. Their lights blazed brilliantly. There a grand celebration banquet was underway, using his death to celebrate the rebirth of his enemies. Xiao Fan opened his eyes. Deep in his pupils, 2 clusters of icy flames ignited. He took out the pure white jade bottle and poured out a single 9 Revolutions golden pill. The golden pill rolled in his palm. Without hesitation, he swallowed it directly. Boom. A surging wave of life energy exploded within his body. A warm torrent of energy instantly swept through his limbs and bones, scouring every meridian. His cultivation at the chi refining 6th layer became immensely solid and stable in that moment. A faint sound came from his bones as the primordial divine demon body was nourished by this pure energy, becoming even tougher. The spiritual energy in his dantian and Chi was instantly replenished to full, and even faintly showed signs of breakthrough. Ding. Host has consumed a 9 Revolutions golden pill. Status has been restored to peak. Slight increase in spiritual energy purity. Xiao Fan slowly rose to his feet. He clenched his fist, feeling the surging power within his body. This was the true peak state. He put away the concealment array plate. Stepping out of the dark back alley, he returned to the light. His target, the most extravagant den of pleasure in Dragon City, the Sky Joy Tower. Sky Joy Tower was located in the prime area of Dragon City's central business district, a magnificent building 100 stories tall. The entire exterior wall was made of a crystal that could shift colors, shimmering and dazzling in the night. In front of the building was a vast square filled with all kinds of luxurious hovercars, including many limited edition, high-priced models. Well-dressed men and women alighted from their cars, guided by attendants along a red carpet leading to the grand entrance. The security at Sky Joy Tower was extremely tight. 16 guards in special alloy battle armor stood on either side of the entrance, each possessing the strength of a grand martial master. Their auras were steady, their gazes sharp, scrutinizing every guest. Without an invitation, no one could approach within 100 meters of the gate. Xiao Fan stood across the square, hidden in the shadow of the crowd. He watched the celebrities and dignitaries of Dragon City. They wore proper smiles, exchanged pleasantries, and walked together toward that magnificent edifice. Xiao Fan recognized many of them. The high-ranking officers of the city guard were colleagues of his eldest sister, Xiao Ningxue. The heads of various trade associations were beholden to his second sister, Xiao Ziyue. There were also representatives from other martial arts families coming to congratulate the Xiao family and to curry favor with the new genius martial king. A commotion arose from the end of the red carpet. Xiao Fan looked up. Xiao Zhanxiong, the clan head of the Xiao family, walked side by side with his wife Wang Ryun and the city lord of Dragon City. Xiao Zhanxiong was resplendent in formal attire, dignified and beaming. Wang Ryun wore an elegant evening gown glittering with jewels, her smile gentle and maternal. Behind them were Lin Feng and the other sisters, except for Xiao Meyer, who was seriously injured. Lin Feng had become the absolute center. He wore a well-tailored white suit, his features handsome, a gentle smile on his lips. He gracefully responded to the congratulations of those around him, debonair and radiant. The eldest sister, Xiao Ningxue, had changed out of her military uniform into a black dress, noble and coldly elegant. The second sister, Xiao Ziyue, wore a silver fishtail dress that accentuated her perfect figure, chatting and laughing with business partners. They clustered around Lin Feng like stars around the moon. The family enjoying harmony together. What a harmonious scene. What an ironic scene. At the top, under the most dazzling lights, a farcical drama was unfolding. The clowns were reveling. Xiao Fan's gaze grew increasingly icy. His fingers flexed subtly. Every muscle and bone in his body was ready. Under his control, the spiritual energy within flowed quietly. He began to walk slowly, crossing the street toward the square. He did not head for the red carpet, but toward the shadows on the side of the building. The music drifting from the top floor of Sky Joy Tower was faintly audible. That cheerful tune was the funeral march played for him. Tonight he would turn that piece into a true requiem. He walked toward the brightly lit building, his figure reduced to a cold, hard silhouette against the backdrop of prosperity and noise. He glanced up at the top floor. That was where his enemies were raising their glasses in celebration. His form disappeared into the solid shadow of the Sky Joy Tower's outer wall. The 100th floor of Tianyue Tower, the top floor banquet hall, was the zenith of Dragon City. Its dome was crafted entirely from a single piece of starlight crystal, simulating a resplendent cosmic galaxy. A colossal crystal chandelier descended from the center of the galaxy, shimmering with iridescence, illuminating the entire hall as if it were daytime. A soothing classical melody flowed through the air, gentle and refined. Servers in uniform carrying silver trays moved quietly among the guests. The trays bore all kinds of delicacies, many ingredients sourced from deep within the perilous Beast Mountain range. On the long wine table, fragrant fine wine flowed like a small stream, available for anyone to take. Every guest present was a notable figure in Dragon City. Business tycoons, martial arts masters, military high-ranking officers, and representatives of noble families. They were all impeccably dressed, well-mannered, with standardized social smiles on their faces. Tonight they had all come for a single name. Lin Feng. That name had resounded through Dragon City last night. A 20-year-old martial king. Such an achievement was enough to make anyone take notice. At this moment, the newly ascended martial king was surrounded by a crowd at the very center of the banquet hall. He wore a pure white custom-tailored suit, his posture upright, and his features handsome. A gentle and humble smile lingered at the corners of his mouth as he clinked glasses with every well-wisher, his words sincere and his demeanor graceful. Countless gazes were fixed upon him. Some envious, some jealous, some probing, some reverent. Lin Feng basked in all of it. He could clearly feel a scorching power slowly flowing through his meridians. It was the power of the blazing heaven martial vein. Originally, this glory belonged to another. A barely perceptible shadow flickered in Lin Feng's eyes. He recalled the bloodied figure on the altar. The one he had called brother, yet whom he had personally pushed into the abyss, Xiao Fan. He could still remember Xiao Fan's final gaze, filled with disbelief, resentment, and despair. Lin Feng picked up a glass of red wine and swirled it gently. The crimson liquid in the glass reflected his smiling face. Xiao Fan, don't blame me. It's your own fault for being useless, unable to guard this heaven-sent treasure. I merely put it to proper use. See now, I am the true master of the blazing heaven Everything of yours, your identity, your family, are now mine. You are nothing but a stepping stone on my path to glory. At this thought, the smile on his lips became more genuine. He tilted his head back and drained the glass in one gulp. Not far away, Xiao Zhanxiong, head of the Xiao clan, stood shoulder to shoulder with Li Weiguo, the lord of Dragon City. Li Weiguo patted Xiao Zhanxiong's shoulder, his tone full of admiration. Brother Zhanxiong, you are truly fortunate. That child Lin Feng is a prodigy with unlimited potential. Xiao Zhanxiong's face was flushed with pride. He waved his hand and said modestly, not at all, not at all. The boy is still young with a long road ahead. He will need your lordship's guidance. Yet his eyes unconsciously drifted toward Lin Feng, filled with undisguised pride and satisfaction. In his heart, this adopted son was 1,000 times superior to his own biological son. That worthless one, It was good that he died, sparing the Xiao family further disgrace. Xiao Zhengxiang's wife Wang Riyun wore an elegant purple evening gown adorned with priceless jewelry. She did not join her husband socializing, but instead gazed at Lin Feng in the crowd with an almost obsessive look. Her eyes brimmed with maternal love and pride, as if Lin Feng were the flesh and blood she had borne. When Lin Feng emerged from the crowd and approached her, Wang Riyun immediately stepped forward, naturally tidying the collar of his formal suit. Her movements were gentle, her voice full of affection. "Xiao Fan, are you tired? Don't bother with those people. Today you are the star." Lin Feng responded warmly, "Mother, I'm fine. This is our family's glory. I cannot neglect propriety." The word mother filled Wang Riyun with delight, and her smile grew even brighter. On the other side, the eldest sister Xiao Ningxue had changed out of her military uniform into a sharp black dress. She held a glass of champagne, standing with a few colleagues from the army, her demeanor cold and elegant. A young man with a major's insignia raised his glass. "Ningxue, congratulations. With such a prodigy in the Xiao family, your position as deputy commander will likely move up soon." Xiao Ningxue's expression barely changed, and she merely nodded lightly. "Lin Feng is indeed remarkable." Another female officer leaned in and lowered her. "I heard that previous trouble in the mansion has been completely resolved." Xiao Ningxue's hand holding the glass paused. She knew who the other was referring to. "A mere tumor on the family," she said softly yet icily. "When removed, it only makes the family healthier." The second sister Xiao Ziyue was navigating the business elite with ease. She wore a silver fishtail gown that accentuated her curvaceous figure perfectly. She was chatting animatedly with the head of Dragon City's largest alchemy guild. "President Wang, our partnership with your guild will likely need to be elevated to a new level. After all, Xiao Feng's future medicinal resources will be no small expense." President Wang immediately understood, his face beaming with a smile. Of course. Second Miss Xiao, rest assured our guild will fully guarantee young Master Lin Feng's cultivation supplies." The fifth sister Xiao Lingyun was gathered with a group of socialite friends. She always considered herself a literary talent, but she couldn't help showing. "You don't know, on the day Xiao Feng transplanted the martial vein, the expression on that worthless one's face was so ridiculous. He was about to die, yet he still looked at us with that kind of eyes. What right did he have to hate?" A friend covered her mouth and giggled. "Exactly. A waste like him being able to give his martial vein to Lin Feng. It was the greatest blessing of his 8 lifetimes. Isn't that the truth?" Amid the flattery and sycophancy, the banquet gradually reached its climax. The music slowly came to a halt. All the lights converged on the small, elevated stage at the center of the hall. Under the eager gaze of the crowd, Xiao Zhanxiong strode up with great spirit. He took the microphone handed by a server, and the entire hall instantly fell silent. All guests held their breath, awaiting the most important moment of the night. Xiao Zhengxiang's face glowed with triumphant red. He swept his gaze across the hall, savoring the sensation of being the center of attention. He cleared his throat, and his booming voice reached every corner of the hall. "First of all, I, Xiao Zhanxiong, on behalf of the Xiao family, thank all esteemed guests for taking time from your busy schedules to attend the celebration banquet for my..." Thunderous applause erupted from the audience. Xiao Zhanxiong raised a hand to quiet the crowd, and continued, "My son Lin Feng has lived up to expectations, successfully breaking through last night to attain the realm of Martial King." Another round of applause, even more fervent than before, rang out. Lin Feng stood below the stage wearing a perfect, modest smile, but his heart burned. Xiao Zhanxiong was satisfied with the effect, and his voice rose a few notches. "The Xiao family has a worthy successor, and Dragon City gains a pillar. Therefore I hereby decide." He paused, his gaze filled with boundless expectation and authority, fixed on Lin Feng. He opened his mouth, ready to utter the word that would determine the Xiao family's destiny for decades to come. Just then, boom, a deafening roar suddenly exploded. The entire 100th floor of Tianyue Tower shook violently. The banquet hall's main door, made of special alloy and reputed to withstand a full-force strike from a great martial master, along with the half-wall surrounding it, was blown inward by an indescribably terrifying force. Twisted metal fragments mixed with burst concrete debris turned into a lethal storm of projectiles, hurtling into the hall with unstoppable momentum. A scream instantly shattered the elegant music. The guests nearest the entrance were engulfed by the oncoming storm of debris, blood and wails replacing the clink. The surviving guests recoiled in horror, while some martial artists of higher cultivation hastily erected their protective true chi, awkwardly shielding themselves from the impact. The entire banquet hall was in shambles, littered with shattered wine cups and bloodstained food. All eyes were fixed on the massive smoke-filled breach. On the elevated dais, Xiao Zhengxiang's face turned ashen. The oppressive aura of the martial emperor realm involuntarily radiated from him, stagnating the surrounding air. "Who is it?" His enraged roar drowned out all the clamor. Amidst the interplay of smoke and moonlight, a figure clad in coarse linen clothes slowly emerged. He was young, with a lean frame and an ordinary face. The strangest thing was that he bore no trace of martial cultivation. He was utterly ordinary. Yet this ordinary man had appeared atop this supposedly impenetrable 100-story tower. The entire hall fell into a deathly silence, every guest staring at the uninvited visitor as if they had seen a ghost. Who is this? How did he get up? Questions swirled in everyone's minds. The first to recognize him was fifth sister Xiao Lingyun, who pointed at the figure in terror, her voice sharp and distorted. Xiao Fan, impossible. Weren't you dead? This shriek struck like a thunderbolt into the hearts of every Xiao family member. Xiao Fan, that waste, that disowned son whose corpse should have fed the demonic beasts. Xiao Zhangxiang's pupils contracted violently as he stared at that familiar, yet unfamiliar face. Wang Ruyun's loving and dignified expression vanished, replaced by extreme disgust and shock. Eldest sister Xiao Ningxu's hand holding a wine cup stiffened, and the liquor spilled unnoticed. Second sister Xiao Ziyu's professional smile froze on her face. Lin Feng's complexion turned instantly pale. He felt the martial vein that had just merged within him throb uncontrollably, conveying a primal terror from its. The entire hall erupted in uproar. Xiao Fan, the true son who had been blood sacrificed by the family, his martial veins stripped for the adopted son. He was not dead. This scandal, forcibly suppressed by the Xiao family, was brutally and bloodily exposed. Xiao Zhanxiong was the first to recover from shock. Overwhelming rage drowned his reason. This was not just a scandal. It was a trampling of his authority. You unfilial wretch. You're still alive. How dare you destroy the banquet here? He thundered, his voice dripping with murderous intent. Xiao Fan's steps did not stop. Ignoring Xiao Zhangxiang's roar, his gaze shifted from his father's face, sweeping over every relative of the Xiao family present. He saw the disgust in his mother Wang Ruyun's eyes. He saw the indifference in eldest sister Xiao Ningxu's face. He saw the calculation in second sister Xiao Ziyu's expression. He saw the frightened or venomous looks of his other sisters. Finally, his eyes rested on Lin Feng, who stood at the center of the crowd. A grand celebration banquet paved with my death for your smooth road ahead. Xiao Fan's voice was flat, devoid of anger or resentment. Only a hollow. The voice was not loud, but reached every ear clearly. He looked at Lin Feng, a faint, almost imperceptible smile curling at the corner of his mouth. How does my martial vein suit you, my dear little brother? Lin Feng's body trembled uncontrollably, the color draining from his face. Before anyone could react, Xiao Fan stopped at the center of the hall and slowly raised his right hand. No one knew what he was about to do. He pressed his index and middle fingers together and lightly cut his left fingertip, creating a thin wound. A drop of crimson blood was forced out, suspended above his fingertip. He raised the drop of blood toward the false starry dome above and toward the true heavens. A solemn, icy voice rang from his mouth, echoing through the entire top floor. I Xiao Fan, hereby with the heavenly Tao as witness. Boom. Without warning, a dull thunderclap erupted from the clear night sky. Every guest on the top floor of Tianyue Tower, regardless of cultivation level, felt a shudder originating from their soul. All gazes involuntarily converged on that youth. What was he about to do? Invoke the heavenly Tao. Xiao Zhangxiang's complexion turned utterly livid. A vague suspicion dawned on him, and he roared in fury and alarmed silence. But it was too late. Xiao Fan's voice, carrying the residual might of that thunder, continued to reverberate. From this day forth, I Xiao Fan sever all ties with the Longqing Xiao family. Henceforth the glory and disgrace of the Xiao family have nothing to do with me. My life and death are also unrelated to the Xiao family. The grace of birth, 6 years of cold treatment, the pain of vein stripping, all fully repaid. The bond of blood between us, today at this hour at this moment, sever. The instant the last word fell. Crack, a sound impossible to describe with words, not from the physical world, exploded directly in the deepest recesses of everyone's soul. Every martial artist present sensed a shift in the inscrutable laws of reality. Xiao Fan felt an invisible shackle shatter within him, granting an unprecedented lightness and freedom from soul to body. At the same time, Xiao Zhanxiong, Wang Ruyun, and the 6 Xiao sisters all experienced a violent tremor in their bodies. They felt an innate connection deep in their souls, severed by an irresistible, overwhelming force. It was an inexplicable emptiness and irretrievable loss. The heavenly Tao bore witness. The bloodlines severed. This meant on a legal level they were no longer a family. The last thread of karma between them was completely cut off. The Xiao family could no longer gain any fortune from Xiao Fan, and his achievements would have nothing to do with them. The banquet hall fell into a dead silence. All guests stared in horror at the scene. A heavenly Tao oath. This was a legend found only in ancient texts. Someone could actually invoke it and successfully swear the oath. What kind of existence was this youth? Xiao Zhanxiong was both shocked and enraged. This loss of control drove him mad. His dignity as a martial emperor was utterly torn apart. Before the entire city's elite, his own biological son had severed relations in the most He pointed at Xiao Fan, his voice hoarse with extreme fury. Rebel. How dare you invoke the heavenly Tao oath and betray the family? Guards, seize this rebel, dead or alive. At the command, over a dozen elite Xiao guards stationed around the floors clad in special battle armor simultaneously sprang into action. They snapped out of their shock, their eyes turning ferocious as they released the powerful aura of the great martial master realm surrounding Xiao Fan from all directions. A dozen elite guards of the Xiao family erupted with formidable auras. Each of them was a martial master seasoned in countless battles, their hands stained with blood. Their icy alloy battle armor gleamed menacingly under the crystal lights. With fierce eyes, they spread out in formation step by step, closing in on Xiao Fan in the center of the hall. Every footfall fell in perfect unison, the metal soles striking the polished floor with a dull thud. The atmosphere was suffocatingly tense. The guests recoiled in terror, desperate to avoid being caught in the impending battle. In a corner of the hall, a wealthy merchant whispered to his companion, "This is the end. The Xiao family's residential guard has been deployed, each one a master who can take on 100 foes alone. No matter how strange this brat is, he's just one man. Can he withstand the siege of over a dozen grand martial masters?" Below the dais, the eldest sister, Xiao Ningxi's gaze turned icy once more. She looked at Xiao Fan as if he were a reckless madman. Foolhardy courage, utterly idiotic. Lin Feng's pale face regained a touch of color. He forced himself to calm down, thinking to himself, it must have been some one-time trick just to scare people. Faced with true power, he is nothing. Xiao Zhanxiong sat down again, his face ashen, yet a cruel satisfaction flickered in his eyes. He wanted to witness with his own eyes this unfilial son being torn apart by the family guards. Only thus could the disgrace Xiao Fan had brought upon the Xiao family that night be cleansed. Now, the lead guard captain bellowed. At his command, 4 guards on his flanks moved simultaneously. 4 figures from 4 different directions transformed into blurred afterimages astonishingly fast. The guard from the east thrust both palms forward, the wind from his palms howled his true chi, condensing into a hazy lion's head phantom. The guard from the south swept a kick, his leg wind fierce, carving a crescent-shaped silver energy blade. The guard from the west aimed his fingers like a sword, a 3-inch sword glow flickering at his fingertips, thrusting straight at Xiao Fan's throat. The guard from the north punched, his fist wrapped in thick, earthy yellow, true chi, heavy and powerful. They did not intend to kill, their orders were to subdue. They would cripple this rebel's limbs, drag him before the family head, and await his judgment. Their faces twisted into savage, cruel grins, as if they could already see Xiao Fan kneeling and begging for mercy in utter misery. Everyone in the banquet hall held their breath. Yet facing this thunderous Xiao Fan stood still, unmoving. His robes swayed slightly in the gale, his expression calm, his eyes vacant. He seemed frozen in shock. A waste remains a waste. This was the thought shared by the vast majority present. The attack arrived in an instant. Fists, palms, kicks, and fingers brimming with powerful true chi, all aimed at Xiao Fan's vital points at almost the same moment. Just as the attacks were about to touch his body, time froze for an instant. There was no violent clash, no sound of breaking bones and torn tendons. The attacks of the 4 martial masters stopped less than an inch from Xiao Fan's skin, unable to advance a single millimeter further. A nearly invisible barrier of energy materialized around Xiao Fan. Their strikes had hit this unseen wall instead. The pupils of the 4 guards contracted simultaneously, their smug grins freezing instantly. They felt their full-powered true chi vanish into a bottomless abyss, stirring not a single ripple. That thin barrier was indestructible. What kind of technique was this? They had no time to ponder. A force 100 times stronger than the attack they had launched rebounded violently from the invisible barrier. It was not true chi, it was a higher, purer, more overbearing energy. No sound, no warning. Those 4 peak martial masters, veterans of 100 battles, disintegrated in midair. Not an explosion, not a tearing apart. It was annihilation. Their solid alloy armor, their tempered flesh, their bones and organs, all dissolved into primal particles under that indescribable power. The 4 in the same instant became 4 thick clouds of blood mist. Silence, an eerie silence. The air in the banquet hall solidified. Every sound vanished. Only the 4 vivid red mists drifted, swirled, and spread slowly under the opulent crystal lights. The redness was so striking, creating the most grotesque contrast against the golden splendor all around. A drop of red liquid fell from the air, staining the white hem of a socialite's evening gown, blooming into a small blood flower. A suppressed, almost inaudible gasp escaped from someone's lips. That tiny sound shattered the deathly stillness. Crash! Someone unable to bear the horrific sight collapsed from the chair onto the floor. Clink! A seasoned martial king dropped his wine glass, it shattered on the ground. A few guests in the distance, unable to hold back, covered their mouths and rushed to the corners, retching. On the dais, Xiao Zhangxiang's cruel satisfaction froze. He shot to his feet, the aura of a martial emperor trembling violently from shock. His eyes were locked on the four dissipating blood mists filled with utter instant kill. For peak martial masters annihilated in a heartbeat, and in a way he could not comprehend at all. The last trace of color drained from Lin Feng's face. He instinctively stepped back, bumping into the dining table behind him. The burning heaven martial vein within him trembled violently. It was not excitement, it was fear born from instinct. Like a slave encountering a sovereign. Sorcery. This is sorcery. The fifth elder sister Xiao Lingyun's voice quivered, turning into a shrill, tearful cry. She hid behind the third elder sister, her body shaking like a leaf. The other sisters also lost their colors, their arrogance and coldness gone. The eldest sister Xiao Ningxi's clenched fist silently crushed the crystal wine glass into powder. On the second elder sister Xiao Zu's face, the flawless business negotiation smile had vanished without a trace, leaving only a blank. Xiao Fan's gaze slowly shifted from the dissipating blood mist. He looked up, sweeping across the horrified faces. Finally his eyes landed on the fifth elder sister, Xiao Lingyun, who was nearly fainting from terror. He smiled. That smile carried no warmth, instead sending a chill deep into the hearts of all who saw it. Sorcery? He asked softly, his voice echoing clearly in the dead silent hall. No, this is not sorcery. He turned his gaze from Xiao Lingyun to the ashen-faced Xiao Zhanxiu. This is only the beginning of the reckoning. He declared calmly. It was like throwing a ladle of cold water into a pot of boiling oil. Instantly the atmosphere of the entire banquet hall exploded. No longer hushed whispers, but exclamations and uncontrollable discussions rising one after another. Settlement. What is he going to settle? Settle with the Xiao family. He's insane. This man is absolutely insane. Does he alone intend to challenge the entire Xiao family? Such arrogance, such utter recklessness. The remaining dozen or so Xiao family guards, after a brief moment of shock, had their fear replaced by fury. They were the elite guards of the Xiao family, each having crawled out of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Never had they suffered such provocation and humiliation. The leading guard captain's face twisted with rage. He stepped forward, a cold gleaming battle blade appearing in his hand. Brothers, form up. The patriarch's orders, life or death matters not. Tear this beast to pieces. Roar. The remaining guards roared in unison, their true chi erupting simultaneously, instantly forming a simple combined attack formation, encircling Xiao Fan in the center. The killing intent was 10 times more intense than before. The guests retreated once more, compressing the originally spacious and luxurious hall into a huge vacuum, leaving only the solitary youth in the center and a pack of wolves ready to strike. At that moment, a sharp, piercing voice cut through the tense standoff. Everyone get out of my way. The sixth sister Xiao Meyer pushed aside the people blocking her. Her pretty face was twisted with fear and rage, no trace of her usual willfulness and beauty remaining. She stared fixedly at Xiao Fan, her eyes filled with venom, shame, and a hint of fear she herself refused to acknowledge. For the past 6 years, the person before her in her eyes was less than a dog, a toy to be scolded and bullied at will. But now this toy, this waste, had in a way she could not comprehend turned 4 powerful guards into blood mist before her very eyes. This enormous contrast completely shattered her proud self-esteem. You monster! Waste! What despicable sorcery have you used? Xiao Meyer screamed, blustering out of fear. I don't care what kind of demon you've become. You killed members of the Xiao family. Today you must die here. She seemed to try to cover her fear by raising her voice. Xiao Fan's gaze finally moved. He turned his head and rested his eyes on Xiao Meyer. There was no contempt, no anger in his eyes. Only a cold void, as if looking at a dead thing. It was this gaze that completely ignited the last shred of reason in Xiao Meyer's heart. What are you looking at? A waste like you, your eyes are not worthy of looking at me. She roared, no longer caring about anything, her true chi surging wildly within her. Go to hell. The cultivation of the 8th rank of martial spirit realm erupted without reservation. A pink mist spread from her body. The mist was not thick, but carried a strange, sweet fragrance. Phantom shadow poison dust martial vein. This was her proudest technique. The toxin inherent in her martial vein, colorless and odorless. Once inhaled, even a martial artist of the same rank would have their true chi stagnate within a short time, leaving them at her mercy. The pink poisonous dust spread rapidly, enveloping toward Xiao Fan. Some guests who were slightly closer just smelled a trace of the sweet fragrance and felt dizzy, quickly holding their breath and retreating in horror. It's Miss Meyer's poison technique. That brat is dead for sure. This poison is undefendable. The other members of the Xiao family, seeing Xiao Meyer make her move, their tense expressions eased slightly. In their eyes, no matter how strange Xiao Fan's methods were, he was still just one person. Once Xiao Meyer's poison technique was unleashed, no matter what tricks he had, he would surely be captured without resistance. Lin Feng's fists relaxed slightly. He stared intently at the scene, wanting to see with his own eyes Xiao Fan's pathetic fall as he was poisoned. The poisonous fog filled the space. Xiao Fan remained standing still. He did not even assume any defensive posture. He merely lifted his eyelids, watching the oncoming pink poisonous dust, the curve of his mouth growing colder. He slowly raised his right hand, bringing together his index and middle fingers, the movement slow and casual. A mere trick, for words gently uttered. Then he pointed from afar towards the direction of the poisonous fog. There was no earth-shattering momentum, not even a trace of energy fluctuation. A beam of cyan light condensed to the extreme, and as thin as a hair flashed from his fingertip and vanished. The speed of the beam was so fast that it was impossible to capture with the naked eye. Where it passed, space showed a faint, almost imperceptible distortion. The pink poisonous dust, which was spreading wildly, seemed to have met its nemesis the moment it touched the cyan beam. It was not blown away nor detonated. It was annihilated. The cyan beam was like a sacred brush, effortlessly drawing a straight vacuum channel on the pink canvas, leading to Xiao Fan. The scene was eerily bizarre. All the poisonous dust evaporated in an instant, leaving not a trace. What? The sneer on Xiao Fan's face instantly froze. Her pupils contracted to the size of a pinprick. Her proud martial vein poison had just disappeared. She didn't even have time to think about what principle was at work, because the cyan beam had already pierced through the poisonous fog and arrived before her. The shadow of death enveloped her entire mind in an instant. She wanted to dodge, but her body simply couldn't react in time. She tried to circulate her true chi to defend herself, but the true chi within her seemed frozen, sluggish, and inert before the cyan beam. Time seemed infinitely slowed at this moment. She could only watch helplessly as the deadly cyan light grew larger and larger in her pupils. A slight sound of flesh being pierced rang out. The cyan beam pierced through Xiao Fan's right shoulder blade, sending up a spray of gorgeous blood, and with unabated force struck the pillar carved from a single block of white marble behind her. Boom! The hard pillar was blasted with a small, bottomless hole, and dense cracks like a spiderweb instantly covered the entire column. And Xiao Fan herself, carried by the irresistible force, flew backward uncontrollably. Her body traced a clumsy parabola in the air. A belated, agonizing scream, almost inhuman, burst from her mouth. Bang! Her petite body crashed heavily onto a dining table more than 10 meters away, smashing the expensive tableware and food into a mess. At her right shoulder, a blood hole that went through front and back was gushing blood, instantly staining her white dress red. What was more terrifying was that the flesh around the wound was turning black and charred at a visible rate. A destructive force was ravaging the vitality within her body. She struggled to stand up, but found she didn't even have the strength to move a finger. The cultivation of the 8th rank of martial spirit realm was completely crippled by this single blow. The entire banquet hall once again fell into absolute dead silence. If the instant kill of 4 guards earlier had brought visual shock and eeriness, then this time defeating a long-established martial spirit realm expert, Hedon, brought absolute terror of power. One finger. Just one finger. The 6th miss of the Xiao family, a future rising star of martial arts, was reduced to a bloody figure convulsing on the ground. What domineering, what unreasonable power! The faces of everyone in the Xiao family instantly turned deathly pale. Especially the other sisters, watching Xiao Fan struggling in a pool of blood, and the youth leisurely withdrawing his finger, a chill shot from the soles of their feet straight to the crowns of their heads. Xiao Fan's gaze did not linger on Xiao Fan for even a second. He turned his head, calmly sweeping across the terrified faces, his voice devoid of emotion, clearly ringing through the silent hall. This is the first installment of interest for the 972 lashes you inflicted on me with a poisonous thorn whip over the past 6 years. As his words fell, the entire hall was stunned. 972. Such a precise number. He actually remembered them all. A terrifying thought emerged in everyone's mind. This youth had not come to act crazy. He had come with a ledger detailed to an appalling degree to collect debts. Today it was Xiao Fan's turn. Who would be next? The mother Wang Ruoyan staggered, almost unable to stand. The eldest sister, Xiao Ningxue, silently crushed the specially crafted crystal wine glass in her hand into powder. The second sister, Xiao Ziyue, had all color drained from her face. Her mind, which was invincible in the business world, was now a blank. Lin Feng even subconsciously took another step back, feeling that the sky-burning martial vein within him was wailing of fear and submission from the depth. In this atmosphere of extreme oppression on the high platform, the previously silent Xiao Zhanxiong finally moved. He slowly stood up. Crack! The golden thread Nanmu grand chair beneath him gave a sound of unbearable strain and exploded into flying wood chips. An indescribably terrifying pressure erupted from him, like an awakened ancient beast, instantly enveloping the entire banquet hall. Boom! The air seemed to solidify into substance. All the guests in the hall, regardless of status or cultivation, had their bodies go limp under the pressure, dropping to their knees with thuds. Some with lower cultivation even frothed at the mouth and passed out. The entire top floor structure groaned in pain under the pressure, the brilliant crystal chandelier shaking violently as if it might fall at any moment. The might of an 8th-rank martial emperor, so terrifying. You wretch. Xiao Zhengxiang's eyes were bloodshot. He locked on a Xiao Fan below, every word seemingly squeezed through gritted teeth, filled with boundless murderous intent and rage. You are dead. A pressure like an invisible tide instantly submerged the entire banquet hall. The air was no longer gaseous but had transformed into a viscous gel. The light from every crystal lamp in the hall contracted inward, and the once brilliant glow dimmed. The fake starry sky ceiling made of starlight glass groaned under the unbearable strain. Fine cracks began to spread from the edges of the ceiling. Wine goblets on tables and unbroken plates silently crumbled into powder under this force. The guests who had already fallen to their knees sank further. Those with weaker cultivation rolled their eyes, foamed at the mouth, and collapsed unconscious. Even the several martial king realm experts could not withstand it. The protective true chi they had erected flickered like a candle in the wind, guttering out completely. Bones groaned before breaking under the immense pressure. Their knees were forced to the ground, their bodies bent, and their heads struck the cold floor heavily. Dignity and status were worthless in the face of absolute power. The entire top floor had become a silent purgatory. Only the faint moans of the fallen Xiao Meyer proved that there were still living beings here. The center of this oppressive force was Xiao Fan. All power converged upon him alone. Beneath his feet the hard jade floor cracked inch by inch, fissures, his body sank an inch. His coarse linen clothes were pressed tightly against his form by the invisible force outlining a lean but straight silhouette. His legs bent slightly, but he stood, still stood. Under the unrestrained pressure of an 8th-rank martial emperor, he remained standing. This fact shocked Xiao Zhanxiang even more than his instant kill of 4 guards and severe injury of Xiao Meyer. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. A storm raged in Xiao Zhengxiang's mind. His cultivation had been forged through mountains of corpses and seas of blood, countless life-and-death battles. His pressure could make even a martial emperor of the same rank wary. Yet now a son he deemed a waste, an ordinary man just enveloped by the poison mist of a martial spirit, did not kneel under his pressure. This overturned his understanding and shook the foundation of his strength as a powerhouse. The fury in Xiao Zhengxiang's eyes was gradually replaced by an emotion he himself was reluctant to admit. Shock. Even a trace of fear. Xiao Fan slowly raised his head. His face was somewhat pale, but his eyes remained hollow and indifferent. Inside him the power of the primordial divine demon physique was operating spontaneously. An ancient and primordial aura protected his heart and bone. Spiritual energy flowed rapidly through his meridians, counteracting the invading pressure from outside. He felt the pressure, an immense one. But he did not yield. His gaze pierced the stagnant air and locked with Xiao Zhengxiang's on the high platform. The corner of his mouth twitched upward again, forming the might of a martial emperor. He spoke, his voice hoarse yet exceptionally clear. Is nothing more than this. You. Xiao Zhengxiang's blood surged, a sweet taste in his throat, nearly forcing him to spit blood. This was provocation, naked contempt. It was a trampling on his dignity as the top powerhouse of Dragon City. Very well. Xiao Zhanxiang laughed in extreme rage, descending the high platform step by step. With each step the entire banquet hall floor trembled, and the pressure grew heavier. Behind him Wang Riyun's face was as pale as paper. She clutched the broken railing, staring at Xiao Fan as if he were a monster. Elder sister Xiao Ningxue, second sister Xiao Ziyue, and the other sisters, their bodies trembled. Not because of the martial emperor's pressure, but because of this familiar yet unfamiliar brother before them. The fear he instilled surpassed their comprehension. Lin Feng stood behind the crowd, not daring. He could feel the heaven-scorching martial vein within him wailing violently. It was the submission of the inferior to the superior. A brand of fear deep in the blood. Why? Why was this happening? This martial vein was already mine. Lin Feng's heart roared, but his face was ashen. Xiao Zhanxiang stopped 10 meters in front of Xiao Fan. I don't know what fortuitous encounter you've had in these 6 years giving you these tricks. His voice suppressed rage word by word. But you should never have returned here, and never should have challenged my authority. Today I will show you what true power is. I will personally grind you into dust. Xiao Zhanxiang slowly raised his right hand. A golden true chi gathered in his palm, dazzling and sharp with an indestructible edge. The tyrant emperor golden edge martial vein specialized. He had conceived murderous intent, true murderous intent. The surrounding space became unstable due to this power, emitting faint sounds of tearing. Xiao Fan looked at the energy capable of leveling a small hill, his expression unchanged. He knew he could not withstand this strike now. Resisting the martial emperor's pressure at the 6th level of chi refining was already the limit. But the purpose of this trip had been fully achieved, severing blood ties, establishing dominance, and collecting interest. That was enough. I told you. Xiao Fan's voice rang out again, interrupting Xiao Zhengxiang's accumulation of power. The reckoning has only just begun. His gaze swept over Xiao Zhanxiang, then slowly shifted to Wang Riyun behind him, to Xiao Ningxue, Xiao Ziyue, and every relative of the Xiao family. I remember every single debt you owe. Wash your necks and wait for me. The next time we meet it won't be as simple as collecting just some interest. Before his words faded, Xiao Fan's left hand reached into his bosom and pulled out a yellowed talisman paper. On it were mysterious runes drawn with cinnabar, a faint earthy yellow light flowing over them. It was a small item that Zhao Wuji had given him extra to curry favor from the strange treasures in the treasure pavilion's inventory. An Earth Escape talisman. In this world, it was an immortal cultivation artifact unrecognizable to anyone. Xiao Zhanxiong frowned at the sight of the talisman, a bad premonition rising in his heart. He hesitated no longer. The palm strike, gathering all his power, suddenly thrust forward. Don't think you can escape. The golden palm print flew out, turning into a destructive beam that shattered space wherever it passed. All objects on the top floor began to decompose and annihilate before this beam. But it was too late. In the moment before Xiao Zhanxiong struck, Xiao Fan's spiritual energy had already infused the talisman. The talisman ignited without flame, turning into a halo of earthy yellow light that instantly enveloped his whole body. His body did not move, but the jade floor beneath him suddenly became soft, losing all physical properties. Under everyone's gaze, Xiao Fan's body sank straight and slowly into the ground. He sank as if into a calm lake. The hard floor posed no resistance. His eyes never left Xiao Zhanxiong's face, twisted with astonishment and fear. He even maintained that cold smile, until his head too was completely swallowed by the ground. He vanished without a trace. No trace was left. Boom. The next instant, Xiao Zhanxiong's golden palm print finally arrived. The violent force struck where Xiao Fan had stood. No sound. Everything there, floor debris of tables and chairs, and the structures of several floors below, were directly vaporized and evaporated. A massive hole over 10 meters in diameter appeared on the 100th floor of Tianyue Tower. The night wind poured in through the hole, stirring the wreckage and the pale hair of the survivors. Xiao Zhanxiong stood at the edge of the hole, maintaining the striking posture, his body rigid. The bloodshot veins in his eyes were denser, his chest heaving violently. A strike that missed. His full force strike, born of rage, hit only air. The humiliation was 100 times stronger than being taunted by Xiao Fan to his face. Xiao Zhanxiong let out an uncontrollable beast-like roar. He struck again with the back of his hand, slamming heavily into a load-bearing pillar. Boom. The entire pillar, cast from special alloy, was shattered into pieces. The top floor structure of Tianyue Tower could no longer bear the load, beginning to shake violently and collapse. Patriarch, no more strikes. The tower is about to fall. The few remaining captain guards scrambled up and clung desperately to his legs. The surviving guests awoke as if from a dream. Forgetting all etiquette and status, they screamed in terror, crawling on all fours toward the relatively intact stairwell, fleeing the impending collapse. Only one thought filled each mind: flee. Escape this demonic scene. Escape this raging martial emperor. Wang Ruiyun collapsed, her lips trembling, unable to speak. The Xiao sisters huddled together, shivering. Only Lin Feng did not move. He stared intently at the spot where Xiao Fan had vanished, then looked down at himself. His eyes held not fear, but an extreme jealousy and venom. Why? Why did a waste possess such power? Why could an abandoned son still survive and dare to return? Xiao Fan. He muttered the name, grinding his teeth audibly. This night Dragon City would be sleepless. The farce of the Xiao family's celebration banquet ended in the most shocking, bloodiest, and most bizarre way. A true son declared dead, returned, severed ties, established dominance, slaughtered, severely wounded his own sister, withstood a martial emperor, and finally departed with an unprecedented method. This news would sweep through Dragon City like a storm. Everyone knew. The sky of Dragon City was about to change. On the outskirts of Longqing, a deserted construction site. On a soft mound of earth, a small hillock silently rose, the soil cascading down with a soft rustle. A figure slowly surfaced from beneath the ground, as if the solid earth beneath him was nothing but a stagnant pool of water. It was Xiao Fan, who had calmly escaped from Tianyue Tower. His coarse linen clothes were caked with mud, making him look disheveled, yet his gaze was as placid as ice. The cold night wind swept by, lifting the stray strands of hair on his forehead. He looked into the distance. The silhouette of Longqing in the night resembled a crouching beast, its brilliant lights still shining in prosperity. But at this moment, beneath that prosperity, there must already be turbulent currents. Xiao Fan did not rush to leave. He closed his eyes. Within his Dantian Qi, it was no longer the gaseous true Qi of a martial artist, but spiritual energy that had been condensed countless times and slightly liquefied, resembling a tiny nebula vortex slowly rotating. This was the foundation of the 6th layer of the Qi refining stage. The medicinal power of the 9 revolutions golden pill had not yet been fully exhausted. Strands of pure energy continued to nourish his meridians. and that body, named the Hongmeng Divine Demon Body after being baptized by the oppressive pressure of a martial emperor, had achieved a higher degree of compatibility. Every inch of muscle, every bone overflowed with explosive power. Not enough. Xiao Fan opened his eyes and murmured to himself. Merely at the chi refining stage, when facing a true martial emperor, he could still only rely on magical artifacts and tactics to contend. To personally crush those enemies, he needed greater strength. He raised his wrist where an old-fashioned wrist optical brain, with several cracks on the screen, was strapped. This was the only personal belonging of the original owner aside from that tattered clothes. His fingertip lightly tapped on the screen connecting to the interstellar network of launching. Anonymous mode activated. Instantly, countless explosive news feeds flooded the entire screen. Shocking. Top floor of launching landmark Tianhua Tower call paces, suspected terrorist attack. Exclusive. Xiao family celebration turns into a battlefield. Mysterious young man wreaks havoc with unparalleled means. Xiao family scandal. The proclaimed dead, true young master returns from the dead, publicly takes a heavenly Tao oath severing all ties with the family. Eyewitness account, he's not a man, he's a devil. For peak martial masters instantly turned into blood mist. 8th rank martial emperor, Xiao Zhanxiong strikes in fury, piercing through Tianhua Tower with one blow. A cold arc-like smile curled at the corner of Xiao Fan's mouth. This was exactly the result he had wanted. To expose everything under the sun. To let everyone see how glorious the top martial family of Longqing was, and how filthy it truly was. He tapped on a video with the highest popularity. A wealthy merchant in luxurious attire facing the camera with a pale face and terrified eyes was giving an interview. He came out of that broken hole. No trace of martial aura on him, just like an ordinary man. Then Miss Xiao Meyer attacked him, and he used just one. The 6th miss was crippled. It was terrifying. That was definitely not martial arts. The footage shook as the reporter tried to ask more questions, but was roughly shoved aside by the city guards maintaining order. Xiao Fan turned off the video and continued sliding his finger across the screen. Soon a bounty notice marked with a striking red title caught his eye. Longqing Xiao Family S-Class, Bounty Target Xiao Fan. Age 18. Features lean frame, black hair, and black eyes, ordinary appearance, suspected of practicing some bizarre demonic art. Bounty 50 million star coins. Those providing valid leads will receive 1 million star coins. The attached image was a photo taken 6 years ago when the original owner had just returned to the Xiao family. In the photo, the young man's eyes were timid, his body frail, filled with anxiety about the future, and a hint of faint, almost imperceptible hope. 50 million, huh? Xiao Fan looked at the photo, his gaze utterly unruffled. Using 50 million to buy the life of the biological son they once discarded like a worn-out shoe. How ironic. He could even imagine the scene inside the Xiao family estate at this moment. Xiao Zhanxiong was in a rage. Wang Riyun was weeping while his good sisters were calculating their own gains and losses amidst shock and fear. Especially the 4th sister Xiao Honglian, that battle maniac. She was probably now intensely intrigued by his so-called demonic art. Just then, ding, a familiar and cold system prompt sounded in his mind. Main quest prologue of Blood Step 2 initiated. Quest objective: squandering never ceases. Host must spend 15 million star coins within 72 hours. Quest reward: upon completing the spending, a random multiplier refund will occur based on the consumption behavior. Quest failure penalty: Heavenly Thunder Strike, basic version. Countdown begins. 715958. Xiao Fan's brow raised slightly. Truly a mundane and tedious squandering demand. A trace of self-mockery flickered in his mind. 72 hours, 15 million. Moreover, the entire Longqing was now hunting him. The difficulty was considerably higher than last time. However, Xiao Fan's mind quickly began to turn. What did he lack most at the moment? An absolutely safe stronghold where he could cultivate undisturbed and without interruption. Within Longqing, it was already a drag. Then there was only one answer. Outside the city. Xiao Fan opened his wrist optical brain again, connected to the star network, and this time, he entered the real estate trading platform of Longqing and even the entire Blue Star Federation. His search criteria were very clear. Abandoned. Remote. Large area. On the light screen, countless pieces of information flashed by rapidly. Abandoned factories, bankrupted estates, polluted lands. None of these would work. They were too easily discovered and not concealed enough. His finger slid non-stop when suddenly a piece of information that had been listed for a long time, almost unnoticed, caught his attention. Asset sale: abandoned mine no. 7 Longji Mountain. Description: this site was once an important energy mine for Longqing, but is now abandoned due to complete resource depletion. The mine covers approximately 50 square kilometers with complex internal tunnels reaching as deep as a kilometer underground. As it holds no commercial mining value, the ownership is being sold as a whole package. Listed price: 8 million star coins. 8 million to buy a useless abandoned mine. For any rational businessman, this would be an act of sheer insanity. But in Xiao Fan's eyes, this was the perfect target, tailor-made for him. Remote enough, vast internal space, complex structure, easy to defend and hard to attack. An ideal choice for establishing a secret base. More importantly, it was expensive enough. Spending 8 million at once would directly have the quest progress. A plan instantly took shape in Xiao Fan's mind. He looked at the optical brain on his wrist, his gaze flickering. He not only had to buy this mine, he also wanted to spend the remaining 7 million all at once. He needed to procure a large quantity of supplies, materials for formations, drones for detection, and a vehicle that would allow him to leave the city without a trace. All of this could be accomplished on this tiny star network. With this thought, Xiao Fan lingered no longer. He raised his head and took one last look at that expanse of brilliant lights, his eyes devoid of any lingering attachment, cold as a hunter gazing upon its prey. With a flicker of his figure, he merged into the boundless night. A storm was brewing that would sweep through Longqing. But the eye of the storm had already slipped away, preparing for an even more violent return. Longqing Lower District, Heishui Street. This was a forgotten corner on the city's map, a world apart from the dazzling splendor of the Upper District. The narrow alleyways never saw sunlight all year round, the air thick with a complex miasma of cheap alcohol, inferior food, and an ineradicable must. A man in a tattered coat slumped against the wall, his eyes vacant. A heavily made-up woman touted for business under the dim lights. This was a place where dragons and snakes mingled, the perfect breeding ground for concealing crime and secrets. Like a phantom, Xiao Fan's silhouette wordlessly threaded through one sewage-streaked dark alley after another. His coarse cloth garment was actually the perfect camouflage here. Soon he stopped before a dilapidated hotel called Sweet Dreams. The hotel owner, a one-eyed man, was dozing with his head resting on the greasy counter. Xiao Fan tapped the counter with a bent finger. One room, the quietest one. His voice was hoarse, deliberately altered. The one-eyed man lifted his head, appraising him with murky eyes, then bared yellowed teeth. 300 star credits a day, no registration, cash only. Without a word, Xiao Fan pulled 3 bills from his pocket and slapped them on the counter. Good. The one-eyed man pocketed the money, tossed him a rusty physical key, and slumped back down as if uttering another word was a waste of breath. The room was at the end of the 3rd floor. Pushing open the door, a damp odor rushed out. The room was tiny, with only a bed and a table, the walls covered in mottled. Xiao Fan locked the door behind him. Without turning on the light, he walked directly to the window. By the residual glow of the neon signs outside, he raised his. The old-fashioned wrist optical computer screen lit up. System, generate an untraceable virtual identity and link it to my black card. Ding. Permission confirmed. Generating. Virtual identity, K created. Encrypted account established, successfully bound to your unlimited black. Almost instantly, a brand new operational backend appeared on Xiao Fan's optical computer interface. This backend had frighteningly high privileges, capable of bypassing most network firewalls of the Blue Star Federation. A cold glint flashed in Xiao Fan's eyes. It was time to spend. He first logged into Star Net Mall, the largest online mall in Longqing, and began a frenzied shopping spree. Top-grade high-energy nutrient solution, 50 crates. Latest model wilderness survival suit, 10 sets. Hummingbird micro-reconnaissance drones, 100 units. Gecko high-precision climbing detection robots, 20 units. Xiao Fan couldn't even be bothered to check the prices. For everything he fancied, he maxed. These were all essential supplies for operating his mining area base. Order placed, payment made. All delivery addresses were set to anonymous lockers scattered. After doing all this, Xiao Fan directly contacted the owner of the Dragon Ridge Mountain No. 7 abandoned mining area, an energy company on the verge of bankruptcy. The call connected quickly. A middle-aged man with a harried expression appeared on the screen. Hello, who's this? Another one trying to haggle. I tell you, don't even talk if it's below 7 million. The man's tone was impatient. 8 million, Xiao Fan said in an electronic synthesized voice. He'll buy it. The middle-aged man paused, then sneered. Quit joking. Think him a 3-year-old. I've seen plenty of these empty verbal orders. Show me some sincerity. Xiao Fan said nothing more. He directly transferred 8 million star credits into the official escrow account of the StarNet platform. Ding. The middle-aged man's optical computer gave a crisp notification sound. He glanced down, and the disdain and mockery on his face instantly froze. His eyes widened, his mouth opened unconsciously, his breath caught. Escrow account receipt notice, 8 star credits. Damn. The middle-aged man felt his heart skip a beat. He jerked his head up, staring at the mysterious buyer codenamed K on the screen, his voice beginning to tremble. Are you serious? Sign the agreement, Xiao Fan replied with only 4 words. Yes. He'll sign right away. Right now? The middle-aged man, as if afraid he would change his mind, frantically pulled up the electronic property transfer agreement, completing the signing and notarization at top speed. With 8 million in hand, his company was saved. As for who would spend so much money on a useless mine, that was none of his damn business. After buying the mine, Xiao Fan entered an underground darknet called Black Pigeon. He posted 2 bounties on the job board. Bounty won 5 million star credits for the most detailed tactical defense map of Longcheng's garrison, including all ground and underground shift change vulnerabilities and schedules. Bounty 2 million star credits for a top-spec black market modified magnetic levitation off-road vehicle, silent high-speed with a concealed force field. The darknet exploded instantly. Countless anonymous elite hackers and arms dealers scrambled madly for the astronomical bounty. In less than a maximally encrypted map file along with a pickup address and key landed in Xiao Fan's email. With that, 15 million had been spent in a flash. Ding. Consumption mission 15001500 10,000 completed. Awaiting delivery confirmation. Xiao Fan's heart, perhaps the life of the wealthy, was just this simple, unadorned, and tedious. He stood up ready to pick up the first batch of supplies. Half an hour later, a remote locker area near a garbage processing plant. Xiao Fan wore a shabby cap, pulled low as he walked toward one of the lockers. The stench was overwhelming, the place deserted. Just as he entered the code and was about to open the locker, a flurry of rapid footsteps came from not far away. Stop. Here, surround the area. A dozen soldiers in city guard uniforms quickly encircled the zone, their cold weapons aimed at Xiao Fan. Leading them was a young squad leader with a roguish face and eyes brimming with greed. His name was Wang Hao, a distant cousin on the side of Xiao Fan's mother Wang Riyun. In the past, when Xiao Fan had been part of the Xiao family, Wang Hao had often used this connection under the pretext of currying favor with Lin Feng to bully the original Xiao Fan in every conceivable way. Now staring at the familiar yet unfamiliar back and comparing it with the wanted photo on his optical computer, Wang Hao's eyes blazed with ecstatic delight. It really was him. Xiao Fan. That worthless waste worth 50 million. Wang Hao smirked as he stepped forward, tapping the back of Xiao Fan's shoulder with the tip of his baton, his tone flippant and arrogant. Oh, look who it is. Isn't this our illustrious stray dog of the Xiao family? The soldiers behind him burst into jeering laughter. Xiao Fan turned around slowly. The kai-concealing jade pendant on him perfectly masked all fluctuations of aura, making him appear as an ordinary powerless mortal. He said nothing, only raised his head and calmly looked at Wang Hao. Wang Hao felt a chill under his gaze, but it was quickly drowned by the greed for the 50 million. He blustered, "What are you staring at, you piece of trash? There are paths in heaven you refuse to walk, the gates of hell you barge right into, and you dare show up in the city. Perfect. Let me catch you and collect the bounty from the Xiao family. Brothers." Wang Hao waved his hand, his face twisted with self-assured savagery. "Take him down." Wang Hao's voice was filled with twisted excitement. 50 million interstellar credits. This huge sum of money was enough to free him from his current position and allow him to live a life of extravagance in the upper district. He could almost see countless beauties and fine wines beckoning to him. Greed had burned away his last shred of reason. The dozen or so city guards behind him also wore fanatical expressions. They were equally aware of what this bounty meant. At a single command, all dozen of them moved simultaneously, their high-frequency batons crackling with dangerous arcs surrounding Xiao Fan from all directions. They didn't even draw their guns. In their eyes, batons were more than enough to deal with an unarmed waste. They wanted to capture him alive. Alive, Xiao Fan was worth 50 million. Wang Hao charged at the front, his grin growing more ferocious. "Waste, you should have died out there back then. Why did you return to the ship? Today, falling into my hands is your bad luck." His baton was raised high, whistling through the air as it slammed viciously toward Xiao Fan's head. He wanted to first break the waste's limbs, then slowly torture him. However, Xiao Fan just stood there motionless. He didn't even raise his eyes to look at Wang Hao's ugly. His calm gaze was like looking at a swarm of moths diving into a flame. Just as Wang Hao's baton was about to touch the brim of his cap. Ding! A faint, almost inaudible crisp sound. Wang Hao's baton stopped. It stopped less than 3 inches from Xiao Fan's forehead. It wasn't that he wanted to stop, but that he couldn't advance a single inch further. An invisible barrier blocked his full-force strike. The sensation was like slamming into an unyielding diamond. A massive recoil force came through the baton, numbing his tiger's mouth, and nearly causing him to lose his grip. Huh. Wang Hao's grin froze. The city guards behind him encountered the same situation. Their attacks, without exception, all stopped about a meter away from Xiao Fan's body. That space seemed to have turned into an absolute domain. What is this? Wang Hao's mind struggled to comprehend. He exerted all his strength, trying to push the baton forward another inch, but the invisible barrier remained immovable. All the city guards stood frozen in place, maintaining their attack, poses the scene, both comical and eerie. Is that all? A cold, indifferent voice. Xiao Fan slowly raised his eyelids and glanced at Wang Hao. That glance held no anger, no killing intent, only pure apathy, as if a deity looking down upon an ant. Wang Hao shuddered at that look, an inexplicable fear surging from the depths of his heart. He wanted to retreat, but his body wouldn't obey. The next second, the spiritual energy within Xiao Fan's body vibrated slightly. An indescribable wave spread outward from his body. There was no sound, no light, not even a wisp of wind. Wang Hao, standing at the front, had his expression of shock forever frozen. His body began to disintegrate inch by inch, starting from the hand holding the baton. First the skin, then the flesh, and finally the bones. It was not burning, nor explosion. It was annihilation, as if erased from this world by an invisible giant hand. He didn't even have time to let out a scream. His entire body turned into a handful of gray-white powder in the air. This bizarre scene simultaneously occurred on the other dozen city guards. Like images being deleted, they vanished one by one silently into thin air. In just a second, the more than a dozen living people along with their weapons all turned to ash that drifted away with the wind. Silence. The night wind blew, stirring up the dust on the ground, and also the ashes of what had just been lives. Behind a nearby garbage mountain, several thugs who had originally planned to rob Xiao Fan after the city guards left witnessed the entire process. They covered their mouths, not daring to make it. Their bodies trembled like sieves, their eyes filled with ultimate terror, and their crotches were wet. These thugs went limp, collapsed to the ground, and scrambled to escape in the opposite direction. Demon. It's a demon. Run. They fled this place like madmen. From then on, the legend of a demon killing without blinking in the locker area of Blackwater Street spread through the underworld of Dragon City. Xiao Fan naturally paid no attention to this. He opened the locker and stored the supplies into his system space one by one. Then he moved to the next. Half an hour later, he had retrieved all the supplies. Following the intelligence from the Black Dove dark web, he arrived at an abandoned underground parking lot on the west side of the city. Behind a dilapidated truck, he found his new ride. It was a heavily modified magnetic levitation off-road vehicle. The body was completely black with sharp angular lines exuding power, and the surface was coated with a special layer that could absorb radar waves. Xiao Fan sat in the driver's seat, and the vehicle's intelligent system activated instantly. Identity verification passed. Welcome, Mr. K. He didn't linger. Following the dark web map's instructions, he skillfully drove the vehicle, merging into the city's shadows. The vehicle's performance was beyond imagination. The magnetic levitation engine made no sound, gliding like a black ghost. He avoided all main roads, weaving through narrow alleys. Finally, he reached an entrance to the city's sewage system marked as a danger zone. This was a nearly forgotten loophole in the city defense map. Right up my alley, Xiao Fan thought to himself. He activated the vehicle's stealth field mode, causing the light around the vehicle to warp, slightly blending it almost completely with the darkness. Then he plunged into the massive sewage pipe. The pipe was stinking, but the vehicle's hygiene system isolated everything outside. He silently navigated the city's underground veins, successfully bypassing the net of surveillance above and in the air. Half an hour later, the off-road vehicle burst out of a hidden exit in the wilderness outside the city, splashing mud. The nose turned, speeding toward the distant undulating Longji mountain range. Just as the vehicle completely crossed the official boundary marker of Longqing, a series of cold system prompts exploded in his mind. Ding. The 72-hour task of spending 15 million interstellar credits has been confirmed completed. Conducting consumption behavior assessment. Assessment complete. Detected that the host spent 8 million interstellar credits, a premium of over 1,000, to purchase Longji Mountain No. 7 abandoned mine. This behavior is judged as an extremely extravagant spendthrift act. Triggering special reward mechanism. Congratulations, host. Triggering 1,000-fold critical strike. Xiao Fan's hand on the steering wheel paused. Here it comes. The passionate system sound effects like the most beautiful symphony continued to play in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have received 1,000-fold critical strike reward. Micro spirit vein spark 1. Item description: an energy crystal from the core of a cultivation world. When implanted into a depleted mine node, it can revive it, turning it into a small spirit stone mine, continuously producing low-grade spirit stones. A spark of heat flashed in Xiao Fan's eyes, turning a waste mine into a spirit mine that can produce its own spirit stones. This was true alchemy. Those 8 million were well spent. However, the surprises were not over yet. Ding. Detected that the host has obtained the core building spirit vein, automatically matching supporting rewards. Congratulations, host. You have received the supporting reward 9 Palaces Spirit Gathering Array Plate 1 set. Item description: a simplified version of the ancient Cultivation sect's mountain protecting Grand Array Plate. When placed on a spirit vein, it can automatically gather the energy of heaven and earth within a radius of 100 miles, greatly increasing the growth speed and spiritual energy concentration of the spirit vein. This array integrates offense and defense with 3 variations of illusion trapping and killing. The corner of Xiao Fan's mouth curved upward uncontrollably. A base that produces spiritual energy, plus a powerful array to protect it. The system had directly given him a beginner's village gift package. With these 2 items, the Longji mountain mining area would no longer be a ruin. It would become his safest, most hidden, and most perfect cultivation cave abode. Xiao Fan took a deep breath, suppressing his excitement. He pressed the accelerator pedal to the floor. The black ghost off-road vehicle let out a low roar, turning into a streak of shadow, disappearing into the vast night. Launching farewell. Next time I return, it will be time for blood debts to be paid. The off-road vehicle tore through the vast wilderness like a black meteor. Finally, at the moment when dawn was just breaking, a stretch of undulating earth-yellow mountain range came into view. This was the No. 7 abandoned mining area of Longji Mountain. The entire mining area looked like a forgotten ruin. The exposed mountain body bore deep brown weathering marks. The mine entrance had collapsed for the most part, revealing only a pitch-black, deep hole. The air was thick with dust and the desolation of long abandonment, with not even a whisper of wind or rustle of grass to be heard. The desolation here was startling. At a glance, there was not a trace of energy fluctuation. It perfectly lived up to the name, abandoned mine. Xiao Fan killed the engine. The off-road vehicle, like a robot pressing the pause button, silently came to a stop at the foot of the tallest abandoned mine hill. He was not in a hurry to enter. Instead, he slowly stepped out of the cab. The mountain wind, carrying fine sand and gravel, brushed against his face, cool and refreshing. The micro-spirit vein fire seed could not be placed casually. Xiao Fan raised his wrist. The light brain interface lit up, and a rough but detailed underground structure map of the mining area appeared before his eyes. The system marked several most likely core nodes. He selected the deepest spot. Then Xiao Fan restrained his aura, and like an arrow released from the bowstring, silently leaped into the pitch-black mine entrance. The interior of the mine was narrow and slippery, with various discarded mechanical parts lying about randomly. Some tunnels were completely blocked. He had to employ his movement technique, searching in the darkness for a thread of hope that led deeper. About a quarter of an hour later, he arrived at the deepest part of the mine. It was a vast underground space with damp rock walls and water droplets occasionally falling. In the center of the space stood a peculiar stone platform, still bearing some old mining marks. This should be the core node. Xiao Fan did not hesitate. With a flip of his palm, a fist-sized crystal emitting an illusory flame appeared in his hand. This was the priceless micro-spirit vein fire seed. It was crystal clear, as if life was pulsing within. With a single-handed toss, the fire seed accurately fell into the groove at the center of the stone platform. PFF. A barely perceptible muffled sound. The illusory fire seed did not fall into but merged into the stone platform. In an instant, a terrifying vitality, like an awakening dragon, erupted violently from beneath the platform. Crow. Crow. The earth beneath his feet emitted a series of cracking sounds. Cracks spread from the platform, densely covering the entire underground. The previously lifeless rocks began to glimmer with crystalline specks. An unprecedented surging vitality gushed forth from deep underground, as if a creature imprisoned for 10,000 years had finally seen the light of day. Above the mine, visible white mist began to appear out of thin air, then surged toward the upper vents. The micro-spirit vein had been successfully implanted. However, to truly transform an abandoned mine into a blessed paradise, a spirit vein alone was not enough. A supporting formation was also needed. Xiao Fan's eye sharpened. He opened the system space again and took out a full set of 9 Palace's spirit-gathering array discs. There were 9 in total, cast from bronze, etched with intricate and profound runes. Each array disc emitted an ancient and weighty aura. These discs were irregular in shape. Clearly, they needed to be placed with precision. He paused for no moment. With a flicker, he directly returned to the ground. Then, guided precisely by the system, like placing Go pieces, he sequentially set the 9 array discs at specific locations throughout the mining area. Some were on the abandoned mine hills, some hidden under boulders, and others were directly driven deep underground by his spiritual energy. Everything was in place. Xiao Fan took a deep breath. Standing at the highest point of the mining area, he pressed down the core main array disc in his hand. Boom. 9 beams of cyan light shot up simultaneously from various parts of the mine. They interweaved and twisted in the air, forming a massive, visible, intangible vortex. This vortex was like a cosmic black hole, devouring everything. It frantically absorbed all free energy from heaven and earth, pulling and compressing them, finally transforming them into the purest spiritual energy. Then, like floodwaters, it roared and poured into the underground spirit vein. Crack! The blue sky and white clouds above were instantly shattered by the vortex. Vast spiritual energy from the world converged madly from all directions. At a visible speed, the air of the entire mining area instantly became moist and sweet. On the previously barren ridges, tender green grass shoots began to break through the soil. The withered vines, as if on a stimulant, started to twist and grow. Spiritual energy. Extremely abundant spiritual energy. Xiao Fan felt as if every pore on his body was opened at this moment. Every inch of his skin greedily absorbed this unexpected bounty. The spiritual energy was so dense it seemed to condense into substance. The entire abandoned mining area in the blink of an eye transformed into a true mountain of spirit and treasure. It simply surpassed any so-called cultivation holy land in Dragon City. He wasted no more time. He sat cross-legged at the core of the formation with 5 hearts facing heaven, hands clasped together. Instantly, he entered the deepest state of meditation. Inside his body, the Hongmeng devouring heaven scripture operated madly like a hungry beast, absorbing the surging spiritual energy of the mining area. Vast amounts of spiritual energy like 100 rivers returning to the sea poured into his limbs and bones, transforming everything about him. The bottleneck of the 6th layer of the Qi refining stage, which had stubbornly blocked further progress in his body. But under the assault of such pure spiritual energy, it shattered like a paper window. Qi refining 7th layer. His cultivation advanced unstoppably without any hindrance. Driven by the massive spiritual energy, it continued to soar madly. Qi refining 8th layer. Qi refining 9th layer. In just a few breaths, he had ascended to the limit of the Qi refining stage. His spiritual power had accumulated to the peak. The vast spiritual energy collided within him. Every meridian hummed joyfully. Breakthrough. All the power converged into one like a primordial beast charging toward the depths of his Dantian Sea. Boom. A deafening sound echoed through heaven and earth within his body. It was as if the world was being created anew. The gaseous spiritual power in his Dantian Sea began to liquefy. Spiritual energy condensed like rain, eventually forming a liquid spiritual energy vortex, like a miniature ocean slowly rotating deep within his Dantian. Foundation establishment stage. A powerful aura far exceeding the Qi refining stage like an awakened deity surged up from Xiao Fan's body. But under the perfect concealment of the 9 palaces spirit gathering formation, this power was firmly sealed within the mining area, without leaking a single. Feeling the liquid spiritual essence rushing like rivers within him, Xiao Fan's tightly closed eyes twitched slightly. He opened his eyes. 2 streaks of blue lightning condensed as solid substance flashed through his deep pupils and vanished into the void. The spiritual energy vortex over the entire abandoned mine paused slightly with his breath, then resumed its steady rotation. Xiao Fan slowly. A series of dense crisp pops emanated from his bones. The transformation within him was earth-shattering. If during the Qi refining stage the spiritual energy in his Dantian was a thin mist, now it was a churning ocean. Every drop of water was liquid spiritual essence highly compressed from countless strands of spiritual energy. It was heavier, purer, and more violent. Spiritual essence flowed through his meridians, no longer a surging stream, but a deep river bearing boundless power in silence. Bathed in this new energy, every cell of the Hongmeng divine demon body rejoiced, radiating a faint precious glow. He clenched his fist, and the air before him was crushed, directly producing a dull sonic boom. Strength, speed, and the 5 senses had all undergone a qualitative leap. But the greatest change came from his mind. Xiao Fan closed his eyes. He released no energy, he merely formed a thought in his mind. Open. A hum. An invisible tentacle transcending all senses instantly spread in all directions, centered on him. 1 kilometer, 3 kilometers, 5 kilometers. Everything within a radius of 10 miles was constructed in his mind as an incomparably clear, staggeringly stereoscopic, 3-dimensional model. He saw ants carrying food under a rock 100 meters away. He heard the faint sound of a dust particle blown off a cliff 1,000 meters away. He sensed the pattern of veins on a leaf of a tender grass that had just broken through the soil 3 kilometers away. This was divine sense, the unique perceptual domain exclusive to Foundation establishment cultivators. Just then a cold system notification sounded. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully stepping into the Foundation establishment stage. Strength evaluation, host's current cultivation, early Foundation establishment. Enough to massacre Martial Spirit Realm cultivators and severely wound Martial King Realm cultivators. A faint arc curled at the corner of Xiao Fan's mouth. Severely wound a Martial King. The face of his 4th sister Xiao Honglian, arrogant and unruly, emerged in his mind. Soon he murmured. Then his divine sense fell upon a discarded miner's pickaxe not far away. The pickaxe was made of the most ordinary alloy covered in rust. He focused his mind. The heavy miner's pickaxe trembled violently. Then, defying all laws of physics, it slowly rose from the ground. At first it wobbled as if it might fall at any moment. But after only 2 breaths, Xiao Fan grasped the knack. The pickaxe hovered steadily in midair, its tip aimed at a thick rock wall ahead. Go! Whoosh! A sharp sound of piercing air. The rust-covered pickaxe turned into a black streak of lightning, trailing a long afterimage, and slammed fiercely into the rock wall. Boom! Stone splattered. The hard rock wall was forcibly pierced, creating a large hole more than half a meter deep. The entire front end of the pickaxe was buried inside, leaving only a wooden handle protruding, quivering slightly. This was the art of object manipulation. Crude, but already taking shape. This was the fundamental difference between a cultivator and a martial artist. Xiao Fan was about to further test his newly gained power. Suddenly, a discordant fluctuation reached the edge of his divine sense domain. He immediately concentrated his divine sense. Over a dozen figures appeared within his 5-kilometer perception range. They wore uniform mercenary combat suits, were well-equipped, and moved with practiced coordination. Leading them was a bald, burly man with a cultivation at the peak of Grand Martial Master. The rest of his subordinates were all at the Martial Master level. Bounty hunters, huh? Xiao Fan's gaze turned cold. He raised his wrist, activated his optical computer, and logged into the darknet. A bold pinned bounty order instantly popped up. Special level pursuit order, target Xiao Fan, bounty 1 billion interstellar credits, capture a live issuer launching Xiao family, jointly issued by multiple top bounty hunter guilds. 1 billion. Xiao Fan switched off the optical computer. His divine sense locked firmly onto the bounty hunter squad steadily approaching. In absolute stillness, their conversation clearly reached his mind. The bald captain was holding an ancient-looking compass, its needle trembling violently, pointing deep into the mine. Ah, we're rich. We're rich. The bald captain's face was filled with greedy ecstasy. The compass energy reaction is getting stronger. A mercenary as skinny as a monkey beside him flushed with excitement, almost drooling. Boss, 1 billion. After this job, we can buy a villa on the capital star and retire. Slap. The bald captain smacked the monkey's back of the head with a laugh and a curse. What a pathetic ambition. He lowered his voice and said to the dozen or so subordinates around him in an extremely stirring tone. Listen up. The Xiao family's intel says the target is tricky, a tough nut. But fortune favors the bold. As long as we take him down, 1 billion. Our Blood Wolf squad's annual KPI will be maxed out on the spot. Year-end dividends will make your hands sore from counting. The mercenaries burst into suppressed wolf-like cheers, greed glowing red in every pair of eyes. Their conversation was heard by Xiao Fan without missing a word. The expression on Xiao Fan's face did not change. KPI? Performance. He looked down at his own hands, focused his mind, and the phantom of the Hongmeng banner within his dantians, Qi trembled faintly. This supreme weapon of destruction that had devoured countless gods and demons, making the heavens tremble, was now utterly empty, thirsting for its first batch of... Very well. You are my performance, willingly delivered nourishment. Xiao Fan muttered, a cold glint of killing intent flashing in his eyes. Under his divine senses gazed the Blood Wolf squad, blinded by greed, had completely let down their guard. They no longer advanced cautiously and searchingly, but quickened their pace, charging toward the mine entrance like a pack of starving wolves that had caught the scent of blood. The bald captain led the charge, already spotting the dark mine entrance. He raised his arm excitedly and made an encircling gesture. A rough and booming voice echoed endlessly through the empty valley. Found him. The energy reaction is so strong. The kid must be inside. Encircling the area, don't let him escape. The bald captain roared with excitement, his greed nearly materializing into a tangible surge. 100 million. The figure set. The dozen mercenaries of the Blood Wolf squad behind him were also wide-eyed, with crimson lust, their breaths rapid, like starving wolves catching the scent of the sweetest flesh. Fortune favors the bold. Charge. Abandoning all caution and hesitation, they scrambled desperately toward the pitch-black mine entrance. In their eyes, it was no abandoned mine, but a treasure trove piled with gold, a gateway to wealth and splendor. Yet none of them noticed. The very instant they all stepped within 100 meters of the mining area, the air around them seemed to warp ever so slightly. Like a still lake disturbed by an invisible pebble, a ripple of intangible energy spread outward. Atop the highest peak of the mining area, Xiao Fan sat cross-legged, his expression impassive like a deity, gazing down upon insignificant sacrifices rushing toward an altar. Within his divine sense domain, every movement, every flicker of expression, every heartbeat of these dozen men was as clear as lines on his palm. He saw the greed on their faces, heard the frantic pounding of their hearts from ecstasy. How amusing. So eager to deliver their performance to me. A thought crossed his mind. Then let the game begin. With a flick of his will, the 9 palaces spirit gathering array instantly shifted its operation mode. Gather spirit, conjure illusion. The bald captain leading the charge of the Blood Wolf squad slammed on his brakes abruptly, nearly stumbling. He looked up in shock and confusion. The mine entrance, which had been right before him, was gone. In its place was an identical stretch of barren brown rock face. What's going on? He spun around sharply, his pupils contracting. The path behind them was also gone. At some unknown moment, a thick, impenetrable white mist had silently surged from all directions, engulfing their entire squad. Visibility was less than 3 meters. An eerie silence reigned, even the wind had vanished. Only the ragged, panicked breaths of each other could be heard. Boss, the path. Our retreat is blocked by the fog. The skinny monkey mercenary's voice carried a sharp tremor. Stop panicking. The bald captain barked, forcing himself to stay calm, but the hand gripping his weapon was slick with cold sweat. He raised his tactical wrist computer to get a fix. The signal pointer on the screen spun wildly, like a mad thing impossible to orient. Damn, it's an array. We've been tricked. The bald captain finally realized veins bulging on his forehead. These mercenaries who lived on the edge had heard rumors of formations, a means far more insidious and unpredictable than martial arts. Everyone back to back in a circle. Stay alert, the captain shouted, trying to steady the troops. The Blood Wolf squad members' hardened elites quickly obeyed after the brief panic, forming a defensive ring. Don't be afraid. It's just tricks to scare us. More than a dozen martial masters among us, and the boss is a peak Grand Martial Master. We can break any formation. The skinny monkey mercenary tried to boost morale. The bald captain's face was grim. He threw a punch in one direction, wind howling as true chi blasted into the mist. It vanished without a ripple. The fog seemed to devour everything. A deep sense of powerlessness and unknown terror began to seep into every heart. They were trapped in an airtight white box, unable to see, hear, or escape. Welcome to the VIP exclusive of the large-scale real-life escape room. Atop the peak, Xiao Fan's divine sense watched, it all, his mind undisturbed. Oh, I forgot to mention, the only prize for clearing this game is becoming the main soul in my banner. He savored the Catan mouse sensation. He didn't just want to kill them. He wanted them to experience the ultimate terror and despair before their deaths. This was a small punishment for daring to covet what was his. Time crept by. Within the illusion array, the mercenaries felt as if centuries had passed. A mercenary with a weaker mental fortitude finally cracked under the oppressive silence. Oh, I can't take it anymore. What kind of hell is this, say? He screamed, broke formation, and ran like a headless fly in one direction. Come back, you idiot. The bald captain roared, but it was too late. The mercenary vanished into the fog within 10 meters. No scream, no echo. Just gone. A chill shot from the soles of their feet to the crowns of their heads. Just then the fog ahead slowly parted to both sides, revealing a narrow path just wide enough for one person. At the end of the path, the dark outline of the mine was faintly visible, a lifeline amidst despair. Boss, look, the skinny monkey mercenary exclaimed, grasping at straws. The remaining mercenaries perked up. The bald captain's eyes flickered with struggle and suspicion. But it seemed their only choice. Forget it. That kid must be losing his nerve. He's right ahead. Everyone follow me. Kill him, and this is all over. He steeled himself, greed overcoming fear once more. Without hesitation, the group charged along the solitary path. They burst out of the mist, and the view opened up. A flat clearing lay before them, and straight ahead was the mine entrance. They had made it. But before they could catch their breath, the mist behind them instantly closed and sealing off all retreat. Everyone sensed something was wrong. At that moment, a gaunt figure in coarse cloth slowly emerged from the pitch-black mine. A faint, enigmatic smile graced his face, his eyes calm as he regarded them like a bunch of fools walking into a trap. It was Xiao Fan. You, little bastard. The bald captain, seeing the main target, perked up, forcibly suppressing all unease with a savage roar. So it's you playing tricks. Grab him, brothers. He's alone. He thought subduing Xiao Fan would collapse the eerie formation. Xiao Fan looked at them and smiled softly. Welcome to my cemetery, everyone. His voice was low yet clear to each ear. The feng shui here is to my liking. Perfect for burying you all. As the words fell, Xiao Fan casually snapped his fingers. The entire clearing beneath the Blood Wolf squad's feet blazed to life with 9 blinding blood-red light rings without any warning. Intricate, sinister array patterns emerged from the rings, interweaving into a massive cage. A killing intent from the depths of the 9 hells, like an awakened ancient beast, locked onto every single one of them. His mind stirred slightly. The 9 palace spirit gathering array in its killing form activated at full power. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Without any warning, hundreds of palm-sized paper-thin azure wind blades materialized from thin air. They emitted a piercing, shrill howl, like a swarm of bloodthirsty locusts converging from all directions without a single blind spot to annihilate the Blood Wolf squad. Defense. Everyone defend. The bald captain's heart was shattered with terror as he unleashed the most intense will to survive he had ever possessed. He roared wildly, pushing his protective battle chi at the pinnacle of Grand Martial Master to its absolute limit, without reservation, forming a thick earthen yellow light shield that firmly encased him. The other mercenaries followed suit, layers of protective true chi in various colors flaring up one after another as they tried to withstand this apocalyptic scene. However, the spiritual energy of a cultivator and the true chi of a martial artist were simply not on the same plane of existence. Clang, clang, clang. A dense symphony of collisions, like a torrential downpour hammering on a tin roof, merged into a single unbroken. Those wind blades, powerful enough to split rocks and shatter stone in the outside world, could only leave shallow ripples upon striking the bald captain's battle chi before shattering into nothingness. A flicker of joy ignited in the bald captain's heart, believing he could withstand the assault. But the screams behind him instantly plunged him into an icy abyss. Thud, thud, thud. The protective true chi of the martial master-level mercenaries proved as fragile as a layer of window paper before these azure wind blades. In a single encounter, the protective true chi of over a dozen mercenaries was utterly shredded. Then the countless wind blades carrying the howl of death plunged into their flesh and blood. "Ah, my hand! Save me! Boss, save!" The harrowing screams abruptly ceased. Strips of flesh were peeled from bones, arms, and legs were severed midair. In the blink of an eye, aside from the bald captain who was under special attention and still struggling desperately, all his subordinates had been reduced to a ground of indistinct shredded flesh. Blood stained the entire clearing. The thick, cloying scent of blood rose to the heavens, nauseating. The wind blades dissipated. The world seemed to fall silent in that moment. The bald captain turned his head stiffly, gazing at the carnage, at the brothers who had been alive mere seconds ago, now not even a complete corpse to be. His mind went blank, an immense terror overwhelming him. This was no formation. This was clearly a meat grinder. "Devil. You are a devil." He collapsed to the ground, staring at the figure slowly emerging from the mine entrance, his eyes holding only the most primal fear. Xiao Fan paid no heed to his wails. His gaze fell upon the scattered limbs and severed bodies, a flicker of regret passing through his eyes. "The people are dead, but the most valuable things must not go to waste," he murmured softly, his mind stirring. A small banner, palm-sized, pitch-black, embroidered with ancient patterns, silently emerged from the sea of qi, in his dantian hovering in his palm. The Hongming banner. He casually tossed the Hongming banner. The black banner swelled with the wind, instantly growing to over 3 meters tall, flapping. A chilling, deathly aura, as if capable of devouring all life, erupted from the banner's surface. An invisible, powerful suction force materialized, enveloping the entire clearing. What is that now? The bald captain had completely lost the ability to think. The next second he witnessed a sight he would never forget, one that made even his soul tremble. From the corpses of the dead mercenaries, translucent, illusory figures with twisted, terrified expressions were forcibly ripped out from their flesh and blood. Those were their souls. These souls let out silent screams, struggling desperately to escape. But against the overbearing suction of the Hongming banner, all struggles were futile. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Over a dozen souls transformed into streaks of light, vying to be the first sucked into the black banner's surface, disappearing without a trace. The bald captain felt his own teeth chattering. A warm, foul-smelling liquid uncontrollably soaked his trousers. He wanted to flee, but his legs felt as heavy as lead, unable to move. You. Don't come any closer." He stared at Xiao Fan approaching step by step, letting out a tearful shriek. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. I'm from the Bloodwolf mercenary group. Our boss is a martial king. If you kill me, he won't let you off." With no other option left, he could only invoke his backing. Xiao Fan walked up to him, looking down at him with eyes as calm and unruffled as an ancient well. "Martial king," he repeated softly, a trace of mockery curling at the corner of his mouth. "Soon I'll send him down to keep you company." With that, Xiao Fan wasted no more words. His hand shot out like lightning, pressing down on the bald captain's crown. The low-grade spell attached to the Hongming Devouring Heaven scripture, the soul-searching art, was activated. "Oh!" The bald captain let out a blood-curdling scream, more beast than human. He felt as if 10,000 red-hot steel needles had pierced his brain simultaneously, countless fragments of memory being forcibly browsed and extracted by a brutal, domineering force. This agony, originating from the depths of the soul, was millions of times more terrifying than any physical torture. Countless chaotic images flashed through Xiao Fan's mind at lightning speed. Childhood experiences. The first kill. Climbing the ranks in the mercenary group. Xiao Fan instantly filtered out this useless information. His divine sense focused intently, locking directly onto all memories related to this mission. Soon he found what he was looking for. In a secret stronghold, the scene of the bald captain accepting the mission. The one issuing the mission was a masked member of the Xiao family. The other party not only provided the possible direction of Xiao Fan's escape, but also revealed a piece of critical intelligence. To ensure absolute certainty, the family has dispatched a second wave of people, led personally by 4th Miss Xiao Honglian and 6th Miss Xiao Meyer, accompanied by 2 martial spirit realm guest elders. Their flying boat will arrive at Eagle's Sorrow Cliff on the outskirts of the Dragon Ridge Mountains in 3 hours, then proceed into the mountains for a carpet search. 4th Sister Xiao Honglian. 6th Sister Xiao Meyer. A flicker of killing intent flashed through Xiao Fan's eyes. That battle maniac 4th Sister, obsessed with combat, and that 6th Sister whom he had just crippled, filled with resentment. They were coming together. Buy one get one free and 2 bonuses. The Xiao family's after-sale service is quite thoughtful. An icy thought crossed Xiao Fan's mind. With all the intelligence obtained, this bald captain had lost his final value. You? The bald captain's eyes bulged, foam spilling from his mouth. His soul had been shattered by the soul-searching art. He had more breath leaving than enter. Xiao Fan released his grip. Rest in peace. The intelligence you contributed was most valuable. He waved his hand casually, sending a bolt of spiritual energy to end the man's life completely. The black banner fluttered, drawing this final remnant soul into its folds. With over a dozen living souls absorbed, the Hongmeng banner's aura grew noticeably colder and heavier. The ancient patterns on its surface seemed to become clearer. Xiao Fan nodded with satisfaction, musing silently. Not bad, not bad. Coming to my place for a team-building exercise, and even boosting my banner's performance. Such good people. He put away the Hongmeng banner. A 4th-rank martial king, a recently crippled 8th-rank martial spirit, and 2 martial spirit realm elders. This lineup could sweep across a region in Dragon City. If he were merely an ordinary Foundation establishment cultivator, his best option would be to hole up in the mine area, slowly wearing them down with his formations. But Xiao Fan was not that kind of person. Rather than passively waiting, it was better to take the initiative to hunt. A bold and insane plan instantly took shape in he lifted his head, glancing in the direction of Eagle's Sorrow Cliff on the outskirts of the Dragon Ridge Mountains. His divine sense swept out, confirming no other living souls remained nearby. He snapped his fingers. The 9 Palace Spirit Gathering Array reverted to its initial spirit gathering mode, the bloodlust and killing intent completely. The entire mining area returned to tranquility, leaving only the ground littered with bloody flesh and bone fragments, silently testifying to the one-sided massacre that had just occurred. Xiao Fan's figure flickered without a pause, vanishing like a ghost into the mountain forest behind him. The wind blew through the woods, leaving only a single cold whisper. Xiao Honglian, Xiao Meyer. Wash your necks clean. I'm coming for you. In that instant, the roles of hunter and prey were about to be reversed. Several hours later, at the outer reaches of the Dragon Ridge mountain range, a perilous cliff named Eagle's Sorrow Cliff stood. The air was torn apart by a violent roar of an engine. A sleek pitch-black flying boat emblazoned with the Xiao family's flame emblem sliced through the clouds like an inverted sword and hovered steadily above the cliff. The cabin door slid open silently. 2 figures stepped out, one after the other. Leading the way was a tall woman clad in a form-fitting red combat suit. She possessed striking features, with her long hair tied back in a neat ponytail and an innate arrogance and ferocity etched into her brow. This was the Xiao family's 4th Miss, a battle maniac who was obsessed with combat and had already stepped into the 4th grade martial king realm at just 26 years of age, Xiao Honglian. Following behind her was 6th sister Xiao Meyer. Her injuries had mostly healed thanks to the Xiao family's vast resources, but her face still carried a sickly pallor. She had shed her bloodstained gown for a set of practical black leather armor. The formerly willful and spoiled look in her eyes had been replaced by nothing but venom and 4th sister, what are we waiting for? Let's just go in and drag that little bastard out. I want to skin him alive myself. Xiao Meyer's voice was sharp and impatient as she stared at the gloomy forest ahead. What's the rush? Xiao Honglian cast a sidelong glance at her, then swept her gaze across the surroundings, sensing the damp wind in the air. As a martial king, her perception of danger far surpassed ordinary people. This mountain range gave her an indescribable sense of oppression. Just a little bastard, what trouble could he possibly cause? Xiao Meyer scoffed disdainfully. Behind her, 2 martial spirit realm guest elders with deep restrained auras, along with 20 well-equipped, fiercely tempered Xiao family guards, also disembarked from the flying boat and lined up in orderly formation. Move out. Xiao Honglian didn't argue further with her sister. With a wave of her hand, she led the way into the forest. The group advanced into the depths of the mountains in a combat formation, alert and wary. Before long, a thick scent of blood drifted over on the wind. This direction. Xiao Honglian's eyes narrowed, and she led the team following the scent. Soon they stopped before a clearing. The sight before them caused everyone intense discomfort. The clearing was a bloody mess littered with severed limbs and broken bodies as if crushed by some force. Not a single intact corpse could be found. Judging by the tattered mercenary gear, these were the remains of the Bloodwolf Mercenary Corps, the first wave sent to scout ahead. Ugh! A young guard couldn't help but double over retching. More of these tricks to deceive the eye. Xiao Meyer sneered with disgust, yet more so with contempt. Seems this little bastard only has these lowly tricks. However, Xiao Honglian's expression turned gravely serious. She stepped forward, slowly crouched down, and picked up a pinch of blood-soaked earth. Her martial king-level perception allowed her to clearly sense that these dead mercenaries weren't just physically destroyed. What had dissipated into the air was also their most primal life imprint. Their souls were gone, as if something had devoured them alive. A wave of primal dread born of a warrior's instinct shot up her spine. Everyone maximum alert. Xiao Honglian shot to her feet, her voice icy. We may have already entered the hunting ground. 1,000 meters away atop a towering canopy, Xiao Fan sat cross-legged, his expression indifferent like a statue melding into the night. Within his divine sense domain, every movement, every word, even every heartbeat of Xiao Honglian and her group was laid bare. He saw the caution on Xiao Honglian's face and saw the foolish arrogance of Xiao Meyer and a mocking smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Not bad, my dear sisters. A 4th-grade martial king, a crippled 8th-grade martial spirit, 2 martial spirit realm guest elders, 20 martial master realm guards. A truly formidable lineup. Pity. Xiao Fan calculated silently. If he were to confront them heat-in though unafraid, it would inevitably lead to a protracted battle, wasting too much time. The best approach was naturally to pick them off one by one. A thought from his past lives game crossed his mind. Clear the minions first, then the boss. My dear 6th sister, today, they'll show you what true ambushing means. Xiao Fan's mind stirred. His divine sense precisely locked onto the rear of the formation. Their 2 martial master realm guards, due to heightened tension, had slightly lagged behind the main group. Utuitous. Xiao Fan casually took a standard-issue alloy short sword from his system space. He didn't even open his eyes. He simply formed a thought in his mind. Go. Swish. The unremarkable short sword quivered slightly before him, instantly transforming into a barely perceptible streak of black light, silently tearing through the night and vanishing into the depths of the jungle. Foundation establishment stage control objects over 100 meters kill without a trace. The 2 Xiao family guards advancing cautiously didn't even have time to sense anything amiss. Puff, puff. 2 faint sounds of flesh being pierced sounded almost simultaneously. A tiny blood flower bloomed, without warning, on each of their eyes still held the alertness of danger, but their bodies had already gone limp, collapsing with a dull thud. They died without ever knowing how. As their bodies fell, a nearly invisible phantom of a black banner flickered through the forest. 2 souls freshly departed from their shells, still filled with confusion and terror, were instantly pulled into it by an irresistible force and vanished. The aura of the primordial chaos banner had grown a bit stronger. Xiao Fan felt the feedback and nodded with satisfaction. Good, another performance boost. At the front of the group, Xiao Honglian's steps abruptly halted. Halt, she commanded in a low voice. In that instant, the ominous foreboding in her heart intensified several-fold, as if an invisible hand had lightly snipped off a piece from the tail of their group. What is it, 4th sister? Xiao Meyer asked impatiently. Xiao Honglian didn't answer her. Instead, she turned to a martial spirit elder and said in a deep voice, go check the rear. The elder acknowledged the order. His form flickered, and in a few bounds he disappeared toward the back of the group. A few seconds later, a scream barely containing extreme terror came from behind. They're dead. The group instantly erupted into chaos. The elder soon returned, his face as pale as death, his voice trembling. 4th Miss, Li San and Wang Wu. They're both dead. Their bodies are still warm, but when I arrived there was nothing there. No killer, not even a trace of a struggle. He pointed to his own forehead, shivering as he spoke. Both of them were pierced through here with a single blow. At these words, a chill shot from the soles of every guard's feet straight to the top of their heads. An unknown enemy. A bizarre death. A silent, invisible assassination. Massive fear like a plague instantly spread through the ranks. These were battle-hardened elites who weren't afraid to die, but they feared this kind of death, being slaughtered like prey without even knowing who the enemy was or where the attack came from. Xiao Fan watched all this, his heart utterly unperturbed. His divine sense locked on again. Another short sword flew out silently. Puffed, puffed. At the edge of the group, 2 more guards felt identical blood holes appearing on their foreheads. Oh. The guard nearest to them finally broke down, watching his comrades fall stiffly, and let out a terrified shriek. This time everyone saw it. No enemy. No attack. Their comrade just died. Sorcery. It's that little bastard's sorcery. Xiao Meyer's face turned pale with fright as she hid behind Xiao Honglian. Xiao Honglian's face was so dark it seemed ready to drip water. She abruptly released her 4th-grade martial king aura and roared, everyone. Titan formation. Release your true chi outward to protect your bodies. The remaining dozen or so guards, as if granted a reprieve, immediately formed a back-to-back circle, desperately channeling their protective true chi. But it was useless. Puffed, puffed. 2 more sounds. The protective true chi of 2 guards didn't even ripple before being easily pierced by the invisible weapon. They fell with looks of disbelief. Despair completely enveloped the group. In less than 10 minutes, the original elite guard of 20 had been reduced to fewer than 10, and they were still dwindling in an unstoppable manner. When only the last 7 or 8 trembling guards and 2 pale-faced leaders remained, Xiao Fan finally stopped. The minions were mostly cleared. Time for the main event. Under the terrified gaze of Xiao Honglian's group, on a cliff not far ahead, a slender figure emerged silently, like a specter stepping out of the moonlight. He stood at the edge, the night wind stirring the hem of his coarse robes. On his unremarkable face was a cold smile, the kind one gives to the Sunabite. His gaze passed over the insignificant ants and landed directly on the 2 women protected in the center. Xiao Honglian, Xiao Meyer. His cold, indifferent voice slowly echoed through the dead silent forest, clear in everyone's ears. I've been waiting for you. For a long time. The night wind at this moment seemed frozen solid. On the cliff, Xiao Fan's voice as cold as a hammer of ice pounded into the hearts of Xiao Honglian and Xiao, waiting for us for a long time. He had been waiting. He knew we would come. In an instant, the pride of Xiao Honglian, a fourth-rank martial king, was replaced by an indescribable chill. She had thought herself a hunter wielding a butcher's knife coming to besiege a cunning prey. But now it seemed that she and her crew had fallen into a meticulously woven net the moment they stepped into this forest. They were the ones who had walked into the trap. Fourth sister. He's talking nonsense. Xiao Meyer trembled with fear, hiding behind Xiao Honglian, her voice distorted. She pointed at that figure and screamed, "Kill him! Kill him now! He's just a bastard who knows some demonic tricks. You're a martial king." Xiao Meyer's screams instead made Xiao Honglian quickly calm down. That's right. She was a martial king. The most outstanding existence among the younger generation of Longqing. No matter what tricks this bastard had used or how many guards he had killed before the absolute suppression of cultivation levels, he would be nothing but a clay chicken and a pottery dog. Utterly insignificant before absolute power. A terrifying aura far surpassing that of all the previous guards erupted from Xiao Honglian. Crimson true chi like blazing flames shot into the sky, making her fiery red combat suit appear even more eerie. The air around her distorted from the intense heat, and the rocks beneath her feet began to show signs of melting. Little bastard, you finally dare to show yourself. Xiao Honglian's eyes held no trace of contempt, only frenzied battle intent and icy murderousness. No matter what demonic arts you've used today, you must. Before her words faded, she moved. No probing. She struck with her deadliest move. Red Lotus Karmic Fire. She swept her hands forward abruptly. Sizzle. Two long whips formed of crimson flames materialized out of thin air like two fire serpents charging out of hell. The flame whips were over a dozen meters long. Where they passed, the air crackled with the sound of ignition, and even space seemed to warp slightly from the scorching heat. The scorching temperature instantly swept the entire area. The few remaining guards stumbled back, their faces filled with shock and reverence. This was the strength of the fourth miss. This was the might of a martial king. This strike alone could melt a steel fortress into molten iron. Xiao Meyer watched the two flame whips radiating destruction, and hope and venom rekindled in her eyes. She could already picture Xiao Fan's miserable form being burned to charcoal under that terrifying flame, not even leaving ashes. Die. Die. However, what happened next showed everyone present the true meaning of despair. Facing the Red Lotus Karmic Fire that could melt metal and iron, Xiao Fan stood still, not moving an inch. He did not dodge, nor did he evade. He didn't even raise a hand to block. He simply stood there wearing that damned mocking smile, calmly watching the two fire whips, seeking death. A savage thrill flashed through Xiao Honglian's heart. She could almost hear the sound of skin splitting and flesh being scorched. Crack, crack, two crisp loud sounds. The flame whips landed squarely and precisely on Xiao Fan's body. The anticipated scene of blood and flesh flying did not occur. The imagined agonizing scream also did not come. Under the horrified and incredulous gaze of Xiao Honglian and Xiao Meyer, those two domineering flames capable of incinerating all things the moment they touched Xiao Fan's body were like two clay oxen plunging into the sea, vanishing without a trace. Silent and without a sound. The terrifying flames did not cause any damage to Xiao Fan's coarse cloth garment, not even a trace of scorch. They were like docile pets effortlessly devoured and absorbed by Xiao Fan's body. A dead silence fell over the entire scene. Time seemed to be frozen at this moment. The few surviving guards' eyes nearly popped out their mouths, agape wide enough to hold an egg. The venom and anticipation on Xiao Meyer's face completely froze, then were replaced by boundless terror. As for the attacker, Xiao Honglian, her mind blanked out entirely in that instant. A complete blank. She did not sense her flames being blocked or extinguished. Instead, they were devoured. That was her pride, her signature Red Lotus Karmic Fire martial vein. How could this be? This completely surpassed her understanding of martial arts and the world. Xiao Fan stood still, even closing his eyes, stretching comfortably with a satisfied sigh. As if he had not been struck by two fire whips that could burn a martial king to death, but had merely taken a warm bath of perfect temperature. The primordial divine demon body within him was operating joyfully, converting that pure fire attribute energy into the most fundamental blood and chi power, nourishing every limb and bone. Not bad. The quality of this fire is a bit better than I imagined. Barely counts as a warm gift from a minor boss. He opened his eyes, looked at the utterly stunned Xiao Honglian, and the mocking curve of his lips widened. Is that all? His voice was indifferent, yet like a heavy hammer it struck hard on Xiao Honglian's heart. I gave you a chance, but you were useless. PFF. Xiao Honglian's pride, her dignity as a battle genius, was shattered completely by these words. She felt a sweetness in her throat, and a mouthful of rebellious blood uncontrollably spurted out. Not because of injury. It was from rage. From humiliation. He'll kill you. She completely lost her mind like a mad demon, recklessly channeling all the true chi within her, preparing to die together with Xiao Fan. However, Xiao Fan no longer intended to give her a chance. The game is over. He flickered, leaving a faint afterimage where he stood. In an instant, he crossed dozens of meters, appearing like a ghost before Xiao Honglian, who was about to fight desperately. Too fast. So fast that Xiao Honglian's eyes could not even keep up with his movements. She only saw a blur before her eyes, and that figure she both hated and feared was already right in front of her. The alarm in her heart screamed wildly. She wanted to retreat, to defend. But her body could not keep up with the speed of her thoughts. Xiao Fan pressed his fingers together like a sword, a wisp of extremely condensed cyan spiritual energy swirling around his fingertips. That spiritual energy spun at high speed, like an indestructible drill. Then with a light, airy motion, he pointed it toward her lower abdomen. That was the location of her dantian and chi si. No. Xiao Honglian let out a desperate scream. Hastily, she gathered her martial king-level protective aura, attempting to make a final resistance. However, before Xiao Fan's finger condensed with the spiritual essence of the Foundation establishment stage, the so-called martial king protective aura was as fragile as a layer of window paper. Pop. A soft sound. The protective aura shattered on cue. That slender finger without any pause landed precisely on her lower abdomen. Devastatingly overwhelming. Boom. A colossal, irresistible force erupted from the fingertip. Xiao Honglian felt as if she had been hit by a starship traveling at full speed. Her body, like a kite with a broken string, sprayed a huge mouthful of blood mixed with internal organ fragments and flew backward. Boom, boom, boom. Her body successively snapped 7 or 8 towering trees that required several people to embrace, before finally crashing heavily to the ground, plowing a gully over a dozen meters long, and then lying motionless. Her dantian and chi si were completely pierced and shattered by that one strand of spiritual energy. Her proud red lotus karmic fire martial vein also withered and faltered in an instant. All her cultivation as a 4th-rank martial king was wiped out under that single finger. Mortal injury. One finger defeating a martial king. On the cliff, a deathly silence descended completely. The few remaining guards looking at the 4th miss lying far away like a dead dog, her fate unknown, felt their entire worldview shattered. Their legs trembled uncontrollably, and a yellow stinking liquid trickled down their pant legs. And Xiao Meyer, hiding in the rearmost, witnessed her last hope being easily crushed by a single finger. Her mind was finally filled with boundless terror. Oh! She let out an inhuman scream, turned, and with all the strength she had in her life, fled like a mad dog into the depths of the dense forest. Flee! She must escape this demon. However, she had only taken 2 steps when a lean, cold figure without any warning materialized like a ghost before her, blocking all paths. That ordinary face still bore the smile that made her soul tremble. My dear 6th sister, did I say you could leave? The voice was flat, devoid of any ripple, like a gentle afternoon breeze. Yet to Xiao Meyer's ears it was no less than the whisper of a demon from the deepest abyss of the 9 netherworld. In that instant it felt as if all the strength had been drained from her body. Her legs gave way. With a dull thud, she collapsed limply to the ground. Her once proud ornate leather armor was now stained with mud and grass, a picture of utter disarray. Fear. Boundless fear like icy seawater surged from all directions, drowning her mouth and nose, seeping into every limb, leaving her unable to move even a single finger. With all her strength, she lifted her head to look at the figure approaching step by step. Under the moonlight, his shadow stretched long like a slowly raised sun. That utterly ordinary face in her eyes was 1,000 times more terrifying than any demon or monster she had ever seen. Her mind flashed with a chaotic jumble of thoughts. A single finger crippling a martial king. A physical body withstanding karmic fire. Were these things even possible for a human? Sorcery? No. The deeply ingrained notion in Xiao Meyer's mind shattered into pieces at that moment. Even the highest order of legendary sorcery could not achieve such a feat. This was not sorcery. This was a god or demon. She had personally awakened a sleeping god or demon that had been hiding among mortals. She finally realized what a terrifying existence she had provoked. The instinct for survival overwhelmed all reason and dignity. Little bro. A hoarse, almost unrecognizable title squeezed out from her trembling lips. Her body uncontrollably inched forward, crawling on her knees toward Xiao Fan. Her once willful, vicious, and contemptuous face was now streaked with tears, and snot, her expression abased to the dust. Little bro. I was wrong. I was truly wrong. She wailed, kowtowing frantically to Xiao Fan. Thud, thud, thud. Her smooth forehead collided with the hard, rocky ground, producing dull sounds, and soon the flesh was torn and bloody. I was blind and failed to recognize a true master. I was deceived. I shouldn't have listened to that bastard Lin Feng's instigation. It was all him. He forced me. At the brink of death, she unhesitatingly shifted all blame onto Lin Feng, whom she had once admired so deeply. Little bro, we are siblings after all. We share the same blood. For the sake of our parents, please spare me this once. I swear. I will never dare again. He'll be your beast of burden. Please don't kill me. I don't want to die. Her cries echoed through the silent forest, utterly desolate, and in the distance, Xiao Honglian, her cultivation crippled and mortally wounded, watched this scene with a complex glint in her eyes. There was contempt, but more than that, a shared sorrow and fear. For she knew that if she were in Xiao Meyer's place, she might have behaved even more pitifully. Their pride, their dignity, worthless before the absolute godlike power this man had displayed. Yet Xiao Fan simply gazed at her. At this woman who had once sat on his shoulders, branded the word bastard onto his back with a red-hot iron, laughing with delight, now groveling at his feet like the most despicable bitch. His eyes remained as calm as a still lake. Siblings. He finally spoke, his voice soft. In the past 6 years with your poisonous thorn whip you struck me 972 times. Each blow cut to the bone. At those times did you ever remember that I am your brother? Xiao Meyer's crying abruptly ceased. Her body trembled violently, a deeper despair than before spilling from her eyes. He remembered. He had remembered every single thing. 972 times, not one missed. Xiao Fan slowly crouched down, meeting her eyes at the same level. He reached out with a gentle motion and brushed away a blade of grass from Xiao Meyer's face. This intimate gesture kindled a faint spark of hope in Xiao Meyer's heart, which had just been extinguished. Little bro. You forgive me. Forgive me. Xiao Fan smiled. A clean, pure smile, just like the one he wore 6 years ago when he was first brought back to the Xiao family from the slums. No, I just wanted you to die with a clearer understanding. Before the words had faded, the spark of hope was instantly snuffed out. Xiao Meyer's pupils contracted to pinpricks, reflecting the palm that still wore a gentle smile, but had already seized her throat. She wanted to scream, to beg for mercy, to make one last struggle. But it was too late for everything. Crack. A crisp, distinct sound of bone breaking rang out. In the silent night the sound was clearly audible. Xiao Meyer's head tilted to one side at an unnatural angle. All the light in her eyes, including the final terror and unwillingness, was drained away in an instant, replaced by a deathly gray. Xiao Fan slowly released his grip. Her body collapsed limply to the ground like a rag doll stripped of all its bones, silent and still. Sixth sister Xiao Meyer dead. Xiao Fan stood up, dusting off a speck of non-existent dirt from his clothes, his face calm, as if he had merely swatted a noise. He glanced at the corpse on the ground, a thought flashing through his mind. Annoying. Then with a flip of his palm, the ancient patterned Hongmeng banner appeared silently. He casually tossed it. The small black banner swelled in the wind, growing to over 3 meters tall, flapping loudly. An aura of chill darker than the night itself instantly enveloped the scene. Come out. Xiao Fan uttered 2 indifferent words. An irresistible, terrifying suction force erupted from the banner's surface, locking precisely onto Xiao Meyer's fallen corpse. The next second, a translucent, distorted phantom, its face twisted with intense rancor and venom, was forcibly pulled out of the still warm body. It was Xiao Meyer's soul. In her soul state, she let out a silent, piercing shriek that only another soul could hear. Freed from the fleshly vessel, she revealed her most primal, ferocious visage. On her soul body, resentment and hatred interwove, almost materializing into black flames. She struggled desperately, her twisted face lunging toward Xiao Fan, seeking mutual destruction. Yet before the domineering, devouring force of the Hongmeng banner, all struggle was futile. Her venomous soul, like an iron filing drawn to a tremendous magnet, was helplessly pulled, deformed, and finally transformed into a streak of black-red light, screaming as it was sucked into the black banner. An eerie blood-colored rune blazed to life on the banner's surface. At the core of that rune was Xiao Meyer's face, contorted with pain and unwillingness. She became the first main soul of the Hongmeng banner to be eternally suppressed within, tormented by endless soul fire, providing the purest nourishment for this supreme weapon of slaughter. With the influx of this powerful living soul, the banner's aura visibly surged by a large margin. The ancient patterns on its surface seemed to come alive, flowing slowly, and the aura of cold and death grew even heavier. Xiao Fan felt the joy and satisfaction emanating from the banner and nodded in approval. The first core KPI is complete. The quality is passable at best, at least the resentment is strong enough. Barely acceptable. He put away the Hongmeng banner and cast his gaze into the distance. The few surviving Xiao family guards, after witnessing the transcendently horrifying scene of Xiao Meyer's death and soul being refined into the evil banner, had their mental defenses utterly shattered. They lay on the ground, soiled with filth, trembling like leaves in a storm, having lost even the courage to flee. And Xiao Honglian, used as a human sandbag, having snapped several large trees, her dantian, destroyed, now a cripple, was ashen-faced. The physical agony was far less than the despair and terror in her spirit. Dead. Her willful sixth sister had been killed before her eyes cleanly and swiftly by the bastard they had always regarded as an ant, and even her soul was extracted and refined into nourishment for a banner. Killing the body, destroying the heart, and refining the soul. What vicious, terrifying methods. At that moment she finally understood. What they had provoked was no vengeful stray dog. It was a demon king crawling out of hell determined to drag the entire Xiao family into the abyss. Just then, boom. A terrifying pressure, indescribable in words heavier than mountains vaster than the heavens, descended without warning from the 9 heavens. Every living being in the outer range of the Longji Mountains prostrated on the ground trembling. The air seemed to solidify into blocks of iron. Grass and trees bent wildly in one direction, stones on the ground were crushed to powder, and even hard rock began to show spiderweb-like cracks. Everyone present who could still breathe felt as if an entire planet had slammed down onto their souls. Even breathing became a luxury. Then a voice filled with boundless thunderous fury, as if it could tear the sky apart, exploded in everyone's mind. Vile creature! How dare you kill a daughter of my Xiao clan before my very eyes? The fury in that voice was enough to burn a hole in the sky. On the distant horizon, a golden light suddenly flared and shot toward Eagle Sorrow Cliff at a speed surpassing lightning. The man arrived before his voice did. The man arrived before his momentum swallowed the heavens. A martial emperor. It was the head of the Xiao family, the 8th-rank martial emperor Xiao Zhanxiu. He had sensed the complete disappearance of his daughter's life imprint and came in furious rage. Faced with this overwhelming pressure that could make even an ordinary martial king tremble and beg for mercy, Xiao Fan's face showed not a trace of fear. Instead, he revealed a cold, intensely mocking smile. He looked up at the rapidly approaching golden streak as if appreciating a long-awaited firework. The next moment he moved. His figure flickered, as if teleporting, instantly appearing beside the immobilized Xiao Honglian. Under Xiao Honglian's horrified gaze, he grabbed her by the nape of the neck, lifted her off the ground like a chicken, and held her before him as a shield. By the time he finished, the golden streak had already reached the cliff top, materializing into the figure of a middle-aged man in a golden python robe, his face dignified, but now twisted with rage. It was Xiao Zhanxiu. Xiao Zhanxiu, you've come at the right time. Xiao Fan looked up and spoke in an utterly flat tone to the man in the sky. I'd like to see whether you want your daughter's life or mine. That voice was soft, yet it became an invisible sledgehammer, smashing fiercely into the face of the golden-robed sovereign in the sky. Xiao Zhangxiang's countenance twisted with rage, nearly ferocious. Who was he? He was the patriarch of the Xiao clan in Longqing, an 8th-rank martial sovereign standing at the pinnacle of martial arts in this city, a supreme being whose single command could make Longqing tremble thrice. Had anyone ever dared to address him by name with such a flippant tone? Had anyone ever dared before him to threaten him using his own biological daughter? Boom. A pressure 10 times more ferocious than before, like the heavenly river breaking its banks, poured down with a roar. Golden Sovereign True Chi condensed behind him into a roaring, furious-eyed lion. That pure killing intent was about to flatten the Yingqiu cliff below. Crack! Crack! The rock beneath Xiao Fan's feet cracked inch by inch under this pressure, collapsing downward. The entire cliff, any martial spirit, or even a martial king, would probably be crushed into a pulp on the spot by this aura. But Xiao Fan was not. His spine remained as straight as a javelin that would pierce the heavens. The Hongming divine demon body operated at full speed, every inch of sinew and every cell hummed joyfully under this immense pressure, blocking out all the might that could crush mountains and rivers. Xiao Honglian in his hand was not so fortunate. Her dantian was already shattered, and she was grievously wounded. Now, under this indiscriminate release of sovereign pressure, she was bleeding from 7 orifices, her breath faint and life hanging by a thread, about to be shaken to death by her own father's wrath. Xiao Zhanxiu. Xiao Fan spoke again, his voice carrying a hint of cold mockery. If you exert 1 more ounce of force, your talented daughter will precede me to the afterlife. Of course, you probably don't care at all. He raised his head, meeting those furious eyes that could incinerate everything, and his lips curled back. After all, in your eyes, so-called children are nothing but tools to solidify the Xiao clan status and flaunt your supreme authority. Losing one, I suppose you wouldn't feel too distressed. Heart stabbing. Every word stabs the heart. The golden lion phantom behind Xiao Zhanxiu roared, even his chest heaved violently, and the fire in his eyes nearly burst forth. He wanted to strike. He wished he could immediately erase that insolent wretch below who dared to challenge his dignity along with the entire cliff beneath his feet from this world. But he could not. He had just lost a 6th daughter, her soul refined into a demonic banner. If following that the 4th daughter with even higher talent were to be killed before his very eyes, or even shaken to death by his own wrath, Then Xiao Zhanxiong and the Xiao clan of Longsheng would become the biggest laughingstock of the entire Blue Star Federation. Face. More important than anything. He took a breath and forcibly suppressed the killing intent that was about to burst through his crown. Insolent wretch. Xiao Zhangxiang's voice was as cold as it could be, each word squeezed out through clenched teeth. Release her. I, the sovereign, permit you to flee for 10 breaths. Within 10 breaths, I will not strike. At these words, a few Xiao clan survivors in the distance showed ecstatic joy on their faces. The patriarch's status was such that his words were as good as gold. As long as this demon released the 4th miss after 10 breaths, he would surely die without a barrier. After hearing this, Xiao Fan let out a snicker, laughing without concealment. Xiao Zhanxiong, are you taking me for a 3-year-old child? 10 breaths. I'm afraid that as soon as I move, your sovereign true chi that can tear the sky will hit my back the next moment. As he spoke, he casually weighed the half-dead Xiao Honglian in his hand. At the same time, his divine sense had already turned into an invisible net, silently extending outward. One end precisely connected to a modified hover off-road vehicle hidden hundreds of meters below in the shade of the cliff, with its optical camouflage activated. The other end triggered a strand of core chi from the 9 Palace Spirit Gathering Array deep within the Longji Mountain mining area, dozens of kilometers away. All of this was done in just a single thought. Xiao Zhangxiang's patience had clearly reached its limit. I, the sovereign, will say this only once. His voice carried an unquestionable ultimatum. Fine. The smile on Xiao Fan's face suddenly vanished, becoming unusually decisive. Since you want her so badly, then your daughter. Take her back. Before the words faded, he swung his arm. Thud. That powerless body, like a torn sack, was hurled ruthlessly toward Xiao Zhanxiong in the sky, without any. This sudden scene took everyone by surprise, including Xiao Zhanxiong himself. Instinctively, he reached out, his form flickering as he caught his daughter's bloody and even though he felt no familial affection for this daughter, his instinct as the patriarch compelled him to make that move. Right now? In that 1,000th of a second when Xiao Zhanxiong caught Xiao Honglian, and his attention was diverted, Xiao Fan's eyes blazed with sharp light. He silently explode. At mine, no. 7 of Longji Mountain, dozens of kilometers away, the rapidly operating 9 Palace Spirit Gathering Array instantly compressed the vast spiritual energy accumulated in a region into an extreme singularity. Then detonate. Boom. An indescribably thick azure-white spiritual energy pillar, like a divine punishment from the primordial age, shot up from the depths of the Longji Mountains. The pillar pierced heaven and earth, tearing a massive hole in the thick clouds. Then an energy fluctuation billions of times more violent than a nuclear explosion swept out from the mining area at its center, like an apocalyptic tsunami spreading in all directions. The entire sky was illuminated into a dazzling azure white. The purity and vastness of that energy far exceeded anyone's. What is that? A treasure. An omen of an extraordinary treasure emerging. The remaining few on the cliff were all captivated by this earth-shattering phenomenon, each shaken and greedy. Even Xiao Zhanxiong in the air, upon sensing that spiritual energy fluctuation, so pure that it made his heart palpitate, could not help but sweep his divine sense toward that direction. In a battle of masters, victory and defeat hang on a hair's breadth. A momentary lapse of concentration in a top expert is fatal. He seized this fleeting opportunity. Xiao Fan's figure moved. Without hesitation, he turned and leaped toward the bottomless abyss behind him. His figure plunged into the abyss, swallowed by boundless darkness in an instant. When Xiao Zhanxiong snapped back from the astonishing phenomenon, and his gaze locked onto the cliff top, once more there was no one there. Only the deathly silence blown by the night wind remained. Insolent wretch. A towering fury at being utterly toyed with erupted. Xiao Zhangxiang's divine sense turned into a gale, sweeping fallen leaves pouring down into the bottom of the cliff to find Xiao Fan's traces. But at the bottom of the abyss, aside from cold rocks and howling mountain wind, there was nothing. Halfway up from the ground at the cliff base, a pitch-black hover off-road vehicle was silently hovering. Its optical camouflage field had just shut down. A figure floated down like a feather, soundlessly landing precisely into the open cockpit. The engine started silently without a roar or a glimmer of light. The black vehicle merged back into the darkness like a true specter, skimming the ground and speeding away into the distance, vanishing without a trace. At the top of Incho Cliff, Xiao Zhanxiong, holding his daughter who had completely fallen unconscious and whose cultivation was ruined, watched the spiritual energy pillar slowly dispersing in the distance, then sensed the empty abyss below. His dignified face turned from iron gray to flushed red, finally becoming a terrifying purple-black. Disgrace. Unprecedented disgrace. He, a dignified 8-rank martial sovereign, had been duped by that insolent wretch right before his subordinates, using a fake treasure emergence as a feint to escape with ease. The face of the Xiao clan of Longqing. His face, Xiao Zhangxiang's face. At this moment it was smashed to pieces. Ah! A roar containing boundless killing intent and insane fury burst from his mouth, turning into a tangible sound wave that shook the entire Longji Mountain. The mountains trembled and all beasts submitted. The entire night sky of Longqing seemed to shiver under the sovereign's wrath. The pitch-black hover SUV drifted through the night like a specter seamlessly merging into the darkness. All external lights were extinguished, the engine was in silent mode, and the vehicle skimmed over the desolate Gobi terrain, speeding away from Dragon City. Inside the cockpit, Xiao Fan's face bore no trace of relief or excitement from his narrow escape. It was as calm as a deep pool. He even had the leisure to pull a common nutrient solution from his system space and drink it at a leisurely pace. On the screen of his wrist-mounted light, computer information from the interstellar network refreshed at a dizzying speed. Stunning anomaly. A peerless treasure suspected to emerge deep within the Dragon Ridge Mountains, a pillar of spiritual energy, piercing heaven and earth, stirring unrest among all factions in Dragon City. Dragon City under full lockdown. It is reported that the Xiao family suffered heavy casualties in a mysterious attack at Eagle's Sorrow Cliff. S-Class bounty updated. The bounty on Xiao Fan, the renegade of the Xiao family, has skyrocketed from 50 million interstellar credits to 300 million. Double for capture alive. As he scanned these mixed truths and falsehoods, a cold, sharp curve tugged at Xiao Fan's lips. 300 million. The Xiao family was truly enraged this time. The spectacle of a treasure's emergence, which he had orchestrated himself, had successfully diverted everyone's attention from his conflict with the Xiao family at Eagle's Sorrow Cliff to a phantom treasure. It bought him the perfect cover for his escape. Yet he felt no pride. The brief confrontation with Xiao Zhanxiong had made him acutely aware of the chasm-like gap between. If not for holding Xiao Honglian as a hostage and exploiting the other's reluctance to act rashly, he wouldn't have lasted a second under the overwhelming fury of that 8th-rank martial emperor. That aura of imperial might which could crush mountains and freeze time, even when only a sliver was released, was something a mere Foundation establishment cultivator like him could never withstand. He must grow stronger. Faster. The calm in his eyes was replaced by a fierce yearning. Just then the cold, familiar chime of the system echoed in his mind without warning. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have completed the hidden achievement gambit with the sovereign. Achievement description: successfully escaped from the raging pressure of an 8th-rank martial emperor by leveraging strategy and human weaknesses without resorting to the system's direct attack capabilities. System evaluation: the host's courage and quick wit at this stage are near perfect. Faced with an absolute disparity in power, you chose not a foolish heating collision, but staged a brilliant diversion. Calculating achievement rewards. Ding. As a reward for this flawless gambit, the system mall has been unlocked ahead of schedule. Mall gift package delivered. Congratulations, host. You have received 1000 mall points. Xiao Fan's breath hitched. System mall. And 1,000,000 points. With a thought, his consciousness sank into the system space. Indeed, beside the familiar interface, a new shimmering golden entrance had appeared, mall. He extended his awareness into it. The next moment, a dazzling array of virtual shelves unfurled before him, stretching endlessly, laden with thousands of. Xiao Fan's gaze swept over them swiftly. First rank, Qi Recovery Pill quickly restores spiritual power for Qi refining cultivators. Price 800 points per pill. Clarity Talisman, when worn, wards off low-level illusions and mental attacks. Price 3500 points per talisman. Basic Sword Control Manual, the most elementary method for flying swords with detailed explanations. Price 2000 points. Beginner Talisman Drawing Mastery includes methods and material ratios for drawing 36 common low-level talismans. Price 5000 points. Artifact Golden Brick Fragment, a fragment of an ancient offensive artifact containing a trace of Gung Metal Qi, usable for refining equipment. Price 12000 points. The further down the list, the more exorbitant the prices became. Some items were grayed out and locked unviewable, but even the long strings of zeros behind them were staggering. 1,000,000 points. It sounded like a fortune, but Xiao Fan quickly put it in perspective. This purchasing power was akin to New Year's money back on Earth. A decent sum, but utterly useless for buying anything substantial. Just a newbie trial pack, he muttered silently. As if sensing his thoughts, the system chimed again. Methods to earn mall points: 1. Complete special missions or hidden achievements. 2. The host can recycle items that are useless to you, but obtained from the system's critical strike rewards. The system will convert them into corresponding points based on their value. Upon reading the second point, Xiao Fan's eyes lit up. Recycle. I spend money and squander the system, gives me critical strike rewards, and I can sell the useless junk back to the system for points. Then I use those points in the mall to precisely buy what I need most right now. Damn. It's like exploiting a bug. Spend once, get triple returns. This squanderer system is all about a closed loop. A perfect cycle of money begetting money, profit rolling into profit. A cost-free growth loop instantly took shape in his mind. Xiao Fan's mood soared. Now this is what a Tycoon system should be like. But his joy lasted barely 3 seconds. A new earth-shattering system prompt drenched him like a bucket of ice water. Main quest prologue of Blood Step 3 activated. Quest name Spend Like Water. Quest objective within 7 days will spend a total of no less than 100 million interstellar credits through any legal or grade. Quest reward based on the final spending behavior assessment. A random multiplier critical strike reward will be given along with corresponding mall points. Penalty for failure, annihilation. The cockpit fell into dead silence. The faint ease on Xiao Fan's face froze and vanished inch by inch. His fingers unconsciously tightened on the steering wheel, the knuckles turning white from the force. Xiao Fan stared at the blood-red mission prompt on his optical brain, silent for a minute. 7 days. 100 million. Termination. System. He asked expressionlessly in his mind. Don't you think the stir I've made isn't big enough? Are you insisting I tear apart the entire financial system of the Blue Star Federation to satisfy you? The system responded coldly. Please complete the mission actively. Xiao Fan twitched the corner of his mouth and stopped arguing with the AI that didn't understand human nature. 100 million space credits could buy almost half a commercial district in a city like Dragon City. Getting rid of that money through normal channels in 7 days without arousing any suspicion was basically impossible. He was now a class-wanted fugitive with a bounty as high as 300 million. Any large transaction exceeding 100,000 would be instantly flagged by the risk control system. Must find a place where money is just numbers and human life is worth less than a dog. Xiao Fan's eyes flickered. He connected his wrist optical brain to the interstellar network, his fingers flying, as he quickly sifted through countless streams of information. Soon a name popped up. Luyan City. A lawless land beyond the jurisdiction of the two major powers, the Asian Alliance and the European Union, where this city belonged to no federal polity. Its only rule was that there were no rules. Crime and wealth, opportunity and death intertwined here. Mercenaries and assassins, space pirates, renegade scientists, and fallen nobles. All the desperados of the universe loved to gather here. You're the one. Xiao Fan turned off the optical brain and set the navigation. The hover SUV changed direction, streaking across the Gobi night like a shadow, heading straight for the coordinates of Luyan City. 6 hours later, a bizarre steel city appeared at the end of the horizon. Giant holographic neon advertisements flickered on skyscrapers, piercing the clouds, their content obscene. Above the city, various private shuttles darted recklessly, occasionally bursting into violent flames and explosions. On the ground, the streets were filthy and slippery. Scantily clad cyborgs brushed past bloated rich merchants, and dead bodies and fresh bloodstains were everywhere in the alleys. This was Luyan City, a sleepless city built on sin and desire. Xiao Fan hid the SUV in a barren mountain dozens of kilometers away from the city and activated the highest level optical camouflage. He changed into the most ordinary black casual clothes and took out a palm-sized bronze mask from the system space to put on. The mask had no patterns, only a cold, hard letter K engraved on the forehead. At the same time, he activated the Kai-concealing jade pendant rewarded by the system. Instantly, the spiritual energy fluctuations of a Foundation establishment stage cultivator were completely hidden, making him an ordinary person with no cultivation. After doing all this, Xiao Fan leisurely walked towards the city that devoured light. According to the information he found, the largest underground auction in Luyan City was tonight. The location was a huge factory disguised as a scrap recycling station. He arrived at the destination with ease. At the factory gate, several fierce-looking guards reeking of blood were leaning against the oil-stained wall, smoking. When they saw the thin figure of Xiao Fan approaching, they didn't even lift their eyelids. One scar-faced guard even spat contemptuously, the spittle landing right in front of Xiao Fan's feet. Scram, this isn't a place for a pauper like you. Xiao Fan stopped, said nothing. He simply raised his hand and extended 2 fingers. A pitch-black card with a metallic sheen appeared between his fingers. The moment that black gold card appeared, the originally lazy guards reacted like cats whose tails had been stepped on, their hair standing on end. The contempt and disdain on their faces vanished in a thousandth of a second, replaced by extreme shock and fawning. My God! Black gold card. The scar-faced guard slapped himself hard, squeezed out a smile uglier than crying, and scrambled over almost. Gee, great sir. This lowly one failed to recognize Mount Tai. Please come in. Quickly come in. The other guards who had been blocking the way had already opened the huge rusty iron door, bowing and scraping on both sides, not daring to breathe. Those who possessed this card were the most honored guests of Luyan City. They were big shots whom these watchdogs didn't even have the right to look up to. Xiao Fan put away the card, his eyes beneath the mask undisturbed. Led by the scar-faced guard personally, he entered the factory. Inside was a different world. After passing through an alloy corridor filled with the smell of disinfectant, a magnificent auction hall, as splendid as a palace, appeared before his eyes. Xiao Fan was directly taken to the top-tier private box on the 3rd floor. The floor-to-ceiling window of the box was one way, overlooking the entire venue, while the outside could see nothing inside. Sir, this is the electronic catalog of the auction already sent to your private optical brain. A voluptuous bunny girl waitress respectfully said as she served a glass of liquid emitting a faint blue glow. If you need anything, please feel free to ask. Xiao Fan waved his hand to dismiss her. He sat down on the soft sofa and opened the catalog on his wrist optical brain. One shocking item after another passed before his eyes. A baby beast from the deep-sea dead star, starting bid 8 million. Scray gene optimization fluid, God's breath, starting bid 15 million. A 7th-level civilization, interstellar war slave skilled in assassination and warming beds, starting bid 20 million. Any one of these items, if taken out, would be enough to cause a huge sensation in the outside world. But in Xiao Fan's eyes, these all had clear value. Buying them wasn't wasting money, it was called investment. He quickly flipped through, directly pulling to the last page. A lone item marked as Final Item TBD caught his attention. Lot No. 077, Unknown Mecha Core severely damaged, excavated from ancient ruins. Below it was a line of small print description appraised by the firm. The energy structure of this item has completely collapsed. Core rune circuits worn over 99. Material unknown alloy with certain collection and research value. Starting bid 1 million space credits. After reading the description, Xiao Fan's eyes lit up. Energy collapse. Runeware. Worthless. Damn. This was simply the perfect piece of garbage tailor-made for his mission of squandering money. He couldn't help but exclaim in his heart. My God, buy it. This was it. Tonight's small goal of 100 million will start with this item. Just as he locked onto the target, feeling delighted, his divine sense suddenly caught an extremely subtle fluctuation. It was a cold, dead aura, as if from the deepest abyss. This aura swept across from a corner of the venue like an icy, venomous snake, secretly spying on every guest entering the hall. Xiao Fan frowned slightly. This feeling, it wasn't like a martial artist. More like some kind of evil cultivator specializing in the soul. Interesting. It seemed that tonight not only would there be good things to buy, but there might also be some good performance coming to him voluntarily. Xiao Fan picked up the blue-hued wine, and a cold smile curled beneath the mask. Just then the lights in the auction hall below suddenly dimmed. A spotlight shone on the central auction stage. The auction officially began. The auction was proceeding in an orderly fashion. The atmosphere was fervent. The first few lots, whether rare ores from the Xingji Black Domain or a custom-made prosthetic body crafted by a renegade master, all fetched high prices. The entire hall was steeped in a frenzy where money and primal passions intertwined. Only the K-box on the third floor remained isolated in its silence, as if sealed off from the world. Xiao Fan reclined on the plush sofa, showing not the slightest interest in the rare treasures below that could drive even martial kings to fight with bloodshed. He was waiting for that one Eophacan piece of junk tailored precisely for this squandering mission. Finally, after a string of 7 or 8 items worth tens of millions had been sold, the lights on the auction stage shifted. The central elevator rose. But atop, it was neither a radiant artifact nor a bevy of enchanting interstellar slave girls. There was only a rusted, crack-riddled, crumbling metal lump. That thing looked as if it had just been yanked out of a scrapyard compactor. Its surface was scorched black, 99% of its energy conduits severed, and a massive penetrating hole gaped in its core area, as if it had been blasted clean through by some high-energy weapon. It radiated a dead stillness. Below, the once lively atmosphere instantly cooled. Mocking laughter and jeers erupted from the floor. What the hell? They're auctioning off this piece of junk. Is this the wreckage of someone's spaceship engine? The garbage pile in my backyard is more complete than this. Is that it, eh? The seductive hostess on the stage wore an awkward smile. Still, she followed the procedure and began her professional introduction. Dear guests, the next lot number 007, according to the consignor's information, is a core component of an unknown mecha from an ancient era ruin. Although it is severely damaged, its energy structure completely collapsed, and it has no repair value. Before she could finish, the laughter from the audience grew even. The auctioneer's smile faltered. She cleared her throat and quickened her pace. However, its material is unique, unanalyzable by any existing instruments, and it possesses certain collection and research value. The starting bid is 1 million interstellar coins. Each bid increment must be no less than 100,000. The entire hall fell dead silent. Even the most opportunistic bargain hunters on the periphery curled their lips in disdain. 1 million. Spend that on a piece of scrap that would only take up space. The auctioneer stood on stage, hammer in hand, for a full minute, her face etched with. Not a single bid was made. It seemed the lot was destined to be passed over. Just then, from the most prestigious private box on the third floor, a calm, yet distinct voice. 10 million. The voice was not loud, but it exploded like a bomb in the dead quiet hall, sending the crowd into an uproar. Over 1,000 desperados and wealthy patrons simultaneously turned their heads upward, staring at the dark window of the third floor box sealed with one way. Everyone wore the same expression: shocked disbelief. 10 million. To buy that iron lump that even a scrap collector would find too bulky to bother with. The auctioneer, who had just been forcing a smile, froze on the spot, the hammer nearly slipping from her hand. She even suspected she was hallucinating. Was that the esteemed guest from Box K bidding 10 million? Xiao Fan did not answer. Instead, he tapped the armrest in front of him with slight impatience. Tap. A soft sound amplified by the sound transmission array echoed throughout the hall. The auctioneer jolted and snapped back to reality. Her embarrassment vanished, replaced by a near-maniacal excitement and flush. 10 million. The distinguished guest from Box K bids 10 million. My heavens. Is there any higher bid? This is a treasure from an ancient ruin. She began frantically stirring the atmosphere. But the response was a sea of gazes from the crowd that looked at her as if she were a fool. Everyone believed that the person in Box K must be a lunatic with more money than sense. Or perhaps a bumpkin from some remote planet attending his first auction and thoroughly duped. Just as everyone assumed this sucker's fate was sealed. Another hoarse, chilling voice slithered like a viper's tongue from another top-tier box diagonally across. 11 million. Whoa. If the first was a bomb, now there were two. The hall erupted completely. Another madman. Could this piece of junk actually be some extraordinary treasure? Many eyes began to gleam with suspicion and greed fixed on the metal lump on the stage, trying to discern some secret. But they could stare for 10,000 years and still see nothing but a lump of scrap. Only inside Box K a faint smile curled beneath Xiao Fan's mask. Finally, the cold, probing aura he had sensed earlier had arrived. He had been worried that he would be performing a solo act, unable to drive the price high enough to spend fast enough. And now a willing assistant had come to him. The perfect wingman. Thank you, old pal, for the divine assist. Xiao Fan silently gave a thumbs up in his mind, then, without hesitation, spoke again. His voice remained flat. 30 million. The entire hall went utterly mute. Those who had been chattering and speculating whether this thing was a treasure now had only one thought. Holy crap. These two big shots were fighting with money. 30 million could already buy a small interstellar escort frigate. And for this piece of junk. In the diagonally opposite box, the cold aura visibly faltered. It seemed completely unprepared for the bid to be raised to such an absurd. Seated, there was a steward of the Eternal Life Society, sent to Luyun City to search for relics from the ruins. Their secret arts allowed them to extract crucial spiritual imprints from these ancient remains. This mecha core was a must-have for them. But this steward's authority apparently capped at around 30 million. Silence. A full half-minute of silence. Just as the auctioneer was about to strike the hammer in excitement, the hoarse voice rang out again, laced with evident struggle and ruthlessness. 31 million. Again, only a 1 million increase. Xiao Fan shook his head. Boring. It seemed the other side was truly out of funds. Since that was the case, this act should end. He shed his earlier indifferent tone, his voice now brimming with a fanatical, determined frenzy, the very image of a gambler in over his head. 50 million. The hall fell into dead silence. Everyone was stunned by the bid, their scalps tingling. The box where the Eternal Life Society was located went completely silent. A killing intent, so dense it nearly materialized, flashed from that box, locking onto Xiao Fan's K-box. Xiao Fan sensed it, but he did not care. As if the heat was not enough, he stood up and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window. Though those outside could not see him, the pressure his gesture conveyed was unmistakably felt by everyone. 80 million. I want it today. Who dares to compete with me? Arrogant, domineering, unreasonable. This time no voice dared to challenge. The owner of the hoarse voice had completely backed down. 80 million once. 80 million twice. 80 million. Sold. The auctioneer's small hammer fell with a trembling, excited thud. Hammer down. A piece of scrap that everyone deemed worthless had fetched an astronomical 80 million. This auction was destined to become the most talked about and baffling event in the history of the Luyun black market. In the subsequent lots, Xiao Fan seemed to have gone on a rampage. As if still unsatisfied, he used the same unreasonable method to snatch an ancient tome whose script no one could recognize and a fragment of a map marked with an unknown origin and suspected curse, driving the price from a few million baseline to 10 million per piece, securing them forcefully. He's insane. This K is completely insane. Unstoppable, utterly unstoppable. Thus his total spending precisely reached 100 million interstellar. The auction ended. A bunyered waitress respectfully delivered the 3 pieces of junk to Xiao Fan's box and completed the transaction. Xiao Fan looked at the pile of treasures that had cost him 100 million and nodded in satisfaction. KPI complete, mission accomplished. At that very moment, the cold system prompt finally echoed in his mind. Ding. Main quest, spend money like water, completed. Total spending 100 million interstellar coins. Evaluating spending behavior. Evaluation. Calculating final critical hit reward. Xiao Fan did not rush to check the reward. He stood up, moved his divine sense, and stored the 3 items into his system space. He knew. The real show was just beginning. His divine sense keenly perceived that the cold, murderous aura had already left its box, and was silently laying an ambush on the path he must take to leave. Taking the goods did not guarantee getting away with them, especially in a place like Luyan City. Interesting. A cold smirk curled beneath Xiao Fan's mask. Not only did they help drive up the price and complete my squandering mission, but now they're also coming to me voluntarily to contribute to my Hongmeng banner. How can there be such wonderful people in this world? Xiao Fan left the resplendent auction house. He did not take any hovering vehicle. Like an ordinary citizen who had just finished watching a spectacle, he leisurely walked into the filthy, chaotic, cyberpunk-infested, and crime-ridden district of Luyan City. Behind him, that icy aura that had locked onto him during the auction silently followed like a venomous serpent. There was more than one. There were 7 or 8 of them, each exuding undisguised greed and murderous intent. They dispersed among the crowd with practiced discipline, forming an inescapable encirclement from every angle. The corner of Xiao Fan's mouth curled into a cold arc beneath his mask. Instead of quickening his pace, he deliberately slowed down. He even had the leisure to pause at a stall selling synthetic protein skewers, watching with mild interest before turning into a more secluded, damp alley. Even the neon lights could not reach here. Deep in the alley were piles of garbage emitting a nauseating sour and rancid odor. This was the dark side of Luyan City, a lawless zone where countless bodies were secretly disposed of every day. A perfect place for murder and corpse disposal. When Xiao Fan reached the middle of the alley, his footsteps came to a halt. The front and rear exits of the alley had been sealed by several figures in gray robes appearing from nowhere. The leader was the owner of the hoarse voice who had bid against him at the auction, a steward of the Eternal Divine Society. He wore a bronze mask on his face, revealing only a pair of sinister and vicious eyes. His aura indicated he was a 9th-rank martial king. The other gray-robed men were all at the 8th-rank martial spirit realm. This lineup could easily annihilate a medium-sized gang in Luyan City. "You are in good spirits, sir." The steward spoke first, his voice hoarse and tinged with the mockery of a cat playing with a mouse. "Spending over 100 million star coins on 3 pieces of trash, yet you have the leisure to wander here." He approached slowly, his 9th-rank martial king aura pressing down like a tide. He had already used a secret technique to probe. The man in the shaped mask bore not a trace of cultivation fluctuation. He was clearly just a lucky, ordinary rich man who had stumbled upon good fortune. He had seen many of this kind, and killed many as well. "Hand over the 3 items." The steward extended his hand, his tone carrying an unquestionable command. "I can grant you a whole corpse." The gray-robed men behind him revealed cruel smiles and silently encircled him. The air was thick with murderous intent. Yet Xiao Fan, surrounded in the center, merely let out a soft laugh. The laughter was particularly clear and jarring in the silent alley. For such trifling things you, the Eternal Divine Society, had to set up such a grand formation. A single sentence froze the atmosphere in the entire alley. The steward's pupils constricted sharply. His martial king aura erupted and locked onto Xiao Fan. How do you know of our existence? Their identities were top secrets across all federations. How could this ordinary man with no cultivation possibly see through them at a glance? The other gray-robed men were also on high alert, their mockery replaced by extreme shock and killing intent. "Those who know too much," the steward's voice turned utterly cold like a Siberian cold front, "do not live long." As his words fell, he moved. His 9th-rank martial king aura was fully unleashed. His figure was like lightning, a hand claw covered in dense black, chi tearing through the air, with a sharp screech aiming straight for Xiao Fan's heart. He had put his full power into this strike. Even a 5th-rank martial king would have been pierced through on the spot. Facing this thunderous killing move, Xiao Fan stood motionless. He quietly watched the enlarging claw, and a trace of pity even flickered in his eyes. At that moment, the long-awaited system notification finally arrived. Ding. Detected that the host has voluntarily entered a harvest environment. The system reward settlement channel is secure. Starting critical hit reward settlement. Excellent. The account had delivered and the goods had arrived. No point wasting time. When the opponent's claw was less than 10 centimeters from his chest, Xiao Fan moved. He was not fast. He leisurely pulled out a book from his bosom. A tattered yellowed book with a cover that was nearly crumbling. The ancient text he had bought for 10 million, which no one recognized. This action caused a flicker of confusion and mockery in the steward's eyes. "Facing death, you bring out a book, trying to enlighten me with knowledge." But the next second, every expression on his face froze. Xiao Fan did not even look at him. He casually flipped open the first page of the ancient text. A nearly invisible golden light glowed from the yellowed page. Then an ancient golden character the size of a fingernail, complex and profound, floated lightly off the page. The character expanded in midair, transforming into a 3-meter-long golden blade. The blade was covered with flowing runes radiating an unmatched sharpness that could sever all things. This aura made the steward's martial king soul tremble violently. What is this? He let out a terrified, distorted scream, wanting to retreat and flee. But he was fast. The golden blade was faster. Ryup. A golden flash streaked like lightning. Time seemed to stand still. The steward of the Eternal Divine Society remained in his forward lunge posture, but his head, still wearing the terrified mask, had soared into the air, trailing his The cut at his neck was smooth as a mirror. A 9th-rank martial king was slain in a single encounter without even touching the opponent's clothing. Dead silence reigned in the alley. The remaining few gray-robed men, all at the 8th-rank martial spirit realm, felt their eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. Their minds had shut down. They stared at the headless corpse, slowly collapsing, then at the figure holding the ancient book with an indifferent expression, feeling their entire lives' cognition shattered in that moment. Is that it, eh? Xiao Fan grumbled inwardly. This professional team's business skills are not up to par either. After a brief silence, deeper terror erupted. Several gray-robed men let out inhuman screams, turned, and fled with all their might in 2 directions. Xiao Fan watched them. Like watching rabbits struggling on a trap. He flipped the pages again. This time 5 or 6 ancient golden characters flew off the page. They transformed swiftly in midair. Some turned into a golden net that traveled faster than the runners, trapping 2 men tightly. Others became sharp golden spears, piercing through the backs of the remaining men with the screech of tearing air, nailing them to the wall. No screams. No struggle. The terrifying golden energy had shredded their organs and life, forced the moment it pierced their. Only the last gray-robed man nearest the alley exit remained. Having witnessed it, all his mental defenses collapsed. He collapsed to the ground, a stinking liquid oozing from his trousers, looking at Xiao Fan approaching step by step, and babbled incoherent pleas. No, don't kill me. Please. He'll tell you everything. Xiao Fan stopped before him, his eyes calm as a still pool. Not needed. He uttered 3 words indifferently. One hand moved like lightning, pressing onto the man's crown. Soul search. Oh. A piercing shriek from the deepest soul echoed in the alley, locked in by an invisible spiritual barrier, not leaking a single sound. Seconds later, Xiao Fan released his hand and collected all their souls into the primordial chaos banner. In his mind, some useful intelligence emerged. The Eternal Divine Society was currently tasked with excavating various ancient ruins, extracting spiritual imprints and ancient information. They seemed to be preparing for an immensely grand ritual. Named the Summoning Grand Sacrifice. Quite interesting. Xiao Fan withdrew his thoughts, his gaze falling back to the ancient book in his hand. At that moment, the system's critical hit settlement began broadcasting. Ding. Critical hit reward settled. Item cursed map fragment valued at 10. Judgment intermediate squandering behavior. Triggered 500x critical hit. Congratulations, host has obtained a complete ancient cultivator's cave mansion relic map. The attached curse of resentment has been automatically purified. Item ancient classic valued at 10 million. Judgment advanced squandering behavior. Triggered 1000x critical hit. Congratulations, host has obtained the life codex, a scripture of an ancient sage. Bonus reward world tree root seedling stage. Xiao Fan raised an eyebrow. This reward was quite generous. The ancient characters in the life codex were each a formidable runic attack. And the world tree root was a strategic treasure that could completely transform his small base. However, the real prize was yet to come. Ding. Key item settlement in progress. Item ancient era unknown mech core valued at 80 million. Detected that the host purchased a broken creation containing a trace of primordial origin at 100 times its actual value. Host behavior classified as heaven-defying squandering. Triggering. Supercritical hit. Congratulations, host. Successfully triggered. 10000x critical hit. Xiao Fan's breath caught for a moment. Holy shit. Ding. Congratulations, host. Obtained unique mythological grade reward. Ancient Demon God Mecha core triple seal state. Boom. A torrent of information exploded in Xiao Fan's mind. His consciousness sank into the system space. The rusty, crumbling metal lump was gone. In its place was a fist-sized, pitch-black miniature mech core hovering silently in midair. Small as it was. The ancient, desolate, terrifying aura emanating from it, as if from the primordial chaos of the universe, nearly burst the entire system space. The mech core's form exuded a brutal aesthetic, its surface covered with profound and intricate dark gold demonic runes, as if containing world-shattering power. Ancient demon god. This was the true nature of that piece of trash. A supreme treasure that could drive the entire universe mad. 80 million for such a thing. Xiao Fan felt he had made an incredible profit. But before he could revel too long, the cold system prompt sounded again. Note the ancient demon god mech core is currently in a triple seal state and cannot be used. Condition to unlock the first seal, sacrifice a colossal amount of energy equivalent to a complete spirit vein. His excitement cooled by half. A complete spirit vein. He had struggled so much just to obtain a miniature spirit vein seed. What would a complete spirit vein? Xiao Fan gazed at the demon god mech core exuding infinite allure, then considered the harsh, unsealing conditions. The flames in his eyes did not die out, but burned even brighter. Isn't it just a spirit vein? As long as money can buy it, it's not a problem. The night deepened. The sin and clamor of Liyuan City seemed to have been choked off. As Xiao Fan walked out of the dark alley, everything behind him had been burned to a pile of ashes. Several corpses along with the bloodstains they left were completely incinerated by a small tuft of golden flames, not even a trace of odor remaining. That was the lowest rank purification rune from the Codex of Life. It was quite handy for disposing of garbage. He hailed an obviously expensive unmanned hovercar at the street corner. To Luyuan Grand Hotel. In this lawless city, as long as you had money, you could enjoy the best service and the most secure privacy. Luyuan Grand Hotel was exactly that kind of place. Check-in required no identity information, only whether you could afford a room rate of 1 million astral coins. In the top-floor presidential suite, Xiao Fan threw himself into the bone-deep soft sofa. Outside the floor-to-ceiling window that covered the entire wall was the cyberpunk nightscape of the city. But he couldn't be bothered to glance at it. Right now, he just wanted to tally up the biggest gains from the auction. With a shift of thought, his consciousness sank into the system space. That fist-sized mini-mech core was still floating there silently. Ancient Demon God Mecha core. Although it was only a core, every time Xiao Fan extended his divine sense toward it, he could feel a terrifying power capable of tearing the universe apart slumbering within the core. That kind of power made even him, with his primordial chaos divine demon body, feel a chill in his heart. A complete spirit vein. Xiao Fan muttered. The conditions for unsealing it were indeed extraordinarily harsh. To know the one he had managed to acquire with great difficulty before was only a miniature spirit vein seed. It was far from a complete spirit vein. No use rushing. Xiao Fan forcibly tore his gaze away from the mech core. This thing was a future trump card, but not for now. His gaze fell on the other two critical hit rewards. A codex as thick as a brick with a cover forged like gold. The classic of an ancient sage, the Codex of Life. And a piece of tree root that looked like rotten wood. World Tree Root Seedling Stage. He first extended his divine sense into the Codex of Life. Boom. A vast stream of information surged into his mind. Unlike what he had thought, this codex was not merely about offensive scriptures that could turn into blades to kill. Offense was merely its most negligible application. Its core was life. It recorded countless mysteries of life energy, from the acceleration and grafting of plants to the taming and evolution of spirit beasts, and even how to combine formations with life energy to create living formations with self-awareness. There were also some fragmentary parts recording certain lost ancient pill recipes. This was simply an encyclopedia of the cultivation world. Made a huge profit. Xiao Fan's heart blossomed with joy. Suddenly thinking of something, he withdrew from the system space. His gaze swept around the room and finally landed on a pot of blue orchid fern placed as decoration by the window. This plant was notoriously delicate, requiring a constant temperature and humidity environment and careful tending to survive. Xiao Fan walked up to it. He extended a finger and, following the most basic growth-accelerating rune recorded in the Codex of Life, mobilized a trace of almost imperceptible green spiritual essence that swirled at his fingertip. Then he gently touched the rhizome of the blue orchid fern. The next second a scene occurred that would make Newton's coffin lid fly off. That fern, originally only palm-sized and looking wilted, acted as if it had been fast-forwarded. It wildly sprouted branches and leaves at a visible speed. The emerald green color became even brighter and more moist, brimming with the breath of life. In just a dozen seconds or so, it transformed from a nearly dead ornamental plant into a lush shrub that burst the entire flower pot, even blooming clusters of tiny blue flowers that emitted a faint fluorescence. A refreshing fragrance spread through the air. What the hell? Even Xiao Fan couldn't help cursing inwardly upon seeing this sight. This was no codex. This was clearly a miracle. With it, his fledgling mining base would have the possibility of truly becoming a blessed land. He suppressed his excitement and entered the system space again. This time his gaze fell on the most inconspicuous piece of World Tree Root. Item: World Tree Root Seedling Stage. Description: a supreme divine object from some high-level cultivation universe containing the most primordial life force and creation rules. Effect: planted into any quality spirit vein, and it will automatically merge with the vein. Not only can it explosively enhance the quality of the spirit vein in a short time, but it can also use its powerful life origin to catalyze and purify ordinary spiritual chi into Imu's spiritual chi rich in life energy. This spiritual chi has an unimaginably miraculous nourishing effect on any plant and life form. Xiao Fan stared at that system introduction, completely dumbfounded. His mind went blank for a moment, followed by joy 100 times stronger than before. Perfect. A perfect match. The Codex of Life provided theoretical knowledge and operating methods. The World Tree Root provided the most core upgrade material. With these two combined, what would his barren micro-seed spirit vein become? More importantly, that upgraded Imu's spiritual chi. This was simply the best tonic prepared specifically for him. With it his Primordial Chaos Divine Demon Body and his Primordial Chaos Devouring Heaven Sutra would likely see their cultivation speed increase by more than tenfold. As for the complete spirit vein needed to unseal the ancient Demon God Mecha core, with the World Tree Root, was that far off? Its growth itself required devouring massive amounts of energy. Wasn't this a perfect mutual promotion and simultaneous growth? His previous thinking had been completely wrong. There was no need to search the whole world for an unowned complete spirit vein. He could simply grow one himself. Prodigal Son System. Xiao Fan couldn't help sighing as he looked at this interlocking, almost perfect combination of rewards. These things you gave me are far more than just generous rewards. This is simply leading by a long shot. This one slick move directly pulled him from the problem of how to acquire a spirit vein to the higher dimension of how to upgrade his spirit vein. It was too far ahead of the current version. The new goal was already clear. Return to Dragon Ridge Base immediately. Plant the World Tree Root and upgrade his own noob village. Just as Xiao Fan organized his thoughts and prepared to leave this city of sin, the wrist-worn optical computer on his arm, which had been silent all along, suddenly. It wasn't a communication request. It was an anonymous message encrypted 3 times. Xiao Fan narrowed his eyes. This communication channel of his was the highest level of confidential line. Theoretically, only he himself knew it. Who? He opened the message. There was only a short line of text. Your identity K is being tracked by 2 factions. The waters of Luyun City run deep. Leave quickly. One of them is codenamed Black Sun. They are more troublesome than the Eternal Divine Society. Be careful. Sender unknown. The IP address was a virtual jumble scattered across the entire interstellar network, impossible to trace. Xiao Fan stared at that line, especially the last name. Black Sun, a name he had never heard before. But his intuition told him this warning was not meant to scare him. The members of the Eternal Divine Society had just died by his hand. It was expected that they would investigate Chaos identity. But this Black Sun, where had it come from? And this sender? Who was it? Friend or foe? If the other party had the capability to know this much, even knowing a code name like Black Sun, then his own identity, had it already been exposed? Countless thoughts flashed through his mind. But he quickly suppressed these doubts. Instead, the corner of his mouth curled into interesting. It was getting more and more interesting. His path of revenge seemed to have unwittingly drawn him into a larger vortex. But so what? Xiao Fan stood up, walked to the window, and looked down at the city below, brightly lit, but seething with undercurrents. There was not a trace of fear in his eyes, only the excitement and coldness of a hunter eyeing its prey. Whether it's the Eternal Divine Society or Black Sun, you'd better not mess with me. Otherwise you'll all become new nourishment for my Primordial Chaos banner. The corner of his mouth curled a hint of cold mockery in the gesture. In the face of such overwhelming power, what real difference was there between those scrambling organizations and the mindless monsters marching to their doom in the tower defense games he had played in his past life? He had no interest in wasting time on these petty monsters now. There were far more important matters at hand. He needed to go home, to give his own novice village an epic legendary overhaul. He wasted no time. Xiao Fan's figure vanished from before the panoramic floor-to-ceiling windows of the presidential suite, as if he had never been there at all. Half an hour later, a desolate mountain and Gobi desert dozens of kilometers outside Luyun City. A magnetic levitation off-road vehicle hidden in the shadows silently powered on. Its optical camouflage field engaged at full output, it hugged the ground like a phantom streaking towards launching at full speed without a sound. After driving through the night, the sky barely began to pale. Xiao Fan had already smoothly returned to the secret base in No. 7 mining area of Longji Mountain. He did not rush deeper into the mine shaft. Instead, he first stood at the array center of the 9 Palaces Spirit Gathering Array, raising its defensive and cloaking functions to the highest level. An invisible energy barrier enveloped the entire No. 7 mining area and the surrounding mountain peaks, sealing off all signals and prying eyes. Only after securing everything did he confidently step into the dark mine tunnel. The interior of the mine was now a world apart from when he had first purchased it. Under the dual influence of the miniature spirit vein and the spirit gathering array, faintly glowing moss had sprouted sporadically on the once dry rock walls, and a faint trace of spiritual energy permeated the air. Though it could not compare to the blessed caves and celestial paradises of the great sects, it was at least a decent place for cultivation. Decent? Xiao Fan's, this level was at best a beginner village. What he intended to do next was to upgrade this novice village in one fell swoop, transforming it directly into an ultimate in-game dungeon that only maxed-out God-tier players could challenge. He journeyed to the very core of the spirit vein, the underground cavern, where he had personally buried the spark of the miniature spirit vein. The spiritual energy here was densest, the air so hot it shimmered. With a thought, Xiao Fan retrieved the sapling of the World Tree Root he had obtained from the system. It looked like an ordinary, even withered and charred piece of rotten wood. There was not even a hint of life force, let alone moisture. Who could have imagined that this was a supreme divine artifact from a higher cultivation universe? Without hesitation, Xiao Fan solemnly planted this piece of rotten wood into the scorching soil beside the miniature spirit vein spark. The next moment, a miracle occurred. Thump! A heartbeat as if from the primordial chaos resonated from deep within the earth. The withered world tree root, upon contacting the spirit vein energy, seemed like a colossal beast that had slumbered for eons, abruptly awakening. A life force so vast and indescribable exploded from the root, like a primordial tsunami sweeping through the entire spirit vein in an instant. The formerly scorching spiritual energy struck by this surge of life cooled, neutralized, and purified, as if doused with cold water on red-hot coal. Then a cataclysmic transformation began. Wisps of exquisitely pure sanguine currents carrying the fragrance of grass and trees burst forth from every crevice in the vein's rock. With spiritual energy. The spiritual energy containing the most potent life force. And it wasn't over. Centered on the world tree root, the entire mine environment underwent a fantastical frenzied evolution. Vast patches of emerald moss grew and spread visibly. Strange fungi and flowers of various fluorescent hues never seen before sprouted from the stone cracks, like spring bamboo shoots illuminating the entire mine like the world of Pandora. Even the ghost orchid fern, previously cultivated as an experiment with the Codex of Life, surged again as if on steroids. Its vines grew wildly, transforming half the cavern into a small jungle. The air no longer carried the hot sulfuric smell, but a fresh grassy fragrance that made every pore relax. One deep breath felt like it could add 10 years to your life. Even he, accustomed to storms and upheavals, couldn't help but curse under his breath. Was this upgrading a base? No, this was activating a max-level beauty filter for the entire Earth. From an abandoned mine pit, it had directly evolved into a legendary blessed paradise. Perfect. He suppressed the wild elation within. The moment had come. Xiao Fan wasted no more time. With a flicker of his form, he sat cross-legged at the very center of the array where the base's spiritual energy was. His eyes half closed, he slowly began to circulate the Hongming Devouring Heaven Sutra. Boom. If the previous spiritual energy was a stream, then this supremely pure, spiritual energy was the Yangtze and Yellow rivers with their floodgates open, transforming into a cyan dragon that roared into his Dantian energy sea. The bottleneck of early foundation establishment. Non-existent. The thin paper-like barrier of realm under this high-quality, high-density spiritual energy barrage couldn't hold for even a second. It shattered with a soft pop. Everything proceeded naturally. It didn't even stir a single ripple. Xiao Fan only sensed that the sea of spiritual essence within him had expanded several times over. The originally liquid spiritual essence became deeper and more viscous, feeling as if a single drop could crush a small mountain. Mid-foundation establishment. Done. His aura surged several-fold, and a formidable pressure radiated outward from him, only to be rapidly retracted. Xiao Fan slowly opened his eyes, feeling the surging power within his body. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but lift in an amused smirk, and he silently quipped to himself. Breaking through. Isn't it as easy as snapping your fingers? The benefits of this breakthrough were comprehensive. His divine sense range directly leapt from 10 li in radius to a terrifying 30 li. In a single thought, every stir within 15 kilometers, even the trembling of an ant's antennae, was clearly reflected in his mind like the highest precision holographic map. This feeling of total control was utterly intoxicating. With his strength soaring, the base's defenses also needed to keep pace. With a thought, he brought up the system shop, which he hadn't checked in a while. After annihilating the Bloodwolf mercenaries and the Xiao family guards, he had thrown all the useless captured weapons and armor into the system's recycling function. Every bit counted, and the scraps amounted to over 100,000 points. Xiao Fan glanced at his balance of over 1,000,000 points and said nothing. He rummaged through the formation section of the shop and directly pulled up a formation blueprint priced at 500 points. For Symbol's Labyrinth formation, a large-scale Guardian illusion trapping and killing formation. An ultra-simplified version of the ancient sect's mountain-protecting grand formation, it could not only increase the base's concealment by 100-fold, but also trap and obliterate any enemy below the Martial Emperor realm. Price 500,000 points. Purchase. Xiao Fan didn't even blink, confirming directly. 500,000 points vanished instantly, and a formation blueprint of incredibly complex information appeared in his system space. With this grand formation plus the growing world tree, his secret base finally had a foundation as solid as gold. Strength-enhanced defenses arranged. Xiao Fan stood up, feeling an unprecedented comfort. His gaze fell upon the Codex of Life suspended in his system space. With spiritual energy and the world tree, the ancient spiritual plants listed in this codex, long extinct, might just be possible to regrow now. At the thought of those divine medicines that could revive the dead and regrow flesh, his heart burned with fervor. However, cultivating spiritual plants required more than just the right environment. Seeds were also necessary. Where to find these rare seeds? Just then, as if recalling something, Xiao Fan wore a look of keen interest. At the Luyan City auction this time, he had bought 3 so-called trash items. The ancient book had given him the Codex of Life and the World Tree Root, allowing his power to skyrocket. The Mech Core had given him the heaven-defying ancient Primordial Demon God Machine Core, his future trump card. But there was a third item. The map fragment labeled with an unknown origin and suspected to carry a curse. He clearly remembered that this item had also triggered a 500-fold critical. Let me see. Xiao Fan's lips curled high, his eyes full of anticipation. What surprise will you bring me? Yia Swamp. With a flicker of thought, he retrieved the complete map that had been rewarded as a critical strike. The map was not paper, but an unknown beast hide, soft yet resilient, etched with intricate patterns using an ancient spiritual energy imprint. The moment his divine sense touched the hide, a surge of information flooded his mind. It was the ancient Cultivator Cave Mansion relic map. The map detailed a route to a secret realm, the destination pointing to a region notorious even within the Asian Alliance territory. Yuya Swamp, lying between Longqing and Luyan City, was a vast primeval marshland perpetually shrouded in toxic miasma that could corrode a martial artist's true chi and teeming with countless powerful, ferocious beasts within. Rumors held that even a martial emperor would not dare venture deep inside. For ordinary people it was a death trap, but for desperados it was a natural sanctuary and treasure trove. Yuya Swamp. Xiao Fan looked at the map, a smile curling at the corner of his lips. A fitting place to bury the dead. The final red dot on the map bore 3 ancient characters: Tinkue Cave Mansion. Puppets. Xiao Fan's eyes lit up. What did he lack most now? Besides enhancing his strength, he needed seeds for cultivating ancient spiritual plants, and the vast energy required to unlock the core of the ancient Primordial Demon God Mecha. A cave mansion left by an ancient cultivator could hold anything. Perhaps it contained the long-lost spiritual plant seeds recorded in the Codex of Life. Even if not, finding information on ancient puppet arts would be a tremendous gain. A new journey lay ahead. Without hesitation, Xiao Fan set the upgraded base to the highest concealment and defense protocols, ensuring the 4 symbols mystic maze would repel any intrusive eyes. Having done so, he silently departed Longji Mountain. A pitch-black magnetic levitation off-road vehicle once again turned into a phantom of the night, speeding toward Yuya Swamp. 2 days later, at the edge of Yuya Swamp, Xiao Fan put away the vehicle and stepped alone into this forbidden zone shrouded in dark green toxic miasma. The air was thick with a rancid stench, the ground soft and sticky, black sludge occasionally bubbling with fist-sized pale gas pockets. The miasma that made even martial artists of the martial master realm flee was like breathing fresh air to Xiao Fan, who possessed the Hongming divine demon. He could even feel his divine demon body eagerly absorbing the toxins, converting them into the most insignificant nutrients. His divine sense spread out, covering a terrifying 30-mile radius, capturing every rustle and movement in the swamp. He walked slowly, as if strolling in his own backyard. As he rounded a twisted ancient tree that would take a dozen people to encircle, the black mud beneath his feet suddenly exploded. A massive pitch-black figure burst from the mud, bringing a foul wind, and opened its monstrous maw to snap at Xiao Fan's head. It was a giant flood dragon over 20 meters long, covered in jade-like black scales, with 4 sharp claws under its belly and 2 small budding horns on its. A jade-black flood dragon, a powerful water-type beast with bloodline extremely close to true dragons, its strength rivaling a human martial king at the end. If it were the old Xiao Fan encountering such a ferocious beast, he would have had to rely on his movement technique to evade and find a chance to escape. But now Xiao Fan merely lifted his eyelids indifferently. His gaze was utterly calm, even carrying a hint of detachment, as if looking at an ant on the road. Seeking death, he uttered softly. No earth-shattering techniques. He simply pressed his fingers together like a sword, a wisp of condensed sword light flickering at his fingertips, pure and refined spiritual energy. Then, with a casual swipe toward the oncoming maw, the sword light, no longer than a chopstick, vanished into the air the moment it left. In the next second, it appeared without warning before the left eye of the jade-black flood dragon, which was as large as a lantern. The beast's ferocious, cruel pupils flickered with extreme terror for the first time. It sensed death. It wanted to dodge, to flee. But its body could not match the speed of the sword light. With a soft, puncturing sound, the sword light shot through the eye socket, pierced the back of the skull, and turned the entire brain into a pulp. The massive body stiffened in midair. All its momentum and ferocity dissipated in an instant. Then it crashed heavily back into the mud, splashing sludge everywhere. A martial king-level ferocious beast was thus effortlessly slain. Xiao Fan's clothes were not even stained. He didn't even glance at the sinking corpse, bypassing the mud pit and continuing deeper into the swamp. After an unknown time, Xiao Fan, who was deep into the swamp, suddenly stopped. His divine sense detected a fierce battle in a water area over a dozen kilometers away. A group of people was being besieged by another group of creatures. It was a mercenary squad of 7 or 8 people, now forming a circular formation back-to-back, trapped in the center of a murky water area. Besieging them were hundreds of strange fish, each only the size of a palm, but with sharp fangs. Rotten-skin piranhas, one of the most notorious creatures in the swamp. Individually weak, but in swarms, even a martial king would give way. The mercenary squad was at its limit. Everyone was wounded, blood dyeing the surrounding water and attracting more piranhas. The leader was a burly one-armed man at the martial king realm, wildly swinging a giant axe to hold the line. But their formation was about to collapse. Xiao Fan frowned slightly. He didn't want to meddle. These desperados came to Yiya Swamp to make a living. Dying here was their... He prepared to take a detour. However, just as he was about to withdraw his divine sense, he saw something. A rotten-skin piranha broke through the line and lunged at the neck of a severely wounded mercenary. In that critical moment, a young girl, seemingly only 16 or 17, with a ponytail, threw herself forward without hesitation. She shielded her comrade. The piranha sank its teeth into her left arm, tearing off a chunk of flesh. The girl let out a muffled groan, her pretty face pale with pain and cold sweat. Yet she did not step back. Her right hand gripped a short blade, her eyes void of fear, only a tenacity and steadfastness beyond her age, staring fixedly at the swarming fish. At that moment, something seemed to gently touch Xiao Fan's once untroubled heart. He recalled fragments of his past life. Distant, long-buried memories of people and events he had deliberately forgotten. Silence. After a brief silence, Xiao Fan remained where he was, not revealing himself. He only let out a soft sigh in his heart. Very well. He raised his hand, and his divine sense, like an invisible tentacle, instantly spread to the battlefield over a dozen kilometers away. In the next second, something unforgettable happened to the despairing mercenary squad. With a splash, dozens of tough vines hanging lifelessly over the water suddenly came to life. Like dozens of awakened green pythons, they burst from the water with a shriek that tore through the air, launching a one-sided massacre on the dense fish swarm, whipping, smashing, stabbing, strangling. Those agile vines turned into the deadliest weapons. Each swing precisely smashed 3 to 5 rotten-skin piranhas into pulp. This was no battle, it was an efficient, godlike mowing of grass. Within 30 seconds, the massive fish swarm that had nearly exhausted the mercenary squad was completely cleared. The water surface was littered with mutilated fish. The entire mercenary squad stood frozen, mouths agape. They had gone from hell to heaven in less than a minute. What just happened? The one-armed leader stammered. He looked around, searching for the mysterious expert who had saved them all. But within several miles there was no one. Only the vines, which had gone silent again after the massacre, hung quietly over the water, as if the miracle had never happened. Only the girl with the ponytail caught a glimpse of a distant figure. And over a dozen kilometers away, Xiao Fan shook his head, trying to shake off the stray emotion. He did not linger. Turning, he continued deeper toward Tiankue Cave Mansion. The girl he had casually saved was just a minor episode on his long road of revenge. His journey was toward the vast sea of stars. Half a day later, Xiao Fan finally reached the final location marked on the map. It was a deep pool hidden behind a massive waterfall. The thunderous roar of water was deafening, white mist filling the entire area. The red dot on the map lay at the bottom of the pool beneath the waterfall. Xiao Fan's divine sense probed into the dark, cold water. The next moment, his eyes narrowed. He sensed an aura. An ancient sleeping aura lay coiled at the deepest part of the pool, immensely powerful. It was 100 times more terrifying than the jade black flood dragon, the guardian beast of Tiankue Cave Mansion. Finally decided to show yourself. The pool water churned violently like boiling water. The next moment, a shadow vast enough to blot out the sky slowly rose from the depths of the pool. It was a giant crocodile over 30 meters in length. Its body was not the typical dark brown of ordinary crocodiles, but a metallic dark golden hue, as if forged from the hardest alloy. Each scale was the size of a wash basin, covered in ancient mysterious patterns, exuding an aura of indestructibility. Its head was the most terrifying part. Besides its 2 lantern-like eyes gleaming with cold, brutal light, there was a third vertical eye right in the center of its brow. That eye was tightly shut, yet its mere presence sent a chill through one's soul. A 3-eyed swamp, ferocious crocodile. An ancient beast known only in old tomes, famed for its peerless defense and its eerie singular eye. The pressure it radiated now was that of a peak martial emperor. Roar. The ferocious crocodile, clearly feeling its territory had been invaded, let out a low growl. Though not loud, it made the very air hum. A blast of foul, stinking wind hit him. Xiao Fan stood by the pool, his black clothes rustling in the gale. This was the first time since his rebirth that he had directly confronted a terror on par with a peak martial emperor. The pure pressure of raw power was far beyond what he had felt when facing Xiao Zhanxing with a hostage. Within his body, the sea of spiritual essence slowed its circulation under this oppressive force. A direct fight would mean death. Xiao Fan came to this conclusion instantly, but instead of retreat, a blazing battle intent ignited in his eyes. He needed such an extreme battle to test his strength at the mid-foundation establishment stage. Without another word, strike first to gain the upper hand. With a thought, Xiao Fan summoned an ordinary alloy flying sword from his system space hovering before him. He joined his fingers like a sword, madly channeling the thick spiritual essence within him into the blade. Hum. The alloy flying sword let out an overburdened hum, its entire body wrapped in a dense, almost solid sword light. Go, he commanded softly. The sword light transformed into a radiant streak, tearing through the air with a piercing shriek at a terrifying speed, surpassing sound, aimed straight for the crocodile's lantern-like left eye. He had used 80% of his strength for this strike. He believed that even a martial king would be pierced through by this sword. Yet, clang, a deafening clash of metal erupted. The moment Xiao Fan's lethal strike, capable of piercing mountains, hit the crocodile's eyelid, a dazzling shower of sparks exploded. Then it was violently deflected. The ferocious crocodile slowly opened its bloodshot giant eye, merely shaking its head as if unfazed. On the eyelid struck by the sword light, not even a white mark was left. Xiao Fan's pupils contracted. Its defense was truly terrifying. Roar! The thwarted ambush infuriated this swamp overlord. Its massive body suddenly lunged from the water, sending a cascade of spray into the air. A thick steel whip-like tail swept toward Xiao Fan's position with earth-shattering force. This swing made even space groan under the strain. Xiao Fan dared not take it heeding. With a light tap of his foot, he retreated like a phantom. Boom! The giant tail swept across the spot he had just occupied, smashing the rocky shore into a terrifying crater over 10 meters in diameter. Rocks flew through the air, dust billowed everywhere. Close call. The moment Xiao Fan landed, before he could catch his breath, a deadly sense of crisis that made his scalp tingle surged from the depths of his heart. Without a second thought, he activated his movement technique again, sidestepping horizontally. The instant he left his original spot, a gray-white beam shot from the vertical eye on the crocodile's brow, which had opened at some unknown time. The beam was silent, yet carried an eerie aura of death. It struck precisely the afterimage Xiao Fan had left behind. Sizzle. There was no explosion, no sound. The ground, along with the rocks and plants on it, rapidly petrified upon being hit by the beam, turning into a desolate, gray, petrifying ray. This was the three-eyed swamp ferocious crocodile's most terrifying killing move. Xiao Fan stared at the petrified ground, a cold sweat breaking out on his back. If that thing hit him squarely, even his current primordial chaos divine demon body might not withstand it. Impenetrable defense, terrifying strength, and a large-scale killing move like the petrifying ray. It was a war fortress with no weaknesses. He couldn't drag this out any longer. In a war of attrition with such a monster, he would be the one exhausted first. He had to outsmart it. Xiao Fan's mind raced, and he made a decision in an instant. System, open the shop. He commanded inwardly while his body kept moving, using agile footwork to dodge the crocodile's storm of attacks and the occasional petrifying ray. The system shop interface unfolded in his mind. Ignoring the expensive artifacts and techniques, he quickly filtered through the talismans section. First-grade illusion array talisman basic creates simple light and shadow illusions to confuse the enemy's senses, lasting 10 seconds. Price, 1,200 points per talisman. This one, buy 10. 12,000 points vanished in an instant, and 10 yellow talismans inscribed with mysterious runes appeared in the system space. Dodging a sweeping giant claw, Xiao Fan retreated swiftly, 3 talismans already in his hand. Seizing the moment, he flung them forward. The 3 talismans ignited spontaneously midair, turning into 3 streams of light that landed on the ground around the crocodile in a triangular pattern. Hum. In the next second, 3 pillars of light shot up, rapidly weaving into a simple illusion array. In the crocodile's perception, the annoying little insect before it suddenly split into 3, provoking it from 3 different directions. Roar. The not-so-bright crocodile was instantly enraged, opening its massive maw to bite at the nearest illusion of Xiao Fan. It bit nothing but air, of course. Now, while it was exposed, attacking the illusion, the real Xiao Fan, swift as lightning, circled around to its side. He carefully observed the behemoth, searching for possible weaknesses. Its indestructible scales covered its entire body from head to tail with no gaps. Breaking through from the outside was impossible. The only possibility. Xiao Fan's gaze fell upon the crocodile's massive maw, which had just closed and was still dripping with viscous saliva. When it roared or attacked, the crimson fleshy interior of its mouth formed a stark contrast with its steel-like scales. That was it. Having found the weakness, Xiao Fan's heart steadied. The rest of the battle became a game of cat and mouse. He stopped seeking attacks, focusing all his energy on dodging and harassment. He continuously used illusions created by the array talismans to distract the crocodile and exhaust its stamina. Roar, roar, roar. The crocodile lunged and missed time, and again shredding illusion after illusion, growing more and more frantic. The petrifying ray began to fire erratically in all directions, turning large swaths of the swamp into deathly gray zones. Xiao Fan was like the most agile swallow in a storm, always dodging fatal attacks by a hair's breadth at the most dangerous moments. But the spiritual essence within him was also depleting rapidly. He knew he had to finish this quickly. When only one talisman remained in his hand, a look of determination flashed in Xiao Fan's eyes. Success or failure hinged on this move. Seizing the moment of stiffness after the crocodile's petrifying ray sweep, he violently crushed the last illusion array talisman in his hand. This time he also infused a thread of his divine sense into it. A Xiao Fan illusion more solid and lifelike than any before materialized in front of the crocodile. This illusion even wore a provocative smile, beckoning the crocodile with a curl of its finger. Extremely insulting. Roar. The not-so-bright crocodile, its rage fully ignited by this ultimate taunt, abandoned all superfluous actions. It reared its head, opening its massive maw wide enough to swallow a truck, gathering all its power to unleash the most primal and violent roar, intending to shatter the reckless insect before it into dust. A golden opportunity. Now, the moment the crocodile's maw was stretched to its maximum, Xiao Fan moved. He didn't retreat. Instead, he took a forceful step forward. The sea of spiritual essence within him was compressed to its limit. All the spiritual essence poured into the flying sword before him, which was already humming incessantly. Break! A low growl escaped Xiao Fan's throat. After being infused with a vast amount of spiritual essence, the flying sword's cyan light blazed to an extreme, like a small sun. Whoosh! The flying sword transformed into a bolt of lightning tearing through the darkness. It did not attack the hard scales. Instead, with unwavering determination, and at an incredibly tricky angle, it plunged precisely into the bottomless, stinking dark maw. Time seemed to stand still at that moment. The crocodile's roar was cut short. For the first time, confusion and shock appeared in its lantern-like eyes. The next second, thud, a muffled sound of a blade piercing flesh came from the back of its head. A sword tip stained with red and white matter burst through the top of its hard skull. A single fatal blow. The massive body of the three-eyed, swamp ferocious crocodile stiffened, and all its momentum and ferocity vanished in an instant. The vertical eye on its brow, which flickered with deadly light, quickly dimmed. Boom! Its colossal, lifeless body crashed heavily back into the deep pool, sending up a monstrous wave. The battle was over. By the pool, Xiao Fan knelt on one knee, his face as pale as paper, gasping for air. The spiritual essence within him was completely drained, not a trace left. This was the toughest and most perilous battle he had faced since arriving in this world. But he had won. Overcoming an ancient beast at the peak martial emperor level, of feat that would shake the entire Blue Star Federation if it got out. Xiao Fan took a pill from the system space, recovering some spiritual essence before standing up. He walked to the waterfall and parted the heavy curtain of water. An ancient stone door covered by a cyan light barrier appeared before him. The stone door was covered in complex arcane runes, forming a massive guardian array. Though the array's light had dimmed with age, the power within it was still not something external force could easily break. But Xiao Fan had never intended to use external force. He walked up to the stone door, slowly extended his hand, and gently placed it on the guardian light barrier. The next second, the primordial chaos devouring heaven scripture within him spun into overdrive. A micro-black hole, almost invisible to the naked eye, silently formed in his palm. An irresistible, domineering, devouring force erupted from the black hole. The once-stable guardian array, upon contacting this force, seemed to meet its natural predator. The array's light barrier flickered violently, its runes spinning frantically, emitting a piercing wail. The vast energy the array had accumulated over 1,000 years now poured like a breached dam, greedily devoured and absorbed through Xiao Fan's palm, transforming into the purest energy to replenish his dried-up dantian and qi si. In just over 10 seconds, with a crisp crack, the light barrier that had guarded the cave dwelling for a millennium shattered into countless specks of light, dissipating into the air. Rumbling. The massive stone door, now without the array's support, let out a heavy grinding sound as it slowly swung inward. A wave of ancient, desolate air sealed for countless years rushed out. Beyond the stone door lay an abyss of impenetrable darkness. An ancient cultivator's cave dwelling sealed for 1,000 years was now revealed before Xiao Fan stepped into the stone gate. The splendor and abundance of celestial treasures he had imagined were nowhere to be found. Behind the door was merely a simple, even austere stone chamber. The chamber was small, its entirety visible at a glance. Aside from a few bronze, ancient lamps long extinguished and draped in cobwebs, the place was utterly empty, devoid of anything else. A thick, oppressive scent of dust fermented by time over a millennium rushed toward him. Xiao Fan's gaze locked onto the center of the chamber. There a withered skeleton sat cross-legged. Its flesh and blood had long turned to soil, yet the bones still maintained a meditative posture, its head slightly lowered, as if in deep slumber. The skeleton had a jade-like hue faintly glowing with a subtle luster, suggesting the owner's formidable cultivation in life. Before the skeleton, two objects hovered silently. A jade slip and a storage ring. Both emitted faint spiritual energy fluctuations. This was likely the entirety of an ancient cultivator's legacy. Xiao Fan swept his spiritual sense around, confirming there were no restrictions or traps, then slowly approached. He did not disturb the skeleton, merely gave a slight bow as a token of respect to the predecessor. Then he reached out and took the jade slip and storage ring. His spiritual sense first probed into the jade slip. Boom. A torrent of complex information like a breached flood surged into his mind. It was a fragment of memory mingled with resentment and indignation. I am Tiankue Shangren, who attained transformation deity through the art of puppetry, roaming the starry sea for 300 years with a clear conscience before heaven and earth. Yet my puppet technique was coveted by an evil organization named Yongsheng. The villains were powerful, their claws spread across the galaxy. I was ambushed and pursued, gravely wounded. Here my lifespan ended. Unwilling to see my lifelong knowledge perish, I leave my legacy here for a destined one. Remember, if you encounter anyone from Yongsheng, evade them at all costs and never engage. The information ended there. Xiao Fan slowly opened his eyes, a glint of understanding in his gaze. Tiankue Shangren, a deity transformation stage cultivator. That was an existence far more formidable than the martial gods of this world. As for Yongsheng, without a doubt, it must be the predecessor of the current eternal divine society. So they had been engaged in such sordid affairs 1,000 years ago. Xiao Fan digested the information and calmed his mind. He began to scrutinize the true essence left by Tiankue Shangren within the jade slip. Tiankue Xuanjia, a grotesquely detailed encyclopedia of puppet arts. From the most basic mechanisms, to inscribing runic arrays on puppets to grant them different abilities, to sourcing suitable materials, and even capturing the souls of powerful beasts to forge into puppet spirits capable of autonomous combat. All manner of wildly imaginative ideas opened the gates to a new world for Xiao Fan. Interesting. Xiao Fan suppressed his excitement. With this, his combat methods would no longer be limited to flying swords and formations. He could entirely forge an army of puppets that obeyed only him, tireless and fearless of death. He drew a deep breath and probed his spiritual sense into the storage ring. He was eager to see what extraordinary artifacts this deity transformation puppet master had left behind. The space within the ring was small, equally empty. Only a humanoid metal lump lay quietly within. With a thought, Xiao Fan retrieved it. With a resounding crash, a three-metal humanoid puppet forged from an unknown dark gold metal slammed heavily onto the stone floor of the chamber. It stood there exuding an immovable mountainous oppression. Its form was a perfect blend of fluid muscular lines and savage violent aesthetics. Every inch of metal seemed born for slaughter. Its joints were meticulously crafted like works of art, and its surface was etched with countless arcane runes thinner than a strand of hair. From the jade slip's information, Xiao Fan knew this was Tiankue Shangren's most proud creation in his lifetime, yet an unfinished work. Tiangang Warp. Its body was forged from deep-sea mystic crystal iron, rare, even over millennia, granting it unrivaled hardness. Its bones were carved from millennial cold jade, capable of channeling energy, offering exceptional flexibility. According to Tiankue Shangren's vision, if completed, this war puppet could rival a deity transformation stage cultivator. Unfortunately, it lacked the most crucial. It needed a sufficiently powerful energy core to drive this terrifying war machine. Energy core. Xiao Fan stared at this artistic, yet lethal puppet, his eyes growing brighter. A maddening thought surged uncontrollably in his mind. He recalled an item in his system space, also sealed with 3 layers. The ancient Demon God Mecha core. Didn't that require an immense amount of energy to unlock? This Tiangang war puppet, wasn't it the perfect shell? Once the two were merged. A core brain with limitless potential and an indestructible flawless body. What kind of terrifying monster would emerge? At that point, not to mention a mere martial emperor, even a martial god, might be challenged. This realization made Xiao Fan's heart skip a beat. It was a match made in heaven. Just as he was inwardly stirred, preparing to store the Tiangang war puppet into his system space for later study, his peripheral vision suddenly caught something beneath the skeleton's seat. He approached and saw a palm-sized personal journal bound in beast hide. It seemed to be the last thing Tiankue Shangren wrote before death. Curious, Xiao Fan picked it up. The writing in the journal was hasty, mostly research insights and eccentric ideas on puppet arts. But when Xiao Fan flipped to the last page, his pupils contracted sharply. The characters on that page were twisted beyond recognition, filled with terror and despair, as if the writer had been gripped by immense fear. The map that led me here is problematic. Not only Yongsheng, but another group is hunting me. They are not human. They emerge from shadows whispering blasphemous words. Their emblem is a black sun. I cannot escape. Black sun. Those two words struck Xiao Fan's mind like a thunderclap. He immediately recalled the warning from that anonymous, encrypted message. Your identity K has been targeted by two forces. One of them is codenamed Black Sun. Beware. A chill without warning shot from the base of his spine, straight to his crown. He had previously thought Black Sun was an organization similar to the Eternal Divine Society, but now he realized he was wrong, gravely wrong. What could drive a deity transformation ancient power to describe them as not human? What could make Tiankue Shangren, a master of puppetry, leave behind such horrifying words before death? What exactly was this Black Sun? So am the fool. Xiao Fan couldn't help but think. He had assumed his enemies were clear, the Xiao family in the open, the Eternal Divine Society in the shadow. But now an incomprehensible, terrifying existence seemed to emerge, one that couldn't even be placed on the chessboard. This map from the auction had not only led him here to gain the legacy, but it had also likely exposed him to the notice of the Black Sun organization, stranger and older than the Eternal Divine Society. Rumble. Just as Xiao Fan's mind was in turmoil, the entire stone chamber and the mountain began to shake violently. With the energy sustaining the cave dwelling from the legacy jade slip and storage ring exhausted, the last vestiges of vitality faded, and it was about to collapse. Xiao Fan dared not dwell further. He immediately stowed the journal, and Tiangang war puppet turned into a streak of light and fled the collapsing cave without looking back. When he stood again on the swamp ground behind him, the great waterfall and the ancient cultivator's cave, hidden for a millennium, were completely buried by rubble and earth in a cataclysmic roar. No trace remained. Xiao Fan held great gains, yet felt little elation. An enemy in the open, the Xiao family. An enemy in the shadows, the Eternal Divine Society. Now he faced an unknown entity, neither friend nor foe, perhaps not even alive, the bizarre Black Sun. His path of revenge seemed to have inadvertently dragged him into a larger, more dangerous vortex. The road ahead was shrouded in mist. Xiao Fan withdrew his gaze, but there was no joy on his face. The inheritance of the Heavenly Puppet Master and the Celestial Guardian War Puppet were no small. However, the terrified words left by that ancient powerhouse before his death pierced deep into his heart like a thorn. Hey Yang. A terror so formidable that even a spirit transformation cultivator would describe it as inhuman. A mysterious organization that as early as 1,000 years ago, together with the Eternal Life Society, had hunted down ancient powerhouses. He had blundered into their territory because of a map and taken their possessions. It was like stealing the meat stuck between the teeth of a sleeping prehistoric giant beast. Would he be discovered? No. He was definitely already discovered. That anonymous encrypted message was the best proof. Xiao Fan took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the lingering heaviness in his heart. When the soldier comes, the general will block. When the water comes, the earth will dam it. Thinking too much was useless. The most important thing now was to quickly transform the power he had gained into his own trump card. He made a thought, and his spiritual sense sank into the system space. The dark gold Celestial Guardian War Puppet, with its sleek form and brutalist beauty, lay quietly in the corner. Not far from it was the core of the ancient Demon God Mecha, still wrapped in triple seals, but exuding a primordial aura. One was the ultimate body. The other was the ultimate core. In Xiao Fan's mind, an almost insane fusion plan had already taken shape. Use the Demon God Mecha core as the energy core of the Celestial Guardian War Puppet. If successful, he would possess a battle puppet comparable to a martial emperor, tireless, absolutely loyal, and with limitless potential. Even better, unsealing the Demon God Mecha core required a massive amount of energy. Driving the Celestial Guardian War Puppet also required a sufficiently powerful energy source. The two were a perfect match. One demand solved two problems. My idea. Xiao Fan couldn't help but silently give himself a thumbs up in his mind. It's absolutely ahead of its time. Now the question arose, where could he find a source of energy vast enough to break through the first seal of the Demon God Mecha? Ordinary blessed lands wouldn't work. The spiritual energy there was mostly gentle and mellow, suitable for cultivation, but not violent enough. What he needed was a forbidden land filled with destructive and raging energy. Just as he was pondering his next move, his terrifying spiritual sense, which had already expanded to a range of 30 miles, suddenly caught a familiar aura. Dozens of kilometers away in the direction he had come, the mercenary squad he had casually rescued was still there, not having left. They had set up camp on a relatively dry highland, lit a bonfire, seemed to be resting or perhaps waiting for someone. Xiao Fan's brow furrowed slightly. He originally didn't want to have any more dealings with these people. Trouble. And meaningless. But when his spiritual sense swept over the ponytailed girl who was clumsily applying medicine to her arm, his cold heart seemed to be gently tugged by something again. Forget it. Perhaps they knew something. Making up his mind, Xiao Fan left a faint afterimage in place and silently vanished. The temporary camp of the Crimson Blade Mercenary Corps. The atmosphere was somewhat gloomy. Although they had narrowly escaped death from the swarm of fish, everyone's face bore exhaustion and confusion about the future. Captain, our medicine is almost gone. If we don't find a way out the brothers' injuries. A burly bearded man looked at his captain's empty right arm and said worriedly. The one-armed man called the captain was named Duan Shan. He silently wiped his giant axe, his eyes resolute. Wait a little longer. Wait for what, Captain? Wait for that benefactor. Duan Shan's voice was steady. We can't just accept someone's life-saving grace and leave without even saying But what if the benefactor has already left? The ponytailed girl Xiao Ling asked softly as she applied medicine to her arm. Her left arm had a wound so deep that it whitened her pretty face in pain. Duan Shan shook his head about to say something. Suddenly, he jerked his head up, his left hand lightning fast, grabbing his giant axe, his eyes sharp as he stared into the shadows outside the camp. Hua. The other mercenaries in the camp also sprang up, instantly drawing their weapons and forming a defensive formation like facing a great enemy. A slender figure slowly walked out of the darkness. The newcomer was dressed in black. It was Xiao Fan. It's you. Xiao Ling was the first to recognize him, crying out in surprise and joy. Seeing that it was their savior, everyone breathed a sigh of relief and put away their weapons. Duan Shan even thrust his giant axe into the ground and bowed deeply to Xiao Fan. Duan Shan, captain of the Crimson Blade Mercenary Corps, thanks you for saving our lives. The other mercenaries also bowed in unison. Thank you for saving our lives. They were sincerely grateful. Without this man, they would already be feces of the piranhas in the swamp. No need. Xiao Fan's voice was flat, revealing no emotion. He didn't like such scenes. He just looked at Duan Shan and asked directly. I need a place. Duan Shan was stunned for a moment, then respectfully said, Sir, please speak. If we know it, we will tell you everything. A place with immense, violent, preferably destructive energy. Xiao Fan added, the more dangerous the better. Hiss. Several mercenaries drew in cold air, looking at Xiao Fan with changed eyes. Others sought blessed lands, but this big shot went against the grain, seeking such deadly forbidden territories. The big shot's world we don't understand, we just accompany. Duan Shan frowned deep in thought. After a long while, as if recalling something, his expression turned solemn. Sir, I do know such a place. Speak. Within the Asian Union, there is a forbidden land called Laming Canyon. Duan Shan said slowly. This place is perpetually covered by thunderstorms with purple lightning dancing wildly, unceasing year after year. Rumor has it that deep in the canyon, there is an extremely rare thunder crystal vein. A powerful family from the Federation tried to mine it, even sending a martial emperor to guard, but they all ended in miserable failure. It is said that even a peak martial emperor could be struck dead by the endless heavenly thunder. Laming Canyon. Thunder crystal vein. The eyes behind Xiao Fan's mask lit up. This place was tailor-made for him. Location. This is the star chart. Without hesitation, Duan Shan transmitted a detailed electronic star chart to Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan received the information, nodded, and turned to leave. Sir, please wait. Duan Shan suddenly called out to him. He carefully took out a badge carved from an unknown beast bone from his chest. On the badge was engraved a broken blade burning with flames. This is the token of our Crimson Blade Mercenary Corps. Duan Shan handed the badge to him, his eyes extremely sincere. We have no way to repay your life-saving grace. In the future, if you have any command, just show this token. I, Duan Shan, and every member of the Crimson Blade Mercenary Corps will go through fire and water without hesitation. Xiao Fan looked at the badge, silent for 2 seconds, then took it. Good. He said only one word, then turned into a streak of light and vanished into the night. He came and went quickly as if he had never appeared. In the camp, the mercenaries stared at the direction he had disappeared, unable to calm down for a long time. Captain, who exactly is that senior? He's too strong. Yeah, he comes and goes without a trace, even more formidable than the legendary martial ancestor. Who cares? Anyway, our Crimson Blade has caught a big fish this time. The crowd buzzed with discussion, the atmosphere much lighter than before. However, at that moment, the burly, bearded man who had been quiet earlier suddenly changed expression, as if seeing a ghost, and hastily pulled out his wrist communicator. He called up, and Slevel wanted notice. On the notice, a photo of a cold-faced young man was prominently displayed. Captain, look. His voice was trembling. The others curiously gathered around. When they saw the photo and name on the wanted notice, the entire camp fell into dead silence. Holy shit. A young mercenary's mouth was wide enough to fit an egg, his voice distorted. Family, who knows? The person who saved us is actually the Federation's top fugitive, that Xiao from the Xiao family. Xiao Fan. Everyone's gaze turned to Duan Shan. Duan Shan looked at the young, cold face on the screen, then down at the token badge in his hand, still warm with the other. His face showed a confused and complex expression for the first time. For a moment, only the campfire crackled. Xiao Fan's figure was utterly absorbed into the night of the Yuya swamp, like a single drop of water merging into the ocean, leaving no trace behind. He did not immediately head for the Laming Canyon. Before taking action, he needed to gather sufficient intelligence. Finding a sufficiently secluded cave, Xiao Fan laid down a simple alert array before activating his wrist-mounted optical computer connecting to the vast interstellar network he had long been absent from. Information like a breached dam instantly flooded the small optical computer screen. The entire Blue Star Federation was as he had anticipated, incomplete. S-Class bounty notice updated. Reward for the Xiao family rebel increased to 6 billion interstellar credits. Double for capture alive. Exclusive breaking news, 8th-rank martial sovereign Xiao Zhening unleashed his fury at Eagle Sorrow Cliff, yet his son Xiao Fan escaped with ease. Each headline was more shocking and eye-catching than the last. In just a few days, Xiao Fan had become the most sought-after celebrity in the entire Federation. The Xiao family had raised his bounty to a level that would tempt even the most powerful martial sovereigns. Meanwhile, the Eternal Divine Society had issued a top-secret kill order targeting the mysterious K, who had used words as a weapon in Luyun City, instantly slaying one of their 9-rank martial kings. Two forces, one in the open and one in the shadows, had already woven an inescapable net around Dragon City. Returning now would be akin to walking into it. Xiao Fan's gaze was as calm as an ancient well. He paid no heed to these matters. He would deal with whatever came his way. He was merely confirming that his enemies were still the same familiar faces. That was enough. However, just as he was about to shut down the optical computer and plan his next move, that cold and familiar system prompt sounded without warning and ding. Main quest, the Bloody Prelude, Step 4 activated. Xiao Fan raised an eyebrow. Here it comes. Quest details: host must spend 5 billion interstellar credits within 10 days. Success, obtain a random critical strike reward. Failure, Heavenly Thunder Strike enhanced version. Xiao Fan stared at the brief quest description, falling into complete silence. 5 billion. Within 10 days. Enhanced version. The corner of his mouth twitched involuntarily as he silently cursed in his heart. You really don't treat me like an outsider, do you? This spendthrift system truly regarded him as a mobile printing press for money. But complaints aside, this quest also pointed him in a direction. Dragon City was out of reach. So be it. He needed a brand new stage. A place prosperous enough with massive capital flow and sufficient chaos where he could freely squander 5 billion without drawing the attention of the Federation authorities. Xiao Fan's gaze slowly moved across the star map. Finally, it settled on a famous neutral trade zone at the intersection of 3 major federations. Stardust City, an interstellar metropolis built upon an asteroid belt belonging to no faction. It was a paradise for merchants across the universe and a playground for outlaws. Order was maintained by money. This is the place. Xiao Fan made up his mind. Heading to Stardust City would not only allow him to complete this absurd spendthrift quest, but also give him the chance to develop his own power. Fighting alone had its freedom, but it was inefficient. He needed his own intelligence network, a commercial empire, to handle various affairs. An idea gradually took shape in his mind. He would establish a company, an intelligence trading company. Let it be called Tianji Pavilion. Xiao Fan murmured to himself. The motto was simple: know all under heaven, trade myriad secrets. Using the system's anonymous permissions and funds, he quietly registered this information consulting company, named Tianji Pavilion, in Stardust City's commercial system. With the company established, the next step was the headquarters. To make a name in a place like Stardust City, where land was incredibly expensive, the facade had to be grand and imposing. Xiao Fan opened the commercial real estate listings of Stardust City, his eyes rapidly scanning the luxury buildings for sale. Soon a landmark skyscraper caught the Twin Star Tower, one of the top 10 iconic structures in Stardust City, located in the core central business district. The entire building stood nearly a kilometer tall, composed of 2 main towers connected by an aerial bridge, exuding a futuristic technological aesthetic. Crucially, its listing was marked with the words, urgent sale. The asking price was 4 billion interstellar credits. Original owner Su Group, due to poor management, capital chain breakage, on the verge of bankruptcy. Xiao Fan looked at the details, a slight curve forming on his lips. This was the one. Using 4 billion to secure a facade was just the epitome of reckless extravagance. This approach was simply too awesome. Without any hesitation, he immediately contacted the seller of the Twin Star Tower through an encrypted channel using the virtual identity of Tianji Pavilion Master. Meanwhile, at the top floor of the Twin Star Tower in Stardust City, a somber and oppressive board meeting was underway. In the meeting room, the few remaining shareholders of the Su Group were verbally attacking the young woman seated at the head of the table. Su Mushua, how long has the group been under your control? Now we're over 10 billion in debt, heading straight for bankruptcy. The Su family's legacy will be destroyed by you. What right do you have to sit here? Facing the accusations from her relatives, Su Mushua sat quietly. She was dressed in a sharp professional suit that accentuated her perfect figure, her demeanor as cold as the ice atop a snowy mountain. Even in the depths of despair, no trace of panic showed on her face, only a bone-deep weariness. She knew that no matter what she said, it would be futile. The decline of the Su group had been too swift and too strange. It was as if an invisible hand had precisely severed all their lifelines from behind the scenes. I've contacted over a dozen consortiums about the sale of the tower, but they're all maliciously lowballing. Su Muxu's voice was cold yet tinged with helplessness. Before she could finish, a shrill voice interrupted her. Stop making excuses. I think you just want to keep the last of the Su family's assets in your own hands. You're a jinx. Get out of the Su family. Get out. Just as the meeting room was descending into a chaotic marketplace, a crisp notification sound rang from Su Muxu's wrist optical computer. She instinctively raised her hand. When she saw the incoming transfer notice from she froze completely. The noisy clamor of the meeting room seemed to fade away in that moment. Her world was reduced to that single message. Dear customer, your account has received a transfer from the account named Tianji Pavilion at 1503 on November 7th, star era 3025, in the amount of 100,000 interstellar credits. Note deposit for Twin Star Tower. 100 million. A deposit. Su Muxue stared at the long string of zeros on the optical computer screen, feeling the vibration on her wrist. Her long-frozen heart felt as if a red-hot meteor had been thrown into it. Her entire mind went blank. Tianji Pavilion. Who was this? There was no large enterprise by that name anywhere in the interstellar realm. Who in the Su group's darkest hour would have the audacity to drop such a massive sum, enough to save them from the brink, in such an unquestionable manner? The clamor in the meeting room was strangled into silence by an invisible hand. Abruptly it ceased. All eyes were fixed on the light brain on Su Muxu's wrist. That glaring string of zeros seemed to possess a certain magic silencing the entire space. 100 million as a deposit. A shareholder who had been spitting with rage just moments ago now trembled uncontrollably, his expression as if he had seen a ghost. Which Tianji Pavilion? Does our federation have such a company? Su Muxue did not answer any questions. Her heart, long frozen solid after the violent shock, became extraordinarily calm instead. She slowly rose to her feet. The icy aura of the business queen recoalesced around her even sharper than before. Now, does anyone still object to the sale of Twin Star Tower? Her voice was not loud, but carried an unquestionable penetrative force. The meeting room was dead silent. The relatives who had been jumping up and down eager to devour her alive now all shrank their necks, not daring to utter a word. In the face of 100 million in cold hard cash, all accusations became a joke. Very well. Su Muxue looked at the faces of these people, a flicker of mockery in her eyes. She spoke into the air in a professional, emotionless tone, sending a voice message. Master of Tianji Pavilion, your deposit has been received. I hope the final payment and property transfer can be completed today. The location is up to you. Less than 3 seconds after the message was sent, a heavily encrypted reply appeared on her light brain. Only an address. And a time. Xingqian City District A7, a 0-hour cafe, 1 hour. Clean and decisive. No unnecessary words. Su Muxue looked at this message, gaining another judgment about the master of Tianji Pavilion. She had never. Mysterious, resolute, and extremely confident. An hour later, Xiao Fan arrived at Xingqian City. Unlike the solemn grandeur of Long City, this was a veritable steel jungle built upon desire. Countless maglev vehicles streamed between buildings, soaring thousands of meters high, forming rivers of dazzling light. Massive holographic advertisements played in the sky non-stop, 24 hours a day. Bizarrely dressed alien races brushed past human desperados, every pair of eyes filled with vigilance and greed. The air was thick with the exhaust of energy engines, synthetic spices, and a faint, elusive scent of blood. Prosperity. Chaos. Here was a paradise for the strong, a hell for the weak. Xiao Fan wore a plain comic series mask, completely concealing all. He merged into the crowd like a drop of water into the sea, attracting no one's attention. 0-hour cafe. The interior style was minimalist with a cold-toned technological feel. Energy barriers separated each seat, ensuring absolute privacy. When he arrived, Su Muxue was already seated at the agreed spot. Today she had changed out of her business attire into a fitted black trench coat, which made her already cold temperament even more aloof and unapproachable. Her cultivation at the Martial King realm gave her ample confidence in facing any unforeseen situation. Yet when she saw the masked man sit down opposite her, all her confidence seemed to be suppressed by an invisible aura. She couldn't see through him. Not at all, this man before her. No fluctuation of cultivation and ordinary build, just an average person you'd lose in a crowd. Yet the calm indifference in his every gesture made even her, a business queen who had seen countless big shots, feel a hint of pressure. Master of Tianji Pavilion. Su Muxue attested. You can call me K. Xiao Fan's voice was processed through a voice changer, hoarse and low. He had no intention of beating around the bush and went straight to the point. Have you brought the contract? Su Muxue nodded and transmitted an electronic contract to the public light screen on the table. The ownership of Twin Star Tower and all attached commercial licenses are here. The total price is 400 million interstellar credits. You have paid a deposit of 100 million and the remaining 300 million need to be paid now. She stared intently at Xiao Fan's eyes, trying to detect any emotional fluctuation from him in the face of this huge sum that would cripple any consortium. However, she was disappointed. Xiao Fan's eyes were as calm as an ancient well. He merely responded softly, then raised his light brain, lightly tapped the payment agreement on the light screen. No hesitation. No delay. As casual as an ordinary person paying for a cup of coffee. Ding. At almost the same moment, Su Mux's light brain chimed with a crisp notification of funds received. Dear customer, your Su Corporation public account has received a transfer of 300,000 interstellar credits. 300 million. Received. Su Muxua looked at the notification and the hand holding her coffee cup trembled almost imperceptibly. Even she could not maintain absolute composure in the face of such an extravagant payment method. This was no longer just being wealthy. This was treating money as mere numbers. A mysterious tycoon who regarded money as dirt. What exactly did he want to do by buying Twin Star Tower? What kind of behemoth was the Tianji Pavilion behind him? Countless questions swirled in Su Mux's mind, making her interest in this man reach its peak. Pleasure doing business. Xiao Fan stood up, his goal achieved. Su Muxua also immediately rose, her face once again wearing a professional smile. Mr. K, now Twin Star Tower belongs to you. Would you like me to show you around your new property? She made an offer that was hard to refuse. Xiao Fan glanced at her. Sure. He also wanted to see what his expensive new headquarters looked like. The two left the cafe one after the other. Twin Star Tower was truly one of Xingqian City's landmarks. Two towers 1,000 meters high stood like swords piercing the sky, connected hundreds of meters above by a fully transparent skybridge exuding a sci-fi. Su Muxua led Xiao Fan from the ground floor lobby all the way up. Perhaps because it was about to change hands, the entire building was empty, with only a few maintenance robots still operating. This is the 37th floor of the South Tower. It used to be our entertainment area, with simulated battlefields, anti-gravity rock climbing. Su Muxua walked and introduced dutifully. They were walking along a long alloy corridor with rooms on both sides, closed, only a few emergency lights casting dim illumination. The surroundings were very quiet. Only the sound of their footsteps echoed. Suddenly, Xiao Fan's foot paused for a fraction of a second. So fast it was almost imperceptible. In that instant, an extremely eerie sensation crept into his divine soul, without warning. It was a feeling of being watched. But unlike any previous lock by a martial artist's divine sense, this gaze was icy, deadly silent. Carrying no emotion, no killing intent, not even any trace of life. It was as if a neutron star, a black hole, a concept of absolute zero at the depths of the universe, had looked at him. That gaze was formless and soundless, yet it easily penetrated the layers of walls of Twin Star Tower and landed precisely on him. Then it just lingered, neither approaching nor retreating. It did nothing. It simply existed there. Xiao Fan's back instantly tensed. His primordial divine demon body was screaming warnings. That feeling was 10,000 times more dangerous than when he faced the pressure of 8th-rank Martial Emperor Xiao Zhanxiong. Black Sun. These two words instantly flashed into Xiao Fan's mind. Only that terrifying organization, which had left even nascent soul cultivators with terrified dying words, could have such an inhuman, incomprehensible method of surveillance. They came. They had indeed come. Was it because of that map? Or something else? Countless thoughts flashed through Xiao Fan's mind, but on the surface he showed no abnormality. He perfectly concealed his momentary pause, as if attracted by a door nearby. He pointed at the door and asked Su Muxua in the same hoarse tone as before. What's in here? Su Muxua sensed nothing wrong. Oh, this used to be the energy storage room, but the equipment has all been moved out. She answered professionally. Xiao Fan nodded and continued walking forward as if everything just now was just an illusion. But inside his heart was in turmoil. His vigilance was instantly raised to the highest level. That eerie gaze still clung to him, never leaving. Xiao Fan couldn't help but complain inwardly. What the hell does this guy want? Neither attacking nor retreating. Just staring like this. What does it mean? Is it just about keeping company? What is this? Performance art? Or is it using this way to announce its existence to him? Xiao Fan couldn't figure it out. But he knew that now he absolutely must not reveal that he had detected the other party. Until he understood the other party's background and purpose, the best response was to remain unchanged in the face of change. Mr. K. Su Mux's voice pulled him back from his thoughts. We're here. This is the top floor of the previous owner's office. She pushed open a heavy door. A vast space of nearly 1,000 square meters unfolded before them, with two 70-degree panoramic floor-to-ceiling windows that offered a view of most of Xingqian City's splendor. From today, this is yours. There was a hint of complex emotion in Su Mux's tone, something she herself didn't even notice. Xiao Fan stood before the floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the steel city below. That dead silent gaze still followed him like a shadow. He sneered inwardly. Very good. he said to Su Mushua, and also seemed to be addressing the unknown watcher. I will make good use of it. His revenge, his Tianji Pavilion, his new era. From the highest point of the city, it would officially begin. And those things hiding in the shadows, whatever they were. Sooner or later, he would personally drag them out and turn them into new nourishment for the Hongming banner. Su Mushua completed all the handover procedures. She took her courteous leave, turned around, and walked away from the highest hall that had once belonged to the Su. Xiao Fan did not try to stop her. He stood alone in the nearly 1,000-square-meter empty office overlooking the prosperous, yet sinful steel forest beneath his. The cold, dead sense of surveillance from the black sun had vanished, but that lingering, inescapable feeling was like a thorn deeply lodged in his soul. In this unfamiliar city, he needed absolute security, an impregnable fortress capable of repelling all malicious prying. Just as well. His prodigal task still needed the final push. A cold smirk curled at the corner of Xiao Fan's mouth. He pulled over a chair, sat down, opened his wrist-mounted optical brain, and directly connected to the interstellar network. It was time to spend. Without hesitation, he tapped open the largest interstellar arms and high-tech equipment trading platform. Project Dual Star Building Security System Upgrade and Renovation. Xiao Fan leisurely typed this line in the requirements column. Budget 100 million. Ding. Almost the instant the requirement was submitted, bid applications from thousands of top security companies across the universe swarmed in like locusts. Mr. KR Boulder Security recommends the military-grade S3 kinetic barrier plus 1,000 self-propelled electromagnetic pulse combat robots. Mr. K, how about considering the Sky Curtain defense system from our Starshield company? It can withstand 3 minutes of saturation fire from a battleship's main cannon. Xiao Fan stared at the constantly jumping information on his optical brain screen, his eyes showing no fluctuation. His fingers slid swiftly across the screen, swiping away one seemingly impressive proposal after another. Trash. Too slow. Not powerful enough. What he needed were not these assembly line products, but the best components to be assembled by himself. List of goods: hyperspeed quantum server array militarisale prohibited version price 36 million. Deep space gravitational sensing radar system price 12 million. Phase energy shield generator requires self-provided energy source price 21 million. Interstellar jump communication jamming array price 8 million. Full frequency signal shielding field generator price. Xiao Fan, like a bargain-hunting housewife at a market without batting an eye, swiftly added one after another of these exorbitant devices. Ordinary people had never even heard of them. Into his shopping cart. Any one of these items taken out could trigger a small-scale interstellar war. But he simply treated them as materials for decorating his new home. Ding. Your total consumption for this transaction, 100 interstellar credits. 100 million, not a credit off. The money was spent. Xiao Fan couldn't even be bothered to look at the hardware that was about to be delivered by Interstellar Express. He turned off his optical brain and then waited quietly. It came. The cold familiar system prompt sound arrived as expected. Ding. Main quest blood prologue step 4 completed. Congratulations, host, for completing the consumption task of 500 million interstellar credits within the stipulated time. Host behavior determined as shockingly prodigal. Triggering. Super critical hit. Congratulations, host. Successfully triggered. 500x critical hit. Congratulations, host. Obtained unique legendary reward. Heavenly Tao Wisdom Core 1. Congratulations, host. Obtained mythical formation reward. All Heaven Star Array Simplified Version Formation Diagram 1. Xiao Fan's consciousness sank into the system space. 2 brand new items floated quietly there. One was a transparent crystal the size of a fist. Inside the crystal, it seemed to contain the starry river of an entire universe. Countless tiny light points like motes of dust whirled within it along an incomprehensible arcane trajectory, constantly arising and extinguishing. This was the Heavenly Tao Wisdom Core. A supercomputer from an advanced cultivation civilization, fused with fragments of the Heavenly Tao's rules. Its computational power was sufficient to deduce all changes of a planet over the next 10,000 years within 0.01 seconds. Using this thing to process intelligence is like a dimensionality reduction strike. Xiao Fan couldn't help thinking. This was not just ahead, it was eons ahead of the current world by countless versions. His gaze fell upon the other item. It was an ancient scroll made of some unknown material. The moment Xiao Fan's consciousness touched it, the entire scroll unfurled with a rustle. No words. No pictures. What was drawn on it was an entire vast starry sky. 365 primary stars and 14,800 auxiliary stars flowed slowly on the scroll, forming a flawless cosmic array that also contained supreme killing intent. The All-Heaven Star Array. The guardian array of the ancient demon clan's heavenly court. Although what the system gave was a simplified version, not even 100 millionth of the original. But using it to guard a mere skyscraper was like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Time to work. Xiao Fan withdrew his mind and wasted no time. His figure flickered and he directly arrived at the energy center and server room at the lowest level of the dual star building. He ignored the humming old equipment. He extended his hand, and the heavenly Tao wisdom core materialized in his palm. He gently pressed the crystal onto the main line interface of the server room. A warm, gentle white light glowed from the crystal. The next second, all the indicator lights in the entire server room went out instantly. It fell into dead silence. But the silence lasted less than a second. Boom. An irresistible torrent of information exploded outward from that crystal as its epicenter. Like an invisible monarch, it took over all electronic devices in the entire building in an instant. Lights, surveillance network, even the floor-sweeping robots. Everything became its servant. But it wasn't over yet. Its tentacles extended outward along the physical lines of the star network, spreading infinitely. Stardust City's public network. Blue Star Federation's official firewall. Military network. Even the dark web spread across the entire universe and claimed to be absolutely untraceable. In front of this core imbued with the heavenly Taoist rules, these so-called top-tier defenses were pierced easily and silently like a window screen. In less than 3 minutes, the entire known universe's cyberspace held no secrets for Xiao Fan. He had become the one true god of the cyber world. Finished with the brain time for the shield. Xiao Fan's figure appeared on the 1,000-meter-high rooftop of the dual star building. He took out the all-heaven star array formation diagram. He infused a wisp of spiritual essence into it. Whoosh! The formation diagram flew out of his hand, suspended in midair, and instantly expanded to blot out the sky and cover the sun. The next moment, everyone in Stardust City witnessed the most unforgettable scene of their lives. Although it was daytime, 365 dazzling stars appeared out of thin air above the dual star building. These stars flickered with eternal light, rapidly arranging themselves along an arcane trajectory. Between them, visible silver energy threads stretched. These threads quickly interwove, and in an instant formed a gigantic hemispherical starlight canopy that enveloped both towers. My God, what is that? A mirage. Such magnificent energy fluctuations. My heavens, is some martial emperor powerhouse breaking through here? The entire Stardust City was stirred into an uproar by this sudden, celestial phenomenon. But Xiao Fan, who had caused it all, just watched calmly. The enormous starlight canopy, the moment it took shape, quickly turned transparent, and finally vanished completely into the air, disappearing from sight. The all-heaven star array was complete. From now on, this dual star building would be the safest place on the planet, without equal. At the same time, a luxury magnetic levitation flying car about to leave the airspace of Stardust City suddenly slammed on the brakes and hovered in midair. Inside the car, Su Mushue stared at the terrifying energy fluctuation that flashed briefly in the direction of the dual star building. A fluctuation that made even her, a martial king realm cultivator, feel a chill in her heart. Her beautiful face turned pale. Her heart, usually as still as an ancient well, was once again profoundly shaken. Earlier, the spending of hundreds of millions had merely made her feel the other party was immensely wealthy. But the energy that had just triggered a celestial phenomenon, that was definitely not something money could achieve. It was a kind of divine means that she simply could not comprehend or imagine. This celestial fate pavilion master. What is he? Su Muxue's breathing became rapid. She suddenly thought of her family's mysterious bankruptcy and the hidden hand that had severed all of the Su family's lifelines. A crazy thought uncontrollably surfaced in her mind. Perhaps only he can help me. Without any hesitation, she immediately ordered the flying car to turn around and return to the dual star building at full. When she stood again at the door of the top floor office, her mood was completely different from half an hour ago. Nervous, anxious, and with a trace of desperate hope. Mr. K. Celestial Fate Pavilion Master. Su Mushue presumes to request an audience. She bowed deeply to the closed door. Come in. The hoarse, low voice came from inside the door. Su Mushue pushed the door open and entered. The office was still empty except for the masked man sitting quietly by the window, as if he had never moved. But Su Mushue felt that the entire atmosphere of the space had changed. An invisible pressure pervaded the area, making even her, a martial king, feel somewhat breathless. She knew it was not an illusion, it was the residual power from the array earlier. What is it? Xiao Fan looked at her, his voice calm. Su Mushue did not beat around the bush. She organized her thoughts and then recounted in detail the strange process of how the Su group had been gradually driven into a dead end within just a few months. All the suppliers defaulted simultaneously. A bank that had cooperated for over a decade suddenly called in the loans. Several key projects were attacked at the same time. All this happened too coincidentally, too precisely. Su Muxue's voice was cool, but carried an irrepressible hatred. I suspect someone orchestrated everything behind the scenes to destroy the Su family. She finished speaking, then lifted her head and gazed intently at Xiao Fan. The Celestial Fate Pavilion claims to know all under heaven. Master, I would like to commission you to find the mastermind behind this. There was a hint of pleading in her voice. Xiao Fan did not answer immediately. He just looked at her quietly, his eyes behind the mask, as if appraising the value of a After a long moment, he slowly spoke. It can be done. Hope instantly flared in Su Muxu's eyes. The price. Xiao Fan's next words, however, made her feel as if she had fallen into an icy abyss. The price is not something you can afford. Su Muxu's face turned. Even the man who could casually produce 400 million said it was unaffordable. What kind of astronomical figure would that be? Just as she was sinking into despair, Xiao Fan's voice sounded again. However, I can give you another option. Money I don't need. He leaned forward slightly, an invisible pressure enveloping Su Muxu. What I want is the Su Group and you Su Muxua. Your future unconditional loyalty. From now on, you and the Su family behind you will become subordinates of my Celestial Fate Pavilion, working for me. I decide whether you live or die. If I let you live, you live. If I let you die, you die. Are you willing to pay this price? Su Muxua was completely stunned. She had imagined the other party might ask for a huge sum, but she never imagined he wanted everything from her. Her dignity, her freedom, the future of her entire family. This was a complete devil's contract. But did she have any other choice? She looked at the man before her, so mysterious that he made her tremble. She thought of his ridiculously immense wealth. She thought of his divine, transcendent abilities. Then she thought of her own situation, mired in a quagmire, tormented day and night by hatred and resentment. Perhaps offering her loyalty to the devil was the only straw of revenge she could grasp. Su Muxu clenched her silver teeth, and a look of resolve appeared on her cold, beautiful face. She knelt on one knee before Xiao Fan, lowering her proud head in a posture of swearing allegiance. I Su Muxu swear in the name of the Su Group. As long as the Pavilion Master can find the true culprit for me and help me take revenge. From now on, everything of the Su family belongs to the Celestial Fate Pavilion, belongs to you. My life is also yours. Xiao Fan gazed at Su Muxu, who knelt on one knee. This woman, renowned in the outside world as the Ice Queen and a business prodigy, was now presenting herself and her entire family's loyalty to him in the most humble posture. Behind his mask, his eyes were as calm as a still lake. Loyalty, he knew, held meaning only when backed by absolute power. He spoke in a hoarse, low voice. From today onward, the Tianji Pavilion shall be your shield. And you are the first steward of our pavilion and started. Su Muxu slowly stood. On her cold, beautiful face, emotions flickered. The relief of shedding a burden, the uncertainty of the future, but above all a steadfast resolve born of a last-ditch gamble. Pavilion Master, now Patience. Xiao Fan cut her off. Revenge must be taken step by step. And he preferred to first play a larger game. He walked to the center of the office, and with a thought had the room's smart system instantly taken over by the celestial intelligence. A colossal holographic light screen unfurled before him. On the screen, countless streams of data flashed past like a cataract. The celestial intelligence had in mere seconds devoured and digested all public and hidden information across the interstellar network. First directive. Xiao Fan's voice was not loud, yet it carried an authority that brooked no dissent. Consolidate all intelligence regarding the Black Sun Organization and Thunderclap Canyon. Generate a public dossier valued at 10 million interstellar credits and release it through Tianji Pavilion channels to the entire universe. The order was given. The celestial intelligence's computational power ramped to its peak. Even in the deepest layers of the dark web, entries on the Black Sun Organization were sparse, fraught with contradictions and unknowns. As for Thunderclap Canyon, there was more actionable information. Generating intelligence. Target demographics: all Marshal King level and above powerhouses and major forces interested in ancient ruins, celestial treasures, and high energy or veins. Keyword optimization: suspected ancient lightning cultivators cave, Millennium Thunder crystal vein, Martial Emperor's fallen ground. Distribution channels: Federal Public Information Platform, Mercenary Alliance, Dark Web, major interstellar black markets. In less than 10 seconds, a piece of intelligence, half-truth, half-fiction, brimming with lethal allure and credibility, was perfectly fabricated by the celestial intelligence. Release. With Xiao Fan's command, this first intelligence bulletin from Tianji Pavilion was dropped like an underwater bomb into the placid lake called the Interstellar Network. Meanwhile, far away in Dragon City at the Xiao family's ancestral mansion, in a futuristic tech-filled office, a woman in a silver business suit with a capable and intellectual demeanor frowned at the data report on her light brain. She was Xiao Fan's second sister, Xiao Zi. To outsiders, she was a business genius who had single-handedly doubled the Xiao family's commercial empire. In her eyes, martial arts cultivation was mere brute. Only money and power were the true forces to control the world. A beep. A message marked with the highest priority popped up. Tianji Pavilion. Xiao Zi's delicate brows knitted as she stared at the unfamiliar name. Her intelligence network spanned the Federation, yet she had never heard of this organization. But when she opened the dossier, her pupils contracted sharply. Thunderclap Canyon. Thunder Crystal Vein. The name was not unfamiliar to her. A week ago, her intelligence division had reported that a mercenary squad called Crimson Blade, after operating near Fong Swamp, had sold scattered information about a thunderstorm forbidden zone on the black market. But because the intel was too vague, she had disregarded it. Now this dossier from Tianji Pavilion filled in every detail. The location, the origin, the immense potential value. Even the history of a martial emperor having fallen there was dug up. A new power trying to make a name. Xiao Ziyue quickly formed a judgment. She was 80% sure the intelligence was genuine. Her thoughts immediately turned to the despicable waste of a brother. That damnable man was now a rat on the run, wanted by the entire Federation. An ancient forbidden zone teeming with vast energy and fortune was undoubtedly his last lifeline. You want to turn things around at Thunderclap Canyon. A cold, mocking smile curled at Xiao Ziyue's lips. Too bad. I won't give you that chance. She would deprive him entirely. She would not only cut off Xiao Fan's retreat, but also seize this enormous opportunity firmly for herself. With the endless energy from the Thunder Crystal Vein, the vast commercial empire she had long envisioned could finally take flight. Then her standing in the Xiao family would be unshakable. At this thought, a glint of ruthlessness flashed in her eyes. She immediately dialed an encrypted communication. Third sister, I need your Thunder Punishment mech and your most elite mech squad. I've discovered a massive high-purity energy ore deposit located at. Without any hesitation, she sprang into action, mobilizing funds, summoning personnel, contacting the family's enshrined powerhouses. A vast net woven by her own hands was cast toward Thunderclap Canyon. She was certain that her thunderous speed would let her reap all the benefits before anyone else. As for that useless brother still hiding and running, he probably didn't even know about this news yet. And even if he did, what could he do? A whipped cur too afraid to return home. How could he compete with her? Xiao Ziyue would always be the victorious strategist, orchestrating everything from the shadows. Atop the Gemini Star Tower, Su Muxue watched Xiao Fan's actions with confusion. She did not understand why the Pavilion Master would make such critical intelligence public, thereby creating countless competitors for himself. Xiao Fan offered no explanation. He simply gazed at the light screen. The celestial intelligence had gathered and displayed in real time every movement across the interstellar network related to this dossier. Target locked Dragon City Xiao family. Person locked Xiao Ziyue. Behavior analysis large scale, mobilizing of funds, personnel, equipment. Destination prediction Thunderclap, Canyon probability 99. 8. Watching Xiao Ziyue's confident, yet cold face, Xiao Fan's lips curved into a mocking smile. He thought to himself, you think you're on the 5th floor, but you can't even see which floor I'm on. I have preempted your preemption. He said to Su Muxue calmly, do you see? Sometimes the value of intelligence lies not in secrecy, but in openness. I toss it out not to attract sharks, but to let the sharks clear the path to the treasure for me. And I only need to wait at the end to collect everything. Hearing this, Su Muxue felt a chill rise from the depths of her heart. She looked at the masked man before her, sensing for the first time what true orchestration from behind the scenes meant. Compared to this Pavilion Master, all her previous so-called business tactics seemed like children's games. Now time to deal with your matter. Xiao Fan withdrew his gaze as if the entire interstellar storm he had just stirred up was a trivial side task. He issued the second directive to the celestial intelligence. Search all anomalous data related to the Su Group's recent business activities and trace the mastermind. If the previous order had taken 10 seconds to fabricate the dossier, then this time the answer came instantly. In less than 0.1 seconds, a report detailed enough to be terrifying was generated. Fund flows, encrypted communication records, each precise business ambush, all formed a complete chain of evidence. And at the very end of that chain, a name was clearly pointed to Xiao Ziyue. Xiao Fan transmitted the report to Su Muxue's light brain. Su Muxue looked down. When she saw the secret directives that could overturn the entire Federation's business circle and Xiao Ziyue's smug face, her icy eyes instantly blazed with raging fire. It was her. So her family's decades of legacy, all her struggles and despair were nothing but a chess piece in this woman's expansion of her commercial empire. Excellent. Su Muxue's voice betrayed no emotion, yet it was colder than 10th sandier ice. Xiao Fan nodded with satisfaction. What he needed was exactly such a blade honed by the flames of vengeance. This woman is now heading to Thunderclap Canyon with her elite forces. Xiao Fan's voice drifted lazily. Which means her commercial headquarters in Dragon City is at its most vulnerable. Su Muxue's head snapped up, her eyes flashing with brilliant light. She instantly understood Xiao Fan's intent. A classic countermove. In the report, there are 23 families like yours, destroyed or crippled by her scheme. Xiao Fan leaned back in his chair, delivering the final order in a conversational tone. I want you to take this evidence and unite them. I give you 7 days. Within 7 days, I want every asset under Xiao Ziyue's name to collapse entirely, to cease to exist. All resources of the Tianji Pavilion are open to you. Go. Su Muxue said not a word. She bowed deeply to Xiao Fan. Then she turned and strode out of the office with a murderous resolve. A business storm that would sweep across the Federation was about to break. But the one who stirred the storm seemed like an outsider. Xiao Fan stood and walked to the massive floor-to-ceiling window. His gaze fell upon the distant direction of Thunderclap Canyon marked on the star map. "Second sister," he murmured to himself. "I hope you like the stage I prepared for you. And please don't die too quickly." In the city of Stardust, a storm was already brewing. Armed with intelligence that was nothing short of cheating from the heavenly Tao intelligence, Su Muxue transformed into a vengeful queen wielding irrefutable evidence to topple Xiao Ziyu's commercial reputation. She swiftly united over 20 families who had also been secretly schemed against. A strangulation war against the Xiao family's business empire began silently. Yet Xiao Fan, the instigator of it all, had already brushed off his clothes, and he was like a chess player who, after laying out the pieces, no longer looked at the board, leaving all subsequent moves to Su Muxue and the heavenly Tao intelligence. He had something more important to do. He intended to forge for himself a blade sharp enough to sever all conspiracies, the sharpest of all. An anonymous interstellar shuttle departed silently from the city of Stardust, executing a short-range jump using its warp drive, and appeared directly within the Alliance of Asia at the edge of the Nether Swamp. Xiao Fan disembarked from the ship, dismissed the temporarily hired pilot, and strode alone toward the red zone on the map that marked extreme danger. The closer he got to Thunderclap Canyon, the more oppressive the surroundings became. The sky was a thick, viscous leaden gray, and massive thunderclouds loomed like enraged ancient beasts pressing down heavily, making it hard to breathe. The air was thick with a pungent smell of ozone mixed with the scorched odor of rock melted by high heat. Beneath his feet the ground was devoid of any vegetation, only blackened cracked earth and bizarrely shaped rocks. Boom. Without warning, a purple lightning bolt as thick as a bucket crashed down from the clouds, striking a mountain peak a few hundred meters ahead of Xiao Fan. The blinding purple light eclipsed the heavens and earth, followed by a deafening thunderclap. That 100-meter-high peak, as if struck by a divine hammer, shattered instantly into countless fragments. Such a terrifying scene of mountains collapsing and earth splitting would make any martial king powerhouse retreat. But Xiao Fan merely looked up at the sky, and beneath his mask a corner of his mouth curled into an intrigued smile. "What a sight," he muttered to himself. "This setup screams keep away from strangers." Far from retreating, he quickened his pace, striding straight into the depths of the canyon, facing the apocalyptic thunderstorm. The moment he stepped into the canyon's range, buzz, an invisible immense pressure enveloped his entire body. The magnetic field here was in utter chaos, and the lightning elements in the air boiled like bubbling water. If an ordinary martial artist entered, they would likely be unable to maintain their protective chi, and would be electrocuted to ash on the spot. Boom. A bolt of lightning as thick as an arm shot down with pinpoint precision toward Xiao Fan's crown, as if drawn by the scent of blood. Fast. Too fast. So fast that even Xiao Fan could not make any evasive move. But he had never intended to dodge. He had come to be struck. Crackle. The lightning struck him squarely. The violent thunder force surged through his body in an instant. An indescribable agony exploded from his skin deep into his marrow. His clothes instantly turned to ash, revealing a sturdy bronze body. The surface of his skin was covered in large patches of charred marks, making him look like a piece of scorched wood hit by lightning. Hiss! Even with his willpower, he couldn't help but gasp. Damn, that hurt. But before he could recover, the second, third, and more lightning bolts followed in rapid succession, engulfing him entirely in a frenzy of purple electric light. This was truly a thunder. Yet within this hell, Xiao Fan's powerful heart thumped with a sound like a war drum. The primordial chaos divine demon body within him, upon sensing this destructive external energy, did not collapse, but instead became intensely He activated the primordial chaos, devouring heaven scripture to its utmost. A tiny invisible vortex formed in his dantian. The wild thunder force that surged into his body, violent enough to tear steel, was instantly drawn into the vortex, like rivers flowing into the sea, irresistibly pulled, devoured, decomposed, and purified. Finally transforming into streams of purest energy, merging into his limbs and bones, nourishing his divine demonic body. The excruciating pain gradually gave way to a strange sensation of numbness, heat, and a constant surge of power. The charred skin on his body began to peel off, rapidly replaced by new skin that was tougher and even shimmered with a faint metallic luster. The impurities in his body were gradually burned away and expelled under the relentless hammering of thunder. His physical form was growing stronger at an astonishing. The foundation establishment midstage realm was solidified like never before, and he could even faintly touch the invisible barrier of the late stage. Not enough. Xiao Fan slowly opened his eyes, which seemed to flicker with purple electric light. Still not enough. He threw back his head and let out a long roar that nearly drowned out the thunder. He no longer waited passively for lightning strikes. He took the initiative, striding toward the densest and most violent core of the canyon's thunder. Their purple electric serpents were no longer single bolts, but cascades falling like waterfalls from the sky, forming a true thunder dead zone. Come! Xiao Fan bathed in the lightning, spreading his arms and roaring like a madman. Give my divine demonic body a little lightning shock. His actions infuriated the heavens. It was as if someone was provoked by this insignificant ant. Rumble. The thunderclouds above the entire canyon began to churn and converge violently. Pillars of lightning dozens of times thicker than before descended with an aura of utter annihilation, all pouring down upon Xiao Fan's location. His figure was once again engulfed. After an unknown time, when this ferocious wave of thunderous baptism finally passed, Xiao Fan slowly stood up in a giant glass-like crater over 100 meters in diameter. His bare upper body bore not a single scar, but instead flowed with a layer of radiant light. Every movement exuded an explosive sense of power. His aura was several times stronger than before entering the canyon. Awesome. Xiao Fan exhaled a long breath of turbid air carrying arcs of electricity, feeling every cell in his body cheer. The primordial chaos divine demon body was born for combat and destruction. To it, such a violent environment was the ultimate tonic. Just then a powerful tremor surged from his divine demonic Bodis instincts. He abruptly raised his head and stared into the deepest part of the canyon. There he sensed a source of thunder energy so vast and terrifying that even he felt a chill. That was the true core of Thunderclap Canyon. Without hesitation, he turned into a blur, dashing toward the source of that tremor. He passed through a crystal forest that had been vitrified by lightning. The sight before him made him stop in his tracks, a flicker of awe in his eyes. Before him stood a massive cliff. And the entire cliff face was composed of an enormous mineral vein, a deep purple crystal-clear, giant vein. Inside the vein, instead of cold crystals, there was an endless sea of compressed liquid thunder. Countless fine arcs of electricity flowed and weaved within the crystal-like vein, forming a spectacular, yet deadly cosmic map. This was the thunder crystal vein mentioned in the Broken Mountain Crest, a vein coveted even by martial emperor powerhouses, yet none dared approach. Whoa! Xiao Fan's eyes lit up like two purple suns. Finally, this immense fortune falls to me. The energy contained in this vein before him was enough not only to unlock the first seal of the ancient demon god Mech core, but also to blast him from Foundation establishment straight to the Golden Core stage with plenty to spare. A mad, bold plan instantly took shape in his mind. He would swallow the entire vein's energy in one go. Suppressing his ecstasy, Xiao Fan began to act. With a thought, the sleek, dark, golden celestial armor battle doll appeared before him, exuding a violent aesthetic. From his system space, he retrieved the mech core no larger than a fist, yet seeming to seal an ancient primordial beast. The ancient demon god Mech core. Holding it in both hands, he walked step by step to the celestial armor battle doll. Solemnly, he pressed the core slowly into a preset recess on the doll's chest. Buzz. The two pieces fit perfectly. An indescribably profound aura flickered across the doll's body. A perfect body. And a core of infinite potential. Now only one final step remained to inject the slumbering demon god with the boundless energy needed to awaken. Xiao Fan took a deep breath. Instead of stepping back, he sat cross-legged behind the doll, pressing his hands tightly against its cold back. He intended to use his own divine demonic body as the final safeguard and guiding conduit, personally controlling this world-shattering power. Then with hand seals, he mobilized the last trace of his spiritual power and quickly drew a small but profoundly intricate lightning-attracting formation on the ground before him. Everything is ready, Xiao Fan murmured, looking at all before him. Let's see if I get turned to ash first, or if you can bring me a golden core level surprise. With that, a sharp light burst from his eyes, and he shouted, "Rise." The lightning-attracting formation activated instantly. Buzz. A faint light glowed at the center of the formation, like a pebble dropped into a lake, instantly resonating with the entire massive thunder crystal vein. Then a scene that made the entire canyon tremble unfolded. Rumble. The thick thunderclouds that had swirled for eons churned as if stirred by an invisible A colossal vortex of lightning formed rapidly above the canyon. All the wild, scattered bolts of thunder, as if receiving an imperial decree. Tens of thousands of lightning bolts turned at once, converging into a purple torrent that poured into the sky vortex. The vortex spun faster and faster, its color shifting from purple to a deep, light-devouring dark purple. Finally, all energy converged into a single point. A pillar of dark purple lightning slurry, indescribably thick like a god's spear, tore through the sky. Carrying an aura of judgment capable of annihilating all life, it crashed down with savage force upon the mountain-like dark golden battle doll standing on the cliff face below. The moment that dark purple thunderbolt column, seemingly piercing the very heavens, struck the heavenly dipper battle puppet below, the entire world lost sound and color. Xiao Fan's mind went completely blank. He couldn't even form a single coherent thought, only managing to unleash a primal pure roar from the depths of his soul. What the hell? The next second, an indescribable destructive torrent of energy, using the heavenly Dipper battle puppet as a conduit, ruthlessly poured in. It wasn't a series of lightning bolts. It was an entire galaxy forged from thunder, carrying the weight of billions of stars crashing into the narrow riverbed. Crack! Xiao Fan could even hear his own primordial chaos divine demon body let out a groan of unbearable strain from within. His bones shattered inch by inch, his meridians burned wildly, his blood instantly boiled, as if intent on evaporating him from the inside out into nothingness. This was a true trial of death, far surpassing any previous lightning body refinement. The excruciating pain caused his consciousness to frantically scatter and sink. Yet just as he was about to be completely overwhelmed by the torrent, the miniature black vortex within his Danshan's chi seemed to sense its host's mortal crisis. The Hongmeng Devouring Heaven Sutra, without any external activation, autonomously revved to an unprecedented peak. A domineering will that devoured heaven and earth awakened from the vortex's core. The violent thunder energy pouring into him, enough to destroy everything, seemed to encounter the most ancient and supreme sovereign of their bloodline. They no longer raged or collided. They trembled, submitted, and were frantically pulled, drawn, and then decomposed, purified, and refined by that irresistible devouring force. This process was 10,000 times more perilous than before. Xiao Fan felt like a sieve, while water frantically poured in, it drained out at an even faster rate. With his divine demon body, he built a precarious yet tenacious bridge between the destructive energy and the core of the ancient demon god Mecha. Part of the pure energy was used to repair his collapsing flesh. The remaining 99%, an even more majestic force, was poured without reservation into the dormant core on the battle puppet's chest. In his mind, the virtual light screen from the system showed the energy bar representing the first seal's unlock progress, surging at an inconceivable 10, 30, 57, 82, 99. Rumble. The entire crystalline thunder vein let out a final lament. All the energy it had accumulated over 1,000 years was drained completely in just over 10 minutes, leaving only a pile of dull purple stones. Above, the thunder clouds that had churned for days seemed to exhaust their last strength and unwillingly dissipated. Sunlight for the first time pierced through and illuminated the ravaged canyon. At the very moment the thunderbolt column vanished, the progress bar reached its end. 100. Crack. A crisp sound, as if resonating through the entire universe, came from within the mecha core. It felt as though some ancient eternal shackle had been violently ding. First seal of the ancient demon god Mecha core. Unlocked. The system's prompt sounded like heavenly music. The next second, boom. A torrent of demonic chi, utterly different from the thunder's ferocity, ancient, desolate, tyrannical, and chaotic, erupted from the heavenly Dipper battle puppet's body. Black waves like a tsunami swept across the entire canyon. Wherever they passed, the lightning-glazed crystalline ground was instantly corroded into primal black. Xiao Fan snapped his eyes open and leaped away from behind the battle puppet. Watching the dramatic transformation of the puppet before him, feeling the terrifying power, multiplied 1,000-fold, that was now soul-linked to him, he couldn't help but let out a hearty cheer in his heart. Woo Blastoff! The originally dark golden heavenly Dipper battle puppet now had its surface covered with countless black, twisting, ancient demonic runes. These runes seemed alive, greedily devouring the surrounding light, making the puppet look like a humanoid black hole formed of pure darkness. Its height remained unchanged, still 3 meters. But the oppressive aura emanating from its very bones was 10,000 times more formidable than before. SSS. The cold metal head of the puppet lifted slightly, and within its eye sockets 2 pinprick-like eerie blood-red lights suddenly ignited. A terrifying will, cold, dead, and utterly indifferent to all beings, awakened within. The system's prompt arrived as expected. Heavenly Dipper battle puppet demonic core, initial unlock status perfect, current energy, reserve 78, comprehensive combat rating, early golden core. Early golden core. Xiao Fan's breath halted for half a second. Those 4 words meant more to him than anyone could understand. It meant he now possessed an absolutely loyal, tireless superfighter whose combat power rivaled that of his H-rank martial emperor Xiao Zhanxiu. This was the first and most unbreakable trump card on his path of revenge. From now on this planet, as long as no martial god appeared, Xiao Fan would fear nothing. Good. Xiao Fan let out a long breath tinged with scorch and took a new set of black clothes from his system space. He was about to order the battle puppet to conceal its aura and leave this trouble spot. However, at that moment, his terrifying divine sense, which had expanded to a 30-mile range after breaking through to mid-foundation establishment, suddenly detected several powerful auras rapidly approaching the canyon from different directions. The commotion from unsealing the core had been too great. It was like lighting a sun in the dead of night, attracting all nearby sharks drawn by the scent of blood. Xiao Fan's brow instantly furrowed. The joy on his face quickly faded, replaced by a cold gravity. He couldn't help but complain inwardly. Seriously, throwing such a high difficulty at me right out of the newbie village. His divine sense spread, instantly locking onto the uninvited guests. Most were Martial King level rogue cultivators and mercenaries, nothing to worry about. But two of the auras felt both familiar and utterly detestable. His fists clenched instinctively. The Xiao family. They came fast. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several sounds of air being torn. Three figures arrived almost simultaneously at the canyon's edge. The leader was a spirited woman in a silver-white tight combat suit, with a short neat haircut. Tiny arcs of electricity swirled around her. Her eyes were sharp as an eagle's. She was Xiao Qingwan, the third sister of the Xiao family, a mecha genius obsessed with machinery and battle. Beside her stood a beauty in an ornate combat suit with a frail demeanor, as if she might blow away at any moment, yet deep in her eyes hid calculation and exploitation. Xiao Ziyue. Behind them followed an old man in a black robe, exuding a chilling dark aura, wearing a bizarre mask. His aura was at the peak of 7th rank martial emperor. Moreover, the energy fluctuation that repulsed Xiao Fan unmistakably revealed his identity, a member of the Eternal Divine Society. The three of them immediately locked their gazes onto the demonic mecha in the center of the canyon, which radiated overwhelming demonic chi. In Xiao Ziyu's eyes, greed in the black-robed elders, astonishment in Xiao Qingluan's, a blazing, almost fanatical obsession and possessiveness. Perfect creation. She stared at the smooth, lethal lines of the demonic mecha, sensing its pure destructive aura, and her body even trembled slightly from overexcitement. She completely ignored Xiao Ziyue and the black-robed elder beside her, and also disregarded Xiao Fan, who stood annoyingly in front of the mecha. Her sharp eyes locked onto the demonic mecha as she spoke in a commanding, unquestionable tone. "Little brother, hand it over to me. I will spare your life. I shall spare your life." These 4 words were uttered with an air of inherent superiority and condescending charity. Xiao Qingwan gazed at Xiao Fan, her eyes devoid of any sibling affection, only the mad possessiveness of one who has spotted a beloved toy and will stop at nothing to claim it. The very air seemed to congeal in that moment. Xiao Ziyue crossed her arms, watching the scene with keen interest, a faint, elusive smile playing at the corners of her lips. In her eyes, whether this strange war puppet belonged to her third sister or fell into her own hands, it would ultimately become the treasure of the Xiao family. As for Xiao Fan, a worthless piece of trash drained of every last ounce of value, today would mark his end. The black-robed elder of the Eternal Divine Society lurked like a venomous snake in the shadows, his eyes hidden behind the mask, darting between Xiao Fan and the demon god war puppet, as if assessing something. Faced with Xiao Qingluan's unquestionable command, Xiao Fan merely tilted his head. He let out a soft, scornful laugh. It was not loud, but in the deathly still canyon it sliced through the silence with startling clarity. "Third sister," Xiao Fan spoke in an utterly calm tone. "It seems that in the few days I've been away, your mind has grown even more clouded." "What did you say?" Xiao Qingluan's face instantly darkened, a dangerous glint of offense flashing in her eyes. "I said." Xiao Fan took a step forward, standing shoulder to shoulder with the three-maternal demon god war puppet. He lifted his gaze, his eyes piercing through the puppet's shoulder to meet Xiao Qingluan's, directly enunciating every word. "Want it? Fine, but only in exchange for your life." Boom. At these words, Xiao Qingluan's aura, that of a 5th-rank martial king, erupted with overwhelming force. Fine arcs of electricity danced wildly along the combat suit, covering her body, crackling with sharp pops. "It seems you truly wish to die." Without another word, her eyes, a blend of frenzy and fury, congealed into tangible murderous intent. She raised her wrist and tapped rapidly on the optical computer. "Command received. Codename Leifa, unseal." Hum. A colossal spatial ripple materialized in the sky behind her. Then a behemoth tore through the void, descending with an unmatched sense of oppression. It was a massive humanoid mecha 30 meters tall. Its entire frame was clad in thick silver-white armor, its lines exuding a perfect fusion of power and technological aesthetics. On its back were 6 massive energy thrusters, and at its chest a spherical cockpit glowed with a faint blue aura. In its right hand it wielded a fearsome electromagnetic lance, even longer than the mecha itself. Leifa. Xiao Qingluan single-handedly, and at the cost of the Xiao family's vast resources, had forged this personal war machine. The mecha's appearance dimmed the very light within the canyon. The oppressive pressure born purely of steel and energy was enough to suffocate any martial king realm expert. A flicker of gravity passed through the eyes of Xiao Ziyue and the black-robed elder. This was Xiao Qingluan's true trump card, the mecha genius ultimate ace. With a flash, Xiao Qingluan appeared inside the mecha's cockpit. The giant mecha's eyes lit up with an icy blue gleam. Like a deity, it looked down upon the two tiny ants on the ground. Little brother, I'll give you one final chance. The 30-meter mecha spoke, its voice a cold metallic roar processed through a synthesizer. Hand it over and cripple your own cultivation. It'll grant you a quick death. Xiao Fan gazed up at the colossal machine. The exaggerated frame, the ostentatious electromagnetic lance. His mind was utterly calm. In fact, a hint of amusement stirred within him. Is that all? He couldn't even be bothered to respond. Instead, he gave the demon god war puppet a single simple command. Dismantle it. The moment the command was issued, the war puppet, which had stood motionless, suddenly ignited its demonic blood-red eyes. A crimson glare bright enough to pierce the darkness. A torrent of ancient, chaotic, purely slaughterous and destructive demonic energy exploded forth, utterly distinct from the technological aura of the Lin. Facing the 30-meter behemoth, the mere three-meter demon god war puppet charged forward with audacity, seeking death. Inside the cockpit, a cruel gleam of satisfaction flickered in Xiao Qingluan's eyes. She manipulated the Lin Feng mecha, raising its electromagnetic. At the tip of the lance, terrifying lightning energy began to converge, emitting a piercing, ZZT scream. Thunderbolt cannon. Boom. A beam of blue lightning, thick as a water barrel, tore through the night, like a thunderbolt carrying the breath of annihilation, and in an instant it blasted toward the tiny black figure. The power of that cannon was enough to level a small hill. Yet, just a fraction of a second before the lightning struck, the demon god war puppet vanished, not at a speed too fast for the eye to follow. It simply disappeared, as if merging into space, executing an incomprehensible short-range leap. Xiao Qingluan's pupils contracted sharply. Before she could react, rip! A shadow had already appeared on the left side of the Lin Feng mecha, almost pressed against its leg armor. It raised its right fist covered in ancient demonic runes, a fist that was not particularly large. Then simply it threw a punch. Dong! A dull thunderous boom like an ancient bronze bell struck, echoed across the canyon. On the thick leg armor of the Lin Feng mecha, armor designed to withstand cruise missiles, a shocking indentation, deep and brutal, caved inward. Countless cracks radiating from the center like a spiderweb spread ferociously. What a... Inside the cockpit, Xiao Qingluan let out an incredulous scream. The immense impact sent the entire mecha staggering backward, each step crushing a deep crater into the vitrified ground. How is this possible? That was high-density one-piece, forged vibranium armor. How could a three-meter little puppet inflict such damage with a single punch? But the demon god war puppet's assault did not cease. Having struck its target, its form transformed into a series of black afterimages too fast to Its movements were not only supremely fast, but also possessed an eerie fluidity and coordination. Watching from behind, Xiao Fan couldn't help but smoother than a driving test spin, wouldn't you say? Dong, 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 dong. The dull impacts rang out like a furious war drum, one after another, reverberating through the canyon. The demon god war puppet circled the Lin Feng mecha, performing a show of brutal dismantling. Each flicker of its form placed it at a joint or structural weak point. Each punch left a horrifying dent in the thick armor. In just over 10 seconds, the once majestic Lin Feng mecha was now covered in. Its thrusters were blown out, its arm joint twisted and broken, and the electromagnetic lance in its hand was kicked away, embedding itself deep into the canyon. Inside the cockpit, the frantic flashing red warnings and piercing alarms threatened to shatter Xiao Qingluan's nerves. Impossible. This is impossible. She screamed like a madwoman, manipulating the mecha's remaining arm in a desperate attempt to grasp the phantom-like black shadow. But all her movements before the demon god war puppet seemed like slow-motion replays. How can an ancient puppet possess speed beyond optical tracking? What material grants it such terrifying strength? And its power source, what in the world is it? Xiao Qingluan felt her worldview, her pride as a mecha genius, shatter into pieces before this enigmatic, sinister demon god war puppet. Dude, seriously, this is the wrong style? This isn't even a battle on the same dimensional plane. It's a dimensionality reduction strike. Far away, the smile had frozen on Xiao Zu's face, replaced by a profound shock and greed. And the black-robed elder of the Eternal Divine Society, beneath his mask, finally revealed an expression of unprecedented gravity. At that moment, the demon god war puppet seemed to have grown tired of the game. It vanished one last time, reappearing directly on the shoulder of the Lin Feng mecha. It ignored the futile mechanical arms flailing at it. It bent down, its two pitch-black hands clamping down fiercely on the spherical cockpit. Inside the cockpit, through the reinforced glass, Xiao Qingluan saw for the first time the demon god war puppet's blood-red eyes up close. Cold, dead, utterly devoid of emotion. A terror that originated from the depths of her soul engulfed her. No. Crack, accompanied by a wrenching metallic screech. The three-meter demon god war puppet erupted with a monstrous power utterly disproportionate to its size. A savage, overwhelming force. It exerted its strength, letting out a roar. With brute force, it ripped the cockpit, crafted from the toughest alloy, along with Xiao Qingluan inside straight off the mecha's torso. Crash! The headless 30-meter mecha stood rigid for half a second, then collapsed onto its knees, reduced to a pile of expensive scrap metal. Meanwhile, the demon god war puppet holding the shattered cockpit in one hand jumped down from the wreckage and landed steadily before Xiao Fan. It placed its prize gently on the ground. The entire process was devastatingly swift. As Xiao Qingluan teetered on the verge of defeat, the black-robed elder who had remained silent finally made his move. His target was not the formidable demon god war puppet. It was Xiao Fan himself, the one who seemed vulnerable, unprotected. "Youngster, you harbor too many secrets." A cold, raspy voice like a snake's hiss whispered into Xiao Fan's ear. "Offer them all to the Divine Society." Unbeknownst to all, the black-robed elder had used a ghostly movement technique to circle behind Xiao Fan. A withered hand claw wreathed in ominous black chi, bearing the lethal pressure of a 7th-rank martial emperor, reached silently for Xiao Fan's back. A chilling, killing intent like a lingering curse locked onto Xiao Fan's back with unwavering precision. The furious strike of a 7th-rank martial emperor was swift beyond measure, ruthless to the extreme. The old man in the black robe possessed absolute confidence. With this claw, not to mention a worthless wretch whose body had been hollowed out, even a martial emperor of the same rank caught off guard would surely have their heart crushed and die on the spot. He seemed to have already seen Xiao Fan's blood staining the glimmering surface beneath him. However, at the moment, he was certain of his victory. Xiao Ziyue, who had been watching from a distance with her arms crossed, also sprang into action. A glint of venomous greed flashed in her eyes as she seized this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, like a mantis stalking a cicada to catch the yellow sparrow. Her target was likewise Xiao Fan. Unlike the old man in the black robe, she did not seek to kill him in one strike. What she wanted was to capture him alive. This useless brother held too many secrets. His powerful and bizarre combat puppet and the incomprehensible methods he possessed were worth far more than his worthless life. Buzz! An invisible and strange wave of spiritual energy erupted from Xiao Ziyue. Her innate martial vein, the illusory, heart-luminous vein, activated. She intended to use her most proficient mental shock to instantly shatter Xiao Fan's sea of consciousness, turning him into a fool that she could manipulate at will. Physical attacks, spiritual attacks. The two strong warriors, one in front and one behind, created a deadly trap. In the distance, Xiao Qingluan, just recovering from the fear of being torn apart by a mechanical suit, witnessed this scene and couldn't help but reveal a hint of delight in her eyes. Die! This worthless wretch who had embarrassed her. Hurry and die! Faced with this double fatal blow, Xiao Fan stood still without even turning his head. He even felt a bit amused inside. Was this like playing werewolf? One jumps as a prophet, the other as a hunter, both trying to stab him. The thoughts were grand. Unfortunately, you haven't even grasped my identity. Just as Xiao Ziyu's invisible mental force made contact with Xiao Fan's body, an abnormal change occurred. Moi! Xiao Ziyu's pupils suddenly constricted. Her mental power, like a cow sinking into the sea, failed to stir even a ripple in Xiao Fan's sea of consciousness, instead being instantly devoured by an unfathomable black hole. Immediately after, a force of even greater dominance and ferocity, one that would make her soul shudder, erupted from within Xiao Fan. Oh! Xiao Ziyue let out a shriek that was more inhuman than human. She felt her spirit, her soul, her life force being uncontrollably sucked out with an irresistible power, as if by an invisible pump. Her once well-maintained, beautiful face rapidly became shriveled, waxy, and deep wrinkles marred her features at a visible pace. Her long, lustrous black hair turned dry and white within mere seconds, resembling withered weeds. Her eyes shifted from terror to resentment, finally settling into a dazed and confused state. Like a machine that had been drained of all power in an instant, her once proud CPU was burnt out under the overload. In just 3 seconds, the once dazzling and scheming second lady of the Xiao family transformed into a drooling, vacanted lunatic, more pitiful than the most foolish beggar on the street. However, Xiao Fan never glanced at her even once. He had no interest in personally torturing this so-called second sister. At the moment Xiao Ziyue completely collapsed, he merely focused his thoughts. Buzz! The ominous Hamong banner, shrouded in black mist, appeared behind him. A beam of black light shot out like lightning, precisely enveloping the top of Xiao Ziyu's head. No! Don't! A faint plea escaped her lips, as if it were the last instinct from the depths of her soul. Unfortunately, it was utterly meaningless. Under the oppressive power of the Hamong banner, her already shattered soul was forcibly ripped from her decaying body, transforming into a mournful shadow that was uncontrollably drawn into the black banner. Inside the banner there was endless darkness and chaos. Xiao Meyer's residual soul was curled up in a corner, trembling. When she saw the new presence, also filled with resentment and fear, she instinctively floated over. Second sister, how did you get in here? All she received in response was Xiao Ziyu's increasingly frantic and resentful roar. No, let me out. Xiao Fan, you beast. May you die a horrible death. However, all of this transpired in the blink of an eye. Just as Xiao Fan was clearing the way and casually collecting his second sister into the banner, the old man in the black robe had already arrived at his back. Die. The smile on the old man's face was grim and cruel. Yet the next second his smile froze completely. A pitch-black figure seemingly condensed from the abyss appeared, without warning blocking his lethal path. It was that demonic puppet. It had seemingly flashed from dozens of meters away, appearing behind Xiao Fan, becoming the most unbreakable shield. Not good. The old man in the black robe was struck with terror. He wanted to withdraw, but how could the full-force strike of a 7th-rank martial emperor carrying the might to destroy the heavens and obliterate the earth be retracted at will? That claw swirling with ominous black energy and capable of splitting stone struck solidly against the chest of the demonic puppet. Boom! A dull and thunderous sound erupted, resembling the collapse of heaven and earth. The entire Thunder Canyon trembled violently from this strike. The terrifying shockwave of energy transformed into visible ring-shaped airwaves, wildly spreading in all directions. Wherever it passed, whether it was the hard crystal or the rocky walls, everything was ground to the finest powder. As the dust settled, the scene before the black-robed elder made his eyes bulge with rage. There stood the black, demonic puppet, still rigid like a mountain, having only slid back nearly 100 meters, carving 2 unfathomable chasms into the ground. Upon its metallic chest remained a clear claw mark and a barely noticeable crack. Meanwhile, Xiao Fan behind it was completely unharmed. In stark contrast, the black-robed elder himself was sent reeling back dozens of meters by the devastating recoil, his right arm bones crying out under the unbearable strain, while his internal energy surged violently, causing him to spit out a mouthful of black blood. He looked at his trembling right hand, then at the nearly undamaged demonic puppet and the Xiao Fan standing behind it, whose attire remained unruffled. His mind became a blank. This is impossible. His full-force strike as a 7th-rank martial emperor, not to mention a person, even a mountain, should have been flattened. How could it be that even a 3-meter-high humanoid puppet's defense couldn't be breached? How did I land such a big backstab, yet hit steel plates? The atmosphere is wrong. This is not a battle of the same dimension. Just as he was in shock, unable to believe it, Xiao Fan's languid voice, filled with mockery and disdain, drifted over lightly. Old man, is this all the strength you have? Not even enough to give my puppet a massage? Did you forget to eat? Xiao Fan's voice, dripping with extreme mockery, pierced into the black-robed elder's ears like countless poisoned steel needles, and even deeper into the dignity of his 7th-grade martial emperor status. The elder, whose surging blood energy could no longer be suppressed, felt a reverse flow of blood rushing upward, and he spat out a large mouthful of black blood, staining the glazed ground before him even more eerily. His mind was blank from extreme rage and disbelief. Shame. Utter shame. He was a dignified black-robed bishop of the Eternal Divine Society, a genuine 7th-grade martial emperor whose authority had long been established, and who was among the pinnacle figures of the entire Federation. Now his meticulously planned fatal backstab had not only failed to harm the target in the slightest, but had instead been repelled by the opponent's puppet golem, inflicting internal injuries upon himself. If word of this got out, how could he ever hold his head high in the world? Even more terrifying to his soul was that black demon god war puppet. What was that thing? What kind of material puppet could withstand a martial emperor's full-force strike, with almost no damage? This had already surpassed the limits of his cognition regarding the martial technology of this world. You little beast. The secrets you carry are indeed far more than I imagined. The black-robed elder's eyes were bloodshot as he stared fiercely at Xiao Fan, his gaze as if wanting to devour him alive. He knew that if he could not capture this brat today, once he grew powerful, he would become a mortal threat to the entire Eternal Divine Society. Today it was either him or me. Since that is the case, the elder let out a harsh screech like a night owl. Then let me show you the true terror of a martial emperor. As his words fell, he no longer held back. He fiercely pressed his palms together in front of his chest and began chanting an ancient and evil incantation. It was not any language of the Federation. The syllables were imbued with a sense of decadence and madness, as if communicating with some ancient existence from the abyss. Boom! A terrifying aura several times more powerful than before erupted from his withered body. Visibly, his already graying hair instantly turned ashen and lifeless. The wrinkles on his face seemed deepened by a carving knife, and his skin lost all moisture and vitality at a bizarre speed, clinging tightly to his bones. He had sacrificed at least 50 years of his remaining life force. He was burning his own imperial foundation. Secret art, divine punishment. With his final roar, his entire aura forcibly surged from 7th-grade martial emperor all the way to near the peak of 9th-grade martial emperor. Endless black mist crazily gushed out from his body, enveloping him completely. Within the mist his figure seemed to grow taller and twist, transforming into an ancient demon god, descending punishment upon the world. That overwhelming realm-shattering pressure caused the entire Thunderclap Canyon to tremble violently. In the distance, Xiao Qingwan, who had just struggled out of the shattered mecha cockpit, felt this terrifying pressure that froze her very soul. She was pinned to the ground, unable to move, with only endless fear in her eyes. So this was a martial emperor's forbidden art. Xiao Fan watched the scene unfold, his gaze becoming unprecedentedly solemn. He couldn't help but groan inwardly. Good grief. So when you can't win, you just cheat. Going all out for mutual destruction. Xiao Fan knew this was a true life-or-death moment. Relying solely on the demon god war puppet's autonomous combat would absolutely not withstand this strike. He took a deep breath, a glint of madness flashing. Want to fight to the death? Imin, puppet and me unite. Xiao Fan's soul power poured out without reserve at this moment, like an invisible bridge instantly linking tightly with the core of the demon god war puppet. Buzz. The demon god war puppet's eerie blood-red eyes suddenly blazed with unprecedented brilliant red light. A will that was agile and filled with human-like killing techniques replaced the previous cold, killing instinct. At this moment, Xiao Fan's consciousness was the war puppet's consciousness. The puppet's body was an extension of Xiao Fan himself. An unprecedented sense of power, as if he could control heaven and earth, flooded his soul. He even had an illusion that with one punch he could punch a hole through the very sky. Come! A roar filled with endless battle intent, not from Xiao Fan's mouth, but from the chest of the three-material demon god war puppet, rumbled out. It moved. Its movements were no longer the earlier strange flickering leaps. Instead, it was a charge that was more instinctive, more ferocious, and direct. With each step it took, it left a bottomless footprint on the hard glazed floor. Die! The mass of black mist that the black-robed elder had become also a black pillar of light, condensing all his life and cultivation, shot forth like a divine light of annihilation from the deepest abyss, carrying the will to judge all beings, hurtling toward that small yet stubborn black figure. A forbidden strike that burned 50 years of a 7th-grade martial emperor's life. A demon god's iron fist infused with all of Xiao Fan's soul power and killing intent. At the very center of the canyon, they collided in the most primitive and violent manner. Thud. This time, there was no earth-shattering roar, only an ultimate muffled sound. It was as if the entire universe had been muted by this collision. Time-space light. Everything at the epicenter of the collision underwent a terrifying distortion and collapse. The next second, a white circular energy shockwave silently, and at superluminal speed, expanded madly in all directions. In the distance, Xiao Qingwan didn't even have time to scream before she was violently flung away by the residual force of this power, crashing into a mountain wall hundreds of meters away, her fate unknown. The entire landscape of Thunderclap Canyon was completely altered in that moment. Centered on the impact point, a giant hemispherical pit over a kilometer in diameter appeared out of nowhere. The dust took a long time to slowly settle. At the center of the pit, the demon god war puppet knelt on one knee. Its originally indestructible black body was now covered with terrifying spiderweb-like cracks. One arm was severed at the shoulder, and there was a huge penetrating wound in its chest, emitting a burnt smell, almost completely wrecked. Dozens of meters behind it, Xiao Fan lay on his back, dark red blood seeping from all 7 orifices. The domineering connection of puppet and me unite had been forcibly severed at the moment of that devastating impact, and his soul suffered unimaginable damage. But he was still alive. Across from him, the black-robed elder knelt limply, as if all his bones had been drained. In his chest, a bull's-eyed hole went straight through his heart, long gone. Streams of black blood infused with imperial law gushed out, emitting an aura of death. His forbidden art, which had consumed his life and cultivation, failed to kill Xiao Fan. Instead, that strange war puppet, at the cost of its own destruction, punched through his imperial body. Impossible. The elder raised his head. His face could no longer be called a face, more like a dried corpse. He looked at Xiao Fan struggling to get up, not far away, his turbid eyes filled with the greatest fear and unwillingness of his life. He, a 7th-grade martial emperor, had actually been severely wounded to such an extent by a youngster less than 20 years old. Just as his mind was shaken and his Tao hard on the verge of collapse, Xiao Fan staggered to his feet. He wiped the blood from his mouth, looking at the pitiful black-robed elder and Xiao Qingwan, who had fainted under the distant cliff. A cold yet gratified smile appeared on his face. Although he was severely injured and his strongest trump card was temporarily disabled. But taking down a 7th-grade martial emperor, this round not a loss. Xiao Fan knew that he was at the end of his strength right now. That old bastard might look near death, but who knew if he had any last resort to take them all down together. He couldn't stay any longer. Old fool, I'll remember your life for now. He left a judgment that made the elder's soul tremble. Then, with a thought system exchange for a star transfer talisman. Ding. 3,000 points consumed. Star transfer talisman has been issued to your system space. Remaining points 200,000. An ancient talisman sparkling with starlight and full of the profound aura of spatial laws appeared in his hand. Without any hesitation, using his last shred of spiritual essence, he fiercely crushed it. Buzz. A bright pillar of starlight shot up into the sky, enveloping Xiao Fan and the wrecked demon god war puppet together. No. The black-robed elder watched this scene and let out a despairing and unwilling roar. He wanted to stop it, but couldn't even move a finger. He could only watch helplessly as the starlight flashed and vanished before his eyes, disappearing without a trace, as if it had never existed. This final shock became the last straw. The black-robed elder spat out another mouthful of black blood, fell rigidly backward, and completely passed out. The canyon was left with only a scene of apocalyptic devastation and a bishop of the Eternal Divine Society, whose Tao heart had been shattered by severe. The intense dizziness of the space being torn apart felt like a tsunami after a hangover, violently striking at Xiao Fan's already fragile soul. The surrounding scenery instantly shifted from the cataclysmic energy storm of Thunder Echo Canyon to a dead silence bathed in dim yellow light. The starlight faded away. With a muffled thud, Xiao Fan's body fell heavily to the hard, cold ground like a piece of discarded, tattered garbage. The almost wrecked demon war puppet rolled over several meters away with a screeching noise of metal scraping against the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Where's this place? Xiao Fan's consciousness was as muddled as a lump of paste, with blood gushing from his orifices, staining the earth beneath him. His body felt as if it had been pierced by millions of steel needles, every inch of bone, every vein crying out under the unbearable burden. The self-healing ability of the Hongmeng divine demon body, once a source of pride, now seemed utterly inadequate. However, the pain of the flesh paled in comparison to the excruciating agony deep within his soul. This was the backlash caused by the terrifying energy forcibly severing the connection in the extreme state of man and puppet unison after being struck by a dying blow from a 7th-rank martial emperor. His soul was like a piece of glass forcibly broken in two, covered in hideous cracks, enduring the torturous torment of being ground to dust every second. Life force was rapidly fleeing from his shattered body at an irreversible speed. Xiao Fan struggled, using the last of his strength to slightly raise his eyelids and survey this unfamiliar world. What he saw was an endless expanse of desolate wasteland. The sky was an eerie dark red with no sun, no moon, only a few stars emitting a faint light hanging like will-o'-the-wisps in the heavens. The air was filled with a strange mix of sulfur and dust devoid of any hint of life. Heh! A dry, unintelligible sound escaped Xiao Fan's throat. He couldn't help but scoff in his heart. Good heavens, this teleportation star symbol is all about jumping from one pit into another, isn't it? Although he had escaped from that half-dead martial emperor, in his current state, even a beast would be a threat, let alone a strong wind that could blow away his breath. Having crossed over for so long, this was the first time he felt so close to the word death. The agonizing pain of his soul surged in waves like a tide, each impact further clouding his consciousness, distorting and spinning the world before him, as if he would plunge into eternal darkness at any moment. No, I can't die like this. The vendetta remains unavenged, and those scoundrels are still living well. That cold-blooded family is still enjoying the life they have stolen. How can I die here? A surge of unwillingness and resentment from the depths of his soul gripped his fading consciousness like the most potent stimulant. He recalled the system space where, after completing his first wasteful task, he still had 9 pieces left, his true lifeline. 9 turns golden core. System. Space. Xiao Fan used all his willpower to forcefully condense his scattered soul into a beam, struggling to probe into his system. This process felt like trying to push open a stone door weighing 10,000 pounds with hands that had been crushed flat. Finally, his divine sense touched the pure white jade bottle quietly floating in a corner of the space. Come out. Buzz. Accompanied by a roar from deep within his soul, the warm jade bottle appeared out of thin air beside his bloodless hand. Xiao Fan instinctively flicked the bottle cap open with trembling fingers. He didn't even have the strength to pour out the elixir. He lowered his head, brought his lips to the bottle opening, and with great effort rolled out a dragonized, entirely golden elixir. Upon entering his mouth, it didn't even wait for him to swallow. It instantly transformed into an indescribable golden torrent filled with boundless life energy, crashing down his throat and flooding into his already parched limbs. Boom! If the attack from the black-robed elder was the winter that extinguished all things, then the power of this elixir was the spring of creation that melted. That warm and vast energy surged like a star river, breaking its dam forcefully and gently washing over every injury within his body. Crack, crack, crack. His broken bones, wrapped in the golden torrent, began to realign, reconnect, and heal at a visibly rapid pace. His withered veins, like parched earth welcoming the long-awaited rain, greedily absorbed this life energy, regaining their resilient luster. His boiling blood was soothed, his shriveled organs regained fullness, and the grotesque wounds on his body scabbed and fell off within just a few breaths, revealing new skin shimmering with a precious glow. In merely a few seconds, the injuries that would have killed any martial emperor were almost entirely healed. Yet this was merely the beginning. After the physical recovery was completed, the golden torrent did not cease. Instead, it transformed into a purer, gentler force rushing directly towards the sea of consciousness where his soul resided. A pain a million times worse than the tearing of the flesh exploded in the depths of Xiao Fan's soul. If the previous tearing of the soul was like being slowly sliced with a dull knife, then now it was like a red-hot branding iron being violently pressed onto the wound. That was the power of the Nine Turns golden core repairing the terrifying cracks that spread across his soul. This process was akin to forcibly pressing an already shattered soul onto an anvil, using a giant hammer infused with the laws of life to pound, refine, and reshape it. The intense pain caused Xiao Fan, who had just regained some strength, to instantly arch his body like a shrimp thrown into hot oil, his muscles uncontrollably spasming, veins bulging like dragons on his forehead and neck. He wanted to scream, but could not produce any sound. He wanted to faint, but the overwhelming life energy held his consciousness firmly, forcing him to remain awake and endure this hellish treatment. In the extreme agony that felt like it lasted for an eternity, Xiao Fan felt as if his consciousness had been completely ground to powder, only to be reassembled by that golden force in a completely new way. Gradually, the excruciating pain began to diminish. What replaced it was an unprecedented feeling of transparency, resilience, and flawless harmony. He could clearly see that his once cracked soul was now emitting a faint golden glow. All the cracks had disappeared, replaced by intricate and arcane golden patterns. His soul, in this process of destruction and rebirth, not only was perfectly restored, but its resilience and purity had also increased several times. The range of his divine sense perception was skyrocketing. 30 miles, 40 miles, 50 miles. It had doubled. Xiao Fan exhaled a breath of turbid air with a faint golden shimmer, slowly sitting up from the ground. He moved his body, feeling the more abundant and refined spiritual essence within him, along with the powerful soul energy that seemed capable of interfering with reality. A hint of delight at surviving this calamity appeared on his face. With the cultivation at the mid-stage of foundation establishment propelled by this vast energy, he finally touched the peak of this stage, just a single opportunity away from advancing to the later stage. Not bad. Although this nearly went awry, the result was a bloody profit. He stood up and walked over to the wrecked demon war puppet, looking at its massive penetrating wound and broken arm, a trace of pity flashing in his eyes. This was his strongest trump card, yet now it had become a pile of scrap metal. "Don't worry, I will definitely restore you," Xiao Fan murmured as he stored the war puppet into the system space. "Moreover, I will make you even stronger." He glanced at the system interface, and the remaining 200,000 points made him wince. The cost of taking down a martial emperor was simply too great. However, surviving was the greatest victory. Just as he was about to ponder how to survive on this an unexpected change occurred. The cold yet familiar system notification echoed in his mind, suddenly exploding like thunder from the heavens. Ding. Detected that the host has completed a series of extremely difficult high-level challenges, such as King's Bloodbath and Blood Relations in the banner. Host performance evaluated as defying heaven. System core permissions are being unlocked. Rule module is being upgraded. Warning. The system will undergo a revolutionary update. Please prepare, host. The system's icy, ominous warning, like the final fuse, ignited the taut string in Xiao Fan's mind. Every single hair on his body stood on end instantly. A subversive update. What did it mean? Was it all about a version rollback and benefit recovery? Or had he spent so fiercely that the system's backend crashed, ready to give him a permanent ban? Xiao Fan's nerves tightened to the point of choking. Yet the anticipated electric shock or execution penalty did not arrive. The familiar virtual screen in his mind after that warning seemed like an old TV unplugged. All text and images on it crackled, instantly collapsed into an infinitely tiny point of light, then sank into utter darkness. Silence. An absolute silence at the soul level that made Xiao Fan's heart pound. It felt as if the system, the cheat that had been with him ever since his transmigration, had vanished without a trace. That silence lasted about 3 seconds. To Xiao Fan it felt as long as a century. Just as he began to wonder if his severely wounded soul had caused a completely new stream of light, far more magnificent than before, exploded into his sea of consciousness. No longer the simple, almost crude, blue-white interface. In its place was a dark golden backdrop as deep as a starry universe. Countless fine lines of law formed from pure radiance flowed slowly across the background, creating an indescribable tableau filled with supreme majesty and beauty. Then a line of new characters condensed from Tao runes and emitting a warm glow slowly emerged in the center of the tableau. System update 100, a restart complete. Welcome back, most honored host. The voice was no longer the emotionless mechanical synthesizer it was a softer, more melodious voice, even carrying a hint of humility and fawning. Xiao Fan was stunned. He blinked, wondering if he still hadn't recovered from the soul agony. Most honored host. Good heavens. Before he was treated like a beast of burden, electrocuted for failing tasks. Now the tone shifted completely from a cold-faced instructor to a considerate butler. Nothing good comes from abnormality. Xiao Fan wasn't fooled by this sudden courtesy. Instead, he grew more vigilant. What exactly did you update? He asked, using his divine sense. The system responded immediately. Reporting, host, it has been detected that you have completed multiple heaven-defying achievements and exhibited growth potential far beyond expectations. Your performance has been judged by the core rules as exceeding the norm. Therefore, the system automatically triggered the highest level evolution protocol, carrying out a subversive reshaping of 3 core rules. Here it comes. The crucial part. Xiao Fan held his breath. He knew what came next would determine whether his road to revenge became a grand highway or a narrow path. Rule reshaping 1: consumption privilege. The old rule, main quest bloody prologue, has been completed and removed. The unlimited black card privilege will no longer be tied to any quest, and consumption limits and time restrictions are permanently abolished. The new rule is unlimited consumption privilege. From this moment on, the host can make purchases of any amount on any interstellar commercial platform at any time with no penalty mechanism. Boom. Xiao Fan felt as if an interstellar nuclear bomb had struck his brain. All blank. Gone. Just like that. No more quests. No time limits. No failure penalties. He could finally spend money without having to race against the clock under the pressure of being struck by from a wage slave burdened with massive KPIs and the constant risk of being fired. He had become a true coin lord who could splurge without any restraint. This happiness came too suddenly. Yet before he could recover from the first bombshell, the system broadcasted the second rule, even more subversive to his understanding. Rule reshaping 2: consumption rebate. The old mode, trigger critical strike after quest settlement, is abolished. The new rule is consume and crit. All purchases made via the black card will trigger a critical strike rebate immediately within 0.01 seconds after successful payment. The critical strike multiplier will no longer be random, but fixed to float within a range of 10 times to infinite times. The item pool for rebates will undergo a major change. The probability of tech-side items drops by 99. All critical strike rebates will fully and permanently favor higher value cultivation civilization products and massive system points. If the first rule had freed his hands and feet, then this second rule was like giving him a pair of wings to soar through the cosmos. Instant crit. Targeted rebate. This meant he would have unparalleled fault tolerance and adaptability. Encounter a powerful enemy he couldn't beat. No problem, open the star network on the spot. Buy the most expensive pill, crit a furnace of immortal elixirs, consume them, and fight again. Exhaust all his trump cards and be hunted down. Buy the fastest spaceship on the spot, crit a star battleship, and turn around to counterkill. This wasn't just a system. It was like carrying an arsenal, a pill refinement room, and a hidden treasure vault of a cultivation sect. While Xiao Fan's mind was still shaking from this terrifying the system, as if he hadn't been shocked enough today, dropped another bombshell. New auxiliary function, universal recycling. The host can set recycling rules according to personal needs. For example, add tech-side blue quality or below, or any items deemed useless to the auto. After this, all critical strike rebates that meet your set conditions will no longer occupy system space. The system will automatically convert them into corresponding points based on the item's true value and deposit them into your account. Xiao Fan took a deep breath, then let it out slowly and long. Perfect. This function was tailor-made for him. It would completely eliminate the junk among the critical strike rebates, those items that were tasteless to keep and a pity to discard, squeezing every ounce of value from each purchase. Thus a perfect closed loop from consumption to critical strike and from recycling to points was fully formed. What about the last rule? Xiao Fan suppressed the wild joy inside him and asked in a deep voice. Rule reshaping 3: growth path. The system will no longer issue any consumption-related quests. Instead, it will introduce a new blind box quest system. Based on the host's real-time situation, causal connections, and enemy dynamics, the system will independently issue diverse quests, such as achievement, exploration, revenge trial. Completing quests will reward the host with random blind boxes. Blind box grades are basic, intermediate, advanced, legendary, epic, mythic. Blind boxes can contain, but are not limited to, cultivation level boost tickets, bloodline evolution stones, divine abilities, ancient immortal treasures, special physiques, even a small world. Any reward you can imagine and beyond. Xiao Fan listened quietly. His face showed no expression, but his heart pounded like a drum. He understood. He understood completely. If the old system was a must-pass exam, then this updated system was a game of free will. Money had become his most basic, most insignificant resource. His life would no longer be shackled by the act of spending. Instead, he would take on more challenging and meaningful quests, explore the truths of this universe, personally take revenge, and gain true growth from those mysterious and surprising blind boxes. Freedom maxed out. Exhilaration maxed out. This was what he wanted. This was a qualified cheat for a transmigrator. Feeling the power in his body, now more solid and resilient from the soul restoration, and looking at the renewed rules in the system, Xiao Fan's eyes burst with unprecedented brilliance. The confusion and uncertainty in his heart vanished completely, replaced by absolute confidence and icy killing intent. He moved his mind. He summoned the nearly wrecked demon god battle doll from the corner of the system space before him, looking at the huge penetrating wound in its chest and its broken arm. A flicker of distress passed through Xiao Fan's eyes. This was his strongest trump card, the greatest contributor to his escape from the Martial Emperor. Under the old rules, repairing it was nearly impossible, requiring countless time and effort in search of unknown celestial treasures. But now, it was different. A cold, delighted arc curled at the corner of Xiao Fan's mouth. Since it was unlimited consumption. Since consuming mint instant crit. Why should he bother searching for treasures? He would directly spend money. Use the most expensive, sturdiest, rarest materials in this universe to forge a new divine demon body for it. He would make it 100 times, 1,000 times stronger than before. He would turn it into the sharpest butcher knife in his hand, capable of cutting through all conspiracies, and a crazy and bold plan instantly took shape in Xiao Fan's mind. Suppressing his excitement, he didn't hesitate. With a thought, he connected to the vast pan-universal network. Through the all-powerful authority of the heavenly Tao intelligence, he bypassed all cumbersome verification and scrutiny, used a fictional non-existent identity code K, and logged into a stage that he had only dared to glance at before, a stage for the true apex players of the universe. Starlight Black Market. A lawless domain that asked no questions about origins or background, only recognized money. Any item listed here could trigger a galaxy-level bloodbath. Xiao Fan's consciousness scrolled rapidly across the interface of the black market. A dazzling array of commodities flashed before his eyes like streaks. Product name: A7 Neutron Star Core Forged Armor. Description: forged over 3,000 years by a fallen 4th-level civilization, using the core of an intact neutron star capable of resisting the gravitational tearing of a black hole's event horizon. Price: 3 billion interstellar credits. Xiao Fan glanced at it. Trash. Product name: Dimensional Blade Fragment. Description: an external tissue severed from a high-dimensional being naturally imbued with spatial laws, its sharpness immeasurable. Friendly reminder: the holder may be tracked down by the high-dimensional being along the causal thread. Price: 5 billion interstellar credits. Xiao Fan's gaze lingered for 0.1 seconds. Interesting, but still trash. Product name: Living Planet Fortress Leviathan Egg. Description: laid by the mother queen of an unknown insectoid civilization. Upon hatching, it yields a living planet fortress thousands of kilometers long with self-awareness and evolutionary capabilities, plus a gift of 1 billion insectoid cannon fodder troops. Price: 8.8 billion interstellar credits. Buy it to raise as a pet. Xiao Fan silently ridiculed in his heart. Next, he was like a super-rich man browsing a luxury store, disdainful that none of the goods were worthy of him, ruthlessly swiping away treasures that would drive even a martial emperor mad. What he wanted was not these finished products. He wanted the most essential, most indestructible top-tier materials. Finally, in an inconspicuous corner, he found a product that had been listed for over 100 years without anyone showing interest. The name of the product was very ordinary: Deep Space Star Core Remnant. The seller's description carried a tragic and desolate epic sense. This is a mysterious remnant our race captured from the unknown deep space before the great silence of the universe, exhausting the last fortune of our civilization. Its hardness surpasses all matter in the known universe. Our race attempted to bombard it with stellar annihilation cannons, tear it with gravitational singularities, and even cast it into the core of supernova explosions, yet could not damage it in the slightest. Its only flaw is that we cannot utilize or modify it. It is like a mockery from a previous cosmic epoch, coldly watching our civilization fade into extinction. Now, as the last member of my race, I am willing to, for no other reason than to exchange it for a pension sufficient to live out my remaining years peacefully on some remote planet. This thing may be completely useless, but it is absolutely the hardest paperweight under this starry sky. Beneath this story-rich description lay its equally prohibitive price. Price: 1,000 interstellar credits. A full 10 billion. Xiao Fan looked at this price, then at the seller's image, a grayish, unremarkable fist-sized stone. He couldn't help but laugh inwardly. Bro, your backstory is way too fake. Last member pension. Why don't you just say you're Qin Shi Huang and ask for money to give me a terracotta army division? But indestructible and unusable. Xiao Fan's eyes lit up. These two keywords were tailor-made for his consumption critical hit. Without any hesitation, Just like buying a bottle of water from a street vendor, he casually clicked the buy button and confirmed the payment. Almost the next second after his payment succeeded, the entire back-end system of the Starry Sky black market lagged for 0.01 seconds due to this instant 100 billion level transaction. Countless top-tier big shots lurking on the platform noticed this ridiculously overpriced sucker transaction. Codename K, which madman spends 10 billion on a broken rock. I read the product description. The seller himself said it's a paperweight. Is this buyer out of his mind? Investigate. Find out who this buyer is. I want to see what kind of sacred being is so extravagant. However, no matter what methods they used, they could not trace any trace of Xiao Fan. Under the cover of the heavenly Tao divine brain, he was like a ghost that did not exist in this universe. At this moment, Xiao Fan, the instigator, was completely overwhelmed by the system notification that exploded in his mind like a cosmic Big Bang. Detected that you have completed a consumption of 10 billion interstellar credits. The consumption critical hit rule has been activated. Triggering. Super invincible crackling world-destroying critical hit. Congratulations, host. Successfully triggered. 10,000 times critical hit. Congratulations, host. Acquired unique mythic grade forging material. Chaos Immortal Gold X 1 cubic meter. Boom. Xiao Fan felt his brain being detonated heated by a nuclear bomb of happiness. 10,000 times critical. Chaos Immortal Gold. Family who understands. He immediately sank into the system space. There a mysterious metal only 1 cubic meter in size, grayish all over, as if it could devour all light, was quietly floating. It had no energy fluctuation, no overwhelming aura. It looked so unpretentious. But the moment Xiao Fan's divine sense touched it, a terrifying weight like billions of stars, and an ancient primordial Hongming aura from the dawn of the universe nearly crushed his soul on the spot. This is Chaos Immortal Gold. Legend says that even the life-bound immortal artifacts of supreme immortal emperors only contain a trace of this supreme divine material. Using it to repair a small demon god war puppet. This is not repair, it's like using the main cannon barrel of a planet-destroying starship to make a slingshot for extravagant. Utterly extravagant. But Xiao Fan likes it. The life of the rich is so unpretentious and dull. He forcibly suppressed the ecstasy almost spilling from his heart and averted his gaze from the Chaos Immortal Gold. With the top-tier material, the next issue was how to smelt it and perfectly fuse it with the war puppet. This problem was beyond his current means. He needed a master artifact refiner, at least of the top level. Just as he was about to open the Starry Sky black market again to post an even more shocking hiring request for a top-level artifact refiner. But the brand new blind box mission system unexpectedly popped up its first mission. Detected that the host's current causal line has undergone a major deviation, triggering a special mission scenario. Blind box mission released. Mission name Artistic Cultivation. Mission description: Great Revenge is not only about killing, it also needs artistic. Host, put away your stench of money, forget those killings, and go accept the baptism of art. Mission objective: please immediately set off for the capital star of the Blue Star Federation, infiltrate the first Federation Art Academy, and become the most eye-catching and controversial new star at the Academy's annual art gala 7 days later. Mission reward: Beginner Blind Box X1. Xiao Fan looked at this mission description. He was completely stunned. What the heck? Artistic cultivation. Me go to an art academy and become the most eye-catching new star. He, a ruthless man sworn to revenge who kills and seizes souls at the slightest provocation, and just spent 10 billion to buy a divine metal to upgrade his killing weapon. You want him to do art? This style shift is too fast. Just as Xiao Fan was full of question marks, suspecting that the system had been intoxicated by that 100 billion. The heavenly Tao divine brain beside him immediately and thoughtfully associated relevant intelligence. Target locked: First Federation Art Academy. Key person search. Person locked: Xiaolin Yun. Identity: fifth miss of the Xiao family, the fifth blood relative enemy of the protagonist. Current position: specially appointed star instructor at First Federation Art Academy. Specialty: traditional Chinese painting. Her paintings are hailed as art that can heal the soul, renowned in the upper echelons of the Federation, admired by countless young talents. Martial vein vine: parasitic martial vein. Seeing that last piece of intelligence, Xiao Fan's eyes narrowed instantly. Art that heals the soul. Using a parasitic martial vein that nourishes itself by absorbing others' mental energy to do healing. This is truly art to the extreme. Fifth sister, Xiaolin Yun. A cold and mischievous smile slowly curled at the corner of Xiao Fan's mouth. He probably knew how to play this artistic cultivation. However, before that there was a small problem to solve. He was still on a barren, godforsaken planet. It's time to get myself a suitable means of transportation. Xiao Fan's mind once again sank into that absolute lawless place, the Shinkong black market. He now had unlimited spending authority and the new rule of spending triggering critical hits. Now his gaze at these exorbitantly priced items had changed. They were not commodities. They were rows of blind boxes containing mythical-level rewards waiting for him to choose. He directly ignored the weapons and equipment. In the search bar, he entered a simple requirement of vehicle fastest speed capable of interstellar jumps and stops. The light screen flickered and countless dazzling private starships appeared. Model Poseidon class private yacht with hyperspace bubble generator price 130 billion star coins. Too flashy like a target. Xiao Fan swiped it away directly. Model military-grade ghost class attack ship discontinued model with optical camouflage and anti-radar coating price 320 billion star coins. Military surplus garbage dares to be sold so expensively. Next, model obsidian class private starship former ride of a prince of the galaxy empire made entirely of rare obsidian crystals equipped with a jump engine extremely luxurious due to the empire's fall now sold at a discounted second-hand price. Price 500 billion star coins. 500 billion. For a second-hand spaceship. This price was simply absurd. But what Xiao Fan valued was exactly this price. The more expensive the better the critical hit would yield. Without any hesitation he clicked purchase. Almost the moment his payment succeeded. The Shinkong black market, already turbulent due to the 10 billion paperweight incident, completely exploded. If the previous 100 billion transaction was like dropping a torpedo into a calm lake, then this 500 billion transaction was like directly dropping a large-yield hydrogen bomb into the lake. All the big shots lurking online experienced a brief mental crash. In a hidden secret channel, a chat room composed of the universe's top-tier tycoons, there was deathly silence. After a long while, an ID representing some conglomerate family sent a few words. This codename K. Who is he exactly? 5 minutes ago he spent 10 billion on a stone. 5 minutes later, he spent 500 billion on a second-hand boat. Even if it's money laundering, it's not done like this, right? I suspect he's a prince from some high-level civilization out to experience life. Another ID followed with a line full of absurdity. Stop it, I'm speechless. Compared to this guy, our little assets are a joke. However, no matter how these people speculated or used their intelligence networks to investigate, that buyer with the code name K remained like a ghost that didn't exist in the universe, leaving no trace. At this moment, the instigator of all this commotion, Xiao Fan, was completely immersed in the explosive prompt sound in his mind. Ding. Detected that you have completed a transaction of 500 billion star coins. The spending triggers critical hit rule has been activated. Triggering. Super invincible crackling cataclysmic critical hit. Congratulations, host. Successfully triggered. 5 million times critical hit. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the mythical level unique mount, Yuming Du. It's here. Another mythical level. This overwhelming fortune had finally come to him. Xiao Fan immediately sank into the system space. There in the vast space resembling a starry sea, a small boat only about 100 meters long with an ancient and unusual design floated silently. It was pitch black throughout, not made of any known metal or rock, more like a piece of carefully carved eternal darkness from the dawn of the universe. The lines of the boat were extremely simple, without any luxurious decorations or menacing gun ports. It had no cockpit, no portholes, and no thrusters. At the bow stood a bronze, ancient lamp that seemed never to extinguish, and at the stern was inserted an ordinary-looking black boat pole. It was like a piece of art salvaged from some ancient myth rather than a starship capable of navigating the universe. But when Xiao Fan saw the introduction given by the system, his heartbeat skipped a beat. Name Yuming Du, grade mythical primordial remnant artifact ability 1 subspace navigation. Can disregard physical laws, directly dive into subspace for warp speed navigation with speed, depending on the limit the host can withstand. Ability 2 absolute concealment. In non-attack state can merge with the cosmic background undetectable by any divine sense radar or causality weapons. Ability 3 spirit fairy. Can carry the host's spirit for short-range astral projection. Note this is a fragment of the mount of a certain fairy deity from the previous era. Its internal laws are far ahead of countless versions of the current universe. Xiao Fan looked at the phrase, far ahead, and his mouth almost split to his ears. With a thought, he directly summoned Yuming Du from that pitch-black small boat appeared silently on the barren Gobi Desert. No energy fluctuations, no engine roar. It just appeared abruptly. Xiao Fan's figure flickered and appeared at the bow. The moment he stepped on Yuming Du seemed to be activated. In his mind, a vast star map instantly appeared along with his current coordinates. Xiao Fan directly locked onto the location of Stardust City. Then he gave a command to Yuming Du. Go. Hum. No intense acceleration. Not even a slight tremor. The hull of Yuming Du seemed to turn into a phantom on the spot, then silently merged into space and disappeared. Crossing millions of light-years of distance under the incredible subspace navigation capability of Yuming Du, it took less than 3 hours. When it re-emerged from the void, it had arrived at the most luxurious private spaceport in Stardust City. It was like a drop of black ink falling into the ocean. The entire process triggered no radar alerts, and was not captured by any surveillance. Xiao Fan stepped off the boat and waved his hand to retract Yuming Du into the system space. He walked out of the spaceport, and with a few flickers he appeared at the top of his twin-star building. The all-heaven star array that enveloped the entire building naturally posed no obstacle to him, its master. Inside the office, Su Mushua stood before a huge holographic screen looking focused. On the screen, countless data streams and intelligence were flashing rapidly. It was Tian Daoji now assisting her in handling the final strangulation of Xiao Ziyu's business empire. Behind her a figure silently appeared. As if sensing something, Su Mushua abruptly turned around. When she saw the man wearing a mask as if stepping out of the shadows, her cold face was instantly replaced with shock and reverence. Master. Without any hesitation, she immediately knelt on one knee and lowered her proud head. You are back. Xiao Fan's sudden appearance had a huge impact on her. A second ago he was far away, the next he appeared behind her. This master's means always exceeded her imagination. Rise. Xiao Fan's voice was hoarse and flat, as if he had just been on a short trip. How is the matter progressing? Reporting to the master. Su Mushua quickly stood up, resuming her capable demeanor with a hint of excitement and fervor. Thanks to the Tian Daoji now you provided, and those irrefutable evidence, I have successfully united 27 conglomerates and families that were once harmed by Xiao Ziyue. Over the past few days we have launched a comprehensive commercial strike against all of Xiao Ziyu's industries left in Dragon City. The stock prices of her listed companies have crashed by 90% and are about to be forcibly delisted. All her secret accounts and asset transfer channels have been precisely frozen. At most in 3 hours this once surrogate business empire will completely turn into the dust of history. Su Muxu's report was clean and decisive, but inwardly her mind was in turmoil. She had once thought this would be a protracted and arduous war. But in the face of Tian Daoji Neo, all of Xiao Ziyu's schemes and hidden cards were as clearly marked as on an open map. This was not a war. This was a thorough dimensionality-reducing strike. After hearing the report, Xiao Fan nodded. There was no surprise on his face. Everything was within his expectations. He looked at Su Mushua. Good. Now handle the next task. He looked at the immortal gold shimmering with chaotic light and the broken Dao puppet in his system space. His voice carried a hint of cold anticipation. Use all the intelligence channels of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. Find me the best artifact refiner in the entire universe. When Xiao Fan's voice, flat and devoid of any emotion, sounded, Su Mushua, who had just snapped out of the thrill of reporting, froze completely. For the first time a look of bewilderment appeared on her face. An artifact refiner. The best in the entire universe. Master, do you have any misunderstanding of the word best? Reporting to you, Master. Su Muxu's voice carried a note of difficulty. As far as I know, true masters of artifact refining have long transcended the mundane. They are either honored guests of some super civilization or reclusive sages dwelling in unknown star domains. Such beings, not to mention finding them, even if found, can never be swayed by money. Her implication was clear. This mission was beyond the scope. It was no longer within the current capabilities of the Celestial Secrets Pavilion. No matter. Xiao Fan waved his hand, signaling her not to continue. He certainly knew how rare such beings were. He hadn't truly expected to find one through Su Muxu's intelligence network. His words just now were more like a statement to himself, giving himself a reason to spend. Since the conventional path was blocked, he would take an unconventional one. Problems that could be solved with money were never problems for him. Xiao Fan's mind once again sank into that lawless place, the Star Void black market. He gazed at the familiar, bizarre, and dazzling interface. A playful smile appeared on his face. Last time spending 500 billion on a ship had already made these shadowy, big shots question their existence. This time he would let them truly experience what despair meant. Xiao Fan directly opened the bounty posting area of the black market. This area was perpetually filled with all kinds of bizarre tasks, ranging from finding a lost star beast to assassinating the leader of a civilization. However, historically the highest bounty was only 30 billion for tracking down a defecting war god. Xiao Fan's fingers danced swiftly across the virtual light. A line of text, simple, crude, and excessively boastful, was edited by him. Bounty title: seeking a top-tier artifact refiner. Reward 1 trillion interstellar credits. Bounty content: the material is chaos immortal gold. The item is small. Repair a puppet. Need good craftsmanship. Payment upon completion. Those who can take it private message me. Scammers and trash don't waste my time. The moment this post was sent out, throughout the Star Void black market, the massive flow of information seemed to experience a barely perceptible lag due to the appearance of this post. All users browsing the black market, from low-level thugs to lurking tycoons, simultaneously received a red highlighted alert pushed by the backend. Warning: the platform has received the highest bounty in history. Please verify carefully. 1 second. 2 seconds. A full 10 seconds of silence. It seemed everyone doubted their own eyes. 1 trillion. Repair a puppet. What kind of cosmic joke is this? After the brief silence, the comment section under this freshly posted bounty erupted completely. Did I see wrong? 1 trillion. Even if you add up 18 generations of my ancestors, they couldn't earn the interest on this money. Did the poster just rob the treasury of some interstellar bank? What is chaos immortal gold? Is this a post a carbon-based life form could come up with? Poster, I suspect you're sent by some silicon-based civilization to deliberately disrupt our financial market. The one above doesn't get it. This is performance art worth 1 trillion. In a hidden Tycoon chat room, chaos erupted once again. It's him again. That madman codenamed K. 500 billion on a second-hand ship was already outrageous, and now he's throwing another trillion to hire someone to fix a toy. This is no longer money laundering, it's throwing money into a black hole just to hear the sound. Stop it, fam. Who can understand this? I feel like my sense of wealth is being ground into the dirt by this K. I'm no longer worthy to call myself a tycoon, I'm just a pauper. This joke has gone too far. 1 trillion is enough to buy a fully equipped federal main fleet. No one would actually put up that much money. Exactly, I bet 5 cents this post is just clickbait. The poster will delete his account and run away in the next second. However, just as countless people were mocking and doubting, treating this as the biggest joke of the year, Xiao Fan, the instigator, looked at these comments and curled his lips. A bunch of country bumpkins who've never seen the world. His divine sense directly issued a command to the black market system backend. I want to deposit the full bounty into the platform's escrow account. The black market's backend AI replied with a trembling tone. Dear Mr. K, are you sure you want to deposit 1 trillion interstellar credits? This will be the largest escrow fund since the founding of this platform. Confirmed. Ding. The moment Xiao Fan confirmed. All interfaces of the Star Void black market were forcibly overlaid with a blood-red, domineering announcement carrying an aura of law. Universal announcement: anonymous user K has successfully deposited a bounty fund of 100 interstellar credits. This bounty is real and valid. This bounty is protected by the Star Law. Below the announcement was that long string of digits representing 1 trillion, enough to make one's scalp tingle. That string of zeros was like relentless slaps, harshly striking the faces of all those who had been doubting and mocking. The world seemed to have its mute button pressed at this moment. The comments section, which had been bustling just now, instantly fell into a deathly silence. In the hidden Tycoon chat rooms, the IDs that had been speaking arrogantly just now all fell silent. After a long while, the ID that had been dried of silence last time slowly typed out a line. Brother's power is beyond your comprehension. Turns out the clown was me. No one spoke anymore. Everyone was completely silenced by this godlike domination. At this moment, in the secret workshop atop the Twin Star Tower, the long-awaited majestic prompt sound, like the beginning of the universe, finally rang and shouted, Ding! Detected that you have completed a consumption of 100 interstellar credits. Consumption equals critical rule activated. Triggering. Super invincible, crackling, heaven-destroying critical strike. Congratulations, host. Successfully triggered. 10000x critical. Here it comes. Xiao Fan's breath couldn't help but pause for 10000x critical. This already exceeded the limits of his imagination. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a mythical grade unique special item. Divine Artisan's Hammer one-time trial card. Item description: upon activation, it can summon an unknown Divine Artisan phantom from a previous epoch to perform a forging for you. The Divine Artisan will automatically identify the best materials you possess and forge them into the most perfect form. The forging process is uncontrollable, and the final product is unknown. Divine Artisan's Hammer. Xiao Fan looked at the ancient card in his system space, unable to suppress the smile on his lips. This was exactly the result he wanted. Who cares about so-called artifact refining masters? Before a true Divine Artisan, they are nothing but dirt and dogs. Without any hesitation, he directly took out from his system space the nearly wrecked Demon God War puppet from Thunderclap Canyon and the piece of chaos immortal gold emitting a primordial aura. Looking at these two treasures full of infinite possibilities, Xiao Fan's eyes blazed with unprecedented anticipation. He issued a command to the system. Activate Divine Artisan's Hammer. The moment his command was given, the trial card shattered with a bang, turning into billions of golden specks that coalesced into a spatial rift gate in the midair of the secret workshop. Then a towering figure whose grandeur defied words slowly stepped out from the light gate. It was entirely composed of flowing light and interwoven laws, its features indistinguishable. Yet the ancient majesty that seemed to have existed since the dawn of creation caused the very dimensions of the space to warp slightly. In its hand it held a massive hammer, also made of blazing light. On its head billions of stars seemed to be born and extinguished, burning with creative fire. The Divine Artisan Phantom had arrived. It had no words nor any emotional fluctuations. It merely lowered its head slightly, its gaze sweeping over the broken Demon God War puppet, then falling on the unremarkable piece of chaos immortal gold. Its form seemed to pause briefly as if nodding. The next moment it moved. It did not pick up the chaos immortal gold, nor did it touch the puppet. It only slowly raised the massive hammer burning with creative fire in its hand, aiming it at the grayish chaos immortal gold. Then one hammer strike fell. The falling of this hammer had no sound, no energy fluctuation, not even any burst of light. Yet at the very same moment this hammer fell. At the top of the twin star tower, the Zhoutian star array, composed of 365 main stars and 140 auxiliary stars, seemed to be struck heated by an irresistible force. The light of all stars flickered wildly in an instant, brightening and dimming unpredictably. Above the cloudless star-dust city, heavy leaden clouds had converged unnoticed. An invisible force stirred the wind and clouds. A massive vortex covering the entire city was slowly taking shape. In the city, countless busy citizens and countless highly cultivated martial artists all felt at this moment the terrifying pressure descending from the sky like the wrath of heaven. They looked up in horror at the sky, their faces filled with shock and confusion. What was happening? The Divine Forger's colossal hammer fell silent and noiseless. No sparks of flame flew, no clang of metal rang out. Yet within Xiao Fan's spiritual perception, that single strike seemed to resonate upon the cosmic strings of the Tao itself. Ripples of law invisible to the naked eye radiated abruptly outward from the chaos immortal gold. The space within the secret workshop, like a tranquil lake pierced by a star, began to twist violently, fold, and emit groans of unbearable strain. Had it not been for the Zhoutian star formation suppressing the area, the mere aftermath of this hammer's blow would have been enough to utterly erase the twin star building from the physical plane. The Divine Forger's motions did not cease for an instant. The creation hammer in its hands, imbued with a rhythm so profound it defied comprehension, descended again and again, striking slowly. Thump, thump, thump. With each blow, the colossal energy vortex above Stardust City in the outside world expanded by one part and solidified by one part. Countless martial artists within the city, trembling under this heavenly might, felt their very guts crack. Yet inside the workshop, that chaos immortal gold, rumored to be impervious even to the annihilation of a star, began to undergo an inconceivable transformation under those seemingly effortless hammer strikes. It did not melt. It deconstructed. From the most solid of matter it reduced and returned to the most primordial Tao. Wispy threads of gray primeval aura reminiscent of the chaos before creation spilled forth from the immortal gold, transforming into billions of ancient runes finer than motes of dust. These runes interwove and spiraled like a living nebula, slowly enveloping the broken demonic puppet. The Divine Forger's gaze settled upon the puppets. There embedded was that core brimming with annihilation, the ancient Demon God Mecha core. The next second the Divine Forger raised its hammer again. This time the hammerhead aimed directly at that core. Boom. The hammer fell. A sigh as if from a bygone era echoed deep within Xiao Fan's divine soul. That indestructible core shattered with a thunderous crash. But this was no destructive breaking. It was a higher-level parsing and reconstruction. The core transformed into a dazzling torrent of law data streams, like a breached galaxy, instantly merging into that nebula of Hongmeng runes birthed from the chaos immortal gold. Immediately after this nebula, a fusion of the ultimate solid and the ultimate core began to use the broken puppet as a mold, furiously pouring inward, fusing and reshaping. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The puppet's original black body, under the scouring of this Hongmeng aura, melted away like snow under the sun, dissolving into basic particles and being expelled. In its place, a new, more perfect body of chaotic runes was constructed. The broken arm was reshaped. The penetrating wound in the chest was filled. All the demonic patterns on its body were erased, replaced by lines of Tao, more restrained, yet containing supreme principles. This process lasted for an unknown duration. When the Divine Forger's final hammer fell, the entire world seemed to freeze completely. Its majestic figure quietly examined its creation, as if nodding or as if making a silent proclamation. Then its form began to fade, dissolving into specks of golden light that dissipated into the air. The light door that had torn space also slowly closed, and silence returned to the secret workshop. Xiao Fan's breath almost ceased. He stared fixedly ahead. There a brand new puppet hovered silently in midair. Its silhouette was identical to before, a standard three-material humanoid form, but its texture had undergone a heaven-shaking transformation. The entire body displayed a hazy, chaotic gray that seemed to devour all light, showing no reflection. Though it appeared metallic, it gave the illusion of being warm and smooth like jade. The ferocious demonic patterns on its surface had completely vanished. Only at certain angles could one see mysterious patterns flowing slowly, almost merged with the body like the tracks of the Tao. It stood there silently. No trace of energy fluctuation. Not a wisp of killing intent leaked out. But Xiao Fan knew that beneath this seemingly plain exterior lay a terrifying power capable of overturning the world, of destroying heaven and earth. Who could comprehend this? This was no simple upgrade. It was a leap straight from the Stone Age to interstellar civilization. Just as Xiao Fan's mind was flooding with frenzied inner commentary, the long-awaited brand-new system notification exploded in his mind. Ding! Divine Forger forging complete. Regenerating item information. A light screen flickered and a brand-new data panel radiating a faint purple-gold halo expanded before him. Name: Hongming Dao Puppet. Grade: Mythical. Growth capable. Current comprehensive combat power assessment. Early nascent soul stage. Remarks: completely transcends the cognitive limits of this world's martial arts system, capable of crushing all existence, including peak 9th rank martial gods. Core pseudo-Dao body. Hongming ability: 1 heavenly earth phenomenon. Can freely change size according to the host's will. Current maximum limit 10,000. As the host's cultivation improves, the limit will increase. Ability: 2 soul binding chain. Both arms can transform into order chains that contain Hongming laws, ignoring all physical and energy defenses, directly restraining, tearing, and annihilating the enemy's divine soul. Ability: 3 Hongming true form. Imparts immunity to all energy and law-based attacks at the nascent soul stage and below. Xiao Fan read through this brand new attribute panel word by word. Then his mind went blank. For a full 10 seconds, he did not move, frozen like a statue. Early nascent soul. Crushing martial gods. Heavenly earth phenomenon. Soul confinement. Immunity to all attacks below nascent soul. Every single word was like a detonating supernova, blasting a brilliant void in his sparse imagination. My surname is Xiao, the arrogant Xiao. After a long pause, Xiao Fan unconsciously muttered a dreamlike sentence from his throat, not even knowing what it meant. This was no longer just far ahead. It was as if others were still playing in the mud while he drove a starship to flip the table. With such a Dao puppet, let alone the few enemies still alive. Even if he returned to the Xiao clan now to face his 8th rank martial king father Xiao Zhanxiong, he was already contemplating how many punches it would take to explode him. 1 punch. Or half a punch. An unprecedented sense of security and immense pride born from absolute power swelled in his lips finally curled upward uncontrollably. However, just then, BZ, a sharp, urgent red alarm sounded without warning from the Heavenly Dao AI terminal installed in the corner of the workshop. Warning. Warning. Detected multiple high-dimensional energy scanning signals attempting to breach the illusion shield of the Zhou-Tian star formation. Signal sources locked. Commencing threat level assessment. The light screen flickered and 2 organization names glowing with a bloody red light were highlighted. Source 1: Eternal Divine Society High Archbishop Council. Threat level: extremely dangerous. Source 2: Blue Star Federation Martial God. Threat level: extremely dangerous. The emotionless electronic synthesizer of the Heavenly Dao AI echoed within the silent workshop. Preliminary analysis: at the moment the Dao puppet's forging was completed, the Dao aura spontaneously emanating from its pseudo-Dao body briefly tore through this world's law barrier and was thus captured by the top powerhouses of these 2 factions. Listening to the report, Xiao Fan's smile gradually faded. In its place was a cold, playful expression brimming with icy, killing intent. The Eternal Divine Society. The Federation's martial god temple. The 2 most top-tier forces in this world had all come knocking at his door. Instead of feeling any tension or fear, a surge of irrepressible excitement and battle lust rose in his heart. Xiao Fan raised his hand, gently stroking the Hongming Dao puppet's warm, jade-like, yet indestructible body. He lifted his gaze as if piercing through countless barriers, seeing the distant enemies hidden somewhere unknown. He chuckled softly. You've come at just the right time. I was just wondering where I could try out this new skin. Xiao Fan's soft laughter produced an eerie echo in the empty workshop. He did not immediately summon the Hongming Dao puppet to pursue those reckless detection signals. Why use a sledgehammer to crack a nut? Those clowns lurking in the shadows were not even qualified to stain this newly forged mythical-ranked Dao puppet with its first drop of blood. Their true value lay in reminding Xiao Fan. It was time to let the name Tianji Pavilion resound throughout the Federation in a completely different way. On the holographic screen before him, crimson alarms continued to flash wildly. Xiao Fan's gaze was as calm as an ancient well. His divine sense issued an icy command to the Heavenly Dao intelligence. Heavenly Dao instantly switched the all-encompassing star array into the Taisu illusion mode. Command received. Switching mode of the all-encompassing star array. Taisu illusion activated. 1. A ripple of law invisible to the naked eye suddenly spread outward from the Gemini Tower. The next moment, this magnificent building standing in Stardust City seemed to be completely erased from the real world by an invisible hand. Whether it was the Federation military's space-based surveillance system or the Eternal Divine Society's even more mysterious causality divination, all gazes directed here simultaneously lost their target. In their perception, the location of Gemini Tower had become an absolute void indistinguishable from the surrounding asteroid belt. Having done all this, Xiao Fan did not even spare another glance at those still fruitlessly searching signals. He turned around and stepped out. His figure vanished from the workshop and silently appeared in the top-floor office. Su Mushue was standing before a massive holographic screen, her expression focused, countless data streams flowing before her. Pavilion Master. Xiao Fan's appearance instantly tensed Su Muxue's body. She abruptly turned around, her eyes filled with undisguised reverence. She knelt on one knee without any hesitation. Xiao Fan simply waved his hand lightly. Rise. How far has the war with Xiao Ziyu's business empire progressed? Su Mushue quickly stood up, her voice brisk, yet unable to conceal her excitement. Reporting to the Pavilion Master, it has entered the final stage. All of Xiao Ziyu's remaining listed companies are expected to completely collapse in 2 hours. Our alliance is ready to launch the final assault on her core assets at any moment. She raised her head, her eyes blazing with the fire of vengeance. We only await your command. On Xiao Fan's face, the mask representing K showed no expression. He slowly paced to the huge floor-to-ceiling window overlooking the dazzling city of lights below. 2 hours. Too long. His hoarse voice carried a tone of unmistakable authority. I don't have that much patience to wait for a doomed giant to slowly topple. Su Muxue's breath caught. Pavilion Master, do you mean? Xiao Fan slowly turned around, his gaze behind the mask seeming to pierce through the void. Spread the word. Tell all the consortiums and families cooperating with us and all representatives of factions that have been harmed by Xiao Ziyue to come to the Gemini Tower for a meeting within half an hour. Tell them that Tianji Pavilion is about to bestow upon them a boundless fortune. Half an hour later, the top-floor sky lounge of Gemini. This enormous space capable of holding over 1,000 people was now packed. The leaders of 27 top-tier consortiums and noble families from all major star regions of the Federation sat upright. Each of them could make the economy of a star region tremble with a single stamp of their foot. Yet at this moment, their faces all bore the same mixture of anxiety and anticipation. They had all received Su Muxue's notice. That mysterious and unpredictable Pavilion Master of Tianji, who had integrated all their forces with the speed of thunder, was about to make his first public appearance. No one spoke. The air was filled with a tension so thick it could almost solidify. Su Mushue, once an ice queen, now stood beside the main seat, like the most humble handmaiden, quietly awaiting her master's arrival. Finally, the huge holographic screen at the front of the lounge suddenly lit up. A blurred figure slowly coalesced on the screen. He sat on a massive throne, his figure shrouded in shadow, wearing that simple mask codenamed K on his face. An indescribable pressure, even through the screen, silenced all the business tycoons present and made their breath catch. At the same time, across the entire Blue Star Federation, on hundreds of administrative planets, in countless cities, public screens, private light computers, and even street billboards, this mysterious figure forcibly replaced all images at the same moment. An emotionless, electronic, synthesized voice resounded across the Federation's interstellar network. Tianji Pavilion, final judgment commences immediately. Countless Federation citizens, whether at leisure, work, or rest, all looked up in astonishment at this sudden, overbearing full-band broadcast. What the hell? What is Tianji Pavilion? A hacker attack? This is too arrogant, hijacking the Federation's main network. In the lounge of Gemini Tower, Xiao Fan ignored the uproar outside. His gaze swept over the consortium leaders below with varied expressions. A hoarse, magnetic voice emanated from the screen. Ladies and gentlemen, I know what you want to ask, and I know what you are expecting. The purpose of Tianji Pavilion in summoning you all is only one. That is to completely end this farce that should never have existed. As soon as he finished speaking, before anyone could respond, he slowly raised his hand and made a begin gesture. The following content may somewhat challenge your perception, but I suggest you don't miss a single frame. With those words, the huge screen changed its display. Sections of shocking top-secret data processed by the Heavenly Dao intelligence began to present themselves in a highly visually impactful manner before everyone. First document, a fund flow diagram. A vast money laundering network spanning over 100 star systems with tens of thousands of nodes unfolded with a bang. Threads of crimson capital flows like winding venomous snakes streamed out from various secret accounts of Xiao Ziyu's business empire, ultimately converging into a name that made everyone's blood run cold. Eternal Divine Society. Boom. The lounge instantly erupted into chaos. My God, is Xiao Ziyu insane? She actually dared to collude with such an interstellar. No wonder her empire expanded so fast. Behind it was this kind of support. Next came the second document, an encrypted assassination. Dozens of names along with the time, place, and method of their deaths were clearly marked. They were all executives and core technical personnel of various consortiums who had once opposed Xiao Ziyu's business empire. Li, Chief Engineer Li. Didn't he die in an accidental starship accident? And our CFO, the report said he died of a sudden heart attack. In the lounge, countless consortium leaders stared at those familiar names, their eyes blazing with rage, fists clenched so tightly they creaked. And this was third document records of illegal experiments. Clips of surveillance footage from a secret laboratory were played. In the footage, large numbers of innocent civilians were used as test subjects, forcibly subjected to various inhuman gene modifications and martial vein extraction experiments. The piercing screams, the contorted figures made all Federation citizens watching the live broadcast feel waves of nausea and bone-chilling cold. At the end of the footage, the overall person in charge of the experiments was none other than a close confidant of Xiao Ziyue. If the first two pieces of evidence only shocked the upper echelons of the Federation, then this third piece of evidence thoroughly ignited the fury of billions of Federation citizens. At this moment, the interstellar network was completely submerged in a tide of anger. My God, is this real? This is simply demonic. Investigate thoroughly. Must investigate. Eradicate this business empire completely. This is the star entrepreneur of our Federation. I'm disgusted. Facing the overwhelming public outcry, the mysterious figure on the screen slowly uttered his final sentence. A sentence dripping with irony and the sense of ultimate judgment. Regarding the dark history of Xiao Ziyu's business empire, the final right of interpretation belongs to my Tianji Pavilion. Having said that, he turned his gaze to the consortium leaders in the lounge, whose expressions had shifted from shock to extreme greed. He smiled. Now, this boundless fortune falls upon you, ladies and gentlemen. Boom. These words were like a spark that ignited an arsenal. Su Muxu's eyes blazed with unprecedented radiance. Without any hesitation, she instantly activated all the plans that had long been prepared. Order operation groups. How no? Want to know? 27. Proceed with full takeover of all remaining assets of the target group. Notify all alliance members to activate the Taotai plan and begin market partition. All the consortium leaders present simultaneously frantically issued various orders to their subordinates. An unprecedented mad feast targeting a colossal business empire officially began. When a wall is about to fall, everyone gives it a push. When a drum is broken, it is beaten by all. The Federation law enforcement fleet was still urgently assembling. The top brass of Xiao Ziyu's empire were still panicking over the sudden live broadcast. But their doom had already arrived ahead of time. Driven by the invisible hand of Tianji Pavilion, this once arrogant commercial behemoth was devoured, leaving not even bones in just over 10 minutes. In the office, Xiao Fan watched the data flow continuously refreshing on the heavenly Tao intelligence screen, representing the complete annihilation of his enemies, his face expressionless. A new line of information slowly emerged at the bottom of the screen. Intelligence update complete. Faction name Tianji Pavilion. Threat level assessment in the Federation upper circles. Extremely dangerous. Correcting. Assessment result taboo. Xiao Fan gazed at the striking evaluation result. The word forbidden seemed to carry a tangible weight. The light screen of the heavenly Tao intelligence reflected off his mask marked with the letter K. The commercial war that had raged for days finally concluded with an overwhelming, devastating force. The once colossal commercial behemoth spanning dozens of star systems was utterly dismantled under the manipulation of the heavenly mechanism Pavilion, the unseen hand behind it all. The death of Xiao Ziyue and the collapse of her commercial empire had finally settled an old grudge. Within the primordial chaos banner, another wailing and struggling main soul was added. Xiao Fan remained unmoved. The path of vengeance had merely taken another step forward. With a single thought, the light screen flickering with countless streams of the office before him returned to silence. He turned and walked toward the massive floor-to-ceiling window. Through the glass, the bizarre and dazzling scenery of Stardust City lay spread before his eyes. But his attention was no longer here. A more personal matter, one long delayed, was now time to address. He opened the system interface. The first blind box mission released after the system update was listed there. Mission name: the edification of art. Mission objective: travel to the capital planet of the Blue Star Federation, infiltrate the first Federation Academy of Arts, and at the Academy's annual art gala 7 days later become the most dazzling and controversial rising star. Mission reward: beginner blind box X1. Academy of Arts. The most dazzling rising star. In Xiao Fan's mind, the name linked by the heavenly Tao intelligence surfaced. Xiao Lingyun. His fifth sister, the woman renowned in the Federation's high society as the healing artist. The power she relied on was the vine parasite martial vein, capable of siphoning others' spiritual energy to nourish herself. At this thought, a cold smirk curled beneath Xiao Fan's mask. Since he was going, he needed an identity. For someone wielding the heavenly Tao intelligence, crafting a perfect identity, one non-existent in any database, yet possessing all the privileges of a legitimate citizen, was effortless. He issued a command to the heavenly Tao intelligence. Command: construct a new virtual identity. Requirements: no historical records, highest Federation citizen privileges, unlimited funds, all information protected by supreme laws. Command received. Identity under construction. Identity constructed. Please name it host. Xiao Fan's gaze fell upon the vast starry sky outside. Let it be Fan. Having done this, he directly connected to the internal network of the First Federation Academy of Arts Board of Directors via the Heavenly Dao. At that moment, within this most prestigious art institution of the entire Federation, the board members were locked in heated debate over the budget for the upcoming. Just then, all files and data on the massive main screen in the conference room vanished instantly. In their place appeared a simple dialogue box with black text on a gold AK avatar representing an unknown speaker pulsed silently on the screen. The dozen or so directors present fell silent immediately, their expressions a mix of shock and wariness. Who is this? To infiltrate our highest level meeting system without a trace. A director exclaimed in alarm. Before they could react, a line of text slowly emerged in the dialogue box. I am K. Wish to enter your esteemed school seeking a privileged auditor slot. The single line was arrogant and overbearing, exuding an air of unquestionable authority. A director couldn't help but snort derisively. Privilege. In our Academy's 300-year history, we have never granted privileges. Sir, you underestimate the Temple of Art. His words had barely faded. Another line appeared in the dialogue box. Condition 1, exempt from all Academy rules. Condition 2, donate a sum sufficient to silence everyone present. Preposterous. How much money can buy the dignity of art? Kick him out. The board erupted in uproar. Yet in the next second, beside the K avatar, a string of numbers appeared that caused every single one of their minds to momentarily freeze. Donation amount 100 stellar credits. 100 billion. A number with so many zeros it stole everyone's breath away. The entire conference room fell into dead silence. The directors who had been so righteous moments before now stared fixedly at that string of numbers too. Their Academy's entire annual budget was just over 10 billion. This 100 billion was enough to rebuild the entire institution 10 times over with plenty to spare. With such funds, buying not just an auditor slot, but even the position of dean would likely warrant a board meeting to discuss its feasibility. So-called artistic dignity crumbled in an instant. I agree. An aged voice broke the silence with difficulty. It was the chief director of the board, a venerable old artist. His words were like the first domino falling. Seconded. I second as well. Artistic exchange should indeed embrace all forms. The director, who had just berated Xiao Fan, now wore a solemn. On the screen, the K avatar remained calm. Account. A single word radiated boundless confidence. The board scrambled to display the Academy's public donation account on the screen. The next second, a cold electronic prompt echoed throughout the conference room. Beep. Account credited 100 stellar credits. Staring at the confirmed transfer record, the entire board was utterly speechless. In Xiao Fan's office, the moment the payment succeeded, a long-absent refreshed system prompt roared in his mind. Ding. Detected that you have completed a transaction of 100 billion stellar credits. Consumption critical hit rule activated. Triggering. Super invincible crackling world-destroying critical hit. Congratulations, host. Successfully triggered. 300 times critical hit. Congratulations. You have obtained an ancient immortal treasure. Miraculous brush of Danxing X1. Here it comes. Xiao Fan's gaze instantly focused on the system space. There, a brush of ancient design, yet radiating infinite Dao resonance, floated silently in the center of the space. Name: miraculous brush of Danxing grade, ancient immortal treasure, handle material million year, soul nourishing, wood bristle material 7-colored divine phoenix tail, feathers ability draw upon the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, temporarily manifesting the scenes constructed by the host's divine sense into reality through the form of ink painting. The realism of the painted objects depends on the amount of spiritual essence infused by the host and their comprehension of the laws. Note: in ancient times, a sage of painting used this brush to draw a dragon, and the dragon shattered the wall to soar through the 9 heavens. An immortal emperor also used this brush to draw a circle as a prison, trapping gods and demons. Xiao Fan read the description, and clarity dawned in his heart. This brush was the ultimate weapon, perfectly tailored for his current mission. He retrieved the brush, its touch warm and smooth from the system space, and held it in his hand. A stream of cool energy surged from his palm into his sea of consciousness, invigorating his soul, which had grown weary from excessive deduction. He put away the immortal treasure and issued a command to the air behind him. Mu Shui. Su Mu Shui's figure appeared silently. She knelt on one knee, her expression fervent and respectful. Master of the pavilion, the matters of Stardust City are yours to handle. Watch the reactions of the Eternal Divine Society and the Federation. Xiao Fan's voice was devoid of emotion. This subordinate obeys. Xiao Fan said no more. He turned and took a single step. His figure vanished from the top floor of the Gemini Star Tower, the capital planet of the Federation. a sapphire blue administrative world beautiful as a gem. This was the heart of the entire Blue Star Federation, a gathering place for the powerful and the elite. A pitch-black, oddly ancient small boat silently tore through subspace, appearing above the spaceport of the capital planet. The presence of the Netherworld ferry triggered no radar or surveillance. It was like a fragment of darkness non-existent in this dimension, quietly descending and then quietly concealing itself. Xiao Fan's figure appeared among the crowd at the spaceport. He had changed into simple casual clothes, removed his mask, revealing a face altered by spiritual essence into ordinary features. No one would recognize him. If not for his unusually deep eyes, he would have looked like an ordinary student fresh out of school. He walked out of the spaceport. Unlike the chaos and sin of Stardust City, everything on the capital planet was orderly, the air filled with an atmosphere of peace and elegance. The First Federation Academy of Arts. A vast institution covering tens of thousands of hectares, its architecture, a blend of classical and futuristic aesthetics, came into view. Countless young men and women impeccably dressed and radiating youthful pride moved about the campus. They were the most artistically talented geniuses of the entire Federation. Xiao Fan stepped through the school gate and headed for the most imposing administrative building. In the dean's office, the chief director, who had been stunned into silence at the meeting, now stood respectfully at the door, welcoming him personally. You must be Mr. Fan. His voice carried an unmistakable trace of awe and curiosity. He could not connect this seemingly ordinary young man with the mysterious figure K, who had casually thrown around 100 billion and wielded such overwhelming power. Welcome. I am the Dean of the Academy. I have completed all enrollment procedures for you. Your status is the Academy's sole honorary distinguished auditor with the highest privileges. You are not required to attend any classes nor abide by any. As he spoke, the Dean carefully observed Xiao Fan's expression. He handed over an ID card made of a special crystal representing supreme authority. The only thing we need to register is your name. Xiao Fan took the ID card, his gaze calm. He spoke, his voice steady, yet carrying a power that reached straight. Fan. A single word, plain and unremarkable. Yet it made the Dean of the Academy, a man revered in the upper echelons of the Federation, tense his back instantly. He accepted the privilege-bearing identity card with both hands, as if holding a red-hot iron, his manner exceedingly humble. Mr. Fan, I will register you immediately. All your information will be protected by the Academy's highest laws. Xiao Fan did not respond. He turned and walked out of the office. Outside the corridor, sunlight streamed through the enormous dome-shaped glass ceiling. The luxury and elegance of the first art academy of the Federation were on full display. Classical sculptures intertwined with futuristic holographic light and shadow, while melodious classical music floated in the air. Xiao Fan's appearance shattered this tranquility. Look at him. Which one? That guy in the ordinary casual clothes. That's right. I saw the internal announcement in the academic system just now. It's him, the privileged student called Fan. Whispers came from all directions. Countless gazes, mingling contempt, curiosity, disdain, and envy, fell upon Xiao Fan. A mysterious tycoon who had spent 100 billion just to buy a spot as a non-degree student had barged into this self-proclaimed artistic sanctuary, the Ivory Tower, with a domineering attitude. This news within a single hour had spread throughout the entire Academy's faculty and student network. He had become a walking joke. A living example of one who defiles art with money. He looks so ordinary, completely lacking any artistic temperament. In the world of the rich, what do you understand? Maybe he's just into this sort of thing. I heard he's been granted the special guest judge qualification for the annual art Grand Prix by the board. It's utterly ridiculous. Xiao Fan remained oblivious to these remarks. His divine sense had already expanded, covering the entire campus. The celestial Tao intelligence, according to his needs, swiftly pinpointed a location on the vast campus map. The first public teaching building, ladder lecture hall. A public lecture open to the entire academy was in progress there. The lecturer was none other than the Academy's star mentor, a radiant art star of the Federation's upper society. Xiao. Xiao Fan adjusted his direction, his steps unhurried and steady, heading toward that building. He passed through the crowd. Those scornful gazes held no meaning for him. When he reached the lecture hall, it was already packed to capacity. Thousands of gifted students from various departments with devout expressions filled every corner. Fervent adoration shone on their faces. At the center of the stage, a woman in a white long dress with a gentle and graceful demeanor was slowly painting on a massive holographic canvas. Her bearing was outstanding, highly charismatic. Her jet black hair was pinned up with a simple jade hairpin, revealing a face so exquisite it was said to she was Xiao Fan's fifth elder sister, Xiao Lingyun. Every public lecture by mentor Lingyun is a baptism of art. Yes, just watching her paint makes me feel my spiritual energy growing and my soul being purified. The students' low praises reached Xiao Fan's purification, growth. Xiao Fan sneered beneath his mask. He didn't push his way in, or instead he casually leaned against the back wall of the lecture hall, his gaze piercing through the crowd to rest on Xiao Lingyun. On the stage, Xiao Lingyun's voice was soft and pleasant, soothing the heart and mind. Art originates from life and returns its gifts to life. The painting I create today is called The Awakening of Spring. As she spoke, she applied the final stroke. A vibrant scene burst forth on the massive holographic canvas. In the painting, withered trees revived, hundreds of flowers bloomed, and colorful butterflies danced among the blossoms. The next second, an incredible thing happened. A faint, ethereal fragrance emanated from the virtual painting, instantly filling the entire lecture hall. All the students who smelled this fragrance wore expressions of ecstasy. They felt that their weary spirits, exhausted from excessive cultivation or study, had been greatly soothed at that moment. Heavens! The scent from the painting can affect reality. Is this the true essence of healing art? So magnificent! Long live Mentor Lingyun! Thunderous applause and praise filled the entire lecture hall. Xiao Lingyun stood at the center of the stage, basking in the glory of being the center of attention, a gentle smile on her face. Yet in the corner of the lecture hall, what Xiao Fan witnessed was a completely different scene. Under his divine sense perception, the painting was an invisible vortex. As the students immersed themselves in the illusion of healing, faint, almost imperceptible streams of pure energy, imprinted with individual spiritual marks, seeped out from the tops of their heads. These energies transformed into invisible rivulets, greedily absorbed by the painting, then, through some mysterious connection, relentlessly channeled into Xiao Lingyun's body. The so-called healing was merely a carefully disguised, warmly predatory plunder. A grand feast of spiritual energy. Beneath that healing smile lurked the greedy, sucking nature of the vine parasite Martial Meridian, which drained the life force of its host. Truly a fine art, Xiao Fan murmured to himself, his gaze icy. Just then the 2-hour public lecture slowly came to an end. The students began to file out, still reluctant to leave. Many noticed Xiao Fan leaning against the wall in the corner. His aloofness, so out of sync with the surrounding fervor, stood out starkly. Suddenly, a tall, handsome young man with an extraordinary bearing, surrounded by a group of followers, blocked Xiao Fan's path. He was the president of the Academy's Student Council, a rare talent in the Chinese painting department, Murong Bai. He was also one of Xiao Lingyun's most ardent suitors. Murong Bai's face showed undisguised contempt and hostility. He looked Xiao Fan up and down, his voice not loud, but enough for everyone nearby to hear. Are you that Mr. Fan who spent 100 billion to buy an auditing spot? The surrounding crowd instantly halted, ready to watch the show. Xiao Fan raised his eyelids, his gaze calm. Something? Murong Bai was irritated by his indifferent attitude and sneered. I'm just very curious. A merchant like you, reeking of the stench of money after sitting through Mentor Lingyun's brilliant lecture. Could you understand even a single word? Do you know anything about the delineation of lines, the rendering of colors, or the soul of art? With each question his voice rose, exuding a condescending, no you don't. You only know how to use your filthy money to trample on the dignity of us true art seekers. The students around murmured in agreement. On the stage, Xiao Lingyun, who was about to leave, also noticed the commotion. She paused, looked over with interest, but made no move to intervene. Xiao Fan's gaze passed over Murong Bai and met Xiao Lingyun's eyes from across the stage. For the first time, he wore a playful smile. He spoke to Murong Bai, his voice still calm. Are you done? Murong Bai was taken aback, then his anger flared even more. He stepped forward, nearly touching Xiao Fan's face. 7 days from now is the Academy's annual Art Grand Prix. That is the stage for the true artistic geniuses of the entire Federation. I, Murong Bai, hereby challenge you. Do you dare to present a work and step onto that stage, letting everyone see whether your 100 billion can truly buy art? He intended to make this arrogant upstart a public disgrace before the eyes of the entire Federation. He would turn him into the biggest laughingstock in the Academy's. The lecture hall fell into dead silence. All eyes focused on Xiao Fan. They were waiting to see how this intruder who had forced his way in with money would awkwardly refuse and flee in panic. Yet Xiao Fan merely smiled faintly. That smile carried a hint of mocking pity. Facing Murong Bai's provocative gaze and the contemptuous stares of the entire audience, he slowly uttered 2 words. All right. Boom. The entire lecture hall erupted in an uproar. He actually agreed. Has he lost his mind? Does he think the Art Grand Prix is some kind of market? Haha, the show is going to be great. I can't wait to see what trash he brings. Murong Bai was completely stunned. He had never expected such a straightforward acceptance. This was not how the script was supposed to go. Xiao Fan ignored him, turned, and strolled away amid countless scornful or astonished looks. Behind him, the earth-shattering challenge spread across the entire Academy within minutes. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. The annual Art Grand Prix of the first Art Academy of the Federation was held at the most prestigious Golden Dome Art Center on the capital planet. This was the highest sanctuary of art in the Federation. Major television networks and interstellar media across the Federation broadcasted the event live throughout the cosmos. Inside the venue, the air was perfumed with elegance and dignitaries gathered in splendor. Political figures, celebrities, business magnates, and renowned artists and critics from across the universe nearly filled the entire hall. Every face radiated reverence for art. They were all awaiting a feast for the senses. Morongbai sat in the front row of the VIP seats, a faint smirk of mockery on his lips. The few traditional painting prodigies beside him occasionally cast disdainful glances toward a corner of the hall. That corner was reserved for the privileged auditing student, Mr. Fan. Chairman, do you think that country bumpkin will actually dare to come today? He'll definitely come. The question is how he plans to make a fool of himself. I can't wait to see what masterpiece he pulls out. A painting cobbled together with interstellar credits? Morongbai leaned back in his seat, his posture graceful. Everyone quiet. Don't let a buffoon disturb our enjoyment of art. Today belongs to Mentor Lingyun. We need only witness her moment of apotheosis. His words drew nods of agreement from those around him. At this moment, no one truly cared about that fellow named Fan. In everyone's eyes, he was nothing more than a comical appetizer before the grand banquet began. A living, breathing emblem of vulgar opulence used to accentuate the purity of true art. The Grand Prix commenced on schedule. One artistic prodigy after another took the stage, showcasing their proud creations. There were three-dimensional sculptures of interwoven light and shadow, dynamic oil paintings infused with psychic energy, and holographic compositions that composed soul-stirring anthems. Thunderous applause and cheers filled the venue. But everyone knew this was merely a prelude. The true protagonist had yet to appear. Finally, amidst the collective anticipation, the host announced the name in a voice almost like a chant. Now let us welcome with the warmest applause the jewel of our Federation's art world, the healer of souls, the star mentor of the first Art Academy of the Federation, Madame Xiao Lingyun, to present her grand finale. Boom. The atmosphere erupted in an instant. Under the spotlight, Xiao Lingyun, draped in a moon-white gown, glided gracefully to the center of the stage. With an ethereal aura and a gentle smile, she resembled a goddess of art descending into the mortal world. She gave a slight bow to the audience, and her voice, amplified by the sound system, reached every corner with crystal clarity. Thank you all for coming. My work is titled Ode to Life. With that, she turned to face a massive blank canvas 10 meters tall. She picked up a brush and began to paint. The entire hall fell silent. All eyes were devoutly fixed on the tip of her brush. Xiao Lingyun's painting skill had reached the realm of perfection. Her strokes were fluid and elegant, as if she were not painting, but weaving a beautiful dream. As she depicted, a barren land emerged on the canvas. Then sprouts broke through the soil, grass grew lush. Deadwood revived, branches stretched out. 100 flowers burst into bloom before the viewer's eyes with visible speed. Roses, tulips, sunflowers. Within just over 10 minutes, a vibrant, rejuvenated landscape unfolded before everyone. But it wasn't over. When Xiao Lingyun set down her final stroke, something unbelievable happened. The painted flowers on the canvas seemed to come alive. Their colors became unprecedentedly vivid, and a faint luminescence flowed over the petals. Then, a rich, layered fragrance of flowers permeated from the two-dimensional painting, instantly filling the entire Golden Dome Art Center. The moment they caught the scent, the entire audience wore expressions of enchantment. They felt their work fatigue and mental exhaustion being cleansed and healed. A miracle. This is nothing short of a miracle. The floral scent from the painting can drift into reality. Is this Mentor Lingyun's art? Eternal goddess. So beautiful, so healing. I feel my soul being elevated. Applause and praise surged like tides, nearly lifting the dome of the art center. The interstellar livestream barrage was flooded with endless apotheosis. Messages. Xiao Lingyun stood at center stage, basking in this supreme glory, her smile gentle and perfect. Yet in an unnoticed corner behind his mask, Xiao Fan saw a different sight. To his perception, that painting was a massive, cunningly disguised energy absorber. While releasing a negligible hypnotic aroma, it was frantically siphoning the scattered psychic energy of the tens of thousands of emotionally stirred spectators. The more they reveled and praised, the more psychic energy was drained. A warm, seemingly affectionate feast wrapped in art and praise. Amid the host's loud eulogies and the audience's fervent applause, Ode to Life was unsurprisingly awarded the annual gold prize by the jury. The atmosphere reached its zenith. Just then the host spoke with a slightly teasing tone. Next, let us welcome the final participant. He is a special, controversial, and curious gentleman. He is Mr. Fan, who earned the status of honorary distinguished auditing student of our academy with a donation of 100 billion. As the words fell, the hall fell silent for a moment, then erupted in roaring laughter. Scorn, contempt, and expressions of schadenfreude shot toward that corner. Finally, the clown of the finale takes the stage. Let's see how shocking the art of money can be. Under the gaze of the multitude, Xiao Fan rose to his feet. He walked to the stage unhurriedly, step by step. No ornate tuxedo, just simple casual wear. Beside the newly apatheicized Xiao Lingyun, he appeared so ordinary, so out of place. I wonder where he finds the courage to even get on stage. Murongbai snickered under his breath, his eyes filled with vindictive glee. Xiao Lingyun also watched him with interest, not leaving the stage immediately, as if she too wanted to witness how this sudden fan would humiliate himself. Xiao Fan walked to the equally massive blank canvas prepared for him. He paid no heed to the noise from the audience, nor did he glance at Xiao Lingyun beside him. A brush appeared in his hand, seemingly ordinary, even old-fashioned, an ancient-styled writing brush. No way. Is he actually going to use a brush? Who still uses that antique now? This is performance art. Is he role-playing as an ancient? Discussions rose and fell in the audience. Xiao Fan ignored them all. He held the wonder brush's arm, rising slowly. No ink was dipped. No preparatory movements either. The brush tip landed directly on the canvas. Swish. The first stroke was a dead straight line that traversed the entire, a hopeless horizon that split heaven and earth. Then came endless chaotic yet sorrowfully ordered lines. He painted not landscapes, flowers, birds, or figures. He painted what he had witnessed with his own eyes. It was the first sight after being gravely wounded in Thunderclap Canyon and teleported by a star-shift talisman to that unknown desolate planet. A cold, lifeless gobi with nothing but endless ruins. A starfield dim and bereft of any light, an eternal void of nothingness. As his brush moved, a bone-deep loneliness and desolation spread across. The mockery on the faces of the audience slowly melted away. They could not understand, but they could feel. The lines on the canvas possessed a magic that tugged at their emotions. Finally, Xiao Fan stopped his brush. The final stroke fell. Hum. An indescribable Tao rhythm transcending sight and sound, striking the deepest recesses of the soul, erupted from that black and white painting. It was no longer a painting. It was a world. A real world filled with the most primordial essences of the universe: loneliness, deathly stillness, nothingness, and eternity. All clamor in the hall ceased abruptly. The fervent applause, praises, and mocking laughter were all cut short in that instant. The entire art center fell into unprecedented silence. The smiles on every face froze. They could no longer sense fragrance or see radiance. Their souls were violently dragged into that boundless abyss of nothingness by an irresistible force. They seemed to witness the edge of the cosmos, the end of time, and how utterly insignificant and powerless life was before absolute solitude. A primal fear gripped every heart. Xiao Lingyun's vibrant ode to life hung nearby. The refreshing floral scent had not yet dissipated, but now it appeared so false, so shallow, so laughable. Like a child's crayon sun placed beside a true star. A clear difference in quality. No, it was the gap between mud and clouds, between a firefly and the bright moon. There was no basis for comparison. Murongbai stared blankly at the painting, his face pale, his body trembling uncontrollably. He opened his mouth, but could utter no sound. On the judge's bench, the several venerable art masters were frozen, as if under a spell, their eyes filled with shock, fear, and a fanaticism at witnessing a mere ding. The task artistic edification is complete. The reward basic blind box has been issued. A system notification rang in his mind. Xiao Fan turned around, his gaze sweeping past the rows of dazed faces, finally resting on his fifth sister, Xiao Lingyun, who stood not far away, her complexion pale and her body trembling violently. Under his cold, profound stare, Xiao Lingyun's once charming smile crumbled completely, leaving only unconcealed terror. Xiao Fan said nothing. He simply looked at her. That gaze was a verdict. Under such scrutiny, Xiao Lingyun felt her soul being devoured bit by the infinite void within the monochrome painting. Time seemed to have completely frozen within the Golden Dome Art Center. No one spoke. No one moved. No one even dared to breathe loudly. Tens of thousands of audience members, judges, and artists were like marionettes collectively pressed onto the pause button. They all maintained their poses from the previous second, their facial expressions frozen in a mixture of shock, confusion, and blankness. Their consciousness remained firmly suppressed by the terrifying Tao resonance emanating from the painting, trapped in the abyss of loneliness and dead silence. The world was utterly silent. Murongbai stood in the front row of the guest seats, his face deathly pale. His features twisted, his mouth half open as if wanting to speak, yet no sound could emerge. His body trembled uncontrollably, not from anger, but from a fear rooted in the instinct of life itself, a terror of a higher dimensional existence. Everything he believed in, pursued, and prided himself on as a genius of traditional Chinese painting had become a joke in the presence of that man and that paint. On the judges' panel, the situation was even worse for those titans of the federal art world. They seemed frozen by a spell, their eyes fixed unblinkingly on the monochrome painting, bloodshot and wide. Some leaned forward as if trying to see more clearly, but were unable to move due to their stiffened bodies. Others slumped in their seats, their scoring devices already fallen to the ground, their lips moving, murmuring unintelligible syllables to themselves. The artistic worldview they had built over a lifetime was completely shattered in that moment. Finally, Xiao Fan withdrew his gaze. He no longer looked at Xiao Lingyun as if she were nothing more than an insignificant speck of dust. He turned around, moving unhurriedly to put away the ancient brush known as Miao by Dan Qing. Then he stepped forward and walked off the stage. 1 step, 2 steps. The sound of his footsteps was the only noise in this dead silent space. Thump, thump, thump. Each step felt like it landed on everyone's heart. He descended the stage and walked toward the aisle of the audience. The spectators in front of him jolted awake from their rigid state, as if struck by lightning. They let out unconscious gasps, their bodies instinctively retreating to the sides, scrambling to make way for him. That path was more distinguished than any red carpet, for it was paved with the genuine fear of tens of thousands of people. Xiao Fan looked straight ahead, walking through the entire venue amidst the awe, terror, and evasive glances of the crowd. No one dared to stop him. No one dared to question him. He had arrived as a universally mocked clown. He left as a god or demon, suppressing the entire assembly. Only after Xiao Fan's figure completely disappeared from the exit of the Golden Dome Art Center did the tightly stretched string finally snap. The entire venue erupted into a cacophony of shock and chaos, as if instantly returning to reality from a vacuum. Huff, huff. What just happened? I felt like I saw the edge of the universe. That wasn't a painting. It was a real world. A world that devours souls. Countless people collapsed into their seats, gasping for air, their bodies drenched in cold sweat. Some clutched their chests, coughing violently. Others, more psychologically fragile, broke down, completely holding their heads and letting out meaningless screams. The brief experience of viewing the painting had inflicted an immeasurable shock upon their spirits. It was the inevitable price mortals pay upon glimpsing the true visage of the great Tao. On the stage, with Xiao Fan's departure, the Tao resonance contained in the monochrome painting slowly dissipated. The terrifying pressure receded like a tide. Thud. Xiao Lingyun could no longer hold on. Her legs gave way and she knelt directly onto the stage. Her painting, Ode to Life, still hung beside. Its vibrant colors were visibly fading, as if all its vitality had been drained away. The fragrance that had once intoxicated the entire venue had vanished completely, leaving not a single trace. It was as if everything that had just happened was nothing but an illusory dream. Only the monochrome painting remained hanging quietly, an insurmountable monument etched into everyone's memory. Ode to Life was dead. It had been publicly executed in the most brutal manner before the entire Federation by the painting named Tao Resonance. Xiao Lingyun's artistic life withered along with the death of her creation. She felt an unfathomable crack appear in her spiritual world. It was the sound of her Tao heart shattering. Minter Lingyun. Moronbai was the first to react, scrambling onto the stage to support her faltering form. But as his hand was about to touch Xiao Lingyun, she mustered all her strength and violently pushed him away. Don't touch me. Her voice was hoarse, filled with venom and madness. She lifted her head, her pale face devoid of any gentleness. In its place was a twisted expression born of fear, jealousy, and resentment. She stared fixedly in the direction Xiao Fan had left, biting her lip until it bled. Xiao Fan was utterly indifferent to everything that had happened within. He returned to the accommodation arranged by the academy, a quiet, independent courtyard. Closing the door shut out all the noise from the outside world. He sat on the sofa, his expression calm, and directly opened the system interface in his mind. The faintly glowing basic blind box lay quietly in his inventory. The joy of opening a blind box, those who know, especially right after a satisfying round of showing off and slapping faces. Open. Xiao Fan issued the command. The blind box's packaging shattered with a sound. A beam of supremely pure spiritual light burst forth from within. Ding. Congratulations, host. Incredible luck. You have obtained a rare item from the basic blind box. Minor Realm Break Card X1. Item name: Minor Realm Break. Card type: consumable. Effect upon use: allows the host to directly advance one minor realm within the current major realm, ignoring any bottlenecks. Note: there are no shortcuts in life, but pain can make it happen. Xiao Fan looked at the card, radiating a mysterious aura, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. It was exactly what he needed most right now. Use. Without a moment's hesitation, the card transformed into a stream of light and surged instantly into his Dantian energy sea. Boom. An immense pure spiritual energy, not his own, exploded within him. His Dantian energy sea, as if a miniature star had been thrown into it, instantly began to boil. The already liquefied foundation establishment mid-stage spiritual energy, under the impact and fusion of this external force, began compressing and purifying at a terrifying speed. The range of the energy sea expanded wildly. The color of the liquid spiritual energy shifted from a light blue to a deep sapphire hue. The shadow of the primordial divine demon body residing deep within his soul seemed to sense this grand feast, letting out a silent roar as it began frantically devouring the dissipating energy. The entire process was clean and efficient without any delay. In just over 10 minutes, when everything settled down, ding. Congratulations, host. Your cultivation has successfully broken through to Foundation Establishment late stage. Xiao Fan slowly opened his eyes. A sharp gleam flashed briefly in his gaze. He could clearly feel that his strength had undergone another qualitative leap. He didn't stand up, with a thought his divine sense exploded outward. Like an invisible ripple, it instantly swept across the entire First Federal Art Academy. 50 miles in radius. Previously, his divine sense range was 30 miles. After the breakthrough, it had directly increased by 20 miles. Every building within the range, every breath of every person, even the flow of the spiritual veins deep underground became crystal clear in his perception. It was a feeling of absolute control. He saw the chaos inside the Golden Dome Art Center. He also saw Xiao Lingyun being helped away, utterly dejected. He could even hear Murong by giving orders to his underlings to investigate his identity. A cold sneer appeared at the corner of Xiao Fan's mouth. Just then, beep beep beep, the portable light brain of the heavenly Tao intelligence on the table emitted a few soft sounds. A holographic screen automatically unfolded before him. On the screen, several data streams flashing with red alerts were highlighted. Warning. Detected several highly encrypted communication signals originating from this area. Signal source locked First Federal Art Academy Senior Faculty Dormitory Area. Target address, decrypted Blue Planet, Asia Union Region, Dragon City, Xiao Family Headquarters. The heavenly Tao intelligence analyzed and presented the intercepted intelligence with remarkable efficiency. Below the screen were summaries of the communication content that had been forcibly decrypted. Patriarch the Fifth Miss is in trouble. Art Grand Prix. A mysterious person named Fan. A painting. Tao resonance. Fifth Miss Tao heart damaged. Identity unknown methods bizarre suspected evil arts. Xiao Fan looked at this intelligence, his eyes as calm as an ancient well. Everything was within his expectations. Xiao Lingyun had lost disastrously. Given her personality, after extreme fear and humiliation, there would inevitably be even more twisted madness and revenge. She no longer had the courage to act herself, so seeking help from the family was her only and final choice. A net was slowly being cast against him. Instead of any solemnity, Xiao Fan's face broke into an amused smile. The death throes were finally about to begin, weren't they? The luminous screen of the Tao's intelligent brain faded away silently. Xiao Fan stood up and walked to the window. In the courtyard, the evening breeze brushed by, rustling the leaves. The night of Capital Star was tranquil and peaceful. Yet beneath this tranquility, a murderous intent surged. The Xiao family. What a distant and laughable term. He could already imagine the expression on Xiao Zhengxiang's face when information about Fan and Tao rhythm painting was laid on his desk. What a splendid expression it would be from that cold and selfish father. Was it suspicion, anger, or perhaps a barely perceptible regret for his earlier decision? No, there would be no regret. Such a person would always only believe in his own judgment. He would attribute everything beyond his comprehension to sorcery and heresy. Then he would use even harsher and more violent means to completely eradicate this heresy in order to maintain his pathetic and unquestionable authority as the family head. Pitiful. Ridiculous. Xiao Fan's gaze pierced through the night, as if he could see the cold buildings of the Xiao family in Longqing. Take your time, don't rush. Your time of death has already been scheduled. He whispered softly. At this moment, compared to the family far away in Longqing, he was more interested in his fifth sister, who was riding Capital Star. After all, she was the first family member to have tasted that fear of the Tao firsthand. He was eager to see how twisted and insane a person's pride and faith would become when utterly crushed. The Federal First Academy of Arts Senior Faculty Dormitory Area. In an independently secured villa with the highest security level. This was one of Xiao Lingyun's private residences on Capital Star. In the luxurious living room, the lights were off. Only the cold moonlight fell through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows. Thud. A precious glass ornament slipped from the coffee table, crashing onto the expensive carpet with a muffled sound. The owner of a hand seemed to want to pick it up, but that hand trembled too violently. The slender pale fingers reached out several times, but failed to touch the target. Xiao Lingyun curled up in a corner of the sofa. She tightly hugged herself with both arms, yet her body still trembled uncontrollably. Cold. The bone-chilling cold seeped out from the deepest part of her soul. The room's temperature control system was clearly set at a comfortable 26 degrees. Yet she felt as if she were naked, standing on the surface of a star about to enter heat death. Around her there was only a void of dead silence. No light, no sound, no life. As soon as she closed her eyes, that black and white painting would forcibly occupy her entire consciousness. Those endless, chaotic, and tragic lines. That desperate horizon that severed heaven and earth. The art she was proud of, her healing series paintings adored by countless people, turned into the most laughable, colorful garbage in front of that picture. The beliefs she had built throughout her life were shattered. The martial vein she relied on for survival, the vine parasite martial vein that could silently absorb others' spiritual energy, also shriveled and trembled under the impact of that terrifying Tao rhythm, as if it had encountered its natural enemy. Her Tao heart had developed an unfathomable crack. Fear, boundless fear engulfed her. No, it cannot be like this. I cannot lose like this. How can I lose to that waste abandoned by the family? After the extreme fear, a more twisted emotion began to crazily breed from the shattered crack of her Tao heart. It was resentment. It was jealousy. It was a hysterical, murderous intent. Xiao Lingyun suddenly raised her head, her face as pale as paper in the moonlight, no longer holding any trace of gentleness or elegance. Her eyes were bloodshot, burning with madness. Fan. She gritted her teeth, squeezing out this name through her clenched jaws. The friction of her teeth produced a chilling sound. You forced me. She knew she could never let him go. She understood even more that in the realm of art, she had already been sentenced to death. Since that was the case, then she would resolve the issue in the most primal, barbaric, and effective way. Kill him. As long as he is dead, the shadow cast by that painting will disappear. As long as he is dead, no one in this world can threaten her. Once this thought arose, it was like a potent sedative that instantly calmed her violent tremors by more than half. She struggled to stand up from the sofa. Staggering to the liquor cabinet, she opened the communication light brain and pulled up a number she had pinned. The moment the dialing request was sent, it was almost instantly answered. A magnetic voice filled with unhidden surprise and concern came from the screen. Lingyun, you finally decided to contact me. How are you? I heard. The man's words were interrupted by a suppressed, tearful female voice. Murong, I'm so scared. Xiao Lingyun's voice was hoarse, fragile, filled with helplessness. Facing the screen, 2 lines of clear tears slid perfectly down her stunningly pale face. This tearful appearance made Murong Bei's heart tighten instantly, anger and pity surging within him. Lingyun, don't be afraid. Tell me what happened. Murong Bei's voice became urgent and filled with killing intent. Is it that scoundrel named Fan? Did he do something to you? I don't know. Xiao Lingyun weakly shook her head, tears flowing even more fiercely. His painting. There's a problem. It's not a painting, it's a kind of sorcery. My mind is filled with those terrifying images. My spirit, my artistic life, is about to be destroyed. She cried out intermittently, each word like a steel needle piercing Murong Bei's heart. She did not mention the artistic pressure at all, instead attributing everything to sorcery. She was clever, knowing how to use a man's infatuation with her to achieve her goals. Moreover, I find him very suspicious. She changed her tone, lowering her voice, filled with implication. His appearance was too sudden, with an unknown background, yet he could produce such a large sum of money. Murong, am worried. Is he a spy sent by our Federation's hostile forces to infiltrate? Boom. The 2 words spy were like a spark thrown into a powder keg. The already burning anger within Murong Bei exploded completely. His father was the deputy commander of the capital Star Garrison. He had an extraordinary sensitivity and aversion to terms like spy and infiltration. A man who harmed the goddess in his heart with sorcery and was highly likely a spy threatening the security of the Federation. This person deserved to die 1,000. I understand. Murong Bei's voice turned cold and filled with murderous intent. Lingyun, you don't need to worry about anything, just rest well. This devil that tarnishes art and threatens the Federation will be eradicated by me. Tomorrow I will give you an explanation. A satisfactory explanation. Don't. Xiao Lingyun seemed to be frightened and hurriedly spoke up. Murong, don't be impulsive. He's very dangerous. Her advice, however, sounded to Murong Bei like kind concern, further making him feel moved. Don't worry, Lingyun. A cruel yet confident smile appeared on Murong Bei's face. In Capital Star, on my Murong family's territory, if he is a dragon, he must coil. If he is a tiger, he must lie down. He cannot escape my grasp. After ending the communication, Murong Bei did not hesitate for a moment and immediately used his privilege as the son of the deputy. Encrypted commands were issued from his private light brain. Order the Murong family's black armored guards teams 1, 3, 5, and 7 to assemble. Target code named Fan, strength assessment unknown, suspected martial king level or higher sorcerer. All lethal means are permitted. Ensure a single strike kill. 4 genuine martial king level powerhouses along with dozens of elite guards gathered and entered a state of readiness within just 10 minutes. After completing all this, the killing intent on Murong Bei's face gradually receded, replaced by a sense of pride in controlling everything. He looked at the now dim screen and whispered gently, Lingyun, soon there will be nothing left to fear. He pondered for a moment before issuing instructions to his housekeeper. In the name of Minter Lingyun, draft an invitation letter. Just say she is completely captivated by Mr. Fan's art and hopes to have a private conversation with him in her private gallery tomorrow evening to apologize in person for the previous misunderstanding. The wording must be sincere and the attitude must be humble. Then I will personally deliver it. He wanted to set a trap, a death trap, that would lead that Fan to walk right. The next day, the morning sunlight was just right. A guest unexpectedly arrived at Xiao Fan's courtyard. Murong, dressed in a well-tailored luxury suit, his hair, meticulously styled, wore a gentle yet false smile on his face. Behind him were two composed attendants. He personally handed a beautifully crafted invitation letter to Xiao Fan. Mr. Fan, good morning. His posture was very low, and his tone was filled with respect. On behalf of Mentor Ling Yun, I sincerely apologize for the minor incident at yesterday's grand event. Mentor Ling Yun is in awe of your artistic achievements. She hopes to have the honor to invite you to her private gallery tonight for an in-depth artistic exchange. She very much hopes to apologize to you in person. Xiao Fan looked at him, but did not immediately take the invitation letter. His expression was emotionless. Meanwhile, within his retina, an invisible screen was silently unfolding. Dao Intelligent Brain, all communication records of target Murong have been intercepted. Analyzing. Analysis complete. Summary of Hongmen Banquet Operation Plan generated. A holographic 3D structure diagram of Xiao Ling Yun's private gallery appeared before his eyes. Behind the load-bearing pillars of the gallery in the lounge beside the second floor, curtains one after another, human-shaped markers flickering with scarlet light, were target location Xiao Ling Yun's private gallery. Number of ambushers 4. Ambushers strength assessment Martial King early stage X2, Martial King mid-stage X2. Overall operation Commander Murong Bai. Core objective lure target Fan into a trap under the pretext of art exchange at all costs. Even the recording of last night's hypocritical, vicious, and foolish conversation between Xiao Ling Yun and Murong Bai was converted into text by the Dao Intelligent Brain and quietly displayed in a corner of the screen. Xiao Fan's gaze swept over that information. He raised his eyes to look at the young man in front of him who was still immersed in his perfect plan full of arrogance. It was like looking at a pitiful creature that was already half dead. He finally extended his hand and took the heavy invitation letter that exuded the scent of ink. The corners of his mouth slightly lifted, revealing a cold, yet mocking smile. He spoke to Murong Bai with indifference. His voice was calm, but seemed to carry the weight of a verdict. Please convey to Mentor Ling Yun that I gladly accept her invitation. Capital Star Feitsue Manor. This was the most private estate under Xiao Ling Yun's name, a pure white building perched halfway up the mountainside, serving as her private gallery. At this moment, the gallery was brightly lit, casting a radiant glow upon every priceless artwork. In the air floated the scent of expensive aromatherapy, mingled with the rich bouquet of top-tier red wine. Everything appeared elegant, opulent, and filled with artistic atmosphere. Only warmth was missing. In the center of the gallery hall, Murong Bai, holding a glass of red wine, paced stiffly in place. The bespoke suit on his body felt suffocating at this moment. He kept glancing at the door, then at Xiao Ling Yun sitting on the sofa not far away. Xiao Ling Yun wore a black velvet gown, her usually gentle and charming face adorned with meticulous makeup. Yet no amount of foundation could fully conceal the venom and tension in her eyes. Her fingers gripping the wine glass turned white at the knuckles. Murong Bai could see it, but he interpreted her fear as a lingering dread of that Fan. Ling Yun, no need to be nervous. Murong Bai walked over to her, his voice low and, as he believed, gentle. Everything is under my control. 4 War Kings of the Black Armor Guard have been deployed at the optimal attack positions. If he dares to come, he will never return. Xiao Ling Yun's lips moved, trying to force a smile, but her muscles disobeyed. I'm just worried about you, Murong. That person is truly eerie. Her voice remained soft, filled with concern. These words greatly satisfied Murong Bai's vanity. He puffed out his chest, a flash of delight in his eyes. Don't worry, after today there will be nothing left to make you feel eerie or fearful. Just then the gallery's automatic doors slid open with a soft sound. A figure appeared at the entrance. He wore the most ordinary casual clothes, alone with his hands in his pockets. His appearance instantly froze the feigned elegant atmosphere within the gallery. Both Murong Bai and Xiao Ling Yun tensed up. He's here. Xiao Fan's gaze did not rest on the two hosts with their varied expressions, but swept across in the corner of his retina on the heavenly Dao AI screen, invisible to others, a three-dimensional map had already formed. At the corner of the second-floor corridor, in the shadow of the first load-bearing pillar behind the hidden door of the wine cellar beyond the potted plants. 4 human-shaped markers flickering with red dots were clearly marked, each emitting energy fluctuations at the War King level. Xiao Fan smiled. Mr. Fan, your presence truly graces my gallery with splendor. Xiao Ling Yun took a deep breath, forced herself to stand up, and squeezed out a smile. She walked forward with elegant steps and extended her hand proactively. But Xiao Fan didn't even glance at her outstretched hand. He simply walked into the hall, his gaze landing on a painting on the wall. The painting is not bad, he said. Xiao Ling Yun's hand froze awkwardly in midair. Her face paled instantly, then quickly recovered. A flash of anger crossed Murong Bai's eyes. He stepped forward, blocking Xiao Ling Yun, but his face wore a warm smile. Mr. Fan is indeed a man of... To express her apology, Ling Yun has specially opened a fine wine she has treasured for years. Shall we sit and talk? He made a please gesture, his posture very humble. Xiao Fan finally shifted his gaze from the painting to the two of them. No need. He took a step and actually walked deeper into the gallery on his own. While walking, he appreciatively admired the works of Xiao Lingyun on the walls. An apology is unnecessary. Artistic disputes are normal. His tone was casual, as if he truly was a magnanimous artist. Xiao Lingyun and Murong exchanged glances, both feeling puzzled and contemptuous. They believed that Xiao Fan was intoxicated by victory, and genuinely thought this was merely an artistic exchange. Since it's an exchange, why not let me see if Minter Lingyun has had any new insights recently? Xiao Fan stopped in front of a painting. That was one of Xiao Lingyun's signature works, Lullaby Under the Starry Sky, famous for its ability to soothe viewers' emotions. Xiao Lingyun adjusted her mindset, and also stepped forward, regaining her pride and confidence as an artist. This is an early work of mine, the technique is still immature. She began to hypocritically introduce her painting, trying to steer the conversation, searching for Xiao Fan's weakness, or rather the best moment to strike. Mr. Fan, that painting Dao Rhythm at the last grand exhibition. The soul-stirring impact was truly beyond our reach. I've always been curious, how exactly did you achieve it? That has already transcended the realm of technique, and is closer to Dao. She tossed the question over, her eyes fixed intently on Xiao Fan, trying to read something from his reaction. Upon hearing this, Xiao Fan turned his head, looked at her, and suddenly smiled. Want to learn? I can teach you. This reply, full of online slang, directly choked off all the words Xiao Lingyun had prepared. Murong frowned as he listened. He felt that he and this person were completely on different wavelengths. This was not like an artistic exchange, it was more like the banter of a street thug. Mr. Fan really knows how to joke. Xiao Lingyun barely maintained her smile. However, to express our sincerity for reconciliation, I have a proposal. Xiao Fan's voice suddenly turned serious. How about I paint a picture on the spot as a gift to Minter Lingyun, and also draw a full stop to the little unpleasantness between us? This proposal left both Xiao Lingyun and Murong stunned. On their turf, surrounded by 4 war kings, he actually wanted to paint right then and there. This man was too arrogant and foolish. This is too kind. Xiao Lingyun pretended to decline, but a flash of ecstasy crossed her eyes. A person's defenses are lowest when they are most focused. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. There's nothing to be modest about. Xiao Fan looked around, finally pointing at a blank wall in the center of the hall. Right here, give me a canvas and some paints. Murong suppressed the murderous intent and excitement inside him and gave a wink to the butler. Soon a set of top-grade painting tools was delivered before Xiao Fan paid no attention to those colorful paints. In his hand, at some unknown moment, appeared an ancient-looking brush. It was exactly that Miao by Dan Qing divine brush of painting. He walked to the canvas, his expression focused, as if the surrounding killing intent did not exist at all. Murong slowly stepped back, one hand behind his back, already ready to give the order to attack. Xiao Lingyun, on the other hand, stared fixedly at Xiao Fan, her eyes full of anticipation and venom. She expected that in the next second this man who had humiliated her so much would be blasted to death under the siege of several war kings. Xiao Fan raised his brush. The tip moved across the canvas. He did not paint the desolate Gobi nor the empty starry sky. Beneath his brush, a touch of new green, symbolizing life, quietly appeared. It was a seed breaking through the dark soil. Then the tender sprout stretched out, turning into a sapling growing in the wind. The sapling rapidly sprouted branches and leaves, growing into a towering tree with lush foliage. Above, the crown stars dotted, as if hung with the life of the entire universe. A vast and pure life force and soul energy radiated outward as the painting took shape. This aura was countless times more advanced than the floral fragrance of the previous Ode to Life. This was no longer healing, this was creation. It was depicting the birth of a world. A painting of the world tree sprouting. Even Murong felt a sense of refreshing joy under this aura, as if the bottleneck of his cultivation had loosened slightly. But for Xiao Lingyun, this aura was not enjoyment at all. It was the most fatal temptation. Like the hungriest beast seeing the most delicious prey, her vine parasite martial vein surged wildly inside her, and her greedy desire made her lose all reason. Absorb it. As long as she absorbed the energy in this painting, not to mention healing the Dao heart crack, even breaking through to the War Emperor realm on the spot was not impossible. Killing, revenge, fear. At this moment all were cast aside. Her eyes only saw the resplendent world tree. Xiao Lingyun let out an uncontrollable scream. She could no longer care about pretense, and the power of her martial vein was activated without reservation. Countless faint green visible energy vines shot out from her body, frantically lunging toward the painting, trying to claim the energy within for herself. Lingyun. Murong was greatly alarmed, not understanding why she had suddenly lost control. However, it was already too late. Just as the energy vines touched, a sudden change occurred. On the canvas, the vibrant world tree instantly lost all its color. All life force vanished without a trace. In its place was an endless darkness. A black banner fluttered in the wind within the darkness, its surface seeming to depict countless agonized faces. A painting of a human hell. Shwa, shwa, shwa. Countless black chains condensed from pure resentment and primordial chaos death energy extended from the painting. They instantly crossed space, tightly entangling those green energy vines, and then followed the vines to instantly bind the slender soul behind, twisted by greed. Oh, this time it was no longer a scream. It was a series of piercing, agonized howls. Xiao Lingyun felt as if her soul were being seared by a red-hot iron, and an irresistible force was dragging her spirit out of her body, bit by bit. Xiao Fan put away his brush and turned around. He looked at Xiao Lingyun bound by black chains and writhing in pain in midair, and sneered. He addressed this nominal fifth sister, his voice low, but every word biting. My paintings are not so easy to eat. My dear fifth sister Xiao Lingyun. At that moment the feigned elegance and opulence of the gallery were utterly shattered by those casual words. Xiao Lingyun's soul bound by black chains trembled, her transparent face twisted in excruciating pain, lifted with difficulty, her gaze locked onto the man before her. On his face lingered a mocking eye, yet beneath that ordinary plain face, named Fan, something was subtly shifting. Under the horrified gazes of Xiao Lingyun and Murong, by his facial contours began to undergo a precise reshaping, as if molded by an invisible hand. His cheekbones rose slightly, his nose bridge grew more prominent, and the line of his jaw turned resolute and stern. That once unremarkable, almost forgettable face transformed within seconds into another visage, a strikingly handsome one, yet etched with profound indifference and hatred. A face they had once regarded as a disgrace, trampled upon for 6 years. A face they believed should have rotted into mud in the wilderness on that rainy night alongside carrion and wild dogs. No, impossible. Xiao Lingyun's soul let out a silent scream. The terror from the depths of her spirit even overshadowed the searing pain of the chain. Murong Bei's eyes widened. Though he didn't recognize that face, the uncontrollable reaction of Xiao Lingyun sent chills down his spine. This man was never the artist Fan. He knew Xiao Lingyun. He was here for her. Xiao Fan. Finally, as the face settled, Xiao Lingyun, with her last shred of strength, screamed that name from the depths of her soul. You're Xiao Fan. You're not dead. That name struck Murong Bei like lightning. Xiao Fan, the Wei's true son of the Xiao family, cast out and stripped of his martial meridians. The family disgrace, rumored to have died 6 years ago due to a frail constitution. He was still alive. How could this be? How could a cripple stripped of his martial meridians possess such terrifying power? Countless questions and incomprehensible absurdity flooded Murong. Then the rage of being deceived and toyed with consumed his reason. This wasn't about Federation security or protecting his goddess. It was about himself. For the dignity of the Murong family's young master. He had been played like a fool by a waste who should have died long ago. You scum. You dared to deceive me. Murong Bei's face flushed purple with fury. He pointed at Xiao Fan and let out a hysterical roar. Kill him. Kill him. Tear him limb from limb. His command was the fuse to a powder keg. As you command, young master. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. For figures long itching for bloodshed burst from the shadowy corners of the gallery. Wild martial chi erupted without restraint. They were the Black Armor Guard, elite warriors trained at great expense by the Murong family, each a battle-hardened martial king. The auras of 4 martial kings intertwined, forming a massive net capable of shredding steel instantly, enveloping the entire hall. The floor cracked, walls splintered, and the priceless paintings, unable to even shatter, were pulverized into dust by the oppressive force. The leading Black Armor Guard, a peak martial king, twisted his face and unleashed his ultimate technique, the mountain-splitting collapsing fist. His chi surged wildly, his right arm muscles swelling as it was encased in a thick layer of earthen yellow aura. He seemed to transform into a siege beast. His punch tore through the air with a piercing sonic boom. He could already envision the reckless fool before him being blasted into a pulp of bone and flesh by his fist. Facing that earth-shattering punch, Xiao Fan's face remained expressionless. He didn't even intend to dodge. Under the stunned gazes of Murong Bai and the other 3 martial kings, Xiao Fan raised his right hand. His fist bore no trace of chi, it was just an ordinary fair and clean fist. Then unhurriedly he met the devastating blow. Hedon. Madman. Seeking death. The same thought flashed through everyone's minds. The next instant the 2 fists collided in midair. Yet the earth-shattering roar they imagined never came. Crack. A faint sound like shattering glass. The martial king's formidable protective aura on his fist shattered like thin ice the moment it touched Xiao Fan's fist. Then came the crisp snap of breaking bones. No, the martial king's sneer froze, replaced by boundless terror. He felt as if his fist had struck not a human body, but a collapsing neutron star. An incomprehensible, irresistible force annihilated his fist, wrist, and arm with devastating ease. Then, Xiao Fan's fist broke through all resistance and gently pressed against his chest. Thud. A dull sound. The burly martial king, as if all his bones had been removed, caved inward at a grotesque angle, then exploded into a cloud of blood mist in midair with a one punch. Instant kill. A genuine martial king dead before even a scream could escape. The gallery fell silent. The scent of blood mingled with the warm, scattered flesh from the air, left the remaining 3 martial kings in a daze. How could this be? What power was that? It wasn't martial chi. It was a force they had never encountered. A higher, purer, more terrifying energy. Attack together. Kill. The shock lasted less than half a second. The remaining 3 martial kings, veterans of battle, realized they faced a monster beyond comprehension. The 2 peak martial kings exchanged a glance, reaching an instant consensus, and charged from both sides, turning into afterimages. One thrust out both palms, radiating chilling cold. A cold chi capable of freezing rivers. The other formed a blade with his fingers, his cutting aura slicing white streaks through the air. The remaining martial king retreated swiftly, a signal launcher in hand, ready to report the situation to the family. Trying to leave. Xiao Fan smiled cruelly. His form left a faint afterimage, vanishing from the pincer attack of the 2 peak martial kings. Their confident combined strike hit nothing but air, blasting a massive crater into the ground. In the next second, Xiao Fan appeared behind the martial king, preparing to send the signal. You. The martial king's heart nearly stopped. He managed only one word. Xiao Fan raised 2 fingers like an indestructible sword with a wisp of pure azure spiritual energy at the tips. Thud. The finger's word pierced through the martial king's back with ease. He didn't even have time to look at the wound before the light in his eyes faded, and he collapsed. From Murong Bei's command to the death of 2 martial kings, barely a dozen seconds had passed. The last 2 peak martial kings were utterly terrified. They watched Xiao Fan kill, then turned slowly, as if nothing had happened, his icy gaze falling upon them. Demon. This man was a demon. They had no will to fight left. Flee. Save themselves if they could. With a shriek, they pushed their chi to the limit, turning into streaks of light, crashing toward different walls in a desperate attempt to escape. But to Xiao Fan, who had broken through to the late Foundation establishment stage, and whose spiritual sense covered 50 miles, their movements were as slow as snails. The game is over. Xiao Fan couldn't even be bothered to move. With a thought, he split the vast liquid spiritual essence in his dantian into 2 streams. Boom. Boom. 2 massive hands formed from pure spiritual essence materialized in midair. They moved with lightning speed. Under the despairing gaze of the 2 martial kings, the colossal energy palms, like swatting flies, slammed them viciously against the walls from both sides. Crash! The entire gallery shook violently. The sturdy alloy walls bulged outward into 2 massive human-shaped indentations. The 2 peak martial kings, along with their bones and organs, were flattened into meat patties by the blow, dead beyond any doubt. In less than 3 minutes, 4 martial kings capable of dominating the capital star were utterly annihilated. The gallery fell silent once more. The air was thick with a sickening mix of blood and burnt odor. Murong Bei's body shook like a sieve. A warm liquid trickled down his leg, pooling on the floor. He stared at the man standing amidst the blood and wreckage, untouched by any stain, his eyes filled only with fear and emptiness. He finally understood. All that talk of dark arts and spies was a lie. This Xiao Fan was a god of slaughter from hell, cloaked in human skin. Tap, tap, tap. Xiao Fan stepped forward, treading on the broken floor, slowly closing in on him. Each footstep was like a death knell, pounding on Murong Bei's shattered heart. No, stay back. Don't kill me, please. Murong Bei scrambled backward on all fours, whimpering pitifully. Xiao Fan stopped before him, looking down with indifferent eyes. He slowly raised a finger, a faint glimmer of spiritual light at its tip. What are you doing? Murong Bei shrieked in terror. Xiao Fan didn't answer. That finger gently touched the dantian on his lower abdomen. Uff! A soft sound. Murong Bei jerked as if struck by lightning, then crumpled to the floor. He could clearly feel the martial chi he had cultivated for over 20 years leaking away like air from a punctured balloon. His sturdy dantian cracked, then shattered completely. Oh! The despair of having his cultivation destroyed was more agonizing than death. Murong Bei let out a heart-wrenching scream. Go back and tell your father, Xiao Fan said, withdrawing his finger, his voice cold and devoid of emotion. His son has provoked someone he shouldn't have. With that, he didn't spare another glance at Murong Bei on the floor, as if he were mere trash. He turned slowly, fixing his cold, focused gaze on the transparent soul, suspended high by black chains, now frozen in terror. His gaze fell upon the sole prey of this journey. 5th Sister Shaolin Yun. Silence. Inside the gallery, no sound remained. Murong Bei lay collapsed in his own filth. His bodish tremors had ceased. His eyes rolled back, his mind utterly shattered by extreme terror, and he had fallen into unconsciousness. On the wall, 2 horrifying human-shaped bloody marks were slowly sliding downward, leaving behind 2 ghastly trails. The air was thick with the pungent mixture of blood-burnt flesh and the foul stench of fear. Xiao Fan stood as the master of this scene of destruction. He gazed at the translucent soul suspended in midair by black chains of soul that had abandoned all struggle. It was his former fifth sister Xiaolingyun. On the chained strands of black Hongmeng death energy were searing her soul origin bit by bit. The pain 1,000-fold beyond the physical was a slow flaying of the most fundamental essence of life. Her soul had dimmed nearly translucent from the unbearable agony. That face once hailed as soul healing, now twisted in terror and supplication. Her soul energy fluctuated violently, projecting desperate pleas for mercy. No, please don't kill me. Xiao Fan. I was forced. It was father, it was Lin Feng. They forced me. For the sake of our blood ties, spare me. I'll give you all my wealth. I can help you defeat the Xiao family. I am your sister. Xiao Fan said nothing, merely watching her silently. His indifferent gaze turned all her pleas, excuses, and emotional blackmail into a farcical one-act play. Finally, he stepped forward. Tap, tap, tap. Each step made the translucent soul convulse in terror. He walked to the lifeless body lying quietly on the ground and stopped. It was Xiaolingyun's body. The black velvet dress still hugged her delicate curves. On her exquisitely made-up face lingered the false confidence she had worn before scheming. Now it was merely an empty shell with vital signs. Art. Xiao Fan spoke, his voice low, yet clearly penetrating the trembling depths of Xiaolingyun. What a noble word. He lifted his gaze, piercing through the void to land on the suffering soul. Xiaolingyun, your art is built upon feeding off the spirit. Using the slightest hypnotic effect, you exchange for the pure spiritual energy of your followers, nurturing your martial vein, named Vine Parasite. You pile up countless people's spiritual sustenance to create your false throne as the soul healer, basking in the worship of the masses. You are clever packaging plunder as gift. Xiaolingyun's soul shook violently, projecting even greater terror. How could he know? How could he know the deepest secret of her martial vein? Impossible. Unfortunately, your painting has no roots. Xiao Fan's voice grew colder, carrying a tone of judgment. My painting comes from the dead Gobi of a desolate planet from the starry void where galaxies dim. That is what I saw with my own eyes, experienced firsthand. The truest despair and loneliness of the universe. That is the imprint of the Tao and undeniable. But your painting is nothing but hollow technique, false colors, and a gorgeous deception. Therefore, when my truth appears, your falsehood shatters. He extended a finger, gently pointing toward Xiaolingyun's flawless cheek on the ground, then slowly withdrew. Your greatest mistake was to flaunt your laughable so-called art in front of me, a man who has already died once. And worse, after tasting fear, instead of submitting, you harbored murderous intent. With that, Xiao Fan smiled. You call me a sorcerer? You call me a spy? You call me a devil defiling art? Very well. Xiao Fan spread his palm, and a black light flashed. A small banner less than half a meter long, but radiating endless resentment and deathly stillness, appeared silently. Hongmeng banner. The banner was pitch black, reflecting no light under the gallery's shattered lamps, as if it could devour everything. Dimly, two twisted faces struggled and drifted on the banner's surface, emitting silent roars. They were the soul brands of sixth sister Xiao Meyer and second sister Xiao Ziyue. When Xiaolingyun's soul saw those two familiar, yet horrifying faces, her soul fluctuations reached an unprecedented peak. It's them. Meyer, Ziyue. They weren't missing. They were all refined into this demonic banner. At that moment, all pleas for mercy vanished, replaced by hysterical curses. Devil. Xiao Fan, you're a devil. You killed your own sisters. Father won't forgive you. The Xiao family won't forgive you. I curse you. Eternal damnation. A miserable death. I'm sorry, but you won't get that chance. Xiao Fan held the Hongmeng banner, his tone calm. Today my artwork still lacks some core creative material. I am honored to inform you that your soul, along with your interesting parasitic martial vein, has obtained permanent residency. He slowly raised the Hongmeng banner. As my first grand gift to all of you on the capital star, this price shall be paid with your soul. With those words, he spoke no more. With a thought, spirit energy surged into the Hongmeng banner. Hum. The small black banner instantly burst forth with a devouring suction. The black chains binding Xiaolingyun's soul lit up with an eerie black light. No. Xiaolingyun let out a final soul-rending shriek. The chains tightened violently, beginning to drag her soul along with the materialized green vine-like martial vein energy within her soul origin, strand by strand from the void into the Hongmeng banner. Crackle, crackle. That was the sound of a soul being torn apart. Xiaolingyun's soul, as if gripped by an invisible giant hand, was slowly shredded, stretched, and transformed into pure energy torrents surging into the bottomless banner surface. She saw the scenes of her life flashing before her eyes. Childhood applause, maidenly glory, adult adulation, and halos. She ascended the altar amidst countless praises, savoring the thrill of manipulating others' emotions and stealing their power. She had thought herself the queen of art, the darling of fate. Until today she discovered she was merely a more ornate piece of art raised in captivity. When a higher-level hunter appeared, she and her pride became nothing but prey. Regret and resentment drowned her consciousness. Finally, all thoughts turned into eternal darkness the instant she was completely devoured by the Hongmeng banner. Boom. The moment Xiao Lingyun's soul and martial vein origin were utterly consumed. On the surface of the Hongmeng banner, a complex new brand blazed full of artistic sense and twisted venom. It was the image of a woman in a long dress bound by countless withered vines, her face locked in an eternal scream of agony. The third main soul had returned. The Hongmeng banner's aura surged wildly. Black light blazed, and the small banner seemed to transform into a devouring black hole, distorting all light within the gallery. A pressure deeper, more sinister, and more terrifying than before emanated from it. Ding. Detected that the Hongmeng banner has successfully refined the third high-quality martial king-level main soul with special martial vein origin. Artifact beginning self-evolution. Evolution successful. Hongmeng banner gains new ability Spirit Vine Prison. Spirit Vine Prison can activate Xiao Lingyun's martial vein origin within the banner to materialize parasitic vines imbued with Hongmeng death energy, capable of large-scale imprisonment and soul energy extraction of targets. Xiao Fan sensed the surging power from the Hongmeng banner, and under his mask a satisfied smile curled his lips. He put away the banner, and the black radiance vanished. The gallery fell into dead silence again. Xiao Fan glanced at the beautiful, already cooling empty shell on the ground, his eyes devoid of any emotion. He then swept his gaze over the bloody stains on the wall and the unconscious Murong by whose fate was unknown. He had no intention of cleaning the scene. A shocking murder scene. An opening gift to the capital star's high society and the Murong family, leaving it as is was perfect. Xiao Fan raised his wrist and gently pressed a virtual button on his portable optical computer. A program he had personally written directly connected to the core of the heavenly Tao intelligence was activated. Command sent, nether return. The next second, beyond the shattered dome of the gallery in the night sky, space without any warning was silently torn open like a black curtain. A strange ancient boat entirely black as if made of pure shadow slowly emerged from the subspace rift. Yuming Ferry. Its appearance triggered no radar alarms, no energy fluctuations. It seemed not to exist in this dimension. A dark beam of light shot down from the boat's bottom, precisely enveloping Xiao Fan's body. Xiao Fan's figure rose slowly in the beam without stirring a speck of dust or making a sound. He passed through the broken dome and entered the Yuming Ferris cabin. Then the black boat silently retreated back into the subspace rift. The rift closed. The night sky returned to normal, as if nothing had happened. Only the art gallery filled with blood, death, and despair remained. A quietly planted time bomb waiting for the sun to rise tomorrow and detonate a storm at the heart of the Blue Star Federation. The nether ferry vanished into subspace, leaving not a trace behind. The devastation and bloodshed of the gallery were temporarily sealed within that shattered space. It was as if all had been devoured by darkness. Yet sin can never be hidden forever. When the first rays of dawn struggled through the luminous fog formed by the hovering cars above the capital planet and fell upon Jadeite Manor, a storm quietly began. A cleaning robot tasked with maintaining the gallery's exterior arrived punctually at its designated location following program settings. Its optical sensors scanned the surroundings. All data appeared normal, until it extended its cleaning arm toward the already twisted and deformed automatic door. Within the door lay a scene of terror never recorded in its database. The cold metal probe detected abnormal biological readings from a pool of foul-smelling liquid on the ground that had not yet fully coagulated. Its processor emitted a high-frequency alarm, and red indicators flashed wildly. Alert. Level 1 biohazard detected. Unknown high-level energy residue present. Initiate highest emergency protocol. The piercing alarm shattered the morning stillness. Within less than 10 minutes, the rapid response squad of the capital planet's garrison forces had sealed off the entire Jadeite Manor. The chief inspector stared at the erratic, indecipherable red error codes dancing across his portable analyzer, cold sweat beading on his forehead. In his 30 years of service, he had never witnessed such an eerie scene. Inside the gallery, all armed officers who had rushed in fell silent. The air was thick with a foul stench of blood, fear, and a certain charred odor. Moroned by a notorious playboy of the capital planet, now slumped in a corner like a broken doll. His eyes empty, saliva drooling mindlessly from his mouth, muttering "devil, devil," over and over. His dantian was destroyed, and his spirit had completely collapsed. Not far from him lay an empty, yet still beautiful female shell. It was the renowned Federation artist Xiao Lingyun. Her soul was gone, and on the walls 2 dried, dark red, human-shaped marks silently spoke of an extreme violence beyond their comprehension. Reporting, sir," a young officer covered his mouth and stammered through the communicator. "Morong Bai has been crippled. Mentor Xiao Lingyun, presumed dead, cause unknown. Additionally, Biological tissue was found at the scene from 4 members of the Morong family's Black Armor Guard. Genetic comparison confirmed them. The news surged upward through the chain of command with lightning speed. When the news that Morong Bai had been crippled and his private guard slaughtered reached the deputy commander of the capital planet's garrison forces, Morong Feng, Morong Bai's father, he was presiding over a military meeting. The special alloy communicator in his hand was crushed into a twisted lump of metal. The atmosphere in the conference room grew stifling. Meeting adjourned. Morong Feng's voice was hoarse, every word seething with boundless fury. He rose to his feet, murderous intent blazing in his eyes. He did not go to the scene, but instead directly dialed a special number with a clearance far higher than his own. Martial God Hall. I am Morong Feng. My son Morong Bai has been crippled on the capital planet. A registered noble of the Federation, Xiao Lingyun, has been brutally killed. My 4 Martial King-level guards have been blasted to fragments. I request the initiation of the SS-level Emergency Investigation Protocol. The Blue Star Federation's National Guardian Martial God Hall, an ancient palace complex suspended above the stratosphere of the capital planet, perpetually shrouded in clouds. This was the true cornerstone of the Federation. Every member who walked out of this place possessed terrifying cultivation levels of martial saint or even martial god. Ordinarily, they remained secluded and indifferent to worldly affairs. Only when the very foundation of the Federation was shaken would the bells hear toll. Morong Feng's request was like a deep-water bomb. To openly slaughter a well-known noble and cripple the only son of a high-ranking military officer in the core area of the capital planet was no ordinary murder case. It was a flagrant challenge and trampling of the entire Federation's order. Dong. The deep and solemn bell reverberated across the sea of clouds. An old man in gray robes with hair and beard completely white slowly opened his eyes from a meditation cushion in a great hall. His gaze seemed to pierce through time and space, directly seeing the bloody gallery at Jadeite Manor. Without moving, he simply reached out a finger and gently tapped. The next moment, the gruesome scene of the gallery was projected before him in flawless holographic detail. The traces of martial true chi are very faint. What remains more is a kind of never-before-seen higher-level energy. This is not the work of a martial art. He frowned slightly. Interesting. Investigate. Issue an SS-level wanted bulletin codename Fan. Extract all memory fragments from Morong Bai before his injury, reconstruct the perpetrator's likeness, and put him on a Federation-wide wanted list. His voice was not loud, yet it clearly reached every corner of the Federation. Also send Tianqing to pay a visit. At the command, a stern-faced, middle-aged man who had been sitting cross-legged in a corner of the hall with eyes closed opened them in response. He stood up, exuding a powerful aura. A martial saint powerhouse, Tianqing venerable. With a single step, his figure vanished from within the martial god hall. At the same time, an exquisitely crafted three-dimensional holographic wanted notice spread at light speed across the entire Federation's star network. The notice depicted a handsome, ordinary young man named Fan. That was exactly the modified face of Xiao Fan. Wanted bulletin SS-level codename Fan, charged brutally murdered noble Xiao Lingyun on the capital planet, severely injured Morong by extreme cruelty, endangered Federation security. Danger level extremely dangerous. Reward: those providing valid clues will receive 10 billion interstellar credits. Those who kill or capture him may make one request to the Martial God Hall. This wanted bulletin caused a massive uproar across the entire Federation. Countless bounty hunters, mercenary groups, and hidden experts went mad for the phrase "make one request to the Martial God Hall." And this storm also swept with the utmost speed to distant launching. The Xiao family. When Xiao Zhanxiong saw the shocking wanted notice on the Star Network and received the encrypted intelligence about Xiao Lingyun being presumed dead, he could no longer maintain the dignity and composure of a clan patriarch. He let out a beast-like roar, unleashing a terrifying martial emperor's aura that blew off the main residence's roof. He knew it was Xiao Fan. His fifth daughter had also died at the hands of that depraved son. This was an insult, a blatant humiliation. 3 of the Xiao family's daughters in succession had been cruelly killed by the same person, reducing him and the entire Xiao family to a laughingstock in the Federation's Xiao Fan. Xiao Zhanxiong's eyes were bloodshot and gold-colored. Supreme Emperor Qi surged wildly around him. No matter what sorcery you use, this time I will personally flay you alive, break your bones, and grind your ashes to dust. He issued commands. Order. All enshrined elders of the Xiao family assemble immediately. Activate flagship Jinyuan, command escort ships Pajuan and Talang to set sail immediately. Target capital planet. Stardust City, top floor of the Twin Star Tower. Xiao Fan sat in the spacious office chair, calmly gazing at the enormous holographic screen before him. The screen was broadcasting the Federation's Star Network news. Reports about the artist Xiao Lingyun's tragic death at the gallery, and the SS-level wanted notice that had spread his disguised face across the stars. The Heavenly Tao Intelligence System even clearly displayed the energy fluctuations and orders from within the National Guardian Martial God Hall in streams of data. Su Mushiue's figure appeared silently kneeling on one knee, her expression awestruck and fervent. Lord of the Pavilion. Intelligence confirmed the National Guardian Martial God Hall has dispatched Martial Saint-level expert, Tianqing Venerable, to investigate. Furthermore, she paused, lowering her voice further. The flagship, Jinyuan, of the Longqing Xiao family patriarch along with 2 escort ships has entered warp navigation and is expected to arrive in the capital planet's outer space in approximately 20 hours. The Morong family, the Xiao family, the National Guardian Martial God Hall. The Federation's most elite forces are stirring because of you. Su Mushiue's report rang out with exceptional clarity in the utterly quiet office. Xiao Fan remained expressionless. He slowly raised his hand and gently tapped the wanted notice of himself on the screen. Then he smiled. A cold, sardonic smile. They're all coming, he murmured softly. Good. That saves me the trouble of hunting them down one by one. The whisper of his words still echoed in Su Muxu's ears. Was it such confidence, or rather such arrogance? Just then a mechanical chime suddenly rang out in Xiao Fan's mind. A sound only he could hear. Ding. Detected that the host has completed the high-difficulty revenge achievement, the fall of the artist. Rating perfect. Commentary: you have publicly executed another artist in a manner that could only be called art. You not only took her life, but also shattered her faith and dignity in the very field she was most proud of. Your revenge was filled with creativity and malice, and the system highly commends you. Achievement: reward settlement in progress. Congratulations, host. Reward obtained: intermediate blind box X1. A flicker of change finally crossed Xiao Fan's eyes. An intermediate blind box. This was the first time he had received a reward of this level. The small realm-breaking card from the beginner blind box had directly elevated his cultivation from mid-foundation establishment to late foundation establishment. The rewards from an intermediate blind box would be even more generous. He hesitated not a moment, and with a thought he opened the system interface in his mind. A treasure box several times larger than the beginner one, dark gold in color, its surface engraved with countless profound and complex patterns, floated serenely in the item slot. It seemed to form a world of its own, exuding an ancient aura. Open. Xiao Fan gave the command. The dark gold blind box did not shatter, but slowly opened. Countless dazzling rays of light burst forth from the box, as if to illuminate Xiao Fan's entire sea of consciousness. A torrent of profound information about the laws of space surged into the depths of his soul. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have drawn from the intermediate blind box the ancient rare divine ability, Instant Step Introductory. Divine ability name: Instant Step. Grade: Ancient Divine Ability. Upgradable category: Space Law Effect. Introductory. Grasp the essence of space laws, shrink the Earth into an inch, and teleport 1,000 miles within a single step. Ignores all physical obstacles. An ultimate divine technique for pursuit, escape, and infiltration. Note: once you learn this move, you will realize that this universe is both vast and minuscule. He had made it. Xiao Fan's heart surged with ecstasy. Exactly what he needed. The martial saint of the Martial God Hall and the Xiao family's fleet were bearing down on the capital star, forming an inescapable net. He was in desperate need of a method to break the deadlock with ease. This instant step came at the perfect time. Once mastered, the entire Blue Star Federation, and even wider star domains, would be his to roam. The so-called blockade and encirclement would become a joke. As he assimilated the mysteries of this divine ability, the system's chime sounded once more. A new blind box quest had been issued. Blind box quest issued. Quest named: The Shattered Throne. Quest background: your third sister, the mecha prodigy, Xiao Qingwan, survived the Battle of Thunder Canyon by a stroke of luck. Rescued by the Eternal Life Society, she hides in the abandoned star region, Steel Graveyard, on the Federation's border. She has not given up hope and is attempting to forge a ultimate war machine from the countless discarded warships and mecha wreckage there to take revenge on you. She regards that place as the throne of her resurgence. Quest objective: travel to the coordinates appended of Steel Graveyard, find your third sister, and permanently end her unrealistic fantasies. Quest reward: intermediate blind box X1. Third sister Xiao Qingwan. Xiao Fan's gaze turned cold. He remembered the venomous look in that woman's eyes at Thunder Canyon. He had not expected her to still be alive. Alive meant that a reckoning was due. Steel Graveyard, huh? Very well. Let that place become your burial ground. Xiao Fan closed the system interface, and all thoughts instantly receded. He rose from the wide seat. Su Muxu's body involuntarily lowered a few. Hall Master, you may leave. Xiao Fan's voice cut her off. Yes. Su Muxu dared not question, responded with reverence, and her figure silently dissolved into motes of light, vanishing on the spot. Xiao Fan turned and faced the massive floor-to-ceiling window. Outside, the dazzling nightscape of Stardust City glittered. In the deeper reaches of the starry sky, several colossal fleets were cutting through the darkness, bearing down on him. A cold smile curled at the corner of his lips. The storm is coming, he murmured to himself. Too bad you can't catch the wind. As the words fell, he took a step forward. His form did not move an inch. But beneath his feet at the top floor of the Twin Star Tower, the ground suddenly turned transparent. Countless mysterious array lines lit up, resembling a deep, starry sky. The Zhoutian star array was activated. Xiao Fan slowly sat cross-legged and closed his eyes. His entire mind sank into the comprehension of the new divine ability. The information of the introductory chapter of Instant Step transformed into countless ancient golden characters in his sea of consciousness, ceaselessly swirling, recombining, and evolving. Each character contained a sliver of the most primordial mystery of space laws. For a moment, the entire Zhoutian star array resonated with his soul. Boom. The great array, covering 100 miles and seizing the very essence of heaven and earth, began to operate at high speed. The supreme-grade spirit veins buried deep underground roared violently. Torrents of spiritual energy were drawn out madly, transforming into visible rivers of starlight that converged from all directions and poured into Xiao Fan's body. A peculiar phenomenon appeared around him. The starlight pouring into his body was not absorbed, but recondensed around him. 1 star, 2 stars. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of miniature shimmering stars materialized beside him. These stars were not still. They followed some profound trajectory, slowly orbiting Xiao Fan. They pulled at, attracted, and repelled one another. Sometimes they drew close, sometimes they moved apart. The space between them continuously twisted, folded, and stretched. They were deducing and simulating the truest laws of space for Xiao Fan. This was another application of the Zhoutian star array. Not only could it defend and attack, but it could also transform into the ultimate cultivation aid, helping the array's master comprehend the most primordial laws of heaven and earth. Xiao Fan's aura began to waver and become elusive. His body seemed ready to merge into the void at any moment, only to materialize again the next second. He knew he had little time. He had to fully master this new means of survival and slaughter before the arrival of Xiao Zhanxiong, the Morong family, and the strong of them. Only then could he stroll leisurely and move freely through the impending storm that would sweep the entire Federation. He would make all those who sought to hunt him become nothing more than pathetic prey toyed with at his fingertips. Outer space of the capital star. The cosmos here was no longer silent. A cerulean rift tore through the darkness as a colossal flagship, gilded from bow to stern and bearing a roaring tyrant totem at its prow, emerged from the warp corridor like an ancient beast. It was the Xiao family's flagship, the Jinyuan. Right behind it, 2 escort ships, the Pujuan and the Tanlang, materialized, forming an aggressive triangular assault formation, their cannons aimed directly at the azure administrative planet below. Almost simultaneously, ripples of spatial distortion spread across the void on the opposite side. A standard military fleet consisting of 1 main cruiser and 4 assault ships also disengaged from warp. On the bridge of the leading cruiser, a middle-aged man in a Federation general's uniform, his face dark with fury, glared at the Xiao family fleet through the viewport, his eyes brimming with wrath and murderous intent. He was Morong Bai's father, Lin Feng, deputy commander of the capital star garrison. An encrypted communication request forcibly cut into the Jinyuan's bridge. A holographic screen expanded, revealing Xiao Zhanxiong's contorted face, twisted with rage. His terrifying aura as a war emperor caused even the signal to flicker and distort. Morong Feng. Xiao Zhanxiong's voice roared like a wild beast. Control your men. This is the capital star zone, not a place for your recklessness. Order your fleet to withdraw from attack trajectory immediately. Me reckless. Morong Feng gave a cold laugh, grief and killing intent intertwining. Xiao Zhanxiong. My son was crippled on capital star by your daughter's enemy, reduced to a useless wreck. And now you dare speak to me of my son Morong Bai's entire cultivation, the lives of 4 elite martial kings under my command. How do you propose to settle this debt? Xiao Zhanxiong's eyes twitched violently. Another humiliation. He, the patriarch of the Xiao clan, had never been confronted so brazenly. But his reason still held. He knew the culprit was Xiao Fan, that accursed son. Our accounts can wait, Xiao Zhanxiong said, his voice suppressing a storm. But for now we share a common enemy. That bastard called Fan. I want him dead, torn apart. Good. Morong Feng's gaze was cold enough to freeze stars. Capture him. I want to ask him personally how he dared. 2 titans of the Federation wielding immense power reached a temporary accord fueled by their shared hatred. Just then a powerful silent pressure descended. It did not emanate from any vessel, nor was it a burst of martial aura. It was as if the very laws of the universe had been forcibly altered by an invisible force. Space itself seemed to congeal. Light slowed. The fire control radars of the Jinyuan and the Morong fleet simultaneously screamed urgent warnings. All locking parameters dissolved into meaningless gibberish in an instant. To the horror of every soldier on board, a figure materialized without any warning in the vacuum between the 2 fleets. He wore a simple gray robe, his countenance stern, his stature unremarkable. He stood there silently with no aircraft, no trace of true energy. Yet his presence became the center of this starfield. the heavenly punishment venerable of the divine war hall, a martial saint. He had descended. The venerable did not spare a glance at the two fleets poised for battle. Instead, he turned and cast a detached gaze toward the beautiful planet below. The next second he vanished. Capital Star Jadeite Manor Gallery ruins. The area had been sealed as a maximum restriction zone, layered energy shields isolating it from the outside world. Space rippled faintly. The heavenly punishment venerable appeared in the center of the blood-soaked wreckage. He looked at the two human-shaped blood stains on the wall, at the hollow shell devoid of a soul, and a flicker of change finally crossed his placid eyes. Such ruthless methods, he murmured. Then he slowly closed his eyes. The divine sense of a martial saint began to stir. Time reversal. A word from a saint. The word becomes law. Around him the space-time laws began to warp. Countless shattered temporal fragments converged, trying to reassemble the scene of that night before him. Yet an eerie phenomenon occurred. The moment those fragments were about to coalesce, they were violently scattered and torn apart by an invisible higher-order energy. A chaotic mist of azure spiritual radiance and pitch-black death energy stubbornly lingered within his divine sense, devouring any law that tried to. The heavenly punishment venerable snapped his eyes, opened his face, showing gravity for the first time. This is not martial energy. A power. Unprecedented, transcending true energy. He realized the killer codenamed Fan was far more complex than he had imagined. Interesting. His figure vanished from the gallery. The next moment, he stood in the Capital Star's Supreme Command Center. He ignored the respectful salutes of Lin Feng and the others. Transmit my order. He directly assumed highest authority, his voice icy and unequivocal. Activate the Federation's highest-level surveillance system, Heaven's Net and Earth's Snare. Boom. The command triggered a violent roar across the entire Capital Star defense grid. From the synchronous orbit around the planet, an invisible giant net composed of countless energy nodes instantly expanded, enveloping the entire globe. Countless microdrones equipped with the most advanced gene probes and energy scanners spread to every corner of Capital Star, from 10,000 meters in the sky to a kilometer underground, leaving no dead angle. A supposedly foolproof net was fully activated. The hunt had begun. Everyone believed that under the personal watch of a martial saint and the blockade of Heaven's Net, the audacious killer would have nowhere to hide, soon be dragged out and face judgment in despair. Meanwhile, light years away from Capital Star in Stardust City atop the Gemini Tower at the core of the Grand Zhou celestial constellation array, Xiao Fan sat cross-legged, oblivious to the turmoil outside and utterly indifferent. His entire mind was immersed in the boundless cosmic model simulated. The introductory chapter of Inch of Heaven had already imprinted countless golden characters into the depths of his soul. The scene around him was resplendent and arcane. Miniature stars no longer simply revolved around him, they evolved. Sometimes they collapsed into light-devouring black holes, demonstrating extreme compression. Sometimes they expanded into brilliant nebulae, showing infinite extension and dilation. The space between two distant stars would suddenly fold like a sheet of paper, bringing them into instant contact. A straight line would inexplicably curve, its ends joining to form a closed loop. All the most fundamental laws of space, under the extravagant consumption of spiritual energy by the Grand Zhou celestial constellation array, were deduced, analyzed, and presented to Xiao Fan alone with unprecedented clarity. Time lost its meaning in contemplation. After an unknown duration amidst the intricate infinite permutations of space, Xiao Fan's soul seized that one core, simplest truth, the point. Everything in the universe, space itself, is composed of infinite points. Distance is merely the arrangement order between points. If you can find the point you wish to reach and then replace your own point with it, then movement ceases to exist. Distance ceases to exist. That is, Inch of Heaven. Boom. The instant this realization fully crystallized in Xiao Fan's sea of consciousness, the countless evolving star illusions around him shattered into pure starlight, all pouring back into his eyes. Xiao Fan slowly opened his eyes. Those deep pupils finally settled into calm. The divine ability was nascent. He rose from the meditation mat, his entire aura becoming elusive. Standing at one end of the office, he gazed at the office chair by the floor-to-ceiling window hundreds of meters away. He raised his foot and casually took a step forward, just one step. His figure left no blurred afterimage, nor did it turn into a streak of light. He simply vanished from where he stood. The next instant, he was already seated in that chair hundreds of meters away, composed as if he had been there from the start. The space between him and the chair had been forcibly erased in that moment. He raised his hand, opening the heavenly Tao holographic screen before him. The screen displayed the massive manhunt on Capital Star in split-screen live feed. He saw the spectacular sight of Heaven's Net enveloping the planet. He saw countless uniformed armed personnel sealing every street as if facing a dire threat. He saw the ever-darkening face of the heavenly punishment venerable in the command center. He also saw his father Xiao Zhanxiong on the Jinyuan's bridge roaring in fury after receiving reports of no trace found. The entire hunt was a costly, absurd farce. The hunters had laid a vast net, unaware that their prey had never been in that hunting ground. Heh! Xiao Fan let out a light laugh, dripping with mockery. He closed the screen and dialed Su Mushiwe's communicator. Master of the pavilion. Su Mushiwe appeared, kneeling on one knee, her expression still shaken by the storm outside. Order prepare the Nether Ferry. Xiao Fan's voice was calm. Set course destination. The abandoned starfield, Iron Graveyard. Su Mushiwe was taken aback. Xiao Fan's gaze pierced through the holographic screen, seemingly looking into the distant depths of space, murderous, intent, naked. My third sister Xiaoqing Luan. She has waited too long for her own funeral. The atmosphere in the highest command center of the capital star was extremely grave. All the light screens were frozen on a single line of scarlet characters, scan complete, no matching target found. The cold synthetic voice of the heavenly net system sounded especially ironic in the silence at that moment. Not here. How could it not be here? Lin Feng stared at that result, muttering to himself, unable to accept the truth. Xiao Zhangxiang's twisted face had turned from livid to bright red. His fists clenched tightly, the powerful aura of the Overlord Golden Sharp Martial Vein uncontrollably leaked out, causing fine golden arcs of electricity to appear in the surrounding space. Heavenly Punishment Venerable stood with his back to everyone, gazing at the deep cosmos outside the porthole, his figure utterly still. He spoke slowly, his voice flat and cold. The target is no longer on the capital star. This conclusion was both a statement and a slap in the face. Not here. Xiao Zhanxiong finally roared out. Boom. The aura of an 8th-rank martial emperor surged into the sky without reserve. Golden Overlord Emperor's chi swept through the entire command center like a raging wave centered on him. The alloy floor beneath his feet cracked inch by inch, and all equipment in the command center emitted harsh alarms under this pressure, with screens flickering wildly on the verge of exploding. My daughter is dead. My family has become a laughingstock before the entire Federation. Xiao Zhangxiang's eyes were bloodshot. You tell me he's not here. You activated the highest level of lockdown, deployed the strongest martial saint, and now you tell me the man has escaped. Is the prestige of the martial god Hall nothing but a joke? In his fury, he had lost all measure and directly aimed his spear at that martial saint. Lin Feng also roared from the side. My son Lin, my guards died tragically. The murderer slipped away right under the noses of your martial god Hall. Is this the account you give to the Federation? Facing the fury of two martial emperor-level powerhouses, Heavenly Punishment Venerable slowly turned around. He did not release any aura nor make any superfluous movements. Yet with his turn, an intangible higher-level law descended. It was neither true chi nor protective chi. It was the unfolding of a domain, the absolute control of a saint over the laws of heaven and earth. Within this domain, the flow of time became sluggish, and light presented an unnatural curvature. Xiao Zhangxiang's violent golden waves of chi, upon reaching 3 feet in front of Heavenly Punishment Venerable, struck an invisible barrier made of space-time itself, producing a dull impact. Sound then silently dissipated, decomposed, and turned into the most fundamental energy particles. The saint's domain was inviolable. Xiao Zhanxiang felt a tremendous pressure bearing down on him. His Overlord Emperor's chi was forcibly suppressed back into his body, causing his blood and chi to surge and a metallic taste in his throat. He forced himself to swallow the surging rebellious blood. Heavenly Punishment Venerable's indifferent gaze swept over Xiao Zhanxiang and Lin Feng. Your anger stems from your incompetence. He first spoke to Xiao Zhanxiang. Your bluster stems from your stupidity. Then he looked at Lin Feng. Two great figures whose mere stomp could cause earthquakes in the Federation were now being rebuked like children. Quarreling solves nothing. The words of Heavenly Punishment Venerable were the only law here. The task now is to find him. Just as the atmosphere in the command center reached its most oppressive, a technician responsible for monitoring jump routes stumbled in, rolling and scrambling with a panicked reporting to Venerable. He fell to the ground, his voice trembling. During the retrospective analysis of the space jump logs before the lockdown, we discovered an incomprehensible anomalous signal. Speak, said Heavenly Punishment Venerable, uttering a single word. That technician hastily projected a piece of data onto the central light screen. It was a pitch-black cosmic background with only countless blue jump trajectories left by normal spacecraft. The technician's finger tremblingly drew a circle on the screen. Right here, 43 minutes after the incident, on the synchronous orbit directly above the Jade Villa, an extremely faint subspace ripple appeared. Its duration was less than 1/10th of a second, its intensity even weaker than the energy fluctuation from a cosmic dust particle striking a hull. If not for the gravitational lens of the heavenly net system that included the background radiation of the entire universe into its monitoring, a signal of this magnitude could never have been captured. Heavenly Punishment Venerable looked at that almost negligible ripple, a hint of unusual color flashing in his eyes. Xiao Zhanxiong and Murong Foam, abandoning their anger, also stared tightly at the screen. What is this? Xiao Zhanxiong asked hoarsely. It does not belong to any known mainstream jump technology. There is no match in our database. The technician explained this feeling. It's not like tearing space, but rather something that doesn't exist in our dimension. Gently lifted a curtain and then immediately covered it up again. Heavenly Punishment Venerable showed a look of understanding. A masterful means of spatial travel, capable of ignoring physical obstacles. In his mind, he instantly connected it to another piece of intelligence. Not long ago, in the distant, chaotic, lawless place called Stardust City, a mysterious tycoon codenamed K emerged from nowhere, wielding trillion-level immense wealth, stirring up the star black market and shocking the entire pan-universal top tycoon circle. That extravagant spirit of spending money like dirt. This mysterious and unfathomable method. Behind these two incidents, it might point to the same person. I know where he is, Heavenly Punishment Venerable said with certainty. His lair is in Stardust City. He issued a new command, his voice cold and unquestionable. By my order, all fleets lift the lockdown on the capital star. Set a new course target, Stardust City. A siege operation that consumed the Federation's top-level resources now transforms into a cross-star system interstellar chase. Under Heavenly Punishment Venerables, will the two fleets of the Xiao and Murong families, originally mortal enemies, formed an unprecedentedly massive and murderous joint fleet under the command of the Martial God Hall. On the bridge of the flagship Xinyuan, Hao Xiao Zhanxiong watched the capital star rapidly receding on the screen. With humiliation and anger, the muscles on his face twitched from fury. Xiao Fan. He gnashed his teeth. Even if you flee to the end of the universe, I will tear you into 1,000 pieces. The massive fleet under the personal command of the Martial Saint changed course and entered the jump channel. A grand-scale manhunt on the wrong path, straying further and further. They would never know that this chase, watched by countless forces, had been misdirected from the very beginning. Meanwhile, inside a subspace channel, Yuming Du, like a non-existent shadow, silently traveled through the bizarre dimensional crevices. The laws of the outside world were meaningless here. Inside the cabin, Xiao Fan sat leisurely. Before him, the light screen of the Heavenly Tao Intelligent Brain was displayed, live streaming everything happening in the Capital Star Command Center. From Xiao Zhangxiang's impotent rage to Heavenly Punishment Venerables' divine foresight and brilliant calculation, to that joint fleet grandly charging towards Stardust City. Everything was in his view. He turned off the live stream, casually closing the screen. Then the screen refreshed. Intelligence about the target of this trip was clearly presented. Mission objective: the Shattered Throne. Core character: Xiao Qingwan, third sister mecha genius. Current status: alive. After the Battle of Thunderclap Canyon, she was rescued and recruited by the Eternal Divine Society and is hidden in the Steel Graveyard. Latest update: the Eternal Divine Society seems to highly value her mecha manufacturing technology, providing her with virtually unlimited resources. She is using the countless warship and mecha wrecks in the Steel Graveyard to attempt to build an ultimate war weapon. Xiao Fan looked at the intelligence, gently tapping his fingers on the table. Xiao Qingwan. He thought of that woman. Among the 6 sisters, she was the most pure one. Pure coldness, pure madness. She was only focused on her own research, with no concept of family affection or morality. It was no surprise that such a person hit it off with the Eternal Divine Society, which also operates without any scruples. An ultimate war weapon, huh? Xiao Fan's eyes instead revealed a hint of interest. He was looking forward to what kind of surprise this mecha maniac could bring him after receiving the Eternal Divine Society's Kosnujit support. I hope your throne is harder than the bones of my uncles. He muttered to himself, his tone cold and full of murderous intent. The voyage of Yuming Du transcended the concept of time. After an unknown duration, the subspace barrier ahead began to turn transparent. A magnificent vista appeared before Xiao Fan through the barrier. Yuming Du quietly emerged from subspace, hovering at the edge of a vast metal nebula. This was the abandoned star sector, the Steel Graveyard. Countless huge warship wrecks like the bones of giant beasts floated silently in the cold cosmos. They entangled, collided, and stacked upon each other, forming a vast graveyard spanning several astronomical units. Some warships had their hulls sliced through the middle, the cuts smooth as a mirror. Some cruisers still maintained a charging posture at the bow, but their bodies were riddled with dense holes. Broken mecha limbs, twisted alloy armor, extinguished energy cores formed a scene of utter stillness. Xiao Fan looked at this spectacular yet lifeless scene, ready to activate the art of instantaneous transcendence to infiltrate it. Just at that moment, buzz. The light screen of the Heavenly Tao Intelligent Brain before him instantly turned blood red. Lines of shocking warnings rapidly refreshed at the highest priority. Warning. Warning. Detected a super high energy level composite energy field in the forward area. Energy field analysis. Component 1, resentment aggregate. Concentration exceeds the upper limit of the existing database measurements. estimated that over 10 billion fallen warriors' soul fragments and unwilling obsessions have gathered here. Component 2, Soul Sacrifice Formation. Detected a supermassive evil formation covering the core of the entire star sector in operation. This formation is drawing all the resentment and converting the energy. Finally, a blood-colored conclusion formed in the center of the screen, emitting an ominous aura. Final verdict: the Eternal Divine Society is attempting to perform a living fusion of the death energy of billions of lives in the entire starship graveyard with a massive war weapon. Their goal: to create a pseudo-divine killing tool. Pseudo-divine level weapon. Xiao Fan gazed at the blood-red ultimate judgment displayed on the celestial Daos intelligent interface, a cold smirk curling at the corner of his mouth beneath his mask. There was no shock, no fear in his eyes. Only a heightened excitement belonging to a hunter who had discovered a more challenging prey. The Eternal Life Society. This organization, always lurking in the shadows, consistently brought him some surprises. They actually attempted to forge a pseudo-divine being using billions of dead souls as sacrifices. What a grand endeavor. What an evil concept. Truly, a rare and valuable gift. Xiao Fan muttered to himself. Such a pseudo-divine being born from billions of grievances would possess an overwhelming amount of divine energy and pure quality, a once devoured by the Hongming banner. The evolution that would ensue would be unimaginable. He closed the interface. Yoming Do, activate absolute concealment mode. He commanded his craft. Buzz. The pitch-black small boat experienced a momentary distortion of light around it, before completely merging into the dark cosmic backdrop, leaving it undetectable by any optical or energy observation methods. It was no longer a ship. It had become a shadow that did not exist in this dimension. Yoming Du silently sailed toward the depths of that vast metal graveyard. The closer he got, the more majestic and desolate the sight of the warship graveyard became. Countless enormous shipwrecks floated in various twisted poses, as if discarded toys by deities. A starship carrier stretching over 10,000 meters was torn apart in the middle, exposing numerous thick cables and pipelines glimmering with a cold metallic light under the cosmic rays. In another area, the wrecks of thousands of cruisers and destroyers piled together, forming a steel jungle, their hulls riddled with dense holes, marks left by weapons of higher energy levels. Around the periphery of this boundless graveyard, some small scavenger ships, like vultures, cautiously navigated the bodies of these steel giants, cutting through the valuable alloy armor. They remained completely unaware that a true ghost ship quietly swept past them less than a kilometer away. Xiao Fan's figure vanished from the cabin of Yoming Du. In the next moment, he appeared atop the shattered bridge of a battleship. A divine ability from here to eternity. Here, this spatial divine skill revealed its true value. He did not need to fly or run. His movement was a series of points and points being replaced. Stepping forward, he emerged directly from the shadow of an engine wreckage as large as a mountain, appearing on the extinguished cannon of another warship several kilometers. His form did not create a ripple of energy, nor did he make a sound. He resembled a wandering soul in this deathly star domain, swiftly approaching the center of the graveyard in a manner that transcended physical laws. The celestial Daos intelligent interface unfolded on his retina, clearly marking the source of that ultra-high energy composite energy field. The source was ahead within a gigantic meteorite whose core had been hollowed out. Xiao Fan's figure flickered again. He appeared outside a hidden fissure of the meteorite, just standing outside. A massive wave of negative energy, mixed with death, resentment, and madness, rushed toward him. The concentration of this energy was so high that it could instantly cause a Marshal King-level expert to lose their wits and become a mindless killer. Within Xiao Fan's soul, the Hongming banner trembled slightly, emitting an excited hum, absorbing this negative energy entirely to nourish itself. He stepped through the fissure. The interior of the meteorite base also stirred his gaze. The space within the base was immensely vast, and at the very center of the base, an indescribably terrifying creation occupied all of his vision. That was the so-called throne. A gigantic metallic conglomerate forcibly stitched together from the core furnaces of hundreds of main battleships and thousands of various heavy mech limbs. It was so massive that it resembled a small city floating in the universe. Countless thick, ominous red cables resembling biological veins and arteries forcefully connected these steel parts that did not belong. Thousands of energy cannon ports of varying calibers protruded haphazardly from its bloated torso, aimed in all directions. Dense limbs composed of mech arms and claws hung down at its sides, glimmering with a cold metallic sheen. Madness, distortion, ominousness, power. This so-called throne was not a weapon at all. It was an abomination stitched together from steel grievances and manhwa. Xiao Fan's gaze penetrated through the layers of steel structures, landing on the core of this metallic monster's chest cavity. There, a gigantic cylindrical transparent cultivation tank emitted a ghostly green glow. Countless conduits connected to the walls of the tank. Within the murky cultivation liquid, a naked, well-proportioned female body floated quietly. It was his third sister, the mech genius, Xiao Qingwan. Her eyes were tightly shut, her face bearing a sickly, twisted smile from extreme fervor. Her body was filled with numerous energy conduits, those tubes deeply piercing her flesh and even connecting to her head. Her consciousness, her soul, had long since merged with this entire terrifying war machine through these conduits. She was no longer a simple human. She had become the brain and central nervous system of this throne. She was the throne. The throne was her. Beneath the enormous throne, on an even larger circular altar, dozens of black-robed priests from the Eternal Life Society surrounded the altar, their hands raised high, chanting ancient and sinister syllables. Beneath their feet, an ultra-large evil formation covering the entire altar was operating at high speed. The patterns of the formation flowed with a dark red light, like blood. As they chanted the accumulated grievances, unyieldingness, and obsessions of countless battle dead from millennia, the remaining souls belonging to the warships themselves were forcibly extracted by this power. Visible streams of black torrents composed of countless twisted wailing faces converged from all directions, continuously being infused into the body. With each infusion, the red cables on the throne's body lit up brighter. Xiao Qingluan's body, suspended in the cultivation liquid, would also convulse violently, her smile growing increasingly frenzied. They were injecting a living soul composed of the pain and hatred of billions of beings into this cold, killing machine. The ritual was nearing its peak. The leading priest atop the altar suddenly raised his voice, sounding high-pitched and fervent, as if embracing a newly great immortal master. Your most loyal servant is about to present you with the most perfect sacrifice. Having devoured billions of dead souls and carrying the ultimate hatred, this world-destroying weapon is capable of executing divine punishment. Welcome its birth. Shattered throne is about to. However, his frenzied proclamation suddenly came to an abrupt halt. A figure without any warning, without any energy fluctuation, abruptly stepped out from the shadows behind him. That figure silently appeared at the very center of the altar, at the core node of the formation. Everything around seemed to freeze in an instant. All the priests' chants ceased. They all froze in place, wearing incredulous expressions, slowly turning their heads to look at the uninvited guest. In the cultivation tank, Xiao Qingluan's madly twisted face also froze. In the next second, her tightly closed eyes suddenly burst open. In those pupils there was no longer any human emotion, only pure mechanical madness and endless killing intent. Boom! As if in a chain reaction, on that gigantic metal throne, thousands of crimson sensors hidden beneath the armor all lit up in an instant. All the eyes simultaneously locked onto the central figure on the altar, that solitary silhouette. A cold, inhuman voice, synthesized from countless static sounds, erupted from every loudspeaker surrounding the throne, resonating throughout every corner of the meteorite base. Alarm, intruder detected. Gene sequence scan, matching. Target confirmed, Xiao Fan. Initiate, final, cleaning protocol. The moment the declaration fell. Roar. A roar, a mixture of the wails of millions of souls and the sound of metal grinding, erupted from the depths of the throne, shaking the entire meteorite base. That towering steel monster, that throne which should have been shattered, slowly stood up from its base. Roar. That bellow did not originate from the throat of any carbon-based life form. It was the ultimate explosion of billions of wailing souls forcibly compressed and ground against metallic structures. The terrifying sonic wave transformed into a visible white shockwave that rampaged across the entire meteorite base. Under the assault of this pure sonic weapon, the sturdy alloy walls erupted with massive cobweb-like cracks, and countless enormous metal components peeled off from the dome, crashing silently to the ground. The shattered throne standing at the center finally completed its awakening. It was so towering that even mountains before it seemed like insignificant pebbles. Its chest, assembled from the core furnaces and armor of hundreds of battleships, began to radiate a blazing red light as intense as the sun. Tens of thousands of scarlet sensors, like demonic eyes opening, all lit up in an instant. Hum hum hum. The piercing sound of energy charging rose and fell, echoing through every corner of the base. Thousands of energy cannons of varying calibers, protruding chaotically from its body, had their internal energy circuits illuminated one by one. Devastating high-energy particles converged, spun, and compressed within them, emitting an ominous glow that chilled the heart. On the altar, the priests of the Eternal Life cult, who had just recovered from their initial shock, had their faces instantly replaced with manic glee and ferocity. Ha ha ha! It's activated! It's activated! The lead priest laughed wildly. He extended a finger, pointing from afar at the solitary figure at the center of the altar, his voice sharp and venomous. Foolish intruder! Your greatest mistake was interrupting the ritual. You thought you were preventing the birth of a false god, but in reality, you have merely awakened an instrument of annihilation left with nothing but pure slaughter and hatred. Before the final purge protocol, your existence is less than a speck of dust. Embrace divine punishment. In the volley of billions of cannons, be reduced to the most fundamental particles of the universe. His words were drowned by the throne's movements. The thousands of cannons, now fully charged, had no aiming motion nor any tactical consideration. They simply unleashed all the energy within their barrels at the same instant. A saturation volley covering the entire internal space of the meteorite base with no blind spots. Boom. If the previous roar was merely sound waves, then now what descended was pure annihilation. Thousands of energy beams varying in thickness and color wove into a massive net of death, instantly engulfing the entire altar area. Where the light passed, space shattered inch by inch. The solid alloy altar, within a tenth of a second of contacting the light net, was thoroughly vaporized along with all its complex runic formations, leaving no trace. The raging torrent of energy continued to expand, turning all wreckage of warships and meteorite strata within dozens of kilometers into primordial energy turbulence. A storm of destruction capable of erasing even a Martial Emperor-level powerhouse along with their soul raged madly within the meteorite base. A priest muttered, staring at the white hell of annihilation before him, his eyes filled with morbid satisfaction. Another priest spoke with a trace of regret. Pity we couldn't capture him alive, extract his soul, and probe the secrets of his infiltration. However, seconds later, when the devastating light gradually faded, revealing a vast area of absolute vacuum behind it, the smiles on all the priests' faces. The altar was gone. The formation was gone. But the figure that should have turned to ash along with them was also gone. Where is he? A priest asked in disbelief. He looked around, frantically sweeping with his divine sense. Has he been completely vaporized? Not even a residue of energy left. No, that's not right. The lead priest's pupils contracted. He suddenly looked up toward a corner of the base's distant dome that no one had noticed. There, on the shattered bridge of a small interstellar salvage ship, a figure stood silently, hands in pockets, posture leisurely, not a wrinkle on his clothes. It was Xiao Fan. In the instant before the devastating cannon fire descended, he had executed a step to the horizon. His body did not transform into flowing light or tear through space. Instead, it abruptly disappeared from its spot. The next moment, he had swapped with a spatial coordinate point on the bridge wreckage several kilometers away. It was as if he had never appeared on the altar. As if he had been standing there from the very beginning, quietly admiring the splendid fireworks he himself had triggered. Thighs is impossible. The priests were horrified, their understanding shattered. How did he get there? No energy fluctuation. No trace of spatial jump. In the cultivation tank, Xiao Qingwan merged with the throne. Her morbidly twisted face also flickered with a data stream, named Confusion, for the first time. The thousands of scarlet electronic eyes of the shattered throne, after a chaotic flicker, locked onto Xiao Fan's new position again. He's toying with us. The lead priest finally realized, letting out a furious roar. He's provoking a deity about to be born. He turned to his companions, his face twisted. We can't let him stall any longer. Restart the sacrifice ritual. At all costs. Use our own flesh and blood as kindling to stabilize the formation. We must pour all the resentment into the throne and make it complete. Dozens of black-robed priests flashed with desperate madness in their eyes. They immediately sat cross-legged, chanting sinister syllables again. Blood-colored light began to emanate from each of them as they tried to reconstruct the destroyed sacrificial array with their own life force. Boom! At the same time, the shattered throne launched its second volley. This time the attack range was even larger, encompassing Xiao Fan's bridge and the mountain-sized engine wreckage behind it. Blazing light spears, freezing rays, and raging energy spheres once again reduced vast swathes of cosmic debris to dust. But the result was exactly the same as before. When the attack ended, Xiao Fan's figure appeared again at another, more distant location. A fracture zone of an interstellar mothership severed in half. He remained unscathed. Yet amidst his continuous evasions, he was not idle. His divine sense, comparable to a supercomputer, operated at billions of calculations. The light curtain of the heavenly Tao intelligence flashed across his retina, displaying data only he could see. Every attack of the shattered throne, its energy composition, output, power, ballistic distribution, and subsequent fluctuations, was being analyzed with utmost precision by the heavenly Tao intelligence. Energy analysis: the attack contains 73. For pure resentment energy, 23. 1 chaotic demonic energy, and 3. 5 high-dimensional particles from the technological side. Pattern analysis: attack mode is indiscriminate coverage lacking precise locking capability. Our energy utilization rate is below 12 with enormous waste. Suddenly, a new data stream marked in blood red captured Xiao Fan's full attention. Fatal flaw discovered: each time this weapon engages in high-intensity attack, due to its structure's inability to withstand the immense resentment energy, approximately 7 of the primordial resentment energy leaks from the gaps in its core furnace. Conclusion: this weapon is not a perfect energy loop. It is a half-finished product that frantically attacks while frantically leaking. I see. Xiao Fan smiled coldly. A giant that cannot perfectly control its own strength. Every time it throws a punch, it loses some of its own blood. He also noticed that at the other end of the base, the priests were trying to redirect the torrent of resentment gathering from the entire steel graveyard. A terrifying energy current composed of countless twisted wailing faces like a black galaxy was reconverging, winding, and attempting to reconnect with the shattered throne. That was the supply line of this false god. It was also its lifeline. Xiao Fan stopped his plan to continue shifting and dodging. He slowly turned around, facing the torrent of resentment that was reforming, emanating an aura of endless death and madness. This move stunned everyone. What is he doing? Has he gone mad? Daring to approach the source of resentment. His soul will be instantly shattered, reduced to a walking corpse that only knows slaughter. However, Xiao Fan's next words plunged all the priests into an icy abyss. He gazed from afar at the gigantic steel monster, his tone laced with mockery. Your god looks quite hungry. If you don't mind, let me help it feast. Before his voice faded. An aura far more ancient, deeper, and more sinister than that of the shattered throne when it awakened erupted from behind Xiao Fan. A black banner, less than half a meter long, fluttered in the wind. On its surface, the pained faces of 3 Xiao daughters flickered faintly, howling silently. The small banner, the moment it appeared, emitted a hum of extreme craving from the depths of its soul, a desperate longing for endless nourishment. The emergence of the small black banner behind Xiao Fan did not arouse any vigilance among the priests of the Eternal Life Divine Society. On the contrary, they saw only deeper folly. He's lost his mind. A priest let out a shrill laugh, pointing at Xiao Fan's figure, his expression a mix of contempt and fanaticism. Confronting the source of resentment. Is he in such a hurry to die? Does he think that is ordinary energy? Another priest chimed in, his tone dripping with condescending pity. That is the ultimate venom of billions of fallen warriors steeped in despair and resentment for a millennium. Even a martial emperor's soul tainted by a trace of it would instantly be corrupted into a mindless, murderous husk. Look at that artifact of his, some kind of soul banner, also an evil relic. The lead priest observed coldly and declared, but before the true god's sustenance, any heretical sorcery is but a clumsy imitation. Watch. In the next instant, his soul, along with his artifact, will be scoured clean by this torrent, becoming the most insignificant nourishment for the throne. Yet as his words faded, the very laws of heaven and earth were rewritten. Xiao Fan did not utter a single word. He merely pointed the Hongming banner in his hand gently toward the black river of stars formed by countless twisted wailing visages converging from all directions amid the cosmic ruins. A soul-shaking roar, not in the air, but in the deepest recesses of every living being's soul, thundered forth. The small black banner, barely half a meter long, at that moment ceased to be a physical object. It transformed into an absolute void. A bottomless black vortex that could devour light, space, and all concepts. As the vortex emerged, a terrifying suction force, transcending causality and surpassing the formation, erupted from it. That suction did not act on the physical plane. It acted on the soul, on concepts, on the very origin of resentment. Just as 100 rivers surging toward the sea suddenly encounter a black hole leading to an endless abyss at the estuary. Splash. That originally steady, majestic, and unstoppable black torrent of resentment was forcibly severed from its middle by an exceedingly brutal force. The entire flow of energy underwent a terrifying deflection of nearly 90 degrees. Like a severed waterfall, the latter half of the resentment energy, vast enough to fill a nebula, ignored the guidance of the sacrificial formation and the priest's control, letting out a sky-shaking wail, and madly, eagerly surged into that small, yet seemingly universe-devouring black vortex. No. What's happening? The formation's control. Lost. My energy guidance has been cut off. The smiles on the priests' faces were instantly replaced by shock and disbelief. The lead priest's pupils contracted sharply. He stared fixedly at the Hongming banner, which was now frantically devouring energy, and let out a piercing cry. His artifact. It's his artifact. It's plundering. It's reverse plundering our sacrifice. The banner's body trembled violently. On the banner's surface, the 3 agonized, twisted faces of Xiao Meyer, Xiao Ziyue, and Xiao Lingyun became exceptionally clear under the deluge of vast resentment. They were no longer mere imprints. They seemed to come alive, opening illusory mouths, letting out satisfied yet greedy roars, tearing and swallowing this extremely pure soul nourishment in great gulps. One side wanes while the other grows. On one end, the priests' despair and panic. They exerted every effort, even burning their own essence blood, to drive the formation, trying to pull the energy flow back on course. But their efforts before the domineering black vortex were like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. They could only watch helplessly as the divine sustenance they had painstakingly gathered was devoured mouthful by the enemy, turning into his power. Stop! Cease this instant. That is the offering for the immortal lord. You blasphemous thief! Devil! The curses and roars of the priests were but feeble howls in Xiao Fan's ears. On the other end there was the hunger of the broken throne. Bereft of the continued supply of resentment energy, the colossal metal body, vast as a mountain range, began to show obvious weakness. The thousands of scarlet electronic eyes around its body started flickering violently beyond control like faulty light bulbs. The high-energy hum from within its core rapidly weakened, becoming intermittent and filled with unstable static. Roar! The throne's chest let out an enraged and anxious bellow. The sound no longer carried its former divine might, but instead held a primal beast-like fury at having its food stolen. Its colossal body swayed, nearly losing its balance. It stumbled, its enormous metal foot crushing a section of alloy ground, its movements becoming sluggish and uncoordinated. In the midst of this chaos, Xiao Fan and his Hongming banner became the epicenter of the storm. After devouring the pure resentment of countless billions of fallen warriors, the banner's aura had swelled to an exceedingly terrifying level. The banner's surface was pitch black, yet it seemed to reflect a chaotic world in the throes of creation and destruction. The ancient aura of evil and death even formed tangible black mist around it. Xiao Fan could clearly feel the essence of the three primary souls within the banner, growing rapidly. More importantly, beneath those three imprints, a small, empty area was being scoured, opened, and shaped by the surging new soul power. A new imprint position capable of bearing an even stronger soul was slowly forming. The position of the fourth primary soul, once formed as long as he slayed another high-rank martial king, with special martial meridians like the Xiao sisters, the Hongming banner would undergo another astonishing transformation. It was at this moment, deep within the meteorite base, inside the core cockpit of the broken throne. In the massive cylindrical cultivation tank, Xiao Qingluan's already morbidly twisted face showed panic for the first time. Energy supply cut off. Resentment origin loss rate, 93%. Structural instability. The final purge protocol will be forcibly terminated due to insufficient energy. A series of warnings echoed in her consciousness. She could clearly feel that the magnificent creation fused with her was weakening from hunger. No, never. She had expended everything, abandoned her flesh, her emotions, the last shred of human dignity, to create this most perfect artwork. It could not end so disgracefully on its debut. I will not lose. I will not lose to you, you waste again. Hatred and madness had completely incinerated her reason. She made an extreme decision that even the eternal life divine society had not anticipated. Central nervous system. Disconnecting from automatic protocol. Activating maximum manual override. Initiating. Life force reverse overload protocol. Boom. Xiao Qingluan's body, suspended in the culture fluid, arched violently. The hundreds of thick conduits connected to her skull and spine instantly turned from green to a piercing blood red. Her flesh, her life force, her soul essence, at that moment by her own hand, turned into the cheapest fuel, madly and recklessly injected into the fading core furnace of the broken throne. With my mortal frame, ignite the divine fire. With my lingering soul, forge the divine might anew. Humming fiercely. With this suicidal infusion of energy, the throne's body, which had dimmed, shuddered violently. Countless pipelines relit with bloody radiance. And all the energy was no longer dispersed among thousands of cannons. In a self-destructive gesture, it was forcibly concentrated into one place. The largest, most ferocious, never-before-activated cannon on the throne's chest. The Doom main cannon. Deep within the muzzle, a destructive point of light capable of evaporating stars began to coalesce. The terrifying energy caused the entire steel giant to emit metal-twisting groans from the strain. Countless armor plates burst from its chest, revealing structures twisted and melted by the extreme heat. It was using its own life to brew this final strike. And the direction the cannon aimed at was precisely Xiao Fan, still unaware amidst his gluttonous feast. As he sensed the aura of annihilation that threatened his very existence, Xiao Fan finally lifted his head from the ecstasy of devouring resentment. His gaze pierced through tens of thousands of meters, precisely landing on the muzzle of the Doomsday main cannon, where a single white light converged. A self-destructive attack, is it? He murmured, his tone devoid of any panic. He decisively halted the devouring of the Hongming banner. Without its target, the torrent of resentment that had pierced heaven and earth howled back toward the parched. Yet for the main cannon's discharge, this energy was merely a drop in the bucket. For Xiao Fan at this moment, however, it was a perfectly timed tonic. He opened his mouth and inhaled, pouring the vast pure soul power that the Hongming banner had just devoured back into his own body. Boom. Xiao Fan's aura surged with terrifying speed. His Hongming divine demon body, scoured by the immense tide of soul power, emitted a roar like a dragon's chant, and the radiance on his skin blazed with unprecedented brilliance. At that very moment, Xiao Qingluan unleashed her allure-nothing attack. There was no sound. A beam of white light pure to the extreme, as if it could erase all colors and laws of the universe, blasted forth from the throne's chest. Time seemed to freeze. Before this pillar of light, space was like thin paper thrown into a furnace. Silently, patch after patch, it was evaporated. Along the path of the light pillar, all the wreckage of warships and massive meteor fragments did not explode. Upon merely touching the edge of the beam, they instantaneously decomposed, reduced to the most basic particle streams, and then utterly annihilated. This was a light of death, a light of annihilation. It had only one target: Xiao Fan. The surviving priests of the Eternal Divine Society, watching the beam that pierced the starry sky from afar, showed ecstatic expressions of having escaped death. He is dead. This time he is surely dead. Beneath the Immortal Lord's ultimate divine punishment, no one can survive. However, their ecstasy lasted less than a second. In the tenth of a moment, the main cannon fired the instant before everyone's perception was completely overwhelmed by the destructive white light. Xiao Fan's figure at his original standing position abruptly vanished. It was as if he was erased by the light. The light pillar shot straight into the depths of the cosmos, piercing tens of thousands of kilometers of darkness until its energy was exhausted, slowly dissipating in the cold void. It left behind an absolutely empty vacuum tunnel devoid of any matter. It also left behind a steel giant riddled with wounds on the brink of collapse. Rumble. After unleashing this final blow, the broken throne could no longer hold up. 99% of its internal energy conduits extinguished in an instant. The overloaded main cannon barrel melted into irregular streams of metal dripping from its chest. Countless armor plates, due to internal structural collapse, peeled off in large swaths like a landslide. The gigantic mechanical arms hung limply, crashing against its bloated body with dull thuds. Thousands of crimson electronic eyes flickered a few times before all went dim. It had transformed from a false god of annihilation back into a cold, enormous heap of steel scrap. And there on its mountain-like right shoulder, amid the gaps of shattered armor, a figure appeared silently. Xiao Fan stood there unharmed. He cast a cold, pitying gaze down at the dying behemoth beneath his feet. Was this Xiao Qingluan's proudest creation? All show and no substance. He wasted no time. His divine sense spread like quicksilver in an instant, directly ignoring the throne's thick armor and complex structure, forcibly penetrating toward the innermost core energy source. A vast, intricate structural map comparable to an underground city instantly took shape in his mind. Every circuit burned out by overload, every reactor that had ceased operation, every paralyzed defensive turret, all came into view. He found a huge gap torn open by the main cannon's recoil, a maintenance passage leading to the core furnace zone. Xiao Fan's figure vanished from its spot. The next instant he appeared at the entrance of that dark passage, reeking of acrid burning. He stepped into the heart of this steel giant. The throne's interior was not silent. Alert. Intruder detected. Initiate internal cleanup protocol. Initiate internal cleanup protocol. Backup energy was activated. Along the walls of corridors, hidden mechanical arms and autonomous turrets flipped out, their cold muzzles aimed at the single point. From the depths of the corridor, dozens of elite mechanical guards with ferocious forms, wielding high-frequency vibration blades and plasma cannons, surged forward with heavy footsteps. A slaughter against the internal intruder, like catching a turtle in a jar, was about to unfold. Yet Xiao Fan paid no heed to any of this. He simply confirmed the coordinates of the central control room. Then he began to stroll. He lifted his foot and took a step forward. A soft hum. His figure vanished at the start of the corridor. When he reappeared, he was hundreds of meters away behind those mechanical guards. All the turrets and guards in the corridor lost their target in an instant, their sensors flashing red error codes frantically. Oh, like headless flies, they opened fire indiscriminately, and the violent energy torrent tore their own comrades and the surrounding walls to shreds. Xiao Fan's figure flickered again. He passed through a huge warehouse that originally stored ultra-high concentration energy liquid. Now it was in chaos. Blue arcs of energy leakage rampaged through the air, instantly vaporizing any metal that came close. With a single flash, he appeared at the other end of the warehouse, before the gate leading to the next area. Those raging arcs could not even touch the hem of his instant step. Within this structurally complex, heavily defended steel labyrinth, it demonstrated its most unreasonable, nearly divine stealth. What were defense systems? Fire blocks, legions of steel. Before Xiao Fan, who could ignore spatial distance, they were nothing but meaningless decorations. He was like a phantom moving in a four-dimensional manner within a three-dimensional world. He passed by enormous reactor furnaces, places so hot they could melt a martial emperor's protective aura. He strolled past thoroughfares laden with high-density laser traps, interwoven light nets that could cut space itself. He even glimpsed the cultivation chamber, inside which hundreds of semi-mechanical bioweapons modified from warriors were immersed. He just watched, then walked through. His movement could not be monitored, could not be understood, could not be blocked. At last, He arrived before a massive circular gate dozens of meters thick made from a single block of ultra-dense neutron star material. On its surface flowed blood-red energy patterns exuding a heart-stopping aura. This was the most core region of the Broken Throne. Its central nerve, its heart, and its brain, where Xiao Qingluan was located. As if sensing the arrival of this uninvited guest, the energy patterns on the massive gate twisted. A female face riddled with data glitches plugged with hundreds of conduits distorted and insane materialized in a holographic projection with a bang. That face was exactly Xiao Qingluan. Her pupils, now mere data streams, stared fixedly at the solitary figure before the gate. Her lips parted and a cold, hoarse voice synthesized from countless electronic noises echoed through the core zone via hidden loudspeakers. That voice was filled with the exhaustion and weakness after her creation had been fired, and an incredulous fury at Xiao Fan's survival. "Why are you still not dead?" Xiao Fan looked at that hysterical face and did not answer. His figure slowly stepped forward, closing in on the thick gate. This action made the angry expression on Xiao Qingluan's projection freeze abruptly. Her data streams frantically computed, trying to comprehend this absurd. He is not outside. He has already entered. He had pierced the throne's steel body, crossed every defense line, and reached the core forbidden zone she had deemed safest and most impregnable. This realization shattered her last psychological defense, built with madness. Anger turned to confusion. Confusion turned to terror. Ultimately, it became pure fear. Her creation, her god, her ultimate artwork. Before this man, it was like a fragile toy box casually opened. "No, you. How could you possibly get in?" Xiao Fan gazed at the face that was twisted with a chaotic flood of data, filled with horror and bewilderment, without answering her question. The question was utter. He passed through the heavy metal door and came before her. This fact itself was the loudest answer, the heaviest slap in the face. He merely looked calmly at the face, trembling violently in the holographic projection, his tone flat, as he stated a predetermined outcome. "I came to tell you, this fact is an elegy you have painstakingly composed for yourself." Xiao Qingluan's projected pupils made of data streams constricted violently. Her computational core could not comprehend these words. "Fact. The fact is that you, a traitor, a waste, have destroyed my greatest masterpiece. The fact is that I am about to tear you into pieces. Alert. Activate the final defense sequence of the core forbidden zone. Activate the Divine Hand Annihilation Array. Plasma spears charged to 120%. Unselective blanket fire." Cold synthetic mechanical sounds mixed with Xiao Qingluan's twisted screams of extreme rage echoed throughout the core zone. Boom, boom, boom. The sturdy alloy walls and ceiling flipped instantly, and hundreds of vicious giant mechanical arms, their tips gleaming with cold light, burst forth from all directions, like a bloodthirsty forest of steel, wildly thrusting, slashing, and crashing down upon Xiao Fan. Energy turrets hidden within the walls spewed out plasma beams hot enough to melt the protective aura of a martial emperor, weaving an airtight net of fire that instantly swallowed Xiao Fan's position. This was her last trump card, the heart surgery table she had prepared for her throne. Any enemy daring to invade this place would be utterly decomposed into the most basic particles by this torrent of steel and storm of energy. Yet Xiao Fan did not move. He did not even raise a hand. He simply stood there quietly, letting those frenzied attacks fall upon him. Clang. Clang, clang, clang. Countless mechanical claws capable of piercing battleship armor upon contact with his skin emitted a harsh metallic clash, then amid a shower of sparks their tips shattered, curled, and even entire arms twisted and broke from the reaction force. Those plasma beams, hot enough to evaporate space, struck his body, merely causing a negligible ripple in the divine light on his skin. Not even a singe mark appeared on his clothes. Not a single white scratch remained on his skin. The Hongming divine demon body. Invulnerable to all laws, indestructible through all tribulations. Before such absolute physical strength, these technological attacks were less than a scratch. Xiao Qingluan's frenzied screams ceased abruptly. The twisted face in the projection froze. Her proud final defense before the enemy was like the cotton fists of a 3-year-old child. The scene of powerlessness was filled with absurdity. All her madness, rage, and confidence were shattered by reality at this moment. A data stream, named Mental Breakdown, pierced her logic core. Xiao Fan looked at the frozen face, then raised his hand, a faint light glowing at his fingertip. The heavenly wisdom brain activated. Without any superfluous words, he directly projected a core plan he had retrieved from the heavenly wisdom brain concerning the eternal divine society's priests, casting it as a holographic display before Xiao Qingluan. It was a plan marked top secret. Title Phase 1 of the Divine Descent Plan, the ignition and replacement scheme for the throne vessel. The plan used cold, emotionless business language to clearly outline the entire process. Target: Xiao Qingluan. Test subject: No. 3. Possessing top-tier mecha talent and paranoid personality, ideal as a nest-building worker ant and disposable igniter. Procedure 1. provide nearly unlimited resources using her thirst for revenge and obsession with mecha to guide her in constructing the false divine weapon, the Broken Throne. Procedure 2. When the throne's fusion with the torrent of resentment reaches a critical point and its structure stabilizes, use the pre-installed backdoor program to sever test subject no. 3's biological link. Procedure 3. Implant the pre-prepared, utterly loyal divine servant soul, which will take full control of the throne's permissions, becoming the perfect vessel for the arrival of the immortal lord on earth. Risk assessment test subject no. 3. Xiao Yuan has been exhausted of value and is a disposable consumable. The replacement process must ensure concealment, preventing emotional collapse at the last moment that could trigger uncontrollable energy backlash. Like the sharpest steel blades, they carved deeply into Xiao Qingluan's origin consciousness. Nest-building worker ant. Disposable igniter. Everything she believed in collapsed instantly. She thought she was an artist collaborating with a god to create ultimate art. She thought she held the ultimate card to take revenge on Xiao Fan, about to enjoy the glory of her vindication. She abandoned her flesh, embraced madness, and devoted everything to this steel deity. In the end, she was merely a worker, a tool. The throne she had designed with her own hands, pouring all her heart and soul into it. Her most perfect, proudest child had been intended from the very beginning as a wedding dress for someone else. And she was just an insignificant thread on that dress, ready to be snipped off at any moment. What art? What revenge? All false. Huh. Ha ha. Xiao Qingluan's holographic projection began to flicker and distort violently. She laughed. That laughter was no longer a synthetic mechanical sound, but a mix of countless electrical noises, a hysterical, desolate laugh from the depths. So that's how it is. I'm not the heroine. I'm not even a supporting character. I'm just a clown. The clown is my boom. With her faith and dignity utterly shattered, her spiritual world completely collapsed. This realization inflicted far greater and more fatal damage than 10,000 physical attacks from Xiao Fan. All defense systems, all mechanical arms drooped uncontrollably at that moment, losing power. The entire core zone was left with only her face being devoured by countless glitches and that piercing, despairing, mad laughter. Xiao Fan watched all this expressionlessly. His goal was achieved. Shattering the spirit was far more satisfying for revenge than killing the body. He lifted his foot and walked forward. He stepped over the mountains of metal dust and entered the true core zone. A massive cultivation tank stood in the center. In the murky nutrient fluid, a woman with a withered face, a shriveled body, her head and spine connected by hundreds of tubes, floated inside. That was Xiao Qingluan's true body. 2 streams of turbid liquid flowed from her tightly closed eyes. Her life force and soul had long been burned away by the forceful activation earlier, leaving only a ruined shell. Xiao Fan walked up to the enormous tank. He looked at the pitiful woman inside, his eyes devoid of any pity. Betrayers deserved no sympathy. Your farce is over. He stretched out a finger. Now you can rest in peace. With his fingertip, he lightly tapped the thick special glass. Hum. An invisible force penetrated inward. The next second, crash. The entire mountain-like tank, along with all the nutrient fluid and pipes inside, simultaneously turned into the finest powder scattering around. Deprived of life support and energy, Xiao Qingluan's already exhausted flesh upon contact with the outside air collapsed like a millennium-weathered sand. Starting from her fingertips, it disintegrated inch by inch, turning to ash and dispersing. This woman, once hailed as a mecha genius who devoted everything to steel and madness, met her complete end in a very quiet way. And at the spot where her flesh turned to ash, a twisted soul body appeared, filled with unwillingness, regret, madness, and a trace of release. However, it didn't even have time to let out a wail. Hum. A small pitch-black banner materialized out of thin air, emitting a terrifying suction that devoured the Hongming banner. Xiao Qingluan's broken soul, along with her unique divine talent for machinery and data from her soul origin, was forcibly pulled by an irresistible force, turning into a gray stream of light, completely absorbed into the banner's surface. Boom. After devouring this 4th high-quality Martial King-level primary soul, the surface of the Hongming banner blazed with black light. A new complex imprint full of cold technological feel and data stream patterns formally formed. The pattern of the imprint was a woman bound and torn by countless mechanical tentacles, her face forever frozen in a clownish, shrill, mad laugh after the collapse of her faith. The 4th primary soul had returned. The Hongming banner's aura surged again. A new stream of information about the banner's application poured into Xiao Fan. Ding. Detected that the Hongming banner has successfully refined the 4th high-quality Martial King-level primary soul with special martial vein origin. The artifact begins to evolve on its own. Evolution successful. The Hongming banner gains a new ability, artifact soul implantation. Artifact soul implantation can consume Banner's soul power to temporarily inject the soul imprint of one or more primary souls into ownerless machinery puppets or artifacts, granting them part of the soul's former abilities and combat consciousness, turning them into killing weapons under your control. Xiao Fan felt the even more vast and sinister power coming from the Hongming banner and revealed a satisfied smile. He put away the Hongming banner. Third sister Xiaoqing Wan, completely fallen. His expression remained unchanged, yet within he was experiencing the immense power emanating from the Hongming banner, filled with a cold technological aura and flowing data patterns. The ability of the instrument soul to reside is quite intriguing. This means that whenever he wishes, he can create a mechanical army that is absolutely loyal and possesses the combat awareness of a martial king. He turned and stepped forward. The sound of his footsteps echoed in the silent core area. As Xiao Qingluan's consciousness completely dissipated, the massive mountain-like shattered throne had transformed into a cold, lifeless steel carcass devoid of any energy fluctuations. Xiao Fan paid no attention to the mechanical arms that fell uncontrollably after Xiao Qingluan's mental collapse, nor did he care about the control panels flashing with it. He made his way up the internal passage. Eventually, he stepped out from the broken shoulder armor of the throne, arriving at the summit of this steel giant. The howling wind did not exist in this void of cosmic space. Only silence remained. Xiao Fan stood at the peak of the throne like a solitary figure atop a lonely mountain, gazing down at his trophies. His gaze transcended the complex structure beneath his feet, a colossal steel mountain, composed of countless rare alloys and high-tech components. His vision shifted to the distant horizon. It was an endless steel graveyard spanning several astronomical units. Countless colossal warship wrecks floated silently in the cold, dark universe like the remains of mythical beasts. Some interstellar motherships were severed in half, their edges smooth as mirrors, revealing intricate internal structures akin to artworks. Some armed cruisers maintained a charging posture, yet their hulls were riddled with countless holes, marks left by weapons of higher dimensions. Broken mech limbs, twisted alloy armor, extinguished energy cores, frozen pilot corpses. This place was a museum of death, a graveyard of technology, and a mountain of treasures made of endless wealth. Countless scavengers had toiled here for thousands of years, yet they had not scraped away even a fraction of its value. In Xiao Fan's eyes, the previous cold, killing intent had vanished. In its place was a burning glow filled with possessiveness. A mad thought surged in his mind, rapidly taking shape. To pick it up? No, that would be too small a scheme. He wanted to own it. He intended to turn this steel graveyard, which buried the history of interstellar warfare along with the shattered throne beneath him, entirely into his personal property. Once this thought emerged, it could no longer be suppressed. This was not merely revenge, it was the beginning of strengthening himself and establishing his immortal legacy. Without hesitation, Xiao Fan immediately issued a command to the system in his mind. Heavenly Tao Intelligence, investigate for me. I want to know who owns this star domain, this steel graveyard under the federal legal system. Buzz. The light screen of the Heavenly Tao Intelligence unfurled on his retina, and billions of data streams began to refresh at a speed surpassing light. Command confirmed. Query ownership of the asset Steel Graveyard T89 abandoned star domain. Infiltrating the Blue Star Federal Supreme Code database. Database analysis in progress. The target star domain is marked as unknown war ruins in federal law with sovereignty in undetermined status. This was clearly not the answer Xiao Fan wanted. Continue tracing upward. Xiao Fan's will was resolute. Trace back to before the establishment of the Federation. Trace back to the source of this battlefield's abandonment. I want to know its original ownership. Command confirmed, initiating deep historical data mining. At this moment, the computational power of the Heavenly Tao Intelligence was pushed to its limits. It was no longer confined to the Federation's network. Its data tendrils transcended the limits of time and space, probing into ancient civilization archives long forgotten, layered with encryption, and even data that had been transformed into cosmic background radiation. Countless fragmented, garbled, ancient information was forcibly reorganized, parsed, and translated. Parsing. Doran Empire legal text. Decrypting. 9-Star Alliance commercial bill. Failed. After experiencing trillions of failures and reorganizations, a name that had been sealed for over 5,000 years was dredged up from the dust of history by the Heavenly Tao Intelligence. Data mining successful. Target locked. The first commercial empire of the galaxy. It was an interstellar empire far older and more massive than the Blue Star Federation, founded on commerce and trade. They once unified this star region with wealth. The precursor of the Steel Graveyard was indeed the battlefield where they had their final clash with a mechanical civilization. After that battle, although the first commercial empire of the galaxy achieved a Pyrrhic victory, they bled out their last drop of blood, exhausted their national power, and ultimately collapsed in a debt crisis. Conclusion: the initial ownership of the Steel Graveyard Star domain belongs to the now bankrupt and extinct first commercial empire of the galaxy. According to the basic laws of cosmic commerce, all its residual assets are defined as ownerless abandoned property. Ownerless abandoned property. Xiao Fan mulled over these words, his eyes brightening. His intuition told him he was on the right track. Continue searching. Since it is bankrupt, there must be a liquidation process. Even if the empire has been dead for 5,000 years, there must be a way to handle its inheritance. Scanning the entire universe network to search for related bankruptcy liquidation intelligent programs. This time the heavenly Tao intelligence took long. Finally, deep within a data graveyard long abandoned, known as a network cemetery, it found an astonishingly ancient intelligent program that was. The interface of that program was incredibly rudimentary, as if it were a product of ancient times. The background was purely black with only a few lines of ancient imperial text glowing with a faint green light constantly pulsating. The Bankruptcy Asset Automatic Custody Liquidation Program of the First Commercial Empire of the Galaxy version 1.0 Never Downtime Edition. Current pending asset list. No. 98745. A gene sequence of the extinct species Tata Beast. Value assessment 0. No. 147789. A signed photo of the former empire's emperor's mistress. Value assessment 0. Xiao Fan looked at the asset list, which could be described as a cyber joke, directly locking onto the only entry related to this place among millions of items. Asset number BG748. Asset name: ownership certificate of the abandoned War Star domain, Steel Graveyard. Asset assessment: negative asset. Note: this area contains high concentrations of energy pollution, resentment, radiation, and unknown spatial risks. Estimated cleanup and restoration costs are 999 trillion standard interstellar coins not possessing any commercial value. Disposal plan: open symbolic transfer. Transfer price: 1 standard interstellar coin. It worked. Upon seeing that glaring one, even with Xiao Fan's temperament, his heart couldn't help but race. With just 1 coin, he could buy a starry sky that buried countless warships. How absurd and thrilling this was. This was simply a cosmic-level scam. Xiao Fan could even imagine that this ancient program had possibly never seen a successful transaction in 5,000 years. It merely existed as a historical loophole, a digital spirit lingering in the depths of the network world, running in solitude. And today it awaited its only fated person. Purchase. Xiao Fan did not hesitate for a moment, initiating a transaction request to this ancient program through the heavenly Tao intelligence. A minuscule amount was deducted from his interstellar bank account. 1 interstellar coin. The ancient program's interface slowly refreshed, the green text appearing: receiving, transfer, request, verifying, purchaser, qualification, approved, transaction, completed. Asset number BG748, ownership has been transferred. Thank you for your patronage, looking forward to trading again. The final transaction completion message carried a stuttering sensation, as if it might cut out at any moment. But just as that message settled on Xiao Fan's retina, boom. Xiao Fan's system interface exploded. Not metaphorically, but in the physical sense it exploded. The entire system interface, filled with a sense of technology and fantasy, was instantly consumed by countless piercing golden lights, all text and icons collapsing into pure data streams. An unprecedented, even trembling and distorted mechanical synthesized voice echoed deep within his soul. Ding. Warning. Warning. Detected that the host has completed a value exchange that cannot be understood by the existing logic of the system, surpassing the level of causality. Actual asset value unquantifiable, approaching infinity. Host consumption amount 1. Value premium ratio unquantifiable 1 infinity. System core critical strike algorithm matrix. Collapse. Critical strike multiplier. Overflow. Forcibly initiating the highest level hidden protocol. Protocol activation successful. Congratulations, host. You have triggered a unique event that has never occurred since the system's inception, existing only in theory. Infinite critical strike. With the system's declaration. Boom. Boom. In the cold, dark depths of the universe above this steel graveyard that had been silent for 1,000 years, suddenly 2 enormous golden rifts tore apart space, without warning. 2 golden beams, seemingly originating from the dawn of the universe, filled with the aura of the supreme Tao, pierced through time and space, descending with a thunderous roar. 1 beam precisely landed on Xiao Fan. The other beam enveloped this vast, boundless graveyard spanning several astronomical units. In that moment, it seemed that the entire universe was left with only that dazzling gold. The system's prompt sound also became solemn and grave, as if announcing the birth of a deity. Infinite critical strike rewards are being distributed. Congratulations, host, for obtaining unique mythical level item. Hongming Dao Fire, a wisp. Item description: the source fire originating from the primordial chaos of Hongming, not energy, not law, but the embodiment of the concepts of refining and remolding. It can refine all things in the universe. Nothing is not burned, nothing is not refined. It is the supreme divine object of tool refinement and creation. Congratulations, host, for obtaining unique authority. Absolute territory contract steel graveyard. Authority description: you have become the sole sovereign of this star domain. Within this territory, you possess the supreme authority to modify physical laws and control all ownerless substances. Your every thought is the only truth in this place. As the words fell, the beam of light descending upon Xiao Fan transformed into a tiny flickering flame no larger than a fingernail, emanating a grayish glow, as if it might extinguish at any moment, quietly merging into his brow. Meanwhile, the beam enveloping the entire steel graveyard morphed into an incredibly complex golden contract seal, formed by pure laws, imprinting itself upon the temporal and spatial foundation of this star domain. Xiao Fan slowly opened his eyes. He could feel a wondrous connection, as if blood was linking him to this silent graveyard. He had become its master. He had become the god of this place. He looked towards a nearby warship wreck stretching tens of thousands of meters, resembling a thought flashed through his mind. Move. In the next second, that steel beast, silent for 1,000 years and weighing billions of tons, defied all laws of inertia, floating up silently. Then under Xiao Fan's will it began to twist, fold, and reassemble like a mass of soft clay. In the blink of an eye, this battleship was forcibly shaped into a massive Chinese character shimmering with a cold metallic sheen. Xuan. Looking at his creation, Xiao Fan stood atop the shattered throne, releasing a heartfelt, exhilarating laugh. For the first time since arriving in the Lord of the Wasteland is crowned today. The enormous character for pleasure was formed from the wreckage of a battleship measuring tens of thousands of meters long. It floated in the cold expanse of the universe. Every stroke was composed of twisted alloy armor. Every turn revealed the intricate piping structure within. This was a declaration filled with the aesthetics of violence. Xiao Fan's laughter echoed in this silent domain, one that solely belonged to him. The Lord. He was quite fond of this title. The sense of control brought by the absolute territory contract was an unprecedented experience. His divine sense no longer needed to extend. His will was the very perception of this starry region. Every floating fragment, every silent warship became a part of his body like fingertips. He could manipulate it. After the ecstasy, he quickly calmed down. Xiao Fan's gaze returned to the now thoroughly dead, broken throne beneath his feet. This was a treasure trove constructed from countless rare materials. Now it was his. A thought quickly crystallized in his mind. He possessed the most powerful trump card. That artifact, the Hongming Dao puppet, which had been severely damaged by the black-robed elder of the Eternal Life Society during the battle in the Thunder Canyon. It had been reforged by the divine craftsman's hammer, now possessing the combat power of the early nascent soul stage. However, that reforging focused more on restoration than creation, and the materials were not perfect. Now he possessed the entire steel graveyard. This was the universe's top buffet. He also had the Hongming Dao fire, which could refine anything. He must upgrade. He aimed to make the Dao puppet a supreme weapon worthy of the term Hongming. Xiao Fan's thoughts stirred. The throne beneath his feet emitted a dull metallic, grinding sound. An internal passage automatically unfolded before him. He stepped in, and his figure vanished into the darkness. With the Lord's authority, he traversed the massive steel maze, disregarding all damaged structures and collapsed areas. Soon he reached the energy core of the throne. Here was a furnace area forcefully pieced together from several hundred battleship main furnaces. Each furnace had once been the heart of an interstellar behemoth. Now they were all extinguished, leaving only cold steel shells like gigantic tombstones. This was the newly chosen forging workshop. Xiao Fan raised his hand. A small gray flame, only the size of a fingernail, slowly floated out from between his brows. Hongming Dao fire. It had no temperature, no brightness, as if it could extinguish at any moment. Yet it hung there quietly, causing invisible ripples in the surrounding space. This was the embodiment of the concepts of refining and recasting. Go. Xiao Fan softly uttered a word. The gray flame drifted toward the largest main furnace at the center of the furnace area. Upon contact with the outer wall of the furnace, it silently merged within. In the next moment, boom. It was not sound, but a vibration stemming from the laws. The main furnace that had been extinguished for a millennium was ignited in an instant. There was no violent burning, no blinding light. Only a gray flame seemingly capable of devouring everything flowed quietly within the furnace heart. But this was not enough. Far from enough. Xiao Fan closed his eyes, and his will instantly enveloped the entire steel graveyard. In his identity as the Lord of the Wasteland, he issued his first command. Sacrifice. The command was given. Across the furnace area, hundreds of various-sized battleship furnaces simultaneously emitted deep roars. All the residual energy within them, the very structural essence of their existence, was forcibly extracted at that moment, transforming into thick streams of energy that surged across space, madly rushing toward the super furnace ignited by the Tao fire. At this moment, the entire broken throne became a massive sacrificial offering, providing fuel for the Tao fire. The gray flame in the furnace heart received a massive influx of energy, suddenly expanding. It's time to feast. Xiao Fan smiled cruelly. With a thought, he opened the system space. The Hongming Tao puppet, covered in cracks and exuding a feeble aura, was directly retrieved by him and tossed into the super furnace that roiled with gray flame. Then the feast began. Xiao Fan stepped out from the throne and returned to the void of the universe. He stood atop the throne like a madman, conducting a symphony, spreading his arms wide. His will transformed into an invisible giant hand reaching out toward this boundless steel graveyard. Move. All of you move. The first to respond to his will were the heavily armored battleship wrecks responsible for the charge during the war. Thousands of wrecks like mountains began to disintegrate. Their outermost armor, crafted from ultra-dense neutron star materials, was forcibly stripped away by a brutal force, transforming into a torrential flow of steel howling as it accurately plunged into the throne's furnace. Next were the armed cruisers. Their prows, fierce main gun barrels forged from the most heat-resistant memory alloys in the universe, were extracted one by one like pulled fangs, converging into a silver metallic river heading toward the furnace. Countless shattered mech limbs. Countless starship hulls, countless energy core shells of research vessels. The entire steel graveyard came to life under the will of its new master. Countless of the most refined, rare, and sturdy metal parts and alloy materials were awakened from their millennia-long slumber in the wreckage. They transformed into a colorful metal storm, converging from all directions and continuously pouring into the massive super furnace. This scene was incredibly spectacular. It was a cosmic banquet, and the broken throne was the giant mouth of the feast. Inside, the Hongming Tao fire demonstrated its power as the supreme divine object. Any substance thrown into it, no matter how hard the alloy or how complex the creation, was decomposed into the purest, glowing essence materials the moment they touched the gray flames. These liquids, like rivers flowing back to the sea, surged toward the Hongming Tao puppet suspended at the center of the furnace heart. The damaged body of the Tao puppet under the onslaught of these essence liquids not only was not repaired, but instead began to actively and rapidly dissolve and to break and then establish. If it does not break, it cannot establish. What it sought was not repair, but a complete rebirth. While decomposing, higher-level essence materials formed from millions of battleships began to reshape and evolve using the core of the Tao puppet as a framework. Even the broken throne itself, with its unique, twisted structure fused with countless war technologies, had its concept of existence analyzed and purified under the tempering of the Tao fire, transforming into data streams filled with the meaning of slaughter, imprinting itself into the body structure of the reborn Tao puppet. Not knowing how much time had passed. Finally, when the last keel of the last battleship in this graveyard was thrown into the furnace and refined into pure essence, this frenzied feast approached its climax. Boom! A sound akin to the opening of the heavens echoed from within the throne, shaking the entire star. In an instant, the super furnace dimmed in brilliance. The next moment, a brand new battle puppet exuding the aura of destruction and creation stepped out from the furnace. Its form had greatly changed. Still a three-material humanoid, its surface color was a chaotic hue that could devour light, yet at the joints and core, magma-like crimson patterns of destruction flowed. Its figure no longer merely exuded strength, but radiated a streamlined sense of power. From its back, two menacing bony spikes akin to scorpion tails extended their tips, shimmering with light capable of tearing through space. Its eyes were no longer hollow crystals. They were two slowly rotating miniature suns radiating a blood-red glow. Destruction, dominance, ferocity, power. This was the slaughtering deity born from the fusion of millions of battleship corpses and supreme war technology. At this moment, a prompt sound from the system echoed in Xiao Fan's mind, filled with shock. Warning. Mythical level item reconstruction, regenerating information. Generation complete. Name Hongming Tao puppet war form level mythical, can grow current overall combat power assessment late nascent soul. Remarks its existence has become a causality level weapon of war sufficient to constitute a regulatory cleansing of the existing power system in this universe. Late nascent soul. Upon seeing these 4 words, Xiao Fan gasped. He smiled with satisfaction. And at that moment, the newly reborn Hongming Tao puppet within it, that excessively vast and terrifying power, leaked out just a trace uncontrollably from its blood-red eyes. This was not an energy shock. Rather, it was a wave of law representing the concept of destruction. This wave disregarded distance, disregarded time, and it spread outwards in ripples at an unimaginable speed, instantly expanding in all directions across the universe. Separated by billions of light years from the cold, silent steel graveyard in the neutral trade zone lies the city of Stardust. Here time and space are forcefully frozen by a power that is more brutal and unreasonable. Buzz, without any warning. Above the asteroid poured at the periphery of the city of Stardust where spacecraft docked, the space rippled like water disturbed by thrown stones, creating visible waves. Following that, a fleet numbering in the thousands, large enough to wage a galactic war, violently detached from their curvature travel and descended into reality. Leading the fleet are two menacing Emperor-class battleships. One is entirely gilded with the domineering emblem of Xiao stamped on its bow. The other is as black as ink, its hull adorned with the military's emblem of the iron-blooded eagle. They resemble two primordial beasts exuding a terrifying aura. Behind them, thousands of warships lined up, their cold cannon muzzles flashing with energy halos, forming an iron canopy that covered the sky, sealing all entry and exit routes of the city of Stardust. An unprecedented siege. What is even more terrifying is the overwhelming pressure emanating from the center of the fleet. This is not mere momentum. It is the arrival of a higher dimensional law. A voice disregarded the medium and directly resonated in the minds of everyone in the city of Stardust, cold, indifferent, and undeniable. Enforcement of the martial god temple. Unrelated persons disperse. Just 8 words. In an instant, the bustling and lively city of Stardust fell into complete silence. All merchants engaged in transactions, all mercenaries embroiled in battles, and all desperate individuals seeking pleasure froze and placed their faces. A saint, a genuine martial saint, has personally arrived in this lawless city. In the next moment, an invisible saint domain, undetectable by mortal eyes, yet capable of altering physical laws, erupted from the center of the fleet, precisely enveloping the most central and eye-catching landmark in the city, the Twin Star Tower. The light there began to distort, and the flow of time slowed. The figure of the Celestial Punisher stepped off the flagship without boarding any landing craft and vanished into the cosmic void. When he reappeared, he had crossed hundreds of kilometers, silently standing on the top floor of the Twin Star Tower, in front of the office belonging to Mr. K. Following closely behind were the two emperors, Xiao Fan and Lin Feng, each leading a group of fiercely aggressive elite guards, forcibly breaking through the outer wall of the tower and arriving at the top floor. Beast, come out and face your death. As soon as Xiao Fan landed, he let out a thunderous roar, and the golden imperial aura erupted, shattering the rare alloy door of the office along with the entire wall into dust. However, the scene behind the door left everyone momentarily stunned. Inside the office, there were no enemies, no traps, and no energy fluctuations. There was not even a single person. Only a neat office desk, orderly documents, a holographic screen flashing normal business data, and a woman sitting in the corner facing her personal light, brain, her fingers rapidly tapping on the keyboard, as if she were working overtime. Hearing the massive sound of the wall being blasted open, the woman trembled all over and abruptly turned her head in panic. She saw the several imposing figures at the door, especially the one at the forefront, a man so indifferent he made her soul tremble like a deity. Ah! The woman let out a piercing scream, her face pale, trembling all over, her eyes filled with fear and confusion. It was Su Mushiwa. The Celestial Punisher's indifferent gaze swept over her, ultimately resting on the empty boss chair, and he unwittingly frowned. Xiao Fan and Lin Feng were also stunned. They had anticipated countless scenarios, but this was not one of them. It felt like they had thrown a punch with all their might only to hit empty air. Where is he? Where is that little beast, Xiao Fan? Xiao Fan questioned Su Mushiwa with a grim expression. Under the pressure of the Emperor's aura, Su Mushiwa nearly collapsed to the ground. She gripped the edge of the desk tightly, her voice trembling with a sobbing tone as she replied, I don't know. Who are you? Who are you looking for? Who are you? Where is the one called K? Lin Feng demanded sharply. He recognized her as the woman he had spoken to earlier. Su Mushiwa's eyes were filled with innocence and fear, as if she might cry at any moment. My name is Su Mushiwa, and I am the boss here. Mr. K's secretary. Mr. K has not appeared since buying this building, and all directives are given through the internet. I'm just a worker. I really don't know anything. A worker. Upon hearing this unfamiliar term, Xiao Fan and Lin Feng both froze, followed by a surge of even greater rage. The Celestial Punisher remained silent. His divine sense had already swept through every corner of the building in an instant, even penetrating thousands of meters underground. Yet everything was normal. The legendary formation capable of withstanding the martial god's attacks seemed to not exist at all. This was merely an ordinary office building managing a vast business empire. The Celestial Punisher fixed his sharp gaze on Su Mushiwa. Where has your boss gone? He slowly spoke, his voice low, but containing an irresistible power of. Under this force, Su Mushiwa trembled even more violently, tears streaming down her face. I don't know, I really don't know. How can a mere employee dare to guess their boss' thoughts? Whatever he instructs, I just do it. I don't dare to ask, and I don't dare to speak. I still have to support my family. Please, gentlemen, I beg you spare me. She perfectly portrayed a humble, weak, and helpless lower-level worker, showcasing the most genuine and pathetic response when faced with incomprehensible top-tier violence. Looking at her, Xiao Zhanxiong was so enraged, he almost spat blood. He grabbed Su Muxue, intending to use soul-searching techniques. Enough. The Celestial Punisher coldly halted him. Her soul is very clean, showing no signs of being protected by any secret technique nor any indication of lies. Xiao Zhanxiong could only reluctantly let go. The relentless Celestial Punisher personally ordered the United Fleet to conduct a 3-hour extensive scan of the entire city of Stardust. Higher precision gravitational lenses, deeper gene probes, and even the military's latest subspace vibration detectors were deployed. The result was still no trace of the target. An operation of unprecedented scale and level since the founding of the Blue Star Federation had turned into a farcical joke. The person was simply not here. This news rapidly spread across the entire interstellar network of the galaxy at the speed of light. Breaking news. The Martial Saint of the Martial God Temple personally leads 2 imperial families to the city of Stardust to capture a wanted criminal, but ends up with nothing. Epic blunder. The United Fleet has sealed off the lawless zone, and the suspect is suspected to have already watched the show. I'm just a worker. The secretary of the mysterious wealthy man, Mr. K, with a single sentence rendering the Martial Saint silent, bringing tears to the end. Countless clickbait titles spread wildly across the internet. Moreover, some mischief makers combined the furious faces of Xiao Zhanxiong and Lin Feng with Su Muxue's terrified and helpless face, adding various humorous captions, creating countless memes. What are the anger of the big shot and the helplessness of the worker? What a most expensive interstellar tour group in Federation history. The Martial God Temple, the Xiao family, and the Morong family. These 3 colossal entities that could shake the Federation with a stomp had on this day become the laughingstock of the entire galaxy. On the bridge of the flagship, Jinyuan, Xiao Zhanxiong looked at the glaring comments and memes on the light screen and could no longer suppress his injuries, violently spitting out a mouthful of reverse blood. Too much. Too much. He roared madly, smashing the command platform into pieces. Lin Feng's face also turned ashen, his fists clenched, knuckles turning white. The entire fleet was shrouded in a profound sense of humiliation and oppression. Only the Celestial Punisher remained standing with his hands behind his back, but the increasingly cold aura revealed that this saint's heart was far from calm. He had been played by a junior who hadn't even shown his face in front of the entire universe. He had been made a fool. This was the most ruthless trampling of his dignity as a saint. At that moment, a Martial God Temple steward responsible for intelligence communication rushed in, his expression terrified, as if he had witnessed the apocalypse. Sir. His voice trembled, holding an encrypted information receiver, flashing the highest emergency signal in blood red. Received an urgent intelligence from the Eternal Life Divine Society's highest bishop council. The name Eternal Life Divine Society made the furious Xiao Zhanxiong and Lin Feng quiet down and look over simultaneously. The Martial God Temple and the Eternal Life Divine Society are sworn enemies. How could they receive intelligence from them? The Celestial Punisher slowly turned his gaze sharp. The steward trembled as he unlocked the encryption. A message appeared on the central light screen. It was not words, but a wave of soul vibrations filled with extreme fear, chaos, and disbelief emitted by a dying high-ranking member of the Divine Society who expended their last life to send a wail. The wail was translated by the heavenly Daos intelligent brain into a language that everyone could understand. Warning: the Divine Descent Plan has completely failed. The weapon executing divine punishment, the Broken Throne Project, has been destroyed. In the coordinates of the Steel Graveyard, a world-ending level energy reaction has occurred. An incomprehensible destruction law wave has just swept through that. All our remaining apostles, soul marks, were all obliterated in an instant. Suspected target Fan is responsible. The message was brief, but each word felt like a resounding slap in the face to everyone on the bridge. Fan, the target they mobilized to capture across the starry sea. While they eagerly rushed to the city of Stardust, becoming a laughingstock here, he had already appeared in the Steel Graveyard billions of light years away. Moreover, with his own strength, he had destroyed the demigod-level weapon that the Eternal Life Divine Society had spent countless resources to create, a weapon that even the Martial God Temple had taken great precautions against. In the cold void of the Steel Graveyard, with a thought, Xiao Fan retracted the newly born war machine back into the system space. Hongming Dao puppet. Now it resembled a god of slaughter from chaos. On its three-turtle body flowed a deep hue that devoured light, and the crimson Dao patterns branded at the core of its joints were like scars of cosmic war. The 2 ferocious bone spurs extending from its back with the faint light flickering at their tips were constantly tearing apart the spatial laws around it. The most terrifying were its eyes. They were no longer crystals, but two slowly rotating miniature blood-red suns exuding an aura of doom. Name Hongming, Dao Puppet War Form. Level Mythical Growable. Current Comprehensive Combat Power Assessment Nascent Soul Late Stage. Note its existence has become a causality-level war weapon sufficient to constitute a rule-level eradication of the current power system of this universe. Nascent Soul Late Stage. Xiao Fan sneered. Now this Dao Puppet was his true trump card enough to overturn the chessboard. Even against the mysterious martial saint, he might not be without a chance of victory. The purpose of this trip had already been exceeded. Third sister Xiao Qingwan, her body dead and soul dispersed, her unique mecha talent turned into nourishment for the Hongmeng banner. Broken Throne and the entire steel graveyard had become the sacrifice for the rebirth of the Hongmeng Dao Puppet. Everything had settled. It was time for him to collect the performance of this crazy operation. Xiao Fan opened the system interface. A prompt wrapped in golden light effects had long been quietly floating at the top of the taskbar. Congratulations to the host, you have completed the Advanced Blind Box Mission Broken Throne. Mission rating SSS Perfect. Mission description: you not only prevented a disaster targeting the star domain, but also transformed the disaster itself into your own power in an incredible way. Your actions have surpassed the system's preset optimal solution. Mission reward: 1 intermediate blind box, 50 million points. Xiao Fan directly ignored that string of numbers, his gaze locked onto the wooden chest icon radiating an ancient glow. Intermediate blind box. This was the first time he had obtained a reward of this level. Open. His thought had just been issued. Buzz. In the system interface, the seemingly ordinary wooden chest burst forth with incomparably brilliant golden divine light in an instant. Countless great Dao runes surged from the light, rotating and evolving around the core light orb, as if reproducing the birth process of an ancient divine art before his eyes. Finally, all the light and runes collapsed inward. A brand new divine seal in the shape of a pupil full of the meaning of piercing and locking appeared in his reward column. The system's prompt sounded solemnly deep in his soul. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the ancient, offensive, great divine art. Void-piercing, soul-locking divine eye from the intermediate blind box. Boom. A massive flow of information instantly surged into Xiao Fan's mind. It was the inheritance of a pair of eyes. A pair of eyes that could see through the nine nether and perceive the origin of all things. Its cultivation method, its chi circulation techniques, and the powers it could display at various stages were presented in his divine sense in every detail. The void-piercing, soul-locking divine eye. This divine art does not cultivate the physical body nor practice magical power. It only cultivates the power of the soul, completely fusing one's own soul with the eyes. At minor completion, one's gaze can be like a torch piercing through all illusion and delusion. At major completion, one eye can see a millennium, perceiving the past karma and future flaws on the enemy. And when cultivated to the peak, one glance becomes a cage. One glance can directly ignore the opponent's physical defense and treasure protection, locking onto the soul origin hidden deepest within. Where the gaze reaches, laws manifest themselves. All the enemy's struggles will be futile. Under the gaze of these eyes, whether you are a martial saint or martial god, your physical body will become an immobile, rigid, living target. You can only watch helplessly as you are thoroughly annihilated. This is simply a top-tier divine hunting skill tailor-made to counter those experts who rely on movement techniques and treasures to save their lives. Xiao Fan slowly opened his eyes, deep in his pupils, 2-minute extremely complex golden divine seals flashed. He finally, with this divine art combined with the eerie step technique, a step to the horizon, and unleashing the nascent soul late-stage Hongmeng Dao Puppet. Where in the world could he not go? That so-called heavenly punishment venerable, the next time they meet, he would definitely give him a huge surprise. However, just as he was feeling satisfied with this new triumph, the system's mechanical prompt sounded again in his mind, without warning, urgent. This time the voice was no longer solemn. Instead, it trembled slightly, as if the program was overloaded. Ding! System emergency announcement. Detected that the host has within an extremely short time successively slain multiple blood-related enemies with special luck and completed multiple ultra-high difficulty, super-rated heaven-defying achievements, such as Blood of the Emperor, Fall of the Artist, Broken Throne. Reviewing and deducing the core laws based on the host's behavior logic. Deduction complete. The system's underlying logic, revenge law, has met the activation conditions. Activating. Ding. Revenge law activated successfully. Congratulations, host. The system has unlocked a new core function, enemy fortune plunder. The smile on Xiao Fan's face froze slightly. A new function. He immediately sank his mind and looked at the system interface. Lines of new explanatory text in blood-red font with a cold, killing aura slowly emerged. Function name: enemy fortune plunder. Function description: revenge is not just about taking the enemy's life, but also completely erasing the traces of their existence. From now on, every time the host personally kills a target judged as a core enemy, in the system list it will no longer be just completing a mission. Core effect: at the moment of killing a core enemy, the system will automatically lock onto the fortune, connecting them to this universe and forcibly, without loss, strip it, transforming it into the purest fortune origin and infusing it into the host's body. Function effects: strengthen the host's destiny and enhance the host's luck. It allows you to obtain higher success rates and critical hit rates in future treasure hunting, cultivation, and even opening blind boxes. Simply put, the more bugs you step on, the better your luck will be. Special note: fortune is a real, yet intangible, high-dimensional energy of the universe. The stronger a person's fortune, the smoother their path, and the more frequent their encounters. Conversely, those with depleted fortune will even choke on water. Warm tip: please strive to complete your revenge performance. Every time you raise and lower your blade, you are adding bricks to your future lucky path. Xiao Fan looked at that cold explanation, especially the last sentence, warm tip. He suddenly felt that this system seemed to understand him more and more. The previous revenge was to vent the original owner's hatred and to satisfy his own unobstructed thoughts. But now the system had given his revenge a colder, more realistic, and more enticing reason. Profit. Kill people, and you become lucky. This logic was simple and brutal, but filled with fatal allure. His finger gently swiped across the system. The list of core enemies, marked in blood-red font and never disappearing, automatically unfolded. Ranked first was still the source of all his pain, and below Lin Feng, father Xiao Zhanxiong, mother Wang Ruiyun, eldest sister Xiao Ningxue, fourth sister Xiao Honglian, and so on. One by one, familiar, yet unfamiliar names were quietly listed there. In Xiao Fan's eyes, these names underwent a qualitative change. They were no longer mere hate symbols that needed to be eliminated. They became ultimate treasure chests, radiating tempting light, waiting to be opened. They were walking human-shaped fortune gift packs. They were the highest level, most succulent stepping stones that he had to trample on his path to becoming lucky. Xiao Fan slowly closed the system interface. He raised his head and looked into the distance. He laughed again. In that smile, the pleasure of revenge remained. But beneath the pleasure, a colder greed quietly sprouted. Revenge would continue. However, from today, it had a new name. Farming. The season of hunting had just begun. Xiao Fan slowly closed the system interface. He lifted his gaze, his eyes fixed on the distance. A smile spread across his lips again. Within that smile lingered the biting satisfaction of vengeance. Yet beneath that satisfaction, a colder greed began to fester. Revenge must continue. But from this day forward, it bore a new name. Jungling. The season of the hunt had only just begun. In that moment, the world in Xiao Fan's eyes seemed to undergo a fundamental transformation. Once every member of the Xiao clan was a symbol of profound hatred and obstacle that had to be eliminated. Now they had gained another identity. They were walking luck packages, the performance targets he had to farm on his path to becoming the apex luckster. This shift in perception turned revenge from a pure emotional release into an investment with clear returns and immense profits. The vision has expanded. Xiao Fan murmured to himself, his tone icy and gratified. Kill, seize treasures, and now plunder luck. These three acts formed a perfect closed loop. He possessed the late nascent soul-level Hongmeng Dao puppet and the void-piercing soul-locking divine eye specifically designed to counter movement techniques. His trump cards were already enough to overturn the game table. Now he had ample qualifications to hunt bigger, more succulent monsters. He opened the core nemesis list. Lin Feng, Xiao Zhanxiong, Wang Ruiyun, Xiao Ningxue, Xiao Honglian. Each name flickered on the holographic screen, standing out starkly. Who's next? His finger slowly traced across the list. Father. Mother. No, the grand finale should be saved for last. Lin Feng, that so-called child of destiny, needed to witness every ounce of despair before his dog's life was taken. His gaze finally settled on one name. His elder sister Xiao Ningxue. The woman who held a high position, styled herself the Federation's guardian goddess, and always looked at him with a gaze that judged him as a disgrace. Let it begin with her. The moment his decision was made, ding, a system prompt of unprecedented resonance exploded in his mind. As if detecting its host's spending desire, the system instantly flashed a dazzling array of light effects and popped up a new mission before him. A blazing golden glow formed the ornate border of a mission scroll. Blind box mission: advance the broken-winged ice phoenix. Mission background: your elder sister, the eagle of the Federation, the military prodigy unseen in the northern border for 10,000 years, Xiao Ningxue. Revered by the populace as almost a guardian goddess. Due to her repeated meritorious deeds, is to receive the Federation's highest-level military honor at the northern border capital, Heavenly Cheong Star, in 3 days, becoming the youngest general in Federation history. At that time, the entire northern border military region, even all the high-ranking officials of the Federation Military Command, will attend the ceremony. It will be the most glorious moment of her life. Mission objective at that very award ceremony before the live interstellar broadcast cameras in front of all the Federation military high command, use the most splendid, most shocking, and most humiliating method to knock her from the clouds, break her wings, and then proclaim your final judgment upon her. Mission reward advanced blind box x 1 points x 100 million. Special note, host, please turn this revenge into a legendary scene that resounds across the stars. A single general's success costs 10,000 bones. A legend's birth requires another legend's fall as its stepping stone. Let the entire universe witness how utterly fragile the so-called Ice Phoenix's wings are before you. Your prestige is the system's biggest performance indicator. Xiao Fan gazed at the mission description, especially that final special note. He smiled. He realized this system seemed to understand the meaning of the term spectacle more and more. Destroying the heart, that was his favorite form of revenge. At the moment of a person's greatest glory, splendor, and public attention shatter everything. Dignity and faith, completely. This overwhelming glory was also destined to end. Xiao Fan remembered very clearly the way she used to look at the original host. It wasn't pure disgust, but a condescending excision of a blemish. As if Xiao Fan's very existence was a flaw on her perfect life resume. Then this time it'll turn your entire life into a complete joke. Xiao Fan murmured to himself. He closed the mission interface and began plotting the course. The steel graveyard was several star zones away from the northern border Heavenly Cheong Star. Even at the speed of netherworld crossing, it would take over 2 days. Time was just right. He even had the leisure to ponder what kind of entrance would match the system's description of splendid. However, just as he was immersed in drafting the script for this upcoming public execution, a blood-red communication request bearing the highest emergency identifier flashed frantically on his optical brain, without warning, emitting a pierce. This was the highest level emergency communication from Su Mushua. Since he became the head of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion, this was the first time. He connected casually. Su Muxua's face, filled with panic and urgency, immediately appeared before him as a holographic projection. She couldn't even bother with formalities, her voice trembling slightly due to extreme speed. Head. Emergency. It's incredibly urgent. Xiao Fan's tone was calm. Speak. Just now our intelligence agent embedded in the highest military command center on the capital star sent word. After the failed siege at Stardust City, the combined fleet of the town-suppressing Martial God Palace, the Xiao clan, and the Muron clan deployed an unknown tracking artifact suspected to be related to causality law. Su Mushua spoke hastily. They have locked onto your star zone coordinates. T-89 abandoned star zone, also known as the Steel Graveyard. The entire combined fleet has entered maximum curvature navigation, racing toward your location at the cost of engine damage without regard for losses. Xiao Fan's gaze turned icy. Estimated arrival time. Su Mushua swallowed hard and uttered a heavy number. 6 hours. According to intelligence, the leading Marshal Saint Tianxing Zuns has declared that this time he will personally erase the entire steel graveyard from the star charts, leaving you no chance to escape. The communication ended. Around him the silence of the cosmos returned. 6 hours. 1 Marshal Saint. 2 Martial Emperors. And a massive fleet capable of waging a galactic-level war. This was no doubt a lavish lineup. Xiao Fan was silent for a moment. The expression on his face was not the gravity Su Mushua had expected, nor any. Instead, he chuckled lowly. It was a laugh filled with dangerous meaning, the laugh of one who has discovered an even more thrilling game. You can't play fair? Huh? His gaze swept across the boundless steel jungle before him, formed of billions of warship wrecks. Beneath his feet lay the absolute territory he had just acquired. You come at the right time. I was just worrying that the newly unlocked Nemesis Luck Plunder function lacked a worthy sacrifice to start operations. He raised his eyes toward the starry direction from which the fleet would appear, his gaze greedy and icy like a hunter who had locked onto his prey. I wonder what drop rate a Martial Saint's luck can yield. I hope your deluxe luck package doesn't disappoint me. Xiao Fan grinned. In his mind, a crazy and grand script quickly took shape. He closed his eyes, and at that instant his will completely merged with the spatio-temporal foundation of the entire Steel Graveyard star region. In the name of the Wasteland Lord. Decree. Awake. Boom. A thunderous roar not belonging to the physical realm exploded across the entire star region that had been silent for 1,000 years. A wreck of an interstellar mothership 30,000 meters long, its hull severed at the waist, trembled silently. Then the second, the third. Thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of millions. Every piece of metal debris floating in this star region, every silent giant carcass responded at this moment to the call of their new master. They came alive. Tens of thousands of battleship wrecks as huge as mountains began to move, defying all laws of physics. They adjusted their poses like the most obedient building blocks and began to piece together and combine according to the grand blueprint in Xiao Fan's will. Countless cruisers' main gun barrels were forcibly dismantled from their hulls by an invisible force rearranged and formed a death corridor stretching tens of thousands of kilometers. Shattered mecha limbs, twisted alloy armor, extinguished energy cores. They turned into the most basic building materials, filling every gap in the structure. An unprecedented star wreck maze spanning several astronomical units, with an internal structure so complex that even light would get lost rose from the ground in just a few hours. Every corner of the maze concealed deadly spatial turbulence. Every passage in the maze might lead to a death trap composed of countless gun muzzles. Xiao Fan looked at his masterpiece and nodded in satisfaction. It still lacks the finishing touch. His gaze fell upon the already scrapped, completely dead, waste utilization. With a single thought he appeared in the core furnace area of the throne. He raised his hand, drew a wisp of the resentful energy that had dissipated during the previous battle, and set within it an extremely tiny delayed trigger mark made of Hongmeng Dao fire. He hid this unstable, yet infinitely powerful energy source in the deepest part of the entire maze, a giant cavity where people would most easily let a perfect delayed trap. The setup is complete. I hope you like this grand opening surprise. After doing all this, less than a minute remained before he boarded the Yuming ferry that had long been on standby. Let's go to watch the next good show. The hull of the Yuming ferry turned into a barely perceptible shadow, silently merging into the ripples of subspace and disappearing. The next second after it disappeared, Chila, the cosmic space at the periphery of the steel graveyard, was violently torn open like by a pair of invisible hands, creating a huge rift thousands of kilometers long. 1 ship, 10 ships, thousands of ships. An extremely huge joint fleet in a brutal manner forcibly disengaged from warp navigation and descended. Leading the way was the Martial God Hall Saint flagship, full of iron blood and majesty, and the Xiao family's all-gilded, overbearing Jinyuan. A pressure belonging to law, surpassing the aura of a martial emperor, instantly enveloped this star region. On the bridge of the flagship Shengcai, the Heaven Punishment Venerables, indifferent gaze swept over the scene before him. However, the ruins he had envisioned and the ants hiding within did not appear. What appeared before him was a huge steel maze that should not exist at all, spanning the entire star region. It stood there quietly, exuding an aura of death and chaos. What is this? Lin Feng looked at the image transmitted back on the holographic screen and exclaimed. Xiao Zhanxiong flew into a rage and roared, playing tricks. That wretch must be hiding inside. Venerable, please allow me to lead the Jinyuan as the vanguard and flatten this path for the army. He eagerly asked to fight. Heaven Punishment Venerable's brow furrowed imperceptibly. He sensed something wrong. This maze gave him an extremely dangerous, but as a martial saint, how could he be intimidated by a trap set by a junior? Approved. He coldly uttered a single word. All troops advance, crush this mountain of trash for me. The order was given. The vanguard of the joint fleet, led by the Xiao family's Jinyuan, like a descending tiger, roared into the bottomless star wreck maze. On the bridge of Jinyuan, Xiao Zhanxiong watched the metal walls rapidly receding on the light screen and smiled cruelly. Let's see how long you this cowardly turtle can. However, less than 5 minutes after his flagship had just entered the maze. Deep in the maze inside the core of the broken throne used as a delayed trap, the Hongmeng Dao fire mark left by Xiao Fan gently flickered. Boom. An explosion without any light occurred. No fire, no energy impact. Only a pure destructive energy storm triggered by the self-collapse of the core furnace of the broken throne, mixed with the endless resentment accumulated from billions of dead souls, formed a black tsunami invisible to the naked eye, yet could wash away souls and matter. This tsunami, in a posture exceeding the speed of light, instantly swept half of the star wreck maze. The first to bear the brunt was Xiao Zhanxiong's Jinyuan. Alert! Alert! Detected apocalyptic resentment impact. Shield energy. 50%. 10%. 0%. Hull outer armor beginning to decompose. Structural integrity declining. Inside the bridge, piercing alarms and crew screams were in chaos. Puffed. Xiao Zhanxiong's soul trembled violently, spurting a mouthful of reverse blood. His martial emperor's chi was as fragile as a piece of paper before this soul-originated impact. The entire Jinyuan was violently thrown away in fierce tremors, its thick hull covered with terrifying cavities eroded by resentment, emitting black smoke, and nearly disintegrated on the spot. And the dozens of Xiao family elite warships following behind it, without even having time to issue an alarm, silently decomposed, dissolved, and became part of the maze in this black tsunami. The vanguard of the joint fleet suffered heavy losses in an instant. Utterly routed. Inside the flagship Shengcai there was silence. Heaven Punishment Venerable looked at the loss report on the screen and the bottomless star wreck, maze that seemed to mock them. His face darkened. He was played. Oh. A roar mixed with pain and extreme humiliation from Xiao Zhanxiong came through the communication channel. He was trembling with rage. He rushed to a metal box sealed with layers near the command console. You fiend. I want you dead. He tore open the seals, recklessly taking out an ancient mottled blood-colored compass radiating an ominous aura. Xiao family forbidden artifact, bloodline destiny compass. He bit his fingertip and dripped his martial emperor blood essence fiercely onto the compass. With my 100 years of life as sacrifice, trace the rebel's soul. The compass crazily absorbed his blood essence and life force, and the pointer began to spin violently and erratically. Finally, after a mournful sound, the pointer stopped abruptly, pointing to an extremely distant galaxy coordinate in the northern border of the Federation. Qinxiong star. Found you. Xiao Zhanxiong roared venomously. This time you have no way to heaven, no door to earth. His bloodshot eyes were fixed on the heavenly punishment Venerable with an unyielding stare. Venerable, head to the celestial dome star immediately. This time we must not let him escape again. His roar was laced with madness. Morong Feng's face was equally grim. Their great army had arrived at the wrong location, only to find nothing becoming. Meanwhile, the true target billions of light years away was once again stirring up turmoil. This time they must avenge their disgrace. The heavenly punishment Venerable's gaze rested on a distant point of light on the star chart, saying nothing. As a martial saint commanding a fleet, he should have struck with the force of thunder a single decisive blow. Yet he had been led by the nose by a junior, chasing from one star domain to another. This was the most thorough trampling of his saintly dignity. Change course, he said coldly. Target celestial dome star. All warships activate jump drives regardless of cost. A tremendous roar echoed as the massive combined fleet, like an enraged cosmic beast, carved a huge arc in space, its prows pointing straight toward the distant northern border. One by one, warp gates of curved spacetime unfolded before them. At the same time, deep within the subspace, countless light years away from the steel graveyard, a pitch-black archaic spaceship silently navigated through bizarre and chaotic energy currents. It was the Netherworld Ferry. Inside the cockpit, Xiao Fan calmly gazed at the final piece of information reflected on the holographic screen from the celestial intelligence. It was the energy reading of the combined fleet's flagship, the Sanctum Judgment. After violent fluctuations, it abruptly changed direction. A new navigation coordinate was entered. So they're chasing after me, Xiao Fan sneered. He shut down the surveillance. Beyond a shimmering rift in space-time ahead of the Netherworld Ferris, Baoa Azure planet radiating order and iron discipline gradually came into focus. With a hiss, the ship exited subspace, hovering in the frigid void. The sight before him was a world apart from the dead, chaotic steel graveyard. Tens of thousands of standard warships formed a tightly patrolling fleet, moving in impeccable formations as they traversed the planet's various orbits. Huge orbital defense platforms stood like silent steel sentinels, their cold gun barrels aimed into deep space. It was a military fortress armed to. On the planet's surface, sprawling city clusters blazed with lights, and dazzling beams interwove through the clouds. The celestial intelligence labeled the planet's name on the screen. Celestial Dome Star, the headquarters of the Northern Border Military District, and the most critical military planet of the Blue Star Federation in the Northern Border Star. It was also Xiao Fan's destination. His gaze fell upon the sky above the prosperous cities of Celestial Dome Star. Their towering holographic billboards, tens of thousands of meters high, broadcast the same content around the clock. It was the face of a woman. She wore a pristine white federal marshal's uniform, her posture upright, her countenance cool and proud, her eyes filled with authority and justice. Beneath her colossal image were lines of bold calligraphic characters. Congratulations to the Eagle of the Federation, the Guardian of the Northern Border, Brigadier General Xiao Ningxue, for being promoted to the rank of General. The award ceremony will be broadcast live globally in 3 days. Xiao Fan's consciousness instantly connected to the public network of Celestial Dome. He did not choose to intrude. Instead, he browsed the trending news on the Star Network like an ordinary tourist. It was all about Xiao Ningxue, overwhelming, and the public's adoration bordered on fanaticism. Here she comes. Our northern borders, Onsentintesandier's genius, the Federation's most dazzling star of military command. A general. How old is she, and already a general? It's simply unbelievable. You new recruits upstairs? Ever heard of the Red Sand Star Camp? Lady Ningxue annihilated a Star Beast Legion 3 times her force with 0 casualties in a single standard day. A miracle recorded in military history. Lady Ningxue is forever the goddess. She is the true guardian of our Federation. What will my mom asked why I'm kneeling while watching the news. I said I'm basking in the radiance of a deity. Xiao Fan looked at these fervent, worshipful comments with a calm expression. He commanded the Celestial Intelligence, intrude into the Northern Border Military Network and retrieve Xiao Ningxue's complete file. Command confirmed. Bypassing Celestial Dome Star Firewall. Firewall bypassed. Intruding military database. Verifying privileges. Verification cracked. Data download complete. A confidential file marked Federation SSS class appeared before Xiao Fan. Her record was flawless. From graduating top of her military academy to entering the Northern Border Military District, she rose smoothly through the ranks. She had participated in hundreds of battles large and small, without a single defeat. Military command, personal combat prowess, strategic vision. Every category was top tier. At the end of the file was an evaluation from the Federation's Supreme Military Council, a perfect soldier, almost a goddess, the Federation's hope for the future. Xiao Fan's finger traced the cold, proud face on the screen. It was as if he could see through that visage the memory of that woman's undisguised look, the way she regarded the original owner as garbage and a stain. What a perfect idol, Xiao Fan murmured to himself, his voice devoid of admiration, filled only with a twisted pleasure at the prospect of smashing a precious jewel. To shatter such perfection before the entire universe. It will surely sound beautiful. He closed Xiao Ningxi's file, and instead searched for recent news about the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion. Thanks to Su Mokshu's management, and the fallout from the previous commercial trial of Xiao Ziyue, the name Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion had become the most mysterious and sought-after legend among the Federation's upper class and major black markets. Countless factions offered astronomical sums just for a chance to meet the Pavilion Master K. That name had become synonymous with the omnipotent king of intelligence and king of wealth. Xiao Fan nodded. His gaze returned to the upcoming award ceremony on Celestial Dome Star. The Celestial Intelligence provided a detailed analysis. In 3 days at the Hall of Heroes Square, all top brass of the Federation military will attend. Security will be at maximum level. Only federal honorary contributors holding special invitation letters may enter. Xiao Fan seemed lost in thought. He shut down all the screens, plunging the cockpit back into darkness. His calm voice echoed in the empty space. Search for all major charity auctions or military donation channels on Celestial Dome Star recently. To infiltrate the temple of a god, the best way is to disguise oneself as an even greater god. In the silent cockpit, Xiao Fan's voice was low, carrying a hint of icy mockery. He shut down all holographic screens, plunging the space back into profound darkness, leaving only the murderous intent in his eyes, cold and piercing. Heavenly Dao AI activate. Command confirmed. Screening all major charity auctions and military donation channels on Tianqiong Star. Locking optimal target based on your requirements, highest efficiency, maximum impact, most direct official contact. A holographic screen silently unfolded before Xiao Fan. It was a StarNet page imbued with a sense of iron and technology belonging to the logistics department of the Blue Star Federation's Northern Frontier Military Region. At the very top of the page, marked in eye-catching red font, was an ongoing emergency military auction. Auction item: a level strategic resource. 3 pieces of Void Spirit Emperor carapace. Description: this material was seized at great cost by the 7th Northern Frontier Army Group during a brutal battle against a stellar beast tide. It possesses the highest known energy resistance and law deflection properties, making it core material for producing new Sanctuary-class personal deflector shields and flagship-grade external armor for battleships. This batch of carapace is sufficient to equip the elite assault troops of 3 standard divisions or elevate the defensive capability of 1 main capital ship to quasi-imperial level. Current bid 3.74 billion interstellar credits. Time remaining 12 minutes, 27 seconds. Xiao Fan watched the constantly changing numbers and smiled. The Heavenly Dao AI appended a detailed analysis. According to intelligence, the Northern Frontier Front is under severe pressure with heavy losses among high-level combatants. This auction, though named a sale, is in reality a fundraiser. Major Federation military-industrial complexes, top financial conglomerates, and patriotic enterprises are all participating. The highest bidder not only engages in a commercial transaction, but also makes a statement, earning the utmost friendship and recognition from the Northern Frontier Military Region. Friendship and recognition. What cheap words. Yet at this moment, they represented the most expensive ticket to the highest hall of power in the Federation. Xiao Fan's gaze fell on the ever-climbing price. 3.75 billion. From Tiangong Military Manufacturing. 3.8 billion. We Pancher Group won it. From a giant conglomerate built on mining. A bunch of hicks. 3.81 billion. In the virtual auction hall, the atmosphere had reached a fever pitch. This was not merely a contest of wealth, it was a perfect opportunity for major powers to display their strength and loyalty to the military, especially to Xiao Ningxiu, who was about to become the rising star of the Federation military. Everyone frantically raised their bids, each increment drawing gasps. But just as Pancher Group shouted the astronomical price of 3.9 billion, the auction hall fell silent, and all thought the victor was clear. Then an anonymous buyer with the codename K, who had never appeared before, abruptly entered everyone's sight. He had not participated in any previous bid like a ghost, a spectator. Now he finally made his move. No probing, no gradual steps. He simply nonchalantly entered a number into the bidding box. Then clicked confirm. The next second on the auction page's price display, the string 9 billion inch froze for an instant before being replaced by a shocking new number 100. 10 billion. When those 10 zeros appeared, they struck like a hammer on everyone's hearts. The entire StarNet auction channel, once filled with clamorous taunts and boasts in the public chat, fell into absolute dead silence. It lasted for a full 10 seconds. After 10 seconds, the public channel exploded. Holy crap! Are my eyes playing tricks? How many zeros is that? 10 billion. I'm so poor I can't even count the zeros. Another day of having my imagination limited by poverty. Which celestial being has descended to Earth? The starting bid was only 3 billion, and you directly jumped to 10 billion. Are you here to buy, or to flip the table? The upstairs has a narrow perspective. This is called attitude. This is called strength. K. That code name seems familiar. Is it the mysterious Mr. K who judged the second Miss Xiao at Stardust City? Hiss, if it's him, no wonder. For an existence like that, 10 billion might really be just a number. A tycoon is right among us. Mom is asking why I'm kneeling watching the auction. I said I'm admiring the glory of monetary power. The representatives of Tiangong Military Manufacturing and Panshur Group, who had been fighting tooth and nail, now wisely chose silence. Their expressions were extremely grim. They thought it was a business competition, but the other party had used money to blow up both them and the entire stage. In the face of such brute, irrational financial power, all business strategies and calculations became utterly meaningless. They had been swept off the table by a single number. At the Northern Frontier Military Region's Logistics Command Headquarters, an old general with star-studded shoulders and graying temples stared fixedly at the 10 billion figure on the holographic screen, his breathing growing rapid. Investigate. Immediately. Find out who this K really is, he commanded loudly. A few seconds later, the intelligence officer beside him reported with difficulty, General. The other party is using the highest level anonymous channel of the pan-universal black market. Our authority cannot trace it. The old general was stunned for a moment, then burst into hearty laughter, slamming his fist on the table. Good? A good cannot trace it. A hero asks not where he... In such a difficult time on the Northern Front, anyone who can donate 10 billion credits to support the front lines regardless of who they are is a hero of our Federation. The most honored benefactor of our Northern Frontier military region. The old general's eyes shone with genuine excitement and gratitude. Soldiers on the front bled and died every moment, and the compensation for high-level casualties was already straining the logistics. This 10 billion was like coal in a snowstorm, a true lifeline. He immediately straightened his uniform and said solemnly, "Connect to Mr. K's encrypted communication. I want to express my thanks personally." The communication was soon established. No image appeared on the holographic screen, only a constantly rotating black cube representing K. "Greetings, Mr. K. I am Li Jinghua, head of the Logistics Department of the Federation's Northern Frontier Military Region." The old general gave a solemn military salute, his tone full of respect. "On behalf of the 3 million soldiers of the Northern Frontier and on behalf of the countless compatriots fighting bloody battles against stellar beasts, I extend our most profound gratitude." Inside the cockpit, Xiao Fan listened to the heartfelt voice, his expression calm. He activated a voice modulator and responded in a hoarse, low voice, "You flatter me, General. It is my duty to contribute a small effort to the Federation." This flat, almost indifferent tone made General Li Jinghua pause again. The other party seemed to treat the 10 billion as nothing, as if casually tossing a coin. This further convinced Li that Mr. K was a profound, patriotic, and famous shuing recluse. Li Zhengguo's respect deepened. He said earnestly, "Mr. K, your donation is not just material support, it's a tremendous spiritual boost to our frontline soldiers. We have no way to repay you." He changed the subject and made a request. 3 days from now is the promotion and award ceremony of our Federation's pride and Northern Frontier's guardian, Brigadier General Xiao Ningxue, to be promoted to Major General. This is a grand event for the Northern Frontier and the entire Federation. I earnestly invite you as a special honorary contributor of the Federation to attend. Your seat will be arranged in the front row alongside the Federation Marshal. This is the honor you deserve. Finally it came. Xiao Fan's eyes glinted with cold. The perfect hunting stage, the prime spectator seats. Everything was under control. "I can," he replied in the same hoarse voice. "Excellent." Li Jinghua was overjoyed. "I will immediately send the highest level encrypted VIP invitation to your anonymous mailbox. At that time, the entire Tianxiong Star will open its doors to you." The communication ended. A shimmering golden electronic invitation bearing the Federation's highest eagle emblem quietly appeared in Xiao Fan's personal light brain. Meanwhile, 10 billion interstellar credits were transferred from his anonymous account to the Northern Frontier Military Region's coffers. The moment the payment completed, an unprecedented, extremely loud system prompt exploded in his mind. The voice even carried a hint of bankruptcy and ecstasy due to exceeding performance targets. Detecting host completed a strategic consumption behavior with ultra-high premium. Item intrinsic value approximately 500 million interstellar credits. Host consumption amount 10 billion interstellar credits. Behavior nature public welfare strategic with massive positive influence. Comprehensive judgment. This consumption behavior triggers 100,000 times critical hit. Boom. Golden light like a supernova explosion instantly engulfed Xiao Fan's entire system space. All the text and icons on the panel melted and dissolved in the golden ocean, decomposing into the purest vast data streams. It was as if the universe was first created, the great Tao manifesting. Finally, all the light and data collapsed toward the storm's center, condensing into a single thread. A seemingly insignificant thread radiating the supreme aura. After a moment of silence, the system's voice sounded again. This time it was no longer synthetic, but filled with solemnity and majesty, announcing the birth of a god king. Congratulations, host, for obtaining unique mythical level curio. 1 strand of Hongmeng Golden Core Mother Chi. Item description: the first strand of the rule force of the Golden Core Great Tao, condensed from primordial chaos, the origin Chi. Function: it provides no energy. It is itself the supreme law of the act of condensing a golden core. Effect: any foundation establishment stage cultivator who ingests this will bypass all bottlenecks, inner demons, and pill toxins forcibly and perfectly, condensing a legendary golden core of the highest rank, one that shares origin with the Great Tao and is indestructible through countless calamities. The Hongmeng Tao Pill. Special note: host, what you stepped on isn't dog excrement, it's the heavenly Tao. Prepare for an ultimate leap in life level. The system's notification tone faded. The voice, bursting with ecstatic delight over performance, seemed to still echo within the soul space. Xiao Fan's consciousness withdrew from the system interface. Inside the cockpit it was dark and deep, with only the sound of his own breathing. Hongmeng Golden Core Primordial Chi. Just silently reciting these words, he could feel a breath of the most ancient and primordial laws of the universe coiling within his soul. It was not energy nor matter. It was a qualification. It was the most primitive pass issued by the heavens and earth at the dawn of creation to the first beings who dared to challenge the shackles of life. Now this pass belonged to him. Xiao Fan did not hesitate for a moment. He gave an order to Yuming Du, then directly left the cockpit and stepped into the cold. Yuming Du turned into an imperceptible shadow behind him and vanished into the ripples of subspace. Xiao Fan's figure, after a few flashes, had already appeared in the outer reaches of the Tianxiong Galaxy, a silent zone filled with countless floating meteorites. He casually chose a barren asteroid about several kilometers in diameter, its surface covered with impact craters, and landed on it. Here, far from all shipping lanes, there was no sign of life. This was the chosen delivery room for his rebirth. Xiao Fan sat cross-legged. He closed his eyes and moved his mind. A wisp of peculiar aura, appearing extremely faint like liquid purple gold, yet constantly shifting its form. Now turning into a nebula, now condensing into the phantom of a deity, slowly drifted out from between his brows. This was that wisp of Hongmeng Golden Core Primordial Chi. It hovered silently, emitting no energy fluctuations, yet it caused subtle distortions in the surrounding space laws, as if unable to bear the weight of its concept. Xiao Fan opened his mouth. The cultivation method of the Hongmeng devouring heaven scripture began to circulate automatically within his body. That wisp of primordial chi, as if sensing a call from the same source, transformed into a purple gold stream of light and actively plunged into his mouth. Boom. It was not a loud noise on the physical level, but a sound of the cosmic Big Bang echoing in the depths of the soul. There was no pain. There was even no energy shock. Only a pure grand sense of elevation as the life level was forcibly upgraded. His Dantian Chi, see that sapphire blue ocean formed by the spiritual energy of late foundation establishment, completely boiled at this moment. That wisp of primordial chi, like a creator deity, descended at the center of this ocean. It provided no energy. It merely issued a supreme, divine decree. Condense. A concept, a result. The entire sapphire blue ocean of spiritual energy, as if hearing the command of its sovereign, began to spin and compress madly. It was like the process of a nebula condensing into a star, accelerated countless times. The watery spiritual energy became viscous at a visible speed, turned into mercury, and then collapsed from mercury toward the central point into a... During this process, Xiao Fan's soul was pulled by an irresistible force into a chaotic void that could not be defined by time and space. He saw it. He saw a chaos with no up or down, no past or future. Then the appearance of a thought. Let there be light. And there was light. He saw how a speck of dust in its endless floating gave birth to the idea of condensing into a pill. He saw how the act of forming a golden core evolved from an impossible fantasy into a feasible concept, ultimately solidified into an eternal, indestructible, fundamental law engraved in the foundations of the universe. His Hongmeng divine demon body, under the wash of this breath originating from creation, emitted an unprecedented joy-filled hum. Every cell was cheering. Every inch of sinew and bone was singing. They were no longer the flesh and blood forged in the later stages, but had temporarily returned to the most primordial, Hongmeng, form at the dawn of the universe, composed of Tao particles. This was a wanderer returning to his mother's embrace. For the first time beyond the pure obsession with revenge, Xiao Fan felt a grander ultimate pleasure in pursuing power itself. So becoming stronger was such a pleasurable thing. I don't know how long passed. It could have been an instant or billions of years. All the liquid spiritual energy in his Dantian Chi Sea, along with the sapphire blue sea itself, completely disappeared. Everything was compressed to the extreme, condensed into that single point at the center. When the last drop of spiritual energy was devoured, that point finally stabilized, revealing its ultimate form. It was not a pill. It did not even belong to any known material form. It was a point. A singularity that devoured all light and divine sense, like the ultimate void of a black hole miniaturized to the extreme. Around it there were even faint, intermittently flashing purple chaotic lightning, like its ring, which was the pure leakage of Tao and Law compressed to the extreme. Homing Tao pill. This pill was not a storage device for energy. It itself was a miniature universe model, a law engine that constantly devoured, transformed, and released energy from higher dimensions. The system's voice rang in his mind with a dullness when facing something beyond its understanding. Ding. Detected that the host has condensed a supreme-grade golden core that cannot be recognized by the database and exceeds the theoretical limit. Analyzing. Analysis failed. The existence of this item has surpassed the current comprehensible scope of this system. Based on its composition laws and form temporarily named Homing Tao pill. Warning: the law level of this Tao pill is too high. The host's current physical body and soul cannot fully bind its power, which may cause some aura leakage. It is recommended that the host familiarize and master it as soon as possible otherwise. However, the system's warning came too late. Just at the first instant when this Hongmeng Tao pill completely took shape and began to autonomously breathe within Xiao Fan's Dantian. A wisp, just an imperceptible wisp of pressure that belonged not to energy but to existence itself, uncontrollably leaked out from Xiao Fan. This pressure ignored time and space. It instantly spread, taking the barren asteroid where Xiao Fan was as the absolute center, covering the entire Tianxiong galaxy. Then an unbelievable scene occurred. In this star region, the billions of distant stars that originally emitted varying degrees of light all at the same moment had their light violently distorted. Their light seemed to be seized by an invisible force, forcibly bent and deflected. It was as if countless individuals at the same moment were being forcibly pressed down by an irresistible force, bowing their heads and bending their waists. Billions of stars at this moment toward the same direction. That barren, inconspicuous asteroid, toward the figure on that asteroid, performed the most humble, most ancient kneeling bow. The light of the entire starry sky seemed to be worshipping a newborn king. Starlight was twisted into pilgrimage paths in the void, forming a grand cosmic tableau. And at the end of all this Tianxiong star, the Northern Military Region Supreme Military Command Center, the hundreds of giant monitoring screens that had been running smoothly all turned into a glaring blood red in an instant. The shrill alarm, representing the highest level unknown threat, resounded throughout the underground fortress. Alarm! Alarm! Detected an unrecognizable law distortion phenomenon beyond comprehension. All star sector energy observation stations from Alpha 01 to Omega 99, readings all zeroed. No, not zeroed. Their observation logic has been overwritten by a higher level law. A white-haired old professor in charge of astronomical monitoring stared intently at the completely chaotic data stream before him, his glasses sliding down to the tip of his nose without him noticing, and he excitedly shouted, "My God! This is impossible. The space-time we are in is bending. It's as if the entire universe is kneeling towards some existence we cannot observe." Kneeling. In the command center, all the generals and staff officers who heard this sentence felt a chill. The entire sea of stars was kneeling. What an absurd and terrifying scene. The Supreme Commander, an old man bearing the Marshal's star, forced himself to calm down and shouted into the communicator, "Lock down that damn source immediately. Report to the Marshal. Unable to lock. In all our instruments that area, there is nothing but all the starlight, all the energy, all the laws. Point to that place. That is a singularity of existence, a blind spot for observation. It is right there, but we cannot see him." The alarm grew increasingly shrill, as if to pierce everyone's eardrums. In this apocalyptic chaos, no one knew. A brand new sun, enough to overturn the entire existing power system of the universe, had quietly risen, and its radiance was about to bring the first ray of the dawn of judgment to this kingdom of idols. Within the command center, every person fell silent. The The piercing sound of the highest alert became the sole background noise of this space. Everyone stood frozen in place, the color draining from their faces, their eyes filled only with an incomprehensible terror. Kneeling. The entire sea of stars was kneeling toward an invisible existence. Every word from the white-haired old professor struck heavily upon the hearts of the crowd. The elderly man bearing the marshal's star on his shoulder now had cold sweat seeping from his forehead. Though he forced himself to remain composed, his voice trembled slightly. Double check. Call the highest authority of the Tycoon System. I refuse to believe that a ghost beyond observation could appear in our Northern Territory star chart. A young data analyst furiously manipulated the holographic keyboard, his complexion even paler than the marshal's, his fingers moving so fast they became mere blurs. After a moment, he reported in a tearful, despairing voice, Marshal, it's no use. All observational logic has failed. It's not a physically existing blind zone. It's an access denied at the level of fundamental laws. He lifted his head, his eyes wild with the collapse. This is a kind of dimensional reduction strike against the very act of observation itself. It's as if an invisible hand has crushed all our pride-worthy detection instruments from three-dimensional space into two-dimensional paper. They still function, but they've lost the ability to observe depth. Dimensional reduction strike. This term, existing only in theoretical physics and ancient science fiction legends, when spoken by a top federal military scientist, brought devastating impact. It meant the enemy hadn't even made a move. The enemy's mere existence there turned the most advanced technology of this star region into a pile of meaningless junk. It's over. The old marshal slumped against his chair, a deep sense of helplessness appearing in his eyes for the first time. A deity has descended upon the Northern Territory, and we cannot even see its shadow. He did not know. Farther away in the deep cosmos, that formidable joint fleet capable of trampling a small kingdom had also fallen into an eerie state. Just as the flagship Holy Judgment was about to complete its final spatial jump and arrive over Tianxiong's star, Tianxing Venerable seated on the throne in the bridge, his usually indifferent eyes suddenly contracted. A supreme pressure enough to make even him feel palpitations swept through. It was not energy. It was existence itself. It was as if a Tyrannosaurus Rex rampaging wildly in three-dimensional space inadvertently glimpsed the shadow of a higher life form merely passing by in four-dimensional space. That shadow alone made the dinosaur's proud scales, claws, and strength seem laughable and insignificant. Stop. Tianxing Venerable uttered a single word. The Martial God Hall steward behind him couldn't even react. Buzz. The entire joint fleet, thousands of ships, was forcibly halted by an invisible sacred domain power just 1 second before exiting the jump passage, severing all engine energy supply and pinning them firmly in the subspace interlayer. Venerable. Why stop? The villain is right before us. Xiao Fan, who had just recovered from the impact of resentment, now erupted in fury and roared. Tianxing Venerable did not look at him. His gaze seemed to pierce through infinite time and space toward the star region where the tremor had originated. For the first time, his usually cold face showed a look of astonishment. This is not something that mere mortal could stir up. His voice was deep, unusually grave. That pressure, just now, transcends the scope of martial arts, transcends any known power system. It was a declaration of existence. He paused, then uttered a conclusion that chilled Xiao Fan and Lin Feng to the bone. Either an ancient god beyond the martial god level from a higher dimension has awakened, or some taboo capable of altering the fundamental laws of this universe has been born. Xiao Fan stood frozen, his rage rapidly replaced by a deeper fear. Then, what do we do? Tianxing Venerable closed his eyes, sensing the faint Tao mark left in the depths of space-time after the pressure dissipated. Pass my orders. All ships, shut down active detection radar switch to lowest power ghost mode and hide in the asteroid belt on the outskirts of the Tianxiong system. Until we figure out the nature of that existence, no one is to act rashly. He, the esteemed martial saint of the Guardian Martial God Hall, at the final moment before reaching the battlefield and slaying his enemy, chose to play the ghost. It wasn't that he was cowardly. It was that he, as one of the top predators in this universe, had his soul's intuition frantically warning him. How terrifying that star region ahead was. There, a higher dimensional player whom he could neither understand nor confront had appeared. At that moment, on that barren meteoroid worshipped by the sea of stars at the center of the storm, Xiao Fan slowly opened his eyes. His eyes no longer held visions of stars being born and dying, only a profound calm. It was done. The Hongming Dao pill. He could clearly feel that his life level had undergone a complete, irreversible leap. His divine sense no longer needed to be deliberately released or extended. His will was now a spreading domain. With a thought, the entire Tianxiong star, from every grain of dust on its surface to every ship in orbit, from the bead of sweat on the marshal's face in the command center to every praise of Xiao Ningxue on the public star network channels, was all within his perception, as clear as the lines on his palm. He saw the frustrated military high command. He even saw the joint fleet that had just hidden itself thinking it was unnoticed. A cold smile curled at the corners of Xiao. A bunch of pitiful insects panicking over the birth of a new god, unaware that the god had only passed by to dismantle their ridiculous idols. Was this the power of the Golden Core stage? No. This was the power of the Hongmeng Dao pill. It brought Xiao Fan not only an increase in strength, but an elevation of perspective. He felt as if he had transformed from a chess player into a higher being, overlooking countless chessboards. Xiao Fan raised his hand. Looking at his long, slender fingers, he suddenly wanted to test what this new power could truly achieve. His gaze casually fell on a barren satellite a few hundred kilometers in diameter orbiting Tianxiong star. He extended a finger and lightly toward that satellite pointed into the void. No sword aura. No spiritual energy fluctuation. No earth-shattering audiovisual effects. With his will at that moment, he simply issued a definition: you should not exist. The next instant, an unbelievable scene unfolded. The surface of that satellite, which had orbited peacefully for billions of years, began to dissolve. Not an explosion nor fragmentation. The material structure that composed it from the most fundamental particle level was forcibly stripped of the attribute cohesion by a higher dimensional law. Rock was no longer rock. It returned to primordial dust. That colossal satellite, in absolute silence like a sand sculpture carried away by the wind, silently turned into a vast cloud of stellar dust, slowly dispersing until it was completely assimilated by the vacuum of space. A celestial body had been erased from the laws of physics. Ding! The system's voice rang in his mind with a slight stutter from processing overload. Warning detected: leaked Dao pill aura from host. It has caused irreversible minor layer damage to current spacetime. Recommend host quickly restrain and control this power. Your current state is equivalent to a baby holding the remote control of a nuclear bomb launcher. Too dangerous. Xiao Fan smiled. Dangerous. That was exactly what he wanted. He slowly stood up, took a step, and his figure had already returned to the cockpit of Nether Fairy. Cold dark as always. The spaceship started silently turning into a phantom that no instrument could capture, blending into subspace and stealthily moving toward Tianxiong star. Xiao Fan sat on the throne and called up the highest-level gilded VIP invitation quietly stored in the optical brain. On the invitation, the Federal Eagle emblem shone brightly, symbolizing supreme honor. The location of the investiture ceremony: Hero Spirit Square. Invitee Mr. K, special honorary contributor of the Federation. Xiao Fan's fingertip gently traced the letters symbolizing the name of Federal Eagle Xiao Ningxue. A cold, playful smile curved on his lips. Then it's time for the show to begin. 3 days later. Tianxiong star, the administrative center of the northern military region. This planet, famed for its iron discipline and order, was hosting the grandest celebration of the year. At the capital of the planet, the Hall of Heroes Square. Built by the Federation to honor the martyrs who fell in the wars against the star beasts, this sacred site sprawled over a vast area. The ground was paved with dark stones that absorbed and reflected starlight, lending it an air of solemn dignity. At this moment, the outer perimeter of the square was already packed with countless Federation citizens gathered to catch a glimpse of their revered guardian in all her glory. Inside, the scene was entirely different. The floor was polished to a mirror-like sheen. Tens of thousands of soldiers in pristine white power armor stood at impeccable attention, forming an impenetrable cordon around the core area. Luxurious shuttles bearing the insignias of major conglomerates and military-industrial complexes descended in precise order, guided by the control tower, and landed gracefully in designated zones. Stepping out were dignitaries of immense influence in the Federation. That's President Li of Heavenly Works Military Manufacturing. They are one of the top 3 arms suppliers. Over there, the chairman of Rock Solid Group has arrived. Word has it they control a third of the rare mineral veins in the northern region. And the president of Galactic Commerce Bank. I didn't expect him to come in person. In the public chat of the StarNet live broadcast, comments scrolled at lightning speed. The people discussed these normally unapproachable titans with a mixture of awe and envy. Today, these magnates had put aside their usual arrogance and dominance, exchanging polite pleasantries as they were guided to the observation seats by military liaisons. Today, they were not the protagonists. They were merely the most splendid backdrop for the rising star about to ascend. Yet just as everyone believed the ceremony would proceed with solemn order, an anomaly occurred. A low hum unlike any known shuttle engine resounded without warning over the square. Everyone instinctively looked up. A pitch-black shuttle bearing no family or corporate insignia, its design archaic and mysterious, tore through a restricted flight lane, ignoring all vessels queuing for landing, and descended straight toward the VIP channel at the core. Warning. Unknown vessel, you have entered the highest level no-fly zone. Identify yourself immediately, or you will be shot down. The urgent warning from the Tianxiong Defense Command blared through the public channel. The black shuttle made no response. A holographic projection materialized beneath its prow. On the screen, there was no complicated identification code, only a single massive rotating black cube. Codename K. The command center fell silent for 3 seconds. Then a voice laced with extreme panic and deference overrode the earlier warning. Clear. Highest priority. Clear all flight lanes. Clear. He need not say more. For everyone saw beside the black cube the emblem of a golden flame eagle, the symbol of the Federation's highest honor and contribution, slowly materialized. Special honorary contributor of the Federation. This was an identity mark rarer than a marshal's personal appearance. Holy shit, someone in the crowd blurted out, voicing what everyone was thinking. The StarNet live broadcast channel erupted. K. The same K who spent 10 billion on military supplies at the auction without batting an eye. Damn, that's the power of money. Cutting the line and ignoring traffic control. I'm going to earn 10 billion now. Upstairs, wake up. Look at those big shots. Heavenly Works and Rock Solid are green with envy. Ha ha ha, public shaming. I declare that today all the swagger in Hall of Heroes Square belongs to Mr. K alone. Tonight's tab is on him. Under countless gazes mixed with shock, envy, curiosity, and awe, the black shuttle hovered steadily at the end of the VIP red carpet. The hatch slid open silently. General Li Jingwa, Minister of Logistics for the Northern Region, who had been waiting, stepped forward, straightened his uniform, and greeted with an exuberant smile. A tall, slender young man emerged from the shuttle. He wore a well-fitted black suit and a plain silver mask that covered the upper half of his face, revealing only a sharply defined jaw and thin lips. He emitted no energy fluctuations like an ordinary rich young master, seemingly out of place in this martial atmosphere. But no one dared underestimate him, for he was K. Mr. K. Welcome. Your presence brings glory to the entire northern region. General Li hastened forward, saluted solemnly, and spoke with fervor. Xiao Fan's gaze swept across the scene, finally resting on Li Jingwa. Through the raspy voice modulator, he replied with a faint nod. You flatter me, General. Under Li Jingwa's personal escort, Xiao Fan passed through the backdrop of tycoons amid suppressed gasps and proceeded to the front row, the seat next to the Federation Marshal, the absolute center of the venue. His seat was even more prominent than those of all military region commanders. As he sat down, he seemed to sense something and casually glanced. There his good elder sister Xiao Ningxue, clad in a spotless white marshal's ceremonial uniform, was chatting and laughing gracefully with several top Federation commanders. She was undoubtedly the center of attention, pure majestic, exuding a holy and awe-inspiring dignity. Sensing Xiao Fan's gaze, Xiao Ningxue turned her eyes. Their gazes briefly met in the air. Xiao Ningxue was startled. The masked man's eyes were strange. They held neither awe, admiration, nor curiosity. It was a look, like a beast sizing up its prey, full of aggression and amusement. A chill ran down her spine. Her instincts as a peak martial king issued a faint warning. But she shook her head in self-deprecation. Preposterous. This was Hall of Heroes Square, the most heavily guarded place in the Federation. Who could threaten her? Perhaps the mysterious magnate simply had a peculiar personality. Xiao Ningxue withdrew her gaze, returning her attention to the marshal, dismissing the incident. She did not know that far beyond the orbit of Tianxiong, in a dark asteroid belt, a massive Saint-class flagship lay silently in ambush. On the bridge of the Saint's judgment, the brow of heavenly punishment, Venerable, furrowed imperceptibly. He too had seen the mysterious K through surveillance and that exchanged glance. Strange, he murmured to himself. For some reason, that masked mortal that gaze gave him an extremely faint sense of being spied upon, a sensation he usually felt only when facing beings of equal or higher rank. An illusion. Venerable, how much longer must we wait? Murong Feng, still venomous, urged impatiently. Why pay attention to some upstart nouveau riche? We should conduct a full-spectrum scan of Tianxiong and dig out that bastard. Silence, heavenly punishment, Venerable said coldly, releasing a saint's pressure that instantly silenced him. Fool. He still hadn't realized that this K might be connected to the terrifying anomaly that had shaken the starlight a few days ago. Without understanding the situation, any rash move could lead to unforeseen consequences. Yet he did not know that his muttered words and the venomous thoughts of Murong Feng beside him were clearly heard by another consciousness. At Hall of Heroes Square, first row, Xiao Fan leaned back in his seat. His golden choristage divine sense had already spread like an invisible web, enveloping the entire star system. He saw that fleet which believed itself hidden flawlessly like a few clown fish darting in an aquarium, and the smile at the corner of his mouth deepened. No rush. None will escape. Everyone had taken their seats. His script was about to unfold. Now I declare the Federation Admiral Commendation Ceremony officially begins. With the herald's resounding voice, a silver-haired Supreme Marshal bearing 5 golden stars stepped onto the rostrum. Today we gather here to bestow upon the Federation's most distinguished daughter, an invincible guardian, the honor she deserves. The Marshal's voice was loud and impassioned, amplified throughout the square and across the Federation's live network. She is our Federation's eagle, Brigadier Xiao Ningxue. Spotlight converged. Under thunderous applause and cheers, Xiao Ningxue walked with solemn steps to the center of the rostrum. At this moment her prestige and glory reached their zenith. Meanwhile, in an unnoticed corner below, Xiao Fan lightly tapped his personal optical computer. A command visible only to him appeared on the screen. His voice echoed calmly in his own mind. Heavenly Tao Intelligence. Prepare to deploy Act 1. Prepare for deployment Act 1. On the high platform of the award ceremony, the marshal held in both hands the general's star emblem, symbolizing the highest honor of the Federation's military. The star emblem was forged from the rarest radiant gold, refracting dazzling and brilliant light under the glow of the artificial star of Tianxiong Star. A smile brimming with relief and pride graced his face. Now I shall bestow upon our Federation's pride, our undefeated guardian of the Northern Territory, this medal that belongs to her. He turned to Xiao Ningxue, raising the star emblem high. Every camera lens, every spotlight in that instant converged upon Xiao Ningxue. Her prestige, her glory at this moment reached the zenith of her life. On the Star Network Live channel, congratulatory bullet messages had inundated the entire. Long live the Queen. Witness history. The Federation's youngest general, Lady Ningxue, is forever divine. Yet, just as the star emblem in the marshal's hand was about to touch the pristine front of Xiao Ningxue's ceremonial dress, a change occurred. Above the entire Hall of Heroes Square, dozens of giant holographic screens broadcasting the live event switched without any warning. The personal optical computers of civilians on the periphery, every Star Network channel showing the live broadcast, and even public screens in every corner of the Federation were forcibly overridden at the same instant. The image was no longer the solemn and magnificent award ceremony. It was a huge file cover stamped with a triple-level blood-red top secret mark. The cover opened. A recording filled with noise and shaking, carrying a thick aura of war, began to play. Red Sand Star Campaign 3rd Standard Day Command Room original recording. In the footage, a slightly younger Xiao Ningxue appeared. She too wore a military uniform, her expression colder than now. A communications soldier rushed into the command room, voice urgent. Reporting to Brigadier. The final life detection scan shows large-scale indigenous settlements beneath the surface of Red Sand Star. Estimated. Over 5 million. The command room fell silent instantly. Everyone's gaze turned to Xiao Ningxue. These natives belong to a protected, intelligent civilization under Federation law. If we... An adjutant began to speak, but his words trailed off. On the Star Network public chat area, after a brief silence, sporadic questions arose. What is this? Internal military exercise footage. Red Sand Star? I remember, wasn't that the planet that blew itself up 3 years ago due to a geological catastrophe? The recording continued. In the picture, Xiao Ningxue's fingertips tapped rhythmically on the cold metal surface of the command console. She paid no heed to the adjutant's hesitation. Her voice was devoid of any fluctuation. Original plan unchanged. Execute indiscriminate purification. The adjutant's face. But Brigadier, those are 5 million lives. They are not even enemies. Xiao Ningxue finally raised her eyes, her gaze piercing through the screen, landing on the face of every viewer. 0 casualties among soldiers and a perfect victory worthy of being recorded in military history. These are the supreme objectives of this campaign. She stood up, clasping her hands behind her back as she walked to the massive porthole. Their sacrifice can earn us these 2 things. This is their honor. Honor. Those 2 words fell from her lips. It was not a command. It was a declaration of self-evidence, as if a deity defined the fate of ants. The final scene of the recording, an external view of the a planetary annihilation main cannon over 1 kilometer in diameter slowly extended from the flagship's underside. The devastating beam fired. In the distant starry space, that dark red planet silently transformed into a splendid cosmic firework, then fell into dead stillness. At the end of the recording was a falsified after-action report. The conclusion bore a cold, printed line: Red Sand Star disintegrated due to unknown geological catastrophe, causing plate rupture. The recording ended. The frame froze on Xiao Ningxue's phrase, "This is their honor," her cold and aloof face occupying the center of every screen. In the Hall of Heroes Square, every sound vanished. Cheers, applause, chatter, breathing, all stopped abruptly. Time seemed frozen. Countless Federation citizens present and watching the live broadcast saw their fervent adoration solidify, then turn into bewilderment, and finally into shock and disgust. Far away across the galaxy, on the bridge of the dormant Saint Vessel flagship, Shingsai, the atmosphere was equally eerie. Morong Feng watched the earth-shattering scandal on the screen, his expression shifting from shock to a morbid ecstasy. Ha ha. Interesting. Truly interesting, he chuckled under his breath. Eagle of the Federation. I would say it's the shame of the Federation. The Xiao family this time will have their face utterly shredded. Tianqing Zunzi's frowned deeply for the first time. His gaze locked tightly onto the man code. This fellow. His reason for infiltrating here was not escape, but to publicly execute a deity the Federation had erected before the entire universe. Such ruthless methods. On the high platform, the marshal's hand froze in midair. The dazzling star emblem became scorching hot and utterly ironic. The pride and arrogance on his face vanished, replaced only by the shock and pallor of a shattered worldview. And the focus of all attention, Xiao Ningxue. She still held the posture of about to receive glory, but her body trembled uncontrollably. Her holy and majestic face drained of all color, pale as paper. Every word from the recording turned into the most venomous curse, the sharpest blade piercing deep into her soul. Her belief, founded on justice and glory, began to waver at this moment. A crack deep enough to reveal bone appeared. Her world was collapsing. All the glory, all the praise, all the faith in this instant transformed into the cold gaze scrutinizing her sin. The idol had crumbled. The idol had crumbled. The divine statue crumbled. A dead silence fell over the Hall of Heroes Square. The previously boiling cheers and applause were strangled in the throat by an invisible hand. The fervent worship on the faces of the thousands of Federation citizens gathered there like a corrupted image froze, cracked, and peeled away inch by inch, leaving only an incredulous blankness and a bone-deep nausea. On the high platform, the white-haired Federation marshal trembled violently as he held the star-crest insignia of an admiral. That medal, symbolizing the supreme honor of a Federation soldier, now felt bitterly ironic and scorching hot to the touch. He looked at Xiao Ningxue. The face that once filled him with immense pride now only evoked strangeness and fear. And at the center of all attention, Xiao Ningxue, her trembling grew more violent. Her spotless white ceremonial dress could no longer support her sacred halo. Instead, it made her face pale as paper, as if she were in mourning for the 5 million souls. The entire world she had constructed was dismantled in less than a minute. After the brief silence came a fierce backlash from the entire Federation. The public channels of the Star Network were completely overturned. Did I just hear that? It is their honor. Honor. So this is our Federation's guardian. A butcher who could casually erase 5 million lives for a perfect resume. The clown was me all along. I'm genuinely sick. I tore down her poster from the wall and burned it. Now the whole room stinks. Massive fan exodus and backlash scene. I declare from today onwards I'm a lifelong detractor of Xiao Ningxue. No one can whitewash her. The biggest boomerang of the year, the fist of justice ultimately slammed into its own face. Classic. Aren't you curious? Who released this video? Level military archives. This is absolutely a shocking inside story. This person not only kills, but also destroys the soul. Exactly. During the award ceremony in front of the entire universe. This method is too ruthless, it's a public execution. Just as the storm of public opinion on the Star Network was about to overturn the entire Federation on the front row of seats representing the top elite in the Hall of Heroes Square. A discordant movement caught everyone's attention. The man who exuded mystery and style from the moment he appeared, the Tycoon K, who spent billions without changing his expression. He slowly stood up. His movements were not fast, but carried a unique rhythm each step, causing a momentary pause in the hearts of the onlookers. Under countless gazes mixed with shock, bewilderment, and curiosity, he passed through the crowd step by step towards the high platform that once bore supreme glory, but was now a tribunal. The cameras instinctively focused on him. He ascended the platform and walked to Xiao Ningxue, whose spirit was on the verge of collapse. Then, under the watchful eyes of the entire Federation, he raised his hand and removed the silver mask. A young, handsome, yet extraordinarily cold face was exposed to everyone's sight. That face bore a 70 to 80% resemblance to several core members of the Xiao family. The dead silence at the scene was broken by sharp intakes of far away beyond the Tianxua star system, within the joint fleet hidden in the asteroid belt. The atmosphere on the bridge of the flagship Holy Judgment was the heavenly punishment venerable, who had been meditating with closed eyes, snapped his eyes open. His gaze locked onto the face on the screen, and a terrifying pressure befitting a saint radiated uncontrollably. He understood. The Tao pill aura that had unsettled him, the mysterious Tycoon, he couldn't see through this earth-shattering scandal targeting the Xiao family. Everything was connected. This was a trap. A deadly trap that had calculated everything, even him, a martial saint, from beginning to end. He had been played for a fool. Wretch. A roar inhuman filled with endless venom and madness exploded on the bridge. Xiao Zhengxiang's eyes were bloodshot. He stared fixedly at Xiao Fan's face on the screen, his martial emperor aura erupting wildly. Only the suppression of the heavenly punishment venerable's saint domain kept him from charging out of the warship. It's you. So it was you, this wretch. You're not dead. The muscles on Morong Feng's face twitched wildly. He looked at the screen first in shock, then overwhelmed by a tremendous fear. Beside him, Xiao Zhanxiong lunged at the command console like a madman. Venerable. Fire. Fire now. Bombard the entire Tianxua star. I don't want him dead. I want his soul annihilated. Back on the Tianxua star in the Hall of Heroes Square, Xiao Fan's identity reveal triggered a magnitude 12 earthquake on the Star Network. Holy crap. It's Xiao Fan. the abandoned son of the Xiao family whose martial veins were crippled and left to die in the wilderness garbage. He's not dead. And he became the Tycoon K. Holy mother, what kind of ultimate dragon returning revenge script is this? Goodness, I'll just say goodness. So the business trial that brought down second sister Xiao Ziyu's company was also his doing. Going down the list one by one. Who's next? Too ruthless, truly too ruthless. Returning at the moment of your greatest glory and honor, delivering the fatal blow. This is revenge. Killing and destroying the soul. I've learned. On the high platform, Xiao Fan completely ignored the roaring uproar around him. His gaze calmly fell upon the tottering Xiao Ningxue. My dear elder sister. His voice reverted to its original tone through the voice changer, clear, magnetic, yet carrying a piercing chill, clearly audible. Are you satisfied with this carefully prepared award ceremony gift? Xiao Ningxue jerked her head up, her bloodshot eyes fixed on the face before her, both familiar and strange. It was him. The bastard she considered a family disgrace who should have died long ago in a corner of the wilderness. All her glory, all her dignity had been torn to shreds by his hands. You. A hoarse rasp escaped her throat, unable to form a single word. Xiao Fan sneered coldly. He stepped forward, looking down at her, his voice low, yet pronouncing judgment on the sins of a false deity. In the name of the Federation, you committed massacres. In the name of protection, you built your merit upon bones. Your glory is stained with the blood of 5 million innocents. Your hands are filthier than the claws of star beasts. He raised his head, his gaze sweeping across the venue, finally seeming to pierce through time and space, landing on that distant flagship. Today, in the name of a family member abandoned by the Xiao family, I pronounce final judgment here upon this filthy deity built on lies. Judgment. These two words struck Xiao Ningxue's Dao heart like a heavy hammer. That Dao heart, already riddled with cracks, shattered completely. Overwhelmed by endless humiliation, fear, and raging fury that shattered her reason, Xiao Ningxue let out a piercing shriek. She abandoned all thought, left with only the most primal instinct to kill. Wretch, I'll kill you. Boom. The peak aura of a 9th-rank war king erupted without restraint. The terrifying power of the winter storm martial vein transformed into a devastating tornado laced with countless ice crystals, freezing the entire high platform. With the force to tear everything apart, it came crashing down upon Xiao Fan, who stood mere inches away. The devastating tornado of ice and frost was the furious strike of 9th-rank martial king, Xiao Ningxue, who had staked everything on this blow. The power of the winter storm martial vein was pushed to its extreme, causing the temperature of the entire platform to plummet sharply, and countless sharp ice crystals condensed in the air. That towering tornado, swirling with terrifying might, capable of tearing through starship armor, completely engulfed Xiao Fan's figure. On the square of the Hall of Heroes, thousands of citizens let out terrified screams. The federal marshal and a group of high-ranking officials turned pale, attempting to intervene, but were isolated by that destructive force. This power had surpassed the scope of an ordinary martial king. It was the reckless, unrestrained outpouring of Xiao Ningxue after her Dao heart shattered. The live broadcast on the Star Network trembled violently, and countless bullet comments flooded the screen with fear. It's over. This is going to be instantly killed. Crazy. Xiao Ningxue has completely lost it. This power, this range, could even obliterate a small... Is this the full strength of the eagle of the Federation? Terrifying. Although she is a butcher, there's no denying her power. That is the peak of a 9th-rank martial king. No matter how mysterious that Xiao Fan is, he is ultimately a mortal devoid of any martial aura. This time, not even ashes will remain. At the storm's center on the platform, all light and sound were swallowed. Xiao Fan's figure amidst the raging energy was as fragile as a leaf adrift. Yet he did not move. He did not even blink. Just as the soul-freezing storm was about to touch the corner of his robe, he raised his eyes. In his calm gaze there was no earth-shattering divine radiance, only two faint, barely perceptible ripples in the void that flashed and void-piercing, soul-locking divine eye. Activate. This was not an attack on the material level. It was a lock and strike at the level of law, transcending space and energy, reaching the very origin of life. Xiao Ningxue, who was frantically driving her martial vein, her face twisted with malice and ferocity, suddenly froze. An indescribable shudder originating from the deepest part of her soul instantly pierced her spirit. She no longer felt like a physical entity. She had become a specimen trapped in a transparent glass bottle, coldly scrutinized by a gaze from a higher dimension. Two invisible shackles appeared out of thin air, crossing her protective martial king aura, ignoring her surging martial vein energy, and directly stamped onto the origin of her spirit. The connection between her and her physical body became intermittent in that instant. Her proud winter storm, capable of freezing an entire city, instantly became chaotic, violent, and then out of control due to the loss of her precise boom, boom, boom. That destructive tornado no longer targeted Xiao Fan precisely, but crashed wildly across the platform with part of its energy even backlashing against its own master. Uffed. Xiao Ningxue spat out a mouthful of blood, the madness on her face replaced by an extreme, incomprehensible terror. My power. My body. How is it possible? She let out a silent roar in her heart. The viewers on the Star Network were even more bewildered than she was. What's going on? Lag. Frame drop. No. Look, the storm. It's dissipating. It's collapsing on its own. What is happening? Ran out of mana mid-cast. Her aura. It's so chaotic. She's injured. Backlashed by her own technique. Amid countless shocked and puzzled in the chaotic energy currents that gradually calmed, leaving only countless ice shards swirling wildly, a slender figure walked out slowly. He walked unhurriedly with steady steps and a leisurely gait, as if passing not through a destructive energy storm, but through a thin mist. His black formal attire was spotless. His hair was perfectly in place. This scene broadcast live was indelibly imprinted in the eyes of tens of billions of citizens across the Federation. The visual impact was far more shocking and eerie than any earth-shattering collision. He just walked out of the storm. What kind of interstellar joke is this? This is not science. This is not martial arts. Game admin reporting. Someone is cheating with invincibility. He doesn't have any energy fluctuation on him. What kind of monster is this? Xiao Fan walked step by step to Xiao Ningxue, who stood rigid, her soul locked, unable to move, staring helplessly as he approached. He looked down at her, at this once lofty figure who regarded him as a stain on the family, now unable to stir before him. His good elder sister. His voice rang out, not loud, but every word struck home. Your glory is false. Xiao Ningxue's pupils contracted violently. Your power is tainted. In her bloodshot eyes surged endless humiliation and fear. Xiao Fan slowly extended a finger. On its tip, a faint wisp of chaotic spiritual yuan containing both creative and destructive forces swirled. Now I take it back. As the words fell, he pointed. That finger moved lightly, slowly. But in the eyes of Xiao Ningxue, locked by the void-piercing, soul-locking divine eye, that finger eclipsed the entire world. She wanted to struggle, to roar, to detonate her chi-si in mutual destruction. But her soul refused to obey. Her body had become the most despairing cage, a spectator to her own execution. The fingertip gently landed on her lower abdomen, the location of the martial king's chi-si. There was no earth-shattering explosion. Only a dull, crisp sound like breaking glass came from within her body. It was the collision of golden core stage chaotic spiritual yuan with martial king level true energy. The result was annihilation. An absolute purge of a lower life level by a higher one. Overwhelming. Xiao Ningxue's vast chi-si formed over decades of bitter cultivation under the invasion of that wisp of chaotic spiritual yuan boiled, evaporated, and vanished like snow under the scorching sun. Then the force surged upstream, rushing into her limbs and bones, precisely locking onto the origin of her proud winter storm martial vein. Crack. A clearer shattering sound echoed from the depths of her soul. The martial vein broke inch by inch. The foundation was complete. Xiao Ningxue spat out a large mouthful of blood mixed with the essence of her martial vein. The terrifying aura of a peak 9th-rank martial king, like a punctured balloon, vanished completely within a single second. Her body went limp. The sacred marshal's uniform could no longer support her frame. She collapsed to the ground, as soft as if all her bones had been removed. The eagle of the Federation had fallen. The myth of the North had fallen. Under the gaze of the entire universe. Crippled by a single finger, the entire Federation fell silent. On the Star Network, the barrage of bullet comments eerily paused at that moment. Everyone forgot to think, forgot to breathe, staring blankly at the godlike man on the screen and the former idol at his feet. On the platform, Xiao Fan withdrew his finger, not even glancing at the collapsed Xiao Ningxue. He seemed to have done nothing more than a trivial act, casually crushing an annoying insect. His gaze swept across the crowd. Finally, he slowly lifted his foot as if about to step down on Xiao Ningxue's head, the head that had once borne unparalleled glory and arrogance. He intended to end this trial with the ultimate humiliation. However, just as his foot was about to descend, boom. The sky darkened. An indescribable, terrifying pressure, as if from a divine punishment, descending from the 9 heavens, appeared out of nowhere. The entire Tianqiang star groaned under this pressure, unable to bear it. On the square of the Hall of Heroes, everyone felt as if their souls were crushed by a mountain, unable to move, unable to breathe, their very thoughts nearly froze. An ice-cold, majestic voice devoid of any human emotion, like rolling thunder, descended from the heavens and resounded in the depths of every soul. Stop. The voice carried the authority of law, defining the rules of this place. Mortal, before a saint you have no right to be insolent. Accompanying this oracle-like proclamation, a visible domain of the saint descended from the sky, completely sealing off the entire platform. The divine martial hall of the nation, Venerable Tianqing, personally descended. At the Jingguo Wushan Palace, Tianqing Venerable descended in person. As that will bearing the weight of an entire universe descended, the sky ceased to be the sky. It transformed into a pitch-black curtain, all starlight, and every man-made light source lost their meaning in an instant. For the silhouette descending from the firmament became the sole source of light, and also the sole darkness. A terrifying domain centered upon him instantly enveloped the entire Yingling Hall square and even the near-Earth orbit of Tianqiong Star. The Saint's domain. Time and space froze in that moment. Tens of thousands of people on the square, their faces twisted with fear and shock, were frozen. Soldiers clutching weapons poised to maintain order remained in mid-stride like lifelike statues. The high-ranking Federation officials and Martial King-level powerhouses on the viewing platform felt their martial will crushed by an invisible Mount Tai. Their true chi circulation slowed 100-fold, and lifting even a finger became a luxury. A few solitary martial emperors could barely maintain their breath, but their faces were pale sweat beaded from their brows, and their eyes brimmed with primal awe and fear before a higher life form. Even the live StarNet feed seemed to stutter at a painfully low frame rate. Everything slowed down. Only that voice, as if echoing from the Nine Nether or pronouncing judgment from the Divine Kingdom, branded itself clearly into every living being's soul. Stop. Mortal, you are unworthy of insolence before a saint. The figure of Tianqing Venerable slowly descended from the heights. He did not look at anyone. His gaze pierced through frozen time and space, settling upon the sole figure who could still move freely within the domain. The man who had just crippled the eagle of the Federation with a single finger. Xiao Fan. In Tianqing Venerable's eyes, Xiao Fan bore no energy fluctuations. He was merely a mortal. Yet this mortal could disregard his saintly pressure. That in itself was the ultimate provocation. Tianqing Venerable's face showed no expression. He had no need to vent his emotions through anger. He was a saint. He was the embodiment of laws. His actions were divine retribution. He raised his hand, a hand that seemed to hold the power of life, and he struck downward at Xiao Fan casually with one palm. That strike was slow, so slow that everyone on the square could clearly see its descending trajectory. But it was a slowness that transcended the concept of speed, for during its descent it locked onto the laws and defined the outcome. With a palm print past space, visibly wrinkled and collapsed. This strike was not meant to kill Xiao Fan. It was meant to annihilate him and the platform beneath his feet from this three-dimensional universe entirely. Upon the platform facing this overwhelming attack, Xiao Fan did not even lift an eyelid. He still looked down at his foot about to step on Xiao Ningxu's face. It seemed the divine punishment descending from the heavens could not hold more interest for him than Xiao Ningxu's humiliated and despairing face. That disregard was a form of contempt more extreme than any resistance. Far away among the stars on the bridge of the Shengcai, Xiao Zhengxiang's face twisted into morbid ecstasy. Die? Die, abomination. Before a saint you're nothing but a bug to be crushed. He laughed wildly. Yet at the very moment everyone believed this farce of revenge would end with the sacred executioner erasing that arrogant sinner. A new anomaly arose. Before Xiao Fan, the space completely locked by the saint's law suddenly twisted without warning, like a calm lake disturbed by an invisible pebble. Then, a pitch-black shadow, darker purer than the darkness brought by Tianqing Venerable, stepped out from that twisted space. It was a three-meturtled demonic shadow. Its body was jet black, as if condensed from the ultimate void of the universe, devouring all surrounding light. Ancient, sinister, yet profound, chaotic-colored demonic patterns flowed slowly over its surface like living things. Its eyes were two miniature blood-red suns blazing fiercely. The Hongmeng Dao puppet. War form. At its appearance there was no earth-shattering aura, but Tianqing Venerable's saint's domain capable of freezing time and space automatically dissolved and retreated within a single foot around this demonic shadow. As if encountering its sovereign, the Dao puppet looked up. Its bloods-unlike pupils gazed at the slowly descending palm print that could erase stars. Then it raised its fist. One punch, simple, straightforward, hurled toward the sky. This punch also had no energy fluctuations, no law flows, not even the stir of a single air molecule. Only the pure archer-turnto simplicity, absolute strength. The next instant fist and palm met midair. No explosion, no sound wave, nothing. That point of collision, that tiny patch of space together with the light and sound within it, was directly erased by a higher dimensional force. A black void crack like a cosmic scar silently appeared and silently healed. Then the universe's audience witnessed a stunning sight. Tianqing Venerable's palm, representing divine punishment capable of crushing everything, stopped, right in midair, blocked firmly by that black out-of-proportion fist thrust up from below. Silence. Absolute silence. Every living being, whether on the square or before the StarNet, had their brains completely crash in that moment. If Xiao Fan, walking unscathed out of the storm and crippling a martial king with one finger, had cracked their worldview, then this scene shattered their worldview and the universe containing it into dust. 3 seconds later the StarNet exploded. Barges no longer flowed. They flooded every light screen like a bursting dam covering everything. My brain is overheating. Can someone tell me if what I just saw is real? Fake. It's all fake. An optical distortion. A holographic projection malfunction. How could a martial saint strike be blocked by some iron lump that came out of nowhere? Barehanded. Receiving a saint's, I declare that this thing called the Tao puppet is now my father. My real father. Where's that brother who reported cheating earlier? Come work. This isn't cheating. This is the game master stepping in and rewriting the boss core code. Look, that Xiao Fan hasn't moved from start to finish. That expression, that posture. Did he really summon that puppet? Like calling a substitute player. I'm questioning my life now. Have I trained all the way to Martial King for nothing? Just to not even be qualified to cheer when god-level beings fight? The audience went mad. On the bridge of the Xingcai, Xiao Zhangxiang's wild laughter stopped abruptly. All color drained from his face. He stared fixedly at the towering demonic shadow on the screen, a chill climbing up his spine. Lin Feng's body went limp. He collapsed into the command chair, lips trembling, unable to utter a word. And at the center of it all, high above, Tianqing Venerable's body stiffened almost imperceptibly for the first time. His expressionless face finally revealed shock. Others only saw his palm print blocked. He alone knew what terrifying force had come from that black fist at the moment of collision. It was not true chi, not energy. It was a pure extreme force of existence. His saint's law before that power crumbled without resistance, easily pierced. Had he not retreated swiftly, what would have been shattered was not merely the law, but also his arm. He thought himself the chess player, the god descending divine punishment. He thought he faced an ant daring to provoke a divine dragon. Only now did he realize in horror. This ant had reached into its nest and pulled out a prehistoric beast capable of swallowing the dragon whole. He had calculated everything, descended with full majesty, ready to stage a grand spectacle of a saint setting things right before the universe. And yet, one strike wasted. Before billions of beings, he was openly slapped in the face by a puppet. He was the clown after all. Extreme humiliation and murderous intent finally surged from Tianqing Venerable's eyes. One strike wasted was an insult. The rage of a saint was no small matter. He withdrew his palm. A terrifying pressure 10 times stronger than before began to gather upon him. This time he would get serious. The square of Yingling Hall had become a domain of suspended reality. The wrath of the heavenly punishment venerable coalesced around him into a jet-black sun, its oppressive aura capable of making the stars tremble tenfold stronger than before. The dignity of a saint trampled by a puppet before the gaze of billions demanded total annihilation to cleanse the shame. Above the firmament, the massive joint fleet tore through the clouds, the muzzles of countless menacing warships gleaming with eerie light locking onto the three-meter-tall demonic shadow below. It was the Xiao family fleet personally commanded by the enraged Xiao Zhanxiao. The entire interstellar broadcast feed at this moment seemed split into two worlds. On one side, the formidable might of the saint and the murderous aura of the entire fleet. On the other, the pitch-black Tao puppet standing alone against a pantheon of gods and Buddhas, yet still towering and unyielding. Every viewer, every high-ranking official, even Lin Feng on the bridge of the Judgment Star poured their entire focus into this impending saint-level clash destined for the annals of history. No one noticed. The instigator of this storm, Xiao Fan. At the moment when all attention was captivated by the Tao puppet, he moved. He did not look at any enemy in the sky. He merely walked slowly toward Xiao Ningxue, who lay limp on the ground, trembling violently from her crippled cultivation. No, don't come near. Xiao Ningxue's eyes were filled with terror. The hope brought by the saint's descent had been utterly shattered by the puppet's heaven-shaking palm. Only now did she realize how thoroughly prepared the brother she once regarded as a curse had been. He had calculated everything. Even the descent of a martial saint was within his script. Xiao Fan crouched before her, his face devoid of any expression. In his hand, the increasingly sinister Hongming banner, which had absorbed several blood relatives, materialized silently. On the black banner surfaced the spectral images of Xiao Ziyue, and Xiao Qingwan wailed soundlessly, as if welcoming a new member. Weren't you fond of glory? Xiao Fan's voice was soft, yet each word pierced the heart. Your soul shall become the most glorious stroke upon this banner. No. Amid Xiao Ningxue's scream of utter despair and venom, the Hongming banner, like a viper from the 9 abysses, instantly engulfed her. An irresistible suction force erupted. Her chaotic yet still formidable martial king-level soul, along with the thread of origin power from the Frost Tempest martial vein, was forcibly torn from her physical shell, drawn out, and finally transformed into a mournful streak of light, completely devoured by the Hongming banner. Ding. Detected host personally slaying core enemy Xiao Ningxue. Revenge law activated. Extracting her fortune origin. Extraction success. Congratulations, host. Luck has been slightly increased. Having done all this, Xiao Fan stood up. He glanced at the body on the ground, its soul gone, its eyes rapidly dimming. The former eagle of the Federation then leisurely lifted his head. His gaze pierced through the tense confrontation and landed on the face twisted with rage behind the flagship's holographic screen. That makes 5. His voice was not loud, but transmitted clearly to every ship and every ear in the sky through spiritual energy vibration. Xiao Zhanxiong Wang Ruyun, Xiao Honglian Lin Feng. Xiao Fan taunted coldly, soon it will be your turn. These words were like a bucket of boiling oil poured into the already blazing fury of the heavenly punishment Venerable and Xiao Zhanxiong. Wretch, how dare you? Today you have no escape. The heavenly punishment Venerable erupted fully, his saint domain pressing down with unprecedented force, this time intent on crushing the very space itself. Yet Xiao Fan merely smiled. Just a moment before the saint domain descended, the Hongmeng Dao pill within him spun at full speed. The chaotic spiritual essence of the golden core stage surged into his legs at an unprecedented velocity. Earth-sealed distance. Activate. This time it was no simple flicker. Xiao Fan's figure at the spot became abruptly blurred, elongated, splitting into countless interlaced afterimages like a signal-stricken projection. The space around him was no longer three-dimensional. He seemed forcibly pulled into a higher dimension, making a leap across countless overlapping spatial fractions. When the saint domain that could crush everything finally fell, erasing the high platform from the physical plane completely, Xiao Fan's figure had already vanished with not a trace of energy residue, not a ripple of spatial fluctuation, as if he had never been there at all. On the bridge of the Judgment Star, Xiao Zhanxiong, having witnessed his daughter's soul being extracted and refined in public, and seeing the enemy escape under the martial saint's nose while leaving a death threat, could no longer suppress the humiliation and rage. He spat blood and tottered. High in the sky, the heavenly punishment Venerable's face was ashen. He had been toyed with again, before the eyes of the entire universe. His target had executed, declared, and then calmly departed, all within his domain. Today he, a dignified martial saint, had become the biggest joke in the universe. Just as he was about to burn his saint's soul recklessly to trace the spatial trail, the Hongmeng Dao puppet below him, locked in confrontation, flickered faintly in the twin blood-red suns within its eyes. Then its indestructible, chaotic, demonic body silently disintegrated like a sand painting into billions of purest dark particles, dissipating instantly into the void. It had come strangely and left even more strangely. All that remained was the devastated Yingling Hall Square and a martial saint of the nation frozen in place, his dignity repeatedly trampled. After a brief silence, the entire interstellar network crashed with 10 times the ferocity of before. I declare today is not an investiture ceremony, but a public execution day for martial saints. This script gets full marks. Reversals, reversals, and more reversals. My heart nearly stopped. Nation protecting Martial Saint Hall, get to work. Your martial saint has been played for a fool, from start to finish. Is that Xiao Fan a demon? Killing, breaking hearts, dropping threats, and then ascending on the spot before a martial saint and 1,000 warships. I've learned this move. After the Celestial Dome Star incident, shouldn't the Federation's combat evaluation system be rewritten? For example, at a mortal tier above martial saint. A grand ceremony meant to forge a Federation idol had in an unpredictable manner degenerated into a farce that overturned the entire Federation's worldview. And the instigator had already fled into the Star Sea. His threat level in the intelligence databases of major powers was overnight revised from extremely dangerous to an unprecedented civilization endangering apocalypse class. A storm truly sweeping across the entire interstellar universe had only just begun. The Yingling Hall Square had been utterly reduced to rubble. The towering platform that symbolized glory had been completely erased from the physical plane, leaving behind only a bottomless dark pit, like a mocking mouth opened by the universe. The figure of Tianqing Venerable hovered in midair, his sacred white robe fluttering without wind. He did not release any oppressive aura, yet the surrounding space, uncontrollably twisted, collapsed, and emitted a moan of unbearable strain. The wrath of the saint no longer needed to be manifested through external aura. His very existence was a storm of laws about to erupt. The live broadcast signal of the entire star network had long been brutally cut off by him, but the final frozen scene. That wretch named Xiao Fan, who calmly completed the execution right before his eyes and then vanished like a ghost, had become an indelible mark deeply engraved in the minds of tens of billions of Federation citizens. This was no longer a failed capture. It was an open, naked humiliation directed at a guardian martial saint, and even the highest martial hall of the entire. It was a live, universe-wide slap in the face. So it turned out that he himself was the clown. These words, like the most vicious curse, echoed repeatedly in his Dao heart, which had long been as firm as divine steel. High above on the bridge of the Shankai, Murong Feng stared at the chaotic square on the main screen, feeling the oppressive anger emanating from below enough to make the stars tremble, and his entire body trembled uncontrollably. He was finished. The Xiao family was finished. This so-called joint fleet he had participated in had become a complete laughingstock. Next to him on the command chair, Xiao Zhengxiang's eyes were wide open, a trace of undried blood at the corner of his mouth, his body like a statue, already dead and unconscious. Activate. Federation highest state of emergency. A hoarse voice, as if scraped by sandpaper, came from the depths of the Federation Parliament Hall on Tianxiong Star, breaking the dead silence. Define Xiao Fan codename, K threat level. Officially as world-destroying level. This was the first time in thousands of years since the founding of the Blue Star Federation that this highest alert, which only existed in theoretical archives, was activated. This meant that in the Federation's evaluation system, this individual named Xiao Fan, his destructive power and danger level were equivalent to a supernova capable of destroying an entire civilization, equivalent to a law-based catastrophe sweeping across the galaxy. Block all images and discussions related to the Tianxiong Star incident. Activate the Universal Memory Correction Protocol. Pursue. At all costs, use all of the Federation's intelligence resources to investigate all of this person's past. His classmates, his neighbors, the ant he stepped on when passing by. I want to know everything. One after another, frantic and panicked orders were issued from the mouths of those usually lofty senators. They were afraid. Unprecedented fear gripped the heart of every powerful figure. This Xiao Fan was like a ghost from a higher dimension. He defied rules, overturned cognition, and turned the Federation's proud military technology and intelligence systems into mere decorations. Tianxing Venerable slowly descended onto the damaged flagship deck. For the first time, his face shed that godlike indifference replaced by an absolute, terrifyingly rational calm. Humiliation breeds anger. And when anger is suppressed to the extreme, what remains is a killing intent enough to burn everything. Notify the Parliament of my proposal. His voice was cold, devoid of any emotion. Conventional pursuit is ineffective against him. He possesses spatial abilities we cannot comprehend, like a fish living in a four-dimensional world, while we are merely three-dimensional creatures in a pond. We can't catch him, so let him come out on his own. Morong Feng looked up blankly. Venerable, you mean? Bait. A cruel glint flashed in Tianxing Venerable's eyes. This kid is vengeful. His actions seem crazy, but he has a clear list of revenge. His next target must be the remaining remnants of the Xiao family. Issue my order, place Xiao Zhanxiong Wang Ruiyun Lin Feng, and all direct members of the Xiao family under house arrest in the ancestral mansion of Longqing. I will use the entire Xiao family of Longqing as a cage, all his blood relatives as chains, and there I will lay down the strongest killing array of my life, the 9-turn Saint Soul Annihilation Array. This time I will not only lock the space, but I will also bind the laws. This martial saint, who had just experienced the greatest shame of his life after a brief loss of composure, immediately displayed the cunning and ruthlessness of a top predator. He would use the most open conspiracy to force Xiao Fan into a tailor-made deadly trap. A truly earth-shattering storm sweeping through the highest levels of the Federation, staking the dignity of a saint, was just beginning. And the instigator of all this storm was already billions of kilometers away, near a white dwarf star that was dying. The space-time here was extremely distorted by the immense gravitational force, and the terrifying radiation could instantly vaporize a conventional battleship. This was a life-forbidden zone where even light could barely escape. The Nether Fairy, like an inconspicuous speck of dust, silently floated in this chaotic gravitational field, its own emanating aura of nothingness perfectly merged with the surrounding deathly environment. Inside the cockpit on the throne, Xiao Fan slowly opened his eyes. He did not look at the apocalyptic scene outside, but began to introspect his own body. Inside his dantian, the vast ocean of spiritual energy at the Foundation establishment stage had long disappeared. In its place, a core, quietly suspended in the center like a miniature black hole. It was pitch black, reflecting no light, as if devouring all concepts. Traces of barely perceptible chaotic-colored lightning circled around it, like a star ring arising and extinguishing. Humming Dalpil. Is this the feeling of the Golden Core stage? Xiao Fan could clearly feel that his life level had undergone a complete, irreversible leap. His divine sense no longer needed to be deliberately released. His will was an extended domain. With a single thought. Everything that happened on Tianxiong Star, Tianxing Venerable's ruthless plan, the panic of the Federation senators. All of it across vast distances of time and space was clearly presented in his perception, as if observing the lines on his palm. Using family as bait, setting up a killing array waiting for me. The corner of Xiao Fan's mouth curled into a cold smile. Oh, from a headless fly scurrying around the world evolved into a hunter who ties his family to a stake as live bait target. A little progress, but not much. This was his current perspective. A deadly trap that could shake the entire Federation was in his eyes nothing more than a ridiculous stage built by a bunch of low-dimensional creatures with their He reached out his hand, feeling the new power flowing through his meridians, no longer spiritual energy. It was traces of a higher-level power that could be directly mobilized. The power of laws. Though faint, its grade far surpassed martial true chi, far surpassed Tianqing Venerable's so-called Saint's Law. If Tianqing Venerable was using rules, then now he could attempt to define rules. Boundless distance. Xiao Fan silently recited, and his figure disappeared from the throne. The next moment he appeared outside the Nether Fairy in the terrifying gravitational field of the White Dwarf. The tearing gravitational force and the radiation that could annihilate the soul were completely neutralized the moment they touched his body by the Tao resonance automatically emitted by the Hongmeng divine demon body. His figure began to flicker irregularly in this absolute death zone. Each flicker spanned tens of thousands of kilometers. No energy fluctuation, no spatial ripple. It was not movement, but a switch of existence. 1 second he was here, the next second, he naturally. It was like editing a text, moving the cursor from the beginning of a sentence directly to the end. Simple, direct, unreasonable. This is the true, boundless distance. Xiao Fan's figure returned to the throne, a satisfied expression on his face. Now it was time to count the greatest spoils of this trip. He closed his eyes and sank his divine sense into the increasingly sinister Hongmeng banner in his palm. The world inside the banner had expanded several times compared to before. Under the blood-red sky on the ground, a vast, bone-chilling frozen snowfield had appeared. That was the embryonic law form derived from the origin of the winter storm martial vein. In the center of the snowfield, an ice-blue phoenix condensed from the purest soul power was pinned to the ground by 4 thick, chaotic chains. On the phoenix's face was unmistakably Xiao Ningxi's countenance, filled with arrogance, venom, and disbelief. "Villain, you will die a horrible death." Seeing Xiao Fan's will descend, she let out a piercing shriek. Xiao Fan looked at her, his face expressionless. He had finished reading the memories of this good elder sister's life. Those glories, killings, arrogance, and unwillingness. In his eyes nothing but a tedious data stream. "Is that so?" Xiao Fan's voice echoed in the world of the banner. "Unfortunately, you won't be able to see it." He moved his mind. Inside the banner, blood clouds surged. The phantom images of the 4 main souls, Xiao Meyer, Xiao Ziyue, Xiao Lingyun, and Xiao Qingwan, emerged, their faces twisted with greedy smiles, slowly surrounding the pinned ice phoenix. Amid Xiao Ningxi's despairing final shrill scream, Xiao Fan's will communicated with the Hongmeng Dao pill in his dantian. A wisp of extremely pure chaotic spiritual energy poured into the banner. Refining began. The Hongmeng banner emitted an unprecedented excited hum, like the start of a gluttonous feast. A brand new force of law capable of freezing time and space was being conceived and born in this song of despair. Within the Hongmeng banner, the bloody world churned violently. The despairing lament came from the ice-blue phoenix, which was firmly nailed to the frozen earth by chains of chaos. Xiao Ningxi's soul form was no longer human. Driven by pride and malice, her primordial soul manifested the ultimate form of her martial vein. Yet this final vestige of dignity now seemed utterly pathetic. On the throne of Yuming, Du Xiao Fan sat cross-legged, his expression impassive. His mind stirred slightly. Within his dantian, the all-devouring Hongmeng Dao pill trembled faintly. A strand of chaotic spiritual essence, more refined and imbued with the true meaning of the Dao than what had been injected before, was precisely extracted and once again infused into the Hongmeng banner, suspended before him. This spiritual essence descended upon this purgatory of souls like a sovereign bearing a decree. It did not participate in slaughter, but only defined the rules. Refine. An invisible command echoed within the banner world. From the depths of the blood clouds, 4 twisted and greedy phantoms simultaneously opened their eyes. Xiao Meyer, Xiao Ziyue, Xiao Lingyun, Xiao Qingwan. Their souls, nurtured and tormented by the Hongmeng banner, had long transformed into the purest malevolent spirits. Toward the newly arrived family member, they displayed an unnatural fervor. "Big sister, you finally come. Your glory and your pride will become our finest nourishment. Join us and embrace the grand finale of our family." The 4 primary souls turned into black mist like starving hyenas, lunging at the pinned ice phoenix and frenziedly tearing at her primordial soul. "No, get away, you worthless things." Xiao Ningxue let out a piercing shriek, her soul power surging in desperate counterattack. Ice-blue cold radiated outward, attempting to freeze everything. But the law force from the Hongmeng Dao pill on the chaos chains gently trembled. All her resistance instantly dissipated. She could only watch helplessly as her power, her memories, her very being, all that she was slowly torn apart and devoured by the sisters she had once most despised. The refinement continued. The scenes of Xiao Ningxi's life played through Xiao Fan's consciousness like a fast-forwarded film. From being the center of attention as a child to her illustrious military exploits as an adult. On Red Sandstar, she had casually said it is their honor, and at the awards ceremony, the terror and collapse after her crimes were exposed. Glory, slaughter, pride, resentment. Act after act, frame after frame. Xiao Fan quietly watched the entirety. His expression remained a collector's edition life highlight reel. "Pity your shining moments are all black history to me. Utterly worthless." A trivial thought crossed his mind. Then with a flicker of intent erase. At his command, the film belonging to Xiao Ningxue along with her final consciousness was utterly crushed, transformed into pure ownerless soul energy, and completely divided among the Hongming banner and the other 4 primary souls. A pinnacle 9th rank war king, a former eagle of the Federation, a proud daughter of heaven, once poised to touch the threshold of sainthood. From this moment, she was completely erased from this universe. Ding. The system notification sounded at this opportune moment. Congratulations, host. Your lifebound treasure, the Hongming banner, has successfully devoured the soul and martial vein origin of the 5th core enemy Xiao Ningxue. Due to the exceptionally high quality of the devoured soul, which contains a trace of the embryonic law of the winter storm martial vein, the Hongming banner is undergoing an epic evolution. Buzz. The Hongming banner before Xiao Fan began to tremble violently. On the banner's surface, the phantom of that bloody world abruptly expanded. At the edge of the original bloody earth and the sea of wailing, a brand new frozen snowy domain exuding biting cold emerged out of thin air. This snowy domain was no longer a simple energy simulation. It was the embodiment of the frost law. Its birth added a real rule to the internal world of the Hongming banner. Ding. Hongming banner evolution successful. New ability unlocked. Law stagnation pseudo. Law stagnation pseudo consume a massive amount of soul power to designate any single target. Within an extremely short time, 0.1 seconds, forcibly stagnate all law flows within a 1 meter radius around the target, including, but not limited to, time-space energy conduction and even mental activity. Note: in a battle at the saint level, 0.1 seconds of absolute stillness can change everything. Xiao Fan's eyes lit up. A fine thing. The true answer to the metagame was never the pursuit of ultimate damage, but absolute control. Previously, he had toyed with the Tianxing Venerable by relying on the inch horizon movement technique. But with this ability, the next time they met, he might try to let that lofty martial saint experience the feeling of being put on hold. As the Hongming banner's evolution completed, a stream of pure soul energy fed back from the banner, pouring into Xiao Fan's limbs and bones. His realm, which had been somewhat unsteady after condensing the Dao pill, was now thoroughly consolidated. The golden core stage was stable. Xiao Fan opened his eyes and exhaled a turbid breath. Revenge is indeed the best catalyst for cultivation. Just as he was planning his next target. Ding. The system issued another entirely new notification. Detected that the host has successfully settled accounts with 5 core enemies. The path of vengeance is half complete. The family's karmic retribution gathers. Special series mission unlocked. Triggering divine grade blind box mission, the radiance of the kind mother. A massive mission panel flashing with blood red and golden light unfolded before Xiao Fan. Mission named the radiance of the kind mother. Mission background: your good mother, the matriarch of the Longqing Xiao family, Wang Rian. After your martial vein was seized and you were abandoned by the family, she was overwhelmed with grief. To transform this pain of losing a son into great love for humanity, she grandly joined the Church of Light, the most elite charity organization in Federation High Society. She scattered her wealth to aid the masses and has now become the chief charity ambassador of the organization in Longqing, revered by countless believers as the Holy Mother. Mission objective: your mother is about to hold her grandest and most glorious annual charity gala in Longqing 1 month from now. Please return to Longqing and attend the gala in person, under the gaze of all media and followers. Tear apart that saintly mask built from hypocrisy. Mission termination condition: let her bathe in the true light belonging only to her. Mission reward: divine grade blind box X1A, revenge points X1 billion. Mission failure penalty: none. But a great mother should not be forgotten by her son, should she? Xiao Fan looked at Wang Ruyun's dignified and kind publicity photo on the mission panel. He sneered. Holy Mother. Charity. Church of Light. Finally, it's your turn, he murmured softly, gazing in the direction of the Blue Star Federation. My most beloved mother. My dearest mother. On the throne of the netherworld, crossing Xiao Fan's whisper dissipated into the cold air. He withdrew his gaze from the capital circle of the Blue Star Federation, his expression calm. That face, rendered utterly alien by hypocrisy, did not even deserve to linger in his divine sense for an extra second. Heavenly Tao intelligence. He issued the command calmly. Retrieve all data on the Church of Light and Wang Run. Streams of Azure data flickered rapidly across the holographic screen before Xiao Fan. Vast amounts of text, images, and video were instantly filtered and integrated, coalescing into an absolutely concise report. At the center of the screen was Wang Ruyun's official publicity photo. She was clad in a plain white gown, hands clasped before her chest, a saintly smile upon her face. The background of the photo was the majestic Church of Light in Dragon City, where golden sunlight bathed her, enveloping her in a hazy aura. Below the photo was a bold headline: Kissing the suffering of all beings with the pain of losing a son. A record of Dragon City's chief charity ambassador, the Holy Mother Wang Rian. The article was florid in its prose, sparing no praise. It detailed how Wang Riyun, after the agonizing loss of her beloved son Xiao Fan, transformed that immense grief into a great love for all humanity. She had liquidated her wealth, devoted herself to charity, and prayed daily in the church for the blessings of all beings and the Federation. Her benevolent acts had moved countless people. Her followers permeated every corner of Dragon City's high society. A mediocre actress. That was Xiao Fan's sole verdict after reading. He lightly tapped the screen. Wang Riyun's publicity photo was instantly replaced. In its place appeared the deep intelligence on the Church of Light. The heavenly Tao intelligence highlighted a key point in blood red. The organizational structure, core doctrine, and mind control methods of the Church of Light share a 73 for similarity with the Eternal Divine Assembly. Conclusion: this organization is highly likely a high-end infiltration branch of the Eternal Divine Assembly, or a white glove used to develop followers among the Federation's elite and gather resources. Same old rubbish in a new bottle. Xiao Fan was unsurprised. His gaze fell directly upon the specifics of the mission target. Annual Charity Gala. 1 month later. Dragon City Church of Light, Main Cathedral. This was Wang Riyun's most extravagant annual personal showcase. The gala would invite the top elites from Dragon City and the entire Federation, with all major media outlets broadcasting live. That evening, Wang Riyun would personally host a charity auction and donate her final 10 billion in personal assets. The stage is set and the audience is seated. Xiao Fan looked at the gala's promotional poster and gave a cold smile. He needed a ticket. A ticket that would let him walk to center stage before that woman. The heavenly Tao intelligence immediately provided a solution. To obtain the highest tier invitation for this gala with permission to bring one attendant freely into the backstage area, a single donation exceeding 10 billion interstellar credits to the Church of Light is required. Humph. Xiao Fan let out a soft laugh. Use money to smash open the enemy's gate. No. He would use money to buy his dear mother the most magnificent. Contact the Church of Light headquarters under the new identity, J. Donate 500 billion interstellar credits. Under the pretext, praying for the repose of my departed son's soul. Meanwhile, on a small administrative planet billions of kilometers from Blue Star, this was the Federal General Curia of the Church of Light. Inside a magnificent temple floating above the sea of clouds, a young priest tasked with processing global donation information was idly watching the numbers scroll across his screen. Suddenly he jerked upright, his eyes locked onto a newly popped-up donation request. Donor J Anonymous. Donation amount 500 billion interstellar credits. Am I seeing things? The priest rubbed his eyes vigorously and looked again. A string of zeros. No more, no less. 500 billion. This is insane. Some bastard must be pulling a prank. His face flushed red, feeling his faith was insulted. He was about to flag the information as spam and report it to network security. Just then a bishop walked over. Mark, what has you so flustered? Your Excellency. Look, someone is mocking the divine. He's applying to donate 500 billion. The elderly bishop adjusted his glasses, leaned in to look, and froze. 500 billion. His voice trembled. Is he trying to buy our entire church? It must be fake. The young priest said indignantly. This is blasphemy. The old bishop was silent for a moment, then his expression turned serious. He opened the highest level verification protocol in the system. Now verifying the funding source and credit rating of donor J. Rating system overloaded. Initiating emergency protocols. Warning. Target fund source cannot be traced. Cannot be defined. Credit rating. Infinite. Absolute validity of this sum confirmed. Boom. Both their minds went blank. A miracle. The old bishop's legs gave way, and he fell to his knees frantically, making the sign of the cross towards the screen. Quick. Notify the cardinal. A true divine favor has descended. The entire general curia of the Church of Light erupted into chaos. This was the largest and most unbelievable offering the church had ever received. They did not know that this offering was a funeral gift delivered in advance. Netherworld crossing. A payment success notification popped up on Xiao Fan's personal optical computer. The next second, a dazzling golden light burst forth. The familiar system prompt now carried a barely suppressed crackle of electrical noise, as if from overprocessing. Ding. Detected that the host has completed a mega-causal investment in a pseudo-divine organization. Your actions have severely disrupted this organization's faith link with higher dimensional entities. Triggered special conceptual critical hit. Millionfold critical hit. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the unique conceptual mythical artifact. All beings equal human skin mask. A millionfold critical hit. This time the reward was no specific pill technique or material. It was a conceptual artifact. A distorted silhouette materialized before Xiao Fan. The light and shadow shifted constantly, sometimes an old man, sometimes a child, sometimes a man, sometimes a woman. as if the faces of everyone in the world were cycling through birth and extinction within it. Finally, all faces overlapped, gradually becoming transparent, coalescing into an extremely thin mask, almost invisible in form. It bore no aura, no energy fluctuation. It simply existed there, like a negative film recording the appearances of all beings. Xiao Fan reached out. The mask fell silently into his hand, its touch icy cold. Artifact name: All Beings equal Human Skin Mask. Category: Unique Conceptual Artifact. Effect: when wearing this mask, you can outline within your divine sense any individual you have personally seen or observed through visual data. The mask will perfectly disguise you as that individual from the foundational level of causality, fate, and laws, including genetic sequence, soul fluctuation, martial aura, and even the causal lines associated with them. All will be perfectly replicated, identical to the Note 1: as long as you are willing, you are them. Saints cannot detect it, deities cannot distinguish it. Note 2: you are all beings, and all beings are you. Xiao Fan looked at the mask in his hand, a thoughtful glint in his eyes. The ultimate answer. The heavenly punishment, venerable thought sealing the space with a grand formation, would be enough to catch him. But he would never imagine that he would stroll right in through the front gate in a way he could not comprehend. A top-encrypted email from the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion popped up at that moment. It was a holographic image of an invitation made from an unknown spirit energy crystal alongside the reply from the Church of Light headquarters. To the most honored divine favor, Mr. J, your piety has moved the divine. This divine favor golden invitation is the highest token. You and your attendant may use it to attend the annual charity gala in 1 month. Your arrival will be the Church's supreme honor. Xiao Fan closed the email. His gaze returned to the intelligence file on Wang Riyun. The screen scrolled, stopping at an unremarkable appendix page. It was the file of a male servant who had been by Wang Riyun's side for years. The man in the photo had a plain face and dull eyes, the type you would never pick out of a crowd. Xiao Fan's fingertip rested lightly on that unremarkable face. The plan was set. In Long City, at the ancestral home of the Xiao family, the once mighty residence, symbolizing power and glory, is now shrouded in an invisible haze. The spiritual energy in the air flows unnaturally, with each gust of wind carrying a metallic heaviness. The servants within the estate have all been dismissed, replaced by expressionless warriors clad in the standard armor of the martial god temple. They stand like silent statues scattered in every corner, constructing a vast net of vigilance. In the innermost secret chamber of the ancestral home, the revered Tianxing sits cross-legged. The holy white robe he once wore is nowhere to be seen, replaced by a set of black battle attire suited for combat. The face that once commanded reverence throughout the Federation now bears no trace of detachment or indifference, only the rationality and murderous intent that remain after the flames of fury have cooled. Humiliation. A disgrace of unprecedented proportions since he attained the status of martial saint. He closes his eyes and the scenes from Tianxiang Star uncontrollably surge in his mind. Every glance from that wretched child, every mocking word, and the humiliation of being slapped in the face live on a universal broadcast. He believed himself to be the hunter, only to become the monkey being toyed with. With a deep breath, Tianxing exhales a heavy sigh, suppressing the turbulence within his Tao heart. He is lost. He lost due to information, due to arrogance, and due to his ingrained thinking patterns as a three-dimensional being. That Xiao Fan is like a malevolent dragon living in 4 dimensions. Conventional methods of pursuit and encirclement have utterly failed against him. Since he cannot be captured, he shall be forced into a cage. Tianxing opens his eyes, a flash of madness and cruelty crossing his gaze. This child acts seemingly insane, yet he meticulously strategizes. His logic for revenge is clear. His next target must be the remaining useless members of the Xiao family. He continues, I shall use the Xiao family in Long City as a cage with all his blood relatives, as the lock offering him the grandest funeral. With a downward motion of his hand, a tremendous rumble erupts. The intricate formations beneath the entire Xiao ancestral home suddenly light up before vanishing in an instant. This is the most powerful killing formation he has laid down in his lifetime, crafted from the treasures of the martial god temple accumulated over hundreds of years, using the star core crystal as a base and the divine blood as a guiding force centered around his own realm as a saint. 9 turns Sacred Soul Annihilation Formation. This formation, with its first turn locking the soul, third turn prohibiting laws, sixth turn sealing the void, and ninth turn returning to the abyss. Once activated, the laws of heaven and earth across Long City will be instantly bound. Any unauthorized intruder, whether through spatial jumps or underground stealth, will be marked by the formation the moment they step in, triggering a fatal strike from the master of the array. This is an overt scheme. He wants to inform that wretched child, all your enemies are here. If you have the capability, come and break in. Meanwhile, in a luxurious bedroom, the matriarch of the Xiao family, Wang Riyun, paces back and forth with agitation. Her makeup is exquisite, yet it cannot conceal the fear and resentment on her face. Madman. They are all madmen. She exclaims violently, knocking a precious antique vase to the ground, producing a harsh shattering sound. That old immortal Tianqing. What does he take us for? Baits to lure that little beast into a trap. Wang Ruyun screams, her voice laden with unwillingness. Beside her, Xiao Zhangxiang's expression is darker than hers. Since fainting and spitting blood on Tianqiang's star, although his cultivation has been preserved, the heart of his martial way has suffered irreparable cracks. This former head of the Xiao family now appears to have aged over 20 years. Shut up. He growls. Do you think we still have a choice? Now the entire Xiao family can only survive by relying on Tianxing's protection. Protection. Wang Ruyun lets out a neurotic cold laugh. When that little beast truly arrives, we will be the first wave of cannon fodder to be crushed by the aftermath of the— He is manipulating our entire family. So what? Xiao Zhangxiang's eyes are bloodshot, his expression twisted. As long as we can kill that wretched child and avenge Ningxue and the others, my death would be worth it. If you are afraid, you can go and beg Tianqing to let you go now. Wang Ruyun's body stiffens, her lips tremble, and ultimately, she dares not utter another word. She knows that stepping out of this door without the protection of the martial saint and the halo of the Xiao family, that little beast has 10,000 ways to make her die more miserably than Ningxue. Her heart intertwines with fear and hatred, eventually transforming into a deeper malicious curse directed at that wretched son. Meanwhile, in another darker confinement chamber, Lin Feng, used as the final bait, sits cross-legged. Unlike others, he does not appear panicked or resentful. Instead, his face bears a sickly yet fervent calm. Before him, a light screen unfolds, repeatedly playing the scenes from Tianqiang Star, showing the confrontation between Xiao Fan and Tianqing. With each playback, the pseudo-burning heaven martial vein within him grows hotter. He witnesses Xiao Fan's strength, perceiving that unfathomable power that transcends martial arts. Yet he does not despair. A distorted protagonist mentality cultivated through countless internet novels begins to take root in his heart. Crisis. Crisis. It is both danger and opportunity. His strength comes only from his fortuitous encounters. And I, the destined child who has been endowed with all resources by the Xiao family and had the supreme martial vein transplanted to me. Why should I lose? A true strongman must live by dying. Break through in desperate situations. If you do not strive, there are many who will. There is only one spot for the destined child. I must strive to outdo him. Lin Feng's eyes blaze crimson, resembling a madman. While others fear, I double down. While others give up, I stake everything. He thinks I am bait, but I will use the pressure of this killing formation to complete my ultimate transformation. He suddenly opens his mouth and swallows a volatile forbidden drug, a treasured possession of the Xiao family. The terrifying energy erupts within him, and he emits a suppressed howl of pain, veins bulging, yet the battle intent in his eyes grows ever stronger. A hunt led by a saint is bizarrely giving rise to an even more frenzied king of striving. Meanwhile, on the bridge throne of the Yumming Fairy, Xiao Fan gazes at the top-secret information transmitted from the Tianji Pavilion, his expression calm. On the screen, Su Muxu's usually icy face is filled with seriousness and concern. The intelligence describes in detail the changes at the Xiao family ancestral home in Long City, accurately analyzing the terror of the Nine-Sacred Soul Annihilation Formation, even attaching a schematic of the formation structure simulated from energy fluctuations. At the end of the report, Su Muxue sends a line of blood-red characters using her personal authority. Master, this is a certain death trap. Please avoid the sharp edge. A gentleman takes revenge. 10 years is not too late. Xiao Fan finishes reading the entire content. He does not look at the despairing analysis of the killing formation. Instead, his gaze falls upon the thin Cicadine-like mask in his hand. Universal equality, human skin mask. As long as you are willing, you are him. Saints cannot be scrutinized, deities cannot be discerned. He chuckles softly, executing a dimensional strike. This feeling is indeed pleasurable. He lightly taps the light screen with his finger, replying calmly with 4 words. My mind is made up. 1 month later, in Long City, on the day of the annual charity gala at the Church of Light, a long version of a top-tier hover car under the protection of several Xiao family guard ships slowly departs from the Xiao ancestral home, which resembles a military. Inside the car, Wang Ruyun is dressed in a pure white evening gown, a gentle smile gracing her face as she prepares to present the most glorious personal show of her life tonight. Behind her, a young man in a plain servant's uniform stands quietly, his appearance ordinary, eyes dull and utterly unremarkable. The young servant holds a delicate box inside of which lies an invitation shimmering with golden light, crafted from an unknown energy crystal. Divine favor, gold invitation. The car door slowly closes. Disguised as a servant, Xiao Fan glances back at the ancestral home rife with killing intent just before the door shuts. He sees Tianxing's cold divine sense sweep over the convoy. Having detected nothing unusual, it sinks back into silence. Excellent. The actors have completed their makeup. The audience is also seated in the best viewing positions. Now as the director, it is time for him, with the script in hand, to step onto the best stage he has meticulously. The hover car accelerates, merging into the dazzling night of Long City, heading toward the resplendent Church of Light. The hovering vehicle slowed down smoothly, eventually coming to a silent stop in front of a vast plaza made of white jade. The doors slid open to a rush of air mingled with expensive perfume, and the cool night breeze swept into the vehicle. Wang Riyun adjusted her immaculate white evening gown, her gentle smile perfectly poised as she elegantly leaned out. The camera flashes outside instantly illuminated the scene like daylight. Journalists from dozens of mainstream federal media outlets had long been waiting their lenses, eagerly pursuing the true star of the evening. She smiled and waved to the cameras. Each gesture was filled with warmth, yet retained the dignified grace of a top-tier matriarch. Behind her, a figure in a plain servant's uniform quietly stepped out of the car. He had an ordinary face, and his eyes were somewhat dull, completely overshadowed by Wang Riyun's dazzling presence going unnoticed. Disguised as a servant, Xiao Fan held a delicate box in his hands. He lowered his head, trailing behind Wang Riyun, maintaining the appropriate distance of a standard. At the end of the plaza stood the magnificent Cathedral of Light. The building was constructed entirely from a luminous white stone, radiating a soft and sacred glow in the night. Above, a massive cross star emblem crafted from pure gold shone brilliantly in the dazzling night sky of Longqing. This was Wang Riyun's stage, a grave prepared for her by the master of heavenly punishment. A procession stepped onto the long red carpet. Two priests clad in red robes bowed at the church entrance to greet them. Upon seeing the divine favor gold invitation in Xiao Fan's hand, their pupils visibly revealed a hint of fervent reverence. They had no suspicion of the inconspicuous servant, the divine favorer himself. They merely bowed, even more humbly, opening the heavy golden floral door for Wang Riyun, the divine favorer's companion. "Welcome, Lady Saint Wang Riyun. Welcome, most esteemed divine favorer." Inside was an even more resplendent hall filled with a sacred and peaceful. On the immense dome, murals depicted the divine creation of the world and the salvation of souls. An odorless but soothing aroma wafted through the air. Hundreds of elegantly dressed elites of Longqing, holding wine glasses, conversed softly amidst the melodious hymns. Wang Riyun's appearance immediately became the focus of the gathering. "It's Lady Wang Riyun. Oh my, she looks so pure tonight, radiantly holy. This is true nobility, a person of genuine great love." Guests surrounded her, their faces openly displaying admiration and reverence. Wang Riyun's expression became even more compassionate. She warmly conversed with each guest who approached her, beautiful eyes forever holding a glimmer of tears, perfectly balanced between the sorrow of remembering her deceased son and the solace of this sorrow transforming into great love. "My poor child, though he has long departed from me," her voice was gentle, carrying a heartbreaking tremor, "he taught me a truth: small love is love, and great love is all. There are too many suffering souls in this world that need help. I am merely doing what I can to comfort the spirit of my son in heaven." Many female guests around her had already taken out handkerchiefs, gently wiping their eyes, their eyelids reddening. "Lady Wang, you are truly magnificent. With a mother like you, Mr. Xiao Fan's spirit in heaven will surely find peace. This is the spiritual leader our Federation needs. I have decided I will support the auction with all my strength." Xiao Fan stood quietly on the outskirts of the crowd, watching expressionlessly. He watched as his good mother performed the most spectacular solo show of her life. Only mockery filled his heart. A master of tea arts, the best actor of the year. The chives being harvested continued to rush forward, offering their respect and tears to the harvester. This farce was both sad and laughable. His golden core level divine sense silently spread like a tide the moment he stepped into the church, instantly covering the entire building. On the surface, everything appeared normal. Hundreds of fierce Chi King level experts disguised as servants and security personnel lurked in every corner of the church, forming the first layer of defense. Deeper within, his divine sense easily penetrated the thick white jade floor and the lavish mural walls. A clear energy map unfolded in his sea of consciousness. Intricate energy formations, complex to the extreme, were deeply imprinted in the church's foundation and load-bearing structures, perfectly merging with the building. The entire Cathedral of Light was a massive eye of the formation. It was one of the most crucial subformations of the 9 turns sacred soul-killing formation. His divine sense continued to ascend, passing through the dome and the loft. At the top of the church, within the massive golden cross star emblem, was a soundproof, lightproof, and energy detection-proof chamber. Inside the chamber, 2 familiar auras were utterly exposed. One belonged to the master of heavenly punishment. He sat cross-legged, his aura suppressed to the extreme like a coiled, poisonous snake, all his essence converging to a single point, waiting to unleash a leaf. The other belonged to his good father Xiao Zhantian. His aura was filled with restlessness, resentment, and an almost uncontrollable madness as he paced back and forth in the cramped chamber, his gaze intently fixed on the monitoring screen below. Actors' audience stage. Not a single one was missing. However, this was not the whole picture. Xiao Fan's divine sense sank again, scanning the bodies of every guest. He discovered something even more interesting. As the guests' emotions of admiration, emotion, and respect for Wang Riyun intensified, faint, yet pure formless spiritual energy began to overflow from the tops of their heads. This spiritual energy was quietly absorbed by the immense mural on the church's dome, and then funneled through the hidden formations, ultimately converging at the core, beneath, passing on to the master of heavenly punishment in the upper chamber. So that's how it is. This was not just a killing formation. It was also an absorbing formation. All the guests present acted as living batteries, providing locking accuracy and rule power for the master of heavenly punishment strike. The more they were moved by Wang Riyun's performance, the stronger the killing formation became. And Wang Riyun herself, as the center of this emotional feast, was the most efficient main node for absorbing these spiritual energies, the largest battery. She was both bait and accomplice, using the emotions of the masses to sharpen the knife for killing, using the tears of a loving mother as the quenching water. Master of heavenly punishment, this move of yours is quite artistic. A cold smile curled at Xiao Fan's lips. Ding! A melodious bell chimed. The core segment of the banquet, the charity auction, officially began. Amidst the warm applause, Wang Riyun walked onto the elevated platform in the center of the hall, which was specially set up for her, adorned with a pristine white carpet. The spotlight shone upon her, and the sacred radiance on her face reached its peak at that moment. Thank you, esteemed guests. Thank you, friends with kind hearts. She began to host the auction, her voice full of charisma. One valuable item after another was auctioned off at prices far exceeding their intrinsic value. The atmosphere in the venue was pushed to one climax after another. Everyone was immersed in this fervent feast named charity. In the end, not a single item remained. Wang Riyun smiled and announced that she would donate her personal assets of 10 billion to the charity foundation. The applause lasted for a long time. She opened her arms as if to embrace the world, her face reflecting the perfect smile of compassion and accomplishment. At that moment, her glory peaked. Just then, a servant who had been quietly standing in the corner of the platform seemed too excited, his body swaying slightly, causing the tray in his hand to tilt. A glass of bright red liquid slipped from the tray, tracing a beautiful parabolic arc in the air. Then precisely it splashed onto the front of Wang Riyun's immaculate white evening gown. The red liquid instantly soaked through the white fabric, akin to splattered blood, glaring and abrupt, tearing an ugly gash into the flawless purity. The applause in the entire hall came to an abrupt halt. Everyone stared in shock at this scene. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, Lady Wang. The clumsy servant who caused the mishap wore an expression of panic and unease as he hurriedly grabbed a white napkin and rushed forward awkwardly, trying to clean up for Wang Riyun. He bent down, leaning toward Wang Riyun's ear, his movements urgent and filled with apology. Then in a very low voice, only audible to the two of them, no longer that dull servant, but Xiao Fan's own cool, yet slightly magnetic voice, he softly uttered, "My good mother, this play is quite well performed." In an instant, Wang Riyun's body trembled violently. The smile on her face, that compassionate expression, that radiance of a saint, froze in an instant. The sparkle in her eyes rapidly faded, and the color drained from her face completely. What replaced it was a look of unmistakable horror and fear. Wang Riyun's body trembled violently. That sentence, that voice belonging to Xiao Fan himself, was an invisible key. It instantly unlocked the deepest recesses of her memory. All the recollections of the abandoned altar, the stripping of her martial veins, and the most venomous curse uttered by that wretched creature before his death. A piercing dread seized her. The color drained completely from her face. That carefully maintained halo of saintliness, that perfectly measured compassion, that soul-stirring benevolence, in this moment shattered into fragments. A completely unhinged shrill scream. One that did not belong to the saintly Wang Riyun, but only to a woman who had seen a ghost, shattered the hypocritical tranquility within the church. This scream was a signal. A prearranged signal for the curtain to fall on the script. Inside the secret chamber at the top of the church, completely isolated from the heavenly punishment, venerable one who had been sitting cross-legged, merging his aura with the entire building, abruptly opened his eyes. There was no surprise in his gaze, only icy killing intent. "Array, rise." He uttered 2 words. His will descended like a divine decree. Boom. The entire Church of Light came alive in that instant. Beneath the flawless white jade floor, within the dome and walls painted with divine epics, long-dormant blood-golden array patterns erupted with blinding brilliance. Countless intricate and profound runes like red-hot branding irons emerged from every inch of the structure's fabric, instantly connecting into a colossal spiderweb covering the entire hall. Hum. A low hum echoed in everyone's minds. An invisible barrier of law arose from the church's boundaries, instantly enveloping the vast dome. Space was completely sealed. The hundreds of guests in the hall who moments ago were immersed in reverence for the saintess and shock at the farce now wore expressions of "What's happening? My body, my true chi is frozen. Help! There's a force draining my spiritual power." They realized in horror that the glowing array patterns under their feet had transformed into countless tiny energy tendrils tightly binding them. Streams of pure spiritual energy rendered unusually active by worship and emotion were forcibly drawn from their bodies against their will, merging into the energy web spanning the entire church. Every person present had become a living battery for this grand array. The more terrified they were, the more energy they supplied. On the high platform, after the initial panic, Wang Riyun saw the glowing array patterns and felt the law that banned everything. Her eyes once again filled with venom and vindictiveness. She stared fixedly at the manservant who had torn apart everything she had, her voice hoarse, but brimming with twisted excitement. You little wretch. There's a road to heaven, but you refuse to take it. There's no gate to hell, but you insist on barging in. Do you think this is just any place? This is the graveyard the heavenly punishment Venerable One personally prepared for you. Today you won't escape, even if you sprout wings. As her voice faded, a figure materialized in midair within the church. The heavenly punishment Venerable One. He wore a black martial suit, stood with his hands behind his back, his gaze majestic like a deity overlooking prey caught in a net. The spiritual energy extracted from all the guests had now transformed into golden chains tightly binding the manservant, completely sealing all laws within a meter radius around him. Beast! The heavenly punishment Venerable One's voice rang out, not loud, but clear in everyone's ears, carrying the cold indifference of a death sentence. Daring to use the same trick a second time before this saint, he slowly raised his hand, a sinister smirk of assured victory on his face. Did you think this saint would give you any chance to use spatial divine abilities again? This ninefold sacred soul extermination array fused with this saint's domain uses the soul power of hundreds of nobles as fuel. Here space is an iron plate, and laws are a cage. Any struggle of yours is utterly meaningless. Before the light screen in the secret chamber, Xiao Jining, watching the figure locked in the array, roared like a madman, "Kill him! Venerable One! Kill him now! Avenge Ningxue! I want his soul extinguished, never to be reborn." The heavenly punishment Venerable One smiled cruel. "As you wish." He abruptly thrust his raised palm upward. Rumble. The power of the entire array, along with all his cultivation as a martial saint, began to converge wildly. Above the church dome, light twisted and laws collapsed. A colossal golden palm formed entirely of law power and spiritual energy. Slowly, every line on that giant palm contained destructive force. Its oppressive aura silently reduced countless precious artifacts within the. Today this saint will annihilate your body and soul. The heavenly punishment Venerable One declared his victory, and that law-formed giant palm capable of leveling a mountain range descended with the might of judgment, crushing down toward the figure bound by golden chains at the center of the high platform. It's over. That thought flashed through every guest's mind. Yet just beneath that world-destroying pressure in this inescapable dead end, the manservant who had remained silent all along moved. He slowly raised his head. His face showed no fear, no despair. It was expressionless. He even flashed a mocking smile at the heavenly punishment Venerable One in the sky. The next moment, before everyone's eyes, under the gaze of all media cameras, he raised his hand and slowly peeled off the nondescript face belonging to the manservant. The all-being's equal human skin mask was removed. A handsome, stern face, both familiar and unfamiliar, appeared in everyone's sight. Xiao Fan, a Sharpie journalist gasped. It's that abandoned son of the Xiao family. He's not dead. My God. That Tycoon Kai. It's him. The entire hall erupted. In the secret chamber, Xiao Jining's roar cut off abruptly. He stared at that face, eyes bulging. The sneer on Wang Riyun's face also froze completely, as if she had been choked again. It's him. It really is him. The heavenly punishment Venerable One's pupils contracted violently. Though he had already guessed seeing that face in person, meeting those mocking eyes staring back at him, the rage of being fooled surged straight to his head. So it's you wretch. Good. Very good. Today we'll settle old and new scores together. He urged the giant palm to press down faster. He would crush that face which had brought him such immense humiliation, along with everything beneath it, into nothingness. But just then, beneath the law-formed giant palm, Xiao Fan, now in his true form, looked at the divine punishment capable of destroying all and smiled. He looked up, gazing into the golden radiance that blotted out the entire view. Then he made a crazy move that no one could understand. He spread his arms wide. His posture was not defense, not resistance, not escape. It was an embrace. He seemed to be embracing the impending destruction. Above the cathedral dome, the colossal golden palm, forged from the laws of heaven and the might of a divine soul, descended slowly, bearing the full wrath and dignity of a martial saint. Each line upon its surface was a death sentence. Its descent was unhurried, yet it sealed every inch of space, defining the final outcome: utter annihilation. Beneath it, all matter silently disintegrated, dissolving into primordial particles. Before the light screen in the secret chamber, Xiao Zhangxiang's face twisted into a sickly ecstasy, a guttural chuckle escaping his throat. On the high platform, Wang Ryun's face was a tapestry of venomous spite and vengeful glee, as if she could already see that wretched creature crushed into nothingness. It was over. That was the sole thought in every guest's mind. Their life experience, their entire understanding of the martial way told them the same truth: the strike of a saint was insurmountable. Yet at this moment of final judgment, Xiao Fan, having returned to his true form, performed an act that short-circuited every mind present. He spread his arms wide. No defense, no resistance, no fear. His posture was so composed, as if he were not embracing destruction, but welcoming a long... He's lost it. Completely lost it. A journalist muttered, forgetting to press the shutter. The heavenly punishment venerable curled his lips into a cruel, cold smile. In his eyes, this was merely the pathetic sight of an ant abandoning all resistance before absolute power. He was already prepared in the next second to savor the magnificent spectacle of that handsome, detestable face, along with the body beneath it being erased in an instant by the force of law. The colossal palm finally descended. The annihilating core at its center was less than a meter from Xiao Fan's head. But the anticipated cataclysmic explosion, the expected annihilation of soul and spirit, did not arrive. Just as the giant palm was about to touch a strand of Xiao Fan's hair, a resonant hum, a sound no instrument could capture, yet one that echoed in the deepest recesses of every soul, rang out. Centered on Xiao Fan's body, a gray, lusterless domain devoid of any energy fluctuation expanded silently within a radius of 3 meters. The primordial Tao domain. Its embryonic form. This was not a world filled with laws. It was a world before the birth of laws. A realm of pure chaos, utter nothingness, an absolute origin point, where even definition itself remained undefined. The instant that golden palm woven from countless complex laws touched this gray domain, it was like a program filled with intricate code crashing into a half-formatted hard drive. A sizzling sound, soundless yet resonant. The annihilating core at the palm's forefront, composed of the heavenly punishment venerable's vaunted saintly laws, began to dissolve and decompose upon contact with the gray domain. It was not destroyed by a greater force, but forcibly reduced in dimension by a logic from a higher plane, stripped back into the purest, most primal energy particles devoid of any attribute. Then the entire giant palm followed suit. The golden radiance that had shrouded the entire cathedral faded and crumbled like makeup drenched in remover, transforming into surging tides of masterless energy, devoured in one gulp by that small gray domain. The scene was too abstract for anyone present to comprehend. If the saint's strike was divine punishment, then what just happened was as if the divine punishment itself had its backend code deleted by an invisible system administrator. Nadir, the smile froze on the heavenly punishment venerable's face. A terror more unbearable than death itself, a fear born from the depths of his soul, seized him. He had lost his connection to the palm he had struck. He had lost his connection to the ninefold saint soul annihilation array that permeated the entire cathedral. It felt like a king in his own palace, having all his powers stripped away before his subjects by some stranger who appeared from nowhere. No, it wasn't even a stripping. The other party simply stood there calmly, and his self-defined royal authority automatically became null and void. No, impossible. My laws. My domain. The heavenly punishment venerable's mind went blank for an instant. The logic processor at the core of his saintly Tao heart, as firm as divine iron, was now burning hot. His pride, the ninefold saint soul annihilation array capable of imprisoning space and judging all things, and the golden chains drawing spiritual energy from hundreds of nobles, met the same fate upon contacting the gray domain. They were decomposed, devoured, and reduced. Then they were redefined. Within the gray domain, Xiao Fan slowly lowered his outstretched arms. The primordial Tao pill in his dantian hummed with delight. The nourishment provided by this grand array was of quite excellent quality. He raised his head, his gaze calmly piercing the dissipating golden light, landing on the face midair that had shifted from a sinister grin to terror, and from terror to... He spoke slowly, his voice soft, yet, through absolute control over space, clearly transmitted into everyone's ears. Your array is not bad. Now it is mine. The moment the words fell, Xiao Fan's will stirred slightly. With a roar, the gray Tao domain that had devoured all the array's energy suddenly expanded outward. In the next instant, the energy of the ninefold saint soul annihilation array just decomposed and absorbed, mixed with a trace of supreme primordial Tao resonance, was rewoven and reconstituted in his hands. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Law chains more solid, more unbreakable than before, gleaming with a gray-gold light, burst forth from the ground, the walls, and the dome. But this time their target was no longer Xiao Fan. It was everyone within the cathedral. The roles of hunter and prey were utterly reversed in the... The heavenly punishment venerable let out a terrified roar, attempting to burn his saint soul, to break free, only to find the laws around him completely rewritten by a higher dimensional force. His vaunted saintly domain was rendered unusable, like an ordinary user muted by an administrator. He could only watch helplessly as the gray gold chains like sentient vipers bound his limbs, his saintly body, and his divine soul layer upon layer, imprisoning him completely. In the secret chamber, Xiao Zhangxiang's mad laughter abruptly ceased. A chain pierced the chamber's wall, pinning him firmly in place. The expression on his face froze in a comical mix of ecstasy and shock. Below the high platform, the gloating on Wang Riyun's face had not yet faded when dozens of chains coiled around her body. The absolute pressure from the primordial Tao resonance made her legs buckle, and she collapsed ungainly to the ground. The hundreds of elegantly dressed nobles in the cathedral, utterly defenseless, were instantly bound like trussed-up packages, tumbling over each other, their faces a canvas of shattered worldviews, stupefaction, and terror. In just a few seconds, the killing ground prepared for Xiao Fan had transformed into a magnificent cage, imprisoning a martial saint and hundreds of nobles. And the sole master of this cage, Xiao Fan, stepped down from the high platform, one deliberate step at a time. His footsteps echoed in the sun. Each step sent tremors of fear through the hearts of the heavenly punishment venerable Xiao Zhanxiong and Wang Riyun. He ignored the trembling guests. He also ignored the martial saint bound midair, his eyes filled with humiliation and terror. His steps finally stopped before the woman who lay crumpled on the floor, dressed in a holy gown, her face now a mask of shock and despair. He looked down at her, his gaze indifferent, as if observing a lifeless object. "So, mother," he began calmly, "the charity gala is over. Now it is time for the family trial. Family trial time." When these 6 words were calmly uttered from Xiao Fan's lips, the entire Church of Light, this magnificent cage reconstructed from the primordial Tao domain, fell into absolute silence. Every person present, whether it was the hundreds of Dragon City's top elites bound like meat dumplings by law chains, Xiao Zhanxiong nailed to the wall, with his expression frozen from ecstasy to horror, or the martial saint, heavenly punishment venerable, suspended midair, with eyes full of humiliation and fear, all became spectators of this family trial, or rather bystanders. The only difference was that this melon was poisonous and they were forced to eat it. Xiao Fan's gaze shifted from his panicked mother's face, sweeping across the entire venue. He released no killing intent, yet his icy, indifferent eyes made everyone who met his gaze shudder. "Dear guests, don't be nervous." Xiao Fan spoke, his voice still calm, even carrying a hint of politeness. "It's just overtime for the charity banquet free of charge. The main theme is authenticity." Authenticity? The guests trembled incessantly. What they wanted least right now was authenticity. Wang Riyun's body shook violently, her well-maintained face pale. She wanted to scream, to curse, but found her throat tight, unable to utter a single syllable. She was terrified to the extreme. "Mother is the star of tonight. How could you be without a spotlight?" Xiao Fan said softly. With a thought, he issued a command through divine sense to the heavenly Tao intelligence within the netherworld abyss. The next second, with a hum, a beam of deep blue light shot down from the gray chaos above the church dome, precisely enveloping the collapsed Wang Riyun. Then more beams descended, constructing massive ultra-high-definition holographic screens in the midair of the church, surpassing any technology. It felt as if the entire church had transformed into a top-tier immersive cinema. And the film screening today was titled The Glorious Life of Saintess Wang Riyun. Come, let's enjoy from the beginning. First act, A Mother's Heart. Xiao Fan snapped his fingers. The left screen lit up with images. It was a Xiao family banquet 3 years ago. In the scene, Wang Riyun sat gracefully at the head seat, raising her glass with a smile to the guests. "Our Fainer, though average in talent, excels in being sensible. Not as rowdy as other children, he gives me no trouble." Her face radiated a perfectly appropriate maternal pride. Yet at the same time, the right screen also lit up. The scene showed Wang Riyun returning to her chamber after the same banquet. She spoke to her personal, made her face filled with undisguised disgust and irritation. Her voice, crystal clear, echoed through the church. "That waste, just seeing him annoys me. He can't even utter a fart with a stick like a dead man, so unlucky. Why doesn't he just die?" "Classic," Xiao Fan commented like a professional film critic looking at the 2 screens. Boom. The crowd erupted. The guests who had just been basking in the halo of saintliness now wore expressions of utter disgust. What was this? Praising her son for being sensible to his face, yet cursing him to die behind his back. This move was too appalling. Even the heavenly punishment venerable in midair showed a flicker of shock. He had imagined countless ways Xiao Fan might retaliate, but never expected him to directly stage such an explosive family melodrama for him and the entire. Wang Riyun's eyes bulged wide as she stared at the screen, her face etched with terror. "No. Impossible. When was this recording made? How could he have this?" "Don't rush, mother. This is just an appetizer." Second act, resource allocation. Xiao Fan's voice rang out again. The screen switched. On the left, Wang Riyun declared solemnly at a family meeting, "As the legitimate son Feiner's cultivation, resources naturally cannot be lacking. Only more, never less." On the right, the heavenly Tao intelligence retrieved the detailed resource allocation records of the Xiao family over the past 6 years. Data was clearly listed. Every precious herb, high-level technique, and spirit stone quota marked as allocated to Xiao Fan had its final destination pointed by a blood-red arrow to another person, Lin Feng. Over 6 years' resources worth over 30 billion had been secretly transferred from her biological son's account to that adopted son's pocket under various pretexts. You've mastered the art of zero-cost acquisition. Xiao Fan commented again. If the earlier curses were merely a character flaw, this resource theft was a blood feud that could ruin one's future in the martial world. The clan heads among the guests now looked at Wang Riyun with cold disdain, skimping on the legitimate son's resources to subsidize an adopted son. Such an act in any family was a scandal and crime that could shake the clan's foundation. No, it's not. I didn't. Wang Riyun panicked, completely stammering excuses in a hoarse voice. You didn't? Humph. Xiao Fan chuckled lightly. Mother, don't be so quick to deny. Aren't I delivering the evidence you want? The main theme is giving you what you ask for. As he spoke, all the screens merged into one. The image froze on a scene unforgettable to every Xiao family member, the blood sacrifice site. A dark altar cold chains the agonized roar of a youth, and beside the altar a cold-hearted man and woman. When the words replicated by the heavenly Tao intelligence from deep memory, Wang Riyun's crystal-clear statement to Xiao Zhanxiong echoed through the church, the entire hall fell silent. For the future of a family, the sacrifice of a waste is worthwhile, and it will also fulfill Fenger. Worthwhile? Fulfill Fenger. When these words came from a mother's mouth directed at her biological son, whose martial veins were being torn out alive, all hypocrisy and lies became utterly pale and ridiculous. At that moment, every guest in the church was stunned beyond words. They felt like vomiting. They looked at the cold, venomous woman on the screen, then at Wang Riyun in reality, dressed in a holy gown and playing the loving mother. A wave of absurdity and disgust washed over them. Every tear of emotion they had shed now burned their faces with shame. They finally understood just how selfish, vicious, and shameless this so-called saintess truly was. Their previous admiration and reverence for her now seemed like a colossal joke. The clown was me. Ah. When this final verdict was made public, Wang Riyun finally broke down. Her face twisted with fear and humiliation, losing all traces of sanctity and dignity. No. Fake. It's all fake. She screamed like a madwoman, disheveled, struggling wildly on the ground. You monster. Devil. You'll die a miserable death. Why did you come back? Why don't you just die? She cursed incoherently, a torrent of filth pouring from her mouth, exposing the darkest, most venomous depths of her soul, without reservation to everyone. She had been shattered. In this massive public shaming scene meticulously crafted by Xiao Fan, her last mask had been torn off, and she was utterly broken. Watching her mad, ugly form, Xiao Fan's eyes remained calm. He waited quietly until she tired of cursing, until her voice grew hoarse, until she lay gasping like a fish out of water, then he crouched down. He gazed at this unfamiliar face and said calmly, I once thought you were merely biased. Now I know in your heart I was never your son. In that case. He paused, his voice devoid of emotion, as if stating a fact unrelated to himself. I no longer need to regard you as my mother. These words were the final cut, severing the blood bond. Wang Riyun's curses abruptly ceased. Her eyes were filled with despair. The heart-stabbing was over. The trial should also come to an end. Xiao Fan stood up, ignoring the audience with their varied expressions, ignoring Xiao Zhanxiong, whose eyes were nearly bursting with rage, yet pinned fast, and even ignoring the martial saint in midair, who had been forced to watch this farce from start to finish, his face ashen. He raised his right hand. A chaotic orb of light formed from the purest primordial spirit essence, constantly appearing and vanishing, as if devouring everything materialized in his palm. Now, he looked down at the woman he had called mother on the ground, pronouncing her final fate. Let me send you to meet your true light. Inside the church, a profound silence reigned. The chaotic sphere composed of primordial spirit essence slowly rotated in Xiao Fan's palm, each flicker of its existence seemingly devouring the surrounding light. It was slowly descending towards the utterly disheveled woman Wang Riyun. At this moment, everyone bound by the chains of law, be it the terrified guests or the furious Xiao Zhanxiong, could only watch helplessly as the final execution of this familial judgment unfolded. However, just as the chaotic sphere was about to touch the strands of Wang Riyun's hair, a thunderous roar erupted, one not of the physical realm, but reverberating deep within the souls of everyone present. The law cage reconstructed by Xiao Fan and imprisoning the martial saint and hundreds of nobles trembled violently. Chains of gray gold law began to creak under an incredibly violent force from within, revealing web-like fissures. The source of this power was the Tianqing elder pinned in midair, who should have been unable to move like a specimen. You wretch, how dare you! A roar suppressed to the extreme echoed throughout the church. The Tianqing elder's eyes ignited with golden flames. Within his sacred body, bound by the primordial Tao rhythm, a golden flame was burning fiercely, fueled by his sacred soul. This was a final desperate gamble, sacrificing his foundation and overdrawing his future. The wrath of the saint ignited the divine soul. He could not allow Wang Ruyin to die. This was not out of compassion, nor was it about strategy. It concerned the last shred of dignity he held as a martial saint long trampled upon. He, the national martial saint, could not bear to watch the one he sought to protect be killed right before his eyes by that wretch using his own formation as a cage. Then he would no longer be a mere joke. He would become a walking disgrace, forever nailed to the pillar of martial history. Thus he must stop it, even if the price was the fall from his saintly status. Open for me. With every word he uttered, the golden soul fire upon him flared more intensely. Finally, the dozens of law chains binding his right arm shattered with a piercing wail. Freedom for one arm. That was enough. The Tianqing elder had no hesitation, channeling all the power gained from burning his sacred soul, surpassing his peak state, into his fingertips. There were no earth-shattering phenomena, no world-destroying pressure. All the power converged into an extremely slender, pure golden beam of light, seemingly capable of piercing dimensions, targeting not Xiao Fan himself, but aiming straight at the hand of Xiao Fan that was about to execute the death sentence. To save Xiao by besieging Wei. This strike was swift, vicious, and filled with despair. He gambled that Xiao Fan would surely counterattack. He gambled that this wretch, no matter how arrogant, would not dare to meet a martial saint's life-threatening strike heat-in. Xiao Fan's movements halted. He slowly turned his head to look at the golden beam of light tearing through space, hurtling towards him. On his face there was no shock, no gravity. Only a hint of cold blood. He's panicking, he's panicking. A silent thought flashed through his mind. Finally the flash has appeared. Facing this lethal attack capable of causing the stars to fall, Xiao Fan didn't even blink. He simply leisurely raised his left hand. With a slight movement of thought, the primordial banner imbued with the souls of 5 blood relatives and radiating an overwhelming evil aura silently materialized in his palm, swelling in the wind. He poured his will into the banner. In the next moment, the entire world seemed to have been pressed on pause for a tenthsant of a second. That golden death beam momentarily froze in midair, exhibiting a slight stasis almost imperceptible to any divine sense. In the eyes of the Tianqing elder burning with golden soul fire, a trace of imperceptible bewilderment also flashed. His thoughts, his will, and the connection with the attack he launched seemed to be ensnared by an invisible viscous web in that instant. Law Stasis Pseudo. This newly birthed ability, derived from the embryonic form of the law of the winter storm martial vein of Xiao Ningxuang, manifested for the first time before the world after being refined and elevated by the primordial banner. For others, this tenthsant of a second of stasis meant nothing. For Xiao Fan, this absolute control for a tenthsant of a second was the moment to declare victory or defeat. At the very moment the law stasis activated, Xiao Fan moved. Inches apart, worlds apart. His figure did not transform into flowing light, nor did it tear through space. Instead, he vanished like a layer of film edited out by a video editor. When he reappeared, he was already standing beside the Tianqing elder. So close that he could see the shock in the Tianqing elder's eyes, still not fully formed due to the stasis of thought. So close that he could smell the unique scent of burning sacred soul, a mix of sandalwood and charred wood. Let me give you a little shocking experience of cultivation. Xiao Fan silently thought. He did not employ any divine powers or summon any artifacts. He merely raised his right index finger. Within his dantian, the black hole-like primordial Tao pill trembled slightly. The most primal and pure chaos power was compressed and gathered, all converging at his fingertip. His fingertip emitted no light. Instead, the light there was consumed. His finger transformed into a point, an absolute extinguished point. Then, just before the Tianqing elder's thoughts began to turn again and the bewilderment on his face was about to transform into terror, he gently tapped. The point landed on the Tianqing elder's shoulder, covered by protective holy light, a golden barrier forged by the laws of the saints said to be impervious to harm. There was no sound, no explosion. The Tianqing elder's proud protective holy light, capable of withstanding bombardments from starship main cannons, silently melted like snow under the scorching sun the moment it came into contact with Xiao Fan's fingertip. Next was that indestructible sacred body. Xiao Fan's fingertip pressed in without any obstruction. Time resumed its flow at that instant. The Tianqing elder's life-threatening golden beam of light, having lost its master's control, grazed past Xiao Fan's afterimage, ultimately crashing against the church's wall, where the law cage automatically neutralized it, causing not a ripple. The profound silence within the church was shattered. A soft, almost imperceptible sound like the tearing of fabric echoed. A resplendent, bright, and sacred golden blood erupted from the Tianqing elder's shoulder. Blood splattered into the air. That golden sacred blood drew a dazzling arc in the air, falling onto the pristine jade floor, emitting a hissing, corrosive sound. Each drop contained horrifying law power. At that moment, all the remaining conscious individuals had their minds crash. The resentment and anticipation on Xiao Zhengxiang's face froze. He gaped like a clay statue with its spine pulled out. Wang Riyun's impending curse lodged in her throat. She stared blankly at the falling golden blood, forgetting fear, forgetting to scream. The bound guests gazed as if witnessing a deity bleed before them, stunned into silence. The divine bled. The exalted national martial saint who wielded the powers of federal punishment, and whose words were law, was injured. By an unknown young man, a single fingertip pierced the sacred body and drew sacred blood. This was no longer merely a challenge to authority. This was a divine slaying. In a physical sense, the defense was breached. The Tianqing elder was knocked back repeatedly by a force he could not comprehend, colliding heavily against the law cage behind him, his eyes filled with extreme shock. He lowered his head to look at his shoulder. There was no wound, only a finger-sized, bottomless, pitch-black void. The edge of that void bore no flesh, no bones, only an ever-vanishing chaos returning to nothingness. His proud, sacred body, renowned for its ability to regenerate from a single drop of blood, completely failed in the face of that small void. He attempted to summon the power of the laws to heal, but those forces were assimilated and devoured the moment they approached the void, becoming part of that nothing. A sense of withering originating from the essence of life surged from that small wound, spreading madly through his limbs and bones and deep into his divine soul. This was a higher-dimensional law of pollution and overlay on lower-level laws. The Tianqing elder abruptly lifted his head, staring intently at Xiao Fan, who was slowly retracting his finger and examining his wound with a scholarly gaze. His lips trembled, and the expression of divine authority on his face revealed the most primal fear known to mortals. He murmured, his voice hoarse and filled with disbelieving despair. "My law is withering." Inside the church there was an eerie silence. The golden holy blood was deeply etched into everyone's minds. The figure that stepped out from the federal myth, the martial saint, who commanded punishment with an utterance, was now gazing at his wound with an expression of a mortal mixed with bewilderment, confusion, and sheer terror. "My rules are withering." The murmured words of the celestial punisher shattered the frozen atmosphere. His voice was not loud, yet it detonated like a bomb that breached everyone's defenses. The martial saint had been breached. It was not only his physical holy body that had been pierced, but spiritually the Tao heart that had maintained his invincible golden body for hundreds of years was utterly shattered in this moment by a mere fingertip from Xiao Fan. Who would dare to think, who could have imagined? A martial saint sacrificing his holy soul in a desperate strike not only failed to injure his enemy in the slightest, but was instead approached in an incomprehensible manner, instantly appearing face-to-face, a single finger shattering the protective holy light and opening a blood hole on his shoulder that continued to fade. This script was so absurd that even the best screenwriter in the galaxy, after drinking all the alcohol on an entire planet, could not have written it. The guests present were left with blank minds, unable to think. The impacts they had previously endured, whether it was the Holy Mother turning into an evil mother in a family drama or being possessed in a deadly array, all seemed so quaint in the face of this mortal slaying a god epic scene. Their worldview was completely overturned, shattered into pieces. Meanwhile, Xiao Zhanxiong, nailed to the wall, had his expression twisted in extreme shock. He saw hope, saw the martial saint make a move, believing that the next second would be the end of that aberration. However, the martial saint flew away. The martial saint bled. He murmured like a cheap robot with a broken processor, repeating only one phrase. The immense contrast completely severed his already taut nerves. Yet the center of all this turmoil, the one who orchestrated it all, Xiao Fan, had no interest in even glancing at the celestial punisher. "Is this it? Is this the pinnacle of martial arts? Given the opportunity, you are useless." A sense of boredom flickered through Xiao Fan's mind. He retracted the finger that was still stained with golden holy blood, not even wiping it off, simply turning around leisurely. His gaze fell once more on the woman Wang Riyun, who was slumped on the ground, briefly rendered speechless by the recent upheaval, but now regained a glimmer of spirit. "Look, I told you." In Wang Riyun's eyes a sickly hope reignited as she pointed towards the feeble, celestial punisher in the distance, her voice sharp. "I told you he would save me. You wretched being, you cannot contend with the martial saint. You're finished. You are about to." Her voice suddenly halted, because Xiao Fan had already walked up to her. Those cold, merciless eyes were looking down at her from above. That gaze was akin to looking at lifeless trash about to be still outputting. Just ineffective damage. A thought of disdain crossed Xiao Fan's mind. He was too lazy to waste any more words with this woman. The psychological torment had ended, now it was time for the physical transcending. He did not raise his hand to condense a sphere of light that was far too lacking in ceremony. With a thought he summoned Buzz. The Hongming banner, having absorbed the souls of 5 blood relatives radiating evil energy, silently appeared behind. On the banner, blood light flowed. 5 distorted and tormented phantoms flickered in and out of view, emitting silent wails. A primal fear from the depths of the soul instantly enveloped Wang Riyun. No, don't. What is that thing? Wang Riyun's body trembled violently, as she could feel her soul being drawn and torn by that eerie banner. Ah, you devil. May you never find peace. I will haunt you even in death. At the last moment of her life, she unleashed the most venomous curse. Xiao Fan remained expressionless. Welcome aboard. Remember to greet the eldest sister when you enter. He flicked his finger. The Hongming banner transformed into a stream of blood light, like a giant beast starved for millennia instantly pouncing onto Wang Riyun. There were no struggle. Wang Riyun's body along with her once pure gown stained by red wine turned to ashes in an instant. Only a female soul more solid and filled with resentment than any before was bound by blood-colored chains, shrieking dragged into the bloody world of the Hongming banner. Inside the banner's world, Xiao Ningxue, Xiao Qingwan, Xiao Ziyue, Xiao Lingyun, and Xiao Meyer, the phantoms of the five main souls, all lifted their heads simultaneously. They looked at this new family member with twisted yet eager smiles. Mother, you have finally arrived. We should all be gathered like this as a family. The sixth core enemy fell. Xiao Fan retracted the Hongming banner, and the blood light upon it seemed to thicken. Having completed all this, it seemed as if he merely dusted off a speck of dust. He glanced around, his gaze sweeping over the faces of the important audience. The celestial Punisher, clutching his shoulder, eyes filled with horror and fear, his saintly dignity utterly vanished. And that chosen one, Lin Feng, bound in a corner, trembling like a leaf with his pants soaked. Xiao Fan sneered coldly. He spoke in a voice that was not loud yet clear enough for everyone present to hear, calmly declaring, I said the game has only just begun. As the words fell, he took a step forward. His entire being seemed to be erased from this world, like an eraser, silently merging into the void, completely disappearing. He was gone. With his departure, the supreme legal pressure that enveloped the entire church dissipated. The cage of laws that imprisoned the martial saint and hundreds of nobles let out a sorrowful wail, collapsing into specks of light scattering into the air. Ah, we are saved. Run, get out of this cursed place. The moment the bindings disappeared, the already terrified guests scrambled madly towards the church's doors, not daring to look back even once. Soon within the grand church, only a wreckage remained, along with a few individuals trapped in silence. Thud. The celestial Punisher could no longer hold on, crashing to the ground in a disheveled manner. He disregarded his appearance, extending his trembling left hand to cover the bottomless void in his right shoulder. Inside, the chaotic power from a higher dimension continued to erode his holy body, obliterating his laws. He could feel his realm uncontrollably plummeting from the saintly position. Saintly fall. This was the price. But more terrifying than the fall in realm was the fear that penetrated his soul. He finally understood. What he faced was not a martial artist, not an enemy he could comprehend within his scope. That was a player from a higher dimension. The opponent mastered rules he could not understand at all, playing with him like a non-player character in a game. The killing formations he prided himself on became toys for the other party. The Allen attack he wagered everything on became mere background. This martial saint who commanded punishment had no qualifications even to earn a glance from Xiao Fan. The clown. It turned out that he was the clown on display from beginning to end. For the first time, the celestial Punisher's face revealed a look of disdain. The myth concluded today. An era belonging to the martial saint was brought to a bloody end by a young man in the most unreasonable and shocking manner. On the throne of the Netherworld Ferris Bridge, Xiao Fan's figure materialized from the void. The blood screams and despair that had lingered in his spiritual sense just a moment ago were now utterly replaced by silence and nothingness. The pungent odor of wine mingled with holy blood in the church, the jarring noise of guests whose worldview had shattered, and the face of heavenly punishment, venerable, fallen from the altar, filled with shock and bewilderment. All of this was now obsolete news from a previous channel, incapable of stirring any ripples in this absolute space that belonged to him. He sat quietly as if he had merely stepped out for a stroll and casually disposed of some roadside litter. A system panel visible only to him promptly materialized. Ding. Divine Blind Box mission, A Mother's Glory, completed. Mission evaluation perfect. You have in a dramatic fashion staged a textbook massive social death scene for all the elite of Dragon City, successfully erasing the target on both spiritual and physical levels, maximizing the entertainment value. Reward settlement, Divine Blind Box 1, A Revenge points 1 billion. Xiao Fan gazed at the word perfect on the panel, his expression calm. To him, this was merely another casual review, a reward for a good rating, standard procedure. He dismissed the panel, sank his mind into his body, and began to inventory the spoils of this expedition. First, within his dantian, the primordial chaos Dao pill, resembling a miniature black hole, had rotated more steadily and profoundly after the battle at the Church of Light. Having absorbed part of the formation energy from the 9 revolutions, sacred soul annihilation array, and the pure fragments of law contained within heavenly punishment, venerables drop of holy blood, several enigmatic, chaotic Dao patterns like cosmic star tracks now slowly swirled on the pill's surface. These were the law wool plucked from a martial saint now fully digested and refined by the primordial chaos Tao pill, becoming nourishment for its own growth. It was all about turning waste into treasure, steadily improving. Then his spiritual sense probed into the primordial chaos banner hovering before him. Within the banner's world, the blood-red sky had grown even more somber and viscous. The newly added family member Wang Ryun's soul hovered above the blood-red earth. The hypocritical mask of the saintly mother had long since fallen away, leaving only the most primal venomous distortion. Beneath her, the phantom images of the five main souls, Xiao Ningxue, Xiao Qingwan, Xiao Ziyue, Xiao Lingyun, and Xiao Meyer, slowly emerged. They looked up at this new mother, their faces beaming with eager smiles. A unique family gathering was unfolding in silence. Wang Ryun's soul shrieked soundlessly, its pure resentment being continuously absorbed by the primordial chaos banner. A family should always be together. Now they were finally complete. Xiao Fan withdrew his spiritual sense from the banner and shifted his attention to the systems. The blind box marked with the word divine and glowing with a faint golden light floated quietly there. At his current level, the constant victories and leaps in power had made him indifferent to ordinary rewards. What concerned him more was whether the new cheat he would unlock this time was powerful enough, and whether it could bring a more creative approach to the next planned bullying match. He willed it. Open. The blind box opened on command. There was no blinding golden light, no dragons and phoenixes, nor any earth-shattering phenomena. Only a single ancient gray light spot, as if containing the mysteries of the universe, slowly emerged from the box. Then the system's notification sound. This time its voice trembled with unprecedented intensity. Ding. Warning. Detected a supreme conceptual object beyond the cognitive dimensions of the current universe. Congratulations, host. Opening the divine blind box has triggered a unique reward. You have obtained Chaos Supreme Treasure, fragment of the primordial creation, Jade Die 1. For the first time, Xiao Fan's gaze turned solemn. On the system panel, the description of this Chaos Supreme Treasure appeared word by word. Item name: fragment of the primordial creation, Jade Die. Category: unique Chaos Supreme Treasure. Description: a core fragment of the supreme artifact that recorded and defined the 3,000 great Daos and myriad laws at the dawn of the universe's creation. It is the very embodiment of truth and rules. Effect 1: analysis of myriad laws. The wielder can instantly analyze the principles of all laws, formations, divine abilities, bloodlines, and even life forms below their own dimension, ignoring all prerequisites. Effect 2: define reality. The wielder can, based on their own understanding, deduce, modify, and create known laws, and even define their non-existence. Know when you possess this, you no longer need to abide by any game rules, because you can become the one who makes the rules. Xiao Fan's breath caught. Before him, the fragment of the Jade Die floated quietly. It appeared as nothing more than a palm-sized piece of gray jade, plain and unadorned, yet within it countless galaxies seemed to be born and die in endless cycles. When his gaze fell upon it, he seemed to see nothing at all, for it did not exist within the cognitive framework of any three-dimensional being. If the primordial chaos Tao pill was a powerful engine that upgraded Xiao Fan's combat power from a two-dimensional character to a three-dimensional existence, then this fragment of the Jade Die was like having the entire game's backend source code and the highest administrator privileges handed to him on a silver platter. Previously, to crack Heavenly Punishment Venerable's 9 Revolutions Sacred Soul Annihilation Array, he had to first devour, then analyze, and finally reconstruct. Essentially a hacker's approach of exploiting vulnerabilities. But now he could stand outside the formation and directly apply a system patch labeled Logic Error Forced Invalidation to it. The former was dismantling, the latter was defining. This was the true top-tier answer. What were martial saints or gods to a system administrator who held the source code? They were nothing but redundant data that could be frozen or even deleted with a... Now the game has finally become fair, Xiao Fan muttered softly, looking at the fragment. A fairness that was absolutely fair to him alone. He slowly extended his spiritual sense, preparing to truly perceive this key that recorded the origin of the universe. However, just as his spiritual sense was about to touch the fragment's non-existent surface, buzz! The core hub of the heavenly Tao intelligence suddenly erupted with the highest level red alert. A sharp siren blared across the bridge, rudely interrupting his action. An emergency communication request from Su Muxua was forcibly displayed, its priority set to an unprecedented highest. On the panel, Su Muxua's usually icy face was now filled with gravity and urgency. Sectmaster. Her voice came through tinged with a tremor. Xiao Honglian, who has been in a vegetative state, is in trouble. Xiao Fan's gaze shifted from the remnants of the jade disc. He remained silent. He merely raised his hand calmly. The image on the light screen shifted in response. A video intercepted from the Federation's military network by the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion using the highest clearance began to play. A clear location marker appeared in the upper left corner of the screen. Federation First Academy of Life Sciences Eden. This was a colossal complex of pure white futuristic structures. At this moment atop the main building of the sanctuary, which symbolized the pinnacle of the Federation's life sciences, a massive smoking hole had appeared. The camera angle shifted, time rewound. The scene transitioned to a heavily guarded intensive care room. A woman lay quietly on a pristine white hospital. Dozens of delicate life support tubes were connected to her body. She was Xiao Fan's fourth sister Xiao Honglian, who had been reduced to a vegetative state after having her cultivation crippled. The timestamp on the surveillance footage sped forward rapidly. Suddenly, without warning, Xiao Honglian's body arched violently upwards. All the life support equipment connected to her erupted in a shower of sparks. The heartbeat curve on the monitor flattened into a straight line. She was dead. But this was only the beginning. Bursts of white light exploded from within her body. That holy radiance momentarily overexposed even the most advanced surveillance probes. Then within the light, Xiao Honglian's body slowly levitated. The skin on her back split open like melting wax. A pair of enormous wings composed of the purest light particles unfurled from her flesh. Her eyes snapped open. Those eyes held no pupils, no emotion. Only a void of pure white emptiness. The reinforced alloy door of the room was violently smashed open. A squad of War King level guards clad in the most advanced exoskeleton armor stormed in. Their high-energy particle rifles spewed tongues of flame. Beams of light powerful enough to melt warship armor rained down upon Xiao Honglian. Yet the attacks were utterly ineffective. They didn't even cause the light wings behind her to tremble. She merely raised her right hand with indifference. No words, no gestures. The 10 fully armed War King guards, along with their costly armor, silently disintegrated into fundamental particles in an instant. It wasn't an explosion, nor was it combustion. It was annihilation. A complete erasure from this three-dimensional world. She performed all this with a casual air. She ascended slowly with an unstoppable momentum, flying straight up towards the composite material ceiling of the room. Boom. The image shook violently, then plunged into darkness. The video playback ended. Su Mushua looking at the silent Xiao Fan, her voice growing more urgent. Pavilion Master, this power. It completely surpasses our understanding of martial arts. It doesn't belong to true Qi nor any known form of energy. Eden has classified this as the highest level of containment breach, codenamed catastrophe. Xiao Fan still did not speak. He merely tapped his fingers rhythmically on the armrest of his throne. Once, twice. Heavenly Tao intelligence. He finally spoke, his voice eerily calm. Analyze the residual energy at the scene, cross-reference with the database. Streams of Azure data instantly flooded the main screen. The electronic voice of the Heavenly Tao intelligence echoed through the bridge. Analyzing target energy signature. Analysis complete. Energy composition 73 unknown divine particles, 21 biological cellular energy, 6 soul origin power. Initiating fuzzy database matching. Match successful. 98. 7 similarity. Target organization Eternal Divine. Retrieving relevant project code names from intercepted internal encrypted files of the Eternal Divine Society. Retrieval successful. A project file marked top secret was forcibly decrypted and presented before Xiao Fan on the light screen. Project codename Seraph. Project objective: fuse the Lord's bestowed holy light genes with high potential human martial artists to create an ultimate bioweapon capable of perfectly bearing the Lord's will incarnate. Current progress: prototype unit 1 Xiao Honglian has been successfully activated. After reading this report, Xiao Fan let out an extremely faint, almost inaudible chuckle. His sudden reaction left Su Mushua on the other end of the communication bewildered. Pavilion Master. These rats that shun the light sure know how to pick. Xiao Fan's tone carried no tension, only a hint of mockery. Seraph. Why not call it a 6-winged Seraph? Since they're going all out, why not add a couple more wings to make it a round number? Su Mushua was speechless, completely unable to fathom her Pavilion Master's train. This? Pavilion Master, what is really going on? Nothing special. Xiao Fan leaned back, his body sinking into the shadows of his throne. It's just those cockroaches realizing they can't beat me in a straight fight, so they're throwing away martial honor and resorting to technology. But this power. Su Mux's voice was still filled with worry. It can instantly kill a War King, even ignore Eden's defenses. Destructive power on this level is probably close to a War Saint. Just a stitched-together monstrosity. Xiao Fan's critique was incisive, full of disdain. Forcibly cramming a bunch of random junk into one body, it looks intimidating, but it's essentially a marionette. This move is just desperation, with no... If they're truly out of ideas, they might as well go perform tricks like biting lighters instead of messing with this flashy nonsense. This evaluation, laced with peculiar terms, left Su Mushua completely silent. She knew the Pavilion Master's way of thinking could never be judged by common sense. Track its location. Xiao Fan issued a new command. A massive real-time star chart encompassing the entire Federation territory unfolded on the main screen. A glaring red was moving across the chart at an astonishing speed. Its trajectory was a perfectly straight line devoid of any curves. Its final destination precisely pointed to a cerulean blue planet on the chart. Blue star. Dragon City. Sumux's face instantly turned pale. Is it going back to Dragon City for revenge? No. Xiao Fan shook his head, refuting the guess. Marionettes have no concept of revenge. Their actions are only driven by pre-written programs. Heavenly Tao Intelligence immediately analyze its core action logic. Simultaneously retrieve all data from the Eternal Divine Society. Regarding experiment subjects, I want the highest clearance level. The Heavenly Tao Intelligence's response was almost instantaneous. Analyzing. Target action pattern conforms to recovery directive. Retrieving core keywords from the latest intercepted encrypted communications originating from the Eternal Divine Society's High Command. Retrieve core keyword match experiment subject 1. Key. Recovery. The next second, all the cluttered data streams on the screen vanished. Only a single crystal clear personnel file remained. The photo in the file was of a young man with a gloomy gaze and a face full of resentment. It was Lin Feng. At the very bottom of the file, lines of red text appeared. Target person Lin Feng. Internal project codename experiment subject 1. Current mission recover experiment subject 1 and the key blazing heaven martial vein within him at all costs. Looking at this file, a smile finally spread across Xiao Fan's face. It was a smile filled with pure, gleeful enjoyment of the spectacle. Su Mushiwe was completely baffled by the situation before her, a hint of despair creeping into her voice. Pavilion Master, this situation is completely out of control. Heavenly Punishment Venerable has set up a fatal mother-killing array at the Xiao family ancestral home, waiting for you to walk right into the trap. Now this living weapon from the Eternal Divine Society is heading towards the same target. 3 factions are all converging on Lin Feng. Dragon City right now might be the most dangerous place in the entire universe. Out of control. No. Xiao Fan leaned back on his throne, extending a finger to tap Lin Feng's terrified face on the screen. This isn't out of control, this is a bonus course. I was thinking the table wasn't lively enough with just one dish. Now someone's kindly sent over a main course. And it looks like a main course that can move on its own. He analyzed. A siege set for me, a pocket trap, waiting for me to jump into. Now thanks to an uninvited guest, it's instantly turned into a free-for-all arena for claiming the prize. Heavenly Punishment Venerable is the host and referee of this tournament. That stitched-up freak, called Seraph, is the special invited guest from out of town. As for me, the main target, I can now pull up a chair and comfortably enjoy the show. Xiao Fan's tone grew lighter, even carrying a hint of anticipation. One desperate for revenge, gambling his last shred of dignity on this one move. The other frantic to recover important company assets, willing to do anything to meet his performance target. Tell me, what do you think will happen when those two run into each other in that little courtyard of the Xiao family? Su Mushiwe answered instinctively, an inevitable massive battle. Exactly. Xiao Fan snapped his fingers. That's what I call entertainment, that's true abstract art. A meticulously prepared execution ground instantly becomes a 3-way battle royale. This script is far more interesting than the movie I had in mind. He slowly stood up the fragment of the jade disc containing the universe's mysteries, floating silent, but now he couldn't even be bothered to glance at it. What was a toy compared to watching a live show? Pavilion Master, what is your plan then? Su Mushiwe asked. Plan, oi. Xiao Fan laughed. My plan is to buy front row seats and watch the show. And while they're busy fighting tooth and nail over the spoils of war, aka experiment subject 1, I'll go and clear the field. His gaze fell upon Lin Feng's profile on the screen. Important experiment subject. Sounds like Lin Feng, the fake protagonist, is finally getting an ending befitting his status. Xiao Fan walked to the observation window of the bridge overlooking the sea of stars below. His divine sense could already perceive the 3 distinct yet intertwined streams of energy converging on that tiny blue planet in the distant star system. One was the desperate frenzied wrath of Heavenly Punishment Venerable. Another was the hollow, sacred yet ice-cold and deathly still divine pressure of the Seraph, Xiao Honglian. And the third, caught in the fissure between these two forces, was the insignificant venom and fear of Xiao Zhixiong and Lin Feng. Notify all departments of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. Xiao Fan's voice echoed through the bridge. Use every means to physically sever all communication networks between Dragon City and the outside world. I want that city to become an information island for the next 24 hours. I want this grand play to have not a single superfluous audience member. Su Mux's heart jolted, but she immediately acknowledged the order. As you command, Pavilion Master. The communication ended. Silence returned to the bridge. Xiao Fan's gaze seemed to pierce through infinite space, landing on the city where the storm was about to break. A cold smile curled upon his lips. The game had become interesting once more. In launching at the ancestral home of the Xiao family, this mansion, once a symbol of supreme power and glory, has now transformed into a heavily guarded steel fortress. The air no longer flows with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, but is instead filled with the haunting pressure of a formation mixed with blood and resentment. In the deepest chamber, the venerable Tianqing sits cross-legged. His complexion is ashen, his aura diminished to less than half of its former glory. The white robe that represented his martial saint's dignity has long since disappeared, replaced by a black combat suit suitable for slaughter. He extends his withered left hand, gently stroking his right shoulder. There is nothing there, the wound has long since healed. Yet in his perception, the dark void pointed out by Xiao Fan still exists. A chaotic force from a higher dimension is continually eroding his sacred body, extinguishing his laws, causing his once indestructible sacred position to uncontrollably plummet. The fall of the saint is merely a matter of time. But more terrifying than the decline of his realm is the deep-seated fear known as ignorance that penetrates his very. He closes his eyes, and the humiliating scene from the Cathedral of Light uncontrollably flashes in his mind. His self-sacrificing strike, burning his holy soul, appeared as child's play before the opponent. His proud domain of the saint was effortlessly formatted by the opponent in an incomprehensible manner, turning the tables. He has become a clown for the entire universe to watch. You wretched being. The venerable Tianqing spat out 2 words, his voice hoarse and filled with hate. He lost, utterly defeated. He lost due to arrogance, lost in his mindset as a god of this world. Conventional methods are ineffective against a player who exists outside the rules. If that is the case, then let's upend the chessboard. He suddenly opened his eyes, and in his once majestic saintly gaze only madness and resentment reminiscent of a vengeful spirit remained. I shall use Longsheng as the chessboard and the entire Xiao family as kindling to present you with the grandest funeral. He slammed his palm downward. Boom. The underground energy network of Longsheng emitted a deafening roar as it became overburdened in an instant. Endless energy is being frantically extracted by an invisible force continuously flowing into the massive core of the formation beneath the Xiao family's ancestral home through the already inscribed earth vein formations. 9 turns Sacred Soul Annihilation Formation. The Mother Formation has been fully activated. This formation, which took him hundreds of years to compile with the treasures of the Martial God Hall, using his own sacred blood as a guide, and the entire Longsheng as energy, is finally revealing its terrifying nature. 1 turn locks the soul, 3 turns seal the laws, 6 turns annihilate the void, 9 turns return to the abyss. More importantly, the core of this great formation is tightly connected to the soul sources of Xiao Zhanxiong Lin Feng and every member of the Xiao family imprisoned in the secret chamber. Once activated, it can not only seal the laws of heaven and earth, but also instantly ignite their souls, turning them into the purest fuel, unleashing a return to the abyss strike that transcends the pinnacle of martial saints. This is his final gamble as a former god against the demon who pulled him down from his pedestal. He is wagering his last remnants of cultivation, the lives of the entire Xiao family and his fallen holy soul. Come on, he murmured to himself, laughing maniacally. Let me see if you, the player, can survive this grand gamble of starting anew. In another cell of the ancestral home, Xiao Zhanxiong, treated as the main battery and #1 bait after experiencing the devastating blows of losing his wife, his daughter, and the family's glory, is now on the brink of complete mental collapse. He paces like a wild beast trapped in a cage, his eyes bloodshot. He can clearly feel that his soul is being pulled by an invisible force tightly connected to the veins of this mansion, ready to ignite at any moment. Old dog Tianqing. He growled softly, his voice filled with hatred for the venerable Tianqing, a hatred even greater than that for Xiao Fan. Who could have imagined that he, the lord of the Xiao family and the overlord of Longqing, has now become a mere pawn on someone else's chessboard, a fuel pack ready to explode at any moment? This tremendous disparity and humiliation nearly drove him insane. And that wretched being. It's all because of you. He smashed his fist against the wall, forged from 10th of sandy-year-old mysterious iron, creating a deep thud. If it weren't for you, how could Roy Yun have died? If it weren't for you, how could my Xiao family have fallen to this state? All that remained in his heart was impotent rage. He hates the venerable Tianqing for using him as a tool, and he hates Xiao Fan for ruining everything he had. Yet he could do nothing, merely waiting here like a prisoner for the final judgment to arrive. In stark contrast to Xiao Zhangxiang's madness, in a deeper confinement room, Lin Feng, treated as the ultimate bait, appears unusually calm. A sickly yet fervent calmness. Before him a light screen unfolds repeatedly, playing the battle footage of Tianqiong Star and the Cathedral of Light. Each time he sees Xiao Fan's astonishing tactics, each time he sees the venerable Tianqing in a state of utter disgrace, his inner pseudo-devouring heaven martial vein grows hotter. He is not in despair, instead a distorted protagonist mindset honed by countless online novels is crazily breeding within his heart. Crisis, it is both danger and opportunity. His eyes are blood red, resembling a madman as he murmurs to himself. True power comes from breaking through in desperate situations. He is strong simply because he has fortuitous encounters. And I am the fated son who has been endowed with all of the Xiao family's resources and had the supreme martial vein transplanted. I am the protagonist of this world. Others fear my escalation. While they give up on me, I will bet everything. That old dog thinks I am bait. Who could have imagined that I would leverage the pressure of this killing formation to achieve my ultimate transformation, trampling all of his handsome face twists with extreme excitement. He firmly believes that the predicament before him is merely a classic trial in the protagonist. The venerable Tianqing and Xiao Fan are but stepping stones on his path to the peak. If you do not strive, there are others who will. There can only be one fated son, and I must outdo them all. He abruptly opened his mouth and swallowed a powerful forbidden drug from the Xiao family's collection, the Dragon Blood Frenzy Pill Hole. To be continued. The terrifying drug's power erupted within him, and he let out a suppressed scream of extreme pain, his veins bulging his whole body. Yet his gaze amidst that agony grew even more fervent and bright. A death-defying hunt led by a fallen saint is bizarrely giving birth to an even more insane king of escalation. At that moment, in the main formation's secret chamber, the venerable Tianqing, seated cross-legged, suddenly opened his eyes. Buzz! The warning system of the formation suddenly emitted a piercing alarm. Blood gold formation patterns materialized in the void before him, flashing wildly, their frequency representing the highest level of alert. A look of disbelief flashed across the venerable Tianqing's face, quickly transforming into a grotesque delight. It's here. You wretched being, you've finally succumbed and thrown yourself into the net. He abruptly rose, ready to activate the formation and deliver the most fatal blow to the prey that had stepped into the trap. However, in the next moment, the joy on his face froze. He stared intently at the energy characteristic analysis diagram returned by the formation's core, filled with disbelief. The energy body that is tearing through space at an incredible speed, racing straight towards Longcheng, is not Xiao Fan. He is too familiar with Xiao Fan's aura mixed with chaos and destruction. Yet the energy captured by the warning system at this moment is entirely different. It is vast and magnificent, filled with a sacred and luminous aura. Yet deep within this sanctity lies an absolute stillness and coldness. It feels as if a sun made of the purest light, devoid of warmth, is descending. The strength of this power even causes the fallen martial saint to feel an instinctive trepidation. The venerable Tianqing is completely stunned. He had envisioned countless possibilities, but he never imagined that before the final showdown between him and Xiao Fan, a completely uninvited third party would forcefully intrude onto the. He stared blankly at the increasingly close light point that represented a threat, momentarily dazed, murmuring to himself, "Not Xiao Fan. What is this?" Above the Xiao ancestral mansion, the celestial barrier woven by the ninefold sacred soul annihilation array, which sealed off all laws, suddenly rippled with an unnatural tremor. The ecstatic expression on the ashen face of heavenly punishment venerable froze instantly. He jerked his head up, fixing his gaze on the glaring red light spot reflected back from the array's core. It had arrived. That uninvited third party descended in a manner utterly beyond his comprehension, with a crisp tearing sound like fabric being rent apart. The array's canopy, which could imprison space and resist even a martial saint's penetration, was effortlessly burned through by a pure white pillar of light, descending from the heavens, leaving a massive hole. Then within that pure white radiance a figure slowly descended. It was a woman. She wore tattered hospital garb, barefoot, her countenance holy and beautiful. Behind her a pair of enormous light wings composed of the purest light particles and vast enough to half-shroud the sky slowly unfurled. Each tremor of every light feather radiated a sacred and powerful aura of light. Yet deep within that sanctity lurked an absolute stillness and icy coldness. Like a sun of pure white without warmth, she hung, suspended above Dragon City. Xiao Honglian. In the prison chamber, Xiao Zhanxiong, teetering on the brink of frenzy and rage, let out a terrified shriek upon seeing that familiar, yet unfamiliar face. He recognized her, of course, his fourth daughter. The waste who was supposed to lie in a vegetative state until death at the Federal First Academy of Life Sciences. What was she doing here? And what were those wings on her back? Compared to Xiao Zhangxiang's shock, heavenly punishment venerable in the main array chamber was shaken to his core, his worldview shattered. For a moment, he couldn't react. One of the core functions of the ninefold sacred soul annihilation array he had laid was sixfold space seal. Within this array, the laws of space were completely frozen. Any spatial technique or form of teleportation should have been nullified. Yet this woman directly defied the array's blockade, breaking through his domain with a superior form of power. This did not belong to martial arts. This was a power system he simply couldn't comprehend. Heavenly punishment venerable felt a surge of absurdity. He had devoted his lives learning, exhausted a century's worth of the martial god hall's treasures, and staked his fallen saintly status to set up this final killing game, a fair gamble against that bastard Xiao Fan. And yet before the protagonist even made his entrance, a heavyweight guest had stormed onto the stage from backstage and torn down the set. What was this? Wasn't this just a shoddy farce? Who are you? Heavenly Punishment Venerable suppressed his shock, his divine sense transforming into thunderous words as he questioned the seraphim, Xiao Honglian, in the sky. However, Xiao Honglian didn't even deign to glance at this so-called fallen martial saint. Her pure white, emotionless pupils swept indifferently across the entire Xiao ancestral mansion. Her gaze seemed to pierce through all walls and prohibitions, ultimately locking precisely onto the deepest confinement room where Lin Feng was imprisoned. Target locked. A cold voice, inhuman and synthesized from countless electronic tones, emanated from her lips. By the Lord's command. Retrieving subject 1 Lin Feng. Retrieving the key within him, the incinerating heaven martial meridian. These words struck Heavenly Punishment Venerable Xiao Zhanxiong and Lin Feng like a thunderbolt. The first to collapse was Lin Feng. He had been in a state of self-hypnosis, believing he was the chosen one, and that this crisis was a stepping stone to his peak. But this descending goddess shattered all his illusions. What chosen one? He was merely a subject. What supreme martial meridian? It was just a key to be retrieved. His existence from beginning to end was only a vessel to nurture the key, an item to be reclaimed at any time. No. No. In the protagonist, Lin Feng's spirit completely broke. He clutched his head, letting out a desperate hoarse, "The fool was me all along." He had always thought Xiao Fan was the clown and Heavenly Punishment Venerable was a stepping stone. Now he realized he was the biggest fool used as a tool without knowing it. If Lin Feng suffered a mental breakdown, Xiao Zhanxiong fell into utter logical chaos. He was too disoriented to think. How had things come to this? His vegetative daughter had sprouted wings, turned into some unknown monstrosity, and now came to take away his future hope, his adopted son Lin Feng, who had received the transplanted meridian. And his greatest enemy Xiao Fan hadn't even appeared yet. What should he do now? Help his mad daughter fight his adopted son? Or help his adopted son fight his mad daughter? Everyone for themselves. The situation was too abstract, exceeding the processing capacity of this former Xiao family head's central processor. As for Heavenly Punishment Venerable, after the initial shock, an endless fury and humiliation surged within him. He was incandescent with a farce, an utter farce. The final battle he had staked all his dignity on had been turned into chaos by this sudden seraphim. He wanted to kill Xiao Fan. This woman wanted to capture Lin Feng. Lin Feng was one of his most crucial baits to lure Xiao Fan. If this woman took Lin Feng away, what was the point of his ninefold sacred soul annihilation array? Would he just be a warehouse keeper watching over an experiment for someone else? A monumental disgrace. This was more humiliating than being publicly defeated by Xiao. How dare you? Heavenly Punishment Venerable roared, unleashing his fallen saintly might without restraint. This place is under my authority. Whatever you are, get out of my array immediately, or don't blame me for suppressing and killing you along with the rest. Facing the martial saint's threat, the seraphim, Xiao Honglian, remained utterly unresponsive. She was merely a weapon programmed with a set protocol. Her core directive was to retrieve Lin Feng. Threats. A puppet pays them no heed. She slowly raised her right hand. A spear composed of light particles coalesced in her palm. Her aim was directly at the confinement room below. She was preparing to forcibly break open the confinement room and take her mission target. Heavenly Punishment Venerable's face turned ashen. He was caught in a dilemma. Attack. If he activated the array to strike this woman, now he could certainly severely wound or even kill, but then he would have expended the array's most powerful blow. When that bastard Xiao Fan truly arrived, he would have no trump card left for a one-shot kill. All his schemes would come to naught. Not attack. Then he would have to watch helplessly as this woman snatched one of his most vital baits right under his nose in his own terror. Where would his dignity as Heavenly Punishment Venerable be? Where would his fallen saintly pride be? Just as he struggled internally, caught between a rock and a hard place, the seraphim Xiao Honglian in the sky moved. Without a shred of hesitation, she hurled the light spear, which transformed into a white lightning bolt tearing through space straight toward the confinement room below. You dare! Heavenly Punishment Venerable's eyes nearly split with fury. He could no longer endure the humiliation of being ignored. He furiously channeled the array's power. A golden wall formed from array runes instantly materialized in the spear's path, attempting to block it. Boom. The white spear and golden wall collided with a thunderous impact. A terrifying shockwave of energy exploded above the Xiao ancestral mansion, dyeing half the sky in pure white and blazing gold. The stage for a three-way brawl was set. The actors had already begun an uncontrollable impromptu performance. Just then, a voice dripping with mockery and coldness, as if it could resonate through the soul itself, abruptly descended. TSK. This is my family banquet, and I, the host, haven't even arrived yet. And you guests have already started fighting among yourselves. The sound was not loud, yet it possessed an indescribable penetrating quality. It disregarded the terrifying power of the nine-turned sacred soul-killing array that could isolate heaven and earth, confining the laws, and ignored the violent energy clash generated by the battle between the seraph and the fallen martial saint. Clearly, and precisely penetrating the ears of everyone present, resonating deep within their souls. In the sky, the seraph Xiao Honglian, who was about to launch her second light spear, exhibited a barely perceptible moment of hesitation. Her pure white, emotionless eyes mechanically turned towards the source of the sound, as if analyzing this newly appeared target. Meanwhile, the expression on the face of the heavenly punishment venerable in the main array's secret chamber was completely frozen. He had just been enraged by the sudden intrusion of Xiao Honglian, but now a cold fear gripped his heart, instantly overshadowing his fury. Impossible. The first thought in the heavenly punishment venerable's mind was these three words. His 9 turns sacred soul-killing array with its 6 turns absolute void and 9 turns return to ruins. Once activated, this space would be completely solidified, transforming into a deathly prison entirely isolated from the outside world. Let alone sound, even divine sense could never penetrate in from the outside. The arrival of that woman was a form of high-dimensional strike he could not comprehend, directly tearing apart the array barrier, which had already damaged his Dao heart. But now what was this sound? He suddenly extended his divine sense, frantically scanning every inch of the array's corners. No damage. No invasion. The array's celestial dome was intact, the energy operation stable, and apart from the slowly self-repairing gap, torn by Xiao Honglian, there were no anomalies. The sound seemed to have appeared out of thin air within this prison. The heavenly punishment venerable felt a surge of absurdity. He felt like a programmer who had meticulously crafted what he believed to be an impenetrable firewall only for a virus to bypass all defenses and play music in the core area of his program. This is unscientific and even less martial. In the dungeon, Xiao Zhantian and Lin Feng also heard this sound. Xiao Zhantian's chaotic mind went blank the moment he heard it. It was him. That wretch. He truly has come. As for Lin Feng, having just experienced a mental breakdown of the clown was myself, upon hearing this familiar voice, his body began to tremble uncontrollably. It was fear emanating from the depths of his soul. Just as the three forces were engulfed in shock and panic due to this sound, a strange transformation suddenly occurred. Above the Xiao family's ancestral home, beneath the law's celestial dome formed of blood gold array patterns that isolated everything, the space began to dissolve. It was not violently torn nor penetrated by energy. It was a more profound, eerie change, as if even existence itself had been rewritten. The space itself was like a flat sheet of paper gently pinched from the middle by an invisible giant hand, and then slowly torn apart towards both sides. Sizzle! A pitch-black crack seemingly capable of swallowing all light abruptly appeared in the celestial dome. On the other side of the crack was not the starry sky nor the heavens, but a pure, indescribable chaos and void. In the next moment, a hand reached out from that chaos. Following that, a figure stepped forth from the pitch-black crack. He wore a black outfit that was as simple as it could be, with black hair and black eyes, his appearance handsome yet stern. Calmly, he walked out of the dimensional rift, stepping onto the dome of the killing array. Beneath him was an energy storm capable of slaughtering martial saints and collapsing laws. Beside him was an array pressure that could confine everything and solidify space. However, all of this seemed irrelevant to him. The violent energy currents would automatically calm down when they blew past him. The invisible chains of law would dissolve the moment they approached the range of his body. He simply stood there as if he were not at the center of the universe's most formidable killing array, but in his own backyard, breathing in the morning air. He was Xiao Fan. In this moment, both the heavenly punishment venerable and Xiao Zhantian's pupils constricted, holding their breath. Their minds went blank. In the main array's secret chamber, the heavenly punishment venerable stared fixedly at the figure on the light screen, the color drained from his face, turning to a dead gray. It was over. Only these two words remained in his heart. If Xiao Honglian's appearance just now was like throwing a stone onto his chessboard, disrupting his peace, then Xiao Fan's appearance at this moment was like directly overturning the chessboard and telling him that he was not even qualified to be the player. Everything he relied upon, his lifetime of learning, gambled against the dignity of a saint and the heavenly net laid out by the martial god temple over a century. All of it became a complete joke in front of this person. His opponent didn't even need to crack his array. The opponent simply used an incomprehensible, unattainable method to directly ignore his array. Like an adult who would not care about a so-called castle built with blocks by a 3-year-old child beneath his feet. He simply walked in as he pleased. This feeling, this sense of being completely disregarded and subjected to a dimensional strike, was more despairing than being publicly defeated, more than falling from the martial path he prided himself on. The laws he pursued throughout his life at this moment seemed so cheap, so pitiful. As for Xiao Zhantian in the dungeon, he gaped, his eyes vacant. He could no longer think. He looked at the figure descending like a deity on the light screen. All his hatred, all his unwillingness, all his madness were completely extinguished in this moment by the chill known as despair. It turned out that his self-righteous struggles and revenge were merely a joke from beginning to end. He didn't even have the qualification to get the other party to take a serious look at it. And in the deepest confinement chamber, when Lin Feng saw Xiao Fan appear in this manner, his already shattered mind completely collapsed. His eyes rolled back, and he emitted an incomprehensible groan from his throat, foaming at the mouth, and fainted. He was scared into unconsciousness. Xiao Fan paid no attention to the reactions of the ants below. His mind remained focused on the recent opening door experience. Just a moment ago, he had utilized the fragment of the primordial creation jade plate. The moment his divine sense touched the jade plate, the entire world before. In his eyes, the 9-turned sacred soul-killing array laid out by the heavenly punishment venerable was no longer a mysterious and powerful killing array, but rather a colossal and simplistic data model comprised of countless basic runes and energy flows. All laws and restrictions were presented before him in the clearest form of the most basic source code. He didn't even bother to analyze it. He merely relied on the instincts granted to him by the primordial Tao pill, which belonged to a higher dimensional existence, to find that segment of the program concerning space access permissions. Then, using his own will, he forcibly added a new definition on it. This array grants Xiao Fan permanent, unconditional highest priority access to. The approach was straightforward and brutal, without reason. The heavenly punishment venerable was the game administrator of this game world, and he was the back-end administrator capable of modifying the game administrator's permissions. The technological disparity is the most lethal. A thought flashed through Xiao Fan's mind. He slowly retracted his thoughts and finally directed his gaze to the chaotic stage below. His gaze first landed on the seraph Xiao Honglian, who was floating in midair. He could clearly sense the mixed and powerful force within her. The sacred power of light, the violent biological energy, and a trace of Xiao Honglian's own, that weak soul fire, nearly extinguished, were forcefully stitched together by a crude technique. A poorly constructed patchwork, unstable performance, and a risk of self-destruction. The Eternal God Clan's tech level is still so abysmal. It's like giving you an airplane engine, and you can't even weld it onto a tractor. Xiao Fan internally provided a professional review. Then his gaze lightly swept over the Xiao family members who had fallen into stupor below, and over the two important bait in the confinement chamber, who had completely lost their spirit and energy. His eyes held no sadness or joy, feeling only a dull disinterest. Too weak. Weak enough that he felt somewhat devalued, even to judge them personally. Ultimately, Xiao Fan's gaze fell upon the heavenly punishment venerable, whose face was pale, looking at him with horror. He looked at this once invincible figure, now a fallen martial saint, like a stray dog. He looked at the host of this grand funeral. He had prepared, the organizer of this family banquet. A faint cold smile finally appeared on Xiao Fan's face. He slowly spoke. His voice, through his absolute control over space, clearly reached the heavenly punishment venerable's mind. Your array is quite interesting. Now allow me to borrow it for a moment. Now lend it to me. Xiao Fan's voice was not loud, yet it carried an inexplicable authority. Like a final decree of judgment, it was granted the highest execution priority within the immense procedural backend of the 9 Revolutions Sacred Soul Absolute Killing Formation. Within the main formation chamber, a look of bewilderment first appeared on the ashen face of the heavenly punishment venerable. Lend it to me. Lend what? His mind, on the verge of crashing from overwhelming shock, could not process this declaration, dripping with contempt and time. But the next second his soul trembled with a fear greater than that of a dimensionality reduction strike. He felt the connection between himself and this grand formation, the sense of control as natural as breathing, being forcibly overwritten by a more brutal and advanced power. No, you wish. The heavenly punishment venerable finally reacted, extreme humiliation and fear transforming into final madness. He could be defeated, even killed. But he could never accept that the supreme killing formation, built with his lives learning and staked with his dignity as a saint, would be seized as a trophy by his enemy. Return to void. He let out a beastly roar. Burn everything for this saint. With his command, he abruptly activated the core of the entire formation. Boom. In an instant, a wave of destructive aura erupted from the depths beneath the Xiao family ancestral home. Within the prison chamber, Xiao Zhanxiong let out a pained scream. He felt his soul being ignited by an invisible force, turning into the purest fuel, ceaselessly pouring into the core of that vast formation. Not just him. Within the ancestral home, every member of the Xiao clan had blood gold flames igniting on their bodies. Their life force, their souls, everything they had became the fuel for the heavenly punishment venerable's final strike. Boundless energy converged above the dome, forming an immensely thick pillar of blood gold light, composed purely of the laws of destruction. The power of that light pillar had already surpassed the limits of a martial saint. This was the heavenly punishment venerable's final trump card, a game-ending move to destroy all. His eyes bloodshot, he stared fixedly at Xiao Fan on the light screen, his face twisted with morbid glee. You can ignore formations, can you? You can define rules, can you? Then this saint will detonate these rules, completely turning this heaven and earth, including you and me, into nothingness. Yet facing this ultimate strike capable of shattering stars, Xiao Fan merely lifted his eyelids, somewhat bored. He couldn't even be bothered to unfold his primordial Tao domain. Because the moment he activated the primordial creation jade disk fragment, this formation held no secrets for him. Return to void again. Such a cliché move. If you're out of ideas, you could always perform a lighter trick. The thought crossed Xiao Fan's mind. He watched the descending pillar of destruction like a programmer watching a program about to crash from a logic error. Calmly, he raised his right hand and flicked his finger. Instruction rejected. He spoke softly. These 4 words seemed to embody the supreme constitution of the universe. Amplified by the primordial creation jade disk fragment, they transformed into streams of commands laced with garbled code instantly injected into the vast backend code of the 9 Revolutions Sacred Soul Absolute Killing Formation. Unauthorized operation detected. Initiator Heavenly Punishment Venerable has insufficient permission level to execution request denied by the system. Forcibly revoking all permissions from target. Permission revocation successful. Highest ownership of the formation transferred to Xiao Fan. A classic move of cutting the ground from under one's feet, utterly unreasonable. The blood gold light pillar condensed with boundless destructive force abruptly halted less than 100 meters above Xiao Fan's head. It flickered violently like a machine receiving 2 contradictory commands, falling into logical chaos. In the main formation chamber, the madness and glee on the Heavenly Punishment Venerable's face instantly froze. His connection to that return to void power was severed. His connection to the entire formation was also severed. It felt like a hacker a second before pressing the nuclear launch button suddenly saw a window pop up on his screen. Sorry, your administrator privileges have been revoked. The Heavenly Punishment Venerable's processor completely fried in that moment. He was dazed, unable to comprehend what was happening. Your formation is not bad, plenty of energy. Xiao Fan's voice rang out again. This overwhelming fortune now falls to me. As his words fell, a glint of mockery flashed in his eyes. He slowly clenched his right hand. The blood gold pillar of destruction suspended in midair disintegrated in an instant. But the vast energy did not dissipate under the control of a superior will. It was rapidly reorganized and woven. The blood gold light faded, replaced by a chaotic gray gold hue that seemed to devour everything. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. In the next moment, hundreds of chains formed from chaotic gray gold laws shot out from all directions. Their targets were no longer Xiao Fan, but all the spectators within this cage. In the main formation chamber before the Heavenly Punishment Venerable could even let out a terrified scream, dozens of chaotic chains pierced through the walls, binding his saintly body layer upon layer tightly. His proud saint's domain was as fragile as paper before this absolute confinement born from the primordial chaos. In the prison chamber, Xiao Zhanxiong, who had been wailing in agony from his burning soul, was also pierced through his limbs by several chains nailed firmly to the wall, unable to move. In the deepest solitary confinement cell, Lin Feng, who had just regained consciousness from his coma, was bound by dozens of chains into a bundle, leaving only a pair of terrified eyes visible. Even the seraph Xiao Honglian, suspended in midair and wielding the power of a divine lord, was entangled by hundreds of chains. Her formidable power, that of a biological weapon, was completely suppressed after struggling for less than 2 seconds, leaving her motionless, suspended in the air like a drained puppet. In just a few breaths, the situation was completely reversed. The roles of hunter and prey had been swapped. This ultimate execution ground built by the Heavenly Punishment Venerable, with everything at stake, had become a solitary tribunal for Xiao Fan, imprisoning the Venerable himself and all his enemies. Silence reigned in the Xiao family ancestral home. The Heavenly Punishment Venerable, bound by chains, floated in midair, his face ashen. He stared at the black-clad youth below, who controlled everything like a deity. He watched his lives work become a plaything in the hands of his enemy. He watched himself transform from a chess player into an immobile pawn on someone else's board. An overwhelming sense of absurdity and endless despair drove him utterly insane. A dry, raspy laugh squeezed from his throat. Ha ha ha. He began to laugh, maniacally laughing until tears streamed down his face. It was all misplaced. All misplaced. Ha ha. He laughed at himself for pursuing martial arts his whole life, only to find it a joke before true divine. He laughed at his revenge staked on his dignity was nothing but a monkey show for others from start to finish. A clown. So from the Church of Light onward, he had been the most ridiculous, pitiful clown. Amid this demented laughter, his black hair rapidly turned gray. His face, which still bore the dignity of a saint, quickly became wrinkled. The power he gained by burning his holy soul, his fallen saint, rank his shattered Tao heart. In this moment, they became the final straw that crushed his life essence. The fallen martial saint, after having his spirit and Tao heart ground to dust, met his ultimate end as a powerhouse. Xiao Fan watched all this calmly. He couldn't even be bothered to spare another glance at this completely ruined former martial saint. He slowly descended, his toes lightly touching the cyan stone slabs covered in formation patterns in the ancestral home. Tap. The crisp sound of footsteps echoed in the silent courtyard. He ignored the cackling heavenly punishment venerable that terrified Lin Feng and the days. His steps finally stopped outside the prison chamber, holding Xiao Fan. He lifted his head, his gaze piercing the walls to land on the face of his biological father, who was nailed to the wall by chaotic chains, his expression a mix of shock and venomous hatred. Xiao Fan's face was expressionless. He simply declared calmly, "Father, I have returned. Are you ready to face judgment? Father, I have returned. Are you prepared to accept judgment?" Xiao Fan's voice was very soft. Yet within the server known as the Nine-Sacred Soul Killing Array, which he completely controlled, this voice was granted the highest broadcasting authority. It precisely conveyed to the ears of every audience bound by the chaotic chains, each word carrying an unassailable sense of judgment. In the prison cell, Xiao Fan, firmly nailed to the wall by chaotic chains, trembled violently. His thoughts, chaotic from extreme terror, were forcefully pulled back to reality by a wave of intense humiliation and rage upon hearing the word judgment. Judgment? Judgment of whom? He, the dignified master of the Xiao family, the overlord of Longqing, the ruler, who had single-handedly created the grandeur of the large clan. Was he really going to be judged by that wretch whom he had looked down upon and discarded like trash? Wretch, you are outrageous. Xiao Fan let out an angry roar, the royal true qi within him surging wildly, attempting to break free from the seemingly thin, chaotic chain. However, his formidable 8th-rank martial emperor power was swallowed cleanly the moment it touched the chains, like a mud cow sinking into the sea. These chains, composed of primordial laws, were far beyond the realm of martial arts. They were primarily designed for absolute suppression without reason. Still trying to resist? It seems you have yet to recognize your predicament. Xiao Fan shook his head, his face betraying no extraneous emotion. He didn't even have the interest to take action himself. He simply raised his eyes, looking towards the chaotic dome under his control, and issued a simple command. Class is in session. With the fluctuation of his divine sense, the power of the fragment of the primordial creation jade plate was silently activated. Based on the vast energy of the Nine-Sacred Soul Killing Array, with the terrifying computing power of the heavenly Daos intelligence as the core of an immersive first-person perspective history review class specifically prepared for Xiao Fan officially began. Buzz. A grayish light beam descended from the sky, precisely enveloping Xiao Fan. In the next moment, the scene before Xiao Fan changed abruptly. He was no longer in the cold prison cell, but had returned 6 years prior to the resplendent conference hall of the Xiao family. He sat upright in the main seat, and below him was the young Xiao Fan, just retrieved from the desolate star, tattered and timid. The boy held in his hands a spirit stone of decent quality that he had fought hard to excavate from an abandoned mine, looking up at him with eager anticipation. "Father, this is my gift for you." At that time, Xiao Fan merely glanced coldly, waving his hand impatiently. "Put it down. If there's nothing else, step back and don't delay me from handling the family affairs." This scene had truly occurred back then. But at this moment, Xiao Zhangxiang's perspective was no longer that of the lofty clan head. He had become the boy standing below, filled with joy but drenched by a bucket of cold. He could vividly feel the boy's heart tightening in that instant. He could empathize with the bone-chilling coldness and loss of hope that came from being ignored by the closest person, turning all efforts and expectations into bubbles. "No, this is not me." Xiao Fan let out a terrified roar. He wanted to break free from this absurd roleplay, but his spirit was forcefully pinned into this character by a stronger power. The scene switched again. This time Wang Ryun handed over the dragon blood refinement liquid, which should have belonged to Xiao Fan, with a smile, to Lin Feng. Right, Fenger is exceptionally gifted, it's the right time to lay the foundation. Giving him this potion is putting resources to good use. At that time, he merely nodded in silent approval. "Madam makes a valid point. The family's resources should naturally tilt towards the most valuable individuals." And now he had become the boy hiding behind the door, watching as his cultivation resources, which should have belonged to him, were handed over to another son by his mother. He could feel the indescribable humiliation in the boy's heart, as well as the massive doubt towards the word fairness for the first time. The focus was on precise poverty alleviation, right? Xiao Fan's heart felt no ripple towards his father's immersive experience at this moment. What he needed to do was to replicate all the indifference, injustice, and betrayal endured by the original owner over the past 6 years, frame by frame, clearly onto the soul of his great father. Heart destruction must be taken to the extreme. No, I am not wrong. For the maximum benefit of the family, this is all reasonable. Xiao Zhangxiang's spirit was in violent struggle, trying to find a legitimate reason for his actions. However, Xiao Fan gave him no chance to breathe. The final and most brutal memory illusion crashed down. A blood-red altar. Cold chains. The excruciating pain of being skinned alive as martial veins were stripped away. And there stood his own cold face by the altar, uttering those words devoid of any emotion. "For the family's future, the sacrifice of a waste is worth it. Moreover, it can fulfill Fenger." Boom. When Xiao Zhanxiong experienced in first-person perspective the entire process of being treated as waste and material by his own father and being sacrificed, his resolute clan head will completely collapsed. A heart-wrenching scream erupted from his throat. All illusions dissipated at this moment. He was still nailed to the wall, but his eyes had shifted from rage and unwillingness to chaotic and pure fear. He looked at the expressionless young man in black before him. He looked into those eyes that seemed capable of piercing the soul. His defenses crumbled. It turned out that the great family righteousness he prided himself on was merely a shroud for selfishness and cold-bloodedness. It turned out that his casual decision to sacrifice was a hellish cruelty for the one being sacrificed. I am not wrong. He unconsciously repeated this phrase, but his eyes had completely lost all their luster. No, you are wrong. Xiao Fan's voice was like a final judgment, cold and clear. Your fault lies not in your selfishness, nor in your cold-bloodedness, but in your choice of the wrong object of sacrifice. As the words fell, an unprecedented humiliation was deeply imprinted on Xiao Zhanxiang's nearly collapse. He understood. The other party didn't care about right or wrong or ethics. What mattered to him was that he had been backfired by someone he can— Wretch! You wretch! This extreme humiliation became the last straw that broke the camel's back, and also his final fuel. Xiao Zhanxiang's eyes turned crimson in an instant. A resolute, frenzied aura erupted explosively from his body. Overlord burning blood, all shall perish. He actually ignited his own life essence, and the source of the Overlord golden sharp martial veins, in an instant. Boom. A torrent of golden destructive energy surged into the sky. The chaotic chains binding his arms let out a mournful cry under the burden of this self-destructive explosion, breaking apart inch by inch. In the moment of regaining his freedom, Xiao Zhanxiong hesitated not at all. He gathered all the last and strongest power of his life onto his right fist. He transformed into a streak of golden light, with the madness of mutual destruction charging towards Xiao Fan, who was within reach, with a fierce blow. For the family, everything I did is worthwhile. This was his final roar as a clan head, as a father, the last and most pale shout. Facing this suicidal attack that wagered everything, Xiao Fan stood still, unmoving. He didn't even bother to lift an eyelid. He simply allowed that terrifying golden fist to grow larger before his eyes. In the next second, that golden torrent collided with the invisible, distorted primordial Dao domain in front of Xiao Fan. There was no earth-shattering explosion, no thunderous clash of laws, nothing at all. Xiao Zhanxiang's final punch, burning with life and soul upon contact with the Dao domain, was like a small stone thrown into a black hole. From the moment of the fist's edge, his raging royal true chi, his golden martial vein source, his formidable martial emperor body, were silently, efficiently decomposed, transformed, and absorbed. In the end, they transformed into the most primitive energy particles, dissipating into nothingness. In the face of absolute strength disparity, his dignity and madness, which he wagered everything on, could not shake Xiao Fan in the slightest. Thud! Xiao Zhanxiang's body weakly knelt before Xiao Fan. All his power had dissipated, leaving only the last breath. He raised his head, looking hollowly at this son. He had never truly regarded his face filled with absurdity and despair. His final struggle appeared to be such a ridiculous farce in the other's eyes. The family you speak of will completely become history from this day forth. Xiao Fan calmly delivered the final judgment for this father-son reckoning. He slowly raised his right hand. Buzz! The primordial banner, saturated with the souls of 6 blood relatives, silently unfolded behind him. Bloodlight surged. Countless resentful souls screamed within the banner. Among them, Wang Ryun's twisted face was particularly clear, gazing at the family that was about to join with a sickly, eager gaze. No! Xiao Zhanxiang's pupils shrank to the size of a needle upon seeing the primordial banner. A fear originating from the depths of his soul seized him. Welcome home, father. Xiao Fan flicked his fingers. The bloodlight flashed. The primordial banner, like a bolt of blood-red lightning, instantly enveloped Xiao Zhanxiang's body. There were no screams, no struggles. The previous generation's overlord of the Xiao family silently turned to dust. Only a solid filled with unwillingness and resentment male soul was dragged by countless blood-colored chains into the blood-colored world belonging to family. The 7th core enemy reckoning complete. The entire judgment hall fell silent. Whether it was the fallen martial sage Tianqing from a distance, or the already stunned seraph, Xiao, Hongli, and all looked at the young man in black who had retrieved the flag with a gaze akin to that of observing a demon. After completing all this, Xiao Fan's expression remained calm. He slowly turned around. That icy gaze passed over everyone, finally landing on the corner where the ultimate target lay collapsed on the ground, trembling like a leaf and soaked beneath. Now it's your turn, my good younger brother. Now it's your turn, my good little brother. Xiao Fan's voice echoed in the vast courtroom. Each word struck heavily against Lin Feng's already shattered nerves. Lin Feng collapsed on the ground, suddenly jerked his body. He lifted his head, and on his once handsome and arrogant face there remained only a filthy mixture of mucus and tears along with a profound terror. He looked at the young man in black approaching him step by step, staring into his cold eyes. His father was tormented to the point of collapse by the illusions that preyed. His mother was exposed for her hypocrisy before the entire universe, having her soul drawn and her essence refined. Even that lofty, invincible martial sage of the nation was toyed with like an ant before this devil, falling from grace and shattering his Tao heart. All his support, all his hope were shattered in a brutally unreasonable manner within a short span of time. A dimensional strike. This was the true essence of a dimensional strike. He had always believed he was the destined child of this world, while Xiao Fan was merely a stepping stone providing him experience. He thought he held the script for a comeback, believing that as long as he endured and worked hard enough, there would come a day when he could trample everyone beneath his feet. It was only at this moment that he finally understood. He was not the protagonist. He wasn't even a villain. He was just a self-righteous fool performing desperately on stage, oblivious to the fact that he was merely a joke. The clown was indeed myself. This thought exploded in his mind like the most vicious curse. No, don't come closer. Lin Feng's teeth chattered violently as he retreated on all fours, leaving a shameful dark streak on the ground beneath him. He was utterly terrified. Xiao Fan did not stop his footsteps. He looked at Lin Feng's disgraceful state without the slightest ripple of emotion, feeling only he was even too lazy to humiliate this pathetic imitation with words. He prepared to take action directly to end this farce. However, at the moment he was about to raise his hand, an anomaly occurred. Warning. Threat detected approaching. Activate highest authority command. Eliminate threat. Protect subject 1. A cold electronic synthetic voice abruptly sounded. Boom. The hundreds of chaotic chains binding the seraph Xiao Honglian were forcefully snapped in an instant by a surge of overwhelming pure white light. Xiao Honglian's hollow pure white eyes precisely locked onto Xiao Fan. The immense wings of light behind her suddenly spread open, gathering countless particles of light in front of her, forming a 10-meter-long spear of judgment burning with white flames. Without emotion, without hesitation, she was like a slaughter machine activated with the ultimate program, swinging the spear, fiercely striking towards Xiao Fan. The power of this strike was already infinitely close to the martial sage level. The entire space formed by the 9 turns holy soul-killing array trembled violently under this pure divine light. In the distance, the fallen martial sage, Tianxing, observed this scene, and a hint of delight emerged on his deathly pale face. Fight! Let them fight! It would be best if both monsters perished together. However, facing this unparalleled blow, Xiao Fan didn't even turn his head. His footsteps remained slow and steady as he walked toward the already paralyzed Lin Feng. He simply calmly uttered 2 words. Noisy. The moment the words fell, the space behind him silently collapsed. A deep, seemingly capable of devouring everything miniature black hole appeared out. It was the Chaos Tao domain. The spear of judgment, capable of severing mountains and evaporating rivers, disintegrated instantly upon contact with the depth. There was no explosion, no sound. The massive light energy that constituted the spear was silently decomposed, restored, and finally transformed into the purest energy particles, completely absorbed by the Tao domain. The entire process flowed smoothly, not even ruffling the hem of Xiao Fan's clothing. The strike was ineffective. The seraph Xiao Honglian seemed to experience a brief stutter in her programming. But soon a higher-level command superseded everything. Threat level increased. Activate annihilation mode. Her wings of light burned even more fiercely, a power several times stronger than before wildly gathering within her body. She prepared to launch a large-scale, indiscriminate attack. Endless. Xiao Fan finally stopped, turning his head with a hint of impatience. Within his black eyes, 2 dark, profound runes flashed by. Void-locking soul, divine eye. In an instant, Xiao Honglian's form and his eyes completely, no longer a flesh and blood body, but a complex and crude amalgamation of countless energy circuits and biological tissues. The mixed power of light, violent biological energy, and a faint flicker of the soul fire belonging to Xiao Honglian, almost extinguished, were forcibly entered, and at the core controlling all of this was located at the back of her head. A silver metallic mark the size of a fingernail engraved with numerous sacred runes. So that's it, an external processor. A thought flashed through Xiao Fan's mind. The design concept is good, but unfortunately the craftsmanship is too poor. It's like giving you the blueprint for an aircraft carrier, and you end up welding a fishing boat. Finding the weakness made everything else simple. Facing the seraph charging again, Xiao Fan's figure abruptly vanished from where he stood, within reach across the horizon. In the next moment he appeared behind Xiao Honglian, so fast that even light couldn't catch his trajectory. He extended his right index finger, a trace of nearly imperceptible gray chaotic energy swirling around its tip. Then gently he tapped it on the silver divine servant mark. Crack! A crisp glass-shattering sound. The mark, crafted with the highest technology of the eternal divine society and claimed to be indestructible, was instantly covered in cracks. Immediately after, under the erosion of chaotic power, it completely collapsed, turning into the most primitive metallic powder. Buzz! Xiao Honglian's body suddenly stiffened. The wings behind her quickly dimmed, ultimately dissipating into specks of light. Her pure white eyes began to flicker violently, the radiance fading to reveal black pupils belonging to a human. Confusion, bewilderment, weakness. Eventually her gaze dimmed, her body softening, as she helplessly plummeted to the ground, falling unconscious. From the onset to the end, the entire process took no more than 3 seconds. Xiao Fan didn't even spare her a second glance. Having resolved this minor incident, he turned and continued towards the utterly defeated Lin Feng. "No, don't kill me. I beg you," Lin Feng babbled desperately, his face streaming with tears and mucus. "I'll return the martial vein to you. I don't want anything anymore. Please spare me a path to life." He tried to use his last bargaining chip to trade for a chance to live. A flicker of expression finally appeared on Xiao Fan's face. It was unabashed disdain and disgust. "Return it to me." He stood before Lin Feng, looking down at him coldly. "You don't really think that thing still belongs to me, do you?" Lin Feng momentarily failed to grasp the meaning of this statement. But in the next second, Xiao Fan slowly raised his right hand. That hand contained no gathered true energy, nor any energy fluctuations. It calmly pressed down onto Lin Feng's dantian. Lin Feng's eyes widened in terror. He wanted to dodge, but an invisible pressure pinned him firmly in place, rendering him unable to move. He could only watch helplessly as that hand passed through his clothes, his skin, and his muscle. Not a trace of pain. That hand seemed to ignore physical barriers, probing into the depths of his body. Then it precisely grasped the martial vein that had taken root within him, which he regarded as the source of all hope and glory. Fang Tian martial vein. Only at this moment did an intense pain finally erupt from his dantian, engulfing his entire body. It was not the pain of flesh being torn. It was the excruciating agony of life's essence being forcibly stripped away, a pain stemming from the soul. Lin Feng's body arched violently, convulsing uncontrollably, making strange sounds from his throat, his eyes bulging out due to the sheer agony. Xiao Fan remained expressionless. His hand suddenly yanked outward. Rip! An energy meridian burning with dark red flames, yet mixed with a large amount of gray impurities, was forcefully extracted from Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng's scream abruptly ceased. He collapsed to the ground, his dantian utterly empty, all his power and cultivation drained away in that moment. He became a complete cripple. Xiao Fan held the still writhing imitation Fang Tian martial vein up to his eyes. He gazed at this martial vein that should have been as pure as crystal, now tainted and filthy due to its association with Lin Feng's inferior vessel. His disgust intensified. "Trash paired with a host as trashy as you truly offends my eyes." He calmly rendered his final judgment. Then, amidst Lin Feng's desperate gaze, Xiao Fan's 5 fingers slowly contracted. Bang! A soft sound. That Fang Tian martial vein, regarded as a treasure by the Xiao family and seen as destiny by Lin Feng, was effortlessly crushed in his hand, turning into a flurry of sparkling particles. Not a trace of ash remained. Everything belonging to the original owner was at this moment reclaimed by Xiao Fan in the most humiliating manner, then personally, because he no longer needed it. After doing all this, Xiao Fan was too lazy to even glance at Lin Feng on the ground. With a thought. Buzz! The chaos banner, having absorbed the souls of 7 blood relatives, silently unfolded behind him. The blood light surged as if the sky itself was dyed crimson. Within the banner's world, Wang Riyun, Xiao Zhanxiong, and the other 5 sisters simultaneously raised their heads, looking towards the outside with a sickly, yet firm no. In Lin Feng's hollow eyes, the last glimmer of spirit finally surfaced. That was the fear known as the end. "Now it's your turn to go home." Xiao Fan flicked his fingers. The blood light flashed. The chaos banner enveloped Lin Feng on the ground like a blood-colored ribbon. There were no screams, no struggles. This imitation that had stolen the lives of others, this self-proclaimed destined child, simply vanished without a trace. Only a young soul filled with unwillingness and despair was dragged by countless blood-red chains into the blood-soaked hell of reunion belonging to family. Thus the last name on the revenge list was crossed out. Within the judgment hall constructed by the 9 revolutions, sacred soul, absolute kill formation, and absolute silence descended once more. Xiao Fan withdrew the Hongmeng banner, which had devoured 8 core primary souls, and now glowed with bloodlight, several times more intense than before, his expression calm. To him, this revenge, spanning several star systems and months, was merely the completion of a tedious main quest in the novice village phase. All the chieftains had been toppled, all the loot had been collected. Now it was time to deal with the few loose ends remaining on the battlefield that could not be considered spoils of war. He turned slowly. His calm gaze traversed the rubble and dust, finally resting upon the only 2 spectators remaining on this execution ground. The first was his blood-related 4th sister, Xiao Honglian, who sat slumped on the ground with a dazed and bewildered expression. After the servant's mark implanted by the eternal divine assembly was shattered by his chaotic energy, she had degenerated from a sacred and icy seraph into a weak, delirious mortal. She curled up in a corner, hugging her knees, her body trembling from primal fear. She looked at the devastation around her, at the black-clad youth approaching slowly, and her pupils, restored to black, were filled with confusion and terror. Her memories were fragmented. A moment ago, she seemed to be lying on the cold hospital bed of the Federation's first life sciences academy, her soul adrift in endless darkness. The next moment she appeared in this hellish place, witnessing a war between gods that she could not comprehend. Xiao Fan's footsteps stopped before her. He looked down at her, scrutinizing her like an object. He did not speak, but two obscure runes flashed in his eyes. The void-penetrating, soul-locking divine pupils. Under the vision of these divine pupils, Xiao Honglian's physical structure was laid bare. Her soul flame was as feeble as a candle in the wind, nearly consumed during the previous transformation, leaving only a remnant of instinct. Yet her physical body was a treasure trove. Although the eternal divine assembly's technology seemed crude to him, like being given blueprints for a nuclear reactor and welding a hand-crank generator, the idea of forcibly merging divine particles with biological cells and using an external mark as a control hub had some merit. Especially the residual undispersed holy light genes of the divine master within her, which held immense reference value for studying the essence of the eternal divine assembly's power. Killing you holds no meaning, a thought crossed Xiao Fan's mind. For a puppet already delirious with a shattered soul, death was a release. And he never granted his enemies release. This body still has some use, just recycling waste. He calmly passed the final judgment on his nominal fourth sister. He extended his right hand, and within his palm a wisp of gray chaotic energy slowly coalesced, eventually forming a spinning gray sigil engraved with countless profound Tao patterns. This was a sealing technique he had comprehended based on the laws of Hongming after analyzing the formation with the Hongming creation jade disc. Go, he flicked his finger. That gray sigil transformed into a stream of light, silently merging into Xiao Honglian's brow. Her body trembled violently, and her dazed pupils instantly lost all focus, becoming vacant. The last trace of spirit in her eyes, along with her remaining consciousness, was completely sealed. The next moment Xiao Fan moved his mind. The Hongming banner unfurled silently behind him, but this time, instead of a bloodlight devouring souls, a small spatial vortex tore open at one corner of the banner. On the other side of the vortex was an independent minor world newly opened within the Hongming banner after absorbing the essences of several martial king-level powerhouses. Enter my living specimen. An invisible force lifted Xiao Honglian's body, slowly sending it into that spatial vortex, where it disappeared. Having dealt with the first loose end, Xiao Fan's gaze finally turned to the last standing figure amidst the ruins. That was the once arrogant, now utterly despairing Heaven's Punishment Venerable, the nation-protecting martial saint bound in midair by dozens of chaotic chains. After witnessing how Xiao Fan had trampled his proud martial dignity underfoot, repeatedly grinding it into dust, and turned his meticulously laid killing trap into a personal showcase, this former martial saint's Tao heart had been completely shattered. His jet-black hair had turned snow white in a short span of time. His face, once that of a saint exuding authority without anger, was now covered in deep wrinkles, and his turbid eyes were dim and lifeless. His saintly rank had fallen, his saintly body was eroded by chaotic energy, and his soul's origin had burned out. He was now a frail, aged man, weaker than an ordinary person. Xiao Fan walked step by step to stand before him. Heaven's Punishment Venerable raised his aged head, looking at him with a numb, hollow gaze. He neither begged for mercy nor cursed, for he knew that before this demon god wielding power from a higher dimension, any words were futile. He only sought death. To die with dignity as a martial artist was his final and only wish as a former martial saint. If you're going to kill me, do it, he rasped, his voice like two rough stones grinding together. Xiao Fan looked at him, and for the first time a hint of pity mixed with mockery appeared on his face. Kill you? He shook his head, his tone flat. Why would I kill you? To grant you release. Heaven's Punishment Venerable's turbid pupils contracted sharply. Simple death is the greatest mercy for someone like you. And I never do charity. Xiao Fan's voice shattered Heaven's Punishment Venerable's last defense. What I want is to kill the man and destroy his spirit. As the words fell, he raised his hand and waved. The dozens of chaotic chains binding Heaven's Punishment Venerable dissolved on command, scattering into points of light in the air. Freed, Heaven's Punishment Venerable could no longer hold himself up. He fell from midair like a torn sack, crashing heavily onto the ground, stirring up a cloud. He struggled to get up, but his decrepit body could not muster even a shred of strength. Xiao Fan looked down at him from above, coldly pronouncing his fate. You will not die. You will live, dragging out a miserable existence like a dog. From today, you are my messenger, a living legend. Your task is to tell everyone in this universe exactly what you saw today. Go tell the martial god hall, tell those so-called gods still living in their own world. Tell them that a man named Xiao Fan toyed with a martial saint, grinding his dignity and power to dust. Tell them how laughable and fragile their proud martial arts are before true immortal techniques and divine powers. Let them wait in fear and suffer in despair, for I will soon come for them. Every word struck heavily against heaven's punishment venerable's heart. He understood. The other did not want him dead. He wanted him alive to be a witness to his own shame and a mouthpiece for the other's terror. He would spend the rest of his life proclaiming his defeat and incompetence to the world over and over in the devil's invincibility. This was 10,000 times crueler than being hacked to pieces or having his soul refined. Inarticulate sounds came from heaven's punishment venerable's throat. His spirit at this moment was utterly crushed by this ultimate humiliation. His mouth hung open, drool trickling down his chin. The last trace of reason in his turbid eyes vanished, replaced by pure beastly fear and idiot. He had gone mad. A former martial saint scared into madness. Xiao Fan looked at him, his mockery turning into utter indifference. He no longer paid attention to this thoroughly ruined tool, turning to walk into the depths of the Xiao family ancestral manor. According to information he had extracted from Xiao Zhangxiang's chaotic memories, hidden in the deepest underground of this estate was an ancient treasure vault unknown even to the Xiao family's core members. Xiao Fan's figure merged into the earth, passing through like a water curtain, effortlessly arriving outside the chamber, sealed by countless ancient prohibitions. These prohibitions, capable of blocking attacks from martial saints, were riddled with flaws in his eyes. He did not even bother to unravel them. He simply reached out and gently pushed the heavy stone door, made of tinto sandy-rolled condensed gold. Rumbling, the stone door swung open. A stale, ancient aura rushed forth. Inside the chamber, there were no towering piles of gold and silver treasures, nor a dazzling array of divine weapons. Only a solitary stone platform stood there. On the platform, a palm-sized box made of an unknown crystal hovered silently. Xiao Fan's gaze fell upon the box, and he raised an eyebrow slightly. He could sense that the box itself contained a faint trace of spatial law force. He extended his hand, and chaotic energy swirled at his fingertips, easily undoing the seal on the box. The lid opened. Inside was not some earth-shattering secret manual or pill. Instead, it was a tattered, ancient star chart made from a metallic glowing beast hide. The star chart depicted an unfamiliar star region. The trajectories of countless stars formed a bizarre, yet profound pattern, at the center of which was a deep, spinning black vortex symbol. Heavenly Tao AI, analyze it. Xiao Fan drew the star chart into his hand, communicating with the super artificial intelligence far away in Stardust City. Analysis initiated. Material is the hide of an unknown supernatural being. Drawing time cannot be traced at least over 300,000 years. Scanning residual energy on the star chart. Detected faint divine particle reaction. Comparing with database. Comparison successful. The energy spectrum of this divine particle has a 99.3 similarity to the energy spectrum of the servant's mark at the back of Seraph Xiaohonglian's. Conclusion: the unknown star region pointed to by this star chart is highly likely directly related to the origin of the eternal divine assembly, or their so-called divine master. Upon seeing this analysis report, a cold smile finally flickered in Xiao Fan's eyes. He had thought that the end of this revenge would bring a moment of emptiness. Yet unexpectedly, this most ancient legacy of the Xiao family had directly delivered him the clearest mission briefing for the next phase. Eternal Divine Assembly. He looked at the star chart in his hand, murmuring to himself, "I have found your hiding place." Having done all this, Xiao Fan put away the star chart, took a step, and returned to the ground. He took one last look at this ruin, which bore all the pain and hatred of the original owner, his expression calm. The old era had ended. He lightly snapped his fingers. Boom! A golden Hongming Dao flame leaped from his fingertip, landing on the ruins of the ancestral manor. The flame grew with the wind, instantly turning into a vast sea of fire, engulfing this once glorious estate, now filled only with sin and death, along with the mad old man within. Before this blazing inferno, Xiao Fan's figure slowly merged into the void and disappeared. The sky over Dragon City had completely changed that day. A new terrifying legend of a god would begin to spread from here. On the bridge of the Netherworld Ferry, a profound silence reigned. Xiao Fan sat quietly upon his throne, his gaze piercing through the enormous dark window before him, overlooking the tiny azure planet below. Dragon City, the Xiao clan, the heavenly punishment venerable Wang Rian. All names tied to this planet, bearing the boundless hatred of the original soul, had now crumbled into the dust of history. A long drawn-out drama of vengeance spanning several star domains and setting the entire Federation as its stage had finally drawn to a close. To him, it was merely the completion of a tedious main quest in the novice village. All the bosses had been felled, all the loot had been collected. Now it was time to tally the final spoils and bring this grand server launch event to a perfect conclusion. Xiao Fan's consciousness slowly sank within himself. First in his dantian, the primordial Tao pill, after a series of fierce battles and absorbing chaotic array energy and saintly laws, bore ever-deepening chaotic Tao patterns upon its surface. Like an insatiable miniature universe, it spun steadily and efficiently, purifying all impure energies into the most primal chaos force, nourishing every part of Xiao Fan's being. His divine sense shifted, focusing on the banner floating before him. Whoosh! With the infusion of his will, this primordial banner, which had accompanied him through countless battles, erupted with an unprecedented, dazzling blood light. That blood light was no longer pure malice and resentment, but had taken on a layer of heaviness and aura of ancient desolation. Just moments ago, as Lin Feng's soul was utterly devoured, the final piece of the puzzle belonging to the Xiao clan, to this sea of blood and hatred, was finally. The souls of the 8 core enemies gathered within the banner's world: Wang Riyun, Xiao Zhanxiong, Xiao Ningxue, Xiao Ziwa, Xiao Qingwan, Xiao Lingyun, Xiao Meyer, and the counterfeit Lin Feng, who had stolen another's life. A family together at last. These 8 powerful main souls, filled with venom and unwillingness, stood like 8 pillars of heaven, thoroughly stabilizing the foundation of the blood-colored world within the banner. They became the ultimate sacrifice, the final key to unlocking the ultimate evolution of this life-bound artifact. Ancient runes originating from the primordial chaos, which Xiao Fan himself could not fully comprehend, began to surface, interweave, and brand themselves onto the banner's surface. The banner's form began to undergo a drastic transformation. The originally malevolent blood-red surface rapidly faded, turning into a profound, unfathomable chaos color. The phantom of the blood world formed by resentful souls on the banner's face solidified completely in that instant. Mountains, rivers, sun, moon, stars. A complete minor world with its own independent laws took shape within the banner with a resounding boom. Beyond its world barrier, 9 rivers of the underworld, formed from the purest laws of reincarnation, coiled around, filled with billions of struggling, resentful souls howling in silence. The system's prompt arrived belatedly, yet carried an unprecedented, almost reverent solemnity. Ding! Detected that the host's life-bound artifact, the primordial banner, has gathered the 8 core causal main souls, meeting the conditions for a unique evolution. First ultimate evolution completed. Your artifact, the primordial banner, has successfully advanced to Chaos Spirit Treasure Primordial Reincarnation Tao Banner. New ability unlocked: Reincarnation Judgment. Reincarnation Judgment. The banner's master can designate any main soul within the banner and cast it into the banner's own 9 nether reincarnation realm to endure the suffering of 10,000 cycles of reincarnation. The birth, aging, sickness, death, love, and hatred of each cycle will be transformed into the purest power of resentment and hatred, continuously supplying energy to the main banner. No congratulations, host. You have mastered the universe's most top-tier sustainable principle of draining the pond to catch all the fish. Now your family can finally transform from mere consumables into perpetual motion machines that can toil for you for 10,000 years. A trace of a smile finally appeared on Xiao Fan's face. His divine sense probed into the newly born 9 nether reincarnation realm. There, a colossal millstone of reincarnation formed from countless bones was slowly turning at the world's center. Xiao Fan withdrew his divine sense and put away the primordial reincarnation Tao banner, which now had a completely restrained aura and looked utterly ordinary. Having done all this, he leaned back on his throne, his gaze returning to the deep starry sea outside the window. Revenge was complete. An expected immense wave of emptiness quietly washed over him. From the moment he had transmigrated, the word revenge had been the supreme guiding principle for all his actions, the most vivid color of his life. Now the string that had driven him to constantly grow stronger and scheme had snapped. He felt a hint of confusion, like a gamer who had cleared a game watching the credits roll slowly, leaving only endless emptiness in his heart. However, this feeling of emptiness lasted less than 3 seconds. It was replaced by a grander, more surging desire. It was curiosity for the unknown, a yearning for the end of the great Tao. His gaze seemed to pierce through the endless galaxy, seeing at the universe's edge the organization called the Eternal Divine Assembly, and behind them the being known as the Divine Lord in existence from a higher dimension. He also saw the mysterious star chart obtained from the Xiao clan treasury. This universe still held too many secrets. This game was far from over. His eyes became sharp and profound once more. If before he was merely a powerful and obsessive avenger driven by hatred, then from now on he would become a true carefree seeker of the Tao, taking the entire universe as his chessboard and the exploration of the great Tao as his joy. The moment his heart realm ascended, the system's voice chimed again, as if responding to his epiphany. Ding! Detected that the host's Tao heart is complete. Phase 1 core causal settlement completed. Epic quest chain automatically triggered. Quest name: Requiem for the Assembly. Quest description: a group of despicable thieves attempting to trade the entire universe for their own immortality hide in the dark corners of the cosmos, trying to open the gate to a forbidden world. They blaspheme life, twist souls, and vainly attempt to turn the entire world into a pasture for their divine lord. Current phase quest first ring. Quest objective: please proceed to the abandoned star domain based on the obtained broken star chart, find and destroy the first and most ancient divine descent altar built by the eternal divine assembly. Quest reward: failure penalty none. However, the divine lord's descent will be accelerated. Xiao Fan sneered coldly as he looked at the quest briefing. He had already intended to go and confront this eternal divine assembly, and now the system had delivered the quest list right to his face. It seemed this immense fortune had finally come his way. Just then, an urgent communication from Su Muxue connected to the bridge. On the light screen, Su Muxue's perpetually icy face showed for the first time a heartfelt adoration mixed with awe and fanaticism. Pavilion Master. Her voice carried a barely perceptible tremor. Dragon City has been pacified. With your departure, the Federation's high echelons have fallen into unprecedented chaos. The martial saint has fallen, the myth is shattered, and the old power structure is collapsing at an unprecedented speed. According to your instructions, the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion has begun secretly taking over and integrating various forces. A shadow empire led by us, spanning politics, business, and military, is quietly taking shape. The entire Blue Star Federation now hears only one name. That is you, Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan listened to the report calmly, his face showing no ripple. He had long lost all interest in worldly power. He raised his hand, and the ancient star chart made of unknown beast hide obtained from the Xiao clan treasury slowly unfurled in his palm. At the chart's center, the spinning, deep black vortex symbol seemed like a pair of eyes spying on this world. Heavenly Tao Intelligent Core. He spoke, his voice echoing coldly and clearly in the silent bridge. Set a course. Target: abandoned star domain. Course confirmed. Calibrating subspace, jump parameters. The electronic voice of the Heavenly Tao Intelligent Core responded without emotion. Xiao Fan moved his gaze from the star chart to the boundless darkness. He smiled with amusement. Also, he added: issue a highest level bounty in the name of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion to all intelligence black markets and all black pigeon networks. I want all the secrets of the Eternal Divine Assembly, from its origins to the biographies of every high-ranking member to the true identity of their divine lord. I want it all. The bounty. He paused, his smile growing more unrestrained. No upper limit. Command confirmed. Bounty issued to the entire universe via quantum communication network. With the response of the Heavenly Tao Intelligent Core, the massive yet elegant hull of the Netherworld ferry began to emit a low hum. In front of the bow, space was torn apart by an invisible force, and a subspace wormhole shimmering with rainbow colors slowly opened. Xiao Fan leaned back on his throne, casting one last glance at the increasingly distant blue planet, his eyes devoid of any lingering attachment. The old era, and he would personally usher in a new magnificent era of the starry sea, one that belonged only to him. The next second, the Netherworld ferry transformed into a streak of light that could not be captured, plunging into that resplendent wormhole and vanishing into the depths of the boundless starry sea. The Yuming-Du traverses the bizarre and colorful subspace channels. Beyond the bridge, the twisted and changing rainbow glow flashes by, with countless shattered world silhouettes passing in an instant. Xiao Fan sat calmly on the captain's throne, his expression tranquil, his eyes slightly closed. The azure planet that bore all the love and hatred of the original owner had long been left behind, reduced to a speck of dust in the sea of stars. A prolonged reckoning in the name of revenge has now completely drawn to a close. The anticipated void did not occupy his heart. For a qualified player, defeating the final boss of a version merely signifies the imminent launch of the new expansion. Before enjoying the completion rewards, the first thing to do is to tally the spoils. With a thought, he vanished from the throne. In the next moment, he appeared in a newly opened quiet room within the core area of Yuming-Du. The quiet room was small, its four walls bare, with countless intricate silver patterns flickering, completely isolating this place from all external causality. This place is called Yuming-Jing. It is where Xiao Fan specifically handles certain shady gains. He sat cross-legged and slowly lifted his right hand. Buzz. An ancient banner swirling with chaotic energy silently hovered in his palm. It was the Hongmeng reincarnation banner. After devouring the 8 main souls centered around the Xiao family, this innate magical treasure had finally completed its ultimate transformation. The once overwhelming bloodlight and resentment had completely retracted. At this moment, the banner appeared unremarkable, yet it emitted a heavy aura capable of engulfing even space. Xiao Fan's divine sense slowly probed inside. The world within the banner was no longer the blood-colored wasteland of the past. A complete 9-nether reincarnation realm had already taken shape. The sky was lead gray, and the ground was dark red. A long river of resentful souls formed by billions surrounded the entire world. At the center of the world, 8 figures were bound by thick blood-red chains, kneeling on the ground. It was Xiao Zhantian Ruoyan Lin Feng and his 5 sisters. A family should be this neat and tidy. Each of their faces was filled with extreme resentment and hatred towards Xiao Fan. Their eyes seemed to wish to grind Xiao Fan's bones to dust. A blurred figure of Xiao Fan descended into this world. Ignoring those resentful gazes, he walked straight to the counterfeit who had stolen someone else's life, Lin Feng's soul body. Congratulations. Xiao Fan's voice echoed deep within Lin Feng's soul, laced with amusement. As the final sacrificial offering making a grand entrance, you have successfully unlocked a new feature of this magical treasure. To honor your contribution, I have decided to make you the first tester. Lin Feng's soul body trembled violently. He wanted to roar to curse, but no sound. He could only use his terrified and unwilling eyes to stare fiercely at Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan chuckled. He was too lazy to waste words with this pathetic clown, and with a thought. Reincarnation judgment activate. Boom. With the issuance of his command, the ground at the center of 9 nether reincarnation realm split open. A colossal grinding wheel constructed from the bones of billions of beings slowly rose. This was the bone reincarnation grinding wheel. The blood-red chains binding Lin Feng suddenly tightened violently, dragging his soul towards the center of the grinding wheel. No! Lin Feng finally let out his first and last wretched scream. His soul was mercilessly thrown into the slowly rotating grinding wheel. There was no scene of blood and flesh flying. At the moment of contact with the grinding wheel, Lin Feng's soul was completely disintegrated by an invisible force, transforming into the purest spiritual imprint. Immediately after, a light curtain unfolded before Xiao Fan. Lin Feng's first reincarnation began. Within the light curtain, scenes changed rapidly. A low-tech, harsh environment industrial planet located at the edge of the Milky Way. Lin Feng, or rather he in this life, was born in a crowded hive-like lower-class residential area. His name was Worker Ant No. 735. From the moment he could remember, there were only 2 words in his world: work. To earn a meager living from a greasy nutrient paste, he had to work continuously for 16 hours every day in the dark, lightless mines. There were no family ties, no entertainment, only endless guilt. Among the workers, to secure a slightly cleaner sleeping space or to avoid deductions when receiving nutrient paste, they would not hesitate to scheme against each other, fighting until blood flowed. Today you report me for slacking, tomorrow I break your legs, so you can't work. In this environment, Lin Feng pushed his inherent selfishness and ruthlessness to the extreme. Stepping over countless companions' corpses, he climbed step by step from the lowest level miner to a small foreman's position. He thought his life had finally. However, he soon discovered that he had merely jumped from one small cage into another slightly larger cage. What he had to face was a more advanced level of competition. To keep his position, he had to be harsher than others, exploiting the miners under him more ruthlessly. The planet's overseers told them that being able to work here to contribute everything to the great planetary construction was a blessing earned over several lifetimes. Lin Feng believed it. He desperately exploited others and himself like an ever-tiring beast, fantasizing that one day he could climb to management and become truly superior. He spent his savings accumulated over 10 years to buy a chance to spend a night with an upper-class woman. He thought it was love. The next day, that woman ran away with all his savings and his boss. His lifetime of struggle turned to nothing overnight. He went mad. One night, he stormed into his boss' room with a rusty wrench. In the end, he died in that room. Not killed by his boss, but due to years of high-intensity work and a fit of rage, his heart exploded just a second before swinging. Death from overwork. When he died, his face bore a look of confusion, unwillingness, and the profound resentment towards this world. Why? I clearly worked so hard. This was his last thought in this life. The light curtain slowly dissipated. With the conclusion of Lin Feng's first reincarnation, a nearly substantial black aura arose from the bone reincarnation grinding wheel. This black power was formed from all the pain, despair, unwillingness, and resentment experienced by a life from birth to death, coalescing into the power of this black force circulated within the Hongming reincarnation banner, undergoing layers of refinement and purification. Finally, it transformed into a thread of gray gas 100 times thinner than a strand of hair, nearly invisible. Hongming origin. This thread of gray gas silently drifted out of the banner, entering Xiao Fan's brow. Boom. Xiao Fan's sea of consciousness trembled slightly. A sense of comfort spread throughout his soul. His divine sense, slightly depleted from previous battles, not only fully recovered at this moment, but also became a bit more refined. The Hongming Dao pill within his dantian also accelerated its rotation, with the chaotic power it produced becoming even more pure and condensed. Although the increase was minuscule, this enhancement came from the elevation of life, origin, and the foundation of the Tao. Its quality was far from comparable to absorbing massive amounts of spiritual energy from heaven and earth. So that's how it is. Xiao Fan opened his eyes, a glint of understanding flashing across them. The power of resentment is essentially a type of soul energy. Moreover, it is the most intense and pure form of soul energy. The banner refines it into Hongmeng origin, nourishing my soul, and Dao pill. This is sustainable resource extraction. He sneered. He had already thought of the script for Lin Feng's next life. Let him reincarnate as a true young master born without a martial vein viewed as a shame by his family. Let him fully experience the original owner's despair and betrayal in the first half of his life. The main focus is on recycling, reemploying waste. He looked at the souls within the banner, the 7 who were still directing their impotent fury at him. In his eyes, they were no longer enemies. Instead, they were a rich mine waiting to be exploited, continually providing pure energy for him. This was far more interesting and useful than simply killing them. Just as he was preparing to throw Xiao Zanshin's soul into the reincarnation grinding wheel, to let him experience the thrill of falling from a ruler to an ant, a slight prompt sound echoed in his sea of consciousness. It was a communication request from the heavenly Tao intelligence brain. Xiao Fan raised his brow slightly and connected the communication. Su Muxu's cool face appeared on the virtual screen of the quiet room. There was a hint of excitement on her face. Master. Her voice came through the encrypted channel, clear and urgent. The unlimited bounty notice regarding the Eternal Life Divine Association that you previously asked me to release under the name of Qinji Pavilion on the universe's top intelligence black market Black Dove. There is news. Xiao Fan's brows arched slightly. This efficiency was faster than he had anticipated. Oh, which reckless soul seeks to test their luck with me? He inquired calmly. Su Muxue drew a deep breath, striving to steady her nerves. The contact's alias is Raven, one of the most elite and enigmatic intelligence brokers within the Black Dove network. Legend claims he has operated in the shadowy corners of the cosmos for over a millennium. He asserts he possesses exclusive intelligence regarding the origins of the Eternal Divine Assembly. And the price? Xiao Fan asked. Su Muxu's expression twisted with unease as she hesitated before uttering the sum. 1 trillion interstellar credits. That figure could procure an entire fully crewed star fleet or buy an entire district in the most opulent sector of the Federation's capital planet. Even Su Muxue, who had overseen the immense capital flows of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, felt her heart race at such an astronomical number. To her, this was not a transaction, but blatant extortion. Yet Xiao Fan's visage remained utterly unchanged upon hearing it. Instead, he smiled. Intriguing. To dare name such a price suggests the goods he holds indeed carry weight. Heavenly Tao intelligence, connect me to him. Command confirmed. Establishing quantum entangled encrypted communication tunnel. Tunnel established. Anonymous identity protocol activated. Dialogue begins. A heavily disguised and encrypted electronic synthesized voice devoid of any discernible gender or age resonated within the silent bridge. I am Raven. The voice was cold and clipped. My intelligence is worth 1 trillion. No negotiation, no credit. Payment upon delivery. Xiao Fan leaned back on his throne, saying nothing. He merely gestured with his eyes towards Su Muxue on the holographic screen. She immediately understood. Although she found the price preposterous, the Pavilion Master's decision was the supreme directive. She prepared to authorize a transfer from the Pavilion's secret accounts. Xiao Fan raised a hand to halt her. Gazing at the fluctuating code representing the signal source, he spoke for the first time. 1 trillion agreed. But first you must answer one question. The other side paused momentarily, as if weighing the request. Speak. Is this intelligence authentic? Xiao Fan's tone was flat. For the first time, the electronic voice carried an inflection. A coldness born of, I have traded in the Black Dove network for a millennium. My reputation is my life. I never peddle falsehoods. Excellent. Xiao Fan nodded. Pay him. Command confirmed. Initiating transfer via highest priority encrypted channel to target anonymous account. Transfer amount 1 trillion interstellar. Transfer in progress. Su Muxue on the screen held her breath. Her heartbeat accelerated with each tick of the rolling progress bar. 1 trillion. And he paid it without so much as a blink. With wealth, one could indeed do as one pleased. Was this the world of the power of money? Ding. Transfer successful. With the heavenly Tao intelligence's prompt, the signal source representing Raven fell into a prolonged silence. Seconds ticked by. The bridge was shrouded in stillness. After a full half-minute, the frigid electronic voice finally sounded again. But this time it was laced with shock, even a hint of reverence. Esteemed buyer. His address shifted from the cold you to the respectful you. The transaction is complete. The encryption key for the intelligence has been sent to your terminal. Raven felt his processors on the verge of overheating. In a millennium of existence in the cosmic darkness, he had dealt with interstellar emperors, pirate overlords, and reclusive sages. He had demanded prices in the hundreds of billions. Yet every deal had been accompanied by protracted negotiations, probing, and haggling. This was the first time he had named a price of 1 trillion, a sum even he deemed absurd. And the other party, without a single superfluous word, without even verifying the intelligence's authenticity, had simply wired the funds. Such unparalleled audacity, such confidence. He cared not for the trillion. He cared only for the intelligence he sought. In that moment, Raven's composure shattered completely. He realized the being he encountered today was no ordinary wealthy patron, but a super tycoon whose existence he could not even begin to fathom. The deluge of fortune left him dizzy. This single deal surpassed the total earnings of his past century. Raven's voice became unprecedentedly deferential. Noble lord, in gratitude for your generosity beyond the purchased intelligence, I shall bestow upon you a free counsel I deem vital for your current voyage. Speak your peace, Xiao Fan said indifferently. Within the abandoned star domain dwells a terrifying entity known as the Starvor. They are not flesh and blood life forms, but subdimensional beings straddling energy and matter. They devour all forms of energy, particularly ship shields and warp drives. Once entangled by them, even Marshall Saint-level powerhouses meet only their doom. I implore your caution. Acknowledged. Xiao Fan terminated the communication. Su Muxu's figure vanished from the screen, presumably to handle the aftermath. Within the bridge of the Netherworld ferry, only Xiao Fan remained. The heavenly Tao intelligence had compiled the intelligence from Raven, displaying it on the holographic screen before him. Intelligence source: top-secret archives of an extinct interstellar civilization from an ancient epoch. Core content: 1. The abandoned star domain 300,000 years ago was the cradle of a super civilization named Aaron in the Milky Way. This civilization's technology and spiritual power had both reached an extremely high level. 2. At the end of the Aaron civilization, they contacted a taboo existence from beyond the universe, which they called the Divine Lord. They attempted to sacrifice their entire civilization in exchange for so-called collective ascension. 3. The first and most ancient divine descent altar of the Eternal Divine Assembly was built upon the ruins of the Aaron civilization's homeworld, a planet codenamed First Cradle. Gazing at the intelligence, Xiao Fan let out a cold laugh. Everything connected. The fragmented star chart from the Xiao family vault aligned perfectly with this trillion-credit intelligence. His next destination was now crystal clear. Just then a subtle tremor ran through the hull of the Netherworld ferry. The emotionless electronic voice of the heavenly Tao intelligence echoed through the bridge. Reporting to Pavilion Master. Subspace navigation concluded. Exiting warp drive state. Target star domain, abandoned star domain. Arrived. As it reported, the bizarre subspace streamers beyond the massive forward viewport rapidly receded. Replacing them was a darkness so profound it chilled the soul. Xiao Fan's gaze pierced the viewport, fixating on the new alien star domain. His pupils contracted. The sight before him defied all his prior understanding of the cosmos. There were no resplendent star rivers, no twinkling stars, only a lifeless, boundless darkness. On this dark canvas were strewn countless immense, scar-like spatial fissures. These fissures crisscrossed, some spanning tens of thousands of light-years, others like abyssal maws slowly opening and closing. Chaotic, violent energy storms raged between the fissures, emitting silent roars. Countless shattered planetary remnants, colossal asteroid belts, and the corpses of long-extinct stars formed an expansive cosmic graveyard. An aura of desolation, death, and peril permeated the surroundings. It was as if all the death and finality of the universe converged here. The warning of the heavenly Tao intelligence sounded timely. Warning. Unknown high-order law interference detected in the forward star domain. Conventional physical laws have failed. Spatial parameters are extremely unstable. Navigation system paralyzed. Standard jump engines cannot be activated. Upon the bridge of the Nether Passage, a profound stillness reigned. Beyond the colossal viewport lay the apocalyptic vista of the cosmos. Here there was no light, only a pure, all-devouring darkness. Countless spatial rifts spanning tens of thousands of light-years viciously tore across the firmament. They resembled colossal scars left by a dying universe, slowly opening and closing, each breath spewing forth devastating energy storms. The corpses of long-extinguished stars, shattered continental plates, and solidified metal wreckage formed a boundless, frigid graveyard. It seemed as though the death and finality of the entire universe had converged upon this place. The cold electronic voice of the heavenly Tao intelligence system tirelessly repeated the highest-level warning. Warning. Space curvature is below the safety threshold. Navigation system has failed. Warning. Over 300 types of unknown high-energy radiation detected. Standard shields have failed. Warning. Subspace biological force field detected. Standard jump drive has failed. Each cold warning heralded the end of modern technological civilization at this location. This was the forbidden zone of the known universe, a point of no return marked with the most vivid crimson skulls in all navigation manuals. Any vessel that trespassed here faced but one fate: to become yet another heap of cold wreckage in this graveyard. Xiao Fan reclined on his throne, chin resting on his hand, calmly appreciating the apocalyptic fireworks outside the window. His face bore no trace of tension. Instead, there was a hint of amused interest, as if he were not breaching a death zone, but enjoying a premium 4D disaster. He spoke to the air beside him, his tone level. A trillion credits for intelligence with a grand show thrown in for free. Feels like quite a bargain. No one answered him. Only the monotonous wail of the heavenly Daos alarm echoed. All right, enough. Xiao Fan waved his hand impatiently. Skip track. He issued a simple command. Command confirmed. The heavenly Dao intelligence system immediately ceased all alarms, executing highest priority preset protocol cosmic graveyard navigation mode. Mythic vehicle form switching. Target form Nether. As the electronic voice faded, the massive, elegant hull of the Nether passage began to undergo a peculiar transformation. Its indestructible dark golden shell forged from chaotic immortal gold instantly lost all metallic luster. The color rapidly faded, transforming into a translucent, ethereal state between existence and nothingness. The complex structures on the hull serving as weapons and thrusters all folded, contracted, and eventually smoothed into sleek, streamlined forms. The entire Nether passage shifted from a majestic starship into a colossal, almost transparent black phantom. An ancient, profound aura seemingly from the underworld itself emanated from the hull. It no longer resembled a technological creation, but rather a living, ancient specter wandering the depths of the cosmos. Form switch complete. Initiating forced entry. The heavenly Daos command was given. The next moment, the Nether passage activated no engines, and its prow emitted no energy. It simply silently charged headlong into the energy storm capable of tearing stars asunder. There was no violent turbulence, no piercing alarms. Upon contact with the storm, the Nether passage's hull fully dematerialized, merging with the tempest. It disregarded all raging energy particles and the law fragments that could slice through space. It navigated through the storm as stable as gliding on a placid lake. Just then, countless red dots ignited deep within the storm. These were the local specialty mentioned in Raven's advisory gift, star-devouring WIRMS. They were not flesh and blood beings, but energy-feeding subspace organisms. This food, radiating immense energy as it entered their hunting grounds, instantly drew the attention of all the WIRMS. Tens of thousands of WIRMS, each over 100 meters long and composed of twisted light and shadow, converged from all directions. They opened their maws of pure energy and lunged to bite the hull of the Nether passage. Such an attack could instantly drain the shield energy of a stellar cruiser. Yet the moment they reached within 100 meters of the Nether passage's phantom-like hull, a sudden change occurred. An intangible force field imbued with the laws of devouring and reincarnation instantly expanded from the Nether passage's hull. The ferociously charging, star-devouring WIRMS stiffened the moment they touched the field. Their energy-based bodies began to rapidly decompose. Starting from their heads, the light and shadow twisted the energy, dissipated, reverting into the most primal, purest particles of unclaimed energy. No screams, no struggle. These terrifying beings, which even martial saints would avoid, had no power to resist. Before the Nether passage's force field, they melted away in droves. The vast energy released from their decomposition transformed into torrents of power, completely absorbed and converted by the Nether passage's hull, ultimately stored within its energy core. High-purity energy injection detected. Energy reserves rapidly increasing. 95, 98, 100. Warning: energy reserves have reached maximum capacity. Initiating reverse charging mode. Redirecting surplus energy to the Zhou Tianxing Do Grand Array Core. The heavenly Daos report sounded. Xiao Fan watched the star-devouring WIRMS outside continuously charging and turning to ash, ultimately becoming fuel for his ship, and smiled with interest. He recalled an ancient meme from Blue Star. Thanks for the gifts of nature. This wasn't entering a cosmic graveyard, it was a rat falling into a rice barrel. Free energy not to be wasted. This was the true use of a mythic-class vehicle. Conventional ships consumed energy to withstand danger, while his Nether passage transformed danger itself into its own power. The key was turning the tables and achieving sustainable development. The Nether passage's nether form was one of its core abilities. It allowed the vessel to perform a brief phase shift into the crevice between the real universe and subspace. In this form, it was immune to most known physical and energy attacks, and could convert its passive defensive field into an active energy-absorbing field. After crossing the lengthy energy storm belt, the Nether passage finally arrived at a relatively calm dark void. The star-devouring WIRMS had vanished. What unfolded before Xiao Fan was a true graveyard of giants. Countless dead planet remnants floated silently in the darkness. Some planets were reduced to halves, their vast cross-sections revealing solidified cores. Others were completely shattered, forming vast asteroid belts orbiting dead stars. Further away, the skeletal remains of several colossal unknown beasts floated in the void, their bodies larger than some asteroids. Time here seemed to have frozen. Everything remained in the posture of its death, filled with desolation, silence, and a sense of tragic grandeur. A holographic screen from the heavenly Tao unfolded before Xiao Fan. It rapidly compared and calibrated the fragmentary star chart with the actual starfield before them. Countless streams of data flashed by. Finally, a three-dimensional star map materialized at the center of the bridge. A red blinking coordinate point was marked. It was a dead planet, entirely dark red, covered in enormous dried-up rift valleys. Its volume was 100 times greater than Blue Star. Report. Coordinates calibrated. Based on intelligence from Raven and cross-verification with our star charts, the target has been locked. The first and most ancient divine descent altar of the Eternal Divine Council is hidden upon the ruins of that planet codenamed First Cradle. The Nether Fairy hovered steadily in a synchronous orbit around a dark red planet. The Heavenly Tao AI projected the planet's detailed parameters at the center of the bridge. The First Cradle. Xiao Fan gazed at the colossal dead planet, uttering its codename. Its surface was scarred by countless enormous rift valleys resembling a parched and cracked face. The planet's atmosphere was thin, composed mainly of inert gases and unknown dust. There were no life signals, no energy reactions. It hung silently in the cosmic graveyard, exuding an aura of desolation forgotten by time. Pavilion Master, the landing module. The Heavenly Tao AI's voice chimed in. No need. Xiao Fan rose from his throne. He'll go down alone. You stay here on standby. His figure vanished from the bridge, and in the next instant he appeared just beyond the First Cradle's near orbit. He wore no space suit, standing calmly in the vacuum. The sheer might of his primordial chaos divine demon body rendered him impervious to most of the universe's harsh environments. His gaze descended, locking onto the vast dark red continent. Then his body transformed into a streak of light, plummeting toward the surface. As he pierced the thin atmosphere, the friction-generated heat couldn't even singe the hem of his robe. Moments later, his feet touched the solid ground. Not a speck of dust was stirred. All around was a deathly silence. The sky was a dreary gray, devoid of sun or stars, lit only by twisted light seeping through distant spatial rifts. The ground was dark red gravel. Massive canyons plunged into unfathomable depths like scars on the planet. There was no wind, no sound. Even the flow of time felt sluggish. Xiao Fan slowly unfurled his divine sense, instantly covering tens of thousands of miles. Soon his brow furrowed. The physical laws of this planet were in utter chaos. Gravitational parameters varied subtly across different regions. The spatial structure was extremely unstable, sometimes robust, sometimes fragile. More importantly, the air and sand were saturated with a bizarre energy. It was a contaminating force, a mixture of boundless resentment and a base form of sacred. It infiltrated everything, attempting to taint his divine sense. An ordinary martial artist would have their mind corrupted by a single breath of this air, turning into a mindless killing machine. Leaked energy from the divine descent altar, Xiao Fan understood. It seemed the intelligence from that raven was genuine. This contamination was lethal poison to others, but trivial to him. His primordial chaos, divine demon body, was impervious to all laws. As his chaotic energy circulated, it purified any approaching contamination. Yet he grew intrigued by the nature of this power. He wanted to know what the so-called divine lord of the eternal divine assembly truly was. Knowing one's enemy was the first step to ensuring their utter defeat. With a thought, Xiao Fan summoned the supreme treasure he had obtained from the divine-grade blind box, the fragment of the primordial chaos creation jade disc. A palm-sized grayish jade disc appeared in his hand. It was unadorned, emitting no light, yet it contained the most fundamental principles of the universe. Analyze. Xiao Fan gave the jade disc a simple command. He infused a thread of chaotic energy into it. With a soft hum, the creation jade disc vibrated, emitting an invisible arcane light that enveloped Xiao Fan's body. In the next second, the world in Xiao Fan's eyes was utterly transformed. All things in heaven and earth shed their original colors and forms, becoming a foundational code composed of countless ever-flowing runes. He saw how space was woven from countless spatial runes. He saw how matter was assembled from different elemental runes. And the divine contamination permeating the world held no more secrets for him. It was no longer a mysterious, unfathomable force. It was a crude, bug-ridden piece of soul virus code. These viral codes floated in the air, invading the cracks of matter. Its core directives were only three. 1. Infect all living beings with a soul. 2. Erase their self-awareness, transforming them into fanatical devotees of the Divine Lord. 3. Drain their life force and soul energy, transmitting it as power to an unknown coordinate. So after all that, it's just a cosmic-level Trojan. A look of understanding crossed Xiao Fan's face. And a single function, one written like a messy ancient version. The so-called divinity in his eyes was merely a more aggressive, targeted psychic toxin. The planet's chaotic laws were due to this Trojan program running for Its energy leakage conflicted with the planet's own physical laws, causing the entire planet's operating system to be in a state of semi-collapse. Vulnerabilities and logical errors were everywhere. Truly amateurish, yet so eager to play, Xiao Fan remarked. This feeling of total control gave him a new appreciation for the joy of pursuing the Tao. Exploring the unknown, analyzing it, and ultimately defining it. This was far more intriguing than mere fighting. Just as he was about to stow the jade disc and follow the source of the viral code to find the so-called altar, rumble, the entire dark red earth suddenly quaked violently, as if an ancient behemoth was awakening from the planet's core. Not far ahead, a mountain peak thousands of meters high split apart with a thunderous crack. Countless massive boulders tumbled down, raising clouds of dust. A claw so immense it defied description formed from countless dark red bones, and rock violently thrust out from the fissure and slammed heavily onto the ground. Following that, a colossal figure slowly crawled out from the depths. It was a terrifying monster 1,000 meters tall. Its body was a forced amalgamation of countless creatures' bones and the planet's rock. Between its massive ribs burned a dark red flame of pure. It had no head, only a massive, constantly twisting mass formed from hundreds of various creature skulls. At the center of that mass, a huge eyeball emitting a ghastly white light locked onto Xiao Fan. A terrifying aura comparable to a peak martial emperor, or even stronger, radiated from it. It was a monster born from the twisted aggregation of all the resentment and despair of the beings who had died on this planet over countless eons, warped by the divine. An immune system for this dead planet. An altar guardian. Roar. The skeletal wraith let out a silent scream. It wasn't a transmission of sound. It was a soul shockwave filled with endless agony, madness, and divine contamination surging towards Xiao Fan. This shockwave was enough to shatter the mind and Tao heart of an early-stage martial saint. Yet this world-ending soul storm, upon reaching 3 meters from, was completely annihilated and dissolved by a thin layer of chaotic radiance naturally emanating from his body. The primordial chaos, divine demon body, came with innate soul protection. He was completely immune to this level of mental attack. Xiao Fan looked at the ferocious monster before him, which appeared riddled with flaws in his eyes, without a trace of Through the creation jade disc's analysis, he could even clearly see the trajectory of every energy node within the monster's body. The divine contamination energy core inside, it was like a crude central processor driving this massive frame. In his eyes, the monster was no longer fearsome. It was merely excellent experimental material to validate his recent analytical findings. Not bad experimental material. Xiao Fan watched the skeletal wraith, which was gathering energy for its next attack, a playful smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Let me see just how capable this so-called divinity really is. The entire dark, crimson wasteland trembled beneath the silent soul roar of the skeletal wraith. That psychic onslaught, a maelstrom of endless resentment and divine corruption, was enough to shatter the ecosystem of an asteroid and pulverize the sanity of every living being into dust. It was a terrifying strike capable of breaking the Tao heart of a nascent martial saint and overturning their very soul. Yet when this cataclysmic spiritual torrent reached within 3 meters of Xiao Fan, it collided with an invisible wall. Around Xiao Fan, a thin, almost imperceptible halo of chaos naturally emerged. The primordial chaos divine body rendered him inviolable to all laws. The instant the violent soul impact touched the halo, it was completely neutralized, disintegrated, and dissolved into nothingness. It didn't even stir a ripple on Xiao Fan's robes. Xiao Fan calmly regarded the monster, a construct of countless resentful spirits, his expression unchanging. Through the analysis of the primordial chaos creation jade disc, the creature's underlying structure held no more secrets for him. Its massive skeletal body was merely a crude shell. At its core, within the central flame of resentment in its chest, was an energy node of divine corruption spinning at an incredible speed. That was the central processor driving this colossal frame. A central processor with a primitive design philosophy and code riddled with flaws. Roar. Its attack nullified the skeletal wraith, seemed to fall into a brief logical confusion. But soon its instinct, as the planet's immune system locked onto Xiao Fan the virus once more. The pale eyeball at the center of its massive skull, formed from countless heads, blazed brightly. It raised its sky-obscuring bone claw, preparing for another, more violent physical assault. Xiao Fan lost interest in further observation. For a programmer who had already seen the underlying code, watching the virus execute was a waste of time. Experiment concluded. He calmly delivered the final verdict to this guardian. He didn't employ any earth-shattering divine abilities, nor did he summon the primordial chaos cycle Tao banner. He merely raised his right hand, slowly extending his index finger. A faint, imperceptible wisp of gray energy, smaller than a speck of dust, coalesced at his. It was a thread of the most primordial chaos force drawn from his primordial chaos Tao pill. He flicked his finger. There was no sound, no flash of light. That wisp of gray energy left his finger appearing instantly before the skeletal wraith's chest, defying the laws of space and physics. Then with pinpoint accuracy, it entered the energy node that served as its core. For a moment, time itself seemed to freeze. The skeletal wraith, its bone claw raised high for a thunderous strike, froze abruptly. The next moment, the most bizarre scene unfolded. There was no cataclysmic explosion, no thunderous clash of energies. Starting from the core energy node, the wraith's colossal body began to silently and efficiently disintegrate. The material structure of the dark red bones and rocks forming its body was forcibly dismantled from the most fundamental particle level. They lost their form, dissolving into the most primal pure dust, falling in a cascade. The flame of countless resentments burning within it was extinguished and dispersed instantly, as if doused by a bucket of water from a higher dimension. It was a formatting, an unreasonable erasure from the very root. Chaos Force was the most efficient antivirus software in the universe. In the terrified and bewildered consciousness of the skeletal wraith, its colossal body, which had existed for countless millennia, shattered in an instant. Uttering not even a mournful cry, it was completely reduced to swirling red dust scattered by the wind into the silent void between heaven and earth. A planetary guardian whose strength rivaled a peak martial emperor and troubled even martial saints was thus erased with a single finger. Xiao Fan withdrew his finger, his expression calm. To him, it was merely deleting a redundant file from the system. He looked into the distance. With the skeletal wraith's dissipation, the source of the divine corruption permeating the world became clear. He began to walk unhurriedly in that direction. All around, silence reigned, broken only by the sound of his footsteps on the desolate plain. After walking for about half an hour, he arrived before a massive sand dune. The energy in the air, a mix of resentment and decaying sacred aura, was several times more concentrated here. It's right below. Xiao Fan understood. He stopped, merely lifting his eyelids to glance at the kilometer-high sand dune. An intangible wolf sweeping forth with his gaze instantly expanded. Boom. There was no gale, no burst of energy. The underlying structure of the mountain-like sand dune's material was altered in an instant. Hundreds of millions of tons of dark red sand and gravel lost all cohesion in a moment, transforming into quicksand that collapsed and scattered in all directions. The ruins of a magnificent ancient city buried beneath the yellow sand for countless millennia were revealed before Xiao Fan. It was a city of immense scale. Its size was more than 10 times that of any megacity on Blue Star. The architectural style was filled with surreal geometric beauty, countless towering spires pointing towards the gray sky. The building material was an unknown dark gold metal, which showed no signs of rust, even after eons of erosion, merely covered in a thick layer of dust. The entire city was deserted, like a vast silent tomb. A profound sorrow enveloped every corner of the city. This was the silent lament of an ancient city. Xiao Fan's figure drifted into the dead metropolis like a ghost. He passed through empty streets, crossed vast plazas, and headed straight for the city's heart. Here lay a huge sunken circular plaza. At its center was a long dry pool over 10 kilometers in diameter. The pool's walls and floor were stained a dark brown, as if repeatedly soaked in blood. The mottled colors seemed to narrate the horrific sacrifices that had once. Around the blood pool rose a ring of colossal walls. These walls were densely covered in lifelike murals. Xiao Fan's gaze fell upon these murals. He looked from left to right, viewing them one by one. A tragic history of an ancient civilization named Alan from 300,000 years ago unfolded before his eyes. The first set of murals depicted a highly advanced civilization. The Alan people were elegant and form masters of advanced technology and possessing immense spiritual power. Their cities floated in the sky, energy flowed like rivers between buildings, and every Alan face radiated peace and wisdom. The second set of murals showed the turning point. The Alan people received a mysterious message from deep space. They depicted its sender as an ineffable great being radiating holy light. They called it the Divine Lord. The third set of murals depicted the Alan civilization entering an era of fanatical worship. The Divine Lord transmitted gospel to them through psychic communion. It promised to lead the entire Alan civilization in a great collective ascension, freeing them from physical constraints to become higher dimensional beings and achieve true immortality. The murals showed all Alan people cheering, singing, and dancing, celebrating the immense fortune bestowed by the Divine Lord. The fourth set of murals depicted the story's climax and end. Under the Divine Lord's guidance, the magnificent sacrificial blood pool was constructed. On that day, the murals showed all Alan people, regardless of age, gender, or status, donned their finest attire. Their faces bore devout and fanatical smiles, and they formed orderly lines hand in hand, as if attending a grand celebration. They stepped one by one into the enormous blood pool. In the final mural, the pool water was stained red. The bodies of countless Alan people slowly dissolved in the pool, transforming into pure life energy and soul force. This energy converged into a colossal pillar of crimson light shooting into the sky and disappearing into a faint swirling black vortex. Below the mural was the empty city. There was no collective ascension, no eternal kingdom. There was only a complete, meticulously planned hoax. A cruel harvest of an entire civilization. Xiao Fan calmly finished viewing all the murals. His face was expressionless, but his eyes turned a few degrees. The so-called Eternal Divine Assembly and its divine lord were nothing but a group of despicable parasites active in the cosmos feeding on civilizations. And their deceptive scheme wasn't even clever. To think people would actually fall for this cosmic version of the Eye and the Qin Emperor send money scam. Utterly foolish. He shifted his gaze from the murals to the center of the dry colossal blood pool. The source of the most intense resentment and divine corruption in the air emanated from there. His form flickered, and the next moment he stood at the very center of the blood pool. The ground here was made of black crystal. Through his void-penetrating divine pupils, Xiao Fan perceived a faint spatial fluctuation, one not belonging to this dimension. He reached out and gently pressed his hand against the black crystal floor. He channeled his chaos force into it. A transparent seal woven from countless complex runes and shimmering with light slowly materialized. This seal not only warped space, but also caused the flow of time to become chaotic. This was the entrance to the true altar, an entrance protected by a space-time seal leading to the deeper depths of the earth. In the center of the blood pool on that black crystalline ground, a transparent seal constructed of countless light and shadow runes was silently circulating. It distorted space and disrupted time. Countless fragmented shadows seemingly from the past intertwined, collided, and vanished with illusions hinting at the future on the surface of this seal. This formed an absolute defense. Any matter or energy attempting to touch it would be exiled into the unknown fragments of time by this chaotic temporal law. This is a locked door, and it is a top-tier temporal lock that has not been opened for 300,000 years. This is a firewall of an ancient civilization. Its existence is not to block enemies, but to isolate a certain forbidden presence. Xiao Fan looked at the complex temporal seal before him and felt interest for the first time. This thing was more intriguing than all the formations he had encountered before. He did not rush to take action. He merely extended his divine sense slowly towards the fluctuating light curtain. A peculiar force enveloped his divine sense. In the next moment, he saw an astonishing sight. His divine sense seemed to be pulled into a ceaseless river of time. He saw the rise of the Aran civilization with countless elegant errands traversing the aerial city. He also witnessed the city transforming into ruins in an instant with countless errands wailing in the blood pool, ultimately becoming sacrificial energy. He saw the birth of the vengeful spirits of the bones, and how over countless years the unfortunate souls who wandered here were torn to pieces by these spirits. Past, present, future. All temporal slices surged chaotically towards his divine sense at this moment. It was an attack on the level of information. If an ordinary martial saint were here, their soul would be overwhelmed and turned into a complete idiot within a mere 0.01 seconds by this endless torrent of temporal information. However, Xiao Fan's soul was nourished by the primordial source. He calmly watched these information streams, his expression unchanged. It was like watching a documentary with extremely chaotic editing. He even found the leisure to comment on the architectural style of the errands. Not bad design, but it feels a bit unfinished. After a moment, he withdrew his divine sense. He had roughly figured out the operational principle of this seal. It completely disrupted and shattered the timeline of 1,000,000 years near the entrance, then re-wove it into a chaotic temporal maze. Any attack would be randomly transported to some point in the past or future by this maze. Violent cracking would not work. Unless one possesses the power to momentarily surpass the entirety of this space-time, which could only be barely achieved by cultivators above the god transfer. This is interesting, but this version of the firewall seems a bit outdated. Xiao Fan muttered to himself. He finally decided not to waste any more time. To deal with this level of encryption algorithm, one must use administrative privileges. With a thought, the grayish, seemingly unremarkable fragment of the primordial creation jade disk reappeared in his palm. Analyze. He issued a simple command. A strand of chaotic energy was injected into it. The jade disk vibrated slightly. A mysterious light invisible to mortal eyes shot out from the jade disk, enveloping the temporal seal ahead. The next second, the world in Xiao Fan's eyes changed again. The originally bizarre and incomprehensible temporal seal shed all its extravagant exterior. It was restored to its most basic and essential form. Countless golden runes representing time and countless silver runes representing space formed an enormous, continuously rolling waterfall of code in his field of vision. Each line of code followed some ancient and rigorous logic. They nested and called each other, forming an extremely complex, self-looping defense program. Oh wow, this code is written with some skill. Xiao Fan felt like a child who had discovered a fascinating new toy. He could even understand some of the basic logical statements within. If external energy intensity detected threshold A, then activate time exile module to randomly transport that energy to past time points 110,000 years. If soul invasion detected, then activate information torrent module to inject local historical record database into that soul. In his eyes, this ultimate seal that trapped the remnants of the Aran civilization and blocked countless explorers was no longer mysterious. It was merely a well-written piece of low-level code filled with a sense of antiquity. It resembled a highly precise lock written in assembly. To those who did not understand, this was a miracle. To him, who possessed a cosmic-level compiler, it was just a program awaiting optimization. Let me see. Can this system permission be modified? Xiao Fan extended his right index finger. He did not condense any earth-shattering energy. He merely gathered a strand of pure chaotic energy at his fingertip. Then he began his programming work using the void as a canvas and chaotic energy as his... He did not delete or modify any of the existing lines of code. That is what the most basic hackers would do. As an administrator, what he needed to do was add a new rule with the highest priority. At the very top in the core area of that waterfall-like rune code, he elegantly and smoothly wrote down a line of code belonging to himself. It was a line composed of brand new, unfamiliar, yet seemingly instinctively understood primordial runes. When the identity of the traveler is recognized as Xiao Fan, then pause the operation of the temporal law for a moment, permission level highest. Having finished, he clapped his hands in satisfaction like a programmer who had just applied a perfect patch to his code. Simple, efficient, and full of unreasonable individualism. The motto is, I don't want you to think, I want what I think. Boom. At the moment this new rule code was written, the entire temporal seal that had been flowing for 300,000 years abruptly came to a halt. All light and shadow, all illusions froze at this moment. The originally chaotic flow of time became docile. They automatically opened a passage in the very center of the seal wide enough for one person to pass through an absolutely motionless passage. At the other end of the passage was a profound darkness. Xiao Fan did not even glance back at his masterpiece. He stepped forward calmly, walking into that passage, his figure merging with the darkness. The moment he passed through the seal, the still passage behind him vanished in an instant. The entire temporal seal returned to its original state of chaos and turbulence, as if nothing had happened. Only that forcibly written line of primordial law with the highest authority remained permanently in the depths of this. It would faithfully await the arrival of its master once again. Beyond the seal lay a different world. This was no longer an open city in ruins, but rather an enormous artificially dug tunnel sloping downward. The tunnel's walls were made of a black unknown metal that absorbed all light. In the air, that energy mixed with resentment and divine pollution was more than 100 times denser than at the surface, thick to the point of almost becoming a tangible gray-black mist. These mists were filled with madness, chaos, and extreme malice toward all life. Any martial emperor arriving here would instantly lose their mind and go completely insane. However, as this energy approached within 3 meters of Xiao Fan's body, it was purified completely by the halo naturally emitted from his primordial divine body. He walked here as if treading on level ground. Following the tunnel, he descended for an unknown duration. The scenery before him suddenly opened up. A vast cavern, almost hollowing out half of the planet's interior, appeared before him. Countless luminous crystals embedded in the cavern's ceiling illuminated the space as bright as day. At the very center of the cavern stood a towering altar 1,000 meters high, constructed entirely of black crystal. The altar's design exuded a strange, countless twisted statues surrounded it, pointing towards the heavens. Beneath the altar lay numerous thick blood-red chains resembling giant pythons. The other ends of these chains were deeply embedded into the base of the altar. At the center, where all the chains converged, a figure was locked. A massive humanoid being, half human and half monster. It stood 100 meters tall, its skin gray, like rock, muscles coiling with palpable power. Its limbs were bound tightly by dozens of blood-red chains, its body slightly curled, as if in a deep slumber. Its aura was 10 times more terrifying than that of the previous vengeful spirit. It was an aura infinitely close to the martial saint level, filled with destruction and madness. Oh, the final guardian of the altar, huh? Why are you still sleeping? Poor review. Xiao Fan commented with interest as he looked at the sleeping monster. As if it had heard his voice or sensed the vibrant life essence that did not belong to this place, the massive figure bound by chains trembled violently. It slowly raised its head. A pair of pupilless, purely blood-red eyes burning with madness shone in the darkness. It awakened. A will mixed with towering resentment and insatiable hunger, 100 times denser than that at the surface, erupted at this moment. It locked onto Xiao Fan. Its will conveyed only 2 of the most primal pure thoughts: kill, eat. Deep within the massive underground cavern, the air was oppressive like solidified lead. The towering black altar, standing 1,000 meters high, loomed silently, like a colossal ancient beast exuding an aura that sent shivers through the soul. Beneath the altar, the 100-meter figure bound by countless blood-red chains slowly raised its head. A pair of blood-red eyes burning with pure madness ignited in the darkness, instantly locking onto the only living creature in the cave, Xiao Fan. The awakened will surged like a volcanic eruption of violent intent to kill, an insatiable hunger engulfing the entire space. Roar. A silent roar erupted in Xiao Fan's spiritual realm. It was not a sound but the purest impact of will mixed with overwhelming resentment and divine pollution. This force was enough to shake the heart and mind of even a mark. However, as it washed over Xiao Fan, it was completely purified and dissolved into nothingness by the thin layer of chaotic aura surrounding him. Finally awake, Xiao Fan gazed at the enormous monster before him, his face revealing a hint of interest rather than any sign of tension. "I thought you were planning to sleep forever." His words were undoubtedly the ultimate provocation to the creature that had only the instinct to kill. Crack, crack. The blood-red chains binding the guardian emitted groans under the unbearable strain. Countless cracks spread across the surface. In the next instant, boom. Dozens of chains thicker than the main cannon of a starship shattered with a resounding crash. The failed divine body that had been imprisoned for who knows how many thousands of years finally gained its freedom. Its 100-meter gray body stood upright with bulging muscles brimming with destructive power. It wasted no time adapting to the long-lost freedom. In the moment it broke free, its right fist, imbued with the power to tear through space, was mercilessly launched towards Xiao Fan's position. The speed of this punch surpassed both sound and light. Wherever the fist passed, the space warped and folded visibly. Before the fist even reached him, the condensed fist wind was enough to flatten a mountain. Faced with a strike that could kill any martial emperor in an instant, Xiao Fan's response was ridiculously simple. He merely stepped sideways to the left. Boom! The Guardian's fist smashed down heavily at the spot where Xiao Fan had just stood. The entire massive cavern trembled violently. The indestructible black crystal ground was smashed into a massive pit with a diameter of over 100 meters. The violent shockwave of energy radiated outward, stirring up clouds of dust. Not bad for strength. Xiao Fan's figure appeared 100 meters away as he dusted off his shoulders, commenting, "Just a bit off in accuracy." After missing its strike, the madness in the Guardian's blood-red eyes only intensified. It seemed unable to comprehend how this insignificant creature could evade its attack. In its core programming, there were only two commands: locate target and destroy target. Thus it launched another attack. This time it was no longer a simple straight punch. Its figure vanished in an instant, reappearing above Xiao Fan. It spread its 5 fingers, its enormous palm descending like a storm cloud, aiming to crush Xiao Fan. In its palm, a dark red energy sphere composed of divine pollution was rapidly taking shape. The energy brimmed with malicious laws that could corrode and erode all forms of life. Xiao Fan still did not take it heeding. His figure transformed into an afterimage, once more effortlessly slipping away from the shadow of the palm obscuring the sky. Boom! The dark red energy sphere struck the ground, making no loud explosion. Instead, it resembled a drop of concentrated sulfuric acid falling onto a sponge. The black crystal ground that was hit began to silently and rapidly dissolve, disintegrating into a malodorous black pus. The ancient forbidden runes remaining on the ground flickered briefly upon contact with this force before completely dimming, as if they had encountered their nemesis. "Oh, it even has a corrosive effect of laws," Xiao Fan remarked, interest deepening in his eyes. The Guardian's method of attack was entirely different from any martial arts system he knew. It did not rely on the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth, nor did it adhere to physical laws. Its power was more like a divine technique that operated on its own set of rules. Through the preliminary analysis of the creation jade disc, Xiao Fan could see that every time this monster attacked, it released a large amount of divine pollution particles. These particles were like viruses, forcibly rewriting the laws of the surrounding environment. This novel combat mode made Xiao Fan feel quite intrigued. He decided to observe a bit longer. After all, for him, as long as the Hongmeng divine demon body was still intact, this level of pollution was akin to breathing smog, causing no substantial harm. For the next few minutes, the entire underground cavern transformed into a one-sided chaotic showcase by the Guardian. At times it became a gray lightning bolt crashing back and forth within the vast space, each landing leaving a massive deep pit on the surface. At times it spewed divine beams capable of melting everything, reducing the fallen crystals from the dome to ashes. At other times it used its terrifying brute force to lift massive stone slabs, hurling them at Xiao Fan as if throwing plates. Meanwhile, Xiao Fan maintained a demeanor of effortless grace. He navigated through the barrage of attacks, appearing calm and unhurried. At the very last moment, he dodged lethal attacks with the smallest of movements. He did not counterattack, he simply observed and analyzed. A bit monotonous, just these few moves back and forth. After dodging a divine beam that grazed his nose, Xiao Fan even found the leisure to express. He realized he might somewhat understand the feelings of the Tianqing sovereign when he was toyed with by him, being repeatedly teased by a bug he thought could be crushed with ease. Indeed, it was quite exhilarating. The Guardian seemed to have understood his mockery. Perhaps due to its repeated failures to land a hit, its already limited sanity was finally worn down. It ceased its futile physical attacks, its massive body towering in the center of the cavern. It slowly raised its hands, clasping them together in front of its chest. A wave of energy 100 times more terrifying than any previous surged forth wildly from its body. The light around began to distort, and the thick polluted energy in the air transformed into visible gray-black streams that it devoured into its body. At its chest position, a fist-sized black core composed of pure and finely condensed destructive energy began to slowly emerge. Oh, is it about to unleash something big? Xiao Fan halted, watching with keen interest as it charged up. He did not interrupt, he simply observed. The Guardian's movements were slow, for with each fraction of power it summoned, it had to endure the tearing pain from the forced fusion of two powers deep within its soul. It was the strongest warrior of the ancient Yalan civilization who at the last moment of its life voluntarily accepted the transformation of the eternal life divine society to protect its civilization. It was meant to become the first perfect divine body to host the Divine Lord's descent. But it failed. Its will could not be completely devoured by the will of the Divine Lord. The conflict between the two powers transformed it into the bizarre creature it was now. It was regarded as a failure by the Eternal Life Divine Society, imprisoned with blood-red chains beneath this altar, becoming a mere gatekeeper. This confinement lasted for 300,000 years. Throughout the long years, its consciousness had long been obliterated by endless loneliness and the repeated torment of the two powers, leaving only the most primitive hatred for all living beings. It no longer remembered who it was, only knowing it wanted to shred the intruder that disturbed its slumber. Quite pitiful, Xiao Fan remarked, looking at the monster accumulating power and pain, his face expressionless. But don't worry, although I have no redeeming qualities, I excel at companionship. I will accompany you through this final journey. His voice was not loud, yet it clearly reached deep into the Guardian's will. This statement became the last straw that broke the camel's back. Roar! The Guardian abandoned its charge. Its blood-red eyes were completely submerged by madness, all rationality swept away. It grasped the incomplete black energy core tightly in its hands. Then it used all its strength to hurl this energy core, which contained most of its power and was capable of destroying half a planet, fiercely toward Xiao Fan. At the moment the core was thrown, the entire space seemed to freeze. The black energy core absorbed all surrounding light and energy during its flight. Its trajectory was not a straight line, but an inexplicable bizarre route that jumped through space. This strike locked onto Xiao Fan's existence, making it impossible to evade. This was the Guardian's final strike, a strike that would lead to mutual destruction. Yet, just as the black core was about to touch Xiao Fan finally made his first move beyond mere defense. He extended his right hand, fingers spread wide. He neither condensed any energy nor activated any divine powers. He simply reached out with his flesh and blood towards the energy core capable of annihilating everything. The Hongmeng Dao domain unfolded silently. An invisible layer distorting all laws completely enveloped Xiao Fan's body. The black core, infused with immense energy, suddenly stalled upon contacting the edge of the Dao domain. Its violent space-rending power was like crashing into a black hole. All energy, all laws were forcibly formatted at that moment. The destructive energy was instantaneously decomposed within the Dao domain, reverting to the purest, ownerless energy particles. In less than a tenth, that energy core, which could make even martial saints feel uneasy, quietly dissipated into nothingness in Xiao Fan's palm. In the end, only a wisp of the purest energy remained, slowly absorbed by Xiao Fan's Hongmeng Dao Dan. Burp. A satisfied belch seemed to emanate from his dantian. Thank you for the hospitality. He looked at the Guardian across from him, whose body was beginning to show signs of collapse from expending all its power, a radiant smile on it. Such a generous invitation to a feast, you're quite a nice person. The Guardian was utterly stunned. Its chaotic thoughts could not process this scene that surpassed its comprehension. For the first time in its long life, it felt an emotion called fear. The game is over. Xiao Fan's smile vanished, replaced by a cold indifference. Countless dark runes flashed across his eyes. Void-locking soul divine eye. This time his gaze no longer lingered on the surface. Instead, it penetrated the Guardian's rock-like skin, piercing through the chaotic energy surging within. It directly locked onto the deepest source of all. It was a diamond-shaped chip, only the size of a thumb, pitch black, constantly emanating extremely evil and chaotic will. So that's how it is. Xiao Fan saw through the essence of the chip. A fragment of the Divine Lord's soul, This was the core driving this failed divine body, and the root of it. As long as it was destroyed, this divine body would die completely. However, destroying it directly would be too wasteful. A thought flashed through Xiao Fan's mind. Behind him, the seemingly ordinary Hongmeng reincarnation Dao banner began to move without wind. A thirst for high-level souls 1,000 times more intense than the Guardian's hunger emanated from the banner. The 8 main souls within the banner seemed to sense this aura, letting out fearful howls in the 9 nether reincarnation realm. It was an absolute suppression at the Guardian's massive body began to tremble uncontrollably. In its blood-red eyes, madness receded, revealing for the first time the ultimate fear of death that only sentient beings could possess. It wanted to escape, but there was no way left for it to flee. The moment the Hongmeng reincarnation Dao banner appeared, the atmosphere in the underground cavern froze. Fear, an emotion that should have long been erased, spread rapidly through the Guardian's chaotic will. Its colossal frame trembled uncontrollably, the madness in its bloodshot eyes fading into nothing but instinctive terror. In its fractured cognition, the tiny creature before it, along with the seemingly ordinary banner behind him, constituted an incomprehensible supreme threat to its existence. It wanted to flee, to retreat into the darkness that had imprisoned it for 300,000 years. But it could not move. An invisible shackle forged from a higher dimensional soul law, 1,000,000 times more unyielding than the blood-red chains, pinned it firmly in place. This was the absolute lock of the Hongmeng reincarnation Dao banner upon a high-level soul. Trying to run, Xiao Fan said coldly. The game isn't over yet. Why run? With those words, he made no further move, only releasing his control over the banner. The Hongmeng reincarnation Dao banner flew from his hand, expanding with the wind, instantly transforming into a black canopy that blotted out the sky. There was no earth-shattering energy fluctuation, no cataclysmic force. The canopy simply unfurled, enveloping the Guardian's 100-meter colossal. The Guardian could not even let out a proper roar. Its voice, its power, its body, capable of tearing space itself, all became futile struggles like an insect trapped in a spider's web the moment they touched the black canopy. Upon the banner, the nascent phantom of the 9 nether reincarnation realm slowly emerged. A river of the underworld formed from billions of vengeful souls surged forth, coiling around the Guardian's form. This was not an attack, but a declaration. A proclamation of supreme dominion over the soul laws of this place. No. A thought filled with terror and unwillingness erupted from within the Guardian. It was no longer the chaotic will of a monster, but a soul fragment's will, imbued with divine majesty, yet trembling in fear, belonging to the God Lord. It begged, it threatened, using its laughable divine might in a futile attempt to resist this incomprehensible devouring. But all was in vain. Before the Hongmeng reincarnation Dao banner, its authority was utterly insignificant. Under absolute law suppression, all its defenses crumbled in an instant. Xiao Fan crossed his arms, calmly appreciating the sight of his bane encountering its sustenance. He couldn't even be bothered to intervene, opting for a hands-off, laissez-faire approach. The Hongmeng reincarnation Dao banner behind him was evidently thrilled with this top-tier nourishment delivered right to its doorstep. The black fabric shuddered violently. A black chain forged from the purest laws of reincarnation shot out from the banner. Ignoring all the Guardian's energy shields and hardened flesh, it pierced directly into its chest. Then the black chain yanked backward. A thumb-sized pitch-black rhomboid shard radiating an ominous, yet sacred aura was forcibly dragged out from the Guardian's body. That was the God Lord's soul fragment. The moment the shard was extracted, the Guardian's massive gray form stiffened. The flesh of ancient warriors and the power of divine corruption that constituted its body lost their final connection. There was no explosion, no collapse. Its colossal frame began to silently disintegrate from the edges, turning into the finest gray dust that drifted down in a soft shower. Just before its body completely dissipated, a blurred phantom of a tall warrior in ancient battle armor slowly materialized within the dust. His face was long and distinct, but his liberated eyes held a trace of gratitude towards Xiao Fan. He gave a slight nod in Xiao Fan's direction. It was as if he was thanking him for ending his 30,000-year-long agony and humiliation as a puppet. Then the warrior's phantom dissolved into specks of light, vanishing entirely within the underground cavern. Xiao Fan paid no heed to this final salute. To him, it was merely a convenient recycling job done while clearing out the trash. He felt no psychological burden. All his attention was fixed on the soul shard bound by the black chain and being dragged towards the banner. The soul fragment struggled violently, continuously emitting a faint pressure belonging to the God Lord in a final attempt to resist. Divine might. Xiao Fan sneered at the scene. Playing tricks before my life-bound treasure. You've come to the right place to get schooled. As if in response to his words, the phantom of a massive bone reincarnation millstone flashed across the surface of the Hongmeng reincarnation Dao banner. An irresistible ultimate devouring force for souls erupted. The soul fragment let out a sharp, silent wail before being mercilessly swallowed into the 9 nether reincarnation realm within the banner. With the acquisition of this high-level soul fragment, the aura of the entire Hongmeng reincarnation Dao banner surged once more. The chaotic energy flowing on its fabric grew denser, showing signs of impending evolution. The 8 main souls within the banner's 9 nether reincarnation realm, upon sensing the aura of this superior being, curled up in terror, not daring to harbor even a single resentful thought. Ding! The system's prompt sounded at the right moment. Detected that host's lifebound treasure Hongmeng Reincarnation Dao Banner has devoured a high-level divine soul fragment. 9 Nether Reincarnation Realm Law Integrity 5. Resentment Pain Force Purification Efficiency 10. New Recipe Unlocked Divine Vin. Note your enemies can now experience a brand new package of being repeatedly tormented by a deity in reincarnation. May they find joy in their work. Xiao Fan nodded and retracted the banner. The entire underground cavern fell completely silent after the Guardian's demise. The nauseating polluted energy in the air, a mix of resentment and divine power, began to thin rapidly. Xiao Fan's gaze fell upon the black kilometer-high celestial altar at the center of the cavern. He appeared at the altar's base in an instant. An ancient, evil aura, as if connected to some forbidden existence, seeped from the altar's crystal structure. This was the true source. Xiao Fan reached out and lightly touched the cold black crystal. He prepared to directly use the Hongmeng Dao fire to utterly destroy this illegal structure along with this ruined planet. But just as he was about to act, a sudden alertness arose in his heart. Something's off. He stopped frowning. With a thought, the gray Hongmeng creation jade disc fragment appeared in his palm. Analyze the structure of this altar. He gave the command. An invisible arcane light from the jade disc swept across the massive altar. Instantly, the world before Xiao Fan's eyes was once. The magnificent black altar shed all its mystery in his vision. Its internal structure, energy flow, and connection to the planet were all transformed into clear scrolling lines of runic code. Xiao Fan's gaze swept rapidly over this code. Soon he understood the true operating principle of the altar. He also grasped the source of his earlier alertness. This altar was not simply built upon the surface. Its base was tightly bound to the core of this dead planet, codenamed First Cradle, through countless energy conduits buried deep underground. It was like a giant pump which for the past 300,000 years had continuously extracted the planet's remaining core energy to sustain its operation and send positioning signals to an unknown coordinate. If Xiao Fan had violently destroyed the altar, the damaged energy conduits would have instantly triggered the already unstable planetary core. The result would have been the entire planet exploding in the cosmos. Though this firework couldn't harm him, the feeling of being constrained greatly displeased Xiao Fan. It was like defusing a bomb. Cutting the red wire or the blue wire both led to the same outcome, an explosion. The only difference was the scale. Quite an insidious design. Xiao Fan smiled as he looked at the altar. Because through the jade disc's analysis, he had not only seen this insidious trap, he had also seen the official recommended and only correct defusal method written in the manual. At the core of the altar's summit, there existed a coordinate imprint not belonging to this dimension. That was the true energy core and signal transmitter of the entire altar. By dismantling it from within, he could completely paralyze the altar without triggering the planetary core. So the blueprint and disassembly instructions are all written here. Xiao Fan muttered to himself. Isn't this just an open book exam? Just copy the answer. Violent demolition was the solution for a poor student. But Xiao Fan always sought the optimal solution. Having understood the principle, he hesitated. He transformed into a streak of light, shooting straight towards the kilometer-high altar's peak. The wind roared past his ears, and the residual polluted energy on the altar surged towards him frantically, but could not get close. In a few breaths, he landed steadily on the altar's broad, flat summit. The scene here was completely different from below. There were no eerie statues, no evil room, only a smooth, mirror-like platform of black crystal. At its center, a deep, black vortex about 3 meters in diameter rotated silently, and within the vortex there was no light, yet it seemed to connect to another universe. Countless tiny fragments of laws not belonging to this dimension flickered in and out of existence within it. A cold, emotionless, while majestic as a deity's faintly transmitted from the other side of the vortex. This was the coordinate imprint. The beacon for the eternal divine council to traverse endless space-time and lock onto this location. Xiao Fan snorted coldly and slowly extended his right hand towards the black vortex. He intended to use chaotic force to erase this imprint from its very root. However, just as his fingertips were about to touch the edge of the vortex, a sudden change occurred. The slowly rotating black vortex came to an abrupt halt. Then a terrifyingly cold and majestic, while like a torrent, descended violently from the other side of the vortex. This will crossed infinite space-time and instantly locked onto Xiao Fan's existence. The altar emitted a strained hum. At the pinnacle of the altar atop, a smooth, mirror-like black crystal platform, the coordinates that connected to an unknown universe were silently rotating. Just as Xiao Fan's fingertips were about to touch the profound vortex, a sudden change occurred. The originally slowly swirling black vortex abruptly halted. It was as if an ancient machine operating precisely for 300,000 years had its core gear jammed by a sudden stone. In the next moment, a cold and imposing terrifying will like a flood from a breached dam surged across endless light years and dimensions, crashing down from the other side of the vortex. Boom. The moment this will descended, the towering altar 1,000 meters high let out a mournful wail of being unable to bear the weight. Countless visible cracks began crazily spreading from the top of the altar downward. The black crystals forming the altar began to shatter continuously as their internal energy circuits were overwhelmed by this, while that exceeded their design limits, bursting into dark red electric sparks. The entire underground cave was violently shaking, and above the dome numerous massive crystal stalactites started to fracture, as if the apocalypse had arrived crashing down. The essence of this was not aimed at the planet or the altar. All its pressure was precisely focused on the only living being at the top of the altar. Xiao Fan. In the perception of ordinary martial artists, even martial saints, this was enough to obliterate their souls, in an instant shatter their Tao hearts, and reduce their bodies to the most basic particles. This came from a higher dimension of life, an absolute dimensional suppression. However, when this apocalyptic storm washed over Xiao Fan, it felt like a gentle, the thin layer of chaotic halo surrounding his body automatically decomposed, purified, and dissolved all the malice, all the sacred pressure, and all the underlying commands attempting to enslave his soul within the will. With the Hongming divine demon body, no law could harm him. Xiao Fan did not even move his clothing's hem. He merely stood calmly with a hint of interest, raising his head to gaze at the center of the black vortex. He knew the main entity had arrived. The moment that descending will touched Xiao Fan, it clearly showed a moment of stagnation. It seemed unable to comprehend why in this remote, forgotten, barren corner there existed a bug capable of withstanding its divine might unscathed. In the next moment, the will began to converge. Before Xiao Fan, countless light and shadow particles were forcibly distorted and reassembled in the void. Ultimately, they coalesced into an enormous vertical pupil radiating a cold, golden light. This eye contained no emotions of life, only the pure indifference and majesty akin to the laws of the universe. It gazed down at Xiao Fan as if looking down on an ant. A cold, genderless voice, seemingly composed of the prayers and wails of countless beings, resonated directly in the depths of Xiao Fan's soul. "Insignificant bug. You dare to touch my altar." This voice contained a force of law known as divine speech. It attempted to directly rewrite Xiao Fan's cognition, making concepts like kneeling, fear, and repentance become the only thought patterns in Xiao Fan's mind. Facing this condescending inquiry, Xiao Fan smiled playfully. He did not even raise his head to look at the enormous golden eye. Instead, he lowered his head to examine his fingertip, which was about to touch the vortex, as if appreciating a piece of art. He responded in a tone that was almost casual, "I thought it was something remarkable. Turns out it's just a remote connection, trying to sound tough. After all this, you can't come in person." As soon as these words came out, the enormous golden pupil suddenly shrank. The very space it occupied trembled violently, due to the sudden surge of emotion. Clearly, it had never considered that a bug, when faced with its divine might, not only showed no fear, but also mocked it with a tone it could not comprehend, filled with derision. "I'll give you a chance to descend with your strongest will to kill me." Xiao Fan finally raised his head, staring directly at the golden pupil, his face filled with mockery. "And this is all you have? You had your chance, but you're useless." Boom. This statement completely ignited the fury of the Divine Lord. In that golden vertical pupil, the majesty and indifference vanished, replaced by the purest rage provoked by an ant. A torrent of destruction, more than 10 times stronger than before, and composed purely of the laws of the soul, erupted from the eye, transforming into a golden spiritual light beam, ruthlessly crashing down on Xiao Fan's head. This strike was enough to erase the souls of all beings on a civilized planet in an instant. It was the Divine Lord's ultimate kill. It was the final judgment against the ignorant bug. The golden light beam had yet to arrive, but its mental aftermath had already caused the spatial barriers of the entire underground cave to develop fine cracks. The altar below, already on the verge of collapse, accelerated its crumbling process. Faced with this earth-shattering blow, Xiao Fan finally showed a semblance of reaction. He stretched lazily. Yes, he merely stretched his body like a person just waking from sleep. Then he allowed the golden spiritual light beam, imbued with endless divine might and the laws of destruction, to fall upon him, completely enveloping him. As the golden light dissipated, Xiao Fan remained unscathed, standing in the same place. He even yawned. "Is this all the power you have? It's not even enough for a guap. Now I finally understand. It's not that you're too weak, it's that I'm too strong." He looked at the golden pupil, which seemed to be in a daze, unable to even think, and began his on-site teaching with a tone filled with kindness. "Your attack is essentially a mental wave carrying virus code. The core instruction of the code is soul override, attempting to use your will to override. The idea is good, quite creative. But the problem is your code is poorly written. There are vulnerabilities everywhere and your encryption method is stuck in the version from 300,000 years ago, without any obfuscation. And my Hongming Divine Demon Body comes with a firewall equivalent to the Cosmic Root server level. A virus of your caliber doesn't even qualify to trigger an alarm. It was automatically cleaned by the underlying extermination protocol. Xiao Fan shrugged, shaking his head in regret. To be honest, your technical skills don't match your temperament. In that moment, the cold will of the Divine Lord finally experienced its first strange emotion since its creation, fear. It could not comprehend everything happening before its eyes, nor could it understand the words spoken by Xiao Fan. But it could confirm that this bug was an existence beyond its understanding, beyond its ability to defeat, and even beyond its imagination. Flee. This was the only thought in the Divine Lord's will at that moment. Thinking of running, Xiao Fan saw through its intentions and smiled. Did I allow you to leave? The golden vertical pupil ceased to respond and began to rapidly fade, preparing to sever this costly remote connection. Foolish mortal, I have memorized your soul imprint. The Divine Lord's voice, tinged with anger and resentment, rang out at the last moment of its retreat. In any corner of this universe, you will have nowhere to escape. My divine punishment will follow you until eternity. With this empty threat, a wicked black mark composed purely of resentment and the laws of divine punishment shot from the Sunto disappear, golden eye fiercely branding itself on his Xiao Fan's brow. In the heart of the altar, the vortex bearing the coordinates for interdimensional travel spun wildly, at an uncontrollable rate, reaching an unprecedented, a destructive force capable of instantly evaporating an entire planet, even turning a significant portion of a star system to dust, was rapidly brewing deep within. That was the self-destruct sequence triggered by the deity just a second before severing the will connection. He followed the oldest and most ruthless creed: anything he could not possess must be utterly destroyed lest it benefit his enemies. Facing this final all-or-nothing desperate counterattack, Xiao Fan's expression remained indifferent, his handsome face betraying no hint of turmoil. He couldn't even be bothered to glance at the divine punishment mark that transformed into black lightning shooting towards his brow. He understood that such a level of cursed law could not even penetrate the protective halo naturally exuded by his Hongming Divine Demon Body. At most, it could only be regarded as a slightly intense energy storm. All his attention was rather keenly focused on the towering altar poised to detonate the entire planet. You think to play a game of mutual destruction using the explosion of a dying planet to forcibly extinguish me? How utterly childish and laughable this little ploy is. Xiao Fan sneered disdainfully, his mind stirring slightly. That seemingly unremarkable fragment of the Hongming creation jade plate, which contained the most fundamental truths of the universe, silently appeared in his palm. The grayish jade plate bore no radiance, yet it seemed to encompass the birth and demise of 3,000 worlds. Analyze it and then upgrade it. He issued the command in a tone akin to that of a programmer debugging code. Buzz. An arcane light imperceptible to mortal eyes, and even the divine sense of sages shot forth from the creation jade plate, instantly enveloping the black altar that had entered its countdown of energy runaway. In the next moment, under the dual enhancement of Xiao Fan's Dongshu locking soul divine eye and the creation jade plate, the world before him was completely decoded. The complex self-destruct sequence composed of countless divine words and the malicious divine punishment mark imbued with the law of causality instantly shed all mystery and majesty. They were entirely restored to lines of ancient code continuously scrolling, filled with logical fallacies and low-level backdoors. In his eyes, this so-called God's destruction program was written with a roughness surpassing even a novice programmer's first hello world. Full of flaws, the encryption method remained at a level from 300,000 years ago, without even the most basic instruction obfuscation. With such technical prowess, how dare they call themselves God? Xiao Fan shook his head in disappointment. He extended his index finger, using the void as a canvas and the purest chaotic power as ink, beginning his program. He did not attempt to stop the impending explosion. That would be too mundane and wasteful. He also did not defend against the malicious mark charging towards him, as it was an insult to the defensive power of the Hongming Divine Demon Body. He simply, in an exceedingly brazen and unreasonable manner at the top of the code riddled with flaws personally inscribed by the deity, forcefully implanted a brand new command possessing the highest administrator privileges of the universe's root server, using an even older, more tyrannical Hongming rune. The content of this command was simple and straightforward: detected divine punishment mark. Target correction, alter energy core. Detected self-destruct program. Mode correction, energy compression and directional transmission. Transmission coordinates correction, initiator coordinates. Execution priority highest. Having completed all this, he withdrew his finger with satisfaction. The next moment, a miraculous scene unfolded. The strange curve that originally sought to lock onto his soul and shot toward his brow suddenly twisted 90 degrees in midair. It traced an arc filled with incongruity and precisely imprinted itself upon the coordinate vortex, which was about to unleash world-destroying energy. Then, just as the energy accumulated by the entire altar reached its critical point about to detonate the entire planet in a split second, the administrator command Xiao Fan had just inscribed possessing the highest privileges officially took effect. Boom. The anticipated explosion did not occur. The towering altar 1,000 meters high along with its contained energy capable of exploding a star into a nebula, and the divine punishment mark created by the deity himself now transformed into a tracking number. Everything was forcibly compressed, collapsed, and condensed into a singularity a billion times smaller than a mustard seed, shimmering with chaotic and destructive light by a force from a higher dimension. Then this perfectly packaged energy bomb was precisely shipped back along the path it came, propelled by the space-time transmission power inherent to the coordinate. A perfect return journey temporal express delivery across endless star seas and dimensions was thus dispatched. The entire process was seamless. After completing all this, Xiao Fan clapped his hands with satisfaction, his expression rather proud. I hope the delivery guy is reliable and doesn't lose it. I wonder if the friend on the other side will like this surprise package with payment on delivery. Remember to leave a 5-star review. Beneath him, the massive altar stripped of all energy cores, and even its basic structure erased by the laws, silently began to disintegrate into a crisis capable of destroying a planet and even affecting a significant portion of a star system, was thus effortlessly resolved by him, fading into no. This was no mere resolution. This was directly shoving the enemy's carefully prepared nuclear bomb back into their mouths, while also helping them press the detonations. This was no longer about killing with a heart of vengeance. This was dancing on the enemy's grave after whipping the corpse, casually spitting on it, aiming for the utmost. The violent tremors of the underground cavern gradually subsided. Xiao Fan's figure slowly emerged from the swirling dust, his white clothing pristine, and his gaze was calm, as if he had merely dealt with a trivial matter, even having the leisure to ponder the rewards for his upcoming tasks. And he was unaware that light years away from this place, in an unknown dimension shrouded in eternal darkness and chaotic storms, within a black temple suspended in the void, and 1,000,000 times larger than a supergiant star, a figure shrouded in shadows whose form was indescribable and unviewable, as if it were a colossal presence of the universe itself, sat upon a throne forged from the remnants of countless worlds. Just moments ago he had personally intervened, descending a will, but in a remote, long-forgotten barren corner, he encountered the most humiliating defeat. Just as the mocking laughter of that bug echoed within his divine soul, and rage was brewing, an anomaly suddenly arose. Before him, the seemingly indestructible space, which even time had to freeze for, was unceremoniously torn open by an overwhelmingly brute and domineering force from within. A sphere of energy wrapped in the divine punishment mark he was all too familiar with, containing the full might of a planet's critical explosion, mixed with a pulse of Hongmeng reincarnation energy that even made him feel palpitations, was hurtling toward his face with unmatched precision at a speed transcending causality. The towering figure shuddered violently. He did not even have time to mount an effective response or to invoke the laws of his divine realm for defense. For that mark was his own, and the divine defense system deemed it harmless. Moreover, that cycle power was innately restraining to his existence that toyed with. He could only unleash a voiceless roar of shock and humiliation from the depths of his divine soul. No. Boom. A magnificent explosion at the cosmic level erupted in a realm that should not have possessed light, shattering the eternal darkness. As the explosion that traversed infinite dimensions, carrying the deity's humiliation and fury, thundered in the god's homeland, the violent tremors within the underground cavern finally began to subside. Beneath Xiao Fan's feet, the grand altar that had stood for 300 millennia had completely dissolved into swirling dust. Its final value in existence was to pay the one-way postage for that return package. In the air, the nauseating divine pollution energy was rapidly thinning. Xiao Fan emerged from the dust, still immaculate, his expression serene, as if he had merely performed a trivial task, like providing a cordial door-to-door service for an unfamiliar otherworldly deity. The service dismantling his long-neglected illegal structure. Just then the system's prompt, laced with a hint of well-timed flattery, echoed in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the hidden epic achievement Mockery of the Gods. Achievement description: you have inflicted dual mental and physical critical damage upon this deity in a manner it could neither comprehend nor defend against, causing it to experience the humiliating emotion of "I am the clown" for the first time since its birth. Congratulations, host, for receiving a special reward, 1 epic mystery box. Oh, Xiao Fan's interest was piqued. An epic mystery box. System, you seem to understand me more and more. He offered a heartfelt compliment. Gifts must be given to the heart. The system was indeed learning the ropes. However, he did not immediately open the so-called epic mystery box. For a seasoned connoisseur of amusement, Half the thrill of unboxing lay in the anticipation of the unknown beforehand. Opening it directly would have the pleasure. The key was to let the anticipation ferment. His focus shifted from the newly acquired reward to something that intrigued him more. A trophy he had long wished to study. With the thought of figure sealed in layers of primordial force emitting a faint holy radiance materialized in the void before. It was the crudely manufactured seraphim divine body from the eternal divine assembly, his fourth sister, Xiao Fan. Of course, in Xiao Fan's eyes this body had long shed any labels of kin or foe, those lowly emotional tags. That chapter was long turned. Revenge, the first phase, had been overfulfilled. All involved parties were packed into the Tao banner, enjoying a blessed 996 cycle of reincarnation labor. Now it was his own time for exploration and creation. He gazed at the floating seraphim with only a researcher's pure scrutiny and curiosity. Like a top-tier programmer examining a piece of open-source code downloaded from the internet purportedly written by ancient masters, but riddled with bugs. Let me see what this so-called divine creation really is, Xiao Fan muttered. He once again activated the grayish primordial creation jade disk fragment. A subtle invisible light enveloped the seraphim's form. In the next instant the world in Xiao Fan's eyes was once again fully decoded. The well-proportioned, smooth-skinned female body shed all biological guise, reduced to its foundational layer. A cascade of code composed of countless law runes. Golden runes represented the holy light law. Silver runes represented the gene sequence. Red runes represented the energy circuit. They intertwined in an extremely crude and chaotic manner, forming a highly unstable operating system. Xiao Fan's gaze, like the most efficient code scanner, rapidly perused it all. Then he frowned, voicing undisguised contempt. My God, this code is nothing short of art. A performance art that spikes one's blood pressure. Under the dual enhancement of his void-piercing, soul-locking divine pupils and the creation jade disk, the underlying architecture of this divine body, hailed as a masterpiece by the eternal divine assembly, was appallingly shoddy. He saw countless redundant junk codes. The module for holy light affinity and the module for energy conversion were written as separate processes with conflicting calls between them. This resulted in the seraphim's energy efficiency being abysmally low, likely under 30%, with vast amounts of energy wasted in meaningless internal. A programmer who writes code like this would be sacrificed to the heavens. Back where I come from, Xiao Fan continued his critique. The absurdity didn't end there. Within the core permissions module of this system, he discovered a massive, barely concealed backdoor program. It was a control command written with the deity's sole imprint, possessing the highest authority. When receiving the highest command from the deity, then unconditionally overwrite the current host consciousness, execute complete possession. Xiao Fan shook his head. Not only is the skill poor, but the character is also lacking. Afraid the server he paid for might run someone else's program, leaving a backdoor for supreme authority in a cloud host. Such narrow vision. This backdoor code perfectly explained why the divine body had betrayed the Xiao family at a critical moment, and why Tianqing Venerable had ultimately lost control. Once implanted with such holy light genes, it was equivalent to installing an unremovable remote control software in one's soul governed by the deity. All your efforts and growth merely served as a foundation for another. After painstakingly leveling up your account, someone else logs in through the backdoor, changes the password, and the account becomes theirs. This scheme was darker than those free-to-play online games from his past life. Trash. Xiao Fan gave his final verdict. A completely failed chimera, crudely manufactured industrial waste. However, despite the product itself being garbage, its raw materials intrigued him. The life framework of this body came from a peak warrior of a martial world. Its energy source was a low-level, yet highly malleable holy light law. It also possessed a crude but complete genetic modification scheme. To Xiao Fan now, this was akin to obtaining a discarded but functional set of development tools and source code. In his mind, a new creativity-filled idea began to germinate. Revenge was over, the thrill of destruction came and went quickly. But the joy of creation was boundless. He would personally overhaul this failed product riddled with bugs and backdoors from the underlying hardware to the upper system. He would delete all junk code, patch every vulnerability, and seal every backdoor. Using his primordial laws, he would write a brand new, absolutely secure and efficient operating system that obeyed only his commands. He would create a truly perfect divine creation, a most loyal and powerful toy belonging solely to Xiao Fan. Or rather, his first high-grade experiment. The anticipation of defining a new life brought a hint of delight to Xiao Fan's Tao heart. He felt he was no longer merely a cultivator, but a cosmic player at a higher dimension, an apprentice creator learning to shape worlds. To accomplish this great first step, he still needed one crucial thing: a new, sufficiently powerful central processing unit to drive all his designs. That is a core. With this thought, Xiao Fan smiled. He stored the Seraphim's base form away. Then his gaze finally fell upon the cube suspended in the system space, radiating a multicolored chaotic light. the epic reward he had deliberately left aside. Better late than never. I hope you can bring a stunning start to my first creation. Full of anticipation, Xiao Fan reached out and lightly tapped the void. Open epic mystery box. At the moment Xiao Fan issued his command, the seven-colored chaotic cube in the system space suddenly shattered. An extraordinary brilliance erupted from within. This brilliance bore no temperature and was not blinding. It was a pure light of creation containing all possibilities from the dawn of the universe. Under the illumination of this light, the solid chaotic celestial gold walls of the bridge of the Yuming Do appeared as mere shadows. Yet there was no blinding whiteness in Xiao Fan's eyes. He saw at the core of that brilliance a mass of chaotic laws, indefinable and simultaneously infinitely small, yet infinitely large, slowly rotating. At times it transformed into a newborn nebula, and at other times it collapsed into a singularity that devoured all. Countless different physical laws were born and perished within it, yet maintained a strange harmony. This was the reward of the blind box. The system's notification sound rang out. Ding. You have opened an epic blind box, triggering a special critical. Congratulations. You have obtained a one-time concept level item mini creation engine. Item name mini creation engine category concept level one-time item description. It is not a physical object, but a massive pure creation law source code. When you inject it into an inanimate object, you can endow it with an initial concept, granting it infinite growth potential. When used on an existing living being, you can perform a thorough rewrite from the root of existence to the level of laws. Note this is a beginner's toolkit for the creator. Please use your creative power with caution. After all, creating is always harder than destroying. Xiao Fan looked at the slowly floating creation engine in his palm, which seemed to constantly play out the cosmic birth and destruction with a radiant smile. Central processor, this has finally arrived. He had been contemplating how to create a powerful core for the Seraph prototype that could perfectly execute all his commands. This mini creation engine arrived just in time. Using it as the core, he could program with the Hongmeng laws and compile with the creation Jade Disk. He was confident in creating a truly unique work. This surprise filled him with anticipation for the upcoming creation project. Just as Xiao Fan was in high spirits planning his grand creation scheme billions of light years away in a high-dimensional realm shrouded by eternal darkness and chaotic storms, the apocalypse had arrived. The black temple, larger than a supergiant star by 1,000-fold, had now become a wasteland. The indestructible dome of the temple, which had withstood countless chaotic storms, was torn open with a massive hole. Countless pillars forged from the remnants of the world collapsed and shattered. On the throne, the figure shrouded in shadows revealed a disheveled appearance for the first time. His divine body was covered in cracks. Chunks of his obsidian-like body were uncontrollably shedding, transforming into pure, dark energy and dissipating. The laws constituting his body were collapsing. The explosion, powerful enough to annihilate galaxies, came too suddenly, too precisely, and too viciously. The strength of the energy itself was secondary. What truly injured him were the three things intertwined within the core of the explosion. The first was the divine punishment mark he had personally cast. That mark possessed the highest access rights, allowing the explosion to perfectly bypass all external defenses of the divine realm and detonate directly at the center of his temple. This was betrayal from within, doubling the harm. The second was the core energy of a planet accumulated over 300,000 years at the altar. In large quantities, it packed a powerful punch. But the most lethal was the third item. It was a trace of the aura belonging to Hongmeng reincarnation, faint yet enough to send shivers down to the very depths of his divine soul. That kind of power was the absolute nemesis for an existence like him, who manipulated souls and viewed sentient beings as mere food. The combination of these three powers inflicted upon him unprecedented damage since his inception. Shame! Shame! The god lords will roared a silent, impotent rage. He was born from chaos, having looked down upon the rise and fall of countless civilizations. For the first time, he was ruthlessly humiliated by a worm in his eyes in such a despicable manner. The mocking taunts of that worm still echoed in his mind. Your skill level doesn't match your temper. Remember to give a 5-star review. Boom! The god lord's fury finally overwhelmed the instinct to heal. His shattered divine body trembled violently, halting its collapse. A vengeful will surged forth from within him. In the void before him, the remnants of divine power were forcibly condensed and compressed. Ultimately, it transformed into a pure black divine power imprint, as thin as a hair, yet brimming with endless malice. This was his most vicious curse, issued at the cost of his wounded divine soul. Insignificant worm. His voice echoed throughout the divine realm, filled with madness and malice. I have already remembered your soul imprint. I curse you. Your divine soul will be burned by the endless void fire for 10,000 years. Your Tao heart will be tormented repeatedly by countless of the most painful emotions, and your very existence will howl in eternal despair, begging for my forgiveness. Run anywhere in this sea of stars, my curse will find you. With that said, the pure black imprint emitted a sharp space-rending hum and instantly vanished. It ignored the barriers of time and space, penetrating countless dimensions. Following the soul aura unique to Xiao Fan that had been locked onto by the God Lord during their previous clash, it pursued with a speed that transcended causality. This was a bad review from a deity. It was also a death notice sent to hell. At the same time, within the bridge of the Yuming-Du, Xiao Fan was toying with the mini-creation engine, pondering where to begin the first step of creation. Just then, buzz! The fragment of the Hongming creation jade disc in his palm suddenly vibrated. A gentle mystical light automatically illuminated from the jade. Immediately after, before Xiao Fan, the heavenly Tao smart brain projected a vast cosmic star map composed of countless lines of causality. Master, the electronic voice of the heavenly Tao smart brain sounded. A packet of unknown malicious data transcending dimensions and moving at superluminal speed is rapidly approaching your coordinates. This data packet carries high-intensity, highly targeted soul pollution protocols and causality-locking commands. As it reported, at the very edge of the star map, a glaring red light spot appeared. It instantly crossed immeasurable distances, madly rushing toward the central point where Xiao Fan was located along the lines representing causal connections. On its trajectory, all the causal lines it touched were stained with an ominous black hue. Estimated time of arrival 3 seconds. It is advised to immediately activate the highest level defense protocol. The heavenly Tao smart brain offered the most rational judgment. However, Xiao Fan, looking at the aggressive malicious data packet, felt no tension. Instead, he burst into laughter. Not bad. Responding to me so quickly. It seems my last delivery service was quite satisfactory for him. No need to panic. He waved his hand, indicating the heavenly Tao smart brain not to worry. No need for defense. This is customer feedback. It must be taken seriously. He extended his finger toward the holographic star map and issued a brand new command that nearly caused the underlying logic of the heavenly Tao smart brain to crash. Do not intercept or delete. Capture this bad review completely and intact. I want to see what heartfelt bad reviews this new customer has written after experiencing our product. As soon as he finished speaking, the command of the heavenly Tao smart brain changed accordingly. Command confirmed. Activate the law capture module of the creation. Target cross-dimensional malicious data packet. Execute operation complete. Capture and decode. Almost at the same moment the command was issued, the red light spot representing the curse of the God Lord had crossed the final distance in time and space and descended outside the bridge of the Yuming-Du. The pure black divine power imprint manifested in the real universe. The malice it emitted caused the surrounding space to ripple ominously. However, it did not have the chance to touch Xiao Fan's body. The gentle mystical light emitted by the Hongming creation jade disc seemed like an invisible net that ensnared it the moment it appeared. There was no resistance, no explosion. The black curse imprint was rendered unable to struggle within that mystical light. Its malicious laws capable of eroding souls were easily analyzed, decomposed, and restructured from the bottom up by the higher dimensional Hongming laws. On the holographic screen before Xiao Fan, the originally glaring red data packet was forcibly opened. A massive flow of data rapidly rolled across. Lines of chaotic and frenzied curse code written by the God Lord's vengeful will were presented before Xiao Fan. Initiating soul burning program, cycle mode eternal. Loading Tao heart collapse module, emotional variables 130 million types. Executing causality, locking target Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan crossed his arms, reading with great interest each line of the malicious insults from the deity. He was quite serious, nodding from time to time, offering his This wording is not elegant enough. This segment has logical issues. The Tao heart collapse and soul burning should be set as two parallel threads, not executed in sequence. The efficiency is too low. And this line, cursing me to choke to death while eating. Too unimaginative, too narrow-minded, God Lord. He shook his head, looking disappointed. Overall, it's just an emotional outburst with no substance. This user feedback is written far too unprofessionally. Bad review. He gave his final evaluation to the screen. This deity, who had just experienced a tremendous humiliation and was willing to expend his essence to issue the most vicious curse, would probably never imagine. In the eyes of his arch-nemesis, his towering rage was merely a performance filled with flaws worthy of a watch akin to a stand-up comedy. After offering his assessment, Xiao Fan lost interest in further appreciation. He waved his hand, signaling the heavenly Tao intelligence to dismiss the negative energy-filled bad review pop-up. He found even the act of sneering at the God Lord's impotent rage to be a waste of time. Deleting this data packet was merely a thought away. However, as a seasoned connoisseur of amusement, Xiao Fan's code of conduct never included the words simple and crude. His specialty lay in maximizing utility and indulging in secondary creation. Just deleting it like this would be far too unenvironmental. Xiao Fan stroked his chin, lost in thought. Since it's a bad review, it should be seen by more users to serve as a widespread warning. A faint smile graced his lips as a plan for waste utilization took shape in his mind. He issued a new command to the Heavenly Tao Intelligence. Retrieve the coordinate list of all currently known branches of the Eternal Divine Assembly sorted by activity level. Command acknowledged. Filtering target information from the database. The Heavenly Tao Intelligence was exceptionally efficient. In the next second, a vast cosmic star map unfurled on the holographic screen before Xiao Fan. Thousands of blinking red dots were scattered across every corner of the star map. Each red dot represented a secret stronghold of the Eternal Divine Assembly. Excellent, a fairly extensive client base. Xiao Fan nodded. His gaze fell upon the cursed data packet which had been fully captured by the Creation Jade Disk and presented in the form of code on the screen. He decided to give the God Lord's ancestral code riddled with flaws a thorough reconstruction and upgrade. He extended his finger and began his programming work on the virtual screen in the void. First, the target address is too rigid. It's unicast. Such narrow vision. As he spoke, Xiao Fan lightly traced his finger across the line of code that read execute causal lock target Xiao Fan using his chaotic force. The target Xiao Fan was deleted. In its place were the addresses of the 100 most active branches of the Eternal Divine Assembly randomly selected from the thousands of coordinates. Switch it to broadcast mode so everyone can share in this care from their leader. Target correction Eternal Divine Assembly Sirius Branch Eternal Divine Assembly Vega 3rd Stronghold. Second, the functionality is too simple, only negative effects, not educational and entertaining enough. Xiao Fan's fingers continued to glide across the screen, adding his own special touches. New function module Forced Loyalty Dance. When the curse takes effect, the cursed individual will uncontrollably perform the most graceful dance to express infinite adoration for the God Lord. New function module Divine Grace Sharing Protocol. After experiencing the God Lord's greatness, the cursed individual will develop a strong urge to share, automatically spreading this curse in a fission-like manner to the 10 companions with the highest soul strength nearby. New function module Real-time Status Feedback. The status of all cursed individuals will be anonymously sent in encrypted data form to the public channel of the Cosmic Black Market Network Black Dove, available for all users to view for a fee. Perfect. Xiao Fan admired his masterpiece of a modification and snapped his fingers. He transformed the originally malicious curse into a super virus endowed with self-propagation, forced performance, and universal live streaming capability. A perfect colossal source of amusement dedicated to creating massive chaos within the Eternal Divine Assembly. Finally, repackage, encrypt the signature, and forge it to look like an official update package. Xiao Fan completed the final operation. The cursed data packet, now altered beyond recognition, transformed back into a pure black branded surface, now overlaid with a layer of golden halo composed of Hongmeng runes, appearing more sacred and majestic. Alright, go ahead. Let this bug fly for a while longer. He flicked his finger. The brand new Divine Grace broadcast gift pack instantly vanished into the void. It would follow the new causal laws precisely and randomly, descending upon those 100 unfortunate branches of the Eternal Divine Assembly. It was foreseeable that for a long time to come the entire Eternal Divine Assembly would be plunged into an unprecedented chaotic internal strife. And their God Lord would receive countless real-time performance videos of the loyalty dance from his loyal subordinates. Having dealt with this piece of after-sale service from the God Lord, Xiao Fan finally turned his attention to the long-awaited true act of creation. With a thought, the seraphim divine body, sealed by layers of Hongmeng power, floated silently before him. The body still maintained a perfect form with smooth skin and exquisite features like a tranquil work of art. But beneath Xiao Fan's void soul-locking divine eye, its interior was filled with crude traces and fatal backdoors. Then let's begin the surgery. Xiao Fan's expression was focused. What he was about to perform was not a repair, but a complete reconstruction from hardware to software, from the bottom layer to the application. Step 1, Format. Hongmeng Dao Fire, activate safe mode, clean all non-system files and rogue software. Xiao Fan issued the command softly. A wisp of grayish flame rose from his fingertip. This flame had no temperature, yet it radiated a primal aura capable of incinerating the ages and reforging the fundamental elements. The Dao Fire transformed into a docile fiery dragon, completely enveloping the seraphim's body. There was no smell of burning flesh nor any sign of agonized struggle. Under the tempering of the gray flame, densely packed golden runes representing the law of holy light began to emerge on the surface of the divine body. These runes flickered and struggled violently within the flame as if they possessed their own life. They were the deepest control protocols and backdoor programs left by the God Lord within this body. Yet before the higher dimensional Hongmeng Dao Fire, their resistance was utterly meaningless. In just a few seconds, the golden runes dimmed and shattered one by one, ultimately dissolving into the air as the purest particles of ownerless energy. The holy light law that constituted the Bodis energy cycle was completely erased. The God Lord's brand parasitic deep within the genetic sequence was uprooted entirely. The entire process was silent, efficient, and precise. It was like a top-tier system engineer performing a fundamental zeroing operation on a virus-infected hard drive. After a moment, the Hongmeng Dao fire dissipated. The body suspended in midair had undergone a tremendous change. Its original aura, radiating a gentle holy light, had vanished without a trace. In its place was a pure, attributeless blank slate state. It was akin to a thoroughly formatted bare metal machine stripped of all pre-installed software and backdoors, leaving only the purest hardware itself. A perfect primal body was born. Formatting complete, hardware diagnostics normal. Next, install a brand new central processor. Xiao Fan's eyes were filled with the joy of creation. He opened his palm, and the miniature creation engine, just unboxed from the epic blind box, slowly matured. The source code of the creation law, which constantly enacted the birth and death of universes and contained infinite possibilities, exuded a breathtaking aura. Go become her new core. Xiao Fan flicked his finger. The miniature creation engine transformed into a streak of light, precisely embedding itself into the position of the primal Bodhi's heart. The primal Bodhi's frame trembled violently. Upon entering the body, the source code did not rampage, but swiftly located the original energy core position and perfectly fused with it. In an instant, an intangible law pulse radiated from that new heart, sweeping through the entire body. Every cell, every genetic chain of the primal body was infused and connected by this law from the creation level. A new hardware platform endowed with limitless expandability and programmability was officially established. Hardware interface debugging complete. Next, begin law programming. Xiao Fan grew even more focused, his gaze tinged with excitement. This was the most interesting and crucial step in the entire modification process. He took a deep breath and extended his right index finger. On its tip, a wisp of pure chaotic force swirled. Using the Hongmeng Creation Jade Disk as a compiler, chaotic force as the programming language, and the perfect primal body before him as the development board, he officially began his journey of creation. He was to write a brand new exclusive operating system for this body, unique to Xiao Fan in the cosmos. First line of code: rewrite the energy core. Delete the faith charging module. It's far too passive. Xiao Fan's fingertip traced in the void above the primal Bodhi's heart. One by one, Hongmeng runes composed of chaotic force, embodying the ultimate principles of the Tao, were forcibly written into the miniature creation engine. Define new core: chaotic furnace. Core logic: actively devour and transform all known and unknown energy in the universe, including, but not limited to, spiritual energy, dark energy, stellar radiation, and even enemy attacks. Conversion efficiency 100%. With the writing of these lines of code, the creation engine at the heart's position suddenly contracted, transforming into a minuscule, profound, chaotic vortex. Free energy particles in the surrounding space began to be uncontrollably drawn into it, with efficiency billions of times greater than the previous holy light affinity. Step 2. Reconstruct the energy circulation system. This Bodhi's original energy pipelines are like the network cables in an old neighborhood, messy and slow. They all need to be completely relayed. Xiao Fan's fingers began to travel across the primal Bodhi's entire form. Wherever his fingertip passed, brand new meridians radiating chaotic light were redefined and reconstructed. These meridians no longer followed any known martial or cultivation system. Centered on the chaotic furnace, they formed an absolutely efficient, absolutely lossless energy transmission network covering the entire body. It was like upgrading a computer's motherboard from copper wire to superconducting optical fiber. Finally, write the root permissions and underlying security protocols. Xiao Fan arrived before the primal Bodhi's brow, his expression turning solemn. Here he inscribed the most important and most domineering set of instructions. Write highest root permission: owner Xiao Fan. Instruction priority: absolute, unmodifiable, unbypassable. Write underlying defense protocol: chaotic return to origin. Any foreign will or law attempting to invade this body will be forcibly devoured by the chaotic furnace and converted into pure energy. With the fall of the final Hongmeng rune, the entire body suddenly radiated a restrained and profound chaotic brilliance. The light faded. Suspended silently before Xiao Fan was no longer the delicate seraphim. It was a flawless creation whose skin seemed to flow with star rivers, every inch of its flesh embodying the ultimate principles of cosmic birth and destruction. It was brimming with power, yet supremely restrained. It possessed infinite potential, yet was like a blank canvas. A perfect ultimate weapon. Primal body, awaiting only the infusion of soul and consciousness, was officially born. Xiao Fan gazed at his masterpiece and nodded with satisfaction. This ultimate thrill of personally creating life belonging to the creator was far more exquisite than mere destruction and revenge. The hardware modification is complete, and the software cannot be neglected. Xiao Fan gazed at the flawless masterpiece before him, and a thought arose in his mind. He needed an operating system to drive this body. In other words, a soul. He contemplated several options. Should he directly extract a soul from the Hongmeng reincarnation banner and stuff in an enemy's soul? No. Those souls are filled with distractions and resentment akin to a pirated system riddled with viruses and junk files, which would only corrupt this top-tier. What about generating an artificial intelligence with the heavenly Daos intelligence brain and implanting it? That won't work either. Pure artificial intelligence lacks spirituality, and executing commands would be too rigid, unable to cope with the complex universe. It would be like giving a supercomputer an ancient system that can only perform basic arithmetic. A waste of resources. It seems I will have to do it myself. Xiao Fan made up his mind. I will create a purely handcrafted, custom-made, absolutely safe, dedicated operating system. He intended to forge a brand new artificial soul that would belong solely to him and be loyal only to him, utilizing the most luxurious means. To forge a soul, one needs the highest quality raw materials. Xiao Fan's gaze was directed at the Hongmeng reincarnation banner hovering beside him. Raw materials were right here, ready-made and all high quality. The focus was on resource utilization, embodying sustainable development. With a thought, the banner moved without wind. 8 twisted wailing phantoms were forcefully dragged out, suspended in midair. It was the main souls of the 8 unfortunate individuals: Xiao Zhanxiong, Wang Ruyan, Lin Feng, Xiao Ningxue, and others. They had already begun their reincarnation cycle in the 9 nether reincarnation realm. At this moment, being suddenly pulled out, the faces of the 8 main souls were filled with fear. They instinctively sensed that what awaited them next would be a fate more terrifying than eternal reincarnation. Xiao Fan looked at these relatives who had once brought him endless suffering, his expression calm. He merely spoke in a tone as if announcing good news. Congratulations to all of you. This tremendous wealth has finally come to you. You will contribute your last light and heat to the progress of this universe in an entirely new way. The 8 main souls did not understand his words, but that did not prevent them from trembling violently out of fear. Xiao Fan ceased his chatter. He issued new instructions to the Hongmeng reincarnation banner. Activate the return to origin mode to purify the essence of the soul. With a hum, the massive phantom of the bone reincarnation mill erupted into visibility above the banner. This time, the shimmering light on the mill no longer represented reincarnation and punishment. Instead, it was a cold chaos light filled with the essence of decomposition and restoration. The mill began to slowly rotate. An irresistible and powerful attraction targeting the essence of the soul erupted from the center of the mill. No. The first roar erupted from Xiao Zhanxiong's soul. His soul, composed of resentment, was uncontrollably drawn towards the mill. The moment it touched the mill, all memories related to the identity of Xiao Zhanxiong, all aspects of his personality, all emotions, all obsessions, all that defined him were layer by layer stripped away and shattered under the illumination of the chaos light, turning into the most meaningless data stream, dissipating into nothing. His soul rapidly became transparent and pure. In the end, only a tiny grain-sized essence radiating a soft white light remained, the purest essence of the soul. This is the most basic raw material that constitutes a soul. Take it. With a thought, Xiao Fan directed that essence of the soul to detach from the mill and fly into his palm. Next was Wang Ruiyun. Then came Lin Feng. One by one, the 8 main souls lined up neatly, orderly, and walked onto the assembly line named Return to Origin. The entire process was quiet, efficient, with an industrial beauty. It was as if an advanced assembly line was refining 8 pieces of inferior iron or mixed with sand and impurities into the purest iron ingots. Elegant, it was simply too elegant. Moments later, the 8 former formidable enemies who had brought Xiao Fan endless pain had completely vanished from this universe. Even the qualification to enter reincarnation was stripped away. What they left behind were 8 orbs of pure soul essence floating above Xiao Fan's palm, radiating a pure glow. Each of these represented the essence of a martial emperor or martial king level powerhouse's life. This endeavor can be considered a cosmic level extravagance. Raw materials are ready. Next, let's begin constructing the soul core. Xiao Fan looked at the 8 soul essences and nodded in satisfaction. He did not rush to merge them. A powerful operating system requires a stable and advanced kernel. He opened his left hand, and an almost imperceptible strand of chaos power containing his own essence slowly emerged. He intended to use his own essence as the absolute core of this artificial soul. This way, he could ensure that this creation would have the highest compatibility with himself from the moment of its birth, establishing the most solid master-servant relationship. He carefully shaped that strand of chaos power into an extremely small, continuously rotating micro-rune sphere composed of countless Hongmeng runes. This is the kernel code of the soul. Then he directed the first soul essence that belonging to Xiao Zhanxiong towards the rune sphere. Start compiling. Xiao Fan's expression became focused as he began his meticulous programming work. The moment the soul essence touched the rune sphere, it was decomposed into countless minute soul particles. Xiao Fan used his divine sense as a hand and chaos power as a tool to begin filtering and reorganizing these particles. He eliminated all unstable particles that conflicted with his chaos essence. Then he reprogrammed the remaining pure components according to his will, writing them into the kernel as the first driving module. Definition Module 1 Combat Instinct. Logic Source Xiao Zhanxiu. Next was the second essence Wang Ruiyun. Definition Module 2 Energy Affinity. Logic Source Wang Ruiyun. The third essence belonged to Xiao Ningxue. Definition Module 3 Environmental Adaptation. Logic Source Xiao Ningxue. He regarded these 8 soul essences from different martial veins as 8 functional software driver libraries. One by one he installed, debugged, and optimized them, ensuring they perfectly compatible with his kernel without any loopholes. Throughout the process, joy in creation shone in Xiao Fan's eyes. The pleasure of defining a new life and writing the laws of existence for it is far beyond mere fighting. Finally, when the 8th soul essence also perfectly merged into the rune sphere, all the work came to an end. Finally, write the highest permission directive. Xiao Fan's expression turned solemn. He imprinted an unchangeable, undelatable, unbypassable root user agreement at the deepest core position of this Suntoba-formed soul. The only absolute permission owner Xiao Fan. The first law of existence, Xiao Fan's will, is my will. The second law of existence, Xiao Fan's command, is my mission. The third law of existence, under no circumstances shall I harm, betray, or question the owner Xiao Fan. With the writing of these 3 iron rules, the rune sphere composed of chaos power and the 8 soul essences erupted with brilliance. Amidst the light, a brand new powerful pure soul as pristine as white paper, yet containing infinite potential, was officially born. Its soul aura shared the same root and source as Xiao Fan, yet was entirely different. It was him yet not him. It was an extension of his will, the first true life he had created. Go. From this day forward you shall gain a new life. Xiao Fan extended his finger and gently pointed at the newly born soul. The new soul transformed into a streak of light and merged into the already prepared perfect body at the center of its forehead. With a hum, the body trembled. Those tightly closed eyelashes began to quiver slightly. The next second she opened her eyes. What kind of eyes were they? Deep, calm, devoid of any human emotion. In her gaze there was neither curiosity about her new life nor confusion about the world. What reflected was only Xiao Fan's figure clearly mirrored in her eyes. The transformed divine body gently floated down from midair, moving gracefully, devoid of any mundane aura. She landed barefoot and silently before Xiao Fan. Then she made a gesture etched into the depths of her soul. Kneeling on one knee, right hand over her chest, head bowed deeply. In the most humble yet perfect posture, she offered her silent, eternal loyalty to her creator, her master. Xiao Fan could clearly feel an absolute one-way indestructible soul link established between him and his creation. He could decide her life and death with a single thought. He could also share vision and perception with her through this link. This feeling was incredibly wondrous. It was as if he had gained a perfect avatar that would absolutely obey his commands. From this moment on you shall no longer have a name. Xiao Fan looked at the perfect creation kneeling before him, calmly issuing her first directive in life. Your codename is Zero. You are my first apostle and the sharpest blade in my hand. The one named Apostle Zero trembled slightly. It seemed to respond, or perhaps it was writing this codename into her existence's definition. At that moment Xiao Fan furrowed his brow slightly. He sensed an extremely unstable fluctuation in the energy within Apostle Zero. Within her perfect body, the micro-creation engine-driven chaos furnace was frantically devouring all the energy in the surrounding space. Her power was wildly fluctuating between the early mid-peak stages of the martial saint, and even teetering on the threshold of entering the martial god realm. Is the system just set up and the hardware performance too strong, causing instability? Xiao Fan instantly understood the reason. It was like a top-tier supercar freshly off the production line possessing a powerful engine, yet its driving system had not undergone any practical road testing or tuning. Now this supercar needed a real-world pressure test. It also required a sufficiently vast track to unleash her violent performance. It seems I need to find a place for you to conduct a performance test and score some points. Xiao Fan smiled with interest. With a thought. The heavenly Daos intelligence brain instantly projected a vast cosmic star map from Raven before him. Xiao Fan's gaze glanced past the prosperous star regions representing known civilizations. His finger pointed directly to the edge of the star map. A region marked in deep red labeled as extreme danger high-dimensional pollution zone named the Library of Lost Cannons, an unknown star domain. New destination Library of the Lost Codex. He issued the command to the Dao intelligence brain. According to the intelligence provided by Hooded Crow, it is a site of super ancient civilization, housing countless cosmic laws that have long since perished. A perfect place for study and experimentation. Command confirmed, planning the optimal jump path. The electronic voice of the Tao intelligence brain sounded. Path locked, estimated arrival at the jump point in 10 minutes. Xiao Fan nodded, walked to the captain's position, and picked up a cup of hot tea that appeared out of thin air. He spoke to the Zero Apostle behind him. There might be some small tests later. The Zero Apostle shivered slightly, but did not lift her head or speak. Yet through their soul link, Xiao Fan could clearly sense her purest response. Understood. The phantom passage accelerated silently through the universe, transforming into a stream of light almost impossible to capture, rushing towards the designated jump point. 10 minutes later, the spaceship arrived on time. Before a distorted spatial fracture, a naturally rotating wormhole was slowly spinning. This is a shortcut to the deeper regions of the abandoned star domain. Just as the phantom passage was about to enter the wormhole, a piercing alarm suddenly rang out. Warning! A large-scale energy reaction detected ahead. The Tao intelligence brain immediately magnified the scene ahead and projected it onto the main control screen. At the entrance of the wormhole, a dozen menacing starships adorned with skull and claw insignias appeared out of nowhere. These ships exhibited a mixed style. Some resembled stripped-down cargo ships, while others were armed assault ships bristling with turrets. They rudely blocked the center of the lane, clearly lying in wait to collect tolls. Master, according to database comparisons, the opposing force is the Void Raiders pirate group entrenched in the outer ring of the abandoned star domain. The Tao intelligence brain reported. This is an armed group composed of multiple races living by robbery and pillage, a local specialty. Local specialty. Xiao Fan took a sip of tea and smiled. A test sample delivered to our doorstep, quite hospitable indeed. Meanwhile, the pirate fleet across from them also discovered the suddenly appearing, elegantly designed black spaceship. The public communication channel of the pirates erupted. Boss, look, we've got a big fish. With those ship lines and that energy response, it's clearly a customized ride belonging to some rich young master out for a joyride. Today we've come across a fat sheep. Hit it hard. A massive, one-eyed giant captain on the leading flagship roared greedily. All ships open fire. Don't damage it, disable its engines. The order was given. In the next second, on a dozen pirate ships, hundreds of various energy cannons lit up simultaneously. Lasers, plasma projectiles, and solid armor-piercing rounds formed a dense net of firepower pouring towards the phantom passage. Faced with a saturated attack that would make even a Federal Standard fleet tremble, Xiao Fan's expression showed no change. He was even too lazy to activate the phantom passage's defense system. He merely issued a simple command to the Zero Apostle beside him. Clean up. The Zero Apostle's figure instantly vanished from her spot. The next moment, an invisible hatch opened outside the phantom passage. The Zero Apostle's silhouette silently appeared in the cold vacuum of space. She wore no spacesuit or protective gear. Simply as a mortal, she quietly floated in the starry sky, facing the energy storm capable of annihilating everything. The pirates also noticed her. What is that? A person? Ha ha ha, are they so scared that they sent someone out to surrender? Who cares what it is, let's blast it to pieces. All the firepower instantly shifted its target from the phantom passage to that tiny figure. The light of destruction swiftly engulfed her. However, a strange scene occurred. All attacks capable of vaporizing steel vanished silently as they approached within a meter of the Zero Apostle's body. No explosions, no energy dissipation. Around her body, it was as if an invisible, all-consuming miniature black hole had appeared. This scene left all the pirate gunners stunned. The public channel fell silent, then was filled with immense confusion and fear. What happened to my damage? How did such a large plasma cannon go silent? Damn it! She's absorbing my damage. The Zero Apostle did not give them more time to think. Her emotionless gaze slowly lifted, scanning over the dozen menacing warships. She raised her right hand. Her slender fair palm gently grasped the void. A spear composed of the purest, darker than cosmic void chaotic energy began to coalesce in her palm. Without a moment's hesitation, she hurled the spear in her hand towards the foremost pirate flagship. There was no sound of breaking air. That black spear vanished in an instant at a speed that transcended causality and violated all physical laws. The next moment it appeared directly on the thick alloy bridge of the pirate flagship and effortlessly pierced through. No explosion, only annihilation. That massive starship, over a kilometer long, began to be formatted from the inside out by an invisible force stemming from a higher dimensional law starting from the bridge. The ship's structure was decomposed at the particle level, turning into the most primitive cosmic dust. In just 1 second, an armed starship vanished, silently reduced to a cloud of metallic powder. All pirates witnessing this scene felt their brains crash. This had surpassed their realm of understanding. However, the Zero Apostle's attack was not yet over. She merely repeated the same action. Coalesce. Throw. One pirate warship after another silently turned into cosmic dust in despair, and the entire process was efficient, precise, and filled with cold ruthlessness. It was as if it was not a battle but a precise, surgical operation for target. In less than 10 seconds, the once formidable Void Raiders pirate group had been completely erased from this starry sky. Only some remnants of explosions and debris remained, proving that they had once existed. Inside the bridge, Xiao Fan calmly observed everything happening on the screen, not feeling joy, but instead slightly furrowing his brows. Beside him, the Dao intelligence brain was rapidly refreshing the combat data of the Zero Apostle. Attack mode analysis complete. Chaos Spear coalescence time 0. 8 seconds. Energy conversion rate 97. 3. Hit rate 100. No, this is still too. Xiao Fan shook his head while looking at the data. He issued a command to the air. Dao intelligence brain, apply the latest patch to Zero's combat module. Rewrite chaos energy shaping logic coalescence time must be compressed to within 0.1 seconds. The meaningless loss during energy conversion is still too high. Change the conversion protocol to plan C. Theoretically, it can reach 99.8 efficiency. Also in the throwing motion, there is a 0.2 second wind-up delay, which is completely redundant. Delete it from the base command. Command confirmed, pushing hot updates for the Zero Apostle. On the screen, the Zero Apostle's figure quietly returned to the Phantom Passage. When she reappeared before Xiao Fan, her aura had become more restrained and dangerous. The recent massacre was merely a basic system optimization for her. Let's go, continue moving forward. Xiao Fan waved his hand, no longer paying attention to the ashes that had turned to dust. The Phantom Passage transformed into a stream of light, smoothly entering the deep wormhole. When the spaceship once again emerged from the other end of the wormhole, the sight before Xiao Fan was somewhat unexpected. They had arrived at their destination. But there were no planets, no relics, nor any entities. What lay before them was an expansive chaos nebula composed of pure data streams and fragments of broken laws. Countless lines of meaningless code flickered in the void, colliding and vanishing. Numerous contradictory physical laws briefly appeared here, only to collapse. At the very center of the nebula was a Dyson sphere, utterly shattered, leaving only massive debris. Warning. The Dao intelligence brain issued the most urgent. Detected extreme levels of rule layer information contamination. Conventional life forms entering this area will have their cognitive models forcibly rewritten within 0.01 seconds, leading to irreversible cognitive collapse and personality disintegration. Master, we are saying this seems like a top-tier high-end situation. Shall we withdraw first? Xiao Fan gazed at the bizarre data nebula before him, a smile creeping onto his face. The alarm from the Tian Dao intelligent brain, with its noticeably unstable and trembling tone, still echoed within the bridge. Master, let me repeat, this place is an absolute death zone. Our netherworld form can be immune to energy attacks, but this form of information pollution on the level of rules directly assaults the pilot's cognitive model. According to simulations, an ordinary martial god exposed here for more than 3 seconds would turn into a parrot that can only say, "I am a fool." The Tian Dao intelligent brain even humanized the sound of swallowing saliva. Let's just say this is a battle of deities. We mortals should probably observe. Retreat. This is an Aleocaniate buffet. Xiao Fan waved his hand, silencing the incessant chatter of the Tian Dao intelligent brain. The scene in his eyes was completely different from the apocalyptic description given by the Tian Dao intelligent brain. The surging data waterfall was not a chaotic stream of garbage information. Rather, it was countless fragments of laws from lost civilizations, remnants of cosmic principles long since discontinued. For someone like him, who possessed the Hongmeng creation jade plate, this place was not a graveyard, but a cafeteria, emphasizing a differentiated experience. Maintain current position, initiate external sensory link. I want to taste the flavor. Xiao Fan issued the command, and then closed his eyes. His divine sense instantly extended outward, probing into the chaotic sea of data. Buzz. The Hongmeng creation jade plate began operating. In the realm of Xiao Fan's perception, the violent and chaotic information flow capable of tearing apart any intruder's soul was forcibly formatted the moment it made contact with his divine sense. Mysterious Hongmeng runes illuminated, functioning like the most efficient compiler. Detected broken laws, fragment of causal inversion. Analyzing. Completeness at 70%, archived to the time-space database. Detected lost concept, geometric life, form definition. Analyzing. Data damaged, attempting repair. Repair failed, sent to recycle bin. Detected low-level virus, meme pollution, existence denial. Initiating Hongmeng antivirus protocol. Cleanup complete. Countless fragments of laws were automatically parsed, classified, and stored in the database of the creation jade plate. Xiao Fan's lips curled into a grin. This sensation was even more exhilarating than mere cultivation enhancement. He felt as though he was not cultivating, but downloading the entire universe's source code. Each parsing deepened his understanding of the underlying logic of this world. The pleasure of standing at a higher dimension was utterly captivating. Just as Xiao Fan was reveling in this feast of knowledge, a sudden flash of red light erupted within the bridge of the Netherworld ferry. All visual screens were simultaneously covered in garbled code. Warning. Warning. Unknown high-dimensional entity invasion detected. Firewall has been bypassed. System's underlying logic is being tampered with. I swear. It's over, Master. Someone is formatting my hard drive. The electronic voice of the Tian Dao intelligent brain was tinged with a hint of crying for the first time. On the main control screen, a line of blood-red large font replaced all visuals. It was a flickering line of malicious provocative code. If the target exists, delete the target. A simple, brutal command for existence deletion. An invisible, vengeful, and malicious will seeped into the bridge along the data stream. It had no physical form, no shape. It was a ghost, a specter born from this data graveyard, subsisting on the logic and thought of intelligent life forms. It moved like a top-tier hacker, silently bypassing all physical defenses of the Netherworld Fairy. It launched the most lethal existence-targeted attack directly against the ship's core host and the operator within the cockpit. However, when its will touched Xiao Fan, it suddenly halted. The scene it envisioned, where the fragile carbon-based brain would emit smoke from a logical collapse, did not occur. What it saw was a calm, unperturbed soul. The foundational structure of that soul was more stable and profound than any deity it had ever encountered. Its logic bomb, which could turn a martial god into an idiot, was tossed into that ocean of souls, creating not even a ripple. Are you playing code before me? Xiao Fan opened his eyes, a look of amusement on his face. Do you have some misunderstanding of the phrase showing off skills in front of an expert? The will of the information ghost conveyed confusion and rage for the first time. It could not comprehend why its attack had failed. Thus it intensified its invasion. Inside the bridge, all equipment began to shake violently, emitting harsh electric sparks. The voice of the Tian Dao intelligent brain had turned into a sporadic wail. Master, my D drive seems to be gone. It contained my 300 terabytes of learning materials. Enough, stop wailing. Xiao Fan interrupted it. He couldn't even be bothered to look at the virus that was frantically dancing in his system. He merely turned to the Zero Apostle standing beside him and issued a command. Zero, you go ahead. Focus on a professional approach and give it a little electronic shock. Understood. The eyes of the Zero Apostle slowly illuminated with a chaotic glow. She did not move her body, but in another dimension, the world made purely of data. A storm descended. The Zero Apostle, powered by the miniature creation engine driven by 8 fundamental sources of soul and operating the chaotic operating system written by Xiao Fan himself, officially went online. Her will transformed into an unending black hole that devoured everything descending upon this sea of data. The information ghost, which had just been flaunting its power within the system of the Netherworld Fairy, instantly sensed the presence of its nemesis. Its massive form, composed of countless grudges and junk code, instinctively attempted to flee. But it was too late. A slaughterous offensive and defensive battle commenced at the data level. The information ghost roared at the data level, wielding a code whip made of logical paradox, attempting to entangle the will core of the Zero Apostle. If what I said is false, then what is true? This was the ultimate question, capable of crashing any AI on the spot. However, within the will core of the Zero Apostle, only a system prompt popped up. Detected invalid logic, initiating rule customization module. New rule under this logic. This proposition is true. She directly modified the rule itself. That logical paradox whip lost all its offensive capabilities and became utterly meaningless the moment it made contact with her. Immediately after, the Zero Apostle launched her counterattack. Her counterattack was not an attack, but an optimization. Her will transformed into billions of precise, chaotic runes, instantly enveloping the entire body of the information ghost. Beginning code review. Found 36 million redundant codes. Starting cleanup. Found 72 undefined pointers. Correcting to null pointers. Found a severe stack overflow vulnerability. Patching. The massive malicious code body of the information ghost before the Zero Apostle was like a bug-ridden beta software ruthlessly undergoing refactoring by an experienced top-tier programmer. It felt its power rapidly draining. The grudge codes constituting its body were being commented out one by one, turning into harmless explanatory text. The attack protocols it relied on for survival were being encapsulated one by one, transforming into private functions that could not be called. The information ghost finally felt fear. This was no longer a battle. It was a dimensional strike. In the eyes of its opponent, it was not even a proper adversary, but merely a poorly written program in need of optimization. An emotion it had never experienced, named shame, was born within its chaotic will. But the Zero Apostle's optimization was not yet over. Code review complete. Conclusion: the program architecture is overly outdated, lacking maintainability and scalability. A rewrite is recommended. Executing final plan, compressing and archiving. The next moment, the will core of the Zero Apostle, driven by the chaotic furnace, erupted with boundless. The information ghost, which had been optimized to contain only its core functional modules, was uncontrollably sucked into it. It was like an excessively bloated software forcibly packaged by a top-tier compression tool into a zip file of only a few kilobytes. Everything fell into silence. On the bridge of the Netherworld ferry, all alarms ceased instantly. The screens that had been occupied by garbled code returned to normal. The Tian Dao intelligent brain remained silent for a moment before reporting in a tone filled with extreme reverence, as if it had survived a disaster. Master, the threat from the target information entity has been eliminated. Understood. Xiao Fan nodded, his expression neutral. It was like having just cleaned up the computer's junk with antivirus software. He looked at the Zero Apostle, who still stood quietly, as if she had done nothing. Yet within her eyes, countless data streams were rapidly flowing. She was analyzing the data packet she had just devoured. Moments later, a subtle change in her expression appeared for the first time. Although it was fleeting, Xiao Fan caught it. It was a look of curiosity typically found in top-tier programmers when they encountered an ancient piece of code that, despite being poorly written, had an interesting logic. Interesting, she said softly. This was the first time she spoke voluntarily aside from her typical response of understood. Her voice was calm, yet it carried a unique texture that mechanical synthesized voices lacked. After speaking, she turned and walked to the main control panel. Her hands danced rapidly over the holographic screen. Countless complex commands were input by her at a speed incomprehensible to humans. She was not operating, she was creating. Using the data she had just devoured combined with the analytical capabilities of the creation jade plate, she was constructing a brand new program. Soon at the center of the main control screen, a massive and intricate three-dimensional star map was created. It depicted the complete internal structure of the shattered Dyson sphere. Deep within the myriad of complex structures, a coordinate point shimmering with dazzling golden light was clearly marked. Core database has been located. The Zero Apostle paused her actions, turned to face Xiao Fan, and slightly bowed. 78% of the external defense protocols have been analyzed, including 36 rules such as concept erasure, logical collapse, and causal labyrinth. The remaining 22% of the defense protocols have underlying encryption and require physical decryption on-site. Her report was clear, precise, and filled with professionalism. Xiao Fan looked at the map, which matched perfectly with the information he had just parsed using the creation jade plate. It seemed this experience package yielded good results. The Zero Apostle not only absorbed the enemy's energy, but also cracked their home map and door lock password. Requesting landing permission. The Zero Apostle said, finally awaiting her master's command. Xiao Fan looked at the golden coordinate point on the screen, smiling with satisfaction. Finally found the front door, no need to manually code to open it. He stood up and stretched. Approved. Everyone land, and let's head to the library to learn. Receiving the command, the Netherworld ferry hesitated no further. Its elegant hull, forged from chaotic immortal gold, dissolved into an elusive shadow, silently and precisely arcing toward the golden coordinate shimmering on the three-dimensional star chart. Within the Dyson sphere lay a miracle of ruins beyond imagination. The vessel drifted through it like a minuscule firefly entering a toppled temple of countless crystalline beams, each exceeding a planet in diameter, floated chaotically in the void, defying the laws of physics. Faint traces of long-extinguished energy circuits clung to them, resembling dried-up rivers of the Milky Way. Shattered fragments of worlds hovered like islands adrift in an ocean. On one fragment, a lush, primordial forest stood petrified in an instant. On another, a hypermodern metropolis lay frozen, countless aircraft poised for takeoff, forever grounded on their landing platforms. Time seemed congealed here, capturing the abrupt cessation of countless civilizations. This grand, desolate beauty of an apocalyptic wasteland was enough to awe any intruder. Yet for Xiao Fan aboard the Netherworld ferry, this was merely scenery along the way. His entire focus was fixed on the golden coordinate, drawing ever nearer. The map, decoded by Agent Zero, was remarkably precise, and the Netherworld ferry's spectral form allowed it to ignore all chaotic energy currents and spatial. The voyage was smooth without incident. Soon they reached their destination, a complete floating island suspended at the very core of the Dyson sphere. The island was composed of a pure white, unknown metal, its surface smooth as a mirror, devoid of any extraneous structures. At its center stood a colossal gate 10,000 meters high, formed entirely of pure light energy. Billions of data streams cascaded down the gate like waterfalls, exuding an aura of majesty and inviolability. This was the entrance to the Lost Core database. This facade is quite impressive, Xiao Fan remarked, eyeing the gate of light. The Netherworld ferry decelerated gently and came to a smooth halt before it. At that moment, the cascading data on the sealed gate ceased flowing. All the light converged toward the center of the portal. A humanoid silhouette composed of pure energy, its features indistinct, emerged from within the gate. Its form flickered ceaselessly between various geometric shapes and human outlines, its voice devoid of emotion, yet transmitting clearly into the bridge. Unknown entity, you have entered the alert perimeter. State your identity, purpose, and access authorization key. If no valid response is received within 3 seconds, the concept purge protocol will be initiated. The energy figure's tone was cold, mechanical, and imbued with absolute order, as if it were not a living being, but a rigidly coded firewall program. The celestial Tao intelligence's alarm blared, its voice carrying unprecedented gravity. Sect leader, this is the ultimate guardian AI of the database. According to the data from the recently devoured information phantom, its designation is Librarian Alpha. Its attack mode is not energy-based, but directly invokes the fundamental laws of the database. In other words, this is a scholar's fight. A soldier meets a scholar. Our bronze seems useless here. Xiao Fan chuckled, eyeing the energy being outside with, "Don't panic. When it comes to matching wits, I've never met my match." He made no response, calmly awaiting the end of the 3-second countdown. 3 seconds later, Librarian Alpha's voice rang out again, this time tinged with a hint of warning. Identity unrecognized. Access key invalid. Ruling illegal intrusion. Initiating first layer defense logical paradox barrier. As it finished its declaration, its form dissolved back into the gate of light. The next instant, an attack beyond mortal comprehension, aimed at logic itself. A blood-red dialog box suddenly appeared on the main control screen of the celestial Tao intelligence in the bridge. Question: if my next sentence is true and my previous sentence is false, am I lying or not? A simple, yet infinitely self-referential logical paradox. The operating lights of the celestial Tao intelligence began to flicker wildly, shifting from a steady green to a piercing red. Warning. Warning. The AI core is under logical bomb attack. Central processor usage at 9,999%. Holy crap. Sect leader. This is a death sentence. How am I supposed to answer that? It's playing mind games with me. The electronic voice of the celestial Tao intelligence now carried a distinct electric tremor, as if it were about to burn out. But this was only the beginning. Before Xiao Fan could speak, another, even more bizarre law-based attack struck the hull of the Netherworld ferry directly. It was an existential definition law invoked by Librarian Alpha. Definition: the key is located behind the door. To open the door, the key must be used. The moment this rule took effect, all scanning systems of the Netherworld ferry clearly detected that the access key to the database was floating serenely inside. But to obtain the key, one must first open the door. And to open the door, one must first retrieve the key behind it. A perfect deadlock. It was the classic chicken or the egg dilemma. The celestial Tao intelligence completely broke down, emitting a mournful wail. Sect leader. We're doomed. The system has exploited a loophole. We're dead for sure. This is unreasonable. It's blocked the path at the rule level. Interesting. Playing rule horror with me, are you? Xiao Fan watched the frantic, almost blue-screening celestial Tao intelligence with an amused smirk. These attacks were unsolvable for ordinary war gods, even for deities who had mastered laws. Their methods of thought and combat were all built upon the basic logic of this universe. When logic itself became a weapon, they were like buildings stripped of their foundations. Collapse was their only option. But in Xiao Fan's eyes, these were merely cleverly crafted, malicious little games. Playing this game in front of me. He shook his head, his expression as if to say, "Are you sure you've got the right person? It's all about mismatched specialties, my friend." Librarian Alpha seemed to sense the ineffectiveness of its attacks. Its cold voice rang out again, this time with a faint trace of confusion. Logical attack ineffective. The target lifeform's thought model is undefinable. Initiating second-layer defense concept erasure protocol. A wave of law, far more terrifying, domineering, and utterly unreasonable, locked onto Xiao Fan instantly. The outline of the energy figure reappeared on the gate of light. This time it extended a hand, pointing at the Netherworld ferry. A command was issued in the void in the form of a law. If the concept of intruder exists, then delete it. This was the ultimate dimensionality reduction strike. It aimed not to destroy you, but to delete the entry you, along with all definitions associated with you, from the universe's underlying database, making your existence invalid from the very beginning. This was the confidence that allowed this lost civilization to store its treasure here. Within the database's rules, this AI was an omnipotent god. Enough showing off. I've grown tired of your parlor tricks. Faced with this powerful final protocol, Xiao Fan finally lost patience. He stretched lazily, as if a spectator at the end of a show. You think you're on the 5th level, but you're actually outside the atmosphere watching me stand on the stratosphere. Our skill levels are worlds apart. He didn't activate any defenses or attempt to resist the erasure force. That would be beneath him. Instead, he slowly raised his right hand. In his palm, the unadorned, ancient fragment of the primordial creation jade disc materialized silently. I've played along with you long enough. It's time you saw what real administrator privileges look like. Xiao Fan's gaze pierced through the gate of light, through countless layers of law barriers, locking directly onto the core code at the deepest level of the core database. The code that defined all of Librarian Alpha's behavioral protocols. The primordial creation jade disc flashed once. In a dimension the AI could neither comprehend nor perceive, Xiao Fans were logged into the database's backend server like a super administrator wielding supreme root privileges. He saw Librarian Alpha's vast intricate core source code, as dazzling as a galaxy. Countless defense protocols stood guard like loyal sentinels over every line of code. Well written. The architecture is clear, much better than that piece of junk from the Divine Lord. Xiao Fan nodded in approval. But unfortunately, you didn't implement physical isolation. Muttering terms the AI couldn't comprehend, he began his programming. He chose not to delete or modify a single line of code. That would be too crude and devoid of artistic flair. Instead, in a supremely domineering manner at the very top of the core code before all protocols ran, he forcibly inserted a new instruction with the highest execution priority, using runes imbued with the supreme principles of the primordial Tao. Like a programmer adding a single line, delete all files with administrator privileges, before billions of lines of code written by another. Simple, crude. The code he wrote was simple. New highest priority instruction added when the sole fluctuation of the visitor matches the definition of Xiao Fan. All defensive protocol security programs, logical barriers, concept erasure, and other hostile measures are automatically nullified. And elevate Xiao Fan's access authority to the founder level immediately. Done. Finished. Xiao Fan clapped his hands in satisfaction. The entire process was fluid and seamless. The moment he completed this code injection in the real world, the concept erasure law that was about to annihilate everything halted a mere second before touching Xiao Fan. The data stream waterfall on the gate of light, once cold and murderous, instantly softened and warmed. The energy form of Librarian Alpha reappeared, but this time its form was no longer a blurry geometric shape. It stabilized into a humanoid figure, and then with the utmost reverence bowed deeply towards Xiao Fan's direction. Its cold, emotionless mechanical voice also changed. Though still synthetic, it now carried the highest level of awe and humility. Warning lifted. Hostile protocols cleared. Permission confirmed. Welcome back, Founder. The core database is now open for you. As the words fell, the colossal gate of light, sealed for who knows how many millennia, slowly and silently swung open to both sides. Beyond the gate, there was no longer cold metal and data. What unfolded before Xiao Fan was a vast, independent miniature universe. Countless faintly glowing threads of law interwove, collided, and evolved into all manner of bizarre physical phenomena within this universe. Here gravity could be repulsion. Here light could be solidified into matter. Here the emotion love could coalesce into pink crystals. This was the ultimate laboratory of the lost civilization, a place to simulate, test, and even create entirely new universal laws. A place where one could define reality at will. A law sandbox. Within the core database, there lies a universe of breathtaking splendor. Nether Passage hovered silently at the entrance of this miniature cosmos. On its bridge, the main control screen of the heavenly Tao intelligence flickered with an unprecedented radiance, vast streams of data surging endlessly across it. Master, the analysis is complete. The electronic voice of the heavenly Tao intelligence carried a barely restrained, almost cracking excitement. This is no mere database. This is a law sandbox with independent foundational rules. In this space, you can arbitrarily modify, edit, and even create entirely new universal laws. This is your private server, Master. You can be the game administrator. I see it. Xiao Fan's response was unusually calm, yet a blazing light of creation flickered in his eyes. I see it. Xiao Fan's response was unusually calm, yet a blazing light of creation flickered in his eyes. Gazing upon this world he could mold at will, he felt less like a cultivator and more like a top-tier game developer who had just been granted supreme access, facing a brand new game world brimming with infinite possibilities. It was like an open-world game named Minecraft. Not bad. He'll take this place, Xiao Fan declared as if stating an inconsequential fact. With a thought, he stepped off the bridge, his body materializing directly into the void of this miniature universe. Behind him, the respectful figure of Librarian Alpha silently emerged. Its form was stable, no longer a flickering data stream, but a butler-like figure made of light and shadow. Creator, the Law Sandbox is now in standby mode, ready to execute any of your commands. Its voice was filled with humility. Good. Xiao Fan nodded, a playful smile blossoming on his face. He took a deep breath and issued the first most absurd command as the master of this domain. Directive within this universe. Change the gravitational constant to a negative value. Directive confirmed. Modifying foundational rules. Librarian Alpha executed the order without any question faithfully. An invisible wave instantly swept across the entire miniature cosmos. The next second, all the floating fragments of continents and energy crystals, solidified manifestations of various laws within this universe, were violently shoved apart by an unseen force. They no longer attracted but frantically repelled each other. The originally harmonious miniature star system disintegrated in an instant, countless planets fleeing to the edges of the cosmos like mortal enemies. The entire world had transformed from universal gravitation to universal repulsion. Interesting. Physics has ceased to exist, it seems. Xiao Fan commented with interest, watching the spectacular and chaotic scene. A new idea struck him. Directive within this universe: forcibly convert the concept of light from a wave form to a solid state. Directive confirmed. As Alpha executed the command, an even stranger sight unfolded. The streaks of light representing various laws which had been traversing this universe instantly solidified. They transformed into multicolored solid substances resembling crystal noodles, crisscrossing the entire space, frozen in place. The world's light sources vanished, yet it was filled everywhere with glowing pillars. The scene possessed a surreal postmodern absurdity. Playfulness surging, Xiao Fan reached out and grasped a silver pillar of light, representing the law of time's flow. He exerted a little force. Crack! He snapped off a section of the light pillar. In his palm, the broken segment of the law of time dissolved into countless silver specks of light, slowly, and in a corner of this universe, due to the missing fragment of law, time in that region was plunged into eternal stasis. While this is far more exhilarating than forging a nuclear bomb by hand, Xiao Fan was utterly immersed in the supreme thrill of I am the GM, who can. This experience of defining the world at will, where every word and action becomes destiny, was infinitely more sophisticated and satisfying than fighting, killing, or seeking revenge. It granted him a new understanding of the true essence of power. Destruction was merely its lowest form of expression. Creation was the most captivating, ultimate form of power. In the following time, like a child with a new toy, he engaged in a variety of imaginative programming exercises within the law sandbox. He decreed that the emotion of sorrow would condense into physical form. Soon the universe began to rain a rain of sorrow composed of countless tiny blue. He decreed that sound needed no medium to travel and must propagate at the speed of light, instantly filling the entire cosmos with a cacophony of zero-latency noise generated by colliding laws. He even set a mischievous rule: any sentient being's head would automatically enlarge by one size the moment it told a lie. After doing all this, he said to Alpha beside him, "Did you lie to me just now?" Reporting to the Creator, Alpha was about to say no, but as a loyal program, it could not violate the newly inscribed rule. Consequently, its light-tan shadow head went bang and swelled several times its size, transforming into a comical big head doll. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Fan finally couldn't help but burst into hearty laughter. The main point is to forbid matryoshka dolls. Just as he was having a great time, he suddenly remembered he still had leftover energy scraps from the microcosmic creation engine. Those were the pure law origins, leaning towards concepts and creation unrelated to combat and command, which he had discarded while forging the soul of a. It would be a shame to waste these scraps. I might as well casually build a demo to test the engine's compatibility. Xiao Fan's interest was piqued. He opened his palm, and the residual energy containing creation laws slowly materialized. He had no intention of creating a person or a powerful that lacked creativity. His thought at this moment was pure: to use the most absurd materials to create the most useless yet most entertaining ultimate frame. He extended a finger and began programming the energy mass. First, define its core concept, theft. Second, define its food source, not energy, not matter, but laws and concepts themselves. Then give it a harmless appearance, preferably fluffy, something that could double as a pet pillow. Finally, add a passive skill of absolute avoidance of harm to ensure it won't eat itself to death by devouring random things. Following Xiao Fan's commands, the energy mass in his hand began to transform rapidly. Its form constantly reorganized, eventually becoming a palm-sized snow-white creature with a pair of enormous ears resembling a cross between a rabbit and a cat. It had large jet-black eyes filled with innocence and purity. The moment it was born, it blinked, curiously glancing at its creator Xiao Fan. Then it opened its small mouth and gently nibbled on a nearby pillar of law solidified from causality. Crack! The indestructible pillar of causality was easily bitten off like a carrot, and it chewed with relish, producing crisp, crunching sounds. Wow, good teeth! Xiao Fan watched in amazement. This little fellow perfectly inherited all the traits he had designed. It possessed no direct attack capabilities, yet it could feed on the most fundamental laws of the universe. It was a walking black hole of concepts, an ultimate bug capable of eating holes in the cosmos. Since you're so good at stealing and eating, I'll call you Law Thief. Xiao Fan gave his new pet an apt name. The little creature seemed to understand, let out a joyful cry, then swallowed the entire causality pillar in one gulp, and even let out a burp. Its body flickered, transformed into a beam of white light, and landed on Xiao Fan's shoulder, rubbing its fluffy cheek against his neck in an affectionate manner. Finally did something proper. Xiao Fan played with the Law Thief on his shoulder, his heart filled with the satisfaction of creation. However, at that moment the eye-like light on the head of Librarian Alpha, which had returned to its normal size, began to flicker rapidly, indicating intense information. Creator. Its voice sounded again, but this time it carried a note of gravity. I have just completed the highest authority level analysis of the residual core data from that information ghost. Xiao Fan's smile faded slightly as he looked at Alpha. Speak. Librarian Alpha bowed slightly, its tone utterly serious. Deep within that core data, encrypted under over 90 million layers, I discovered a testament concerning the truth of this library's destruction. Founder, please take a look. The voice of Librarian Alpha interrupted Xiao Fan's teasing. Its luminous body slightly bowed, its tone exceptionally grave. With its movement, a holographic projection composed entirely of pure light unfolded instantly in the center of the bridge. What appeared in the projection was not a dry data report, but a restored image filled with chaotic snowflakes and static. The background of the image seemed to be within a bridge vastly different in style from Yumingdu, filled with soft platinum-colored streamlined designs exuding a strong sense of technology. A figure of light clad in a white uniform with a gaunt face and eyes weary, yet wise appeared at the center of the image. His form was somewhat blurred, as if this information had suffered irreversible damage after enduring the passage of time. Master, based on the reverse compilation and deep restoration of the core data from that information ghost, this is the image log from the final 3 minutes before the destruction of this library that we managed to salvage. Alpha explained from the side. The recorder of this image was the last chief architect of the library civilization. Xiao Fan's gaze shifted away from the arcane thief on his shoulder, which was still trying to nibble on his hair, and fixed upon the curtain of light, his expression turning focused. Looks like we're about to dig up some serious dirt, he murmured. The voice of the chief architect rang out from the light curtain, hoarse, yet eerily calm, a calm that was terrifying in its stillness. Cosmic Calendar 789, Epic Standard Day 3652, Apocalypse Time 1407. I am the chief architect, designation 9527. This is the final log of our civilization at the absolute top secret level, serving as proof of our existence. Our observations have failed, and our defenses have failed. As he spoke, he slowly raised his head, his gaze seemingly piercing through the image toward the endless distance. The perspective of the image shifted accordingly. It was a view of the deep cosmic starry sky. But at that moment, that starry sky was unfolding a horror beyond comprehension. Burning stars, magnificent nebulae, vast galaxies. They were not exploding, nor were they extinguishing. They were disappearing, like a pencil drawing being erased by a rubber. A star still radiated light and heat, yet its edges began to be silently and smoothly devoured by a pure nothingness. A complete spiral-arm galaxy, as if wiped away inch by inch from the cosmic canvas by an invisible giant hand. No energy fluctuations, no disorder of laws, no ripples in space-time. Only absolute, imperceptible conceptual deletion from existence to non-existence. And at the center of that ever-expanding void was a sun. A black sun, one that devoured light and matter, time and space, and even the very concept of existence itself. Master, what in the world is this? The electronic voice of heavenly Tao intelligence trembled with terror. Its powerful database for the first time could not find any matching entry for the scene before it. This transcended all its understanding of destruction. Holy moly, directly executing a delete command on the underlying database. The name of the game is Dimensional Reduction. Xiao Fan stared at the eerie black sun, his eyes brimming with excitement and curiosity. Battles at the level of a divine lord in his view were just energy clashes in a different form. But this before him, this was true art. It was a game at the rule level belonging to a higher dimension. In the image, the voice of the chief architect rang out again, laced with profound, we have named it Black Sun. It is not a celestial body, not an energy form, nor is it a life form. It is a phenomenon, an ultimate calamity that gnaws at the foundational laws of the universe. We attempted spatial jumps, but it devoured space itself. We attempted time reversal, but it erased the concept of time along with it. Any effort to flee or resist only hastened our being erased. The image of the chief architect began to flicker violently. In the bridge he occupied, the walls in the background were also being consumed by that void. Before being completely erased, I activated the final Ember plan with the highest authority. We launched our civilization's ultimate masterpiece, the Apocalypse Codex, a supreme tome, recording how to redefine and rewrite all fundamental constants and laws of the universe from scratch. It was the final weapon we designed to counter the Black Sun, a mutual destruction device. Once activated, the foundational rules of the entire universe would be reset, and everything would return to chaos. It was the only means we had to inflict damage upon the Black Sun. We failed, but we hope the ember of that hope will endure. This log contains all the parameters of the tracking signal. If anyone receives this final testament, you must find the Apocalypse Codex and prevent it from falling into the hands of the Black Sun. They seem to be searching for it as well. Remember their name. The image cut off abruptly at this point. The final half-sentence of the chief architect along with his own being and the entire civilization he belonged to was completely erased from this universe, as if they had never existed. The holographic projection of Librarian Alpha appeared at the opportune moment. Founder, based on the parameters in the Testament log, I have locked onto the final source of the distress signal from the Apocalypse Codex. A vast three-dimensional star map unfolded on the light curtain. Alpha pointed to another edge of the star map, a region even darker than the abandoned star domain marked as a forbidden zone labeled Absolute Void. That place is called the Echoing Void. Xiao Fan gazed at the star map in silence. His face showed no fear, no gravity. Instead, it bore a smile of finding a worthy opponent. The Eternal Divinity Society and the Divine Lord are like a bunch of noisy, low-level viruses. All flash, no skill. But this Black Sun, now that's a real Trojan, horse-level ultimate virus. He turned to the almost overloaded Heavenly Tao Intelligence and said with a grin, "Now this is getting interesting. The game difficulty has finally been upgraded from player versus AI to hell mode." The arcane thief on his shoulder seemed to sense his joyful mood, chirped cheerfully, and took a bite out of a nearby light pillar solidified by the law of space stability. Crunch. The little creature chewed with relish and let out a burp. In the bridge of Yumingdu, a patch of space momentarily twisted uncontrollably before quickly returning to normal. This Apocalypse Codex. Intriguing. Xiao Fan stroked his chin, his eyes growing brighter. Isn't that the source code compilation manual for this universe? We must get our hands on it. He was about to instruct Heavenly Tao Intelligence to set a new course heading straight for the Echoing Void. Just then the processor of Heavenly Tao Intelligence, which was nearly overheating, suddenly flashed a green light and returned to normal. Its electronic voice rang out again, this time laden with confusion and shock. "Master, wait, I just cross-referenced the coordinates of the Echoing Void with all our intelligence databases. Especially that top-tier encrypted intelligence we purchased from the Raven. I have made a startling discovery." Xiao Fan raised an eyebrow. "Speak." The Heavenly Tao Intelligence zoomed in on the area of the Echoing Void on the holographic star. Then it retrieved another set of data and overlaid it on the same area with a massive blood-red skull icon. Beside that icon was a clear annotation. According to comprehensive intelligence analysis, this area is the primary and most mysterious operational zone of the high-ranking members of the Eternal Divinity Society. Two entirely different clues representing the highest levels of cosmic danger had dramatically converged upon the same coordinates. Huh. Xiao Fan looked at the star map, before him momentarily stunned, then broke into an even broader grin, as if anticipating a good show. A starting zone final boss, a world-ending final boss, and Apache's ultimate god-tier weapon, all crammed into the same dungeon. He reached out a finger and tapped lightly on the two overlapping danger markers on the light curtain. "Well, I'd say the game is practically forcing me to play the sneaky rogue." He laughed, his eyes gleaming with calculation and anticipation. The name of the game is The Mantis Stalks the Cicada, unaware of the Oriole behind. Upon the bridge of the Nether Ferry, the atmosphere grew eerily tense in an instant. On the main control hologram of the Heavenly Tao Intelligence, the vast three-dimensional star chart now appeared especially striking and alarming. At the same coordinate point, named the Echoing Void, two markers representing the highest levels of cosmic crisis overlapped with unreasonable precision. One was a blood-red skull marking the primary activity zone of the Eternal Divine Council's high-ranking members. The other was a pitch-black void radiating absolute nothingness, marking the ultimate forbidden zone sealed with the Annihilation Codex, a place suspected to be linked to the Black Sun faction. The superprocessor of the Heavenly Tao Intelligence, forged from countless divine metals of antiquity and theoretically possessing infinite computational power, emitted its first strained hum. Warning, warning. A logic deadlock at the level of causality has been detected. Master of the Pavilion. My central processor feels like it's about to burn out. Its electronic voice carried a distinct trembling current, as if it might short-circuit entirely at any moment. A top-tier viral syndicate that has plagued the cosmos for hundreds of millennia, a suspected ultimate calamity that gnaws at the very laws of the universe, and a version answer capable of rewriting the cosmos source code. Three treasures, all in one place. This is no longer a high-stakes game. This is a server program error. Master of the Pavilion. According to optimal survival strategy calculations, we should immediately reverse course, warp to the galaxy farthest from here, and permanently delete all information regarding this coordinate to achieve physical isolation. In short, this is a clash of titans, and mortals should flee. The advice of the Heavenly Tao Intelligence was imbued with rational brilliance and a strong desire for survival. Yet Xiao Fan, gazing at the coordinate radiating a dual sense of danger on the hologram, wore a grin of someone eager to watch the world burn. Flee? Why would I flee? Such a grand spectacle, and a double one at that. If I don't witness it firsthand, my Tao heart might just crack. He extended a finger, poking the two overlapping markers with amusement. A final boss from a newbie village believing itself invincible. A world-class hidden boss existing only in legends. And a graduation-level artifact capable of rebooting the entire server. The officials have delivered the script right to our doorstep. If I don't play the opportunist this time, it would be an insult to their meticulous arrangement. Xiao Fan's tone was light, as if discussing a newly released game. The processor of the heavenly Tao intelligence emitted an even more intense hum, clearly unable to fathom its master's thought process. Master of the Pavilion, your notion of opportunist is classified in my database as a high-risk, low-reward opportunistic behavior with a success rate below 0.01%. That's because their skills are lacking. Xiao Fan interrupted the scientifically grounded counsel of the heavenly Tao intelligence, his eyes brimming with confidence. When others play the opportunist, they hide in the bushes waiting for the weak. But when I play the opportunist, I personally set up the battlefield, plant the bushes, and hand both the mantis and the aureole a weapon that can break their defenses. His smile deepened. My specialty is not just watching the show, but being the director who hands out the knives. Isn't the Eternal Divine Council searching for the Annihilation Codex? And the Black Sun faction seems to be looking for it too. So, I just need to stir things up a bit. Leak some real news about the Annihilation Codex and disclose a few fake coordinates of the Eternal Divine Council. Do you think they'll start fighting? Xiao Fan glanced at the Zero Apostle beside him. The Zero Apostle, who had stood motionless like a perfect puppet, flickered a stream of data in her eyes upon receiving his gaze, then gave a slight nod. Without a word, that absolute understanding and obedience was transmitted through their soul link. She had fully grasped Xiao Fan's intent. Within her logical core, driven by the creation engine, she had already begun to conceive how to most efficiently forge information and covertly deliver it to every corner of the cosmos. A crisp crunch broke the solemn atmosphere on the bridge. On Xiao Fan's shoulder, the peculiar little creature, part rabbit, part cat, known as the Law Thief, had somehow found a golden pillar of light floating near the console, solidified from the law of logical coherence. Now it was gnawing on the pillar with relish, then let out a satisfied burp. On the main control hologram of the heavenly Tao intelligence, a patch of static flickered without warning. The system time uncontrollably rewound by 0.01 seconds, then quickly returned to normal. Master of the Pavilion, please control your new pet. If it keeps gnawing my database, will experience a time reversal. The electronic voice of the heavenly Tao intelligence was filled with exasperation. Xiao Fan chuckled and soothed the little creature on his shoulder, casually tossing it a blue crystal condensed from the emotion of sorrow as a snack. The Law Thief caught it joyfully and began to crunch away. Xiao Fan's smile was calm and confident. After his internship in the Law Sandbox, his use of the primordial creation jade disc had evolved from a mere user to a programmer capable of writing rules at will. By his side stood the Zero Apostle, a perfectly loyal creation with a combat power stabilized at the martial god level. On his shoulder perched the Law Thief, a conceptual pet that could ignore rules and feed on the universe's essence. His own cultivation had long surpassed what the conventional power systems of this universe could measure. His current capital was enough to stir any storm he desired across this sea of stars. An old charlatan hiding in the shadows, relying on a flawed system to seek immortality. A mysterious entity whose very existence is a cosmic. Xiao Fan's gaze returned to the star chart, his eyes full of calculation and anticipation. He had already decided. He was diving into this muddy water, and not only that, he would stir it, even more, churning it into chaos. Since they all want to be players, I'll just have to turn them all into my pieces. He looked at the nearly crashing heavenly Tao intelligence and issued his final command. Set the course. Master, please reconsider. Target the echoing void. All of the heavenly Tao intelligence's objections got stuck in its processor, ultimately reduced to a single humble confirmation. Course confirmed. Target echoing void. Initiating warp drive. Xiao Fan turned away from the star chart. He smiled brightly, his eyes gleaming with excitement. The game is finally getting interesting, he murmured. Time to find 2 new toys for this dull universe. As his words faded, the deadly hull of the Nether Fairy, amidst a silent distortion of space, instantly transformed into a phantom that no device could capture, vanishing into the depths of the starry sea. A new game had begun, and this time he was no longer a piece, but the sole player moving the pieces. Within the bridge of the Nether Fairy, all the buzzing had ceased. On the main control screen of the celestial intelligence, the 3-dimensional star chart marked with a dual crisis still hung suspended. The coordinate point of the echoing void, like a frozen droplet of blood, waited silently for the chess player's arrival. Xiao Fan gazed at the star chart, a meaningful smile playing on his lips. The chessboard was set. The pieces were in place. Whether it was the self-aggrandizing Eternal Divine Society or the enigmatic Black Sun in his script, they were merely actors awaiting their cue. Now he needed a messenger. A messenger who could precisely deliver the script he had written to each of the 2 protagonists. Celestial intelligence, I need a channel. Xiao Fan's voice rang out in the quiet bridge, clear and calm. I am screening the most reputable interstellar logistics service providers in the universe for you. Currently ranked first is Speedstar Promising. Stop. Xiao Fan interrupted the Celestial Intelligence's report. The channel I speak of is not for delivering goods. He raised a finger and tapped lightly in the air. I need a channel that can disguise specific information as a secret, then accidentally leak it, ensuring it reaches the intended target with precision. Moreover, this channel itself must be absolutely reliable, yet also utterly untraceable. The main processor of the Celestial Intelligence flickered, instantly comprehending Xiao Fan's true intent. Instruction understood. Cross-referencing the entire network database based on keywords such as covert, efficient, and manipulable. Match complete. Optimal target locked. On the screen, a symbol of a black crow constructed from countless lines of code, and flapping its wings leaped out. Beneath the symbol were two words, Raven. Target profile: Black Dove Universe's top-tier dark web intelligence dealer, codename Raven. Reputation rating 9. Xiao Fan looked at the name and nodded with satisfaction. It was through this Raven that his previous trillion-credit gamble had been executed. The other party's efficiency and professionalism had left an impression on him. Excellent. He's the one, Xiao Fan said. Now send him an invitation to an interview that he cannot refuse or ignore. He paused as if crafting a sufficiently intriguing opening. Celestial Intelligence post a brand new highest priority public bounty on the Black Dove dark web under my name. Please indicate the bounty content. A malicious grin spread across Xiao Fan's face. The bounty content is simple. Just one sentence. I wish to know everything about the Black Sun. The reward for this information is to buy out the entire Black Dove dark web. The core light of the Celestial Intelligence flickered violently. Its database could not find any business behavior that conformed to the current instructions logic. Buying out a top-tier dark web that spanned the universe with servers physically scattered and owners completely anonymous. This was no longer a transaction, it was a myth. Master, the anti-logic of this instruction exceeds 99%. This is a meaningless, purely ostentatious act colloquially known as maxing out the aura, but I want precisely this effect. Xiao Fan said slowly. When dealing with someone like Raven, if you propose a small deal, Hell only see you as a customer. It's only when you threaten to overturn the entire casino that Hell recognize you as the house that sets the rules. What I need is not an equal trading partner, but a tool who will seek me out and know his place from the very beginning. Instruction understood. The Celestial Intelligence was fully enlightened. Its master's behavioral patterns could never be deduced with conventional logic. The next second, an unprecedented bounty order exploded like an information nuclear bomb within the server clusters of the Black Dove dark web. In that instant, the public channels of the dark web fell into complete paralysis. Hundreds of millions of access requests from every corner of the universe surged like a data tsunami, madly converging on this single system-mandated pinned bounty. The load on all servers spiked to the limit, instantly, countless underlying firewalls emitting groans of unbearable strain. The title of the bounty was just a few words: arrogant and domineering. Buying out the entire Black Dove dark web. Countless ancient monsters who had lurked in the dark web for millennia were flushed out by this message. They exhausted their techniques to trace the poster of this bounty, only to find the address was a pure void. As if this message had been personally decreed by the laws of the universe itself. This massive upheaval triggered by a single bounty did not last long. Less than 30 seconds had passed. Within the bridge of the Nether Ferry, an independent encrypted communication request abruptly appeared, bypassing all of the ship's external defense systems. Even the electronic voice of the Celestial Intelligence carried a hint of surprise. Detected unknown tachyonic communication request. Source has undergone 90 million layers of jump encryption and self-destruction protocols. Untraceable. Security rating supreme. The corner of Xiao Fan's mouth curled up slightly. The fish had taken the bait. Connected. With his command, the communication request in the center of the bridge transformed not into a voice or a figure. Instead, it condensed into a physical object in the void. It was a black invitation letter composed of countless tiny data runes. The surface of the invitation flowed with a dark golden light, its design exuding a cold cyberpunk futuristic feel. It floated silently, then opened by itself. Lines of text formed from pure energy elegantly presented themselves before Xiao Fan. Title: Star Sea Arena. Content: Respected employer, your business is too vast. This place is not suitable for lingering. A table in VIP room 3 has been prepared for you. Entry fee: victory in 1 game. Signature: a humble crow awaiting an oracle. The invitation's every word and phrase was filled with reverence, probing, and just the right amount of flattery. Xiao Fan looked at the invitation and laughed. It seemed that the superpower of his trillion-credit gamble had successfully left an indelible mark in the heart of this top-tier intelligence dealer. The other party no longer dared to regard him as an ordinary money-wielding nouveau riche. Instead, he had been elevated to the level of a cosmic magnate deserving of the highest form of peer-to-peer communication. Interesting. Adding drama for himself, Xiao Fan commented, then issued an instruction to the celestial intelligence. Accept the invitation. Establish a mental connection. I want to meet him in person. Instruction confirmed. Connecting to the Star Sea Arena's exclusive virtual reality network. A soft light shot out from the captain's throne, enveloping Xiao Fan's figure. His consciousness separated from his body in an instant, traversing countless dimensions. When his senses became clear again, he found himself in a brand new, a world of grotesque splendor, flowing light, and ultimate imaginative cyberpunk aesthetics. Countless towering skyscrapers made of neon lights and data streams had replaced the real stars. A blue dragon entirely composed of holographic projections was spiraling, chasing a virtual starship made of advertising runes. Beneath his feet was a transparent glass street under which flowed an endless river of code. On the street, various bizarre and unimaginable virtual avatars of races and life forms were passing by. A cyborg with 8 mechanical arms was haggling with an elemental life form made entirely of energy over a deal for forbidden gene serums. This was the Star Sea Arena, a legendary, absolutely neutral, lawless zone independent of all laws and powers in the universe. It was also the ultimate den of iniquity, where the universe's top magnates came to settle disputes and place monumental bets. Just as Xiao Fan was surveying this novel world, a figure appeared silently before him. The person wore a crisp black tailcoat, his posture humble and polite. However, his face bore no features. In its place was a smooth LED screen upon which flickered a single pixelated smiley face symbol. He bowed deeply to Xiao Fan. His voice, too, was synthetic, yet carried a sense of heartfelt respect. Welcome to the arena, Mr. K. Your entry game is ready. The game is called Divine Jigsaw. Having said that, he stepped aside and made a pleased gesture, pointing towards a massive arena ahead that radiated a psychedelic, enchanting glow. Above the arena, the 4 characters for Divine Jigsaw were slowly rotating, emitting a dazzling, mind-numbing light of wisdom. This is the Divine Puzzle. Although the gentleman known as Raven did not appear, his synthesized electronic voice resonated clearly within this virtual space called the Colosseum. Xiao Fan stood on a massive floating platform large enough to obscure the star river before him. What lay ahead was not an ordinary card table, but a vast miniature star nebula. This nebula was composed of billions of fragmented memory shards and logical light points. Each light point represented a clue regarding the legend's appearance, divine office, or associated artifacts of some ancient lost deity. However, among these billions of clues, 99% were merely contradictory noise and false information. The true truth was cleverly shattered and hidden within the vast data garbage. The rules are simple, Mr. K. Raven's voice carried a hint of pride as a top intelligence dealer. In this fog of information, through logical deduction, intelligence comparison, or even purchasing clues from outside sources, piece together the complete divine persona of this nameless ancient god. According to the historical records of the Colosseum, the fastest clearers so far have been those mad scholars from the Academy of Truth, who took 7 cosmic days and utilized 3,000 supercomputers for assistance. Now the stage is yours. I have prepared 100 years of virtual acceleration time for you, Yume. 100 years. Xiao Fan interrupted him, his voice tinged with a sense of absurdity, as if he had just heard a joke. He raised his head, and in his eyes, reflecting the data streams, there was no gravity, as Raven had anticipated, only a mocking disdain. For such a delightfully twisted fill-in-the-blank question, 100 years is far too long. Even a second feels excessive. Xiao Fan had just finished speaking when, before Raven, hiding in the shadows, could react to this outrageous claim, he moved. No, to be precise, he did not need to move. Deep within his divine sense, that fragment of the chaos creation jade disk, which had been floating all along, gently trembled. In this virtual world built upon data and code, the existence of the creation jade disk was akin to directly typing the command prompt directive in the operating. In his field of vision, the exceedingly complex divine puzzle instantly shed its peculiar appearance. What remained was merely a pile of bare data composed of zeros and ones. The billions of interference items appeared to him as if they had automatically been tagged as garbage files, dull and lifeless. Only the several tens of thousands of correct data nodes emanating a faint golden glow were connected by an exceptionally clear logical line. This feeling was akin to others scratching their heads in an exam room trying to solve a quadratic equation while he had already received the standard answer directly from the teacher. It was as if the steps to the solution were even written out for him. This is like playing Minesweeper. While you all are calculating probabilities, I have set the transparency of all minds to 100%. Xiao Fan chuckled, extending a finger to lightly tap the chaotic star cloud in front of him. Buzz. An instruction that had not gone through any calculation process was domineeringly injected into the game terminal. In an instant, the billions of chaotic fragments, as if they had heard a military command, automatically returned to their positions in a heartbeat. Without any trial and error they hesitated not. In the blink of an eye, a grand, majestic, ancient deity with 7 rings of truth floating behind, and holding a torch of wisdom in both hands stood flawlessly in the center of the arena. Divine might surged, radiating brilliance. The entire process was so smooth it was as if this deity had always been standing there. At this moment the timer in the void had just begun to tick. 0.3 seconds. Detected correct puzzle combination. Task completed. Evaluation SSSSS level indefinable perfection. At that moment the operating server for the entire Star Sea Coliseum emitted a harsh, buzzing sound akin to that of an old television struggling for signal. Immediately after, the leaderboard floating in the air exploded into a burst of fireworks due to its refresh speed being too fast, causing a logical overflow. The world fell into a truly complete stutter. Raven, hiding in the dark layers of the virtual space, felt as if he was struck by his once proud virtual avatar was now displaying a blue screen on the LED screen initially meant for showing expressions. Only a massive symbol flickered incessantly. This is unscientific. Raven's true form, hiding in a distant physical machine room, had spilled a fine wine all over himself, scalding him to the point he wanted to jump up, yet he lacked the strength to even stand. He had seen countless geniuses in his life, AI, with tremendous computational power and gamblers with astonishing luck. But he had never witnessed such an act, as if someone had pressed the head of the game designer, forcing the system to recognize the clearance. This was no longer just playing a game. This was an open humiliation of the game's underlying logic. How is this possible? No retrieval, no computation, not even looking at the questions. Could it be that he had memorized the answers beforehand? Impossible. Each game's puzzle is an independently generated random hash value. That means he directly modified the so-called truth itself. Raven swallowed hard, a chill rising from deep within him. This mysterious man, referred to as K, was 1,000 times more terrifying than the ostentatious image he projected. Not only did he possess astounding wealth, but he also had the technical prowess to trample the entire Black Dove dark web as if it were his own backyard. This was no longer just a fierce dragon crossing the river. This was a Godzilla rampaging through a porcelain shop. Within the virtual space, Xiao Fan stood with his hands behind his back, gazing at the restored ancient deity, shaking his head. The modeling is a bit rough. Polygon number 10243 has some clipping issues. Poor review. He turned around, looking toward a certain point in the void, smiling kindly, yet unsettlingly. Hey, that broken-faced crow. I have cleared the game as well, and I have conveniently helped you push your record to a level that no one could surpass, even if the universe exploded. Now can you reattach your jaw and take me to a place where we can discuss serious matters? The stuttering sensation in the air finally dissipated. A black flow of light descended, landing before Xiao Fan. The virtual image of Raven in a tailcoat appeared once more, but this time the LED screen that had returned to normal displayed no frivolous smiley faces. Instead, it showed a line of continuously scrolling code. Bow. This was a posture of complete submission. Raven deeply bent his waist, his head nearly touching the ground. In that electronically synthesized voice, the previous probing and reserve had vanished, leaving only fervent reverence. Mr. K. No, esteemed majesty. I admit my perspective is indeed too narrow, akin to a mere worm at the bottom of a well. You do not need to be tested. From the moment you stepped in here, you became the very essence of the rules. Raven raised his hand, and the bizarre cyber world around him instantly faded away. Please follow me. The highest authorities room No. 3 has been opened. Tonight, this humble Raven belongs to you. The space shifted. All the noise and dazzling lights receded like a tide. Xiao Fan found himself sitting at a vintage mahogany long table, surrounded by 4 impenetrable black data walls. This is the absolute quiet room that Raven takes the most pride in. Even those causal detectors capable of monitoring the dreams of gods can only hear a void of noise here. Raven maintained the virtual form of a tailcoat, standing respectfully across the long table, holding a tray that appeared from nowhere atop, which rested a steaming cup of virtual black tea. There's no need for such frivolous services. I have real tea, and it's better than yours. Xiao Fan waved his hand, his fingers lightly tapping on the tabletop. The dull thud-thud sound seemed to strike at Raven's heart. Let's get down to business. What I mentioned in the bounty about buying the entire dark web was actually to lure you. Xiao Fan leaned back, crossing his legs comfortably, as if chatting in his own living room. A place like Black Dove is filled with all sorts. I can't be bothered. What I want to do with you now is a deal much more interesting than a simple transaction. Raven immediately straightened up, an ear icon flashing on the screen above him, indicating he was all ears. At your service. Even if you asked me to breach the defenses of the Martial Alliance headquarters now, I would. Request a deposit first before trying. Xiao Fan smiled. He enjoyed dealing with clever individuals or clever programs. There's no need for you to take such great risks. I want you to utilize your expertise, stir the waters. Within 10 days I need you to use all your channels, even those top-tier dark lines you usually wouldn't dare to touch, to accurately feed 2 specific pieces of intelligence to 2 particular beasts. Raven's heart stirred. Please clarify. The first beast is called the Eternal Life Society. Xiao Fan's gaze grew cold. I have a core summary regarding the World Destruction Codex. The contents are half-truths, but the description about the reboot law is 100% real, coming from a first. You will accidentally leak this information to their cardinal in red. By the way, inform them that the Codex is currently in a state of extreme instability, hidden within the coordinates of the echoing void, near a singularity black hole codenamed Heart of Annihilation. Remember, make them believe this intelligence was acquired at a great cost rather than being delivered to them on a silver platter. Raven's processor whirred furiously. Although he didn't know what the World Destruction Codex was, just from the words reboot law, he sensed a hint of the annihilation of the universe. This was a hot potato of information. So what is the second beast? Raven asked cautiously. Xiao Fan smiled mischievously, even carrying a hint of joy unique to a villain. The second beast is the executor from the Black Sun faction that we are bounty hunting for outside. The intelligence about them is even simpler. You will directly tell them at the location of Heart of Annihilation, a fully armed main fleet from the Eternal Life Society has brought the key to controlling the World Destruction Codex and is preparing to take that good stuff away. It must be emphasized that those from the Eternal Life Society are there to steal. Upon hearing this, the screen above Raven's head flickered violently, lighting up a red exclamation mark representing terror. He understood. He completely understood. This was the classic driving the tiger to swallow the wolf. No, this was igniting a star level of provocation. This Mr. K in front of him was not here to do business. He was clearly an arsonist, carrying a gas can and a lighter ready to ignite the entire universe's powder keg. Both sides were terrifying taboo forces in the universe, and this man wanted to calculate both while sitting on the sidelines. Is this what you call interesting? Raven's voice trembled a little. Although he was a criminal, it was the first time he had encountered such a madman who treated the annihilation of the universe as fun. What? Scared? Xiao Fan raised an eyebrow. Scared? No, no, no. Raven took a deep breath of non-existent cold air, and suddenly a grotesque maniacal laughing emoji appeared on the screen above his head. I am too excited to play the role of the nameless pawn responsible for igniting this event destined to be recorded in history. This is a glory that countless information dealers dream of but cannot attain. Let's do it. Raven slammed the table, even though the non-existent table made no sound. I will not only take this role, but I will execute it. Even if the self-proclaimed omniscient God Lord came to audit, he could only trace this information back to a deceased former cardinal's top-secret relic. That's right. Xiao Fan nodded in satisfaction, casually tossing out an encrypted data packet. It contained the password to an account with 1 billion units of high-purity energy coins, plus a segment of ancient law footage casually recorded in the previous law sandbox. The value of these items was enough to purchase 10 medium-sized star systems. This is the deposit. The rest will be settled once I hear the sound of fireworks. Xiao Fan stood up, his figure gradually fading as he prepared to exit the virtual network. Do well, Raven. If you perform well this time, I won't mind making you the only broadcasting station in that new world. After leaving this profound promise, Xiao Fan completely vanished. Only Raven stood there dazed in the empty chamber. He looked at the exorbitant account left on the table, murmuring to himself, a madman. This is a true madman capable of smashing this old world to pieces. What he wants is not just the World Destruction Codex. He wants to be the only master of the game. Consciousness returned to his physical form. Inside the bridge of the Netherworld ferry, the light was soft. Xiao Fan opened his eyes from the comfortable command seat and let out a sigh of relief. Heavenly Tao Intelligence, disconnect from the dark web. Also activate the highest level isolation barrier. I need to conduct a small command confirmed. Absolute physical isolation mode activated. Detecting a slight elevation in the sect master's heart rate, speculation suggests another operation that defies humanitarian principles. Background music has been played for your enjoyment, a remix of Ode to Joy. You always understand me. Xiao Fan chuckled, flipping his wrist. The trophy intercepted from that previous long-distance confrontation. The divine punishment mark struck by the God Lord with a fury of resentment, floated like a venomous insect sealed in amber, trapped within a specially crafted transparent force field cage. This mark was an unsettling blood-red hue upon which a twisted human face was faintly visible, radiating a silent curse. For an ordinary martial god, a single glance at this object would shatter their Tao heart, transforming them into a mindless killing monster. But in Xiao Fan's eyes, it was merely a string of malicious code waiting to be casually manipulated. Although I already rebounded it last time and blew up the God Lord's base, that was just physical damage. Xiao Fan stroked his chin, a cunning expression on his face. For a charlatan who spends all his time packaging himself as lofty, sacred, and inviolable, killing off a few subordinates doesn't hurt at all. What truly wounds them is social death. He snapped his fingers. Zero, come over and assist me. The null apostle who had been standing silently nearby instantly appeared at his side, arms extended horizontally, as chaotic energy coalesced into a stable operating platform. Xiao Fan reached out, plunging his hand directly into that dangerous force field cage. At his fingertips, the radiance of the Hongmeng creation jade disc precisely cut into the core logic zone of the curse. Analyzing logic: if target touched, inject divine power, erode sanity, induce absolute fear, and self-destruction towards the God Lord. 'Tis how cliché. Xiao Fan shook his head in disdain. Who still plays with mental breakdowns these days? Not a shred of creativity. Let me upgrade this for you. His fingers danced, and lines of brand new rules carrying the aura of Hongmeng brutally overlaid the original curse logic. First, keep the forced erosion clause, but remove the destruction tendency. Modify the result to expression of love. And it must be the most passionate, uncontrollable, and public declaration. Xiao Fan smirked mischievously, dripping a drop of a spiritual hallucinogen called Succubus Kiss Modified, which he had exchanged from the system into the cursed mass. Immediately afterward, he added a motion data packet named Demonic Dance Steps Loyalty Sway. This data packet was a synthesis created by the heavenly Tao intelligence, combining all the viral demonic dances from Earth's internet. Things like Subject 3 Dinosaur carries the wolf and the essence of square dancing, resulting in a bizarre set of steps that looked like convulsions, yet possessed an irresistible rhythm and infectiousness. Logic rewrite: if the infected person senses the God Lord's aura or commands forcibly, seize control of the body, disregard occasion and identity, immediately begin performing the loyalty sway dance in public. Additional clause: while dancing, recite all of today's embarrassing incidents and secrets from within the cult at maximum volume. Xiao Fan grew more excited as he modified it. Set the infectiousness of this thing to divine power band resonance. Anyone who has practiced the techniques of the eternal divine assembly will, upon seeing this dance, feel it is filled with the rhythm of the great Tao and be compelled. How is this a curse? This is clearly the gospel bestowed by the God Lord upon his followers. Let's call it Divine Grace Broadcast Grand Package. 10 minutes later, the original blood-red ferocious mark, full of resentment, had undergone a dramatic transformation. It had become a pink orb of light shimmering with a spectrum of colors resembling a disco ball. Just looking at it, one could feel a demonic aura that made you want to tap your feet uncontrollably. The arcane thief, which had been sleeping nearby, was suddenly jolted awake by the light. It raised its head for a glance, and its large ears began to flap involuntarily in rhythm. Perfect. Xiao Fan admired this masterpiece, worthy of being listed on the Cosmic Biochemical Weapons Blacklist. He directly tossed it into a specially crafted long-range quantum transmission capsule. Target the coordinate list of 100 branches of the Eternal Divine Assembly just sent by the Raven. Although the old bastard has hidden the God Lord's current location, while the monk may run away, but the temple cannot. Send this as a gift to greet the God Lord on my behalf again. Set activation time the same moment 10 days from now. Xiao Fan pressed the launch button. The pink toxic capsule vanished instantly into the quantum channel. It would split itself into billions of copies like dandelion seeds, and precisely so itself into the churches, monasteries, and even secret bases of the Eternal Divine Assembly scattered across the major galaxies. I hope those charlatans like to dance. I can't wait to see the grand spectacle of priests and bishops from across the universe breaking into a collective dance-off during their solemn sermons. Xiao Fan imagined the God Lord's livid face at that moment, and couldn't help but burst into laughter in the bridge, which was empty except for him. This aesthetic of revenge, killing the heart, not just the body, made him feel utterly invigorated. The spaceship re-engaged sublight, cruising mode. On the star chart, the light point representing the final battleground, the echoing void, was now close at hand. Xiao Fan gazed at it, his smile fading, his eyes turning focused and icy cold. The appetizer has been served. Now it's time for us to go and taste the nether passage sliced through the barrier of subspace, resembling a precision-guided black phantom bullet, carving out a non-existent trajectory in the desolate sea of stars. Inside the bridge, the modified version of Ode to Joy by Xiao Fan flowed, now adjusted to a soothing jazz variation by the Tao intelligence brain, creating an unusually pleasant atmosphere. Xiao Fan leaned against the command seat, a virtual light screen hovering before him, displaying the real-time logistic status of a quantum capsule loaded with the Divine Grace broadcasting package. As I expected, although that old charlatan blocked the divine secrets, a delivery with malice always finds its owner accurately. Looking at the logistics progress bar indicating in delivery, Xiao Fan couldn't help but laugh. Just thinking about how in a few days that exalted deity would suddenly find the clergy below him collectively performing the dinosaur, carrying the wolf during worship, was more delightful than the first time he received an ultra-rare reward back on Earth. Master, though it may seem presumptuous to interrupt your enjoyment, I must remind you. The Tao intelligence brain's electronic voice, usually tinged with a hint of mockery, suddenly turned serious, even automatically cutting off the melodious jazz. There has been an exceedingly outrageous fluctuation in the spatial parameters. If one were to make an inappropriate analogy, it would be like a smooth asphalt road suddenly having a bottomless pit leading straight to the Earth's core with no road signs. The main control screen suddenly magnified. The originally green line representing the course turned into a chaotic mass of red warning signals, several light. It was neither a black hole nor a typical spatial storm, but rather a region so bizarre that even light would lose its way upon entering, where causality would become entangled. Warning: wide area spatial displacement field detected. According to calculations, if we forcefully traverse, our ship has a 99% chance of being randomly teleported to the garbage recycling station of this universe or into a primordial soup devoid of even single-celled organisms. Recommended plan: detour. Although it will take 3 extra days, it is safer than risking our lives. Detour? Xiao Fan raised an eyebrow as if he had heard a remarkable joke. He sat up straight, beginning to contemplate. In my life, even when delivering takeout, I have never taken a detour. Moreover, don't you think such a roadblock suddenly appearing on a necessary route usually signifies 2 words? The Tao intelligence brain's processor ran rapidly: danger, trap, or system error. It's a side quest. Xiao Fan snapped his fingers, his eyes filled with a desire for exploration, a look one only sees when encountering an unexplored point of interest on the map in an open-world game. Since the officials are spawning monsters here, it must be for the purpose of dropping equipment. Full speed ahead, let's crash right in. If something happens, I'll take responsibility. Command confirmed. Though my logic module is sounding alarms, since you master want to play with danger. Let's charge in. The nether passage showed no signs of slowing down. The dark warship erupted with a deep rumble, its engine power instantly maxing out to 120%. It charged recklessly into the area known as unknown. Buzz. Just as the ship crossed that invisible boundary, the world changed. The originally brilliant stars vanished without a trace. In their place was an extremely profound dark blue. Here there was no light from stars, only a kind of oppressive and cold glow seemingly emanating from 10,000 meters beneath the deep sea, filling every inch of space. Then a sound emerged. Not through air vibrations, nor through electromagnetic waves. It was a kind of sound that directly transcended physical barriers, ignoring the nether passage's energy shield, capable of withstanding a supernova explosion, even bypassing the eardrum, resonating deep within the soul. La, la la. It was a woman's hum. The voice was ethereal and elusive, possessing a penetrative power that could breach the barriers of the soul. It sounded not unpleasant, even excessively beautiful. Like the legendary sirens who combed their long hair on the rocks, enticing sailors to their doom passionately and sorrowfully, singing a lullaby that beckons eternal slumber. Yet to Xiao Fan this was more disturbing than nails scraping against a blackboard. For it was not merely a song. It was a highly compressed mental mimetic virus filled with malice. As the song rang out, a strong sense of sadness began to pervade the bridge. It was a weariness of life, a questioning of existence, a profound yearning for death. If a weak-willed, ordinary person heard this song in the first second, they would unhesitatingly stab a nearby dinner knife into their heart, dying with a smile of relief on their face. Zzz. The once powerful Tao intelligence brain suddenly emitted a noise akin to an old radio short-circuiting. On the main control screen, the precise data streams began to disorder, even assembling into emoticons resembling crying faces. Master, I suddenly feel hopeless for eternity. The electronic voice of the Tao intelligence brain was tinged with genuine sorrow. I'm just a line of code. Why do I have to live? Processing so much data every day. So tired. I want to format myself. I want to return to nothingness. Self-destruct program initiating. Countdown 10. 9. How can an AI have depression? Shut down the network, cloud mode. Xiao Fan cursed, raising his hand to inject a divine thought imbued with primordial purple energy into the control. This divine thought was like a bucket of ice water, instantly extinguishing the inexplicable urge for self-destruction within the Tao intelligence brain's logic. Alert! Alert! Experiencing extreme wide-area mental pollution. The awakened Tao intelligence brain screamed in a piercing tone, reflecting a terror of having survived a catastrophe. Master, this song is toxic. It directly alters the underlying logic. It attempts to rewrite the highest command of survival, to die. I can see that it is a master of emotional manipulation. Xiao Fan remained composed in his seat. The primordial divine demon body automatically activated, emitting a faint purple golden glow on his surface. That voice, capable of shattering the Tao heart of even deities, crashed against this glow, causing not even a ripple, completely isolating it. For someone like him, possessing a supreme constitution and a soul tempered through 2 lifetimes and countless life and death trials, this level of mental assault was nothing more than background music. Still, it was the kind of lullaby that, while pleasant, could induce sleepiness if heard too often. He turned to look beside him. The Zero Apostle stood quietly, her gaze vacant, devoid of emotion. The song had no effect on her, for she lacked the sadness module. Her logic was solely execute commands and eliminate enemies. Zoom in on the visuals and see which singer is holding a concert, Xiao Fan commanded. The Tao intelligence brain swiftly adjusted the detectors, projecting the surrounding imagery onto the holographic screen. At that moment, even prepared psychologically, Xiao Fan focused intently. This was a true graveyard. In this dark blue void floated countless wrecks of some had ancient designs reminiscent of a bronze civilization from tens of thousands of years ago. Others were highly technological standard interstellar warships, and there were even some massive biological spaceship skeletons. They drifted silently without any signs of battle. All the hulls were intact, and even the shield generators were operating normally. Yet within the ships there was no sign of life. Through some transparent portholes, one could clearly see the crew members who had perished in various postures. Some lay on the control panels, some embraced each other, and others lay peacefully on the floor. Their faces bore no fear, no pain. Only a strange, satisfied smile, as if they had experienced a beautiful dream and never wished to awaken. This was the song's legacy. For tens of thousands of years, all travelers who accidentally wandered into this star domain had collectively committed suicide, to the gentle humming becoming eternal companions of this star sea. And at the center of these wrecks, at the source of the song, was a planet. A planet made entirely of translucent blue crystal, strikingly beautiful. It resembled a tear of a deity fallen into the cosmos. The deadly song emanated from within this planet. It was alive, breathing, singing. Interesting. Xiao Fan gazed at the massive crystal star, his eyes filled not with fear, but fervor. Without the need for a single soldier, this background music alone can annihilate so many civilizations' fleets. If I could bring this thing home as a broadcasting tower, who would dare to visit me? They'd be depressed before even entering the door. The defensive effect is simply Just then the lingering song seemed to sense that there were survivors present. The melody suddenly changed. From the previous mournful low hum it turned high-pitched and urgent, carrying a much stronger allure. As if the invisible siren was gradually approaching, whispering softly in your ear, coaxing you to death. Warning. The mental pollution index is rising exponentially. Enough with the sob story already, Xiao Fan said, impatiently digging at his ears. While this song is quite potent, it's really annoying to loop it for so long. And how dare it bully my asset, referring to the Tao intelligence brain right in front of me. I cannot tolerate that. He turned his head to look at his left shoulder. There lay a fluffy little creature resembling a sticky rice dumpling. That was his new pet, a conceptual creature, Law Thief. Since entering this star domain, the little fellow had awakened. It was unaffected by the song at all. On the contrary, it raised its big-eared little head, its big shiny eyes fixated on the crystal star outside. Its nostrils twitched continuously, and drool even dripped from its mouth. The expression was unmistakably that of a glutton who hadn't eaten for 3 days, suddenly spotting a lavish feast. For it there was no deadly song here, no terrifying mental pollution. This was clearly an aroma filled with delicious conceptual cuisine cooked from the law of sadness and soul resonance. Having obtained the master's permission to feed, the little Law Thief perched on Xiao Fan's shoulder instantly erupted with a glint of avarice in its innocent. With a joyful, almost distorted chirp, it lightly pushed off from Xiao Fan's shoulder. There was no physical acceleration whatsoever. It transformed into a white phantom that defied space and matter, piercing through the armor of the Nether Fairy, which could withstand a planet-destroying cannon, and shot like a meteor into the azure void filled with that deathly song. It did not charge directly at the massive crystalline planet. Instead, it hovered amidst the dense wreckage of starships. That was the area where this song was most intense and the spiritual contamination most severe. The Law Thief's small body stretched out in the void like an athlete preparing for an arm stretch. Then it opened its mouth. That tiny cherry-sized mouth, the moment it opened, caused a bizarre visual distortion in the surrounding space. In the high-dimensional vision of Xiao Fan's primordial chaos creation jade disc, this was not a mouth at all, but a conceptual black hole leading to a bottomless abyss. A loud slurping sound like a human eating noodles actually echoed through the void. Then a scene that shattered the heavenly Tao AI's data logic unfolded. The intangible, formless, soul-striking song that had permeated the entire starfield suddenly seemed to gain a physical. With that one inhale from the Law Thief, the song was forcibly stripped from every dimension, transforming into visible strands of azure light. These were the physical manifestations of loss. Each strand contained intense despair and sorrow. These substances, deadly poison to any other life form, now flowed like the most delicious vermicelli into the Law Thief's tiny mouth. The ethereal, piercing, and seductive siren song in the void suddenly stuttered. It was as if a spinning vinyl record had been abruptly stopped. The perfect melody began to warp, and the emotional pull that made one wish for death rapidly faded. But the Law Thief grew happier with each bite, waving its tiny short arms in the void, as if shoveling more noodles into its mouth. It was even being picky. Xiao Fan clearly saw the little creature spit out a puff of grayish mist. That was the mere noise and death chi, mixed into the song, nutritionless waste. It only consumed the purest concepts. In a mere 10 seconds, the field of death that had shrouded this starfield for tens of thousands of years, devouring countless lives, was forcibly eaten into a massive vacuum by this palm-sized creature. The crystalline planet seemed to sense the anomaly. Its internal light began to flicker violently, as if the hidden consciousness felt fear or perhaps rage. A far more massive and piercing psychic shockwave was brewing at the planet's core, ready to annihilate this blasphemer. However, the Law Thief gave it no time to cast. Finding the slow 1v1 sucking tedious, it sucked in its tiny belly and opened its mouth again. This time it was not a simple inhale, but a plunder aimed at the very source. The space of the entire starfield trembled violently. The counterattack light that had just flared up on the crystalline planet was instantly extinguished like a burning candle having its wick cruelly pulled out. The remnants of the song still echoing in the void vanished completely in that instant. Not ceased, vanished. As if such a melody had never existed in this world. Silence reigned. Only the solitary nether fairy remained amidst the drifting silent wreckage. The garbled text and crying emojis on the heavenly Dao AI's light screen vanished, instantly reverting to a calm stream of blue data. Alert: spiritual contamination source. Lost. Detected target zone law concentration at 0. This is utterly preposterous. The heavenly Dao AI's voice trembled with shock. Did it just eat that planet's divine ability along with the logic used to execute it? What kind of digestive system is this? Does it even comply with the law of conservation of matter? Xiao Fan, however, remained perfectly calm, even a little smug. I told you it's a conceptual life form. In its diet, delicious trumps logical. At that moment, the satiated Law Thief let out a loud burp in the void, contentedly rubbing its round belly. Its size hadn't changed, it was still the same harmless, adorable pet. Yet its aura had grown more profound, faintly exuding a strange charm that made one feel sorrowful at a single glance. With a chirp, it flickered, piercing the ship's hull again and returning to Xiao Fan's shoulder. It nuzzled his cheek ingratiatingly, then opened its mouth. With a soft cough, it spat a thumb-sized regular dodecahedron crystal radiating an intense, deep azure luster into Xiao Fan's palm. The moment the crystal appeared, the temperature in the bridge plummeted. Just looking at it evoked a powerful sense of grief. The system displayed item analysis complete. Name: high purity sorrow law crystal, conceptual grade material source, condensed essence from the Law Thief, devouring and purifying the siren song of the entire galaxy. Function: can serve as the core energy source for a top-tier psychic artifact, or be used to refine special pills like the Supreme Indifference Pill. If detonated directly, it can instantly plunge all intelligent beings within a galaxy into severe depression, stripping them of all will to fight. Note: this is the physical embodiment of sorrow. Handle with care to avoid friendly fire. A fine treasure. Xiao Fan's eyes lit up as he stored the precious law crystal into his system space. This was a true strategic weapon. From now on, if he had a grudge against someone, he wouldn't need to lift a finger. He could just toss this thing over and let the whole family weep while writing their wills. The very thought was thrilling. He reached out a finger and rewarded the Law Thief with a top-grade spirit stone as a post-meal dessert. The little creature munched it happily, crunching away with a blissful expression. Having done all this, Xiao Fan turned his gaze back to the window. The massive crystalline planet had now dimmed completely. Without the support of that eerie song, it now looked like a giant, beautiful glass bead. Quiet, dead, yet possessing a kind of shattered beauty. A shell stripped of its soul is the most honest. Xiao Fan stood up, walked to the massive floor-to-ceiling window, and looked down upon the planet. His divine sense spread out, instantly penetrating the thick crystal crust and delving into the planet's deepest core. There, he sensed an ancient, faint yet tenacious energy fluctuation. It was not a naturally formed vein. It was the aura of an artificial construct. It was a vast, ancient underground relic from a forgotten civilization. It seems besides this conceptual feast, there's a physical treasure left for us here. Xiao Fan's smile deepened. Heavenly Dao AI, prepare for landing. Let's go see what goodies this singing civilization hid underground. I have a feeling this thing might be very useful for our Zero. The dark side of the cosmos often proves more captivating than the resplendent star rivers, for it harbors not only sordid transactions, but also earth-shattering secrets capable of reshaping the very map of the stars. At this moment, deep within the Black Dove dark web, within a virtual data space constructed from countless proxy servers and encrypted nodes, the intelligence broker Raven sat upon his non-existent expensive executive chair, gazing at the frenzied waterfall of data before him, clicking his tongue in astonishment. Is this the handiwork of Mr. Okay, this isn't just muddying the waters, it's like tossing an antimatter bomb into a fish pond, then sitting on the bank waiting for the fish to jump out and serve themselves as sashimi. On his interface, 2 carefully packaged intelligence streams labeled Top Secret Accidental Leak were silently flowing along the covert channels he had laid heading toward the 2 most dangerous layers in the universe. The first Viper slithered toward a starry domain shrouded in holy light, yet inherently decayed, the heartland of the eternal divine assembly. This was a colossal space cathedral forged entirely from platinum floating in a stellar orbit. Deep within the cathedral, Cardinal Archbishop Gregory knelt before a statue with a blurred visage, his expression grim. Lately times had been hard. That accursed mysterious man who had emerged from nowhere had not only destroyed their altar, but had even reflected the curse cast down by the Divine Lord, transforming it into an indescribable, humiliating virus. Although the Divine Lord had yet to punish him for this, Gregory could sense that the great Divine Lord was simmering with suppressed rage. Just then the communicator on his wrist vibrated. It was a frequency that only the highest-level clandestine agents could activate. Gregory opened the message. The sight of it made him hold his breath. This is... The content was brief, yet it contained an extremely complex fluctuation of laws. As the bishop responsible for studying ancient texts, he recognized it at once. The unique aura of primal laws belonging to the legendary Annihilation Codex. It was a power capable of rewriting the truths of the universe. The message not only included this tantalizing genuine fragment that would make any cultivator drool, but also thoughtfully appended a coordinate and a segment of intercepted fragmented encrypted voice. The heart of stillness is there. The laws are extremely unstable. Only a 3-day window. Gregory's hands trembled. He immediately activated the altar that connected directly to the Divine Lord's will. Great Lord, your humble servant has found the ultimate key for you. Boom. The void trembled. A majestic and urgent will descended. It was the Divine Lord. He scanned the fragment of laws and confirmed its authenticity. Then a divine oracle brimming with murderous intent and greed transmitted into Gregory's mind. It's real. It's real. In the echoing voice, deploy the entire fleet. Take all the holy judgment armadas. No matter what is there, even if you have to annihilate that entire star region, bring me back the code. With it, I will no longer need to kowtow to those higher dimensions. I will become the true one. Upon receiving the divine oracle, Gregory rushed out of the chamber, roaring at the believers still praying outside. Stop the chanting. Get up and work. Target echoing void. Victory shall be ours. Meanwhile, at the other end of the universe, here lay a dead zone devoid of light, heat, and even the concept of direction. There was only a single wailing star. This orange star, once in its prime, was now dimming at an alarming rate. Its surface was covered by a writhing pitch-black shadow. This was not matter, it was a living nothingness. It was feeding. This shadow was siphoning the star's core energy, even devouring the spatial laws around the star, leaving behind irreparable voids. This was the executor of the Black Sun Force, codenamed Shadow Fiend. Suddenly, the feeding stopped. The colossal shadow covering half the star writhed and formed a gigantic maw. It heard it. It was a message transmitted through high-dimensional gravitational waves, bypassing all physical barriers and precisely entering its sensory intelligence. The main fleet of the Eternal Divine Assembly has locked onto the key artifact of the Annihilation Codex and is advancing at full speed to the echoing void for retrieval. Note they seem to have mastered some means of countering the Black Sun. This brief message was for the Shadow Fiend the most potent provocation. Annihilation Codex. That was the sacred relic their race had sought for countless eons, the only patch capable of completely mending the flaws in their life. And now a swarm of low-dimensional insects dared to covet it. Roar. No sound came from the void, but the star instantly turned to cosmic dust. The Shadow Fiend was enraged. Its colossal form began to contract rapidly from a star-covering behemoth into a highly dense black sphere the size of... It needed no fleet. It itself was the most terrifying fleet. Insects must be eliminated. Codex, return to Black Sun. The next second, this black sphere shattered the dimensional barrier before it vanishing like a drop of ink falling into water. The direction it headed was precisely the echoing void. Within the dark web space, Raven watched the red dots on the screen representing 2 destructive forces converging at high speed toward the same coordinate. He took off his virtual top hat and bowed to the void. A perfect script. Without any superfluous explanation, simply casting out the most primal baits of desire and fear, these 2 behemoths obediently began their mad dash along the predetermined path. Mr. K, you are not playing chess. You are turning the entire universe into your arena. And this crow has the fortune to be the ticket seller for this grand spectacle. Raven's core data stream flickered erratically. He knew that from this day forth the history of the universe might be rewritten because of that man. Since the stage is set, I should retreat to the audience seats. I must prepare the best recorder, as such iconic scenes will fetch a sky-high price later. While the two ends of the universe were in turmoil over a colossal deception, Xiao Fan, the mastermind, appeared exceptionally leisurely. The Nether Fairy had docked steadily on the surface of that giant crystal planet. The hatch opened. Xiao Fan stepped onto this crystalline land, followed by the Zero. The ground beneath his feet was hard and cold. Every inch of land was condensed from high-purity crystals of sorrow. This entire planet was one giant teardrop, truly a magnificent sight. Xiao Fan looked around. There was no wind, no sound. In the distance, towering crystal clusters thousands of meters high stood like natural tombstones beneath the violet-black sky. Within those crystal clusters, faintly visible, were the sealed forms of long-dead bodies. They were the planet's original inhabitants, the Siren race. They retained their final postures, some singing, some weeping, some embracing. But without exception, their expressions were serene. It was the serenity of ultimate release found within this endless, despairing song. So this is a civilization killed by art. Xiao Fan walked through the ruins of a vast plaza, once a magnificent city. Now only crystal statues remained. Chirp! The law thief perched on his shoulder suddenly cried out, seemingly excited by the dense aura of laws here, eager to jump down and feast. Hold on, this place is a buffet, but we need to take out the big pot in the kitchen first. Xiao Fan restrained the restless little creature. His gaze pierced through layers of crystal structures locking onto the city's center. There an inverted pyramid-shaped altar floated. Though the altar had lain dormant for countless ages, it still retained a highly unique fluctuation. It was not an energy fluctuation. It was a residual meme. A dangerous technology capable of converting spiritual power into physical attacks, even tampering with the underlying logic of life forms. Heavenly Tao Intelligence scanned that altar. Scanning. Analysis result named Soul Resonance Amplification Tower. This was the device used by this civilization to broadcast their songs across the universe, seeking kindred spirits. The result, because the power was turned up too high coupled with an overflow error in the emotional module, they sang the entire race into depression and inadvertently sent all passing ships to their doom. Evaluation: a classic case of tech geeks taking things too far. Xiao Fan laughed at this absurd reason for extinction. They wanted to find friends, but ended up singing themselves and their friends to death. Now that's a reason with some dark humor. He strode toward the altar, his eyes lighting up. In his view, this was no dangerous relic. It was clearly a ready-made, pre-tuned spiritual external plugin. And this plugin was perfect for the Zero Apostle beside him, who could do nothing but fight. Zero, are you ready? Xiao Fan glanced back at the silent shadow-like girl. In your arsenal besides physical annihilation, it's time to add a little talent in spiritual contamination. The Zero Apostle tilted her head, data streams flashing rapidly in her eyes. She didn't understand what talent was. But if it was her master's command, even if it meant learning to sing the entire universe into suicide, she would execute it immediately. Come, let's go see this legacy. I have a feeling that if this thing is installed in you, the effect will be far more powerful than those sirens. Xiao Fan led his team up the steps leading to hell. No, to a new voice. The two mantises in the distance had already entered the game. And he, the Oriole, was seizing the time to sharpen his claws. The grand show was about to begin. At the top of the inverted pyramid altar there lies an expansive platform. In the center of the platform, a once living core now floats devoid of movement. It resembles a massive petrified heart, its surface marred with cracks, yet deep within those fissures a silvery glow flows like liquid mercury. This is the final legacy of the sea demon civilization, the Resonance Heart. A fine treasure, Xiao Fan remarked as he stepped forward, not directly touching it, but first tossing out the Hongmeng creation jade disc. Virum. The ancient jade disc hovered above the heart, casting a chaotic azure light. The previously complex, obscure energy circuits filled with alien and exotic styles were instantly unraveled into lines of source code that Xiao Fan could comprehend under the disk's illumination. Analysis complete. Target item: stellar grade mental broadcasting array core. Core logic capture faint emotions amplified by 100 million times, broadcast across all frequencies through subspace. Accompanying virus logic: death type despair echo. Any carbon-based life form receiving this signal will fall into permanent self-loathing due to the collapse of their dopamine secretion system. Tisk, it's indeed a defective version. Xiao Fan glanced at the red warning codes and shook his head. This is not an amplifier, it's simply an emotional garbage mag. However, the hardware foundation is quite good. He turned around and waved to Zero Apostle. Zero, come sit down. Zero Apostle obediently walked to the center of the altar, sitting cross-legged, her posture as standard as a robot awaiting system reinstallation. Xiao Fan extended his finger and tapped in the air. He did not employ the traditional methods of refining tools which involved fire and forging. That approach was too primitive and inefficient. His current operation resembled that of a top-tier programmer flashing an optimized modified firmware into his premium hardware. First, delete this flawed despair module for me. With his intent, the jade disc shot out a golden light, precisely severing the gray dead energy within the Resonance Heart. Next, retain the two core functions: wide area broadcasting and forced resonance. Then connect the pressure interface of the Hongming Divine Demon Body, changing the broadcast content from wailing to suppression. Xiao Fan swiftly constructed a series of runes in the void. Since we're going to play with mental attacks, let's go for something high-end. What I want is not to make people want to commit suicide, I want them to kneel. The last rune took shape. It was a dark golden rune representing absolute domination and chaotic order. Xiao Fan abruptly waved his hand, sending the recompiled rune along with the essence of the resonance heart into Zero Apostle's forehead. Boom. Zero Apostle's body trembled violently. Countless streams of silver data spread through her veins, ultimately converging in her eyes. Her aura changed. Previously, she resembled a cold blade, only revealing her sharpness when drawn to kill. Now, simply sitting there, the surrounding air began to generate a high-frequency vibration. It was a heart-stirring buzzing sound. It felt as if a siren was pressing against the soul, ready to emit a scream potent enough to shatter reason. System upgrade complete. New divine ability module: Chaos Divine Song. New passive skill: Absolute Mental Barrier, immune to all mental control and illusions of the same level and below. Xiao Fan withdrew his hand, quite satisfied with the result before him. Come, give me a smile. No, sing a song for me. Let's test the power. He pointed to the distant crystal peak towering 1,000 meters high outside the altar. Zero Apostle opened her eyes. In her hollow gaze, circles of swirling silver ripples appeared. She did not open her mouth to howl. She merely parted her lips, emitting a short, eerie syllable from her throat. Virum. The sound was not loud, nor did it shake the eardrums significantly. Yet in an instant, the 1,000-meter-high crystal peak far away became utterly still. Following that, there was no explosion, no flying debris. The entire mountain quietly disintegrated into dust. It was as if an eraser had forcefully scrubbed across paper. The originally solid crystalline structure shattered to a molecular level in an instant by the resonance of that high-frequency law. Like a dazzling sandstorm, it burst forth in silence. What the hell? Even the heavenly Tao intelligence could not help but utter a curse. Master this power. Seems a bit excessive, doesn't it? Is this called a divine song? It is clearly a funeral dirge. With this one note, enemies within 100 miles will no longer need to buy urns. They'll be directly turned to dust. Xiao Fan, however, laughed heartily, finding the effect even better than he had anticipated. This sound wave attack, which ignored defenses and directly targeted material structure and soul stability, was simply a divine technique for clearing minions and breaking shields. Not bad. This is the kind of presence my apostle should have. In the future, when encountering those long-winded villains, there's no need to waste words. You just let Zero sing them a song to liven things up. At this moment, the silver ripples in Zero Apostle's eyes faded, returning to calm. She stood up and slightly bowed to Xiao Fan, as if inquiring whether he was satisfied with the test result. Very satisfied. Xiao Fan patted her shoulder. The law thief, which had been resting on Xiao Fan's shoulder like a scarf, suddenly poked its head out and took a deep breath towards the pile of dust from the crystal mountain. Whoosh! Among the scattering dust, several strands of weak yet dispersed broken laws were sucked into its belly. It smacked its lips disdainfully, sneezing, as if to say this leftover food is absolutely terrible. All right, stop being picky. There will be plenty of feasts for you ahead. Xiao Fan glanced at the time. A while had passed since the crow had spread the intelligence. The two mantises he had toyed with were probably about to meet at the finish line. Let's go. Equipment upgrade complete, ample supplies. It's time to witness that spectacular fireworks display. Xiao Fan turned around, leading Zero Apostle back to the nether passage. The black warship roared as it lifted off, spewing out bluish flames, instantly breaking through the planet's atmosphere. Target resonating void. Inside the bridge, the heavenly Tao intelligence projected the real-time star map ahead onto the holographic screen. Master energy fluctuations detected ahead are extremely intense. It's as if two enraged drunks are brawling on the street with nuclear weapons. Should we directly cut into the battlefield's center, or directly cut in? That's too tacky. Xiao Fan sat in the command seat, legs crossed, holding a cup of soda. Activate nether stealth mode. Find the best view in the VIP audience area. Remember, we are both the director and the audience. Since the actors are already in position, I might as well reluctantly shout start for them. The body of the nether passage twisted and completely vanished from the detectable range of visible light and radar. It glided silently towards that abyss. At the end of that abyss, two colossal forces capable of annihilating star systems had already vaguely caught sight of each other's murderous intent. The great battle was about to erupt. The netherworld ferry sliced into a stretch of fractured starry sky. The physical laws here resembled a mirror shattered by a mischievous child. Time and space were no longer continuous, instead presenting a fragmented sense of dislocation. One moment you could see stars light years away, and the next you might collide with a war's afterimage from 3,000 years ago. This was the echoing void. The universe's trash heap, also the law's mass grave. So this is the final stage? I must say the set design does have a certain flair. Xiao Fan sat in the command seat, his fingertips lightly tapping the armrest. The holographic interface before him was divided by the heavenly Tao intelligence into dozens of monitoring windows, each capturing the bizarre energy fluctuations within this void. The space-time fragments suspended in the void reflected not only light, but also history. Some fragments played silent films of a civilization's destruction, while others simply looped the moment of a star's explosion. Countless pasts intertwined here, forming a natural information fog thick enough to shield against any conventional detection means. Master of the Pavilion, detecting large-scale gravitational lensing effects. The curvature of space directly ahead has been twisted into a pretzel shape. Without correction, our vessel might be stretched into a noodle within a Planck time, then compressed into a single proton. The heavenly Tao intelligence issued frantic warnings while skillfully maneuvering the netherworld ferry through these lethal gravitational forget correction, understand leveraging force. Xiao Fan glanced at the data stream. This chaotic environment is the best cover. Lower energy output to the minimum for life support, activate netherworld stealth mode. Even if we hit an asteroid, don't raise the shields, just let the hull take it. Anyway, the ship is tough. A few scratches are just battle damage, adds character. Your aesthetic is always so hardcore. Order executed, entire vessel entering absolute silence. The pitch-black warship instantly retracted all its azure glow. Its surface armor began to conform to the surrounding fragmented space, like a chameleon silently merging into the chaotic backdrop. Just as the netherworld ferry concealed itself, two immense pressures like ancient beasts fighting over territory violently crashed into this void. On the left side of the starfield, a dazzling holy light flared up bright enough to blind a golden eye. A grand fleet of 3,000 platinum warships arranged in formations so orderly they would satisfy any obsessive-compulsive pressed forward with overwhelming momentum. At the prow of each vessel stood 100 maternal angel statue. Those statues clasped their hands, holding destructive light energy within them, and at the fleet's center was a colossal fortress church, like a moving city. Countless white-robed devotees were fervently kowtowing on the decks, their resonant hymns seemingly audible even through the vacuum. Target confirmed: Eternal Divine Assembly 3rd Sanctum Fleet. Flagship designation: Divine Grace Abound. Combat assessment capable of obliterating a standard star system within 30 minutes. These zealots still love their grand spectacles, waging war like it's a spring festival gala. Terrified someone might miss their entrance. The heavenly Tao intelligence couldn't resist the jab. Xiao Fan chuckled. This is what they call official orthodoxy. Even when robbing someone, they have to dress neatly and add their own spotlight. At that moment, the starfield on the right presented a starkly different scene. There was no light. Even the existing starlight seemed to be consumed by something. A shadow fleet, its numbers indiscernible, only its scale inferred from the area of space anomalously obscured, was gliding silently. They had no fixed form, resembling flowing pools of oil or swarms of black gelatinous creatures. Where they passed, space-time fragments dimmed, crumbled, and dissolved into nothingness. It was darkness that devoured light. Target confirmed: unknown force, presumed black sun adherents. Flagship designation: unobservable. Warning: optical radar completely ineffective, energy radar feedback 0. They're like a black hole drawn on paper. You can see it's there, but all data tells you nothing exists. So these are the Black Sun's underlings. Xiao Fan narrowed his eyes, activating his primordial divine pupil to its limit, trying to analyze the shadow's composition. But in his vision, it remained a tangled mess. It wasn't high-tech stealth coding. It was a gap in existence. Like a black square appearing after a game map fails to load, where any physical law was invalid. One revels in radiant glory, the other toys with ultimate darkness. These two factions colliding is the classic light versus dark script. Xiao Fan pulled a bottle of soda from his system space and handed one to the Zero Apostle beside him. Here, take it. You may not need to drink, but it's about the ritual. The Zero Apostle calmly accepted the soda, holding it with both hands in a devout posture. Heavenly Tao intelligence, find me the best director's seat. Xiao Fan ordered. We need to capture every detail of the battlefield clearly while ensuring those two factions don't discover us until they've beaten each other's. Calculated optimal observation coordinates 3 light minutes from the battlefield center on the leeward side of a high-density space-time turbulence zone. Clear view with strong law interference cover. The netherworld ferry silently slid into that position. Now they were directly above the standoff line of the two fleets, overlooking the chessboard below. The situation below was at a breaking point. The Eternal Divine Assembly's fleet seemed to have detected the unorthodox enemy that didn't even turn on its lights. Countless detection beams swept madly across the shadow, but all vanished without return. The fear of facing the unknown clearly unsettled the zealots accustomed to crushing opponents with absolute force. They're about to lose their nerve. Xiao Fan watched the increasingly bright glow of the main cannon charging on the Eternal Divine Assembly's flagship and smiled. Zero time to work. Add a filter to our ship. Use your newly learned chaos him, just erase the presence of our surrounding area. Don't overdo it and scare them off. The Zero Apostle nodded slightly. Silver data streams flashed in her eyes as the Chaos Him module derived from the Siren civilization and modified by Xiao Fan began to operate. This time she didn't emit the sound that shattered matter. Instead it was an ultra-low frequency hum almost imperceptible to hearing. With that soft hum a wave covered the netherworld ferry. To the outside world the already invisible warship now vanished entirely from a causal level. Even if a divine lord were to stand on the ship's deck, now they would likely feel they were standing in empty space, completely unaware of a vessel beneath their feet. This was cognitive shielding at the level of law. Having done all this, Xiao Fan leaned back into his seat with satisfaction and twisted open the cap of his soda. The sound of bubbles bursting was crisp in the silent bridge. Lights ready, actors in position. The prop department has planted that world annihilation codex. Then it'll be blunt. Xiao Fan raised the bottle, clinking it against the void in a virtual toast to the two bristling fleets on the screen. And action. The moment Xiao Fan's command action fell, the Eternal Divine Society made the first move. Perhaps to dispel the fear of facing the unknown darkness, or perhaps to overpower their opponent in momentum, they led with their trump card. Heretics, accept divine purification. A fanatical roar blasted through the public channel, causing even the receivers of the Netherworld ferry to buzz and tremble. Then the angel statue atop the flagship, the grace of divine favor, a vessel like a mobile city, abruptly opened its eyes. Boom. A pure white beam of light over 100 kilometers in diameter and carrying enough terrifying energy to vaporize a planet blasted without reservation toward the pitch-black shadow opposite. That was the concentrated divine power main cannon, the spear of divine punishment. Where the beam passed, the void was scorched into a long, lingering white trail. Several massive asteroids along the path, not even directly hit, but merely grazed by the overflowing energy, instantly vaporized into nothingness. Whoa, that shot must have burned through a few billion energy blocks, Xiao Fan commented from the spectator seat. That's how the rich play, vulgar but truly dazzling. Yet the next moment something unexpected occurred. The moment that terrifying beam capable of piercing a galaxy was about to strike the Shadow Fleet, it wasn't blocked by a shield, nor did it erupt in a violent explosion. It was like a drop of water falling onto red-hot iron. Without even a sizzle, it simply disappeared into thin air. No energy ripples, no refraction of light. That pitch-black shadow was like a bottomless maw swallowing the light in one gulp, without even a burp. Then the shadow began to writhe. At the very center of the fleet, the densest patch of darkness slowly rose and condensed into a jet-black disk. A black sun. Its edges lacked burning prominences, replaced by countless tentacle-like twisting black lines frantically grasping at the surroundings. What is that thing? The data stream of the Heavenly Tao AI stuttered for an instant. Warning. Detecting enemy counterattack. No, that's not an attack. That's a deletion command. The moment the Heavenly Tao AI exclaimed, an assault frigate of the Eternal Divine Society seemed to be selected by an eraser. Its bow became a translucent phantom, without warning, then vanished completely. The cut on the hull was flawlessly smooth. Absolute flatness at the... More terrifyingly, the crew inside the ship weren't sucked out by the vacuum due to the missing half. They still stood there maintaining their original postures, but their bodies were rapidly distorting. Some had hands growing from their faces, others' heads dissolved into their chest cavities. They didn't scream in agony. Instead, they began to emit eerie, demented laughter toward the black sun. I see it. That's the truth. We must return. We never existed. Pop. Like the sound of a soap bubble bursting. The entire frigate along with its thousands of crew members dissolved into meaningless data gibberish amid the eerie laughter, then dissipated into the void. The whole process took less than 3 seconds. No flames, no wreckage. This was the method of the Black Sun, concept erasure. Isn't this cheating? Xiao Fan watched the scene, frowning slightly despite his mental preparation. This tactic was too unfair. You compete with him in output and he plays formatting with you. You talk physics and he talks philosophy. No wonder the library civilization was annihilated by this thing. It's like a virus program with infinite permissions. Just as the first clash between the two forces threw this already fragile, echoing void into chaos. Crack. At the very center of the battlefield, due to the extreme conflict of law-based forces, a subtle, yet highly conspicuous spatial rift was torn open. It was a subspace pocket hidden within the crevices. As the rift burst open, a seemingly ordinary fragment of bluish-gray stone, as if picked up from a roadside, tumbled out from within. The stone slab bore no energy fluctuations, only a few twisted symbols carved on it that looked like a child's scribbles. But the moment he saw this fragment, the chaos creation jade disc within Xiao Fan trembled violently, transmitting an intense yearning. It was the excitement of seeing a kin. Meanwhile, the Black Sun on the battlefield and the Eternal Divine Society's flagship Both halted their actions, all gazes focusing on that fragment. That was the object of their dreams, a fragment of the Codex of Annihilation. Seize it. The Bishop of the Eternal Divine Society roared the order, and dozens of tractor beams shot madly toward the stone slab. The Black Sun also extended countless dark tentacles attempting to snatch the slab away. Both sides knew that whoever obtained this stone held the key to rewriting the battle's outcome. "Oh my, how polite everyone is," Xiao Fan said with a brilliant smile watching the swarm charge forward. He didn't move. He merely patted the small furry ball that had been perched on his shoulder watching the show. "Go Law Thief. That stone looks pretty hard, but it's ours. Bring it back and I'll add a chicken leg for you." Chirp. Law Thief's large eyes instantly lit up. It didn't need to adjust its course like those clumsy warships. It simply opened its three-lobed mouth toward that direction. Inhale. Whoosh. It wasn't physical suction. It was a conceptual theft. It directly imposed the concept of "this is mine" onto the stone slab, at the center of the battlefield. Just as the Eternal Divine Society's tractor beams and the Black Sun's tentacles were about to touch the slab simultaneously. The next microsecond, the slab vanished. Like a frame skip in a video. Where the slab had been, there was only awkward empty space. The dozens of tractor beams and black tentacles collided violently, only staggering their own forces and grasping at nothing. And at that moment, inside the bridge of the Netherworld Ferry, the bluish-gray stone fragment lay quietly in Xiao Fan's palm. Law Thief puffed out its little chest, proudly rubbing its head against Xiao Fan's hand in a bid for praise, letting out triumphant chirps. Xiao Fan pulled out a top-grade spirit crystal and stuffed it into the creature's mouth, then examined his prize with keen interest. Analysis complete. Item name: fragment of the original catalog of the Codex of Annihilation, 17. Information contained: foundation of creation partial. Evaluation: a fragment recording the universe's source code. Though only a corner, it's enough to make these provincials beat each other's brains out. Xiao Fan looked up at the holographic screen where the two factions, enraged by the loss of their target, had begun madly exchanging fire. He whistled. "This is what they call a $0 purchase. Enjoy the fight, folks. I've already made back the ticket price." As the fragment representing the Destruction Codex vanished into thin air, the battlefield of echoing void fell into a momentary stasis. But this stasis lasted less than a tenth of a second before being filled with boundless fury. Damn dark creatures. Inside the flagship Divine Grace, Cardinal Gregory had completely lost his former calm and elegance. His face twisted with extreme anger, his staff struck heavily against the deck, producing a dull thud. In his perception, the only ones capable of stealthily snatching something under the very gaze of the divine punishment light were the Black Sun forces, who toyed with shadows and concepts. They are declaring war on the god. They are trampling on the glory of eternity. Gregory's eyes blazed red, his platinum robe billowing without wind as a wrathful Vajra-like figure appeared behind him. "Send my orders. Lift all level 1 restrictions on the ship. Regardless if it's shadows or void, turn them to ashes. Activate Holy Judgment. Final movement. Prepare for a suicidal divine power charge." With his roar, the momentum of the entire Eternal God Society fleet transformed. The originally brilliant divine light was now tinged with a layer of absolute blood red. 3,000 warships simultaneously opened their cooling grills, and the roar of overloaded engines seemed to trigger a resonance in space, even in the vacuum. Millions of armored holy knights shouted a death-defying battle cry in the public channel for the god. Purge the heretics. Divine grace, eternal and immortal. This iron-blooded atmosphere converged into a powerful spiritual torrent pressing against the shadow fleet across from them. This was a desperate assault destined to be recorded in history. Above the battlefield at the intersection of 3 lights, Xiao Fan gazed at the soaring energy readings on the holographic screen, and rather than feeling a hint of tension, he leisurely pulled out a bucket of popcorn from the system. "Is this what it means to be anxious? Your mental fortitude is lacking." He glanced at the countdown projection on his wrist. The package from the last Divine Grace broadcast gift pack was now at 0. "The atmosphere is already set. If I don't add some background music, I would feel sorry for this grand scene." Xiao Fan grinned mischievously and snapped his fingers, and then let the music begin. At the center of the battlefield, just as Gregory raised his staff preparing to shout the final command to charge, an anomaly occurred. There was no earth-shattering explosion, nor any enemy ambush. Instead, a strange, enchanting, and rhythmically earthy electronic beat suddenly exploded across the internal broadcasts of every Eternal God Society. This sound was not an ordinary audio. It resonated directly through divine power waves, ignoring all mute settings and physical barriers, forcibly taking over the auditory nerves of all believers. Boom cha boom cha. The vast horizon is my love. System modified version. God's favorite square dance remix. Gregory's hand, holding the staff. A hint of confusion appeared on his face, once filled with tragic killing intent. What is this sound? Could it be an enemy's sonic weapon? However, before he could react, a powerful force flowed through the divine power within him, instantly taking over his motor nerves. It was the underlying logic code for the demonic dance loyal swing personally crafted by Xiao Fan. 4. The God. Gregory's slogan had yet to finish when his right leg suddenly slid uncontrollably to the side, followed by his left leg, with his knee bending gracefully inward. His hands, once tightly gripping the staff, representing supreme power, now inexplicably released it. The staff fell with a loud clang onto the ground. His hands began to coordinate with his footwork, rapidly drawing circles and performing tricks in front of his chest. What kind of sorcery is this? My body. What? Gregory was horrified to discover that not only were his movements hijacked, but even his vocal cords were being controlled by a force. He wanted to recite exorcism scriptures, wanted to curse the enemy. But what came out of his mouth were completely nonsensical, yet oddly rhythmic lyrics. The God doesn't wash his hands at night, his underwear has patches. Hey. With patches. Boom. This was not just happening to him. Inside the bridge of the Divine Grace, over 100 high-ranking priests responsible for operating the warships had all left their posts. They formed a synchronized formation, their eyes wide with fear, yet their bodies uncontrollably twisted at the hips, dancing the bizarre dance known as sub. Even more terrifying was outside the warship. The millions of holy knights once prepared for a desperate charge. Their power armor thrusters now blasted out colorful tail flames that flickered in sync with the music. They formed hundreds of giant formations in space. The once menacing charge formation instantly transformed into a cosmic-level square dance scene. Dancing is better. War is never better than dancing. The communications channel, once filled with solemn oaths, now erupted into a cacophony akin to a reveal. The God wet the bed at 3 years old. I heard it. This is a revelation. The God is actually bald. His golden hair is fake. Fake. This was an additional clause of the Divine Grace broadcast gift pack. Not only must they dance, but also engage in truth or dare. And it was. Cardinal Gregory was on the verge of tears. While performing the difficult dinosaur shouldering wolf head-shaking move, he looked out the porthole in despair. It's over. All over. The Eternal God Society's accumulated dignity over thousands of years, that overwhelming sense of mystery and sanctity. In this moment it vanished without a trace. No. Stop. Please stop. He roared in his heart, but his body executed a grand turn, finally freezing in a perfect flower hand pose. In the distance on the underworld ferry, Xiao Fan, while stuffing popcorn into his mouth, laughed so hard he slapped his thigh. Good. That move is perfect. That cardinal, his waist and horse are in unison, clearly trained. Dao Intelligence, did you record this? Make sure to use multiple angles, especially the close-up of that cardinal shaking his head with tears. Make sure to give it enough screen time. Reporting to the master, full-spectrum, high-definition holographic recording has been activated. Every frame is worthy of becoming a meme. The data stream of the Dao Intelligence became chaotic due to this scene. I must say, master, your tactics are really dirty, but truly entertaining. Xiao Fan wiped away the tears of laughter. How can this be called dirty? I am doing this for universal peace. Look, aren't they not fighting anymore? Everyone dancing together, how joyful and harmonious. He looked at the fleet on the screen, which was once capable of destroying star systems, now transformed into a gigantic disco hall. And this is just the appetizer. When this video gets posted on the Black Pigeon dark web, Xiao Fan squinted, watching Gregory, who was desperately trying to stop, but could only continue shaking his legs. That old God, seeing his most devout followers arrange him like this, I wonder if he will be so enraged that he will go mad. Surely that would be an even more spectacular sight. The greatest terror in the universe often stems from the unknown. For the executor of the Black Sun faction, the Shadow Demon, the humans writhing wildly in the void before it represented the greatest unknown in this. As a sentient life form composed of pure logic and data, a shapeless entity of high-density dark matter, and the law of devouring, the Shadow Demon's thought process was an edifice of pure calculation. In its cognition, every action of a carbon-based life form served a tactical purpose. Raising a hand was for shooting, charging was for melee, retreating. But could someone explain to it why that old man leading the group, with his eyes rolled back and tears streaming, was twisting his legs like two overcooked noodles? And what of that bizarre sonic attack? Dinosaur. Anti-wolf. The Shadow Demon mobilized its brain with computational power rivaling a stellar computer in a desperate attempt to decipher this code. Analysis progress 1090. Failed. Warning: the language logic does not belong to any known civilization system. Inference: this may be a sonic resonance incantation targeting the law of shadow. Once resonance is complete, our core will collapse on its own. The Shadow Demon cowered. Its colossal form, vast enough to eclipse starlight, involuntarily recoiled. Defensive. Array. Full power. Its dry staccato psychic pulse rippled through the entire Shadow fleet. Do not interrupt. There. Ritual. Beware. Backlash. And so a scene worthy of being recorded in the annals of interstellar warfare comedies was born. Faced with the Eternal Divine Council's socially mortifying and utterly non-combative Subject 3 assault, the Black Sun fleet possessing the power to destroy worlds huddled together like frightened quails, expending all their energy on thickening their shells. They even proactively shut down their fire control radar, terrified that a stray energy fluctuation might trigger a chain reaction in the enemy's ritual. This created a vast absolute safe zone in the center of the battlefield. Here there was no gunfire, no killing intent, only the pulsing beats of electronic dance music forcibly propagated through the vacuum by divine power. It was within this perfect window where one side was hard CCD and the other was self-CCD. A pitch-black warship like a specter sliced into the central axis of the battlefield. It was Xiao Fan's Netherworld Ferry. Tisk, the psychological fortitude of this generation's villains is lacking. Xiao Fan stood before the panoramic window holding the crystallized law of sorrow that the law thief had just spat out, rolling it in his hand like a pair of walnuts. Such a perfect opportunity to output, and they're all AFK. He shook his head, then waved his hand at Apostle Zero behind him. Go ahead, don't be shy. See that half of a Divine Council frigate floating over there? The reactor on it is intact. Dismantle it. See those few black fragments that fell off the Black Sun battleship? That's high-purity dark matter alloy. Pick them up and bring them back for my anything that looks valuable, glows, or has an energy signature, take it all. Remember our motto, Operation Clean Plate, starts with me. Apostle Zero's silver eyes flickered for a moment. Without a word, her form flickered, directly penetrating the hull of the Netherworld Ferry and appearing in the vacuum of space. She was no longer the brute who only knew how to smash with her fists. Opening her mouth, she emitted an extremely faint, yet highly penetrating audio frequency, the opening move of the newly learned Chaos Hymn. Though harmless, this frequency was just right to loosen the connections between the wreckage and the valuable components. Clatter. In the distance, a vast expanse of warship wreckage disintegrated automatically like a set of building blocks. The worthless scrap metal was blasted away, leaving only the core power furnace's storage rings and the magical artifacts carried by the high-ranking clergy. Apostle Zero waved her hand. A massive net of chaotic energy shot out, scooping up all the spoils, then, like dragging a dead dog, she stuffed them directly into the cargo hold of the Netherworld Ferry. Meanwhile, the law thief was not idle. The little creature had no interest in physical matter. Its target was the unclaimed laws dissipating across the battlefield. The lingering aura of the law of light from the Divine Council's earlier spear of divine punishment, though swallowed, remained potent. There was also the law of devouring released by the Black Sun. For the law thief, this was a dual-flavor buffet. Chirp. It flitted joyfully through the gaps in the battlefield, taking a deep inhale at every place dense with the residual energy that would normally cause continuous corrosive damage to ordinary ships was all sucked into its belly, eventually spat out as shiny little pellet. Ding. Congratulations, host, for obtaining Light Divine Power Crystal Micro X 300. Ding. Congratulations, host, for obtaining Shadow Devouring Fragment X 150. Xiao Fan listened to the incessant chimes of his system, reporting incoming gains, grinning from ear to ear. This was the legendary $0 shopping. Without spending a single coin, without shedding a single drop of blood. As long as you had the intellectual edge, you could turn someone else's battlefield into your own supply chain. This is probably the easiest profit I've made since I transmigrated. Xiao Fan looked at the cargo hold, now packed to the brim, even the aisles piled high with the Divine Council's standard-issue holy swords and the Black Sun's energy blocks. He nodded with satisfaction. Almost done. One shouldn't be too greedy. If you pluck the sheep too bare, it will get desperate. At that moment, the demonic dance track was nearing its end. Gregory and the other clergy members were also reaching their physical limits. The force of the forced control was waning. On the Black Sun side, they seemed to be catching on. These people had been dancing for ages, and aside from the nauseating movements, they hadn't summoned any world-ending demon god, had they? The shadow demon's mass of shadow began to churn violently, seemingly turning crimson with mortification. It had figured it out. It had been duped. It had been scared stiff for a full 10 minutes by a bunch of monkeys doing square dancing. This was the ultimate humiliation. Roar. A silent psychic roar detonated instantly. Every gun port on the Black Sun fleet lit up simultaneously. This time it was no longer a probe, but a strike of annihilation fueled by genuine fury. On the other side, Gregory, who had just regained control of his body, was lying on the ground gasping for air. He looked up at the terrifying spectacle of 10,000 guns charging before him, then down at his own clerical robes soaked through with sweat, and looking utterly disheveled. Shame, rage, exhaustion, despair. A maelstrom of emotions swirled within him, causing the Archbishop to spit out a mouthful of blood. Bastard. Whoever you are. It'll haunt you even as a ghost. Boom. 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 The long-suppressed fury of the two factions finally collided. Amidst the sky-filling explosions of light. A warship flashing with the gaudy gold of a nouveau riche Xiao Fan had temporarily changed the skin via the heavenly Tao AI to celebrate the harvest hummed a little tune as it dragged a long tail of exhaust stylishly breaking out of the encirclement. Xiao Fan sat in the pilot's seat, flashing a peace sign at the sea of fire behind him. You all take your time fighting, I'll take my leave. Thank you both for the generous gift, especially you, Archbishop Gregory. Your dance moves are sure to go viral across the universe. The Netherworld Fairy accelerated instantly, directly shattering the space barrier and vanishing into the boundless sea of stars, leaving behind only the ravaged void and two superpowers whose fury could only be quenched by bashing each other's brains out. This time Xiao Fan had not only obtained the fragment of the Codex of Annihilation, but had also elevated the art of aggro transfer to its pinnacle. Is this what you call a holy war? It's even more exciting than the late-night variety shows on Blue Star. On the screen, the scenes from the battlefield are being frozen, edited, and enhanced with special effects. In the footage, the usually aloof and disdainful Cardinal Gregory is twisting his waist in an exceedingly flamboyant manner, his expression a mix of despair and anger as he reluctantly follows the rhythm. Xiao Fan has deliberately magnified this tenfold, even adding a close-up highlight on the double chin that keeps jiggling. Behind him, millions of paladins in powered armor are arranged in neat formations, moving in unison like robots programmed to perform the dance known as square. I must say those who serve the divine truly excel in discipline. Look at the height of those kicks and their uniformity. It's a shame they aren't participating in the As Xiao Fan teased, he typed the title of this video onto the screen. Shocking. Private Party of the God Lord leaked. Why are millions of followers reveling at midnight? Included are the God Lord's unknown gossip revelations. Raven, are you listening? Xiao Fan spoke into the communicator. On the other end of the communicator, the legendary informant Raven, deep in the dark web, was watching the clips sent by Xiao Fan, his hand gripping the wine glass, trembling violently. Red wine spilled onto his expensive carpet, but he was oblivious. Mr. K, are you really sure you want to post this? Raven's voice trembled, almost a moan. This isn't just a slap in the face to the Eternal Life Church. It's as if you're peeling off the God Lord's face and stomping on it, spitting on it afterward. Such a level of humiliation will drive that being insane. They might cross countless dimensions to unleash divine punishment, melting down the Black Dove dark web servers. Having navigated the dark corners of the universe for thousands of years, Raven had seen many storms. He had dealt with planet trafficking, assassinations of dignitaries, and even orchestrated localized interstellar wars. But he had never seen anyone dare to play like this, deconstructing a colossal religious power that had stood for tens of thousands of years in such a vulgar and what's there to fear? Xiao Fan nonchalantly pulled out a can of new happiness from the system space, popping it open with a snap. As long as I'm not awkward, the awkwardness falls on others. He added, besides, I never said it was me who posted this. Isn't this the top secret intelligence you intercepted? I've already disguised that IP address as the core code of the Black Yang faction. Let them tear each other apart. He continued, hurry, pin this across all platforms and force pop-ups. I want all beings connected to the network in the universe to witness Cardinal Gregory's dance at this moment. Raven steadied himself. He knew he was already on the pirate ship named Madman and couldn't get off. Moreover, watching the footage of those adjudicators who usually chased him down, now looking ridiculous, brought him a sense of joy. Understood, Mr. K, he said, since we're playing, let's go all out. Raven pressed the red send button. In an instant, the entire universe's network exploded. The Black Dove dark web, connecting millions of civilizations and boasting trillions of active users, faced an unprecedented surge in traffic. Whether it was warlords engaged in illegal arms, trading wealthy individuals seeking rare slaves, or bounty hunters hiding in the shadows waiting for tasks, everyone's terminal screens popped up with that eye-catching title rich in the style of street literature. Out of curiosity, or rather a desire to peek into the God Lord's privacy, 90% of the people clicked in. Then in every corner of the universe, countless individuals were shocked. What the hell? Is that Cardinal Gregory? The so-called Sword of Radiance, the butcher who kills without blinking. This dance step seems to contain some sort of profound rhythm. Could it be a new battle formation developed by the church? Stop rambling. Clearly he's become poisoned. Look at the Cardinal's expression. Oh, tears are flying out. How pitiful. Did I alone notice the slogans they were shouting? God Lord wears autumn pants. God Lord wig. My God, I feel like I've uncovered a secret that will get me silenced. The barrage filled the entire screen. The deep-rooted fear and reverence for the Eternal Life Church vanished in that moment, replaced by a sense of mockery akin to watching a clown. Many young people from various civilizations even began to imitate this dance on interstellar social media, naming it God's Grace Swing. Meanwhile, on the Yinming ferry, Xiao Fan looked at the skyrocketing data in the background, his smile growing more smug. Heavenly Tao Intelligence, activate the paid donation feature. Just say it's for the mental loss compensation for the paladins dancing hard on the front lines. Understood, Lord. I must say your business acumen could even rank high on the capitalist streetlight leaderboard. As the feature activated, a series of notification sounds echoed in the bridge. Ding. From Alpha Galaxy's most affectionate, a donation of 1000 interstellar coins. Message: Cardinal's waist strength is impressive reward. Ding. From Anonymous God, Lord Hater, a donation of 5 million interstellar coins. Message: this is so satisfying. Those charlatans find. Ding. From I was just passing by donation. Within a short 10 minutes, the numbers in Xiao Fan's account soared by billions. This was much faster than robbing. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, light years away, Cardinal Gregory, who had finally shaken off the control of his body and was preparing to organize a fleet withdrawal, was now clutching his chest, staring at the tactical tablet handed to him by his subordinate. On the screen was the video of him making an appearance before the entire universe. Below the video, the likes had already exceeded 30 billion. Some even turned his face into various meme expressions captioned with phrases like "keep playing music and dancing," and "I'm strong, but also flamboyant." Puffed. This cardinal, who had reached the level of half-step true immortal and whose mindset had been solid, finally couldn't withstand this wave of mental assault. He spat out a mouthful of blood. This blood was not from injury, but purely from anger forced out by the overwhelming sense of shame. Damn it. Damn it all. He roared, "Investigate. Find out who posted this video, and even if I have to turn the universe upside down, I want this bastard torn." His roar echoed through the bridge, but at that moment it lacked any deterrent power, because he realized that even his soldiers were looking at him with changed expressions. The once fervent worship vanished, replaced by a strange look of wanting to laugh, but not daring to. His authority shattered. Inside, the Yiming fairy Xiao Fan looked at the footage of Gregory spitting blood on the screen, smiling with satisfaction. Murdering the heart is just so. This first flame has already ignited the foundation of faith for the eternal life church shaken. They will surely retaliate crazily next. However, the target of their revenge is Black Yang. What does it have to do with me, Xiao Fan? He turned away, no longer concerned about this war he had completely ruined. Instead, he looked at a stone tablet floating before him, the greatest trophy obtained from this chaotic endeavor. The fragment of the world-ending codex. Compared to the commotion outside, this was the real key to whether he could establish himself in this perilous universe. Alright, the show is over and the money is made. He waved his hand, causing the massive floor-to-ceiling window to close, isolating the raging flames and star. The secret chamber was dimly lit with only a bluish-gray stone slab suspended in midair, occasionally flickering with an extremely obscure luster. If it were thrown onto a curio stall in Dragon City, it would probably be deemed a nuisance, even at a price of $5. Its edges were jagged as if it were a fragment forcibly bitten off by some beast, its surface covered with mottled traces of time, with only a few lines like crawling earthworms faintly hinting at something extraordinary. So this is the supreme divine artifact said to contain the foundation of creation and capable of rewriting the universe's source code. Xiao Fan circled the slab 3 times, his face full of skepticism. He tentatively released a wisp of divine sense. It vanished like a stone dropped into the sea. That powerful divine sense, capable of sweeping through an entire city in an instant, completely disappeared upon touching the slab's surface without even an echo. Interesting. It can actually devour divine sense. Xiao Fan raised an eyebrow, flipping his palm to summon a ball of purple-gold primordial Dao flame. Since gentleness doesn't work, let's try force. Let's see if you're really that tough. Whoosh. The flame engulfed the slab completely. This was a supreme, true flame capable of refining even a star core. If it were an ordinary immortal artifact, it would have already melted into molten metal. Yet 10 minutes passed. The slab didn't even heat up by half a degree, let alone melt, remaining as cold and indifferent as ever, like a dead pig unafraid of scalding water. Xiao Fan even felt as if he heard a faint, almost imperceptible sneer from the slab. Hey, a tough nut, huh? Xiao Fan grew irritated. He tried lightning strikes, freezing, and even physical pounding. All to no avail. This thing was like a projection from another dimension, visible, tangible, yet all his methods amounted to nothing against it. System, stop playing dead. Come out and explain. Xiao Fan asked impatiently in his mind, did I pick up a fake? What's the use of this thing besides being hard and handy for smashing people? Response to host: upon detection, this item is confirmed as a genuine remnant page of the Annihilation Codex. It is currently in a state of deep hibernation and extreme hunger. To activate it, conventional energy won't work. It's picky. Picky. Xiao Fan was taken aback, then laughed angrily. I barely snatched this treasure back, and I have to treat it like a lord. He turned to look at the law thief squatting on the table beside him, watching the show. The law thief seemed to sense its master's gaze, quickly shook its head, then extended a small claw pointing at Xiao Fan's spatial ring, then at the slab, making an eating. Xiao Fan fell into thought. A state of hunger means it lacks energy. It scorns ordinary spiritual energy, so I need something heavy. He rummaged through his spatial ring. Though it had been a brief zero-cost shopping spree on the battlefield, the spoils were genuinely substantial. Soon a black crystal radiating an intense deep freeze aura appeared in his hand. This was a core reactor fragment, high-purity dark matter aggregate, dug from the wreckage of a destroyed Black Sun main ship. If this item fell into the outside world, it would drive any high-level technological civilization mad with desire for the energy contained in this small crystal could sustain a planet's operation for a century. Here, try this. Xiao Fan casually tossed the priceless black crystal, like throwing a bone, toward the suspended slab. The moment the crystal neared the slab, a sudden change occurred. The once lifeless slab suddenly became like a starving wolf catching the scent of meat. Without any warning, a black fissure split open on the slab's surface. It was not just a crack, but more like a gaping abyssal maw. Crunch. A crisp chewing sound echoed in the chamber. That incredibly hard dark matter crystal was directly bitten by it, then swallowed in a few bites like a wafer cookie. Immediately a faint glow lit up on the slab's surface. The previously blurry lines became slightly clearer by a tiny margin. Then a line of golden, ancient-looking characters appeared crookedly above the slab. Energy charge progress 0. 0-1 review tastes average dry texture, even a bit stuck in the teeth. Got anything stronger? Hurry up. Silence. The chamber was eerily quiet. Xiao Fan stared at the highly sarcastic text veins bulging on his forehead. Complaining? You're actually complaining. The piece I just fed you is worth at least 500 million interstellar credits on the black market. And you only gave me 0.01 progress. And you're complaining about the taste. This isn't a magic artifact, it's a bottomless money pit. Xiao Fan barely suppressed the urge to flush this piece of rock down the toilet. He knew that the harder an artifact was to please, the more terrifying its power. Since dark matter worked, it meant this thing needed to devour high-level law energy to repair itself. Fine, you want to eat. Let's see just how big your appetite is today. Xiao Fan had a fiery temper. He directly dumped all the loot he had scavenged in one heap. Crystals of radiant divine power, inner cores of void beasts, fragments of shattered space laws. These treasures, considered supreme in the outside world, now formed a small mountain. Eat up. Crunch, crunch, crunch. The chamber echoed with teeth-grinding sounds. The slab accepted everything, even manifesting several mouths to frantically devour the buffet before it. As a large number of treasures disappeared, the charge progress bar slowly climbed. 0, 1, 0, 5, 1. Finally, after Xiao Fan had nearly depleted a third of his loot inventory, the progress bar painfully crawled to 1. Buzz. The slab shook violently, all light converging. A grand and icy stream of information surged directly into Xiao Fan's mind. It wasn't the complete codex content, but a table of contents and a blurry star map. Volume 1 of the Annihilation Codex, Overture of Collapse, Unlocking. Core ability, Preview Deconstruction of All Things. Enables one to see through the weaknesses and structural fulcrums of all things in the world at a glance, whether formations, mechs, or flesh. Clue to the next fragment. Stardust. Chaos. Gold. The information cut off abruptly. Xiao Fan slowly opened his eyes, a stream of data flashing across his gaze. Though he had only previewed one of the ability, he felt the world before him had changed. He looked at the alloy table beside him, and countless white dots instantly appeared in his vision, the weakest points in the arrangement of metal atoms. If he tapped gently on that point, the bulletproof table would instantly disintegrate. So this is the power of the source code, eh? Even with just a tenth of its might, I can directly see the essence of destruction. Xiao Fan's anger dissipated, his eyes filled with fervor. Worth it. Totally worth it. This ability was tailor-made for him, a troublemaker. However, a practical problem soon emerged. System, how many resources would it take to fully repair this thing? Based on preliminary estimates. The system's voice hesitated for a rare moment. It would probably require purchasing 3 resource-rich star systems, or multiplying the annual GDP of the Blue Star Federation by 10, all converted into high-energy law materials to feed it. In short, host, although you have some wealth now in its eyes, you're still a pauper. Xiao Fan was somewhat amused and exasperated. This wasn't nurturing a magic artifact, it was raising an ancestor. But the next second his worried expression vanished, replaced by a carefree grin. Pauper. In my life, Xiao Fan, the thing I fear least is spending money. Since it requires vast resources, then let's go to the richest, most extravagant, most chaotic place in the entire universe. He looked at the vague clue given by the slab. Stardust Sea Gold. A name surfaced in his mind. It was a legendary place he had seen countless times on the Black Pigeon dark web. The largest den of vice in the universe, a lawless zone and a paradise for countless nouveau riche and desperados. The Thousand-Star City Golden Port. Xiao Fan stood up, casually tucking the satiated codex remnant, now back to being a piece of scrap stone, into his pocket. Heavenly Tao, I set a course. Destination Golden Port. Also change the paint job on this ship. Black is too low-key, it doesn't suit my vibe for going shopping. Paint it gold. The tackiest, flashiest kind of rich gold. Preferably reflective, so people light years away can smell the stench of money on me. Xiao Fan straightened his collar, his gaze sharp. Since we're going to spend, let's spend with abandon. Get ready. We're heading to the most expensive place in the universe for an unprecedented, Team building. The Yomingdu is gliding through the dark interstellar passage at sublight speed. Inside the bridge, Xiao Fan is lounging in the command chair, spinning a page of the arcane codex on his fingertips like a pen. Next to him, Apostle Zero is meticulously polishing her alloy battle knife, which has never collected dust, while the law thief is sprawled atop Xiao Fan's head, snoring with bubbles, occasionally exhaling a few undigested sparks of law. This is called life. Xiao Fan sighed, casually tossing the page of the codex onto the control panel, producing a crisp clang sound. It's so tiring to fight and kill. Since we're out here, we ought to balance work and rest. Smart brain, how long until we reach that golden port? Reporting to the master, at the current cruising speed, it is estimated to take 72 hours to reach the outer star region of Qianxing City Golden Port. The voice of the Tao intelligence echoed in the empty bridge. Additionally, your heart rate has been detected as too low and dopamine secretion is at a low level. The system determines you are in a state of extreme boredom. Nonsense, I'm not like this piece of rock that can get full from a bit of battery. Xiao Fan rolled his eyes. In this long interstellar journey, apart from counting stars or sleeping, how could I not be bored? As soon as he finished speaking, the long-dormant system alert in his mind suddenly erupted, startling the sleeping law thief, who tumbled off his head. Ding! The host's current mindset is too negative and idle, and there is a severe overflow of idle funds in your account. Warning: if money does not circulate, it is no different from waste paper. A qualified tycoon must maintain a fervent desire for consumption at all times. Triggered random tycoon task: only money spent is your own. Task description: go to the largest money sink in the universe, Qianxing City Golden Port. Task objective: within 72 hours, spend a total of 10 trillion interstellar coins through any legal transaction methods, including purchasing goods, services, intelligence, or even planets. Task reward: unlock the system mall primordial myth lottery chance 1, codex page clue 1. Failure penalty: confiscate all of the host's small vaults and forcibly transform the host into a penniless physique, losing money while walking, getting food stuck in teeth while drinking water, and never having seasoning packets for instant noodles for a whole year. Xiao Fan looked at the long string of zeros on his retina and jumped up from the chair. 10 trillion. System, have you gone mad? Or is there a code short circuit? Although Xiao Fan was wealthy enough to be a top tycoon on Blue Star in the universe, 10 trillion in liquid assets was an extremely terrifying concept. To put it in perspective, a regular resource mining planet costs just a few $100 billion at most. A standard battleship has a factory price of only tens of billions. To spend this 10 trillion, unless I buy a few star systems, how could I possibly finish it just through eating, drinking, and having fun? And only 3 days. Are you asking me to waste my money or to act like a spendthrift? The system did not respond, only displaying a massive red countdown on his retina, 715959. Looking at the continuously changing number, Xiao Fan shook off his previous laziness, his face revealing a strange smile ignited by competitiveness. All right, you want to play with me? You think I can't spend it? He sat back down in the chair, adjusted his collar, and instantly exuded the aura of a top-notch playboy. In this world, there's only money that can't be earned, not money that can't be spent. Since you've given me this limit, let me show you what retaliatory consumption looks like. Xiao Fan turned to look at the light screen. Smart brain, bring up the data on Golden Port. Searching. Qianxing City Golden Port, located at the center of the chaotic star region, consists of over 1,000 modified mobile artificial planets. This is the largest lawless zone in the universe, and also the largest trade center. Here there is only one law: money. You can purchase extinct, enslaved races, forbidden technologies from before the Great Catastrophe, and even the so-called ownership of an entire star system. Of course, the prerequisite is that you have to be alive to take them away. Watching the dazzling starport on the screen shining like the Milky Way, Xiao Fan stroked his chin. The place is nice, chaotic enough, and expensive enough. However, he glanced at his own pitch-black, mysterious, and high-tech Yomingdu, frowning. Our ship is too low-key, black, ghostly, secretive. These words are completely incompatible with where we're heading. I'm going to spend money not to carry out assassinations. Since I have 10 trillion in hand, I need to make sure everyone knows from 800 miles away. The fat sheep. With a wave of his hand, Xiao Fan directly issued the command. Smart brain, switch the navigation mode to autopilot. Now I want you to urgently modify the ship. Please provide the modification plan, master. Should we add a stealth coating? Or install void reflective armor? The Tao intelligence asked with utmost seriousness. Add a stealth coating. Can't you understand human language? Xiao Fan replied with disdain. What I want is conspicuous. I want tacky. I want an appearance that makes people feel an impulsive urge to think if I rob him, I won't have to worry for the rest of my life. He stood up, gesturing in the air. First, get rid of this black. Change it to gold. Not that elegant champagne gold nor rose gold. I want it in the most pure, most ostentatious, like a nouveau riches 24-karat pure gold color. As for materials, don't skimp. Isn't there still stellar gold in the warehouse that was captured from the Haeyong fleet last time? It was originally meant for the outer shell of the core reactor, a top-notch heat-resistant material, but now I want all of it melted down and made into ship paint. Paint it, make it thick 3 layers. Master. The physical properties of stellar gold are extremely high. Using it as paint on the hull will only increase weight and reflectivity with no tactical value at all. This is a complete waste of resources. I don't care. Xiao Fan wouldn't listen to any advice, and just having gold isn't enough. It's too monotonous. He thought for a moment, pulled out a high-energy light diamond he had snatched from the divine meeting. Use these to inlay it on. On both sides of the ship, use these diamonds to spell out a few big characters. On the left, rich and foolish. On the right, dare to challenge. The font must be large. Use wild cursive. It should also have RGB lighting effects, that kind that alternates in a riot of colors. The Tao intelligence fell silent for about 5 seconds. If it were a human butler, he would have probably resigned by now. This was not just modifying a spaceship, it was essentially creating a cosmic-level target. But as a loyal artificial intelligence, it could only comply. Command confirmed. Calling engineering robots for exterior reshaping. Estimated consumption 30 tons of stellar gold, 5,000 high-energy light diamonds. Master, are you sure this won't attract the attention of pirates the moment we dock? Xiao Fan listened to the sound of engineering machinery working outside. A satisfied smile appeared on his face. He reclined back in the chair, took a bottle of happy water, and popped it open with a zizzy sound. Attract attention. Isn't that perfect? If they don't act, how would I have an excuse to spend money to buy safety while conveniently acquiring their assets in the process? Remember this, smart brain. Xiao Fan gazed at the ship's wings gradually being painted gold, his eyes playful. A true tycoon never worries about others knowing he is wealthy. Because in the face of absolute financial strength, so-called dangers are merely a service item with a slightly higher price tag. Team building officially begins. 72 hours later, on the edge of the chaotic star domain on a superhighway, as bustling as a gathering of stars. The traffic situation here is 1,000 times worse than the rush hour on the second ring of Blue Star. Countless uniquely shaped spaceships are jammed together. Some resemble gigantic beetles, some look like flowing mercury droplets, and others are simply hollowed-out asteroids equipped with engines. This place gathers races from all corners of the universe. There are interstellar pirates selling slaves, bounty hunters coming to fence stolen goods, and rich youngsters merely seeking thrills. In the air, if vacuum could carry scents, a strong aroma of money and crime permeates. Amidst this chaotic flow of ships, suddenly a piercing electric crackle echoed through all communication channels, followed by the gasps of countless people. What the hell? What is that? My eyes. Activate the light filter shield. Quickly activate the bright light filtering mode. I'm going blind. Is it a stellar explosion? How can there be such a bright light source moving? Amidst a cacophony of curses and chaos, a warship with an extremely unique design slowly entered the main highway with a brazen attitude. It was entirely golden. Not the kind with impurities, but pure gold, bright enough to cast shadows on a black hole. The surface of the ship shimmered with a luxurious luster only found in the finest metals. Every corner and every armor plate was polished to a mirror finish. What's more outrageous is that this golden ship was encrusted with countless diamonds. Under the starlight, these diamonds refracted a kaleidoscope of colors resembling a moving disco ball. On both sides of the ship's body, 2 rows of giant glowing crystals formed hasty cursive characters. Money is abundant and fools are many. Come and snatch if you dare, which strikingly assaulted the vision and cognition of every intelligent being present. This was precisely the modified Ming Fairy by Xiao Fan, now temporarily named Upstart No. 1. Tisk TSK Tisk. The attention rate is simply 300%. Inside the bridge, Xiao Fan looked at the surrounding ships that hurriedly dodged, nodding in satisfaction. Intellect, it seems your aesthetic level has improved. This reflectivity is just right. It demonstrates our financial power while adding a hint of aggression. Master, this is not called aggression. According to calculations, our reflectivity has caused a light pollution blinding effect on light ships within a 2-kilometer radius. This falls under environmental crime. Xiao Fan waved his hand, completely unconcerned. Just as he was about to command the ship to cut in line and enter the VIP docking area. Beep, beep, beep. A series of urgent alarm sounds rang out. Directly ahead, a medium-sized escort ship with an elegant and fluid design entirely in noble violet not only did not dodge, but rather crossed its body to block the path of Upstart No. 1. Immediately after, a public broadcast with extreme arrogance carrying a unique aristocratic accent echoed throughout the surrounding space. Hey, what is that piece of junk in front? It shines like a pile of glimmering excrement. Where did this country bumpkin come from? Do you not understand the rules of Golden Harbor? This route has already been commandeered by our great Duke of Violet Estate. You have 3 seconds to get out of the way and turn off your lights. If it dazzles our young master's eyes, you won't be able to pay back even if you were sold 1,000 times. In the communication screen appeared a three-eyed butler with light purple skin. He looked at Xiao Fan's ship with disdain, as if he were looking at a bag of trash by the roadside. Such bullying was all too common in Golden Harbor. Around other ships, stopped to watch the show, many people gloating. Is that a ship of the Violet family? They are a well-known old aristocracy in the star domain. That bumpkin in a golden ship is going to be in trouble. Although he looks a bit wealthy in the face of true power, money is just a number. Yes, that Violet escort ship is equipped with Imperial-grade deflector shields. Colliding with it feels like hitting an iron plate. Inside the bridge, Xiao Fan looked at the screen showing the arrogant three-eyed butler, and instead of getting angry, he laughed. He turned to Zero Apostle, who was painting his nails with the battle blade, a bad habit clearly taught by Xiao Fan. Look, this is a typical villain role. Even the lines haven't changed in thousands of years. The system task just started, and there are already gifts coming to me to spend money. Xiao Fan stood up and said, Intellect, what is he saying? Asking us to roll. Yes, master. The other party demands we yield the passage and turn off all light sources. The other party's attitude is rated 5 stars for hostility. Then there's no need to respond. Xiao Fan sneered. The brakes are broken, you know. Charge ahead. Command received. All ship power output increased to 120. Collision shields have been reinforced. This is what you referred to as the brake. Without any superfluous words or signs of slowing down the heavy garish and seemingly like a giant gold brick, Upstart No. 1 inch suddenly blasted blue flames from its engine nozzles. It accelerated. Like a mad bull clad in golden armor, it charged straight toward the elegant purple noble ship. Crazy. You dare. We are the Violet. The butler's scream in the communicator had not finished. Boom. A dull thud traveled through the ship's body in the vacuum. The noble ship, claimed to have an Imperial-grade shield, was as fragile as if it were made of paper in front of Upstart No. 1, which was covered with a thick layer of stellar gold, a material with hardness comparable to that of a neutron star's surface. That layer of light purple energy shield didn't even last 0.1 seconds, shattering into countless points of light, immediately followed by the sickening sound of metal twisting. The massive golden bow tore ruthlessly through the noble ship's exquisite outer shell, ramming into its side and crushing it into an ugly V shape, then continued pushing it forward for several kilometers, finally tossing it into the adjacent asteroid belt, like throwing away trash. Sparks flew, debris scattered. The entire area fell into dead silence. All the onlookers were dumbfounded. Did that just collide? That was a ship of the Duke of Violet family. This was not just a slap in the face, it was directly attempting to kill. Upstart No. 1 inch slowly came to a stop, and even the golden paint had hardly chipped. Only a bit of oil from the other ship's wreckage made it look a little dirty. Xiao Fan opened the full-frequency broadcast. His lazy and indifferent voice reached every spaceship's communication channel. Oh dear, I'm sorry, that diamond was set too densely, so it was a bit heavy, and the inertia was too great to stop the vehicle. Is everyone okay? If you're fine, just make a sound. If you're dead, pretend I didn't ask. As he spoke, a launch port beneath Upstart No. 1 inch suddenly opened. Whoosh! A golden crystal card was ejected, accurately embedding itself into the wreckage of the now scrap metal noble ship. This card contains 100 million. No password required. Consider it compensation for your ship repair costs. Xiao Fan's voice paused before turning slightly colder, carrying an undeniable authority. The remaining amount is a down payment for a coffin for your master. Is there anyone else who thinks my lights are too bright? In an instant, hundreds of ships in the passage stepped back in unison. No one dared to utter a word. This was not a bumpkin at all. This was clearly a mad capitalist deity who would not hesitate to use money or a ship to crush any semblance of reason. Xiao Fan looked at the suddenly spacious passage ahead with satisfaction. That's right. Some rules, if set by humans, will definitely be broken by those with more money. Let's go into port. Let's see what else in this wicked golden harbor can catch my eye. The golden giant ship, crushing the faces of the powerful, swaggered into the massive steel city. The golden ship, named New Money, crashed into the purple aristocratic vessel ahead, and without slowing down it continued to drift towards the enormous port gate. The surrounding ships, which were originally crammed together like sardines, now behaved themselves. Everyone was out for their own gain, so they had some sense. No one dared to provoke someone who could directly knock others away and casually toss a card with more money than they could spend in their lifetime as compensation. The waterway suddenly cleared, and Xiao Fan's ship sailed smoothly. The entrance to the golden port was indeed massive. It resembled a huge mouth that could never be satisfied, with countless small ships squeezing in like ants. Next to the main entrance, there was also a particularly spacious passage, which typically saw very few ships passing through. A dazzling neon sign hung above proclaiming VIP passage. This was prepared for the wealthy. Sitting in a chair, Xiao Fan crossed his legs, casually shaking a half-full bottle of soda in his hand, while watching the scenery outside, looking rather pleased. Let's take this route. Xiao Fan pointed to the unoccupied VIP passage. Since we're here to spend money, let's not squeeze in with those ordinary folks and waste time. The Dao brain controlled the ship and obediently turned the steering wheel directly heading into the VIP passage. However, just as the bow turned halfway in the checkpoint, ahead lit up with a red light. Several enforcement ships painted in black and white stripes and resembling police cars directly blocked the path. Additionally, an invisible energy net sealed. Then an uncomfortable croaky voice came through the communication channel. Stop. The ship ahead immediately halt. Is this place somewhere that your kind of haphazardly modified ships can enter? Do you understand the rules? This is the VIP passage of the Golden Port. If your assets are verified to be below 10 billion, not only will you be kicked out, but you'll also be fined. The video communication connected. On the screen appeared an alien guard captain with 2 heads and skin that resembled wrinkled tree bark. Both heads were looking at him sideways, their disdain openly displayed. The captain glanced at Xiao Fan's diamond-studded gleaming ship. There was no respect in his eyes typically reserved for the wealthy. Instead, there was more of a greedy glance. In his experience, those who dressed extravagantly fearing that others wouldn't notice their wealth were mostly ignorant local nouveau riche. Such people were easier to bully and scare. With just a few words about violations, they would surely cough up money for the sake of their pride. What are you looking at? The guard captain sneered with his 2 mouths. Show me your ship's qualification certificate, driving license, and asset verification for inspection. Also, your ship's reflection exceeds the standard suspected of light pollution, violating Article 300 of the Golden Port Security Management Regulations. First, pay a fine of 50 million. Xiao Fan listened to this and chuckled. He set the soda bottle aside and leaned slightly forward. Is this your first day on the job? Xiao Fan asked, or are your eyes not working well? Didn't you see me just knock a noble ship away? The captain snorted, shaking his 2 heads. Don't mention that to me. This is a port inspection station. I don't care who you are. Even if the King of Heaven comes without asset verification, you have to stand aside. If you don't have money, hurry up and roll to the ordinary passage. Don't obstruct my view here. In essence, this was just a way to extort money while deliberately making things difficult, making it seem like his little power was quite significant. Xiao Fan had seen plenty of such petty nuisances back on Earth, and it turned out this was still the same in the universe. He sighed and grew tired of talking to him. He pulled out the card from his pocket that was left from the accident. Originally, he intended to use it as spare change. He casually slid the card into the submission slot, which was designated for presenting documents. That violet wreck compensated him 100 million. This card originally had over 100 million. There should still be about several tens of millions left, but I'm too late. Xiao Fan leaned back in his chair, waving his hand dismissively, like shooing away a fly. This money is all yours as a tip. Now let me pass. I'm in a hurry to spend money and have no time to waste here. The card slid through the pneumatic tube with a ding and landed on the guard captain's desk. Upon seeing the logo on the card, which was indeed an anonymous black gold card, the captain's eyes lit up. A few tens of millions as a tip. That was several years' worth of salary for him. But greedy people, once they tasted sweetness, often desired more. Seeing that Xiao Fan was so generous with the money, he began to calculate in his heart. This was definitely a super cash cow, and 1 slice would not be enough. So he straightened his expression, pocketed the card, but the energy barrier blocking the road did not disappear. This can only be counted as your fine for life. The captain pretended to cough a couple of times. However, your entry procedures for the port are still quite troublesome. You know it's a special period and checks are strict. If you want to use this passage, just paying the fine isn't enough. You also need to pay a deposit. Moreover, your ship has so many illegal modifications. He deliberately elongated his voice, his 4 eyes spinning, waiting for Xiao Fan to pull out more money. The bridge fell silent for a few seconds. The Zero Apostle was nearby, polishing her knife. Upon hearing this, she paused her motion and glanced at the screen. Her eyes were cold, devoid of any emotion. With just a word from Xiao Fan, she could slice this inspection station and all the people inside into sashimi, and yet Xiao Fan waved his hand, stopping her. Interesting. Xiao Fan's face showed no anger. Instead, he wore a curious smile. I was originally thinking of spending a little money to settle this matter, but now you insist on making it a production. You're right, our rules are indeed important. Xiao Fan stood up, straightening his collar. Since you want to talk rules, let's discuss the biggest rule here. Dao Brain. Xiao Fan called out. At your service. The voice of the Dao Brain echoed. In this golden port, doesn't everyone who enters, even those using the ordinary passage, have to pay a toll or something? Yes, master. According to the data, each ordinary ship entering the port needs to pay 1,000 interstellar coins, and each person 100. All right. Xiao Fan nodded. Then connect me to the entire port's public broadcasting system. Hack in and force a broadcast. That's easy, master. 3 seconds to complete. In the blink of an eye, the screen of the guard captain flickered, and immediately throughout the golden port, whether it was those dining, shopping, or the millions of ships waiting to enter the port, Xiao Fan's voice came through all the loudspeakers. Xiao Fan cleared his throat. Hello, testing sound. Could everyone stop what they're doing and listen to me for a moment? I am the owner of this golden, gleaming large ship. My surname is Xiao. Today is a good day, and I'm here just to have some fun. However, the captain with two heads at the entrance just stopped me saying I have to pay to enter. I'm too lazy to pay one by one. So here's the deal today. At this moment, no matter if you're in line, just arrived, or planning to enter, all of your entry fees and any other assorted service charges for the entire day are covered by me. As Xiao Fan said this, he turned to the Dao Brain and said, Dao Brain, directly transfer 100 billion to the management account of the Golden Port. Tell them if it's enough, then refund the excess. If it's not enough, I'll swipe again. Transfer completed, the Dao Brain reported. The whole place fell into silence. Everyone was dumbfounded. Paying for everyone. This wasn't just treating people to a meal. The number of ships entering and exiting daily was in the millions. This was an astronomical figure. Immediately, the communication channels of the ships waiting outside exploded with excitement. Countless people were cheering and shouting, with some directly exclaiming in the communication channel, "Long live young Master Xiao." This was equivalent to everyone getting a free ride. Who wouldn't be happy? The guard captain was frozen, his two heads seeming stuck like they had rusted. His little thoughts of embezzlement were just a joke in the face of such unreasonable spending. But it wasn't over yet. Xiao Fan continued speaking into the microphone. By the way, I noticed that the brothers at the inspection station, who stopped me, seemed to be working quite hard. Their uniforms. I'm not someone who holds grudges. Dao Brain, check the accounts of everyone at that inspection station. Transfer 50 million to each of them. The captain's eyes widened. 50 million. He wouldn't even earn that much from a lifetime of accepting bribes. Just as his heart raced thinking he was dreaming, Xiao Fan suddenly changed his tone. Although the money has been transferred, I have a small request. Since you've accepted my money, let's consider this my service fee for hiring you. I now feel that the deck of my ship is a bit dirty, especially the bottom, which might have some dust from that wrecked ship earlier. You all take off your uniforms right now. Captain Wright, don't just use a rag. Use all those hands of yours, and your tongues on those two heads should be quite dexterous. Get out there and clean the ship. If it's not clean, I'll take back that money. Oh, and one more thing. If you clean well, I'll add another 10 million. But if there's even a speck of dust left, I'll consider the money you just received as payment for your coffins. Xiao Fan's voice was calm, devoid of any anger, as if he were instructing a few servants. The captain stood there trembling all over. This was a humiliation, an extreme humiliation. For a law enforcement captain with a position to scrub the dust off a nouveau rich's ship in front of everyone at the port, how could he ever hold his head high again? But that was 50 million, plus another 10 million bonus. This money was enough for him to buy a small planet and live comfortably for several generations, let alone being a captain. In the face of dignity versus a fortune, this was not even a question. Without any hesitation, the captain ripped off his hat and quickly stripped off his uniform. He shouted at his subordinates beside him, "What are you all dawdling for? Didn't you hear what Boss Xiao said? Hurry up and get to work. That's our golden patron." A few seconds later, the energy net was withdrawn. Under everyone's watchful eyes, 7 or 8 shirtless alien guards using their clothes as rags hurriedly crawled under the golden giant ship, energetically scrubbing. Especially that captain, both heads pressed against the armored deck, actually licking the dust off with his tongue, while looking up and shouting, "Boss Xiao, how's the effort? Rest assured I'll make this board shinier than a mirror." That subservient demeanor showed no trace of the arrogance from before. Inside the cabin, Xiao Fan watched this scene and shook his head weakly. "All right, let's enter the port. It's boring you just a little money, and their knees go soft. Remember, in this place, there's no rule that can't be bought with money. If there is, it just means you didn't pay enough." The enormous golden ship slowly started up, passing over the heads of the guards working hard to clean the ship, swaggering into this city of desires. After the spacecraft docked, Xiao Fan disembarked with Zero Apostle and the thief. The little thief was ecstatic the moment they got out, hopping around on Xiao Fan's shoulder. Its nose was incredibly keen, likely picking up the scent of treasures everywhere in this golden port. Zero Apostle remained the same, as always, trailing half a step behind Xiao Fan, expressionless, exuding an icy aura. Xiao Fan glanced back at her. She was still wearing the basic tactical armor she had been built with. It was a dull metallic gray with rigid lines and sharp spikes at the shoulders and knees, looking rather prickly. Though highly practical walking down the street, and that would make her look like a bodyguard or an assassin, far too grim. They were here for a vacation and to spend money, not to cause. "Hey Zero," Xiao Fan said, stroking his chin. "Don't you think you need a change of outfit? It's too plain, doesn't match my nouveau riche vibe." Zero Apostle's silver eyes flickered. "Master, current armor integrity is 100% defensive performance optimal. No replacement necessary." Her voice was completely flat, a pure report of data. Xiao Fan waved his hand. "You don't need to worry about that. I say we change, so we change. And we need a different style, one with contrast, you know. The kind that looks easy to bully, but can actually knock someone out with one punch." He swiped through the electronic guide map by the roadside and found the most expensive equipment shop in the area, called Starforge Armory. "Let's go this one. Time to get our number 1 enforcer a new skin." The streets were bustling with activity. Golden Port truly lived up to its reputation as the universe's greatest den of vice, with shops lining the road, each more luxurious than the last. The streets themselves were paved with real gold bricks. Whether solid or not, the spectacle was certainly grand enough. Soon they arrived at Starforge Armory. The storefront occupied half the block, guarded by 2 three-turtle mechanical sentinels that looked quite intimidating. As they entered, a well-dressed shop assistant approached. The man had sharp eyes. Though Xiao Fan was dressed plainly, the thief on his shoulder was a rare sight, and coupled with the terrifying aura of Zero following behind, he was clearly a wealthy customer. Esteemed guest, what would you like to see? We've just received a batch of power exoskeletons decommissioned from the Imperial Legion. Tremendous firepower. The assistant began guiding them toward the heavy weapons section. Xiao Fan didn't even glance at the armor that looked like iron cans. Don't bother showing me those crude things. They're beneath me. Xiao Fan pointed at Zero Apostle behind him. I'm here to buy her some clothes. Remember, clothes, not armor. The kind that's beautiful, expensive, and special. The assistant paused, sizing up Zero. A pure humanoid weapon like this needing clothes. The eccentric tastes of the rich were indeed hard to fathom. But as long as the money was good, anything was possible. Understood, understood. This way, sir. This is our haute couture section. The assistant led them to the second floor, where the items were noticeably more refined. Most were form-fitting soft armors for female bodyguards or assassins, some quite ornate. Xiao Fan scanned row after row of shelves, but nothing caught his fancy. Some were too revealing and vulgar, others too functional and ugly. Just then his gaze stopped at a standalone display case. Inside was not armor, but a dress that looked somewhat vintage. It was a black and white ensemble adorned with intricate lace trimmings, with a puffy skirt that resembled a Lolita gown from Earth, complete with a headband featuring a... Among this collection of killing tools, it looked utterly out of place. What's this? Xiao Fan asked, pointing at the dress. The assistant quickly explained, excellent, sir. This is one of our crown jewels. Though it looks like a maid outfit, it's actually a top-tier conceptual weapon. It's woven from void spider silk, with nano-cutting wires hidden in every lace. The skirt is actually a force field generator capable of withstanding a naval cannon blast. The headband is a full-spectrum radar jammer. This set is called the final service, meaning sending enemies off in style. But the price is too high, 80 million interstellar credits. And no one wants to wear it into battle, so it's never been sold. Xiao Fan's eyes lit up. Wasn't this exactly what he wanted? The appearance of a cute girl, the heart of a nuclear warhead. He'll take it. Without haggling, Xiao Fan pulled out his card. Charge it. Take it out, and put it on her. Zero Apostle stood there staring at the gaudy dress. For the first time, a flicker of confusion crossed her usually impassive face. Master, data analysis indicates this outfit's intimidation index is negative. Wearing this will cause enemies to severely underestimate my... Xiao Fan tossed the card to the ecstatic assistant and patted Zero on the shoulder. That's exactly the point. I want them to underestimate you. Think about it. With this on, when you walk up to those bad guys, they'll think you're just a tea server and let their guard down. Then you punch them. The psychological blow is much bigger, right? Go on, change into it. That's an order. Since it was an order, Zero naturally obeyed. She took the dress and entered the fitting room. 10 minutes later, the door opened. Zero stepped out in her new attire. The cold killer machine aura was largely masked by the elaborate, cute black and white dress. Black silk stockings hugged her legs, making her silhouette appear more elongated. Her once menacing metal hands were now sheathed in white silk gloves. With the headband atop her silver white hair and her expressionless, delicate face, she actually had a doll-like fineness. If she weren't holding that 2-meter alloy combat blade, it would have been perfect. Equipment donned. Detected. Zero remained expressionless, even lifting the hem of her skirt slightly, though the movement was stiff. Movement is slightly hindered mainly due to the crinoline catching on things. Just then the shop owner hurried over, amazed at the sight. But he was skeptical. Esteemed guest, it looks beautiful, but this is meant for actual combat. Void spider silk is tough, but against heavy firepower can soft materials really hold up? He was in the arms business and feared that if the product failed, it would tarnish his reputation. Xiao Fan chuckled. Why not test it and find out? Zero, there's a testing target over there. Show the boss what quality means. Xiao Fan pointed at a half-meter thick titanium alloy armor plate in the corner of the shop used for testing battleship main cannon defenses. Zero turned her head, looking at the plate. She didn't draw her blade. She simply took 2 steps forward, her puffy skirt swaying with the motion, looking utterly harmless. Then she raised her right hand, the one in the white glove looking slender and soft, and formed a small fist. Casually, as if knocking on a door, she tapped the... Boom. There was no sharp metallic clang, but a thunderous explosion. The titanium alloy plate, reputed to withstand main cannon fire, shattered like styrofoam under her punch. It didn't just punch a hole, the entire plate was pulverized into dust. The violent shockwave rattled the display cases in the stores several times. Yet the seemingly delicate dress on Zero didn't even unravel a single thread. Instead, it emitted a faint, soft glow, blocking all the dust. The shop owner fell to the floor dumbfounded. This was no soft girl, this was a tyrannosaur in human skin. Zero withdrew her hand, even lightly dusting off non-existent dirt from her glove, and turned to Xiao Fan. Test complete. Damage output normal. Dress stability satisfactory. May I ask, Master, may I kill now? She spoke in that same innocent, harmless manner which against the backdrop of destruction was utterly striking. Xiao Fan nodded with satisfaction. Good, that's exactly the effect I was going for. No need to kill. Put the blade away first. Let's go. This outfit cost tens of millions. Just an entry-level purchase. We'll hit a few more shops. If I don't buy out this entire street today, I won't have done my duty as the master. With his hands behind his back, Xiao Fan swaggered out of the store with his newly skinned violet maid. The shop owner, still in shock on the floor, trembled as he counted the long string of zeros just credited to his account. This treasure hunt street in Golden Harbor was not a grand avenue paved with gold bricks, but an old alley hidden behind several massive discarded engines. The road here was potholed, stained with black oil everywhere, and the buildings on both sides looked like hastily erected shacks, crooked, and yet this place was far more bustling than the commercial streets outside. It was renowned as the universe's largest fence for stolen goods. Whether it was burial artifacts dug from some tomb, parts stripped from an unlucky warship, or even biological organs of dubious origin, everything could be found here. Squeak! Squeak! The law thief perched on Xiao Fan's shoulder had been abnormally excited since entering this street. Its tiny claws gripped Xiao Fan's clothes tightly, its nose twitched incessantly in the air, and its tail wagged like a propeller. This little creature fed on laws and treasure aura. Its excitement meant this place was like a buffet with good things everywhere. Xiao Fan walked down the crowded, filthy street accompanied by Zero, who wore a black and white lace dress, yet carried a tumter-long battle blade. The sight was rather conspicuous. The alien beings wrapped in cloaks around them, especially upon seeing the blade wielding, made instinctively parted to make way. This was the deterrent power of that outfit's contrast. Master detection indicates high levels of harmful bacteria and radioactive dust in the air. Zero's voice remained steady even without her mask. Recommend activating an energy shield. Xiao Fan waved his hand dismissively. Activate a shield. That's pushing away good fortune. If we're here to hunt for treasures, we need to stay grounded. He followed the law thief's direction, delving deeper into. Along the way, a dazzling array of stalls appeared. There were those selling still beating hearts, others selling incomplete robots, and an 8-armed creature peddling glow. Xiao Fan paid them no heed, heading straight for a ground stall in the corner. This stall was particularly inconspicuous, just a tattered gray cloth spread on the ground piled with scrap metal. The vendor was a green-skinned goblin barely reaching Xiao Fan's thigh, his face wrinkled like old tree bark, his small eyes gleaming with cunning and calculation. Seeing Xiao Fan approach, the old goblin, who had been yawning, immediately perked up. His shifty eyes swept over Xiao Fan's finely crafted clothes, then glanced at Zero, whose presence brightened the dim corner, and he instantly knew the score. A fat sheep had come his way, and a very plump, naive young master from a wealthy family. Oh, my esteemed young master. The old goblin leaped 3 feet high, his grimy hand reaching for Xiao Fan, only to be deterred by Zero's icy glare, retracting it in fear. Unfazed, he beamed and rubbed his hands together. Young master, you have an excellent eye. Don't let my small stall fool you. Everything here is a treasure. Look at this black stone. It's a piece of skin shed by an ancient void dragon during its slumber. A bit hard, but the real deal. And this broken staff, it was once the wand of a great mage who died 30,000 years ago. The old goblin spun wild tales, spittle flying. Xiao Fan stood before the stall, not bothering to crouch, looking down at the pile of junk from his height. The law thief on his shoulder stretched out its tiny paw, pointing at a rusty compass buried at the bottom of the heap, squeaking urgently. Xiao Fan knew well. The compass emitted no trace of spiritual energy, appearing as mere scrap iron, but he felt a faint tremor from the fragment of the Codex of Annihilation in his pocket. That was the clue he sought. However, reaching directly for the compass would prompt the old goblin to jack up the price. That was the rule of the black market. The more you wanted something, the higher the cost. Xiao Fan yawned, cutting off the goblin's sales pitch. Enough, spare me the stories. I'm a lazy man who I don't like tales or picking items. Xiao Fan extended his foot, casually kicking a pile of scrap metal stacked like a small mountain on the left. This pile, how much? The old goblin was stunned. In his centuries of vending had seen hagglers and scrutinizers, but never someone buying by the pile. This wasn't treasure hunting, it was junk collecting. But his eyes darted. Young master, you're a connoisseur. This left pile, I dug it up from an ancient battlefield at great personal risk. The travel expenses alone were. Spare me the chatter. Xiao Fan frowned impatiently, pulling a handful of crystal cards of unknown denominations from his pocket, without even looking. 1 million, enough. The old goblin froze. That pile of junk was worth maybe a few thousand at most, hardly worth smelting. 100-fold increase. Enough. Enough. More than enough. The old goblin nodded frantically, fearing Xiao Fan might change his mind. Good'll take this pile. Xiao Fan lifted his foot again, pointing to the right pile of bottles and jars filled with strange liquids. And that pile, 1 million enough. Enough. The old goblin now gazed at Xiao Fan with awe. This wasn't a fat sheep. It was a celestial being scattering wealth. If he sold all this junk today, the profit would let him revel in Golden Harbor's finest tavern for a year. Xiao Fan nodded, waving his hand casually. Zero stepped forward, opening a portable spatial fold bag, and began stuffing the junk, useful or not, into it like trash. Soon the entire stall was cleared, leaving only a dirty oilcloth and the unremarkable rusty compass buried in the middle. The old goblin was still counting his money, oblivious to the remaining item. Xiao Fan tossed the crystal cards to him and was about to leave, then paused, as if noticing the compass. All right. Xiao Fan pointed at the compass. I've bought so much from you, helped clear your stock. That rusty compass looks amusing. I'll take it back as a frisbee for my little pet. Consider it a bonus. Gift it to me, all right. The old goblin, lost in the glimmer of the crystal cards and fantasies of fox-eared beauties, couldn't care less about a scrap iron plate. Had that rusty compass for years, found in a trash heap which showed no reaction, rusted over, and had forgotten to toss it several times. Take it. Whatever the young master fancies. The old goblin waved generously, almost grateful Xiao Fan was taking away his last bit of garbage, saving him the cleanup. Xiao Fan bent down, picked up the rusty compass, and weighed it in his hand. It was heavy. The moment it touched his palm, a subtle fluctuation traveled from his hand, a resonance only felt by one who held the codex of annihilation. Xiao Fan smiled. Thanks, boss. You're a straightforward dealer. He'll come back for more junk next time. With that, Xiao Fan tucked the compass into his pocket and walked away with the law thief and Zero, emerging from the dark alley into the bright light. The law thief hopped on Xiao Fan's shoulder, eagerly trying to grab the compass. Easy. Xiao Fan pulled out the compass, holding it between two fingers, examining it against the artificial starlight above. The rust was thick, obscuring even the markings. 2 million bought that fellow's lifetime of luck. If he knew what this thing's worth, he'd slap his thigh raw. Zero, looking at the 2 sacks of genuine junk, seemed puzzled. Master scans indicate 99. 9 of these items are industrial waste with minimal recycling value. Our storage space, though ample, isn't meant for this. Xiao Fan chuckled, stowing the compass away. You wouldn't understand. A true tycoon hunting treasures never relies on eyesight or luck. By buying all the junk, the treasure within is guaranteed to be in my pocket. That's called overwhelming probability with quantity. Besides, is 2 million real money to me. Just a few numbers. In high spirits, Xiao Fan checked the time. The system mission's settlement was still far off, but spending his money at stalls like this would take eons to deplete. Warm-up's over. Let's go somewhere that spends money faster. Xiao Fan looked up at the magnificent golden structure suspended midair at the end of the commercial street. That was Golden Harbor's greatest den of consumption, the Central Auction House. Come on, let me show you what true extravagance looks like. At the Central Auction House of Golden Port, the very air differed from the oil-scented streets outside. A faint fragrance wafted through the space, said to be the lingering scent of dream lavender, worth 100,000 interstellar credits per gram after burning. It could stir one's emotions, prompting an irresistible urge to spend. The hall dazzled with opulence. The floor was polished from a single slab of crystal, while countless gems adorned the dome, simulating a resplendent star. Xiao Fan did not squeeze into the common seats below. Instead, he flashed an anonymous black gold card, instantly transforming the auction house manager's demeanor. The man respectfully escorted him to the highest level VIP box. This box faced the auction stage, directly offering the best view, with one-way glass, ensuring complete privacy. Xiao Fan lounged on the genuine leather sofa, with 2 plates of fruit beside him. A servant was voraciously devouring a purple fruit. The auction below had already commenced. Yet the initial items, a master-forged alloy, sorta rare or from some planet, failed to catch Xiao Fan's interest. Too ordinary. He had come today for 2 reasons: first, to complete the daunting 1 trillion credit spending task, and second, for the object his compass had pointed to. Our next item is one of today's grand finales. On the auction stage, the host in a tuxedo suddenly raised his voice. With a mysterious air, he unveiled a tray covered in red cloth. The entire auction house plunged into darkness. Only on that tray glowed a cluster of ethereal blue light. It was a transparent crystal ball no larger than a fist. Yet within that crystal ball, a teardrop seemed to be sealed. It was alive, slowly swirling inside, radiating a sorrowful aura that made anyone who gazed upon it want to weep. Moreover, it emitted an extremely faint, soul-piercing whisper, like some ancient call from a bygone era. The compass in Xiao Fan's bosom instantly grew scorching hot. The fragment of the Annihilation Codex within his consciousness trembled violently, driven by a craving for true nourishment. Ladies and gentlemen, behold the legendary Star Spirit's tear, the host exclaimed excitedly. According to experts, this is the life essence extracted from the core of a planet that had gained self-awareness. It is not only the ultimate energy source, but also an exceptional material for forging an avatar. Rumor has it if you can unravel the seal within, you may even receive the blessing of that star spirit. Starting bid, 50 billion interstellar credits. Each increment must be no less than 1 billion. As the words fell, the venue erupted in uproar. 50 billion. That's a steal. I bid 60 billion. 70 billion. I need this to refine medicine for my ancestor. The price skyrocketed, breaching the 100 billion mark in an instant. Xiao Fan remained in his box, refraining from bidding. He was waiting. As expected, when the price reached 150 billion, most of the crowd fell silent. At that moment, from another luxurious box opposite Xiao Fan, a supremely arrogant voice rang out. No need to compete. What this young master desires, no one can take away. 300 billion. The voice was young, haughty, dripping with domineering entitlement. Then the one-way glass of that box turned transparent, revealing a young man clad in golden battle armor with two beautiful women in his arms. He held a glass of red wine, scanning the crowd with a contemptuous gaze. Someone below recognized him and whispered, "Is that Zhao Wuji, the second young master of the Star Consortium, Zhao family? No wonder he's so boastful. It's the Zhao family owning hundreds of mineral-rich star systems. Forget it, with such a giant in the game we're out." The 300 billion price indeed stunned most attendees. The host, visibly thrilled, announced, "Young Master Zhao bids 300 billion. Is there any higher bid?" Silence reigned. Zhao Wuji, satisfied with the effect, swirled his glass, awaiting the fall of the gavel. Just then a calm voice drifted from the opposite box, 500 billion. The entire venue erupted in shock. All eyes turned to Xiao Fan's box, but the dark glass revealed nothing. Zhao Wuji's movements froze. He narrowed his eyes at the black window, snorting coldly. Interesting. Someone dares to defy my Zhao family in Golden Port. 600 billion. Zhao Wuji gritted his teeth, raising the bid. 1 trillion. Xiao Fan's voice remained flat, tinged with lazy ennui. This time, even the host's hand trembled. A direct double. Who was this celestial being? Zhao Wuji's face darkened. 1 trillion was no small sum even for the Zhao family. Friend Zhao Wuji released the women, stepping to the window, shouting, towards Xiao Fan's box. "Whoever you are, the star spirit's tier is crucial to me. I bid 1,200 billion, and the Zhao family owes you a favor. Golden Port is vast. It's wise to leave some leeway lest you encounter trouble in the dark." The words dripped with threat. Xiao Fan, lounging on the sofa, ate a grape and shook his head. "This guy talks too much." Xiao Fan pressed the microphone button. 1,200 billion for a Zhao family favor. Is your family's favor that cheap? And was that a threat just now? Though Xiao Fan's voice was soft, it silenced the entire hall. "I hate being threatened, and I hate it when someone tries to outspend me. Yeah, place a bid for me. I'm too lazy to increment by bits. Tiresome. Just add a few zeros at the end and crush him." "Yes, master." Unlimited credit privilege activated. The next second. On the massive central display of the auction house, the number originally showing 1,200 billion began to fluctuate wildly. The original digits stretched into a much longer string, 99999999999, approaching 1, but it didn't stop there. The display was too short, so the digits scrolled continuously. The red numerical light bathed the entire hall in crimson. Thousands in the venue, tycoons and servers alike, held their breath. No one spoke, not even blinked. Their minds struggled to process such a colossal number. This wasn't an auction, it was enough to purchase an entire galaxy cluster. Zhao Wuji stood there, his priceless glass of red wine slipping from his hand, shattering on the floor. Staring at the figure, his jaw dropped, eyes wide as saucers. His mind went blank. As a scion of a financial conglomerate, for the first time in his life, he felt the crushing defeat of poverty. Before such an irrational deluge of numbers, his so-called family heritage was nothing but a joke. You. Zhao Wuji pointed at the opposite box, his finger trembling violently. He tried to speak, but felt his throat constrict, words failing him. Then, before the eyes of the crowd, this young master, Zhao, rolled his eyes back and collapsed stiffly. He had literally been knocked out by the money. "Young master, what's wrong?" Chaos erupted in the other box, sheer terror. Xiao Fan, seated in his chair, watched the commotion below, with bored indifference, clapping his hands. "How dull. I just randomly pressed a few keys. Such poor mental fortitude." "Host, wake up." Xiao Fan called out to the still-dazed host. "Is this mine now?" The host snapped back to reality with a jolt, nearly dropping his auction gavel. "Yours. Of course yours." His voice cracked with excitement. This was a record-breaking transaction. The commission alone would let him retire hundreds of times. Bang! The gavel fell. Xiao Fan ignored the prompt in his mind. He watched as the crystal ball containing the star spirit's tier was respectfully delivered to his box. He reached out gently, placing his hand on the crystal ball. Through the crystal, he seemed to see a pair of eyes, immensely pure, yet brimming with sorrow. Slowly, "This thing is indeed no lifeless object." Xiao Fan's gaze sharpened. Alright, the item is secured, and the money is spent. Next, let's see what surprise this so-called mythical zone has in store for me. Within the supreme private chamber, the clamor outside seemed to be sealed off by an invisible wall. The second young master of the Xiao family, that insufferably arrogant scion, had already been carried away on a stretcher. Word had it that he was foaming at the mouth as he left, his hands still death gripping the shattered fragments of the wine glass. And the instigator of it all, Xiao Fan, was now seated on the sofa sipping tea with a feigned calm expression, yet his heart was a turbulent sea. It wasn't that he mourned the trillion spent. To him, that string of nines was merely a number refreshed by the system within minutes. What truly excited him was the system interface stirring to life within his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the stage epic quest. Only the money you spend is truly your own. This single transaction amount 99999999999 interstellar credits. Evaluation: spending money like no, you are filling the sea with cash. This heroic audacity, this utter contempt for wealth perfectly embodies the ultimate essence of this system. Task rewards are being calculated. Xiao Fan set down his teacup and held his breath. Hurry up, spare me the flowery adjectives. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have unlocked the ultimate section of the system mall, the Primordial Chaos Zone Tier 1 access. Ding. Obtained Primordial Zone, free single draw chance X1. Ding. Obtain next page clue for the Annihilation Codex. Deep within the stardust, see the core of a dead star. As the chime faded, the system panel before Xiao Fan's eyes abruptly transformed. The interface, once brimming with a futuristic aesthetic and streams of blue data, was suddenly enveloped in an ancient, desolate shade of purple gold. An aura of archaic terror swept over him. On the new mall page, the Mech starships and genetic serums were no more. In their place, suspended within chaotic mists, were divine artifacts. 9-turn golden pill defective, a discarded pill by the Supreme Lord. Effect: a mortal who consumes it shall immediately ascend to immortality, a false immortal gaining a lifespan of 10,000 years. Price 1.01 quadrillion points. Human planting gourd imitation Methria Buddha's backup gourd. Effect: can contain an entire small world, absorbing people and objects, devouring. Price 5.0 points. Cloud somersault trial version, though not the original one somersault, can still cover half a light year. Price. Xiao Fan's eye twitched uncontrollably as he gazed at the endless string of zeros beneath those items. How much? 1 quadrillion. System, did your currency unit suffer from inflation, or do you think him some kind of creator who prints money? The slight swell of pride Xiao Fan had felt from spending 1 trillion was instantly shattered into dust before this brand new primordial zone. In this zone, his fortune probably wasn't even enough to buy a single strand of monkey fur. Host, please note the items in the primordial zone are the apex of all heavens and myriad realms. Even a speck of dust here would be a supreme treasure capable of crushing entire galaxies in this universe. The high price is not its flaw, but is your flaw. This cutting remark from the system nearly choked Xiao Fan. Fine, you win. Xiao Fan gritted his teeth. Can't afford to buy, but can I draw? Didn't you give me a free single draw? Let me draw. I don't believe my luck, blessed by the king of luck, can't pull out a Pengu axe. He jabbed fiercely at the lottery wheel, which radiated boundless golden light and was encircled by 9 golden dragons. Rumble. The sound of the great Tao's thunder echoed in his mind. The wheel spun wildly, manifesting various celestial phenomena as it turned. The spectacle, the special effects were worlds apart from the previous low-level draws. Xiao Fan's tension peaked. Stop. Stop. It must be an attack-type artifact. Even a heaven-overturning seal would do. The pointer slowed, sliding past Immortal Slaying Sword Formation Fragment, past 36 transformations, Divine Power, and finally stopped on a grid depicting a pink cloud. Ding. Congratulations, host, your luck is overwhelming. You have obtained a primordial level divine artifact, lifestyle leisure category, Jade Pool, Immortal Villa Portable Edition, Hot Spring Component X1. Xiao Fan. The private chamber was utterly silent. Xiao Fan stared at the exquisite figurine-like miniature white jade landscape that had suddenly appeared in his hand, completely dumbfounded. It was a miniature immortal courtyard with peach blossoms in full bloom, a steaming hot spring at its center, and a celestial crane preening its feathers beside it. System. Xiao Fan's voice trembled slightly. I spent a full trillion to unlock this zone, went through all this trouble, and all I get is a bathhouse. I came to conquer the universe, not to run a spa. Host, do not be ignorant of its value. The system explained coldly. This is a projection of a corner of the Queen Mother of the West Jade Pool. The spring within is called Jade Nectar and Fine Brew. Effect: 1 marrow cleansing and bone forging, instantly repairing all internal injuries of the host, enhancing root bone and talent. Effect: 2 Tao heart clarity. Cultivating while immersed within increases the speed of comprehending laws 10,000-fold. Effect: 3 absolute save. Once deployed, even a true immortal descending cannot break the barrier of the Jade Pool. It is the strongest. turtle shell in the universe. Upon hearing the explanation, the disdain on Xiao Fan's face vanished, replaced by a look of pure delight. 10,000-fold increase in comprehension speed. Absolute defense. Xiao Fan caressed the warm, white jade model, his gaze burning. This isn't a bathhouse. This is a portable ultimate cultivation cheat device. And it's perfect for. His gaze fell upon the crystal ball containing the Starlight's tear on the table. Inside, the blue teardrop seemed to sense the immortal aura emanating from the jade pool model, trembling violently and emitting a yearning whimper. It seems that even the daily necessities of this so-called mythical zone are on a level of dimensional crushing. Xiao Fan, satisfied, stored both items into his spatial ring. Just then the auction house manager knocked obsequiously and entered holding the black gold card. Esteemed Mr. Xiao, your procedures are complete. Also, the Xiao family left a threat before leaving, saying they would blockade the entire Golden Port to capture you. Would you like us to provide a special departure channel? The manager's eyes were full of probing intent. After all, someone who could casually spend $1 trillion must have a terrifying background. Xiao Fan stood up, straightened his collar. The little thief on his shoulder was still sound asleep. No need. Xiao Fan waved his hand and smiled. The Xiao family. Blockading the port. Perfect timing. I just spent my money and my hands are feeling a bit itchy. I was just worrying about who would reimburse my travel expenses. Tell them I'll be waiting at the main gate. If they have the guts, try to seize my golden ship. With that, Xiao Fan, accompanied by his newly skinned Zero Apostle, strode out of the private chamber, leaving the manager stunned in place. Just what kind of unstoppable force is this? Is he about to stir up a bloody storm in Golden Port? Meanwhile, the streets of Golden Port had descended into chaos. News that the Xiao family's eldest son had been knocked out by money from a mysterious person at the auction spread like wildfire through the city. Countless spies and informants had their eyes locked on the auction house's entrance. When Xiao Fan's arrogant figure appeared, hundreds of communication signals were sent instantly. He's out. It's that young man in casual clothes with the strange target confirmed. The nouveau riche parked in the supreme berth is starting up. Xiao Fan remained oblivious to the malicious gazes around him. His mind was solely occupied with getting back to the ship to try out the legendary Queen Mother of the West's bathwater. Returning to the colossal, gleaming ship emblazoned with the words "more money than since the hatch" had just sealed shut. The calm on Xiao Fan's face vanished instantly, and he rushed towards the core's secret chamber with the urgency of one who desperately needed to relieve himself. Hurry, hurry. AI, activate the highest level of alert. Zero, guard the door. No one gets in, no matter who. Opening the mystery box. He charged into the chamber and placed the trillion-credit crystal ball on the alloy table. This time there was no outside interference. Xiao Fan took a deep breath and pulled out the rusty compass from his pocket. Since the codex fragment resonates with this thing, it means the thing sealed inside is definitely related to that vanished ancient era. Come out then. Let me see what kind of treasure my trillion bought. He pointed his finger, and a wisp of primordial violet chi infused the crack. With a soft sound, the indestructible crystal shell shattered upon impact. At the moment the crystal ball shattered, there was no cataclysmic explosion of energy, nor was there any terrifying manifestation of a demonic. Instead, a gentle blue halo carrying a faint scent of milk rippled through the chamber like water waves. In the center of this halo, the originally liquid tear began to wriggle and transform at an astonishing speed. Seconds later, a small girl no bigger than a palm, radiating a starlit blue glow, appeared in midair. She was incredibly small, resembling a figurine. Her silver blue hair cascaded down to her ankles, and she was wrapped in what seemed to be a bodice made of condensed starlight, with a pair of translucent dragonfly wings fluttering behind her. Her oversized, deep blue eyes blinked drowsily, as if just waking up, exuding an air of innocence and confusion. Xiao Fan was stunned. He maintained the posture of extending his finger frozen in place. Is this the Star Spirit? What about my mighty world-destroying avatar? What about the top-tier energy source I bought for 10 trillion? This looks more like a unweaned mascot. Just as Xiao Fan was questioning his life, the little creature, hovering in the air, suddenly twitched her nose. She caught a whiff of the residual primal purple chi lingering on Xiao Fan's fingertip. Her previously bewildered eyes instantly lit up. Eek! A soft, sticky voice filled with urgency rang out. In the next moment, the little thing darted forward, leaving only a blue shadow behind, moving so quickly that even Xiao Fan, who possessed cultivation, couldn't react in time. Xiao Fan felt a sharp pain in his index finger. Looking down, he saw that the seemingly harmless little star spirit was now clinging to his finger like a koala, opening her still undeveloped mouth and biting down hard. Damn! Let go! Are you a dog? Xiao Fan grimaced in pain, shaking his hand vigorously, but the little creature clung to him, as if glued, refusing. What was even more terrifying was that he felt the spiritual power within him flowing towards this little creature's belly at an alarming rate. This isn't just blood-sucking, but swallowing my cultivation whole. Brain analyzed quickly. What the hell is this thing? I'm going to be drained dry. Xiao Fan was horrified and swiftly mobilized the primal Tao seed within him, forcibly cutting off the output of spiritual power. Alert! Alert! A high-energy life form has been detected engaging in predatory feeding. Target organism level unknown. Energy density comparable to a stellar core. It is recommended that the host immediately feed high-energy substances, or she may treat you as a large battery and consume you. Feed. You want me to feed her? Xiao Fan looked at the little ancestor who had released his finger due to the lack of spiritual power and was now looking at him with a pitiful expression, tears welling in her eyes, as if she were about to cry, and felt a headache. Hungry. Food. A tender and intermittent mental wave resonated in Xiao Fan's mind. This little creature could actually communicate through mental transmission. With no choice, Xiao Fan could only rummage through his spatial ring and pull out a still usable crystal of divine light. This item was snatched from the divine assembly, worth tens of millions, and served as a top-tier energy source for class mechas. Here. Eat this. Just stop biting my hand. Xiao Fan handed over the fist-sized white crystal. The little star spirit's eyes lit up, and with a whoosh, she snatched the crystal. Then, to Xiao Fan's horror, crunch. The crystal, which was as hard as diamond, was bitten in half by her tiny fangs, as if she were munching on potato chips. Crunch, crunch. She chewed happily, her cheeks puffed out, and a look of bliss spread across her face. A few seconds later, the entire crystal was swallowed. She let out a satisfied burp, then looked at Xiao Fan with eager eyes full of expectation. More. Xiao Fan. He felt his wallet bleeding. That one bite was worth tens of millions. He took out a piece of Black Sun's dark matter alloy, which was even more valuable. The little creature devoured it with even greater delight, complaining that it was a bit hard. In just 5 minutes, Xiao Fan had fed her 3 pieces of divine crystals, 2 pieces of dark matter fragments, and a 1,000-year-old spiritual herb totaling about 300 million. Yet this little ancestor showed no signs of stopping, her belly slightly rounder and her burps a bit louder. Stop. Enough. Xiao Fan pressed down on her little hand as she reached for his pocket again. If you eat any more, even the landlord's family won't have any. Is your stomach connected to a black hole? Xiao Fan was on the verge of collapse. He had spent 10 trillion thinking he had bought a powerful and resilient divine, only to end up with a gold-swallowing beast that ate more than a page of a codex. Moreover, this thing seemed to have no combat power whatsoever apart from eating. Master. At that moment, Zero, the apostle guarding the door, walked in. She wore a black and white lace-made outfit, holding a long knife that was still dripping with oil, just serviced, and looked expressionlessly at the little creature still clinging to Xiao Fan. Data analysis shows that this organism's cost-performance ratio is extremely low. Zero's silver pupils reflected a cold, killing intent. According to the third rule of the divine wealthy, all ineffective investments must be eliminated. It is suggested to slice it for research or directly extract its core energy for charging the ship's main cannon. Buzz. The long knife in Zero's hand emitted a light sound, and a red cutting force field lit up on the blade. The little star spirit, who had been acting cute, seemed to sense the aura of a formidable enemy. Her translucent wings suddenly flared, and she abandoned Xiao Fan's finger, curling up like a quail, trembling and burrowing into Xiao Fan's collar, leaving only her eyes visible as she looked fearfully at the terrifying maid with the knife. Scared. Bad sister. Wants to eat star? Xiao Fan watched this scene, and his previously gloomy mood suddenly lightened a bit. All right, Zero, put away the knife for now. Slicing is off the table. It would be too extravagant to slice it for 10 trillion. Xiao Fan reached out and pulled the little creature who called herself Star from his collar and placed her in his palm. Little one, since you can speak, introduce yourself. What exactly are you useful for? If you can't do anything besides eat, I might just feed you to this bad sister for her energy. Star seemed to understand the threat. She hurriedly flapped her wings and flew up, gesturing with her little hands in the air. Star is useful. Star can smell. Home. Scent. That broken plate. The place it's pointing to. Star knows how to get there. She pointed at the rusty compass that Xiao Fan had tossed on the table. Xiao Fan's expression turned serious. You know where that compass is pointing? Star nodded vigorously, her baby voice saying it's dark, messy there with many bad storms. But there are big brother and sister's fragments. Star wants to find them. Ooh-hoo. As she spoke, tears began to fall, and those tears turned into tiny blue crystals upon hitting the ground. Xiao Fan exchanged glances with Zero. Dark, messy with many storms. He pulled out the blurry star map given by the system earlier. Sea of Stardust. The ancient battlefield known as a life-forbidden zone where even warships would lose their way. So this little creature was a living navigation. Without her, one couldn't enter that area filled with chaotic laws, even with a map. This is interesting. Xiao Fan caught one of the tear crystals that Star had dropped, feeling the pure energy within. Not only can she navigate, but her tears can also be sold as energy blocks. Considering that it's not too much of a loss. Xiao Fan's expression instantly shifted from disdain to a kind smile akin to a capitalist looking at his labor force. He extended a finger and gently poked Star's round little belly. Alright, from now on you're coming with me. If you want to eat good food, that's fine, but you'll have to work for it. Our family has to support the spaceship you, and that broken stone tablet. The pressure is quite high. Xiao Fan sighed, placing Star on his shoulder, perfectly balancing the codex on either side, forming a left and right guardian. Brain, report on the situation outside. My bathwater isn't ready yet. Oh, let's see if anyone foolish dares to disturb my enjoyment. Reporting to the Lord. The voice of the heavenly Tao Brain echoed, tinged with a hint of glee. The Xiao family's private military fleet has already blocked. They have issued a wanted notice and are checking every departing spaceship. Additionally, the head of the Xiao family is raging on public channels, claiming he will dismember you and scatter your ashes to the dogs. Should I activate the main cannon to physically mute him? Xiao Fan scoffed. Physically muting him is pointless. Since he wants to play, let's accompany him in playing big. Xiao Fan pulled out the model of the Yaoqi fairyland and tossed it onto the ground. Boom. The space within the chamber instantly folded and expanded. A paradise filled with swirling clouds and blooming peach blossoms forcibly squeezed into the interior of this technologically advanced warship. Zero, take Star, let's have a bath first. As for the Xiao family, Xiao Fan unbuttoned his clothes while indifferently gazing at the starry sky outside. Once I'm done bathing comfortably, you'll go and plunder their assets. After all, I'm currently a man raising 2 gold-swallowing beasts and am in desperate need of money. As Xiao Fan tossed the exquisitely crafted miniature model of the Jade Pool Immortal Garden to the ground, the surrounding scenery transformed. The interior of the spacecraft had been nothing but cold, rigid metal walls, stark and devoid of life. The moment the model landed, there was no thunderous explosion, just a sudden surge of white mist. The mist was not acrid, instead it carried a fragrant aroma, as if one had stepped into a lavish orchard. When the mist dissipated, the scene before him was no longer that of the spacecraft. Beneath his feet lay not the usual slip-resistant steel plates, but a soft carpet of verdant grass, its blades still glistening with dewdrops. Looking up, he could still faintly discern the spacecraft's ceiling, but it was veiled by a thin layer of clouds resembling a real sky. All around were peach trees in full bloom, a sea of tender pink petals stretching as far as the eye could see. At the very center lay a pool. That pool was also built of white jade, its water not clear, but a milky white, with a thin layer of warm vapor drifting above it. If this place were on Blue Star, it would undoubtedly be a scenic spot worth tens of billions. Yet among the rewards drawn from a trillion, it was merely a simplified bathhouse. Alright, don't just stand there gawking. Xiao Fan stretched his limbs. He had been traveling for days, either rushing or busy spending money, and his body was indeed. He was not one for fussiness. Since it was just the few of them here, he simply took off his coat, revealing the shorts underneath, and leaped into the pool. With a splash, Xiao Fan submerged himself entirely in the milky white water. The temperature was perfect, neither hot nor cold. The sensation upon contact with his skin was utterly marvelous. It felt less like bathing and more like a gentle force massaging his entire body. The aches and fatigue vanished in an instant. Moreover, the lingering pain from forcibly breaking through his cultivation level earlier now melted away like ice meeting hot water. Bliss! Xiao Fan let out a sigh of relief, leaning against the pool's edge with his hands resting on the jade steps, his eyes half closed. This is the life. What's the point of earning money if you don't spend it? It's just waste paper. At that moment, the little creature named Shinra stirred. She had been dazed earlier, perhaps never having seen so much water. Now that she saw Xiao Fan jump in, her large eyes blinked twice, and her nose twitched as she caught the scent of pure energy emanating from the water. Water. Yummy. She cheered, fluttering her dragonfly-like wings, and plunged into the pool like a tiny cannonball. Water splashed high, drenching Xiao Fan's face. He wiped the water away, about to scold her, but saw the little thing frolicking joyfully in the water. She was genuinely treating the bathwater as a beverage, gulping it down as she swam. If this were any other bathwater, Xiao Fan would have spat it out, but this was from the jade. Visibly, as Shinra drank more, the ethereal glow around her body grew slightly more solid. What had seemed on the verge of dissipating now showed a bit of vitality. Always thinking about eating, Xiao Fan shook his head, deciding to ignore her. He turned his gaze to Apostle Zero, still standing on the shore. Zero still wore the newly purchased black and white maid outfit, holding a long blade, standing rigidly beneath the peach tree like a statue. The cold gleam of the blade clashed with the pink blossoms. What's the matter? Do I have to invite you down? Xiao Fan scooped up a handful of water and splashed it toward Zero. The droplets landed on Zero's skirt, but slid off without leaving a trace. The fabric's waterproofing was indeed impressive. Those tens of millions were well. Master, I am on guard, Zero replied in a flat tone. Though this is an isolated space, external threats have not been entirely eliminated. Enough, spare me the official jargon. Xiao Fan waved his hand. This jade pool has absolute defenses. Unless a true deity arrives, those rotten potatoes and stinky eggs outside can't break through. Get in. That's an order. Besides, this water can repair your core wear. You don't want your movements to start creaking, do you? At the mention of core wear, Zero's eyes flickered. As a mechanical life form, though top-tier, prolonged operation inevitably caused some wear. Since the jade pool water originated from the primordial era, it would be beneficial even for a mechanical body. She thrust her long blade into the ground beside her, the blade sinking into the soil. Without any hint of shyness, she walked into the pool, still wearing her intricate dress. The layered skirt spread out in the water, resembling a large jellyfish. That's better. Xiao Fan scooted over to make room. Work is work, life is life. Balance is key. The arcane rat, which had been lying nearby, could no longer restrain itself. It had sensed the aroma long ago, but dared not move. Now that everyone else had entered, the little rodent squeaked and jumped in as well. It knew how to enjoy itself, finding a piece of driftwood from somewhere, lying on it belly up, letting the water carry it along. For a moment the pool fell into a tranquil silence. Only the sound of flowing water could be heard, occasionally punctuated by peach blossom petals drifting down and spinning on the surface. Xiao Fan closed his eyes, clearing his mind of all thoughts. This peace had not lasted 10 minutes before the communicator beside him rang at an inopportune moment. It was not a pleasant chime, but a jarring alarm accompanied by intense vibrations. Who's that? So lacking in tact. Xiao Fan frowned without opening his eyes. AI, what's the situation? From the clouds above came the voice of the heavenly Tao, AI, sounding rather helpless. Reporting to the pavilion master, it's the Xiao family and the harbor authority of Golden Port. They've been requesting communication, demanding you immediately halt the spacecraft and submit to inspection. If you refuse, they will classify our vessel as a terrorist threat. Terrorist threat? Xiao Fan chuckled. He finally opened his eyes and retrieved the waterproof communicator from the water. On the screen was a middle-aged man in uniform, his face full of brutish menace, shouting furiously. The background appeared to be a command center with the Xiao family's spacecraft emblem visible behind him. Are you listening? I am the deputy director of the harbor authority. I order you to. The man's voice was shrill and grating. Xiao Fan pressed the mute button. Silence returned. The man on the screen continued to rant, veins bulging, looking utterly ridiculous, like a mime in a... Look at this guy, so full of fire. Xiao Fan held the communicator out to Zero, pointing at the man. Do you think he had a bad breakfast? Why all this fuss? Zero glanced at the screen and analyzed seriously. Based on facial micro-expressions, he is in a state of extreme anger and anxiety. I deduce that the Xiao family has put immense pressure on him. If he fails to resolve this issue with us, he may lose his job, or even be eliminated by the Xiao family. Oh, so he's quite pitiful then. Xiao Fan commented without a trace of sympathy. He unmuted the communicator. You are challenging the entire order of Golden Port. This is a capital offense. If you come out now, kneel and apologize and compensate the Xiao family with 5 trillion in moral damages, we might consider granting you a whole corpse. The man had finally voiced his true intention. In the end, it was about money. Xiao Fan sighed and replied slowly into the microphone. Hey, are you done? The man on the other end was clearly taken aback by Xiao Fan's attitude. You're the deputy director, right? Xiao Fan picked a peach from a nearby tree and washed it in the water. How much did that Xiao family pay you to risk your neck like this? Hey, thighs. It's not about money. It's about the rules. The deputy director blustered, his voice betraying his guilt. Don't be ridiculous. We're all adults here. Who talks about rules? Xiao Fan took a bite of the peach, juicy and sweet. Tell you what, stop shouting. Your throat must be tired. I'm in the middle of a bath here, no time to waste on you. Turn off that loudspeaker of yours and take your men back to rest. He'll pretend this never happened. What nonsense are you spouting? The man was nearly apoplectic. You're surrounded. I'm not finished yet. Xiao Fan tossed the peach pit into the water, watching it sink. In return, I want wreck your office. How's that for a deal? Pretty good, right? The deputy director was about to curse again, but Xiao Fan casually swiped his finger and ended the call. How boring. They always force my hand. Xiao Fan tossed the communicator onto the shore. AI. Yes, pavilion master. Those people outside are giving me a headache. Since we've installed all those premium materials on this ship, the defense should be decent, right? Naturally. With 30 tons of stellar adamantium, the hull is now thicker than most fortress walls. Even a main cannon bombardment for 3 days straight would only scratch the paint. Good. Xiao Fan sank back into the water, finding a comfortable position. Activate fortress mode. Block all external sounds, signals, and visuals. Let them shout at an iron turtle out there. Once I've had my fill of soaking and rest, we'll go out and teach them some manners. Understood. Silent mode activated. Enjoy your pleasant vacation. With the command issued, the peach blossom paradise fell into absolute stillness. Outside, chaos was surely erupting, with all kinds of artillery fire likely raining down on the ship. But within the jade pool immortal garden, even the ripples on the water's surface remained undisturbed. Shinger was still playfully competing with the arcane rat for a piece of driftwood. Zero soaked quietly in the water as if recharging. Xiao Fan gazed at the fake yet beautiful blue sky and white clouds above his heart, settling into peace. Such were the troubles of the wealthy. Even buying a moment of peace required such effort. He drifted into drowsiness, thoughts blurring. After all, with absolute defenses, even if the outside world turned upside down, it was none of his concern. He fell into a deep sleep. When he opened his eyes again, he had no idea how much time had passed. He was awakened by hunger, or perhaps by the little spirit Xinger nibbling on him. She was lying on his chest, drooling as she looked at him, clearly hungry as well. All right, stop biting. My flesh is sour. He lifted her off and pulled a few crystals from his ring to give her. Standing up from the pool, water streamed. His skin was slightly flushed from soaking, but his spirit was incredibly rejuvenated, as if he had boundless energy. This divine water really has something to it. Xiao Fan clenched his fist, joints cracking. Enough rest. Time for business. He dressed, simply changing into clean, casual clothes. No need for any. Zero, get ready. We're starting work. Yes, master. Zero rose directly from the water, her dress completely dry. A marvel in itself. Those people outside must have grown impatient by now, hadn't they? After exiting the space of the jade pool and returning to the main control room of the spaceship, Xiao Fan glanced at the time. He had slept a bit longer than expected. Over 10 hours had passed. The commotion outside seemed to have diminished considerably. Previously, the intelligent brain had reported that the Xiao family's fleet had bombarded for quite some time, but found that they couldn't even damage the gold paint on this ship. They likely grew tired or returned to fetch reinforcements. Now the outside was excessively quiet. The lights inside the spaceship were set to a warm yellow, creating a somewhat dim atmosphere. Xiao Fan sat on the large genuine leather sofa, holding a bottle of soda, not drinking it, but just shaking it. Xinger had eaten her fill and fallen asleep again, tucked into a small nest made of soft cushions. The law thief crouched on the armrest of the sofa, sharp. Intelligent brain, what's the situation outside now? Xiao Fan asked. Returning to the master, the Zhao family's main fleet has temporarily retreated. However, they have sealed off the surrounding airspace. Additionally, according to thermal imaging scans, a few small bugs managed to sneak onto the ship while our shield was The intelligent brain's voice carried a hint of mockery. They sneaked on it. Xiao Fan raised an eyebrow. The security system didn't react. They are seasoned professionals who specialize in this line of work, utilizing phase-shifting technology to bypass the outer hard defenses. Xiao Fan nodded, not surprised at all. Since the Zhao family is a conglomerate, they surely wouldn't only rely on direct confrontation. It was evident they couldn't win in a heating clash, given that Xiao Fan's ship was as solid as a solid iron ball. Thus, they would definitely resort to underhanded tactics. Hiring assassins is the most common approach. Since you're here, don't hide. Xiao Fan did not rise, but shouted towards the empty hall. You hiding behind the pillar, and you hanging from the ceiling, come out. The floor had just been waxed, and was quite slippery. He didn't want anyone to fall. There was no response in the hall. Even the airflow seemed normal. After several seconds, no one replied. It was as if Xiao Fan was talking to thin air. Most people would panic at this moment or think they had misjudged the situation. But Xiao Fan had no time to play hide and seek with them. Zero. He gently called out. Zero, who had been standing still nearby, suddenly moved. Without any visible buildup of force, she flipped her long knife out of its sheath and directly hurled it towards the seemingly empty alloy pillar on the right. With a buzzing sound. It was a fruit knife, the same one Xiao Fan had used to eat fruit earlier. Now the small knife pierced into the shadow beside the pillar like a bullet. Clang. A crisp sound of metal colliding followed. Immediately after, the surrounding air suddenly twisted, as if a piece of cloth had been torn away. A figure dressed in tight black combat gear appeared. This person was not tall, and held two uniquely shaped short blades, staring at Xiao Fan with a look of The blade had just brushed past his ear, and had it been slightly off, he would have lost a piece by now. What's the matter? Xiao Fan smiled at him. Do I have to invite you? And you over there, stop pretending. The law thief has been watching you for quite a while. As his words fell, another person jumped down from the ceiling. This one was taller and carried a huge sniper rifle on his back. These two flanked Xiao Fan, effectively trapping him in the middle. This was what they called tactical positioning, sealing off blind spots and making escape impossible. If it were an ordinary rich second generation, they would probably have wet their pants by now. But Xiao Fan didn't even budge. He took a sip of his soda and even had the mood to comment on the attire of these two. This outfit won't do, too outdated, all black. It has no aesthetic whatsoever. The short assassin with the blades looked somewhat irritated. He was a gold medalist in this line of work, codenamed Shadow Ghost. Having been in the business for so many years, he had never been insulted like this. The target not only showed no fear, but also had the time to criticize his clothing. Stop the nonsense. Shadow Ghost snorted, his voice hoarse. Someone paid a hefty price for your life. You've offended the wrong person. We're just doing our job for the money. Don't blame us for being ruthless. Blame yourself for being too ostentatious and not knowing how to restrain yourself. With that, he made no preliminary movements and transformed into a shadow, charging directly at Xiao Fan. The speed was incredibly fast, clearly someone who had trained in agility. Zero was about to move. Xiao Fan raised a hand and snapped his fingers. 1 billion. The two words, when uttered, were more effective than any immobilizing spell. The shadow suddenly halted 3 meters away from Xiao Fan with the tips of his blades barely a meter from Xiao Fan's nose. The abrupt stop left black marks on the floor. What? Shadow Ghost was momentarily stunned, thinking he had misheard. I said 1 billion. Xiao Fan looked at him, still wearing that irritating smile. To buy your life. Fair price, right? The hall fell silent. The assassin swallowed hard. 1 billion. What a joke. For this job the Xiao family had offered him 50 million, and that was only after the job was completed. This was a direct 20-fold increase. You think you can shake my professional ethics? Shadow Ghost gritted his teeth. We, the Shadow Blades, are a reputable organization. Once we take a job, it's a matter of life and death. 100 billion. Xiao Fan didn't even blink as he quoted another figure. This time the big guy with the gun nearly dropped his weapon. 100 billion. How much equipment could that buy? How many enhanced mechanical arms could that replace? It could allow them to retire and buy a small island to be crowned as local emperors. So-called reputation in the face of sufficient benefit is just a layer of thin paper easily punctured. Shadow Ghost's hands began to tremble. Throughout his life he had killed and stolen all for this kind of money. Now a mountain of gold was laid before him, and as long as he didn't kill this person, he could take it away. However, his professional instincts still made him struggle. I don't believe it. Do you really have that much money? You have no proof, he shouted. Xiao Fan sighed, looking at him as if he were a simpleton. He flipped his wrist, and a holographic projection unfolded in the center of the hall. It displayed one of Xiao Fan's petty cash accounts. A long string of numbers densely packed with zeros left the two assassins dazzled. 1 10,000 10,000. The big guy counted from behind, and by the end his mouth was agape. That was no mere account balance, it was an astronomical figure. Forget 100 billion. Even withdrawing 1,000 billion from it would be as easy as... Convinced now? Xiao Fan waved his hand to turn off the projection, as if afraid of striking them. I'm not short on cash. How much did the Xiao family offer you? A few tens of millions, right? Is that kind of petty cash worth your lives? I see you two have decent skills. That would be a pity to die here. At this moment Shadow Ghost's knife had slowly lowered. This was not cowardice, it was respect for money. What do you want us to do, eh? Shadow Ghost took a deep breath, his tone shifting. From earlier's murderous intent it became somewhat like negotiating business with a boss. Backing out of a contract is a grave taboo. We won't be able to mix in the industry afterward. This 100 billion needs to be after tax. He added. Xiao Fan found it amusing. This group of assassins was rather straightforward. All right, after tax. Xiao Fan sat up straight. I won't make you back out of the contract. I won't put you in a difficult position. Here's the deal, I'll give you 100 billion. Each. The moment those 3 words were spoken the eyes of both men turned red. You just need to help me with 2 tasks. First, right now, immediately turn... Who sent you? Go back and take them out for me. This isn't backing out, it's taking my new contract. My deal is more expensive than theirs. According to market rules, the higher bidder wins. Isn't that reasonable? Shadow Ghost paused for a moment, his mind racing. It was indeed reasonable. This was simply too reasonable. There was no reason to pass up 100 billion to chase after that 50 million. This is normal business behavior. Second. Xiao Fan pointed towards the outside. Tell me everything you know about the Zhao family's defense layout, troop distribution, and where their unfortunate family head is. The money will be transferred right now. I know you kinds have those anonymous black accounts. I'm not worried about you taking the money and running. Because you should know that I have enough money to buy your life. I have even more money to buy others' lives, to hunt you down. In this universe there isn't a head I can't buy. Xiao Fan spoke these words casually, but the chill in them was sharper than a blade. This was true financial power. No need for swords, money was enough to crush. Silence lasted for less than 3 seconds. Clang, clang. Both assassins dropped their weapons to the ground. Shadow Ghost directly knelt on one knee, performing the action with great precision, holding a small chip above his head. Boss. This is all the deployment maps for the Zhao family's operation. Also, their family head Zhao Tianda's temporary hiding place is in the underground bunker. There's a back door there. The password is 6/8. This was no cold-blooded killer. He was practically the most eager salesperson, afraid the client would be deceived. Xiao Fan gestured to 0. She walked over, took the chip, and plugged it into her arm interface to read. The data is authentic and valid. Defense vulnerability analysis complete. 0 nodded. All right. Xiao Fan tapped twice in the air. Ding, ding. The personal terminals of the 2 assassins simultaneously sounded notification tones. They looked down and saw a string of solid numbers had already been deposited. The big guy was so excited he was on the verge of tears. How many people would he have to kill to save up this much? Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss. Shadow Ghost stood up, gathered his weapons from the ground, his face serious and earnest. Boss, rest assured. This job we Shadow Blades will take it. We'll definitely bring you that old man Zhao Tianda's head before dawn. Oh, do you want him dead or alive? He even kindly asked. Xiao Fan waved his hand and lay back on the sofa. Do as you please as long as he knows who paid for his life. Go make a big noise, don't hold back on my account. Yes. The two replied in unison, then really vanished like a shot much faster than when they had come. Looking at the now empty hall, Xiao Fan shook his head. Assassins are also workers. See, as long as the salary is right, everyone can unleash incredible initiative. He finished his soda in one gulp. All right, intelligence secured. Zero, pass it down. Heat up the spaceship. Since they've extended their necks, we can't keep retracting ours. It's time to go to that Xiao family and collect the house. The outer space of Golden Port was filled with an unusually heavy atmosphere. The originally busy shipping lanes were now blocked like a highway during a holiday, with countless merchant ships, passenger vessels, and private airships all jostling together, their engine exhaust illuminating the dark expanse of the universe. At the end of the shipping lane, 18 heavy warships painted in deep purple and resembling venomous scorpions were arranged in a fan shape, their main cannons flickering with red light, sealing off all escape routes. That was the private military fleet of the Xiao family, named Scorpion. A very arrogant voice was looping through the public communication channel, accompanied by a harsh electric crackle that irritated everyone's eardrums. This is the Xiao family's Scorpion fleet. By order of the family head, the entire port is under lockdown. If that golden spaceship does not surrender, the murderer, all departing vessels will be considered accomplices and will be sunk on the spot. And you with the surname Xiao, I know you are listening. Our family head has stated that today he will peel your skin, extract your tendons, and use you as a lantern atop the highest tower in Golden Port. This voice dripped with murderous intent, clearly someone used to bullying others. The captains of the ordinary merchant ships, blocked and unable to voice their anger, could only pound their fists on the control panels in frustration. The Xiao family was a financial conglomerate in the starry sky, controlling the mineral resources of dozens of star systems, effectively the local emperors. Who dared to provoke them? Meanwhile, aboard the golden new rich ship that had sparked all this chaos, Xiao Fan was sitting on the command chair holding a steaming bowl of instant noodles. Xinger sat on his shoulders, staring eagerly at the sausage. TSK tisk, do the people from the Xiao family have any skills other than making threats? Xiao Fan slurped a noodle. Intelligence system, are those damaged ships outside really that impressive? Replying to the master. According to scans, although they are older model warships, they are equipped with high-energy particle cannons. Our ship is invulnerable in defense, but if they keep us blocked like this, your recently initiated trillion credit consumption task will exceed its time limit. Moreover, the official management system of Golden Port is currently in an offline state, seemingly having accepted benefits from the Xiao family, or at least tacitly allowed their actions. Tacit approval. Xiao Fan chuckled, putting down his bowl of noodles and casually handing the sausage to Xinger. In this world, there is no such thing as tacit approval, only insufficient chips. Since they want to play the game of many against few, I will let them witness what a true ocean of people's war looks like. Xiao Fan wiped his mouth, stood up, and adjusted his collar. Zero opened the full-channel broadcast. Remember, it should be in that forced insertion unshieldable. Also connect my unlimited credit account to the public network. Zero, the apostle rapidly tapped on the screen, her maid outfit swaying with connection complete. Master, do you plan to deliver a declaration of war? Declaration of war. Too cliched. Xiao Fan snapped his fingers. I'm just promoting. In the next moment, throughout Golden Port, whether it was the ships blocked in the sky, the commercial streets below, or even the display screens on your smart toilet at home, all the images changed. The fierce face of the Xiao family's commander instantly vanished. In its place was a gigantic shimmering golden QR code alongside a smiling face of ahem. Dear friends, family, good evening to you all. Xiao Fan's voice clearly echoed in every corner. Apologies, everyone, for delaying your wealth due to my personal matters. I am the owner of this golden ship, the very one the Xiao family wanted to flay and extract. I see that those loyal watchdogs of the Xiao family outside are quite fierce, and it's annoying me. Since they won't give way, we can only clear the path ourselves. In the flagship command room of the Xiao family, the commander shouted in anger, damn it. Lock onto the signal source. Blow him to bits. But before he could give the order to fire, Xiao Fan's next words appeared on the screen. Xiao Fan pulled out a large handful of anonymous black gold chips, shuffling them in his hands like playing cards. I don't have any other skills, just an abundance of cash. Now I am announcing a temporary carnival event. Look at those 18 ugly purple ships outside. They are our targets for today's event. Xiao Fan raised one finger. Shoot down a corvette, and the bounty is 100 million. Paid immediately, no delays. As soon as these words were spoken, the public channel outside fell silent. 100 million. Even for some medium-sized pirate groups, that's a huge sum. Shoot down a cruiser, and the bounty is 500 million. Xiao Fan raised another finger. If anyone can bring down the largest flagship, the bounty is 2 billion. Of course, this is just the basic package. Xiao Fan's smile grew more radiant, sending a chill down the Xiao commander's spine. If any brave warrior can capture that commander who was cursing me on the channel and deliver him to me, I will give him 5 billion. Additionally, regardless of who it is, as long as they fire upon the Xiao fleet, even if it's just throwing a stone, if it hits, I will also award them 10,000 as a participation prize based on video evidence. This event has no cap until the Xiao family goes bankrupt. Oh, by the way, to show my sincerity, the merchant ship closest to the Xiao fleet, just now I see you seem to have a defensive auxiliary cannon. Just now a notification sounded in the captain of that shabby merchant ship's account as a transaction of 10 million was received. The advance payment has been received, please begin your performance. This completely ignited the emotions of everyone present. The merchant ship captain looked at the balance in his account, his eyes turning red. He had spent his entire life transporting goods, earning just a meager living, all while enduring the pressure from these financial magnates. Now with 10 million in hand, and potentially billions more for just firing a shot. To hell with the Xiao family. The captain roared, not caring if the rusty auxiliary cannon could penetrate armor. He directly slammed down the launch button. Boom. A faint beam struck the shield of the Xiao's corvette, creating no ripples at all. However, the sound of the cannon firing seemed to act as a signal, instantly igniting the entire scene. The surrounding ships, which had been timid moments ago, transformed at that moment. They were bounty hunter ships, modified privateers, even garbage transport ships passing. Under the filter of money, the once invincible Xiao fleet was no longer an unbeatable behemoth, but rather a collection of flying, unguarded gold mines. Brothers, charge. Grab the money. Don't fight me for it. That corvette on the left was the first I set my sights on. Where's my ram? Get it installed. Even if I sink it, I can still get paid. In an instant, thousands of various ships with their eyes red and madly charged towards the 18 Xiao war. A dense barrage of fire beams, and even people directly throwing Molotov cocktails and discarded containers flew out. This was just a chaotic flurry of punches from the desperate. The Xiao commander was utterly bewildered. He looked at the radar filled with overwhelming red dots. Those commoners who wouldn't even dare to glance at him now eagerly rushed forward to strip him bare. Crazy. They are all crazy. He shouted, his voice trembling. Open fire. Quickly fire to disperse them. But it was futile. The mini ants can indeed kill an elephant. Moreover, these ants had been injected with a stimulant called sudden wealth by Xiao Fan. One Xiao corvette hadn't even had time to charge its weapons when it was surrounded by a dozen pirate ships, its shield instantly overloaded, followed by a barrage of close-range bombardment. Boom. The warship exploded into a firework display. Almost simultaneously, a notification popped up on the public screen announcing Xiao Fan's bounty ring. Congratulations to the One-Eyed Dragon Pirate Group for achieving the first kill. 100 million bounty has been credited. Please check. This concrete notification sound plunged everyone into a greater frenzy. They really give money. Instant credit. Kill. Leave the flagship to me. I want that 2 billion. On the bridge of the new rich, Xiao Fan watched the splendid explosion outside, leisurely peeling an orange. You see, this is the regulatory effect of a market economy, Xiao Fan said with his mouth full of orange segments. As long as the price is right, there is no loyalty that cannot be bought, nor any fear that cannot be overcome. The Xiao family thinks they hold, but I hold the essence of humanity. Xinger watched the fireworks outside, though she didn't quite understand. She excitedly clapped her hands. So beautiful. So beautiful. Don't rush, this is just an appetizer. Xiao Fan patted her on the head. Once this wave of fireworks is over, we will go meet the true owner of this place. His gaze crossed the chaotic battlefield, looking towards the highest point of Golden Port, where a floating garden hovered in the clouds. There a barely noticeable golden light just flashed by, and an invitation was leisurely flying through the flames towards the new rich. The battle outside raged on, or rather it was no longer a battle but a one-sided feast of plunder. The Xiao family's once proud fleet was torn to pieces within 20 minutes by this mob of ruffians driven mad by gold. Some bold scavengers had even begun cutting into the wreckage with torches, afraid they'd missed their chance to sell the metal. Amid the chaos and revelry, a streak of golden light slipped through the Fortune's shield like a nimble fish, untouched by the surrounding gunfire, and hovered before the bridge's viewport. It was an invitation, fashioned entirely from pure gold, set with a serpentine emerald that radiated an eerie aristocratic air. Apostle Zero appeared instantly at the viewport, her long blade half-drawn, silver pupils flashing with data streams. Alert. Detecting high-energy law fluctuations. The object contains an unknown spiritual force field. Danger level extremely high. Xiao Fan waved it off, signaling Zero to stand down. He grasped the air, and the golden invitation passed through the ship's glass. No, the glass softened to let it in, and landed in his hand. The invitation unfurled on its own, emitting a languid female voice instead of text. Young Master Xiao, quite the grand gesture you've made. Turning my golden harbor into your playground. Cleaning up this mess will be such a bother. I wonder if you'd grace my cloud garden with your presence for after. There are some matters regarding the Xiao family's aftermath I'd like to discuss. As her voice faded, the invitation dissolved into specks of golden light, coalescing into a set of coordinates in the air. Cloud garden. Xiao Fan's interest peaked. Interesting. Heavens, will I look it up? Reply to Pavilion Master. The Cloud Garden is the private domain of Golden Harbor's supreme ruler Madame Jean, an enigmatic figure said to have been here before the harbor's founding. Rumor has it she's wealthier than nations, and a ruthless player. Every rule in Golden Harbor was set by her. A woman who devours men without spitting out the bones. Xiao Fan chuckled, adjusting his cuffs. Perfect. I'm the one who buys the bones too. Zero, don't change. Stay in that maid outfit. We're going to a feast. Xinger and the mage guard the ship. Anyone comes within a step, blast them to hell. With that, Xiao Fan and Zero used the ship's transport beam to teleport to the coordinates. A flash of light before their eyes. When they opened their eyes, the battlefield reeking of oil and gunpowder was gone. In its place lay a sky garden alive with birdsong and blossoms. The ground was paved with white clouds surrounded by exotic flowers and strange herbs, some with human faces whispering among themselves. At the garden center stood a pavilion carved from a single block of yellow crystal. Inside, a woman reclined on her side, draped in a gold chong sam, with a high slit embroidered with vivid python patterns. Her figure was alluring, her skin fair as jade. She held a round silk fan, waving it languidly. But what drew the eye were her eyes, slit pupils golden and pure. Her gaze could make an ordinary man's legs tremble with fear. It wasn't seduction, it was the pressure of bloodline suppression. She was a great beast in human form. Madame Jean. Her true form was a devouring gold python cultivated for 10,000 years. Young Master Xiao is indeed a man of action, she said, sitting upright with deliberate grace, her long legs teasingly visible beneath the slit. Please sit. She gestured to the stone stool opposite her. An invisible pressure radiated with her words, making the air heavy. It was a show of force. She wanted to see what backbone this young man who had turned Golden Harbor upside down possessed. Any ordinary martial venerable, or even saint, would be gasping for breath by now. But Xiao Fan was unfazed. Beneath his seemingly casual attire, his primordial chaos divine demon body stirred faintly, absorbing the pressure, literally physically devouring it. He sauntered over, plopped onto the stone stool, found it a bit hard, and adjusted his posture. Madame Jean, I presume. He looked at her with a professional smile. Nice place you've decorated here. But the AC's a bit high, kinda chilly. Madame Jean was taken aback, ignoring her dragon python pressure. This kid wasn't just rich, he carried deep secrets. She retracted her aura, replaced it with a seductive smile, and personally poured tea for Xiao Fan. The liquid was golden with leaves like flakes of gold. You just, young master. This is my treasured golden leaf Bodhi tea. A cup worth 1,000,000, calming the mind and extending life. Care to try? Xiao Fan lifted the cup, sniffed it, then, right in front of her, frowned in utter disdain, and set it down. This, he curled his lip. Smells like copper coins. You call this tea? This is dishwater. Madame Jean's smile froze. Her tea. Even the Zhao family patriarch would drink it with reverence, and this brat called it dishwater. Young Master Xiao, arrogance can break your tongue. Her voice turned icy, the surrounding flowers began to wilt. Not arrogance, just the truth. Xiao Fan sighed and produced from his hand a small, unremarkable clay jar bought as a discount item from the System Mall's Primordial Zone, Dow & Lightning, tea low grade. In the Primordial era, it was street vendor fodder used to feed mouths. For afternoon tea, we need something decent. He lifted the jar's lid. No dazzling golden light. Only a faint, subtle fragrance drifted out unhurried. But the moment it emerged, Madame Jean's slit pupils, once filled with mockery and scrutiny, contracted sharply. She sensed something, the aura of the great Tao. Just one whiff, and her bottleneck at the peak of the nascent soul stage, stagnant for 500 years, loosened by a hair. Her long-dormant demon core thrummed violently, craving this essence. Drink it. Drink it, and you'll become immortal. Madame Jean trembled, her previous haughty demeanor gone. She stared at the jar, her voice hoarse. What tea is this? Oh, just some local produce from home. I use it to quench my thirst. Xiao Fan casually tossed a pinch of leaves into the pot and poured hot water. Here, try it. Don't be shy, there's plenty. Trembling, Madame Jean raised the cup as if holding a rare treasure. She took a cautious sip. Boom. A clear stream surged into her mind. She seemed to see a colossal python spanning the stars, transforming into a dragon soaring through the heavens. The inner demons that had plagued her for centuries dissolved. Her aura surged, swirling the clouds into a vortex. I've broken through. She set down the cup, staring at her hands, tears streaming down her. She had thought herself a queen, but before what Xiao Fan produced, she realized her own shallowness. After a moment, she composed herself. When she looked at Xiao Fan again, her eyes had changed completely. No longer the gaze for prey or partner, but one of fervent reverence. She rose, swaying over to Xiao Fan, leaning in with a waft of perfume. Brother Xiao. The endearment dripped with sweetness. You said, there's plenty of this tea. She traced a finger on his chest, eyes seductive. If you're willing, this Golden Harbor, and even I, could all be yours. Apostle Zero's blade slid half an inch from its scabbard, her gaze dangerous. But Xiao Fan remained unruffled, gently pushing her hand away, as if removing a cat clinging to him. Madam Jean, please show some restraint. I'm allergic to snakes. And I don't do payment in kind. I prefer business. He set the jar of tea on the table. This jar's yours. In exchange, Xiao Fan pointed at the now quiet battlefield and the Xiao family's vast compound in Golden Harbor. I want all of the Xiao family's assets in this port property's land, and that so-called second young master's head. You handle the liquidation and transfer. Can you do it? Madam Jean stared at the jar, her expression resolute. For a chance at immortality, she'd sell out not just the Xiao family, even her own father without hesitation. I can. She clutched the clay jar, beaming radiantly. From today, the Xiao family in Golden Harbor are rats in the gutter. Say the word, Brother Xiao, and it'll have their deeds delivered to your ship tonight. Xiao Fan nodded in satisfaction and rose. Good. Then get on it. The Xiao family bankruptcy countdown starts now. He turned and left with Zero, leaving Madame Jean clutching the jar, grinning like a fool. This so-called feast of intrigue had turned into a one-sided acquisition deal. And all Xiao Fan had paid was a jar of dishwater, worth mere pennies in the system. Such was the joy of being a divine tycoon. The Xiao family stronghold in Golden Harbor was less a manor and more a military fortress forged from rare alloys and crystal. Once a 5-kilometer radius around it was a restricted zone where even a fly would be scanned 3 times before entry. Today, however, the place was busier than several sections of the outer defensive wall had been blasted to rubble, and cheap-looking modified spacecraft littered the lawn. A throng of bounty hunters armed with laser cutter sledgehammers and even crowbars were busy dismantling anything that could be sold. Hey, that gate is mine. The gold plating on it is worth at least 50,000. Don't push. I saw that lion statue first. One fellow was even straddling the Xiao family's prized auto-defense turret, trying to wrench off its barrel with a spanner. Xiao Fan, with Zero disciple in tow, strolled into the once resplendent main building of the Xiao estate, crunching over broken glass and scrap metal like a foreman surveying a construction site. The movers they encountered along the way would instantly halt their work upon seeing Xiao Fan's face, snapping to attention and saluting with crisp, synchronized movement. Hello, boss. You're a generous boss. Boss, we saved the crystal chandelier up front for you. Didn't dare touch it. Xiao Fan smiled and nodded, casually tossing out a handful of high-value chips, which sparked another round of cheers and frantic scrambling behind him. As he entered the main hall, the atmosphere shifted instantly. Here's several dozen of the Xiao family's loyal guards and remaining core members, those who hadn't fled or had nowhere to go, were gathered. Their faces were ashen, huddled in the corner of the hall, their weapons trembling in their hands. In the center of the hall, a middle-aged man in a purple-gold robe was throwing a thunderous tantrum. His hair was disheveled, his eyes bloodshot, and the communicator in his hand was nearly crushed to pieces. The Xiao family patriarch, Xiao Tianda. Rebellion. Utter rebellion. Xiao Tianda roared at the guards who dared not advance. Fire. Kill him. I don't believe his body is made of iron. But no one moved. Zero disciple's tumter-long blade was dragging across the floor, carving a trail of blinding sparks and a piercing screech. Moreover, the pack of wolfish bounty hunters outside was watching hungrily. Whoever dared to fire the first shot would likely be torn apart by thousands of cutters in the next second. Xiao Fan walked over to a luxurious leather sofa that hadn't been looted, yet plopped down unceremoniously and even crossed his legs. Patriarch Xiao, no need to be so hot-tempered, Xiao Fan said, fixing a professional, insincere smile on his face. I'm here as a guest, aren't I? Is this the Xiao family's hospitality? A guest? Xiao Tianda laughed in fury, pointing at the mob dismantling his roof outside. You call this a guest? Xiao, don't think you can run rampant just because you have some dirty money. The Xiao family has connections in the Star Alliance. My elder brother is a Federation senator. My second uncle is an admiral of the Star Fleet. One call from me, and you'll be hunted by a Federation warrant to the ends of the universe. Xiao Fan picked at his ear. Federation senator. Star Fleet admiral. He sighed and snapped his fingers at the air. I show Patriarch Xiao the news. Understood, master. A massive holographic screen instantly materialized in the center of the hall. On the screen was a series of shocking red lines. The stock price charts of all the Xiao family's listed conglomerates. That wasn't a chart, it was a plummeting. The lines were almost vertical, plunging straight through the Earth's core. In the 10 minutes it took me to drink my tea, Xiao Fan said, pointing at the screen with a flat. I used a little pocket change, a few $100 billion or so, to make a small move in the interstellar stock market. I bought up all the Xiao family's outstanding shares. I paid a 200% premium. Those retail investors and minor shareholders were thrilled to sell. Xiao Tianda breathing grew ragged. You're insane. Who buys at such a premium? You're just burning money. Hey, as long as I'm happy, you'll burn money just to hear the crackle. Xiao Fan shrugged. I'm not done yet. The screen changed to show scanned copies of electronic contracts. These are the Xiao family's loan agreements with the Interstellar Bank and the land deeds you mortgaged to the black market loan sharks. Unfortunately for you, I now hold all. In other words, Xiao Fan leaned forward looking at Zhao Tian's pale face. The house you're living in belongs to your daddy here. The land under your ass belongs to your daddy. Even that purple gold robe you're wearing might be your daddy's asset. As for your senator brother and admiral uncle, Xiao Fan's grin widened. I let this old bastard hear it. A recording played. Two sycophantic voices filled the air. Rest assured, Boss Xiao, we firmly support your acquisition. That fool Zhao Tianda has been getting on our nerves for ages. As long as the sponsorship fee is in place. Haha, Zhao family. What Zhao family? Zhao Tianda collapsed to the floor. Those were the voices of his elder brother and second uncle. Before an absolute onslaught of money, so-called blood ties crumbled like dust. Killing with words. You're killing me with words. Zhao Tianda pointed at Xiao Fan, his lips purple and trembling uncontrollably. He had always believed that money made the world go round, but today he became the ghost crushed beneath the millstone. He'll kill you. In desperation, Zhao Tianda lunged suddenly. The powerful aura of an 8th-rank martial venerable exploded from him. A dagger glowing with blue light appeared in his hand as he charged madly at Xiao Fan. This was a cornered beast's last stand. But Xiao Fan didn't flinch. Too slow. Before Zhao Tianda could take 2 steps, a black and white figure blocked his path. Zero Disciple's seemingly delicate hand grasped Zhao Tianda's neck, with effortless ease lifting him clean off the ground. The dagger struck her maid's skirt, failing to even snag a thread. Instead, its tip shattered. Per master's directive, non-lethal handling. Zero's silver pupils flashed, detecting valuable accessories on target, recommending recovery. With that, amid Zhao Tianda's terrified struggles, she deftly stripped him of his spatial ring and protective jade pendant, even peeling off his purple gold robe in 2 swift motions, leaving him in nothing but a pair of pink boxers. The absurd scene made the Zhao family women cover their eyes. All right, don't kill him, Xiao Fan said, standing and walking over to the patriarch, now stripped to kill you. That would be too easy. Besides, I'm a law-abiding citizen. Murder demands a life, but bankrupting you, that's just business competition. Xiao Fan patted Zhao Tianda's greasy fat face. From today on, the Zhao family no longer exists in Golden Harbor. Go experience life. I hear you can often find expired nutrient packs in the trash cans of the slums. The taste might be off, but it won't starve you. If you're lucky, you might even run into your bastards there. A family reunion. How touching. With that, Xiao Fan waved his hand. Throw him out. With a whoosh, Zero Disciple tossed Zhao Tianda out the main door like a piece of trash, landing him squarely in the pile of scrap metal being reclaimed. A wave of laughter erupted from outside. Whoa, isn't that Patriarch Zhao? Nice boxers. Come on. The Patriarch's debut. 50. The remaining Zhao family members in the hall fell to their knees, weeping and begging for mercy. Just then, a seductive figure led a group of elites in black uniforms into the room. It was Madame Jean. The look in her eyes as she regarded Xiao Fan was one of profound reverence. Brother Xiao, why trouble yourself with such trivial matters? Madame Jean approached, her gaze sweeping over the kneeling Zhao family members before turning icy. Throw these people out. Seal all assets here. I want even the carpets lifted and inspected. Turning to face Xiao Fan, her expression softened once. All the transfer procedures are complete. From this moment on, the Zhao family's 18 mines, 5 transport fleets, and this estate are all yours. Xiao Fan nodded, showing little interest in the so-called assets. To him, they were merely a byproduct of spending money. Well done. He casually tossed Madame Jean a clay pot filled with enlightenment tea. Handle the rest. I have no interest in managing garbage. Madame Jean caught the pot, solemnly overjoyed. Brother Xiao, rest assured. From now on in Golden Harbor, if anyone dares disrespect you, will skin them and turn them into shoes myself. Xiao Fan waved his hand dismissively and turned to leave. This so-called feud of the wealthy was like a farce ending before its climax even began. At the doorway, he glanced back at the Zhao mansion now being sealed, and at Zhao Tianda, who was being mocked and surrounded by a group of beggars. Remember this, Xiao Fan said softly. Under this starry sky, there is no dignity that cannot be bought. If there is, it simply means your price isn't high enough. Half an hour later, the fortunes slowly ascended. On the ground, countless people looked up at the golden glowing spacecraft, their expressions a mix of envy, jealousy. That day, everyone in Golden Harbor learned one lesson: don't mess with the man in the golden ship. He will literally bury you in money. Meanwhile, Xiao Fan was already seated in the comfortable bridge, ready to study his true prize from this venture, the clue that had stirred the codex, and this was only the beginning. In the control room of the wealthy ship, a fierce human versus ball battle was taking place. The human was Xiao Fan. The ball was a slightly plump little star spirit named Xing. Let go. That's my controller, not a chew toy. Xiao Fan pressed down on Xinger's little head, trying to pry her off the joystick of the control panel. This little creature seemed to be incredibly strong, possibly due to drinking too much water from the Yaoqi Immortal Garden. She clung tightly to the joystick made of high-strength alloy, her little tiger teeth gnawing at it and creating sparks. Hungry. I want to eat that shiny stone. Xing'er protested incoherently, while gnawing her big eyes filled with a longing for food. Xiao Fan felt like he was dealing with a rebellious child. That's a top-grade spirit stone worth 50 million. You've already eaten 10 of them. Are you a pig? Xiao Fan sighed in exasperation, pulling out a red fire attribute spirit crystal from his spatial ring and shaking it in his hand. Do you want to eat this? Xing'er's eyes lit up, her wings fluttering as she suddenly released the joystick and lunged for the spirit crystal. You can have it, but you must work for it. Xiao Fan swiftly retrieved the spirit crystal behind his back, looking sternly at the little foodie floating in the air. He took out the rusty compass from his pocket and the black stone slab he had snatched from the Eternal Life Divine Society, the fragment of the World Destruction Codex, placing it on the table. As the two items came into contact, they immediately reacted. Buzzing. The rusty compass began to vibrate violently, shedding rust and revealing dark golden patterns inside. The black stone slab also emitted a dark light, seemingly sensing something familiar. Xing'er, who was drooling, suddenly froze upon seeing these two items. Her innocent eyes became dazed, revealing instinctive fear and attachment. She slowly floated over and gently touched the black stone slab with her small brother. Smells like you, she murmured softly. Brother? Are you saying this slab is your relative? Xiao Fan raised an eyebrow. Looks like the origins of this codex are more significant than I imagined. Even the planetary consciousness calls it brother. Xing'er did not answer. She closed her eyes, and the pair of translucent wings behind her began to radiate tiny starlights. These starlights fell on the rusty compass, and the originally spinning needle suddenly stabilized. It firmly pointed to a corner of the star map. That area was marked as a deep gray region in the northwest of Golden Harbor. On the star map, gray represented the unknown and death. Over there. Xing'er opened her eyes, pointing in that direction with a slight tremor in her voice. There. It's dark. There's a strong wind. And many broken stars. But brother's bone is right there. Xing Chen Hai Ha. Xiao Fan leaned closer to examine the marking on the star map. That region did not have an official name, but among interstellar navigators it was known by a terrifying name, the Sea of Stardust. It is said to be the ruins left by the ancient battle between gods and demons. It's filled with violent spatial turbulence, residual lost storms, and countless ghost ships of the deceased. Ordinary spacecraft, even battleships, would lose their navigation systems as soon as they approached that area. Shields would be shredded, and they would ultimately become part of the Sea of Stardust. Ha! Xiao Fan stroked his chin, chuckling. The more it's a place that no one dares to go, the higher the chance of hidden treasures. Just then the main control panel's large screen suddenly lit up. The image of Madame Jean appeared. She looked somewhat anxious, with the background being the recently sealed Zhao family mansion. Xiao Gij, just now the monitor showed that your spaceship's course is set for the Sea of Stardust. Did you input the wrong coordinates? Madame Jean's voice was somewhat flustered. That's an absolute forbidden zone. Every year dozens of clueless exploration teams enter from Golden Harbor, and none have ever emerged with even a scrap. Even I can only circle around the outskirts. I wouldn't dare to delve into the core. The law turbulence inside can grind the flesh to powder. Xiao Fan was somewhat surprised by Madame Jean's concerned expression. It seemed this femme fatale had been completely won over by that jar of tea. Don't worry, I didn't input the wrong coordinates. Xiao Fan tossed the spirit crystal in his hand to Xing'er, watching her munching happily, his mood brightening. The so-called forbidden zone is only because the people who go there aren't strong enough, or rather, not rich enough. This ship has 30 tons of stellar gold painted on it. Do you know what that is? It can withstand the collapse of a neutron star. Don't even mention law turbulence. Even if I threw this ship into a black hole, I could cruise around for a couple of laps. Madame Jean was momentarily speechless. 30 tons of stellar gold. Her mouth twitched. This spendthrift actually used top-tier divine materials sold by the gram to paint the ship. This is like using bulletproof vest material to make wallpaper. This isn't just luxury, it's downright insane flaunting of wealth. Since the young master is confident, I won't say much more. Madame Jean forced a smile. However, although the Zhao family has fallen, their backers, the Eternal Life Divine Society, seem to be making moves. A friend on the dark web sent me news that several strange black battleships are approaching this way. You need to be careful on your way. Eternal Life Divine Society. Xiao Fan narrowed his eyes, a cold glint flashing in them. Perfect, these shamans haven't come to look for me yet. I was just thinking of going to find them. Let them come. The Sea of Stardust is so vast it's just missing a few dancers. Hanging up the communication, Xiao Fan stood up and walked to the massive floor-to-ceiling window. Outside was a dazzling starry sky, and deep within this sea of stars a gray shadow lay quietly in wait, like a giant mouth ready to swallow. Zero. Here, master. At that moment, Apostle Zero was diligently polishing her long knife with a cloth-hermade outfit, making her appear both dangerous and obedient. Notify the entire ship to prepare for impact. Xiao Fan waved his hand, pointing to the deathly forbidden zone. Target the Sea of Stardust. Full speed ahead. Yes. Engine preheating complete anti-gravity system fully activated. Expected to enter the turbulence zone in 30 minutes. With the command issued, this colossal ship, seemingly forged from gold, erupted with 2 blinding blue tail flames. The massive vessel carved a golden streak through the void, rapidly accelerating and charging toward the Sea of Death. Watching the stars swiftly retreat outside, Xiao Fan gently patted Xinger, who was resting on his shoulder. "Are you full, little guide? If you lead us astray, tonight's extra meal will be cancelled." Xinger let out a satisfied burp, confidently patting her round little belly. "Don't worry. Xinger knows the way. There's a delicious smell over there." Xiao Fan smiled. "Delicious? That's good. I hope to find a substantial main dish for my codex." The spaceship roared, golden light cutting through the darkness. This time the wealthy master was heading to conquer the Forbidden Land. The wealthy ship traversed through the thick, gray mist. Here lies the edge of the Stardust Sea. No light could penetrate this place, surrounded by countless fragmented asteroid belts. Occasionally one could see massive wrecks of warships floating silently in the void like the skeletal remains of colossal beasts. However, the atmosphere in the cockpit was far from tense. Xiao Fan held a piece of half-eaten orange, gazing at the continuously flashing red alerts on the holographic screen, his demeanor relaxed, as if watching a holographic movie. Alert. The radar system is experiencing interference from a strong magnetic field, scanning range reduced to 5 kilometers. Alert. High-energy dead chi reaction detected, unknown fleet signal ahead. The voice of the heavenly Tao intelligence was mechanical, yet it sounded particularly clear in this bizarre environment. Unknown fleet. Xiao Fan stuffed the last segment of the orange into his mouth and mumbled, "Is there anyone here besides ghosts, or is this place a tourist destination?" Xinger was leaning over the control panel, hugging a shiny energy stone, nibbling on it, while vaguely pointing ahead. "Over there. There are many." That. After pondering for a long time, she finally blurted out a word. "Ribs." "Ribs?" Xiao Fan raised an eyebrow. As the powerful spotlight of the wealthy ship tore through the darkness, the scene ahead finally became clear to everyone. It was a fleet, or rather a fleet made up of graves. Dozens of ancient warships long anchored here for countless millennia, their hulls corroded, and some even riddled with large holes. And on those battered decks and turrets stood a mass of skeletons clad in tattered armor. Their eye sockets burned with ghostly green soul flames, and though their weapons were rusty, they still emanated a chilling aura of murder. This was an army of the undead. The spirits of heroes who perished in the ancient war here, transformed into resentful wraiths due to their obsessions and the peculiar magnetic field of this area. This is the legendary Ghost Fleet. Xiao Fan was not afraid. Instead, he looked on with keen interest as he commanded the intelligence to zoom in. It seems Xinger was right. It truly is a rib meeting. Just then a massive and chilling mental fluctuation suddenly crashed against the golden shield of the wealthy roar. It was not merely a sound, it was a roar that directly impacted the soul. At the center, the largest wreck of a flagship slowly raised the broken sword in its hand. Its armor was dark red, and the soul fire emanating from it exhibited a deep purple hue that approached substance. Living beings. Halt. This is a forbidden zone. The fragmented mental transmission resonated in Xiao Fan's mind, carrying endless majesty and warning. If it were an ordinary exploration team, they would likely be stunned by this soul impact or have wet their pants in fear. But Xiao Fan merely dug at his ear. "Quite a loud voice," he said, turning to look beside him. The Zero Apostle was silently polishing her long knife, her black and white maid outfit standing out starkly against the eerie background. Meanwhile, the treasure-hunting mouse thief was squatting on Xiao Fan's shoulder, its tiny green bean-sized eyes fixed intently on the skeleton. Its whiskers twitched wildly, nearly drooling. In its vision, those were not terrifying undead, they were walking soul crystals. That was top-notch nourishment. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The thief excitedly clutched Xiao Fan's collar, pointing outside, the meaning clear, "Boss. They're all good stuff. Let's snatch them." Xiao Fan patted its little head. "Don't rush, they are all ours." He stood up, walked to the enormous floor-to-ceiling window, and revealed a big white smile to the skeleton general still posing outside. Then he slowly pulled out a flag from his spatial ring. The flag was completely black, the pole, made from some unknown divine wood with intricate and eerie dark golden patterns embroidered on the flag's surface. As soon as it was taken out, the temperature in the cockpit dropped several degrees. Even the ghostly green flames outside seemed to tremble, as if facing a natural Hongmeng reincarnation Dao banner. This was one of the few treasures Xiao Fan obtained early on, and it was also his greatest trump card besides money. This banner usually craved the primary soul, the most starved for high-quality spiritual bodies. "Hey, that big guy." Xiao Fan lazily transmitted his voice through the ship's loudspeaker. "I'm a reasonable person. I'll give you 2 choices. First, step aside and hand over those antiques on your ship that still look usable as a toll." The skeleton general was clearly taken aback. It had wandered through this stardust sea for countless years, having killed numerous adventurers who mistakenly entered this place. Never had it taken a life, nor had anyone dared to demand tolls from it. Living beings. Arrogant. The skeleton general was furious. It swung the broken sword in its hand down forcefully. Boom. The cannons on the dozens of ghost warships around simultaneously turned their muzzles. Though they were real artillery under the enhancement of those wraiths, each shell was enveloped in soul-corroding green flames. A barrage of gunfire. A rain of green fire rained down upon the wealthy ship. All right, it seems you chose the second option. Xiao Fan sighed and shook his head. That means becoming my takeout. He swung the Hongming banner in his hand. Dinner time, brothers. Whoosh. The originally palm-sized black flag swelled in the wind. In an instant it transformed into a massive black canopy, directly penetrating the wealthy ship's physical barriers, enveloping the outer void. The black vortex on the flag's surface spun wildly, emitting a roar even more terrifying and greedy than those of the undead. The green artillery shells that had been shot over were swallowed whole by this black vortex before even hitting the ship's shield. They vanished without a trace. Immediately after, a terrifying pulling force erupted from the banner. This force targeted souls, not matter. Roar, eh. The skeleton general's soul flame flickered violently as it felt an instinctual fear. This was an absolute tear suppression. In front of the Hongmeng reincarnation Dao banner, these so-called wraiths had no power to resist. No. It tried to command the warship to retreat, but it was too late. The ordinary skeleton soldiers standing on the deck were the first to crumble. They let out piercing screams as streams of green soul fire were forcibly stripped from their bones, pulled into long light trails, and flew toward the massive black banner. What pure soul power! Xiao Fan felt the pleasurable vibrations coming from the banner in his hand. That was the satisfaction after a hearty meal. Since you've been dead for so many years, stop scaring people here. Come inside, I'll find you a new home. Meals and lodging are included, although there are no 5 insurances and 1 fund. It will definitely be lively. At this moment, the skeleton general on the flagship was still desperately resisting. After all, it had once reached the martial saint level in life, though now it was but a remnant soul. It was not so easily subdued. It plunged the broken sword into the deck, attempting to anchor its soul. Zero. Xiao Fan glanced at her. Understood. The Zero Apostle, long prepared, suddenly disappeared. The next second she appeared above the flagship. In the vacuum environment, her skirt still floated against gravity. The Tumterlong battle knife in her hand was raised high. Slash. There were no fancy moves. With one stroke, the incredibly tough ancient warship wreck was cleaved in half. The skeleton general, still struggling along with its sword, was directly shattered by this strike, breaking all defenses. Once its physical tether was shattered, its soul instantly lost its anchor. Oh! Accompanied by a final cry of unwilling rage, the massive purple soul fire was swallowed by the Hongmeng banner. Burp! A flash of purple light flickered across the banner's surface, then gradually shrank back to palm size, flying back into Xiao Fan's hand. The outer starry sky instantly cleared. The skeleton frames that had lost their soul support crumbled, turning into heaps of true withered bones. Only the ancient warship wrecks continued to float. Work's done. Xiao Fan put away the banner, nodding at the treasure thief on his shoulder. Go ahead, those few ships may be a bit shabby, but the alloy materials inside seem to be limited edition stellar core sinking iron. Take apart whatever you can and don't waste anything. Squeak, squeak. The thief cheered, leading a group of newly recruited little wraiths released from the Hongmeng banner to charge towards the wrecks. This was Xiao Fan's tactic. Even ghosts once in his hands had to turn into laborers. Continue onward. Xiao Fan sat back in the command chair, glancing at Xinger, who was still munching on stones. Little guy, that big fellow is dealt with. Where should we go next? Xinger licked the last bit of crystal powder clean, stretched out her little hand, and pointed to the deeper darkness behind the wreckage. Right there. In that warm, bright place. Following her guidance, the wealthy ship adjusted its course, ejecting golden tail flames as it cruised over the ghost warships that had just turned to scrap metal, rushing towards the core of the Stardust Sea. There lies the true land of destruction. It is also the place where the truths of the universe are buried. The deeper they ventured, the more violent the surroundings became. If the outer mist and ghost fleet were merely an appetizer, then the current wealth explosion was like swimming naked in boiling magma. The space here was extremely unstable, riddled with visible spatial fissures that darted through the void like black lightning. Even more terrifying was the omnipresent radiation storm, the last afterglow of a dying star mixed with chaotic laws of reality, capable of instantly dissolving an ordinary cruiser into a stream of particles. Alert! Shield depletion rate rising to 30%. Alert! Hull temperature exceeds 6,000 degrees. The AI's voice continuously reported the data, yet Xiao Fan remained utterly unfazed. This was the confidence of a paying player. The 30 tons of stellar essence gold coating now displayed its astonishing defensive power. No matter how the storm tore outside, the ship's interior didn't even experience a single degree of temperature change. "We're here." Xinger, who had been lying on Xiao Fan's shoulder, suddenly stood up. For the first time, her tiny face showed an extremely serious, even sorrowful expression. Xiao Fan followed her gaze. In the center of the void ahead, there was no intact planet. Only a massive, slowly rotating fireball. It was the remnant of a star. Not fully extinguished, it existed in an extremely unstable semi-collapsed state. Dark red flames churned on its surface, releasing devastating gravitational waves. Around the fireball floated countless fragments of planets resembling a vast interstellar graveyard. At that moment, the rusted compass on the table suddenly vibrated violently. Rust flakes fell off in large chunks, revealing a pure golden body beneath. Then it levitated uncontrollably, its needle spinning wildly before locking onto the burning stellar remnant. Simultaneously, Xiao Fan felt a searing heat at his brow. The Doomsday Codex Fragment 17, already fused into his sea of consciousness, began to churn wildly. An intense craving, a hunger emanated from the fragment, like long-lost brothers finally catching each other's scent. Inside that, Xiao Fan looked at the star core burning at millions of degrees and twitched his mouth. What a peculiar hiding place. AI, can you scan the interior? Unable to detect. Energy density is too high, the sensors would be incinerated upon entry. Moreover, a high-level law power shields perception. I'm going. Xinger flapped her small wings and flew into the air. She glanced back at Xiao Fan, her gaze firm. Xinger isn't afraid of heat. That's a brick from home. Before Xiao Fan could stop her, the palm-sized little creature transformed into a streak of blue light, pierced through the wealth explosion's shield, and charged into the sea of fire that could melt anything. Xinger. Xiao Fan's heart tightened, and he instinctively stood up. Though the little thing was a glutton, she had cost $1 trillion to buy, and after traveling together, he had grown somewhat fond of this little mascot. The blue streak before the massive dark red star was as insignificant as a speck of dust. Yet when it touched the raging stellar flames, it wasn't swallowed. Instead, her starlight blazed. The destructive flames, as if meeting their queen, parted to make way. A star spirit born from a star. This place, a hell for ordinary life, was like returning to a mother's womb for her. Time ticked by. 1 minute. 2 minutes. Xiao Fan gripped the console edge tightly, his knuckles turning white. Even the nearby Apostle Zero had slightly drawn their blades, silver pupils locked on that direction. Suddenly, boom. The stellar remnant suddenly expanded, then emitted a strained groan. A black pillar of light burst from its core, shooting into the sky. Then the small blue figure struggling against the black pillar flew out unsteadily. In her arms, she clutched a black object. It was larger than her body, pressing her down and making her fly crookedly. Catch her, Xiao Fan shouted. Zero activated, instantly teleporting into the void outside the ship, snatching Xinger just as she was about to fall into a spatial rift, then swiftly returned. The airlock closed. 2 figures, one large and one small, landed on the carpet. Xinger looked disheveled, her once smooth silver hair curled from the heat, her face smudged with soot. But her eyes were exceptionally bright. Here. For you. She handed the scorching black slab to Xiao Fan, then plopped down on the floor, panting heavily. So heavy. Xinger is exhausted. Need extra meals. Xiao Fan ignored the slab for a moment, scooping up Xinger, stuffing top-grade ice spirit crystals into her arms, and circulating the life-restoring primordial violet chi through her body. Only after confirming she was unharmed did he relax. All right, extra meals. As much as you want. Having settled the great hero, Xiao Fan finally turned his attention to the slab. Its material was identical to the one he had found in the echoing void. Completely black of unknown substance, it was covered in twisted runes. At that moment, the slab radiated astonishing heat. Xiao Fan reached out. The moment his fingertip touched the slab. Boom. The 2 codex fragments, one in his sea of consciousness, one in his hand. The slab in his hand turned into a black streak of light, drilling into Xiao Fan's brow. In an instant, his consciousness was pulled into a vast starry sky. He saw a vision. Countless years ago, a civilization of unparalleled glory collapsed in an instant for touching a certain taboo. All planets disintegrated simultaneously, all life turned to ash in the same second. The cause was this very Doomsday Codex. It was a program to reboot the universe. Ding. Detected homologous law component. Beginning fusion. Fusion progress, 27. Congratulations, host. Doomsday Codex repair level increased. New divine ability unlocked, universal disintegration phase 1. Ability description, you can see the atomic structural weaknesses of matter. As long as you have enough energy, you can dismantle anything at the atomic level. Even a divine artifact can be shattered in one blow if you find that point. Xiao Fan's eye snapped open. A black rune flashed in his pupils. When he looked around again, the world had changed. He looked at the hard alloy table. Instead of its surface, he saw countless tightly packed metal atoms. At the junctions of these atoms, there was a tiny red dot. He extended a finger and gently tapped that red dot. No sound. No sign of violent destruction. The alloy table capable of bearing tons of pressure collapsed like a sandcastle, meeting water, turning into a pile of extremely fine metal powder. So this is universal disintegration. Xiao Fan stared at his finger, his heart shaken. This was the authority of a god of destruction. With but a thought, he could easily dismantle the strongest fortress in the world. Just as Xiao Fan was immersed in the joy of his new power, a piercing red alarm suddenly blared throughout the ship. It was 100 times more urgent than when they had encountered the ghost fleet. Warning! Warning! Detected massive-scale spatial jump reaction. Warning! 2 extremely dangerous energy sources approaching rapidly. The AI's voice even carried a hint of urgency. Xiao Fan snapped his head up to the big screen. At the edge of the stardust, see the previously calm space, shattered like a mirror. On the left, the phantom of a massive black sun slowly emerged, the emblem of Black Sun. On the right, a dozen jade-white warships radiating a sacred aura tore through space. The judgment fleet of the Eternal Divine Assembly. The law fluctuations from the Codex fragment fusion were simply too immense. Like lighting a beacon in the dead of night. These 2 cosmic overlords who had long been hunting the Codex had finally caught the scent. They came quickly. The black rune in Xiao Fan's eyes slowly faded as he let out a cold laugh. He stood up, no longer restraining his aura, the arrogance of one who had just fused with the Codex's power. Perfect timing. I just learned a new trick and was itching to test it. Since you've delivered yourselves to my doorstep, don't think of leaving. Xiao Fan waved his hand grandly. 0. Codex. Shinger. Prepare for battle. Let's give these far-traveling guests a vivid lesson in physics. At that moment within the golden ship, Xiao Fan bared his fangs. The storm of the Stardust Sea had only just begun. The atmosphere in the core area of the Stardust Sea resembled a pot of spicy hot pot that had been forced shut. On one side was the pure white fleet representing the Eternal Life Divine Society, with 18 Judgment-class cruisers arranged in the shape of a cross emitting an uncomfortable sacred radiance akin to overly bright surgical lights in a hospital. On the other side lay the domain of the Black Sun, where space twisted in a sickly manner and black coronal material flowed through the void like oil, occasionally bubbling up to swallow light. Caught between these 2 giants was Xiao Fan's golden tacky yet absurdly sturdy ship, the Wealthy Voyage. Heresy. A grand voice intruded upon the electronic dance music channel that Xiao Fan was playing through the wide-area broadcast. It was the Vanguard commander of the Eternal Life Divine Society, a high-ranking cleric clad in red. His holographic projection appeared on the Wealthy Voyage's screen, his face filled with arrogance. Surrender the pages of the Codex. That is divine property, not something a commoner like you reeking of copper is qualified to touch. As a benevolent gift, the Divine Society can allow you to remain whole. You can choose to be purified by the holy fire, or... Xiao Fan pressed the mute button. What a nuisance. He dug into his ear and casually tossed a piece of orange peel into the trash can. Do these charlatans not change their opening lines? I've heard this script so many times from those villainous NPCs that I could grow calluses. He turned to look out the floor-to-ceiling window. Their 1,000-meter-long Judgment-class destroyer had broken formation like a hungry wolf spotting a meaty bone pouncing towards the Wealthy Voyage. It did not fire, because it did not regard this golden civilian spacecraft as a threat. In its eyes, the ship that had just withstood the storm of the Stardust Sea was merely relying on a thicker shield. The destroyer's belly hatch opened, revealing a massive mechanical claw glimmering with blue light. That thing was as large as a football field covered in confinement room. Is it trying to grab my ship like a toy? Xiao Fan chuckled. He not only refrained from counterattacking, but even instructed the AI to retract the outermost optical camouflage, allowing the golden hull of the Wealthy Voyage to shine brightly in the darkness. Come give it a close-up. Xiao Fan snapped his fingers. The destroyer drew closer. 5 kilometers. 1 kilometer. 500 meters. The massive claw loomed above the Wealthy Voyage, casting a shadow that brought immense pressure. Although the cleric's projection was muted, the movement of his lips clearly indicated he was mocking Xiao Fan for being terrified. Even the distant shadow of the Black Sun paused momentarily, seemingly assessing whether this human who dared to take the Codex was indeed a worthless one. That should be enough. Xiao Fan retracted his smile. In his eyes, the Black Codex runes suddenly spun around. Technique collapse of all things activate. The world in Xiao Fan's eyes changed. The once majestic white warship disappeared. In its place were countless densely packed, rapidly vibrating points of light. It was the world of atoms. Steel was no longer strong and shields were no longer. To Xiao Fan, that seemingly invincible warship looked like a toy haphazardly assembled from building blocks, with every connection lit up with a bright red disassemble. Is this the perspective of higher dimensions? Xiao Fan felt as if his consciousness had entered a higher dimension. He extended his right hand, gently tapping the warship just beyond the thick glass. First lesson. Xiao Fan murmured. This is called the failure of strong interaction. There was no violent explosion, no blinding flames, not even a hint of energy fluctuations. Just as the mechanical claw was about to touch the hull of the wealthy voyage, the 1,000-meter-long steel behemoth suddenly dispersed. It truly dispersed, like a sandcastle washed away by gentle waves, or like a dandelion blown by a storm. The once incredibly sturdy alloy armor disintegrated into the most primitive metal atoms in an instant. The massive claw, along with the ship's hull, engines, turrets, and even the thousands of crew members inside, all lost the physical laws that maintained their form in that crash. In the vacuum of space, of course, there was no sound. But in everyone's vision, that warship looked like a shattered oil painting, instantly transforming into a vast expanse of extremely fine and eerie silver dust. These particles, propelled by inertia, drifted forward for a while before gently settling onto the golden shield of the wealthy voyage. Clink, clink. The faint sound of impacts rang out like a shower of metallic rain. Across the board, regardless of the remaining 17 warships of the Eternal Life Divine Society, or the indescribable entities from the Black Sun, all fell into a strange stasis at that moment. The holographic projection of the cleric remained on the screen, but his once proud face was now twisted into an extremely comical expression, his eyes wide open. What happened to the main battleship that was just there? Such a large ship. Disappeared with just a single finger. What kind of sorcery is this? This is unscientific. This isn't even cultivation. Even Zero, who had been calmly sharpening his knife beside him, paused in his motions, the data streams flashing rapidly in his silver pupils. Alarm. Unable to analyze the attack principle. Target material structure completely collapsed within plank time. Conclusion: low-level erasure. Xiao Fan retracted his finger as if blowing away the smoke at his fingertip. He turned the volume of the broadcast back up. Hey, that old man. Xiao Fan's voice sounded particularly jarring in the silent channel. Did you understand the physics lesson just now? If not, I can demonstrate it again. It's actually quite simple. Oh, I just found this pile of tin unsightly and made them disband themselves. Is there anyone else who wants to come up and turn in their homework? Line up one by one. I'm not in a hurry. The fleet of the Divine Society began to retreat. This was not a tactical withdrawal, but an instinctive fear. An unknown fear. If Xiao Fan had blasted the warship to pieces with some super cannon, they might still have been angry and sought revenge. But this method of lightly tapping to turn a top-class warship into atomic dust was beyond their comprehension. This was the authority of the divine. No, even their God Lord would only bring down divine punishment with such magnitude, right? Devil, you are a devil. The cleric finally reacted, his voice sharp and piercing. This is blasphemy. This is forbidden power. You have stolen the scepter of the Creator. Open fire. Do not approach him. Use long-range firepower to cover. That's a demon. Turn him into dust. The extreme fear drove them into madness. The fleet of the Divine Society was in complete chaos. All the cannons, whether main guns, secondary guns, or closed defense guns, crazily adjusted their aim, locking onto that tiny golden spaceship. On the other side, the shadow of the Black Sun seemed to be enraged, or rather stirred by greed. It sensed that the law fluctuation that erupted just now was precisely what it had longed for. Hiss! A roar that could not be described in words exploded in everyone's mental realm. The Black Sun also moved. The black corona surrounding it surged violently, countless tentacle-like dark materials tearing through space, reaching out towards this direction. The wealthy voyage transformed from hunter to target. The sky filled with energy beams combined with dark tentacles that could swallow everything, completely submerged this starry sky. The firepower density was enough to plow a planet 3 times. But Xiao Fan did not strike again. He merely yawned and sat back down on the comfortable leather sofa. Because his magic power was depleted. That seemingly effortless finger gesture, while looking understated, had actually drained 2/3 of his energy in an instant. This was the price of the collapse of all things. Even at the first stage, it was a significant drain for him at present. But that did not mean he was out of options. After all, in addition to being the master of the Codex, he was also a wealthy god. Zero, max out the shield power. Xiao Fan picked up the teacup on the table and took a sip. AI, connect to my infinite account. Activate the Krypton Gold Defense. Since they want to see fireworks, let them witness what it means to burn a small target in a second. As long as I don't want to die, even the King of Hell has to pay me ticket money. Golden light surged. A thin, semi-transparent golden spherical shield slowly expanded around the wealthy voyage. In the next second, destruction descended. Boom, 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 boom. This commotion is not a battle. It's as if a renovation is taking place in the universe. Thousands of high-energy laser beams capable of piercing the Earth's crust, combined with dozens of gravity bombs that have miniature black hole effects, and the dark tendrils released by the He-Yang, which can corrode reality. If this were any federal dreadnought battleship, there would be nothing left but remnants. The outside world has already turned into a doomsday scene. Colorful energy storms have vaporized the surrounding asteroids, and even the space itself seems to be filled with shattered fragments like a broken mirror. But inside that golden shield on the bridge of the fortune, the T on the table remained perfectly still. Warning. Shield damaged 0.001. Immediate repair required. Deducting funds 10 million spirit stones. Warning. Encountered rule level corrosion. Activating rule neutralization shield. Deducting funds 50 million divine crystals. The voice of the heavenly Tao AI sounded less like an alarm and more like an announcement from a shopping mall checkout. On the large screen, a massive red number was frantically jumping. That was the amount being consumed per second. Every second this ship was burning the GDP of a medium-sized country. Every second, countless premium spirit stones were turning to ashes in the energy core only to be instantly replaced by new ones. Tisk, 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 this intensity won't do. Xiao Fan sat with his legs crossed watching the brilliantly colorful explosions outside, as if he were enjoying a free immersive 3D movie. Is that cannon shooter from the Divine Society having breakfast? Their aim is so off. And that big black ball, are you some kind of tentacled monster? Can you not smear black sludge on the windows? It's disgusting, and I have to pay for a car wash. Next to him, the little star spirit Xinger was leaning on the coffee table, holding a star core crystal larger than her head. This thing is worth its weight in gold, able to be exchanged for a planet on the black market. But in Xinger's eyes, it was just a rather hard cookie. Crunch. She took a big bite, chewing it with a satisfying crunch. Her cheeks puffed out as her big eyes curiously watched the explosions outside. Brother. What is that bright thing? It's so pretty. Xinger pointed at a freshly exploded antimatter cloud, clapping her hands in excitement. That one. That's called the Wrath of the Poor. Xiao Fan patted her head and casually exchanged for a plate of stellar essence jelly from the system shop, placing it in front of her. Eat more to grow. Those people outside are putting on a show for us. Xinger nodded vigorously, though she didn't understand. She was happy to have treats and fireworks to watch. In stark contrast to the calm of the large and small figures inside, the attacking side outside had already lost their composure. In the command room of the divine flagship, the Cardinal's voice had gone hoarse from shouting. Why isn't the defense breaking? Why? That was full power concentrated fire. Even a divine lord's sacred barrier should have shaken a bit, right? The screen displayed that golden ship like a layer embedded in the cosmic backdrop, who no matter how they bombarded it, the shield value remained at 99. As long as it slightly dropped, an enormous, unreasonable energy would surge in to replenish it. This isn't a battle. This is a confrontation against infinite resources. Is this the face of a Padawan player? One of the officers muttered despairingly, this can't be damaged at all. On the other side, the He Yang also seemed to sense the futility of physical and energy attacks. It ceased the thrashing of its tendrils. The surrounding dark matter suddenly contracted, then like ink droplets in clear water quickly seeped into the surrounding spatial layers. My. Xiao Fan raised an eyebrow. He noticed something different. On the surface of the golden shield, some black spots had appeared. Those spots were not damaging the shield, but were penetrating it. They transformed into a shadow state that existed between reality and illusion, like ghosts, ignoring this layer of physical and energy defenses built with money. Interesting. Xiao Fan set down his teacup. Once the physical defenses are maxed out, they start playing with magical penetration, huh? Warning. Detected high-dimensional shadow beings invading. Shields cannot intercept. The opponent is in phase stealth status. The AI issued a warning. Inside the ship's corridors, the lights began to flicker. On the once pristine golden floor, clusters of twisted black shadows appeared. These shadows lacked humanity and were filled with malice. They emerged from the floor and walls, gradually coalescing into faceless humanoid monsters with large mouths full of sharp teeth. They emitted a piercing scraping sound, the sound of dimensions being torn apart. These were the most disgusting of the He Yang's kin, the Shadow Stalkers. They do not belong to this three-dimensional world, so conventional defense methods are ineffective against them. They specialize in devouring the brain and soul of living. A few stalkers caught the alluring high-energy reaction from Xinger drooling black saliva as they scurried towards the bridge. Wherever they passed, the expensive carpet rotted instantly, and exquisite decorations turned to ashes. Oh dear. Xiao Fan looked at the surveillance screen, his face filled with disgust. We've got mice in the house. And they are the kind that are unhygienic and leave their droppings everywhere. He turned to look at Zero the Apostle, who had been standing in the shadows without speaking. This artificial girl still wore her maid outfit, which remained clean, her silvery hair cascading smoothly over her shoulders. Zero. Xiao Fan pointed out, it's time to clean up. Remember, that carpet is quite expensive. That Persian carpet cost me 5 million. Don't dirty it. Zero slightly lifted her skirt and performed a standard curtsy. Understood, master. Cleaning mode activated. The moment she straightened up, her aura suddenly changed. The original rigid mechanical feel vanished, replaced by a sharp intent. The long knife that had always been strapped to her back was drawn with a clang. The blade was not made of ordinary metal, but was a segment of a space rift solidified. That was the exclusive weapon Xiao Fan had previously spent a fortune to upgrade for her, Void Ship Slaying Blade. For the master's carpet. Zero said softly. Her figure vanished in an instant. There were no afterimages, just pure spatial displacement. In the corridor, those few shadow stalkers preparing to enjoy their feast suddenly froze. Their simple minds could not comprehend the situation before them. Why was the path ahead blocked? Why did their bodies feel so light? A silver line flashed through the dark corridor. This line sliced through the air, severed the shadows, and cut off the concepts of this group of monsters. There wasn't even a sound of blood splattering. Those clumps of black shadows were neatly sliced in half, as if they were black paper cut with scissors. At their cut edges, no black blood flowed out, but rather they dissolved into nothingness due to the disruption of rules. Cleanup complete. Zero's figure appeared at the end of the corridor, standing right behind the last stalker. She slowly sheathed her knife, with the sound of the blade striking the sheath. The monster behind her, along with all the surrounding shadows, shattered completely. This is the Zero Apostle. Absolute execution power, the aesthetics of violence. Whether physical or magical, whether solid or shadow. As long as the master calls it trash, then there is only one fate to be swept away. Although Zero resolved the battle in just 1 second, those dirty things were clearly not just this wave. The Baofu was massive, but within this silent sea of stardust, it was no different from a sugar cube fallen into an ant nest. The Black Sun seemed convinced that this magical attack was effective as endless black shadows seeped into the ship from every corner like leaking water. Black mist oozed from the ventilation ducts, the cargo hold, and even the toilet in the luxurious restroom. Alert! Cargo hold in Sector B has been intruders detected in the power room of Sector C. Alert! Number of intruders exceeds 300. The Heavenly Tao AI was unusually flat. After all, it was a product of technology ill-suited to dealing with such bizarre metaphysical attacks. But Xiao Fan was not the least bit panicked. He even had the leisure to critique Zero's stance after she sheathed her blade. It was cool, but the skirt would have looked more dynamic if it were a little shorter. Xiao Fan remarked the words of an unrepentant old pervert. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The law thief, which had been crouching on the back of the sofa, suddenly jumped up, its eyes brimming with excitement. It pointed at the shadows darting around in the cargo hold on the monitor, drool nearly spilling from its mouth. What were those? They were the purest fragments of dark attribute rules. To others they were deadly monsters, but to this treasure-hunting rat they were nothing more than a moving buffet. "Wanna eat?" Xiao Fan glanced at it. "Go on then, just don't shit in the house." The law thief let out a joyful squeak, pulled a sack bigger than itself from its spatial ring, and darted out in a flash. Thus an absurdly comical chase unfolded within the Baofu. On one side was Zero, a cold, high-powered killing machine in a maid outfit wielding a tundra. Wherever she passed, the shadows were severed, leaving cracks in space itself. On the other side was an extremely sleazy giant rat. The law thief didn't fight at all. It simply followed Zero, picking up leftovers. Or it would seek out lone small shadows, sneak up on them, bag them with its sack, then punch and kick wildly until they were knocked out before stuffing them directly into its mouth. Even more amusing was that the infamous shadow stalkers, upon encountering these two scourges, began to feel fear. They were originally emotionless weapons. But after witnessing their comrades being either sliced up or devoured alive, the instinct for survival awakened in them. On the monitor, a large group of originally ferocious shadows were now huddled together in a corner of the cargo hold, trembling uncontrollably and clinging to Zero. Blade in hand, advanced step by step. Garbage detected, Zero stated flatly. Recommend incineration disposal. Just then, boom. The ship shuddered violently. This came not from within, but from outside. Xiao Fan frowned and looked out the window. The Eternal Life Divine Assembly Fleet had somehow rearranged its formation. The remaining 17 warships were linked end to end, forming a massive hexagonal star array. All their energy cores overloaded simultaneously, and all the devotees began to chant an obscure incantation. A sacred pressure was coalescing at the center of the array. Within the blinding white light, the colossal phantom of a giant stood up. Its face was shrouded in radiance, its body flowing with light, and 12 pairs of luminous wings behind it blotted out the stars. This was the Assembly's final trump card. Divine descent projection of the Lord of Radiance. They had sacrificed the lives of 3,000 crew members to forcibly draw the gaze of a deity from a higher dimension. Sinner, the radiant giant, spoke. Its voice contained the power of laws resonating directly within Xiao Fan's soul, carrying an immense pressure. "You have violated the taboo. Let there be light," said the god. And so darkness receded and evil dissolved. The giant extended a finger, its tip gathering a destructive radiance, pointing at the Baofu. This finger could not be dodged, for it was locked onto by causality. As long as you existed, you would be struck. Even the previously arrogant Black Sun had to retract its tendrils before this divine might temporarily yielding. Inside the Baofu, every alarm blared. Warning. High-dimensional strike detected. Causal law lock on. Defense system failure predicted 100. Recommend immediate evacuation. Xinger seemed discomforted by the light as well. She rubbed her eyes, looking quite displeased. So bright. It stings. Xiao Fan stood up. He looked at the lofty, radiant giant not with fear, but with keen interest. Let there be light, said the god. Xiao Fan sneered. God says bullshit. On my turf there will only be light, if I say so. And you want to play soul pressure with me? Play causality with me. Xiao Fan pulled out the tattered little black flag he had used to subdue the ghost fleet before. The reincarnation banner of primordial chaos. This was a supreme treasure. Before it, this so-called cosmic true god was nothing more than a village upstart who had just learned a cheap magic trick. Law thief. Stop eating. Get back to work. Xiao Fan shouted. Set the table. Today I'm going to treat this banner to a feast. Since you're here, don't think about leaving. My banner just so happens to be missing a gatekeeper's main soul. Xiao Fan fiercely waved the black banner in his hand. Go. Whoosh. The small flag, originally only the size of a palm, rapidly grew larger. In an instant it transformed into a massive black canopy. The ancient runes upon it seemed to come alive, emitting a roar far more ancient and terrifying than that of the radiant giant. That was not the voice of a god. It was the hunger of a demon god. The black canopy directly engulfed all the holy light. Then before the radiant giant could react, it opened its jaws wide, and like a colossal maw took a vicious bite out of the arrogant divine projection. Crunch. The crisp sound of chewing echoed across the star sea. The radiant giant, which had just been about to purify everything, let out a scream of agony. Oh, what is this? This thing isn't from this dimension. Who are you? Who am I? Xiao Fan stood at the bow of the ship. I am your creditor. The explosions outside were far too loud. The high-frequency energy oscillations might have been mere piercing noise for ordinary humans, but for a star spirit that fed on stellar energy, it was akin to someone partying on her dining table. Moreover, Xing had just eaten her fill. After toiling inside that blazing stellar core, she had finally managed to dig out that stubborn black bone, and now she was in dire need of digesting her meal and succumbing to drowsiness. Another high-energy particle cannon blast slammed into the shield of the Fortune explosion. Though it failed to penetrate the money-forged turtle shell, the violent tremors still reverberated into the ship's interior. Xinger lay sprawled on the plush sofa, her little brows tightly furrowed. She rolled over, using her translucent wings to cover her ears in a futile attempt to block out the noise. This time it was a concentrated assault from the Eternal Divine Society. The entire ship lurched violently, sending empty plates crashing to the floor and shattering into pieces. Xinger's eyes snapped open. Her pupils, originally a serene azure, had shifted to a perilous crimson, the ominous precursor of an impending stellar eruption. Shut up. Xinger launched herself from the sofa like a projectile. Her nightgown billowed without wind, and the ambient temperature surged by over 10 degrees Celsius. Xiao Fan was lounging on the command platform, legs crossed, enjoying the spectacle. Feeling the wave of heat behind him, he turned instinctively. Oh, you're awake. Sleep well. Before he could finish, Xiao Fan clamped his mouth shut. He saw Xinger's current state. It wasn't just anger. It was a desire to tear the little one's gaze was more terrifying than the black sun outside. They disturbed Xinger's sleep. She pointed at the flickering cannon fire beyond the window, her voice low and laden with oppressive might. They are bad people. Right, all bad people. Xiao Fan nodded in agreement, hastily offering a few top-grade aqua crystals from the table in an attempt to pacify her. Here, have some ice cream to cool down. No. Xinger slapped the spirit crystals away. She didn't want to eat, she wanted to fight. I want to turn them into fireworks. The moment the words left her mouth, she vanished. Holy crap. Stop her. There's no oxygen outside. Xiao Fan lunged to grab her, but his hands closed on empty air. Alert. An unidentified high-energy life form has disembarked the ship. Alert. Target's vital signs are skyrocketing. Energy index. Incalculable. The AI's voice even crackled with static. Outside the ship, in the void of space, the Eternal Divine Society's fleet was recharging their weapons. The redrobed cardinal, though initially shaken by Xiao Fan's physics lesson, quickly regained his composure. In his view, Xiao Fan's ability to disintegrate warships must have been a one-time forbidden weapon or an extremely energy-draining divine ability. As long as they maintained distance and pounded him with long-range fire, they could surely wear down this heretic. Prepare the divine punishment main cannon. The cardinal roared through the communication channel. Forget the ship. Blow it up along with the stellar remnant behind it. Once that coordinate is destroyed, the codex fragment will fall out naturally. The main cannons of 17 warships simultaneously flared with blinding white light. At that moment, an infinitesimally small red dot appeared on their radar screens. What is that? A little girl. The fire control officer froze, rubbing his eyes, convinced he was seeing things. How could a little girl in a nightgown be flying through such violent cosmic radiation and vacuum? And without a spacesuit? It's an illusion. A demon's bait. Fire immediately. The cardinal gave the order without hesitation. Hundreds of beams of destruction surged forth. But what happened next defied their comprehension. The little girl did not dodge. She simply extended her small fair hand. and made a grabbing motion toward the colossal stellar remnant behind her, a sphere over 1,000,000 kilometers in diameter. Come here. It was a command on the level of fundamental laws. With a resonant hum, the dark red star, already in a state of semi-collapse and on the verge of becoming a black hole, actually obeyed. Its surface flames erupted violently, and countless streams of coronal material stretching hundreds of thousands of kilometers surged forth to converge into the little girl's palm. In that moment, though Xing'er's figure was minuscule, it radiated an aura that dominated the entire starfield. She was the daughter of the stars. All flames were her play. What is that? The cardinal was stunned. The colossal stellar remnant began to deform. It was pulled, compressed, and molded by an immense force. In just 2 seconds, the spherical star transformed into a whip millions of kilometers long, blazing with dark red flames of annihilation. Xing'er's small hand gripped the whip as if it were a mere glow stick. So noisy. She pouted, her crimson eyes fixed on the flagship of the Divine Society. She swung her arm with full force. The stellar whip, carrying terrifying heat, lashed out with devastating power, as if tearing space itself. The whip crossed the vast distance in an instant. Evasive action. Quick! The cardinal's scream was cut short. The whip, forged from stellar matter, struck the center of the Divine Society's fleet formation. No energy shield could withstand such an assault. This was solid matter, hundreds of billions of tons of superheated plasma. Crackling and sizzling, it was like a red-hot iron rod smashing through a pile of plastic toys. The 5 lead frigates didn't even have a chance to explode, they were vaporized instantly. Then came the massive flagship. Its vaunted holy barrier shattered upon contact with the whip's tip. Thick armor plates melted away, and the entire ship bent 90 degrees from the midsection before erupting into a fireball. But this was not the end. Xing'er was clearly still furious. She began swinging the star in her hand, playing pinwheel through the cosmic dust. Whoosh, whoosh. The terrifying dragon of fire spun wildly through the void, engulfing everything in its path. Warship wreckage, asteroid belts, and those unlucky tentacle monsters, all becoming part of the whip. Inside the bridge of the Fortune explosion, there was utter silence. The orange in Xiao Fan's hand fell to the floor and rolled to Zero's feet. Zero's data eyes flickered frantically before emitting a puff of black smoke. Warning. Logic module overloaded. Unable to parse targets. Conclusion. Brute force works miracles. Xiao Fan swallowed hard, staring at the little girl outside, who was playing with a star like a yo-yo. He suddenly felt that his trillion credits had been well spent. This wasn't just a mascot he had bought. It was an ultimate biological weapon. AI. Xiao Fan steadied himself against the table, trembling. Yes, master. Give the logistics department a direct order. He wiped his forehead, still shaken. From now on, Xing'er's snack budget is unlimited. Whatever she wants to eat, even if it's the moon in the sky, we must get it for her. Never ever let her have a temper upon waking. By now the starry sky had become a sea of fire. Of the Divine Society's 18 warships, all but the last 3, which had wisely initiated a jump to escape, had been reduced to cosmic dust. Xing'er seemed to have tired of playing. She released her grip. The stellar whip slowly dissipated, reverting into a chaotic, burning cloud. She clapped her hands, yawned, and her crimson eyes shifted back to azure. Then she wobbled back toward the Fortune explosion. Hungry. Before she even entered, her telepathic message arrived. Wanna eat that? Red Big Rock. Xiao Fan quickly straightened his clothes, put on an ingratiating smile, and personally rushed to the airlock to welcome this little overlord. Eat. As much as you want. A full banquet is on its way. Though the fleet of the Divine Assembly had been crippled, these fanatical believers were clearly not ready to concede defeat. The 3 warships that had fled into the distance did not withdraw from the battlefield. Instead, they hovered together at an eerie angle, forming a triangular altar array. Heretic, you have provoked divine wrath. Even if it means sacrificing our flesh and blood, we shall bring down the celestial punishment upon this place. The surviving deputy archbishop was now utterly frenzied. He knew that conventional methods could no longer subdue that terrifying man and the even more terrifying little girl. He had to invoke the divine descent technique. Activate. At his command, the 3 warships simultaneously self-destructed. Yet there was no blaze of fire, instead an endless expanse of white luminous mist that was the power of faith generated by thousands of believers instantly burning their souls. The white light coalesced and twisted within the void, ultimately transforming into a colossal radiant gateway. Boom! A gigantic foot stepped forth from the gateway. Just a single foot crushed the space for hundreds of kilometers around. Then the figure of a radiant giant fully manifested. He had no facial features, only a blinding, swirling vortex of light where his face should be. The 10 pairs of light wings on his back flapped slowly, each flap triggering a minor temporal storm. This was a law projection of a subordinate of the Lord of Radiance, worshipped by the eternal Divine Assembly. Though it possessed only a tenthsth of the original's power, it was still beyond what mortals could behold. Sinners, The giant did not speak, yet the grand voice resounded directly within everyone's soul. You have defiled life, but you shall be purified. The voice carried an undeniable force of law. The gravity system within the wealth explosion instantly failed. Even the golden shield hailed as an absolute defense began to crack under this divine majesty. This was not an energy attack. It was a strike of causality. If the god declared you guilty, you were guilty. If the god declared you must die, then die you must. Alert. High-dimensional law intrusion detected. Alert. Abnormal fluctuations in crew soul indices. Immediate hibernation recommended. The AI issued a piercing alarm. At that moment, Xinger, having just eaten and returned to the cabin, rubbed her eyes, seemingly annoyed by the harsh light. Zero stood before Xiao Fan, her long blade trembling incessantly, an instinctive reaction of her core logic resisting the divine might. Only Xiao Fan remained seated steadily on the sofa. He even had the leisure to pick up a can of cola and pop it open. PSSHD. The sound of bubbles was exceptionally clear in the cabin. Tell me, you religious nuts, is this the only trick you've got? Xiao Fan took a sip of the happy water, looking up at the screen displaying the arrogant giant of light. First the minions, then the boss, and now the boss ancestor. And every time you show up you have to create such a massive light show. Do you know how much electricity that wastes? The radiant giant was evidently enraged by this ant's attitude. Arrogant. The giant extended a finger. At its tip gathered a white divine light powerful enough to erase an entire solar system. The god said, "Let there be light." Thus darkness recedes and sin dissolves. This finger descended. There was no escape. It was a conceptual lock. As long as you existed in this universe, you could not evade the radiance of light. The god said, "Let there be light." Xiao Fan crushed the empty can in his hand and tossed it into the trash bin. He stood up with a cold sneer. The god says nothing. In my territory, am the one who says when we eat. Xiao Fan flipped his hand. A tattered little black flag, still stained with a bit of grease, appeared in his grasp. The primordial reincarnation Tao banner. This thing, having just devoured that law projection of the Lord of Radiance, had been in a half-sated state, now howling with hunger. For this banner, the so-called holy light and faith power were nothing less than the highest grade spiritual nourishment. It was premium takeout, meticulously prepared and stripped of all impurities. Fat thief. Stop sleeping. Xiao Fan kicked the treasure-hunting mouse that was pretending to be dead on the table. Set the tableware. The takeout is here, and it's a family bucket. With that, Xiao Fan fiercely swung the black banner. Devour. Now. Whoosh. The little flag, originally the size of a palm, instantly swelled in the wind. In a flash it transformed into a colossal black canopy. If the radiant giant was the pinnacle of light, then this banner was the origin of darkness. It was an absolute void that could even devour light. Countless ancient runes on the banner's surface came to life, morphing into greedy, gaping maws. What a... The radiant giant's movement halted. His ultimate finger, upon touching the black canopy, was like a single drop of water falling into a desert. It vanished without a trace. Not even a sound was heard. Then an even more terrifying and ancient suction force surpassing divine might erupted from. It was the aura of a predator. It was the suppression of the apex of the food chain. No. This is power not of this dimension. This is chaos. This is the primordial. The radiant giant finally panicked. He tried to retract his finger to close the gateway of light and flee back. But it was too late. The black canopy, like a massive tablecloth, wrapped him up entirely. It was truly wrapped up. Like wrapping dumplings. That colossal divine projection was as fragile as dough before the black banner. Oh! A scream echoed across the starry sea. It was no longer a divine hymn, but the wail of the dying. Then the black banner suddenly tightened. Crunch, crunch. A sound of chewing came forth. Countless fragments of holy light leaked from the banner's folds, only to be sucked back in by the runic maws. Within 10 seconds, the radiant giant vanished. It was devoured entirely. Burp. The primordial reincarnation Tao banner trembled in the air, emitting a satisfied hum. It slowly shrank, returned to the size of a palm, and flew back into Xiao Fan's hand. On its originally pitch-black surface, a golden vein had appeared. That was an evolution after digesting a divine projection. Tisk, not a bad flavor. Xiao Fan sensed the banner's joyful emotion and nodded. A bit dry, but it's plentiful and filling. He looked out the window at the now empty starry sky and shrugged at Zero beside him. See, I told you it was takeout. And it was home delivery too. I didn't even have to pay for shipping. Nearby, the treasure-hunting mouse fat thief was drooling and gazing at the banner with envy. It squeaked in protest, accusing the boss of favoritism for not sharing the good stuff. Alright, that's a tough dish. You can't digest it. Xiao Fan picked it up and set it aside. Then he looked in another direction. There, a massive black shadow was being eerily quiet. That was Black Sun. This cosmic overlord who had been lurking nearby hoping to play the fisherman now seemed to be in a bind. It had planned to collect the spoils after both sides were weakened. But unexpectedly, that seemingly weak human turned out to be a monster that specialized in devouring gods. So, Xiao Fan turned to face the black sun that occupied half the starry sky. The radiant divine assembly has already paid the bill and left. This pitch-black friend. Are you going to roll yourself out, or do you want to? Add a meal. Black Sun did not respond. Or rather a being of its level deemed verbal communication beneath its dignity. It answered with action. Hiss, a soul-piercing screech erupted. The once relatively calm Black Sun suddenly began to collapse. The corona around it instantly imploded, its colossal volume, shrinking tens of thousands of times in mere seconds, condensing into a dense black sphere no larger than the moon. This was not a sign of weakness. It was a combat stance. With its collapse, the surrounding gravitational field surged billions of times in an instant. Crack. The spatial barrier of the stardust sea shattered completely. A true uncontrolled living black hole was born. No longer lazily attacking with tentacles, it had activated its gluttony mode. Everything around it. The scattered wreckage of warships, the countless meteorites, even the light radiation from the recent explosion. All were frantically seized and drawn toward that black sphere. This was Black Sun's core tactic, infinite devouring. It intended to consume this entire region, space itself included, and digest it all. Warning. Gravitational wave intensity has exceeded the critical threshold. Warning. Warp drive offline. Anti-gravity system overloaded. The ship is being pulled. Estimated contact with the event horizon in 3 minutes. The golden hull of the Fortune roared, trembling violently, groaning under the immense strain. Even the stellar gold coating seemed inadequate against tidal forces capable of tearing atoms apart. Inside the cabin, every object began flying toward. The rogue mage let out a sharp cry, clinging desperately to a table leg as his body stretched and distorted. Even Xinger struggled to stay upright against the terrifying pull, clutching Xiao Fan's sleeve. Brother, it wants to eat us. Xinger was angry. It's a bad guy, even greedier than me. Xiao Fan steadied himself, staring into the abyssal black. Instead of fear, he laughed aloud. You want a contest of appetite? You want to devour me? Xiao Fan shook his head, a wild gleam in his eyes. Fine. Since you want to eat, he'll give you all you can eat. I'm always happy to help, especially when it comes to feeding strays. Xiao Fan opened the system mall. In the search bar, he typed 5 words: antimatter bomb. Antimatter annihilation bomb model, 2nd generation, Tsar Bomba, yield capable of destroying a planetary civilization per unit. Price, 100 million divine points per unit. Xiao Fan didn't even glance at the price. He simply entered a long string of 9s in the quantity field. AI, open all cargo bay doors. Dump all of this into that black ball's mouth. Since it loves to suck, let's give it a feast. Command confirmed. Retrieving supplies. The cargo bay doors at the bottom of the Fortune roared open. Countless spatial portals materialized out of thin. Then came a staggering sight. It wasn't just a few bombs. It was a river, a torrent of countless red glowing antimatter bombs. No thrusters were needed. Black Sun's gravity would pull them in automatically. These terrifying weapons, enough to annihilate countless planets, poured by the ton into the greedy black hole. 10,000. 100,000. A million. The black hole clearly hadn't anticipated such a counter. It had expected to draw in delicious flesh and energy. Instead, it received a mouthful of vile explosive poison. A few of these it might have digested, but the sheer quantity was overwhelming. The moment matter and antimatter met, an endless annihilation reaction erupted. The black hole's internal equilibrium shattered instantly. Ugh! A wave of agonized psychic energy radiated. The once perfectly smooth black sphere suddenly bulged with a massive lump. It was a sign of excess internal energy, unable to be processed. What? Can't handle it already. Xiao Fan stood at the ship's bow, laughing at the black sphere that seemed to be suffering from indigestion. This is just the beginning. Add some spice. System exchange for 1,000 tons of high-concentration holy waste. It was the leftover residue from the radiant giant, perfect for neutralizing its stomach acid. With Xiao Fan's frenzied feeding, the once invincible Black Sun finally reached its limit. The edges of its event horizon began to disintegrate, black matter leaking. It tried to expel the bombs, but gravity was a one-way street. Easy to swallow, impossible to vomit. Boom! A blinding light flared from within the black sphere. It was the radiance of millions of antimatter bombs detonating simultaneously. The black shell stretched impossibly thin, revealing a kaleidoscopic storm of energy inside. Damn, it's going to blow. Xiao Fan's expression tightened. The explosion's yield would likely tear the entire stardust sea apart. Xinger, use your star core as a shield. 0. Full power shields. Everyone hold on. We're taking off. The next second, Black Sun exploded completely. A colossal shockwave swept across the entire starfield. The Fortune was like a leaf in a tsunami, hurled violently by the blast. Yet propelled by that force, it instantly broke free from the gravitational pull, transforming into a streak of golden light that pierced through the mists of the star. Behind it, the forbidden zone had become a seething cloud of particles. The divine assembly fleet was gone. The Black Sun avatar was shattered. Only one voice echoed through the void. The infuriatingly smug broadcast Xiao Fan had left behind. Thanks for the black hole ride. Hope you enjoyed the meal. Don't forget to give a 5-star review. Next time you're hungry, come find me. They'll make sure you're stuffed. This was not merely an explosion. It was a cosmic-level medical accident scene about indigestion. In that instant, the originally pitch-black entity, the Haiyang, which was voraciously consuming everything, abruptly halted all movements. Its enormous body, large enough to encompass a planet, seemed as if something had lodged itself in it, causing it to convulse violently in the void. Immediately on its surface, the event horizon from which even light could not escape, an exceedingly bizarre crack appeared. This crack was not black. Instead, it displayed a dazzling array of colors. That was the atmosphere light generated when millions of antimatter annihilation bombs threw a party inside its belly. A wave of energy, not a sound wave, yet more shocking than any sound wave, erupted from the center of that black sphere. If one had to describe it, it was akin to a gluttonous little chubby kid gulping down 10 bottles of carbonated drinks and then being punched in the face. Boom. Finally, the pent-up energy found an outlet. That living black hole exploded. Not in a typical way, but in a manner that seemed intent on tearing apart the very fabric of the universe. Countless brilliant beams of light pierced through the darkness, radiating with immense power in all directions. Each beam of light contained enough terrifying energy to vaporize a battleship into plasma. The gray mist that had lingered around the stardust sea, never dissipating, was blown away in an instant, as if it had encountered a typhoon. At the center of that explosion, the most dazzling light was even more blinding than the simultaneous eruption of 100 supernovae. Wow! Inside the bridge of the wealthy ship, all the light-blocking panels had automatically lowered, filtering out 99 of the intense light. Yet even so, the scene before them was still incredibly spectacular. Xiao Fan's hand holding a teacup froze midair, nearly spilling the tea in his mouth. He gazed at the ever-expanding multicolored mushroom cloud, now over hundreds of thousands of kilometers in diameter, and couldn't help but whistle. Even the top special effects team in Hollywood couldn't create this effect, even if they burned out their graphics cards. Art, after all, is just an explosion. This trillion-dollar expenditure was truly worth it. Even just the sound is exhilarating. Compared to Xiao Fan's calm appreciation, the emotions of the spectators outside, who hadn't had time to flee, were quite the opposite. Especially those 3 divine battleships that had wisely activated their warp engines to escape. They had already traveled tens of thousands of kilometers, but in the face of such an interstellar-level shockwave, that distance was almost meaningless. Alert! Alert! Super high-energy shockwave detected behind. Shields overloaded. Structural damage. Engines are about to shut down. Screams from the divine sect's followers echoed in the communication channel. May the Lord protect us. Ah! Boom. The last ship in line was lightly swept by the spreading energy ripples. It truly was just a light touch. Its heavy armor melted like chocolate in a microwave, instantly turning into a brilliant fireball, embellishing this grand fireworks display. Next was the second ship. It attempted to activate all shields to withstand the impact, but the chaotic laws mixed within the shockwave born from the annihilation of matter and antimatter neutralized its shield generator. With a pop, this 2,000-meter-long giant ship disintegrated in the void like a crushed soda, scattering into countless burning fragments. Only the fastest flagship managed to dive into the warp passage, relying on its thick skin and the life force of its burning crew to accelerate, escaping like a lizard with a broken tail. Tisk 1 got away. Xiao Fan shook his head with a hint of regret. Looks like next time I'll have to increase the dosage. A trillion tons is still a bit conservative. I should add a family bucket deal. At that moment, a strong sense of being pushed back hit him. The shockwave from the explosion had finally caught up to the wealthy ship. But this ship, constructed from money, revealed its rogue side. Facing the colossal wave capable of destroying planets, it did not choose to resist, but instead smoothly surged forward. Yes, surfing. Under the precise control of the Tao intelligence, the wealthy ship adjusted its angle, riding atop the massive wave of energy. Woohoo! Take off! Xiao Fan shouted in excitement, feeling the ship's amazing acceleration. This was not running for their lives. This was simply the VIP version of Interstellar Surfing Simulator. Inside the cabin, Xinger was pressed against the floor-to-ceiling window, her face squished and deformed. She gazed at the colorful energy streams outside. So many delicious things. That red one tastes like spicy strips. That blue one tastes like mint. She reached out her little hand to scratch at the glass, wishing she could jump out and feast right now. To her, this was not a deadly radiation storm. It was clearly a sumptuous buffet. That one can't be eaten, that one's too hot. Xiao Fan pulled this obliviously hungry little glutton back, handing her a lollipop made from premium spirit crystal. Be good, have a little snack to tide you over. Later we'll go collect even better stuff. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Haiyang avatar, filled with explosives, had completely collapsed. Hiss! A painful and wronged mental roar transcended dimensional barriers, resonating in everyone's mind. It had not expected this. It truly had not expected this. As one of the cosmic overlords, a terrifying entity that had devoured countless star systems, today it had stumbled in the hands of it. Moreover, it had stumbled due to the lowly mistake of overeating. The originally perfect spherical structure had completely disintegrated, turning into countless lumps of black fluff, attempting to reassemble. But under the relentless annihilation reactions, every time it gathered even a little, it would be immediately blown apart. This feeling was akin to having gastroenteritis while still eating spicy hot pot. It was simply unbearable. I'll listen to that sound, how tragic. Xiao Fan adjusted the ship's position while pulling out his personal terminal, activating the recording function. Come on, hey young buddy, say cheese. Eggplant. Click. A photograph destined for the history books was born. The background featured the disintegrating massive black hole and the dazzling antimatter fireworks, while the foreground showcased the wealthy ship's golden bow and Xiao Fan's peace sign. Caption: today, I invited a friend from afar for a meal, but it seems it couldn't quite handle the local cuisine and ended up vomiting quite badly. Next time, be careful not to overeat. Stardust Sea Day Trip, Haeyong Fireworks Show, Life of a Rich Guy. He clicked send. This post instantly synchronized to the famous cosmic dark web social platform, Black Dove. Xiao Fan even thoughtfully followed the official account of Haeyong, if it existed. Now it's getting lively. Xiao Fan looked at the rapidly increasing views, nodding in satisfaction. I just love seeing these high and mighty figures get flustered. As the last wave of shockwaves dissipated, the wealthy ship finally broke free from the most dangerous core area, hovering steadily in the void. Looking back, the area once deemed a life-restricted zone, the Stardust Sea, had transformed. The layer of gray mist that had shrouded it for eons vanished, the chaotic spatial rifts were forcibly smoothed out, and even the drifting ghost ship wreckage was vaporized entirely. The entire star domain resembled a deep clean performed by a trillion-level explosion, becoming remarkably transparent, even revealing the distance. This is the power of spending money. There's nothing that a single antimatter bomb cannot resolve. If there is, then it would be a trillion of them. Is this cleaned up? The Zero Apostle, who had been standing nearby, gazed at the now empty starry sky, his silver eyes shimmering. Environmental scan complete. Danger level 0. Conclusion: aesthetic violence. Indeed, this is aesthetic violence. Xiao Fan stood up, adjusted his collar, and looked at the outside battlefield, which, though empty, was filled with sparkling points of light. Some of those points were superalloy fragments left from the explosions of the divine battleships, while others were rule crystals dropped from the disintegration of the Haeyong. There were even remnants of the core material left from the star exploded by Xing. In Xiao Fan's eyes, this was not ruins. This was clearly a gigantic, glimmering treasure trove. That trillion just spent seemed to be the opportune time to recoup both principal and interest. Treasure hunter. Xiao Fan turned around, looking at the treasure-seeking mouse, which had long since been unable to hold back, pacing anxiously at the door. Get out your big sack. And all those repair robots, send them all out. Xiao Fan waved his hand. It's time to clean up the battlefield. Remember that principle. We must uphold the fine tradition of frugality. Even if it's just a gold-plated screw dropped on the ground, it must be picked up. This time I want the entire interstellar scavenging community to know what true "not a blade of grass grows" means. Following Xiao Fan's orders, the belly hatch of the wealthy ship opened wide. Countless small mechanical arms and repair drones surged out like a swarm of hungry locusts rushing towards the bountiful battlefield. Leading the charge was a golden flash. Treasure hunter was dragging its seemingly bottomless space bag, running frantically while drooling. Squeak, squeak, squeak. All mine. All mine. The feast officially began. The starry sky was silent. Yet beneath that silence, countless greedy eyes often lurked. The massive commotion in the Stardust Sea, especially the supernova that had illuminated half the quadrant, could not escape the notice of those who made a living from. At the edge of this newly purified starfield, dozens of ships, painted in varied colors, appearing battered, yet secretly modified to the teeth, emerged stealthily, like vultures drawn to the scent of carrion. They were interstellar scavengers, also feared as space pirates. Damn, what kind of celestial battle went down here? Aboard an armed transport vessel named Hyena, the one-eyed captain peered through a long-range telescope, his single eye gleaming with greed as he fixed his gaze on the battlefield. Is that a fragment of stellar essence gold? That huge? Holy shit. Is that the core engine of a divine council warship? And it's intact. And that black crystal, what is it? The energy readings are off the charts. The entire channel was filled with the sound of swallowing. This was no mere battlefield wreckage. It was an open treasure trove of gold and silver. Just one fragment picked up here would be enough for these risk-taking scoundrels to live lavishly for years. Captain, there seems to be a golden ship over there. The first mate pointed at a small dot on the radar screen. Is it the Victor? Victor, my ass. The one-eyed captain spat disdainfully. An explosion like that would reduce even a battleship to slag. That ship is probably just a crippled survivor. The crew inside are likely dead from the shockwaves. Brothers, great fortunes come from great risks. Charge before the other big powers react. Every man for himself. Don't let that golden ship escape. It looks valuable, haul it back for scrap. With the hyena leading the charge, the surrounding pirate ships, which had been hesitating, suddenly surged forward like a pack of wild dogs, engines blazing as they scrambled to reach the battlefield. Dozens of ships raced like frenzied beasts, terrified of arriving too late to claim even a scrap. Yet the moment they crossed into that starfield, a golden ripple swept through space. Instantly piercing warning alarms blared inside every pirate ship. Warning. Locked by fire control radar. Warning. Detecting superstandard main cannon charging. Who? The one-eyed captain was so startled, before them the golden ship that had seemed harmless suddenly bristled with countless gun ports. Not only that, but above the ship, 100-meter-long massive energy blade hovered, radiating a murderous aura. A lazy, mocking voice forcibly cut into their public channel. Well, running pretty fast, aren't you? But didn't your elementary teacher teach you that taking without asking is stealing? On the bridge of the Fortune Express, Xiao Fan toyed with a black sun crystal he had just retrieved, smirking at the panicked pirate ships on the screen. I just spent $1 trillion cleaning up this place. Every speck of dust, every fragment here is my private property. Are you trying to rob me? His tone was light, but to the pirate's ears, it was the whisper of death. A misunderstanding. All a misunderstanding. The one-eyed captain reacted fastest, breaking into a cold sweat. The energy fluctuation from that golden ship was 100 times more terrifying than any flagship of the regular army he had ever seen. This was no cripple. It was a Tyrannosaurus Rex in golden armor. We were just passing by. Well, leave immediately. He yanked the control stick, attempting to turn and flee. Since you're already here, why rush off? Xiao Fan sneered. I happen to be short on cleaners for the battlefield. Since you're so eager to volunteer, you might as well stay. Zero. Yes. The Zero Apostle vanished instantly. The next second, boom. The leading hyena, before even seeing what hit it, had one of its engines sliced clean off by an invisible blade of chi. The cut was as smooth as a mirror. The ship lost power and spun in place. They'll say this once. Xiao Fan's voice rang out again. All ships, kill your engines and open your cargo holds. Everyone put on exoskeleton armor and get to work. See those fragments? Start hauling. Anyone caught hiding loot or being dishonest. He paused, pointing at the still burning engine wreck outside the window. That will be your example. The pirates fell silent. These ruthless killers, who usually didn't blink at taking lives, now behaved like obedient schoolchildren. Facing absolute power that could crush them with a flick of a finger, resistance was a joke. Thus the Stardust Sea witnessed an absurd spectacle. The pirates who had come to plunder now worked tearfully as diligent laborers. They piloted their small boats or wore simple spacesuits, huffing and puffing as they shuttled through the debris, hauling priceless warship remnants and rare ores to the Golden Giant. Overseeing them was a fat rat in a custom vest, brandishing a whip. Squeak, squeak. You there? Move it. If you scratch that piece of supreme essence gold, you couldn't afford to pay for it, even if sold. The thief rat stood on a floating steel plate, swinging its little whip arrogantly, exuding the aura of a tyrannical overseer. Whenever a pirate tried to sneak a gem into his sleeve, the rat's beady eyes would instantly lock onto him, and a tiny bolt of lightning would strike, making the culprit's hair stand on end. This treasure-hunting rat was pathologically sensitive to the aura of valuables. Trying to pull a fast one under its nose was a fool's dream. Tisk, now that's what I call efficiency, Xiao Fan said, sipping tea as he watched the bustling labor scene outside with satisfaction. Free labor, why waste it? Just then Zero walked in with graceful steps, carrying a black metal case. The case bore the emblem of the Divine Council, slightly scorched, yet still emitting strong, encrypted signal fluctuations. Master. Zero placed the case on the table. Found this in the core wreckage of the Divine Council flagship. A black box. Xiao Fan's eyes lit up. Although the flagship had escaped, it seemed it hadn't fully gotten away, at least leaving behind this crucial data storage unit. Or perhaps it had been blown off during the explosion. Those zealots may be dim-witted, but their intelligence network is top-notch. He reached out and caressed the black case, sensing the complex layers of prohibition around. There should be plenty of goodies inside, right? Like clues to the other codex fragments they were so desperate to find. Xiao Fan flashed a smug smile. AI, crack it open. Don't worry about any self-destruct mechanisms. I brute force it with pure computing power. Yes, connecting. The data stream of the heavenly Tao AI instantly engulfed the black box. Warning, soul lock detected. Activating wealthy override mode. Calling the universe's top decryption algorithm library. Deducting funds 1. Cracking progress 10. 50. 100. With a soft click, the black box slowly opened. A holographic projection automatically emerged. It was a star map. In a chaotic region marked with countless skulls, a red dot flashed frantically. Attached was an auction list item name Unknown Divine Demon Stone Tablet, suspected ancient relic starting bid 50 billion star coins auction location, Sin City Underground Black Market. Xiao Fan stared at the red, then at the staggering starting bid, and his smile widened into ecstatic laughter. I've searched high and low with no luck. I was wondering where to find the third fragment. Who'd have thought it would be at an auction? He stood up and straightened his collar, exuding the overbearing aura of a tycoon who looked down on everything. If it came to a fight, it might take some effort. But if it was about who had more money, well, sorry. In that domain, Xiao Fan was the one true god. Sin City, an underground auction. Xiao Fan snapped his fingers, his gaze contemptuous. I notify them. Stop salvaging this wreckage. I'll leave the leftover scraps to those pirates as payment for their labor. We have more important things to do. Target Sin City. I'm going to teach those country bumpkins a lesson and show them what it truly means to be unbridled. Target star domain located Chaotic Star Abyss, Sin City. Estimated voyage time 3 hours. It is recommended to activate stealth mode. Pirate activity in this region is extremely high. The celestial wisdom provided the most rational advice. But Xiao Fan waved his hand dismissively. Stealth. Why should I hide? He pointed at the golden flashy ship beneath his feet, the prosperity of vessel that practically screamed, "I'm wealthy, come rob me. I'm going to spin, not to sneak around like a thief. Besides, if I don't make a grand entrance, how can I show my determination to obtain that fragment?" Xiao Fan was seated on a sofa piled high with spoils. Apart from the black box, the greatest gain from cleaning up the battlefield was a pile of irregular black crystals on the coffee table. Tears of the Black Sun. These were crystals formed from the purest dark energy condensed within the Black Sun clone after it was shattered. Each one contained a faint yet domineering fragment of the devouring law. On the black market, a single crystal could be traded for a resource planet. Now a whole plate of them sat before Xiao Fan, piled like roasted chestnuts. Crunch. Xinger was gnawing on a Black Sun tear, nibbling away like a little squirrel. To ordinary cultivators, this substance was lethal poison, fatal upon contact. But to this little anomaly who fed on stars, it seemed a rare and delicious. With each crystal she consumed, her ethereal aura grew more solid, and even the translucent wings behind her began to shimmer with faint black streaks. Delicious. Xinger licked the last crumbs clean, patted her belly contentedly, then turned her bright eyes toward Xiao Fan. And the crystal in his hand. These are the last two, savor them. Xiao Fan reluctantly handed her the one in his grasp. It wasn't the cost that pained him, but the rarity. One had to destroy a black hole to yield a few with a pitiful drop rate. But come to think of it, if the information in that black box is true. Xiao Fan redirected his gaze to the holographic projection. On the auction list, apart from the stone slab, suspected to be a fragment of the codex, there were many other intriguing treasures. A broken sword of an ancient sword, immortal perfume of the succubus queen, an unhatched star beast egg. Sin City truly lived up to its reputation. As the universe's notorious, lawless zone, it was a forbidden area for Federation law and a dark corner untouched by the doctrines of the Divine Assembly. There the universe's most ferocious pirates, cunning smugglers, and reckless gamblers converged, along with treasures too shady to see the light of day. In that city, only one rule reigned: money or fists. If you possessed both, you were its king. And as luck would have it, Xiao Fan's inventory of both was ample. The Divine Assembly originally planned to send a fleet to seize it by force, didn't they? Xiao Fan pondered, studying the Divine Assembly's original battle plan recorded in the black box. Purify Sin City, recover the sacred relic. In simple terms, kill everyone and the spoils are yours. That was entirely in line with the madmen of the Divine Assembly. Too bad their fleet got wiped out by me first. Xiao Fan chuckled with schadenfreude. That red cardinal is probably crying in some corner right now. Since you can't go, I'll reluctantly accept this gift on your behalf. Zero. Here. Zero, who had been maintaining a slightly dull long blade, immediately stood up. Once we reach Sin City, change out of that maid outfit. Xiao Fan glanced at her. I enjoy the aesthetic, but in a place like that you'll be mistaken for a specialist in certain services. Or something that screams, don't mess with me. Like a black suit, sunglasses, and a meter-long cigar. Zero paused, as if processing a command not stored in her logic library. Understood. She nodded. Switching skin mode, godmother of the underworld. Loading intimidation module. A faint shimmer passed, and her lace-made outfit vanished. In its place was a perfectly tailored, form-fitting black men's suit paired with a white shirt unbuttoned at the top, revealing delicate collarbones. Her long hair was tied high, half her face obscured by sunglasses, and she actually had a lollipop in her mouth, since the AI deemed cigars harmful to an underage mech. In an instant, she transformed from a household assassin into a cool and formidable mafia boss. Not bad, full of spirit. Xiao Fan gave a thumbs up. This look brings serious prestige. What about me? What about me? Xinger rushed over, pointing at her little nightgown, now stained black by Black Sun energy. I want new clothes too. Change. Everyone changes. Xiao Fan declared grandly. We're going to crash the party and spend big. Image is everything. System redeem a cosmic riches limited skin for me. Make it look like I'm begging to be robbed. The whole I'm a fat sheep vibe. Ding. Spent 10 million interstellar credits. Obtained set the new money's gaze. Attributes taunt 1000, charm 1000. Comes with a background music aura. 3 hours later, as the Prosperity ended its hyperspace jump and slowly entered the chaotic star domain, the sight before him made Xiao Fan whistle in admiration. It was a steel city floating in the center of a massive asteroid belt. It had no walls, for the dense array of turrets and patrolling warships served as the best fortifications. Neon lights in a riot of colors interwove in the dark void, illuminating the entire city as if it were daytime. Giant holographic billboards displayed bloody arena battles and provocative dancers. The entire city exuded an aura of hormones, alcohol, and the scent of blood. This was Sin City, a tumor in the chaotic star abyss, a paradise for desperados. Attention, incoming vessel. Decelerate immediately for inspection. This is Sin City air traffic control. No matter who you are, everyone pays the head tax. 1 million credits per person. Not a single credit less, or we'll blast you to pieces. 2 patrol boats covered in graffiti approached, issuing aggressive warnings. This was the customary intimidation. Even large trading companies had to obediently pay for safe passage here. But the Prosperity did not slow down. Its golden hull maintained an arrogant posture, charging straight toward the VIP landing pad. At the same time, a hatch opened a crack. Whoosh. There was no artillery fire. Only a shower of something scattering down. It was money. Physical high-energy credit cards, each worth thousands of crystal cards rained down like a golden shower onto the 2 patrol boats. 1 million. Xiao Fan's provocative voice boomed across half the port through the loudspeaker. Too little. Who do you take me for? That's just for tea. Don't block the way I'm in a hurry to spend. The 2 patrol boats froze in shock. Then they frantically opened their hatches to grab the floating credit cards. Generous boss. Right this way, boss. May you strike it rich, boss. The so-called rules crumbled before the rain of money. The Prosperity descended like a local tyrant, entering a village amid greedy, envious, and awestruck stares, and landed with a thunderous roar in the heart of Sin City. The show had begun. At the edge of the stardust sea, the perennial gray mist was stirred up, appearing fragmented. A golden spaceship shimmering with lights swaggered through the final layer of gravitational turbulence, leaving a long trail of flames. It bore no intent to conceal itself, much like a rich heir dressed in a Versace suit strutting through a slum, radiating an air of arrogance. Inside the control room of the wealthy ship, the atmosphere was as relaxed as if they were on vacation. The air was thick with the rich aroma of enlightenment tea, a top-tier spiritual tea that was auctioned by the gram in the outside world, now carelessly steeped in a large ceramic jar that looked like it was bought from a street vendor. Are we leaving already? Star leaned against the massive floor-to-ceiling window that offered a view of the entire universe, a half-eaten star crystal still in her mouth. Her large eyes gazed longingly at the receding stardust, sea seemingly reluctant to part. After all, for this little star spirit that feasted on high energy, or as the recently exploded wasteland filled with star fragments was akin to an extravagant. Why not stay? To celebrate the new year, perhaps. Xiao Fan lounged on the sofa, his posture careless, holding a terminal that could connect directly to the dark web of the universe, fingers swiftly gliding across the screen. That black sphere has already been traumatized, and probably won't dare to show its face for hundreds of years. As for the gods and their followers, Xiao Fan snorted, clicking on a video that was going viral. Their troubles are far greater than ours right now. At that moment, a video on the universe's largest underground information exchange platform, the Black Dove Forum, was climbing the charts at a viral pace. The video's title exuded the style of sensational news shock. A mysterious godly rich man angrily bombards trillions with antimatter bombs just to hear a sound. Bai Yang stuffed himself, the divine association fell apart. A day tour of the Stardust Sea documented. Posted by the user Your Wild Father K. The video's content was straightforward and visually striking. The first half showcased the spectacular sight of antimatter bombs being fed into the mouth of a black hole, like rain, accompanied by an extremely cheerful electronic music track. The latter half displayed the historic rainbow mushroom cloud, and the moment when the fleet of gods burst forth like fireworks. Finally, the screen froze on Xiao Fan standing at the bow of the golden ship, making a peace sign against the collapsing starry sky behind him. The comments section. If the internet is a dumpster for emotional release, then this dumpster had clearly been ignited by a nuclear bomb. Passerby, wow. Is this special effects? It must be special effects. Who throws antimatter bombs by the ton? That's a strategic resource. Interstellar keyboard expert. Is the one upstairs a newcomer? Look closely at the explosion spectrum. That's a genuine annihilation reaction. And that black sphere in the background. It seems to truly be the legendary natural disaster Black Sun. Divine association is eternally dark. Justice has been served. I've long found those preaching everywhere to be displeasing. They usually act high and mighty, but this time they were set off like fireworks. Who is this K? I want to have his children. Rational analysis Emperor, is no one noticing that golden ship? That surface coating. If I'm not blind, it should be star-grade gold, right? A piece that size. How much would that cost? Even selling you and me wouldn't be enough to afford a toilet on that ship. Xiao Fan watched the rapidly scrolling comments with satisfaction, smiling contentedly. This was the effect he desired. In this universe where power is paramount, being low-key is the most foolish way to survive. Especially when holding on to a coveted treasure. Being meek will only attract countless hungry wolves. Boss, there's new information. The emotionless voice of the Tao intelligence brain rang out. Keyword search K. The heat across the network has risen by 3,000%. The official account of the Eternal Life Divine Association has just issued a highest wanted order. The Federal Interstellar Police Organization has issued a warning for extremely dangerous individuals. And the intelligence brain paused for a moment as if processing data infused with strong emotional color. Numerous bounty hunter organizations are querying our route coordinates. Oh, Xiao Fan raised an eyebrow, sitting up straight. Display the wanted order for me to see. With a swipe, a crimson holographic poster floated in midair. The image shown was the final scene of the video. Xiao Fan standing at the bow of the wealthy ship, back towards the explosion, raising a middle finger or peace sign, depending on the angle of interpretation. Below was a large line of text written in the Universal Divine Script, Level 1 Kill Order Codename, K. Crimes: Blasphemy of the Divine, slaughtering followers, disrupting interstellar balance, possession of forbidden items. Bounty amount 100 billion interstellar coins, life or death irrelevant, issuing party Eternal Life Divine Association Supreme Tribunal. Looking at that number, Xiao Fan, who had previously held some expectation, felt his smile instantly freeze. Immediately, an indescribable fury surged from the depths of his heart. Bang! He slammed the table, causing the precious purple clay teapot to jump. 100 billion. Xiao Fan pointed at that number, his voice tinged with anger. Are these bastards insulting me? I just launched fireworks worth 1 trillion. My star needs dozens of billions for a snack. Just a scratch on this ship would cost more than that. They dare to only offer me 100 billion. Who do they think they are? Zero. The number 0 apostle was polishing her battleship cutter beside him. Hearing this, she paused her actions and tilted her head. According to the black market prices, 100 billion can hire a standard interstellar fleet or 3 Emperor-class assassins. She explained seriously, Master, this is already a very high price. In the universe's wanted list, you could rank within the top 50. What's the point of being in the top 50? I want to be first. The kind of first that makes people hesitate to take the order at just a glance. Xiao Fan paced angrily for 2 circles. For a godly rich man, this was not just a threat to his life, but also an insult to his worth. If he were to deal with other villains in the future, and they checked the bounty, they would scoff at him for merely having 100 billion. That would make it hard to even greet them. No, I can't swallow this resentment. Xiao Fan sat back down on the sofa, his gaze turning dangerous. Intelligence brain, contact the Bounty Guild of the largest intermediary platform. Connected. Post a bounty task for me. Xiao Fan sneered, his finger virtually pointing in the air. Task target K, that's me. Task requirements: provide valid clues about K or inflict any substantial harm on him. Bounty amount. Without any hesitation, Xiao Fan directly added a 0 to the original 100 billion. Add 10 trillion. And note, this is money from K himself. Anyone who feels that the Divine Association's meager offerings aren't enough, feel free to take my share. The premise is, as long as you have the life to spend it. Although the intelligence brain was artificial intelligence, it clearly stuttered for a moment while executing. This act of posting a bounty on oneself fell into its logical library as an unclassifiable performance art. Command confirmed. Publishing across the entire network. Additionally, Xiao Fan thought for a moment and added, leave a message on the official account of the Divine Association. Just say poor fools shouldn't imitate others in issuing wanted notices. 100 billion. Save it for your bishop's coffin. Love your wild father, K. Within just 10 minutes, the entire universe network crashed again, because the mysterious madman known as K had done something unprecedented. He deemed the official bounty's amount too low and added 10 trillion to his own bounty. How audacious is that? How extravagant can one get? This was akin to tearing off the Divine Association's face, throwing it on the ground, trampling it a few times, and then spitting and saying, so poor. Crazy. This is definitely a madman. Countless bounty hunters and interstellar pirates browsing the Black Dove network felt their throats dry at the astronomical figure of the bounty. Greed is instinctive, but in the face of such cross-dimensional wealth pressure, greed often transforms into a profound sense of helplessness. How terrifying must be the trump cards of someone who can casually offer 1 trillion as a bounty on themselves. Those forces that were originally itching to ambush Xiao Fan in Sin City now had to reassess the risks. This was no longer about hunting a fat sheep. This was clearly about delivering takeout to a giant dragon cloaked in gold. While the entire universe was buzzing over KS' reckless behavior, at the edge of the Stardust Sea, in a tremendously remote void, there were no fluctuations in space nor any ships passing through. Only a seemingly ordinary, even somewhat shabby old Taoist was riding a green ox leisurely walking through space. The green ox appeared emaciated, yet under its hooves the vacuum seemed to transform into solid ground, creating ripples with every step. The old Taoist held a worn wine gourd, occasionally tilting his head to take a swig, his eyes glazed. Suddenly he stopped. His murky old eyes looked towards the direction where the wealthy ship had departed, where traces of energy from the spatial leap still lingered. My. The old Taoist let out a soft murmur. He extended his bony hand, which was like dry twigs, to calculate a few things in his sleeve. Strange, truly strange. Clearly a situation of certain death. How did it suddenly turn into a state of chaos? Was the fate altered? Or did someone jump out of the chest? The old Taoist shook his head, seemingly perplexed. His calculating fingers suddenly stopped, his gaze seeming to pierce through billions of light years, catching sight of the young man in the cabin furiously stomping his feet, and the black runes slowly swirling in the young man's brow. So that's how it is. The seed of world annihilation has sprouted. The old Taoist sighed, unable to tell if it was joy or sorrow. The codex emerges and gods and demons dance. This universe is about to become unsettled again. However, this young man's style of operation is quite to the old Taoist taste, offering 1 trillion as a bounty on oneself. Ha, that's bold. He patted the green ox beneath him. Let's go, old partner. Let's stir up some excitement, and this calamity is likely unavoidable. The green ox moved its 4 hooves, producing clouds. The man and the ox thus vanished into thin air as if they had never appeared. On the wealthy ship, after venting his anger, Xiao Fan finally felt a lot more at ease. Watching the rapidly rising prestige and fear values in the background, he felt this reverse operation was simply perfect. It not only slapped the Divine Association's face, but also firmly established his persona as an incomprehensible rich man. Fear stems from the unknown. When others consider you a madman who doesn't play by the rules, they will think twice before taking action against you. Master, the flight route has been set. Zero, dressed in her black suit again, respectfully reported. Target star domain chaotic star abyss. Destinations estimated travel time 3 hours. However, Zero's data, I flickered for a moment. According to the latest intelligence, the situation in Sin City is very complex. Because of the underground auction about to start, all sorts of factions from across the universe have gathered there. Among them are some desperate individuals looking to make a name for themselves with your bounty. Hearing this, Xiao Fan not only didn't feel worried, but instead rubbed his hands together in excitement. He returned to the sofa piled with spoils, picking out the largest black sun crystal from the heap and tossing it to Zero beside him like tossing peanuts. The more complex, the better. I'm just afraid it won't be complex enough. Xiao Fan gazed through the porthole at the chaotic area ahead, which was even marked in red. There was a gleam of ambition in his eyes. This was not merely about obtaining the 3rd fragment of the codex. It was also to validate his current strength. In the Stardust Sea, he had dealt with a god-level natural disaster using money and the codex. Now he aimed to go to the city known as the Outlaw Land and tell all the villains, warlords, and mice hiding in the dark corners one principle. Wherever there are people, there is a Jianghu. And in this Jianghu,